In the world of Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki toyed with the forehead protector in his hands, a hint of amusement dancing on his lips. By my stars. This lowly genin of mine has certainly improved. Having just graduated, Naruto was currently a genin. Of course, he was a transmigrator. At the outset, he had bound himself to the Hokage lottery system, which filled him with delight. A tribute panel. Display yourself. A fleeting thought raced through Naruto's mind. In an instant, a resplendent virtual interface flickered into view before him. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Occupation: ninja level, Genin chakra. Attribute: Wine ninjutsu. Transformation technique: beginner, shadow clone technique. Beginner. Substitution technique: beginner, multiple shadow clone technique. Perfect, flying thunder god. Bloodline limit: Sharingan 3 Tomo skill, perfect chakra. Control. Note: beginner and perfect denote the proficiency of ninjutsu, categorized as beginner, proficient, mastery, completion, perfect. The golden-haired youth gazed at this impressive array of attributes, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes sparkling with pride. This enviable attribute panel splendidly displayed Naruto's extraordinary strength, rivaling that of a game cheat. Aside from the commonplace three-body technique taught at the academy, the other dazzling skills on the panel were all rewards from the lottery system he encountered upon his arrival. The multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, and the Rasengan, coupled with the seemingly overpowered 3 Tomo Sharingan, constituted a veritable beginner's gift set in the ninja world. What left one utterly astounded was the divine skill of perfect chakra control, a true game-changer in the realm of ninja training. Even more outrageous was the fact that these skills, acquired through the lottery, were granted to Naruto with complete mastery, devoid of any arduous training. With ease, he had attained the perfect level of proficiency in formidable techniques such as the multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, and Rasengan, as if he had activated a divine eye. The so-called perfect level represented the flawless pinnacle, manifesting in the ability to perform techniques without hand seals, simply invoking them at will. In other words, at his tender age, Naruto could effortlessly unleash the multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, and Rasengan without performing a single hand seal, an astonishing feat indeed. Such an extraordinary effect was undeniably outrageous, but this was precisely the marvel of that mysterious system. Every reward obtained from the lottery system perfectly integrated with his being, with no adverse reactions whatsoever. Thus, although the Sharingan was traditionally the exclusive bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, Naruto could wield those eyes flawlessly, without any side effects. Truly the epitome of luck. He could freely activate and deactivate the Sharingan at will, unlike a certain silver-haired genin who awkwardly concealed his eyes with a mask, making Naruto the most perfect user of the Sharingan. In truth, among the glimmering array of prizes, Naruto cherished the flying thunder god technique and the multiple shadow clone technique above all else. The extent of the shadow clone technique's flaws need not be elaborated upon, whether it be for swiftly mastering new jutsu or vanquishing foes on the battlefield. It is indeed a miraculous tool, earning the moniker of the industrious clone worker AS for the flying thunder god technique, regarded as a premier space-time ninjutsu. Once the necessary formula is established, one can instantaneously traverse to any location. Akin to a combination of teleportation and a return to base within the realm of shinobi, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gained fame during the Third Great Ninja War, sweeping through adversaries with this remarkable skill, earning the illustrious title of the Yellow Flash, a name that dazzled his enemies. Naruto has mastered the flying thunder god flawlessly, augmenting both his combat prowess and escape techniques to an extraordinary level, rivaling that of his legendary father. The most exhilarating aspect is that Naruto can now continuously draw from the prize pool, accumulating resources over time, undoubtedly securing more extraordinary gear. The perfect sage mode, the perfect sage body, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the Rinnegan, and even the 10 tails await the arrival of this fortunate soul in the lottery pool. By the way, let's go tease that proud fox for a bit. Heh. A sly smile crept across Naruto's lips, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes. At the moment this thought materialized in Naruto's mind, the 9 tails in the ceiling space erupted in agitation, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. How dare this impudent child call him by his true name, Kurama? This designation, known only to the closest of kin, conceals myriad secrets and bonds. Naruto gently closed his cerulean eyes, relaxing his body and immersing himself in the tumultuous, yet familiar chakra of the nine tails flowing within him, his consciousness. Gradually descending into the depths of his soul that in mere moments, the blonde youth's awareness transcended into the dim, damp ceiling space. Naruto's gaze was instantly captivated by the enormous, orange-eyed figure, a hint of unnoticeable affection flickering in his eyes. This creature, reputed as the strongest-tailed beast in the shinobi world, fixed its fierce, loathsome, and blood-red eyes upon him, as if intent on consuming him whole. Through the cold iron bars, Naruto could palpably sense the suffocating aura of terror emanating from the nine tails, reminiscent of a deathly wind from the depths of hell. This dread-inducing presence involuntarily sent shivers down one's spine, invoking a primal fear, as if confronted by the most terrifying nightmare imaginable. "You little brat." The nine tails suddenly widened its scarlet eyes, baring its teeth and growling, its voice resonating like thunder that shook the very soul. "Quickly tell me, how does this little punk know the name Kurama?" The tone of the nine tails bore unmistakable astonishment and a subtle hint of unrecognized anticipation. Naruto was momentarily stunned by the sudden roar, his eardrums buzzing as if swarmed by countless bees. This fragment of consciousness nearly shattered under the violent sound. "Waves. Hey, keep it down, will you? I'm not deaf, so why the shouting?" Naruto replied, displaying an exasperated expression as he bared his teeth in annoyance. "Clarify your words." The nine tails roared once more, though his voice was noticeably softer than before, a hint of barely perceptible curiosity flickering in his eyes. Naruto exaggeratedly patted his chest, disdain etched across his face as he retorted, "Kaibi, is this your attitude when seeking a conversation? Do you wish to extinguish the very essence of dialogue?" The nine tails fell momentarily silent, his mouth twitching as if struck by a bolt of lightning, before he erupted in furious growls. "You little brat, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Are you not aware of who I am?" "Of course I know. You are none other than the legendary Nine Tails." Naruto replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Knowing who I am, you still dare to address me so? Are you not fearful that I might swallow you whole?" The nine tails bared his sharp fangs, his face contorted with ferocity and menace, his voice laced with malice. "Come now, if you truly could devour me, you would have done so 6 years ago. Why wait until today?" Naruto waved dismissively, maintaining eye contact with the nine tails, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Your true name is Kaibi. I have not erred in that, have I?" There was a note of certainty in Naruto's tone, as if he were stating an indisputable fact. The nine tails did not refute this name, but instead fixed an intense gaze upon Naruto, his eyes shimmering with complex emotions. "You little rascal, how do you know my true name?" "I dreamt it," Naruto replied, his expression as composed as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the weathered dream. "What sort of dream did you have?" The nine tails paused, a flicker of subtle anticipation crossing his features. Indeed, it was a dream. Naruto sighed deeply, as if lost in a reverie, commencing his captivating performance. "Recently, I had an exceedingly long dream, so vivid it was almost surreal." A mysterious light danced in Naruto's eyes. "In this dream, I transformed into a powerful being named Otsutsuki Kagaya, vanquishing a fearsome creature known as the Ten Tails." He gestured animatedly, his face adorned with exaggerated expressions. "After defeating that colossal beast, I separated its power, birthing 9 adorable little beings." His tone brimmed with warmth and nostalgia. "Among them, the fiery red fox with 9 fluffy tails must surely be you. Kaibi, am I correct?" A knowing smile graced Naruto's lips. The nine tails' pupils dilated sharply, struck with astonishment as if by lightning. Though Naruto's tone was casual, the implications of his words were staggering, almost suffocating. First, the true name of the Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Kagaya was a secret. Even most formidable shinobi within the ninja world remained unaware of. Ordinary people had never even heard of it. How could this child possibly possess such confidential knowledge? Second, while one might know of the existence of the nine-tailed beasts, they could never fathom their true origins. It was inconceivable that anyone would understand that the nine-tailed beasts were, in fact, creations of the Sage of Six Paths, birthed from the essence of the Ten Tails. Yet, Naruto seemed to grasp it all with perfect clarity. From where did he acquire these obscure secrets? Could it possibly be The Ninetales contemplated a potential explanation, and within, a tempest of emotions surged. You, little ghost, what else do you know? I am aware of the names of your 9 siblings, such as One-Tail Shikaku, Two-Tail Matatabi. And of course, you, Ninetales. Naruto gazed intently into the eyes of the Ninetales, his face adorned with a radiant smile. I remember when I first encountered you in my dreams, you were just a tiny creature, adorably charming. Naruto's tone brimmed with nostalgia and familiarity. I never expected you to be so colossal in reality, with such a tempestuous temperament, devoid of the soft, endearing demeanor you once possessed. Naruto's words were laced with unmistakable jest and disappointment. His remarks were nothing short of an open mockery directed at the Ninetales. Under ordinary circumstances, the Ninetales would have erupted in fury, wishing to tear this audacious little imp to shreds. However, at this moment, the Ninetales not only refrained from a furious outburst, but instead regarded Naruto with an expression of incredulity, eyes filled with shock and anticipation. How could you possibly dream of such matters? It is inconceivable. The Ninetales' voice was imbued with disbelief. The secrets Naruto spoke of were known only to the Sage of 6 Paths, and the 9-tailed beasts no outsider could possibly be privy to them. Yet this blonde child before him seemed to know them all too well. How could he possess such knowledge? The Ninetales found himself engulfed in confusion. For 6 years, it had been sealed within Naruto, never apart from him. The Ninetales was acutely aware of all Naruto's experiences over the years. It was certain that no one had divulged these secrets to Naruto. Thus, the question arose, from where did Naruto glean such clandestine truths? Could it be? Could he truly be the reincarnation of the old sage? Impossible. How could the old sage possibly be reincarnated in this host of a child? Yet if that were not the case, how could he experience such vivid dreams? What else do you know, little ghost? The Ninetales pressed again, urgency evident in his voice. Hooked, Naruto had been observing the Ninetales' reactions, feeling a surge of delight within. He knew that his words would undoubtedly impose a significant psychological impact on the Ninetales, and his intuition had proven utterly correct. Ninetales, I possess knowledge far beyond your imagination. A serene smile graced Naruto's face, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. In my dreams, I have 2 sons. The elder is named Indra, and the younger, Ashura. A hint of nostalgia and pride colored Naruto's tone. Indra inherited my sage eyes, while Ashura embraced my sage body. His words radiated profound paternal affection. The Ninetales was taken aback. He now regarded Naruto with a completely altered gaze, staring intently at this golden-haired youth as if striving to penetrate his very soul and unearth the deepest secrets within. The Ninetales was not a creature easily deceived. It possessed an innate ability to sense malice and hatred, a skill it was born with. The reasons for its profound hatred towards humanity are twofold. On one hand, it is because humans have always coveted its immensely powerful chakra, perceiving it merely as a tool and weapon. On the other hand, it stems from the fear and loathing humans harbor towards it, viewing it as the embodiment of disaster, akin to a demonic entity. However, within Naruto's gaze, the Ninetales found no trace of fear, nor a hint of disgust or rejection. This pure and warm gaze, aside from that of the Sage of 6 Paths, had never been witnessed by the Ninetales in the eyes of any human. Naruto, of course, was not afraid of the Ninetales. In fact, he felt a profound sense of closeness that he knew the formidable and fearsome Ninetales fox was, at its core, merely an extraordinarily proud and temperamental creature. As long as one treated it with genuine kindness, it would return that goodwill manifold once tamed. It would even be willing to sacrifice its life for you. By the way, Kurama, let me show you something even more powerful, Naruto said with a mysterious smile, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, he suddenly opened them wide, his pupils transforming into a striking crimson, with 3 peculiar tomos slowly swirling, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. Sharingan. The expression of the Ninetales shifted dramatically, its eyes filled with intensity and ferocity, its colossal form trembling with rage. Once again, those abhorrent evil eyes. Damn it, little brat, are you from the Uchiha clan? The Ninetales roared in fury, its voice laden with deep-seated hatred. The Ninetales' impression of the Sharingan was utterly abysmal. It was the cunning Uchiha Madara who had once wielded these ominous eyes to toy with it, manipulating its will as one would a mere dog. The Ninetales' loathing for Madara and the Sharingan was ingrained in its very essence, as if no amount of ocean water could cleanse it. Yet, Naruto gazed at the Nine Tails with an expression akin to that of a fool, his demeanor exaggeratedly incredulous. Are your eyes blind? In what way do I resemble those black-haired Uchiha clan members? The Nine Tails was momentarily speechless, its expression turning exceedingly awkward. Naruto's mother, Kushina, hailed from the red-haired Uzumaki clan, while his father, Minato Namikaze, was an ordinary blonde civilian ninja, from a genealogical standpoint. Naruto had no connection to the Uchiha clan whatsoever, and visually, he was entirely dissimilar. The Uchiha were characterized by their black hair and eyes, whereas Naruto sported bright blonde hair and striking blue eyes. So, how could he awaken the Sharingan, a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha? Could it be that you are truly the reincarnation of the old man? The Nine Tails stared intently at Naruto, its eyes flickering with excitement, joy, and even a hint of tears. It was truly miraculous that Naruto, not of Uchiha lineage, possessed the formidable Three-Tomo Sharingan. While the Three-Tomo Sharingan was not particularly rare among the Uchiha, it was unheard of for an Uchiha to awaken it at the age of 6. Yet, Naruto not only possessed it, but he also wielded it with perfect mastery. This further solidified the Nine Tails' conjecture. Naruto is indeed the reincarnation of the old man. For the initial form of the old man's Sharingan is the Three-Tomo. Naruto felt a surge of inner satisfaction, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was aware that his scheme had succeeded. This maneuver was nothing short of flawless. Engaging in conversation with the Nine Tails was merely a ruse to convince it that he was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Although the Nine Tails harbored an immense disdain for humanity, it held a profound reverence for the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage created the Nine Tails, and in its heart, the Sage was akin to a father figure, the most significant entity in its existence. The memories of cohabiting with the Sage represent the warmest and happiest moments in the Nine Tails' extensive lifespan. Thus, the Nine Tails' feelings towards the Sage are exceptionally profound, surpassing any worldly affection. This sentiment only intensified after enduring millennia of warfare, hatred, betrayal, slavery, confinement, and loathing. In the depths of endless darkness, the longing for the warmth of light grows stronger, and the Sage of Six Paths is the sole beacon of hope in the Nine Tails' heart. If Naruto could persuade the Nine Tails to believe he is the reincarnation of the Sage, subjugating this formidable beast would become exceedingly simple. Once the Nine Tails was tamed, it would willingly risk life and limb for Naruto. Indeed, the Nine Tails would lay down its life for him. The world may label the Nine Tails as a harbinger of calamity and an embodiment of hatred, yet this is a profound misunderstanding of its true nature. Among all the tailed beasts, the Nine Tails is the most devoted to affection and loyalty. Naruto steadfastly aspired to bond with the Nine Tails and forge a genuine connection. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what's happening myself. Naruto slowly shook his head, a glimmer of confusion flickering in his eyes. I merely experienced an incredibly long and vivid dream. As for my true identity, even I cannot articulate it. His tone revealed a hint of bewilderment and helplessness. The Nine Tails nodded in understanding, its eyes sparkling with anticipation. Reincarnation is, after all, a process where the memories of a past life are irrevocably sealed deep within the soul. The fact that Naruto could recall so many details was already an extraordinary miracle. By the way, Kurama, I just remembered a particularly explosive scene from that dream, one that is definitely worth sharing with you. Naruto's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had stumbled upon a monumental secret, his entire demeanor brimming with excitement. The colossal orange-eared beast cast a look of bewilderment, its pupils shimmering with curiosity. Kurama, in that dream, I also witnessed a terrifying Futuria group of mysterious individuals capturing tailed beasts like you, successfully resurrecting the Ten Tails, the ultimate boss. Then, the entire ninja world erupted into an unprecedented war, with chaos reigning, and cries of despair echoing everywhere. It was utterly horrific. Naruto's brow furrowed, his tone shifting to seriousness, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. That I'm uncertain whether these visions are genuine, yet this nonsensical dream feels too significant to be mere coincidence. Something seems amiss, Naruto pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The Kyuubi's expression instantly froze, its enormous pupils contracting in alarm as it urgently inquired, "Old man. No, little brat, are you certain this isn't a ruse?" This concerns the very survival of the entire ninja world. The Kyuubi's almost blind reverence for the Sage of Six Paths rendered it unerringly faithful to any statements pertaining to him, even if they merely hinted at a possibility. Without a doubt, I distinctly witnessed in my dreams someone awakening the legendary Rinnegan, summoning the so-called Outer Path Golem from the moon. Naruto nodded gravely, his expression turning exceptionally serious. That individual is utilizing the Outer Path Golem to hunt down tailed beasts, aiming to resurrect the Ten Tails, the ultimate adversary, thereby plunging the entire ninja world into an unprecedented whirlpool of war. Naruto described the horrifying scenes from his dream, his eyes shimmering with concern. Reviving the Ten Tails? Impossible. The Kyuubi's fur bristled in alarm, resembling an agitated cat, its eyes betraying an unmistakable terror. Naruto's earth-shattering declaration struck the Kyuubi with an unprecedented psychological blow, akin to a powerful fist landing deep within its soul. For an ordinary person, collecting tailed beasts might seem like a fantasy, but if someone truly awakened the legendary Rinnegan, that possibility would become terrifyingly real. As the shell of the Ten Tails, the Outer Path Golem, combined with the mysterious powers of the Rinnegan, indeed represented the ideal tool for gathering tailed beasts, compelling the Kyuubi to seriously consider the potentiality of Naruto's dream. This calamity must not come to pass. The Kyuubi anxiously paced back and forth within the ceiling space, its massive claws creating ripples upon the water's surface. Should that monstrous Ten Tails truly be resurrected, the entirety of the ninja world would be doomed. It would be a catastrophe beyond measure. The Kyuubi roared, its eyes flickering with unparalleled anxiety. While the impending destruction of the world mattered little to the Kyuubi, the resurrection of the Ten Tails would undoubtedly place it in grave danger, a nightmare that the Kyuubi could not accept. This threat to its very existence was something the Kyuubi vowed to thwart at all costs. Old man, you must hasten your ascent to power. The Kyuubi fixed its gaze on Naruto, its eyes shining with a rare intensity of seriousness. Only by regaining the godlike strength of your past life can you hope to prevent the resurrection of the Ten Tails and avert this cataclysmic disaster. The urgency in the Kyuubi's voice was palpable. That I will strive relentlessly to grow stronger, Naruto affirmed with unwavering determination, his eyes gleaming with resolve. However, I cannot traverse this path alone. You must serve as my strongest ally. Naruto met the Kyuubi's gaze, his tone imbued with an unyielding insistence. Rest assured, old man, as long as you require it, I shall always be your staunchest support. The Kyuubi, unusually devoid of its usual arrogance, made a resolute promise, its eyes radiating sincerity. Thank you, my brother. Naruto expressed his heartfelt gratitude, his eyes brimming with appreciation. Why are you thanking me? It makes me feel quite embarrassed. The Ninetales rarely displayed such bashfulness, scratching its massive head with a giant claw. Subsequently, Naruto and the Ninetales engaged in a multitude of discussions about the past and future, until fatigue began to seep into their consciousness, prompting a reluctant departure from the ceiling space. Goodness, my instant noodles have gone cold. Upon returning to reality, Naruto gazed at the now tepid noodles on the table, letting out a resigned sigh before devouring them eagerly. Truth be told, although this simple fast food is often derided, indulging occasionally in its rich aroma and unique texture indeed offers a distinct charm. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden, urgent rapping on the door shattered the tranquility of the room. Naruto looked toward the door with a puzzled expression, his eyes narrowing slightly as a sense of vigilance arose within him. Could it be that the one seeking me at this hour is the rogue ninja, Mizuki? A thought crossed Naruto's mind, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his gaze. This Mizuki fellow had long plotted to betray Konoha in pursuit of greater power, seeking to align himself with the legendary Orochimaru. In a bid to curry favor with Orochimaru, he audaciously planned to steal the precious sealing scroll as a token of allegiance, utterly oblivious to the peril he invited. Naruto had anticipated that this scoundrel would not relent easily. Standing outside the door was most likely Mizuki, the traitor's lackey. As it turned out, Naruto's instincts were entirely correct. The one knocking at the door was indeed Mizuki, the ninja school teacher whose smile concealed countless deceptions. Teacher Mizuki, what brings you here at such a late hour? Naruto opened the door, wearing an innocuous smile, though his eyes glimmered with wariness. Haha, I merely happened to pass by and thought I would check on our little genius. Mizuki stepped inside, swiftly scanning every corner of the room, his gaze ultimately resting upon the scattered instant noodles and milk. A meaningful smile crept upon his lips. Naruto, you've had a rough time these years, subsisting on such junk food. How could your body possibly thrive? Naruto grinned at him cheerfully. Teacher Mizuki, if you have something to say, please be direct. Otherwise, I must prepare for sleep. There's an important mission tomorrow. The golden-haired youth issued a clear dismissal, entirely disinterested in engaging in any hypocritical teacher-student games with this duplicitous dog. Mizuki stared deeply into Naruto's eyes, and a chilling smile suddenly blossomed on his face. Very well, Naruto, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. Do you know why the entire village shuns you like a plague? Chapter 2. Alas, the nature of chakra has indeed transformed into 5 distinct types. Indifferent and disinterested, Naruto responded coolly, a flicker of impatience crossing his gaze. This is because a terrifying monster resides within you, a cataclysmic entity known as the Nine Tails. Suemu wore a sinister grin, as if recounting a chilling tale. 6 years ago, that demon assailed Konoha, resulting in the tragic demise of countless villagers at its claws. Suemu's voice dripped with malice, his eyes glinting with an eerie light. Your parents, along with Irika-sensei's parents, were all torn to shreds by that fox during that calamity. Suemu's tone grew increasingly animated, as if narrating a most captivating story. And you, little brat, Uzumaki Naruto, are the embodiment of that demon. You are the monster responsible for the demise of innumerable souls. Suemu cackled grotesquely, as if relishing the sight of Naruto's unraveling composure. Tell me, how could the villagers ever accept a creature like you? What face do you have to live here without shame? Suemu's gaze bore down on Naruto, eager to witness fear, shock, and devastation in his eyes. He longed for Naruto to descend into chaos, so he could manipulate the boy into stealing the sealing scroll for him. However, to Suemu's utter astonishment, Naruto merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," and then fell silent, as if he had merely heard a weather forecast predicting rain. Suemu was left dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. What does that "oh" signify? Upon receiving such life-altering news, should you not exhibit shock, fear, or even despair? How could you dismiss your teacher's shocking revelation as if it were just a gentle breeze? Suemu resolved to intensify his assault, his voice sharpening. Naruto, you must confront reality. The Nine Tails is the Nine Tails, and you are the monster. No matter your efforts, no matter your deeds, the villagers will never accept you. They will only regard you with hatred. Suemu roared, straining to break through Naruto's psychological defenses. Were it not for the third Hokage's relentless protection, you would have been torn apart by enraged villagers long ago. A manic gleam flickered in Suemu's eyes. But the third Hokage is aging rapidly. How much longer can he shield you? What will become of you then? Suemu's voice brimmed with provocation and derision. Yet, Naruto maintained his infuriating calm, lifting his gaze to meet Suemu's with a tranquility akin to still waters. Suemu-sensei, has your lecture concluded? If so, kindly take your leave. I am quite fatigued. Suemu was utterly incensed by Naruto's demeanor, his fury erupting like a volcano. Very well, excellent. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame me for my ruthless nature. A frenzied light flickered in Suemu's eyes. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Delivering you directly to Lord Orochimaru will surely earn me a generous reward. With a swift motion, Suemu drew a sharp kunai from his waist and lunged towards Naruto. As a nin of Konoha, Mizuki was acutely aware of his mediocre abilities. Yet he harbored unwavering confidence when it came to dealing with a mere freshly graduated genin. After all, a mere academy graduate was nothing more than an easy target for him, wasn't it? Mizuki-sensei, has your embarrassment led you to resort to violence? It seems the ethical standards of the Ninja Academy are indeed deteriorating. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth, his eyes glinting with mischief. Seeking his own demise, Naruto's taunts ignited the flames of fury within Mizuki, who swiftly brandished a kunai, its blade gleaming ominously as it hurtled towards Naruto's throat. In an instant, a flash of golden light flickered, and Naruto's figure vanished without a trace. Mizuki's attack missed its mark, and his complexion turned pale. Impossible. How could he have disappeared? Mizuki-sensei, with such meager skills, do you dare to betray the village? Are you not afraid of losing face in front of Orochimaru? Naruto's voice suddenly resonated from behind Mizuki, laden with sarcasm. Mizuki spun around sharply, only to find Naruto standing behind him, wearing a disdainful expression, as if gazing upon an insignificant insect. This is impossible. Shock and disbelief etched across Mizuki's face, as if he had witnessed a ghost. How did that brat manage to circle around to my back? Such speed is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary genin. You need not concern yourself with such trivialities. Naruto's tone was icy, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Mizuki-sensei, the king of hell, is in need of players for a game of mahjong. You might as well oblige him as a mere statistic. Farewell. Naruto's voice was lighthearted, as though he were discussing a trivial matter. Mizuki's expression shifted drastically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Once more, a flash of golden light appeared, and Naruto's figure vanished again. A chill crept down Mizuki's spine, a foreboding sense of dread enveloping him. In the next moment, an excruciating pain erupted in his abdomen. Looking down, he saw a bloodied kunai had pierced through his back and emerged from his stomach, blood gushing forth from the wound. Gasping, Mizuki coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, lifeless and silent. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face frozen in an expression of resentment and horror, unable to comprehend how a freshly graduated genin could possess such terrifying strength. Alas, the answer to this question would remain forever beyond his reach. Naruto knelt down casually, wiping the blood from the kunai onto Mizuki's clothing. Then with a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he stored Mizuki's lifeless body into his dimensional space, his movements fluid and alarmingly proficient. The golden-haired youth swiftly cleaned the blood from the floor, washed his hands, and returned to his table to continue enjoying his instant noodles, as if he had merely dealt with a cockroach. Throughout the entire act of murder, Naruto remained unfazed, his heartbeat steady, for in his eyes, Mizuki was less than a mere chicken, a trivial existence in the world of Hokage. After finishing his instant noodles, Naruto casually tossed the empty cup into the trash bin and retrieved 20 brand new, razor-sharp kunai from his storage space, glimmering with a cold, icy sheen under the light. These kunai were specially customized high-grade versions, crafted from exquisite materials with exceptional workmanship, far surpassing the mundane offerings found in ordinary ninja tool shops. Next, he intended to inscribe the Flying Thunder God technique onto these exquisite kunai, thoroughly preparing for future battles and escapes. The essence of the Flying Thunder God technique is a unique chakra mark that can be affixed to the surface of any object, whether it be kunai, stones, trees, or even the bodies of living beings. All can serve as carriers for this technique. Once marked, the imprint remains eternally impervious to any means of erasure or destruction. Naruto had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to perfection. Inscribing the seals was a mere trifle for him, accomplished with ease and delight. The design of Naruto's Flying Thunder God seal was both simple and distinctive, resembling a miniature Tai Chi symbol, both aesthetically pleasing and highly functional. A careful inspection would reveal that tiny Tai Chi symbols were etched throughout his entire room, on the walls, the ceiling, the floor, and even the furniture, all serving as vessels for the Flying Thunder God technique. With these densely packed seals, Naruto could instantaneously teleport to any point within the room, establishing what could only be described as the ultimate home security system. In fact, not only within his home, but many corners of the entire Hidden Leaf Village discreetly concealed Naruto's Flying Thunder God seals. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Naruto had far more than just 3 hiding spots. Multi-shadow clone jutsu, Naruto silently chanted, without the need for hand seals. With explosive puffs of smoke, hundreds of identical blonde youths suddenly filled the room. 100 of you focus on practicing transformation jutsu. Naruto's commanding aura radiated, akin to a general directing a vast army. Another 100 practiced the substitution jutsu. His voice resonated with undeniable authority. The remaining 20 will inscribe the Flying Thunder God seals on the kunai. He issued his final command. The multi-shadow clone jutsu was an exceptional training tool, and Naruto intended to maximize its utility. Menial tasks could be left to the shadow clones, such as practicing ninjutsu and the time-consuming task of marking the Flying Thunder God seals. Among the 6 ninjutsu Naruto currently mastered, only the transformation jutsu remained at a novice level, necessitating urgent improvement and proficiency. He deemed it essential to elevate his skills in both transformation and substitution jutsu. Although transformation jutsu was straightforward, its applications were vast and varied. Intelligence gathering, infiltration, and deceiving foes rendered it of immense practical value. On the other hand, substitution jutsu was a crucial life-saving technique. capable of rescuing one in dire moments, and thus must be practiced to the level of muscle memory. As for the clone jutsu, with the existence of the superior multi-shadow clone version, the basic variant could be entirely dismissed, rendering further practice unnecessary. As night deepened and silence enveloped the world, the following morning, Naruto was jolted awake by the sharp ringing of his alarm clock, stretching lazily with bleary eyes. After silencing the alarm, the golden-haired youth lingered in the warm embrace of his blankets for several more minutes before reluctantly rising, rubbing his drowsy eyes. The shadow clones he had created the previous night had long since vanished, yet the experiences and memories they had accumulated were now fully transferred to Naruto's mind. After a night of intense training, his proficiency in the transformation technique and the body replacement technique had reached perfection. This meant that Naruto could now instantly unleash these two jutsu without forming hand seals, achieving unparalleled speed and efficacy. The 20 specially crafted kunai were all inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, ready to be summoned from his storage space at any moment. Naruto stored away the gleaming kunai and opened his personal attributes panel, preparing for his daily lottery draw. The first significant task upon awakening was not to brush his teeth or wash his face, but rather to engage in the thrill of a lottery draw. This was the true essence of a fortunate life. "System, grant me my lottery," Naruto silently urged, excitement shimmering in his eyes. Ding! The lottery is in progress. Lottery completed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 5 types of chakra nature transformation. A wave of warm energy surged into Naruto's mind, inundating him with a wealth of knowledge about the transformations of chakra nature. "Wow, this reward is absolutely amazing," he exclaimed, nearly leaping from his bed in astonishment. As he skimmed through the information in his mind, he found it brimming with detailed techniques, practical tips, and experiential insights regarding the 5 types of chakra nature transformations. Unbelievably thorough. The reward of mastering 5 chakra nature transformations was simply extraordinary. Naruto's heart soared with joy, his smile beaming uncontrollably. In the world of Naruto, the basic chakra nature transformations consisted of 5 elements: lightning, wind, water, fire, and earth. Most ninjas inherently excel in only one nature transformation. For instance, the Uchiha clan is predominantly skilled in fire release, making their fire techniques particularly formidable. Only those elite ninjas at the Jonin level, through years of relentless training, can master multiple chakra nature transformations. A prime example is the 3rd Hokage, renowned as the Professor of Ninjas, who had perfected all 5 chakra nature transformations, enabling him to wield thousands of different jutsu, an essential reason for his esteemed title. Previously, Naruto had only excelled in wind nature transformation, but now, through the lottery, he had achieved mastery of all 5 chakra nature transformations in one fell swoop. Moreover, this was not a mere ordinary mastery. It was a perfect mastery, fully integrated, reaching the pinnacle, and utterly flawless. Eagerly, he opened his attributes panel to inspect his latest data. The panel unfurled before him. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra attributes: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth. Wow, my chakra attributes have truly transformed into all 5. Naruto exclaimed, his joy radiating as sweet as honey. Mastering the 5 transformations of chakra signifies that he can now wield an array of ninjutsu across all 5 elemental attributes at will. Much like the 3rd Hokage, no longer confined to merely wind-based techniques. This is undoubtedly splendid news. However, there remains a minor predicament. Naruto lacks proficiency in ninjutsu of other attributes, possessing only the potential for 5 transformations without the means to execute the corresponding techniques, which is somewhat awkward. Ninjutsu resembles the martial arts manuals of wuxia novels, treasured by various ninja villages and clans as their most prized possessions, shrouded in secrecy and never to be divulged. Even within the confines of the Ninja Academy, students are limited to learning only the most fundamental techniques, with no one available to teach them advanced ninjutsu. To acquire more sophisticated techniques, one must rely on mentors, elders, or familial lineage. Yet, these instructors may not impart their complete mastery, often sharing only the surface-level knowledge. Consequently, Naruto does not harbor expectations of acquiring more ninjutsu from external sources and can only continue to hope for the system's lottery, yearning for the chance to draw more potent techniques in the future. After dismissing the attributes panel, Naruto quickly attended to his morning routine, consumed a modest breakfast, and eagerly ventured out. Today marks the significant day of class division at the Ninja Academy, and Naruto intends to witness the unfolding of intriguing events. As he has only recently arrived in the world of Hokage and finds everything here to be a source of novelty and curiosity. Upon reaching the school, he was met with a cacophony of excitement in the classroom, where students were animatedly discussing the forthcoming team allocations. Scanning the room, Naruto soon spotted Hinata seated quietly in a corner, her head bowed, her delicate face appearing especially sweet and endearing. Hinata seemed to be searching for something, occasionally glancing furtively towards the classroom door, her eyes brimming with anticipation and anxiety. The moment she saw Naruto enter, a delightful smile blossomed upon her face, her eyes sparkling with joy. Just then, Naruto happened to cast his gaze in her direction and offered her a friendly smile, causing her to blush deeply. Hastily lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers, the sight of her bashful demeanor utterly charming. Wow, this girl is incredibly adorable, Naruto mused inwardly, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He resolved to engage with her more. Such a reaction was sweeter than candy. Amidst the clamor, Irika-sensei finally entered the classroom, signaling for everyone to settle down before announcing the long-anticipated class assignments. As expected, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were placed in Team 7, precisely as Naruto had anticipated. He had mentally prepared for this outcome, displaying no surprise upon hearing it. In contrast, Sakura was quite displeased with the arrangement, incessantly complaining about being assigned to the same class as the underperforming Naruto. It was only when Sasuke coldly remarked, "You're annoying, be quiet," that Sakura, akin to a cat doused with cold water, obediently fell silent. In the ensuing moments, the instructors for each class began to arrive, leading their respective students out of the classroom. Soon, only 3 individuals from Class 7 remained in the classroom, as Kakashi, renowned for his habitual tardiness, had yet to make an appearance. Sakura began to voice her grievances once more, and even the usually composed Sasuke displayed signs of impatience. Naruto, too, felt a growing annoyance. Time was of the essence for him, and this meaningless waiting was tantamount to wasting his life. Fed up with the delay, he nonchalantly perched himself atop a desk, closed his eyes, and commenced the refinement of his chakra. Chakra, akin to the internal energy depicted in martial arts novels, necessitated daily practice for continual growth. Despite Naruto's unique constitution, which afforded him an abundant chakra reserve, he could not afford to neglect his training. Seeing Naruto's unexpected dedication to practice, a flicker of surprise crossed Sasuke's expression. The ordinarily mischievous underachiever was displaying such diligence. Was the sun rising in the west? Sasuke mused to himself. In his mind, Naruto had always been a troublesome prankster, a quintessential child, and today's earnestness was a stark deviation from his usual demeanor, leaving Sasuke feeling rather unsettled, even slightly irked. However, with Naruto embracing seriousness in his training, Sasuke was reluctant to be outdone and sought a quiet corner to begin refining his own chakra. "Hey, what are you two up to? Why the sudden commitment to training?" Sakura queried, her face clouded with confusion as she regarded the 2 boys, unable to comprehend their newfound diligence. In truth, Kakashi had already arrived at the school but chose to remain incognito, observing these 3 future students from the shadows. He intended to glean insights into their personalities, mental fortitude, and the dynamics among them. Kakashi was mildly taken aback to see Naruto and Sasuke synchronously enter a state of training. Was this golden-haired boy truly the teacher's child? He seemed markedly different from the descriptions provided in the intel. Could he be putting on an act? Kakashi contemplated quietly. After observing for a considerable duration, he noted that Naruto and Sasuke maintained their focus without a hint of distraction or pause. This level of concentration alone was enough to earn Kakashi's respect for the 2 youngsters. Typically, children of this age are known for their restlessness, struggling to maintain focus, an age often characterized by immaturity. Yet, these 2 managed to immerse themselves in chakra refinement for an extended period without faltering, a commendable feat indeed. In stark contrast, Sakura was unable to achieve such focus. She fidgeted restlessly, pacing the classroom and peering around. The disparity was evident. Recognizing that further observation was unnecessary, Kakashi revealed himself and led the trio to the training ground. They began with a simple introduction before proceeding to the infamous bell test. Upon learning that historically, few students had succeeded in Kakashi's challenges, Sakura's face drained of color, as though she had encountered a ghost. Even the typically self-assured Sasuke appeared somewhat anxious, for he had only just graduated from the ninja academy. The prospect of being sent back now would be a blow more painful than death itself. Since there are no objections, let us commence, Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, retrieving a copy of Intimate Paradise and engrossing himself in its pages, seemingly disregarding the presence of the three Genin. Sasuke-kun, what should we do? Sakura implored, her gaze fixed anxiously on her idol, her eyes brimming with trepidation. Let's go for it, Sasuke coldly uttered, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes as he swiftly extracted two sharp shuriken from his ninja pouch and hurled them with lightning speed. His technique in throwing shuriken was indeed exceptional. The two projectiles traced perfect arcs, spinning rapidly as they shot toward Kakashi's vital points. Simultaneously, Sasuke gripped a kunai in his right hand and lunged at Kakashi with the swiftness of a cheetah. Despite his remarkable physical prowess among his peers, facing the battle-hardened Kakashi felt akin to a child playing house. After a few exchanges, Sasuke was effortlessly sent sprawling to the ground by Kakashi's counter. Unwilling to concede defeat, Sasuke launched several more attacks, all of which ended in failure, never even grazing the hem of Kakashi's clothing. Damn it, Sasuke muttered under his breath, his eyes flickering with resentment and fury. Drawing a deep breath, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals, his movements fluid and practiced, a testament to countless hours of training. Naruto, having awaited this moment, seized the opportunity while all attention was riveted on Sasuke, discreetly activating his Sharingan in preparation to replicate Sasuke's jutsu. Having just acquired the ability to manipulate 5 types of chakra nature, Naruto was eager not to miss this prime opportunity for imitation. Though the fire style, Fireball Jutsu was merely a basic technique, its magnificent fiery orb effect was undeniably impressive. Who wouldn't want to unleash such a spectacle? Kakashi observed Sasuke's hand seals, his typically languid, deadpan eyes narrowing slightly. To master such a technique at such a young age? Truly a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. With Kakashi's keen perception, he could discern the jutsu Sasuke was about to unleash merely from the sequence of his hand seals. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Upon completing the final hand seal, Sasuke's chest swelled dramatically, and he unleashed a colossal fireball from his mouth. The blazing orb, measuring over 2 meters in diameter, emitted an intense heat and roared as it sliced through the air, hurtling toward Kakashi. My goodness, how incredible! Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. While the recent graduates from the Ninja Academy had only mastered the most basic techniques, such as the body flicker technique and rudimentary kunai throwing skills, the Fireball Jutsu, as a standard CH-Nin level technique, was theoretically an advanced skill that only a CH-Nin should possess. A freshly graduated Genin adeptly wielding advanced ninjutsu is akin to an elementary school student mastering trigonometric functions or calculus. It is utterly absurd. How could Sakura not be astonished? Truly, the heir of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi let out a rare exclamation of admiration, only to be engulfed by a colossal fireball, eliciting a shriek from Sakura. Good heavens! Could Kakashi-sensei truly have perished in the flames? Panic washed over Sakura, her face pale as she covered her mouth with trembling hands, her eyes brimming with fear. For heaven's sake, if AJ Nin could be so easily consumed by fire, his grave would have long since surpassed even the Hokage rock in height. Naruto, unfazed, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, his eyes sparkling with an understanding that pierced through all. Is that really true? Sakura gazed at Naruto with skepticism, her heart still laden with concern. As the fireball dissipated, only a charred fragment of wood remained on the ground, while Kakashi himself had vanished without a trace. A replacement technique. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply, his gaze sharpening as he swiftly scanned the surroundings for Kakashi's possible hiding spots. Watch your step, Naruto suddenly called out, urgency lacing his voice. Instinctively, Sasuke lowered his gaze to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the training ground's surface abruptly cracked open, and a pale hand emerged from the earth, firmly grasping Sasuke's left ankle. Earth release, heart-piercing technique. Despite Sasuke's swift reflexes, he was ultimately a beat too slow, as Kakashi yanked him into the ground, leaving only his head visible, resembling a sprouting humanoid radish. Sasuke-kun! Sakura cried out anxiously, her eyes filled with worry and compassion. Damn it! Sasuke cursed in frustration, struggling desperately to free himself, but the surrounding earth held him fast, rendering him immobile. Kakashi emerged quietly from the opposite side of the ground, His lazy eye fixed directly on Naruto. Can you see my movements? Naruto had just accurately warned Sasuke, clearly having seen through Kakashi's disguise and intentions. Chapter 3. What profound bonds could possibly exist? Is this not an unreasonable demand? Kakashi felt a profound astonishment. After all, Naruto was merely a freshly graduated Genin, yet he had managed to decipher the movements of a seasoned Genin. As an experienced ninja who had faced countless life and death battles during the Great Ninja War, Kakashi had mastered the art of substitution and the heart-piercing technique to an extraordinary degree. Against a novice Genin like Sasuke, a simple combination of substitution and the heart-piercing technique sufficed to easily subdue him. However, the fact that Naruto could see through his actions left Kakashi both surprised and somewhat incredulous. It's about right. Naruto cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke. Trapped in the earth, a slight smile gracing his lips. Kakashi-sensei, since you have already subdued Sasuke, it is now my turn to take the stage. Excitement gleamed in Naruto's eyes. Upon arriving in this extraordinary world, Naruto had yet to engage in a true battle. Thus, the opportunity to confront a master like Kakashi was indeed a coveted chance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto's hands began to form seals. Although his movements were not swift, every gesture was executed with impeccable precision and clarity. This particular seal caused Kakashi's heart to tremble, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. While Naruto's speed was not remarkable, he methodically completed each seal one after another, each one executed with extraordinary accuracy. Though slow, Kakashi observed intently, and even Sasuke and Sakura on the sidelines were entirely captivated. Wasn't he the seal for the great fireball technique? Could he possibly wield such a technique? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sasuke stared fixedly at Naruto's hands, disbelief flooding his expression. The great fireball technique was the hallmark of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke inwardly roared. I spent months practicing day and night to barely master this jutsu. There was no way this underachiever could do the same. Yet, in the next moment, Sasuke was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide as saucers. He watched as Naruto's chest swelled, just as he had moments ago, then suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a fireball of immense size that rivaled his own. The fireball, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat, surged towards Kakashi, distorting the air in its wake. Kakashi's lazy eye widened as he helplessly watched himself engulfed by the fireball, a hint of incredulity flickering in his gaze. It was one thing for Sasuke to wield the great fireball technique, given that it was the pride of the Uchiha clan, practiced from a young age. But what was happening with Naruto? How could he possibly master the great fireball technique? A tremendous explosion resonated, and as the fireball gradually dissipated, only a charred wooden post remained where Kakashi had once stood. Another substitution technique. Sakura and Sasuke disregarded the charred post, their attention fixed on Naruto. Disbelief etched across their faces. Naruto, Sakura's voice trembled with shock and confusion. Was this the same mischievous underachiever she had always known? If even Naruto, who had mastered such a high-level jutsu, could still be considered an underachiever, what did that make her, who struggled with even basic techniques? A mere waste compared to him? Naruto, when did you learn the great fireball technique? Who taught you? Sasuke's voice edged on hysteria, laden with incredulity. The great fireball technique was the pride of the Uchiha clan, his signature jutsu. How could Naruto possibly wield it? Kakashi appeared silently at a distance, his gaze fixed on Naruto, awaiting an explanation. I just learned it by watching Sasuke use it a moment ago. Is there a problem? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It was just a high-level jutsu, hardly worth mentioning, so why conceal it? Just now? Just a moment ago? Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura were momentarily stunned, disbelief written all over their faces. Naruto, are you implying that you observed Sasuke execute the great fireball technique and then immediately learned it? Kakashi's voice bore a hint of uncontainable astonishment. Indeed, that is precisely the situation. Naruto nodded, an innocent expression adorning his face. You speak nonsense. Sasuke erupted, his visage rife with anger and disbelief, his voice tinged with hysteria. The great fireball technique is a high-level ninjutsu that necessitates precise control over the flow and nature of chakra. How could one possibly master it after merely a single glance? This is utterly impossible. Fire seemed to blaze in Sasuke's eyes. It had taken him an immense amount of time and effort to barely grasp the essence of the great fireball technique. Judging by his own experience, Sasuke could not fathom that Naruto could learn it after just one viewing. It was nothing short of absurd. Believe it or not, the truth stands before you. Naruto shrugged, a nonchalant expression gracing his features. Kakashi-sensei, may we continue our duel? Excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Of course. Kakashi nodded, a hint of curiosity and anticipation in his gaze. Wonderful. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, his hands once again forming seals. Once more, he performed the seals for the great fireball technique, but this time, his speed was markedly quicker than before, his movements more fluid and natural. With a resounding boom, a powerful fireball shot forth, which Kakashi deftly evaded using the body replacement technique. Unfazed, Naruto continued to form seals. This time, his speed increased significantly, nearly doubling. Boom, boom, boom. Like a madman, Naruto incessantly formed seals, unleashing fireballs towards Kakashi as if they were of no consequence. Kakashi continually evaded with the body replacement technique, his surprise growing ever more profound. That fool. Sasuke watched Naruto's display, muttering curses under his breath, yet unable to conceal the astonishment and a hint of barely perceptible jealousy in his eyes. Dude, are you blind? Can't you see those fireballs are merely tickling him? The black-haired boy from the Uchiha clan could not help but roll his eyes, his tone rife with sarcasm and impatience. Of course I know they are ineffective, but that doesn't hinder my practice. The blonde retorted without a backward glance, his hands still tirelessly forming seals, another blazing fireball soaring into the sky. This guy knows it's futile, yet continues to waste chakra? Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? Sasuke's mind raged, his expression unmistakably conveying a sense of foolishness. The silver-haired Jonin lazily cast a glance at the irate Uchiha youth, speaking slowly. Sasuke, have you not noticed that Naruto's seal speed is consistently improving? Seal speed? The black-haired boy paused, his gaze swiftly locking onto Naruto's hands, and he was astonished to discover that the blonde's sealing speed had indeed increased significantly compared to the outset. Sasuke's intellect was undoubtedly sharp. He instantly realized that Naruto was seizing the opportunity to hone his proficiency with the great fireball technique, a method of practical training that was remarkably efficient. That rascal, even in the midst of an examination, is still dedicated to mastering his ninjutsu. The prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan felt a simmering frustration, yet a flicker of admiration danced in his eyes. At this moment, Sasuke's emotions swirled within him like a potpourri of flavors, a meringue of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty sensations intermingling. He could never have anticipated that Naruto, who often appeared clumsy, possessed such astonishing talent in ninjutsu, with merely a glance. He was able to replicate the techniques that Sasuke held dear as the pride of his family. What was even more unacceptable for Sasuke was the realization that this once woeful underdog had worked with an almost obsessive diligence, never neglecting his training even during critical moments like this. Such unwavering dedication was truly beyond reach. For the first time, Sasuke felt the vast chasm between himself and Naruto, a feeling of defeat akin to an invisible blade piercing deeply into his proud heart. Amidst the incessant explosions, Naruto's mastery of the great fireball technique visibly soared, swiftly reaching a commendable level of proficiency. The most evident manifestation of this was the increasing speed of his hand seals, flowing with an elegance akin to a graceful river. And the chakra consumed for each fireball was noticeably diminishing. This boy's talent was nothing short of astonishing. Having fully grasped the great fireball technique in such a short span of time, he undoubtedly lived up to being the child of his esteemed teacher. Kakashi maintained his lazy demeanor outwardly, yet internally he was astounded beyond measure. The name of Minato Namikaze resonated throughout Konoha, revered as an unequivocal genius both during his student days and as a ninja. Subsequently, he naturally ascended to the role of Hokage, perfectly validating his extraordinary gifts. To call him the greatest genius in Konoha's history would not be an exaggeration. Kakashi never imagined that Naruto had inherited his father's prodigious ninjutsu talent, prompting him to reflect on the undeniable truth that a tiger does not father a dog, and the power of genetics is indeed formidable. Naruto, can your chakra reserves withstand such reckless usage of ninjutsu? Kakashi inquired with a hint of concern, fearing that this overly passionate youth might exhaust himself. Don't worry, sensei. My chakra is as vast as the ocean. Casually unleashing 100 or so fireballs is no trouble at all. The blonde youth dismissed nonchalantly, all the while maintaining his swift hand seals, launching yet another searing fireball. 100 fireballs. Sasuke felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in disbelief. his expression akin to that of one who had seen a ghost. The Great Fireball technique was the only advanced ninjutsu Sasuke had mastered. And although he believed his chakra reserves were considerable, he could manage no more than 10 consecutive releases before succumbing to exhaustion. And yet, Naruto seemed to casually claim he could unleash 100 or so. Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Kakashi paused for a moment, then suddenly realized that Naruto's mother hailed from the illustrious Uzumaki clan. Would the Uzumaki clan ever lack in chakra? That would be as absurd as questioning whether a desert could lack sand. Their chakra reserves were indeed a terrifying quantity, measured in tons. Naruto, even if your chakra reserves are astonishing, you must not squander it so recklessly. Kakashi sighed languidly, though a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. Next, it was my turn to strike back. The silver-haired Jonin slowly lowered the affectionate paradise in his hand, his tone imbued with a hint of seriousness. Before his words could settle, Kakashi was once again engulfed by a massive fireball, compelled to employ the substitution technique to escape the peril. Kakashi's figure vanished in an instant. Just as Naruto was momentarily distracted, the ground beneath him suddenly shifted, and a pale hand, resembling a specter, emerged from the earth, grasping tightly at Naruto's right leg. The earth release, decapitation technique. This was precisely the skill Kakashi had just utilized to subdue Sasuke, who at that moment was still ensnared underground, with only his head exposed. Resembling a carrot on the verge of breaking through the soil. Naruto, be careful. The pink-haired girl instinctively screamed, her voice brimming with tension and concern. With a loud bang, a plume of white smoke rose, revealing that Kakashi had grasped not Naruto's leg, but rather a lifeless wooden post. A substitution technique? Kakashi suddenly emerged from the ground, gazing in astonishment at the piece of wood, clearly taken aback by Naruto's clever evasion of his ambush. A substitution technique? Sakura and Sasuke stared incredulously at the wooden post, their minds swirling with disbelief. Just moments ago, Sasuke had been unable to evade Kakashi's earth release, decapitation technique. Yet Naruto had effortlessly averted disaster with a substitution technique. This was nothing short of a revelation regarding their class rankings. Kakashi-sensei, don't think you're the only one adept at substitution techniques. The blonde youth grinned triumphantly, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Kakashi regarded his suddenly enlightened student with interest. Your execution of the substitution technique is remarkably skillful. I hadn't even noticed when you formed the seals. Of course, while the substitution technique may merely be a fundamental ninjutsu, it is undeniably a life-saving skill. Naruto proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest, his voice filled with self-satisfaction. Especially in moments of life and death, a flawlessly executed substitution technique can indeed save one's life. The blonde youth's tone conveyed his boundless admiration for this basic ninjutsu. This was truly Naruto's genuine sentiment, devoid of exaggeration. The core mechanism of the substitution technique lies in the ability to instantaneously switch places with surrounding objects at a critical moment, thereby deftly avoiding lethal attacks. In the world of Naruto, a high-level ninjutsu with a similar capability is Sasuke's unique Rinnegan technique, the Heavenly Hand Power. To think that a mere entry-level ninjutsu could possess effects comparable to a Rinnegan technique. What else can it be but a divine skill? It is undeniably one of the most underestimated abilities in the ninja realm. Recognizing the true value of the substitution technique at such a young age is indeed a rarity. Although Kakashi's expression beneath his mask was obscured, his tone resonated with rare admiration. Naruto, to what extent have you mastered the substitution technique? The silver-haired Jonin inquired with keen interest. To be honest, I have reached the level where I can instantaneously activate the substitution technique without the need for seals. Naruto candidly admitted, displaying no intent to conceal. It was merely a substitution technique. After all, there was no need for secrecy, as it was not some extraordinary secret art. No need for seals. Kakashi was utterly astonished, unable to maintain even his usual nonchalant demeanor. The body replacement technique, being one of the most fundamental skills in the shinobi world, is as essential as the daily rituals of brushing teeth and washing faces. Yet, amidst the vast expanse of the ninja realm, only a handful of masters have truly honed this basic technique to an extraordinary level, a rarity indeed. In contrast to these rudimentary skills, most ninjas are more inclined to delve into the advanced jutsu that boast spectacular displays and formidable power. The foundational techniques are akin to the arithmetic learned by elementary students, skills that everyone possesses but few explore in depth. How many high school or college students would willingly dedicate substantial time to unraveling the mysteries of addition and subtraction? It would certainly seem like an exercise in futility. Naruto's ability to master the most basic body replacement technique to the point of instantaneous execution without hand seals left everyone astounded. This dedication and innate talent were simply breathtaking. Sasuke and Sakura stared in disbelief, as if they had encountered some fantastical tale. Could the body replacement technique truly be practiced to such an extent that it could be unleashed without hand seals? This notion seemed utterly ludicrous. The two exchanged incredulous glances, their minds racing with disbelief. Naruto, let me witness firsthand if your body replacement technique can indeed be executed instantaneously without the need for hand seals. Kakashi, setting aside the tantalizing novel, adopted a remarkably serious expression, focusing all his attention on this test. With a swift motion, Kakashi drew a sharp shuriken and hurled it towards Naruto with blinding speed, simultaneously charging forward with a kunai in hand. His speed was akin to lightning, his assault as fierce as a tempest. The shuriken served as a long-range distraction, while the kunai aimed directly at Naruto's throat, a flawless combination. The blonde boy remained unperturbed by this ferocious onslaught, opting not to retaliate, but instead to continually employ the body replacement technique to evade. Each time, he skillfully swapped positions with nearby objects at the critical moment, effortlessly dodging Kakashi's relentless attacks. The greatest advantage of the body replacement technique lies in its instantaneous nature. Provided the user can perform the hand seals in a timely manner, they can swap places with surrounding objects in the blink of an eye, rendering them impervious to even the swiftest of opponents. The true limiting factor in the effectiveness of the body replacement technique is the hand sealing process. A common flaw among many jutsu. One must first complete the seals to activate the technique, and this process requires time. Even a minuscule delay can result in a fatal vulnerability in a duel between skilled adversaries. In this context, the speed of hand seals and technique execution becomes paramount, as demonstrated in Kakashi's confrontation with Zabuza, where both utilized the water release, great waterfall technique. Kakashi gained the upper hand due to his superior speed in performing the hand seals, successfully releasing his jutsu first. Now, Naruto's body replacement technique had evolved to a level where it could be activated without seals. Just a fleeting thought was sufficient for immediate execution. No matter how fierce Kakashi's assault, it could not surpass the speed of thought. After a relentless barrage, Kakashi found himself unable to touch even a single hair on Naruto, let alone graze his clothing. Such defensive prowess was nothing short of astonishing. Sasuke and Sakura, mere bystanders, stood utterly astonished, their minds rendered blank. Is this truly the Naruto we have come to know? A sense of absurdity enveloped them, as if they were ensnared within a surreal mirage. From the very first day at the Ninja Academy, Naruto's performance had been far from satisfactory, universally acknowledged as the epitome of mediocrity. His theoretical knowledge was a mess, his shadow clone technique clumsy, his kunai throwing skills abysmally poor, and his physical prowess could only be described as mediocre at best. Almost everyone regarded him with disdain, dismissing him entirely. Sakura often ridiculed him both openly and covertly, her gaze upon him akin to witnessing a farcical spectacle. Although Sasuke refrained from openly deriding Naruto, he secretly perceived him as a childish and boisterous fool, unworthy of his attention. Yet, the scene unfolding before them now resoundingly slapped everyone in the face. The impact so profound it could have spun them in circles. Especially for Sasuke, his emotions churned like a tempest, a tumult of shock, shame, envy, bitterness, and existential doubt crashing over him like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming him. How could Naruto possess such formidable strength? How had the chasm between them grown so vast? The prodigious youth of the Uchiha clan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, his eyes flickering with an indescribable blend of resentment and humiliation. He, the avenger burdened with the weight of his clan's massacre, should have been the strongest genius among his peers. How could he be bested by the once derided underachiever? With a deft application of the substitution technique, Naruto evaded yet another attack, prompting Kakashi to finally halt his onslaught, standing still as he regarded the golden-haired youth with newfound respect. After an intense exchange, Kakashi relinquished any thoughts of further aggression. Naruto, I am now utterly convinced of your words. The corners of the silver-haired Jonin's masked face curled into a faint smile, his tone imbued with genuine admiration. Your mastery of the substitution technique has far surpassed my own. I must concede my inferiority in this regard. Kakashi, shedding his customary nonchalance, granted Naruto a commendation of the highest order. With such an extraordinary command of this technique, your survival capabilities now rival those of an elite jonin. In Kakashi's eyes sparkled a glimmer of appreciation and anticipation. Thank you for your praise, sensei. The golden-haired youth shyly scratched his head, his face radiating sincere joy. To receive recognition from a renowned figure like Kakashi filled Naruto with immense delight, affirming that his arduous practice of the substitution technique was indeed on the right path. At the very least, his survival skills had undergone a remarkable transformation. Kakashi-sensei, shall we continue the testing? Naruto blinked his azure eyes, a hint of eagerness in his voice. The silver-haired jonin lazily waved his hand. Your performance has far exceeded my expectations. You have passed the test with flying colors. Kakashi's gaze then shifted to Sasuke, still trapped in the ground, and the trembling Sakura standing nearby. With his usual air of indifference, he remarked, as for the two of you, your performance is truly disappointing. I fear you may have to return to the Ninja Academy to revisit the fundamentals. Please, sensei, don't say that. The pink-haired girl's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice tinged with desperation. Although we may not be exceptional, we will certainly strive to improve. Please don't make us return to the academy for remedial classes. Sakura nearly fell to her knees in supplication. For a diligent student like her, being ordered back for re-education was akin to a death sentence. Though Sasuke remained silent in his plea, the flush on his cheeks and the flicker of humiliation and defiance in his eyes spoke volumes. Kakashi paused for a moment before turning his attention to Naruto, his tone laced with a hint of inquiry. Naruto, what is your perspective on this matter? Sensei, the true purpose of the bell test is simply to evaluate the spirit of teamwork and the bond among the three of us. The blonde youth shrugged in resignation, incisively pinpointing the crux of the issue. But consider this, is it reasonable? We have only just been assigned to a team today, strangers to one another. How deep could our bonds possibly be? Naruto's words were straightforward, yet struck at the heart of the test's vulnerability. Rather than entangling ourselves in such formality, why not allow us to pass the test with ease and undertake missions together, gradually fostering genuine teamwork? He suggested with a smile, his eyes sparkling with insight. Over time, bonds will naturally form, especially after enduring life and death trials, as such connections are the most steadfast and authentic. The maturity and perceptiveness in Naruto's words belied his age. We are all strangers. Where could any profound bond originate? Isn't that asking too much? It was akin to the tale of Lu, Guan, and Zhang swearing brotherhood in the Peach Garden. If they faced a life and death crisis on the very first day of their bond, could they truly stand together in the face of peril? It was simply impossible. Kakashi was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that Naruto would so astutely unveil the true intention behind the bell test. This seemingly simple exercise was fundamentally designed to assess the bonds and teamwork among teammates, guiding them to cherish one another and prioritize the collective over individual interests. If one were unaware of this hidden purpose, the likelihood of success was nearly non-existent, as human nature is inherently selfish, and few can truly embody selflessness. Yet, if the answer were known in advance, the entire test would lose its challenge, devolving into mere theatrics for the trio to easily pass. Clearly, Naruto had seen through it all, rendering the bell test a hollow endeavor, devoid of its original significance. Naruto, your insight is indeed remarkable. Kakashi gazed deeply at the young blonde before him, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. To be honest, the maturity and wisdom you exhibit are far beyond what one would expect from a 12-year-old. The silver-haired jonin's words carried a subtle note of skepticism. Kakashi-sensei, if from the moment you first drew breath, you were treated as a monster by everyone around you, enduring relentless bullying and ostracism day after day, year after year, I assure you, you would mature far beyond me. Naruto's voice suddenly grew low and somber, a flicker of unmasked pain gleaming in his eyes. Insults, exclusion, disdain, indifference, isolation, repeated ad infinitum. I guarantee you would grow more mature than I. The golden-haired youth's words bore a weight of wisdom that transcended his years, tinged with an inescapable sense of helplessness. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, fully aware of the hellish existence Naruto had endured over the years. Suffering hastens maturity. Yet if given a choice, who would not wish to be a carefree, ordinary child? Naruto shook his head, a hint of bitterness flashing in his eyes. All of this was forced upon him. There was simply no choice. The golden-haired youth's voice betrayed an unmistakable sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi ultimately consented to allow Sakura and Sasuke to pass the test. Chapter 4. One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Momochi Zabuza. The pink-haired girl sighed in relief, tears of joy streaming down her face, as if she had been reborn. Although Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor on the surface, he too secretly exhaled in relief. After all, no one wished to relive their student days. Thus, the day passed amidst tension and elation. After briefly outlining some important points, Kakashi announced the temporary dissolution of the team. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked home together, the gentle sunlight casting a golden halo over the youthful trio. Sakura chattered excitedly about the day's extraordinary experiences, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Notably, her attitude towards Naruto had undergone a complete transformation, becoming significantly friendlier, even tinged with admiration. Sasuke, however, trailed behind in silence, occasionally glancing at Naruto's back, his expression complex, lost in thought. Naruto, how did you train to become so powerful? The pink-haired girl could no longer contain her curiosity and asked point-blank. She simply could not fathom how someone once at the bottom could suddenly become so formidable, as if they had been swapped with another. Upon hearing this question, Sasuke, walking behind, immediately perked up, fully attentive. As a proud Uchiha, it was more painful for Sasuke to lower himself to seek advice from someone once deemed a failure than to face death itself. Yet, this did not deter him from secretly learning. After all, he was willing to absorb any method that could enhance his strength. Want to know my secret? The golden-haired youth winked mysteriously, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. Of course I do. Sakura nodded vigorously, her eyes alight with a thirst for knowledge. I can share the answer, but you must treat me to a delicious meal first. Naruto patted his rumbling stomach, a pitiful expression on his face. Having subsisted on instant noodles daily, his taste buds craved something flavorful. He longed for a delectable meal. The golden-haired boy lamented, his eyes reflecting a yearning for culinary delights. Inviting someone over is no big deal. Sakura replied cheerfully, showing no hesitation. Let us go to Ichiraku Ramen. Order whatever you like and eat until you're full. That should be fine, right? The pink-haired girl generously suggested, evidently from a well-off family, able to afford this modest expense. What a splendid idea. I've been craving Ichiraku Ramen for ages. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he eagerly accepted the proposal. The trio promptly made their way to Ichiraku Ramen, each ordering a bowl of noodles and gathering around to await their feast. While waiting, Naruto couldn't help but glance at the owner several times, secretly admiring the seemingly ordinary ramen chef who possessed an extraordinary aura, akin to a hidden master. The village of Konoha had endured countless wars, even being reduced to rubble during Pain's invasion. Yet this ramen chef consistently reopened his establishment after every calamity, as if he were immortal, truly deserving of the title Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Naruto, can you share your training secrets now? Sakura eagerly reminded him, worried that the blonde youth might forget his promise. Coming back to reality, Naruto grinned, training isn't mysterious at all. The first principle is to persistently refine your chakra. The importance of chakra is something I need not elaborate on. You all know it well. His tone carried a hint of pride. Of course I know that. Sakura nodded repeatedly, indicating her complete understanding. Although Sasuke remained silent, he attentively listened, not wanting to miss any crucial information. The second principle is to cultivate precise control over your chakra. Naruto held up 2 fingers, his expression turning serious. Chakra is like a chef's knife, a painter's brush, or a tailor's needle. The more precise your control, the easier it is to learn various ninjutsu. Wisdom sparkled in Naruto's eyes, especially when mastering intricate and advanced techniques. The demands for chakra control are exceedingly strict. Even the slightest deviation can lead to complete failure of the jutsu. His voice was laden with experience. Ah, I see. I've learned something valuable. Sakura nodded in admiration, though she felt somewhat bewildered, yet still found it profoundly reasonable. Sasuke furrowed his brow in contemplation and suddenly interjected, So, the reason you were able to learn my fireball technique after just one demonstration is that your chakra control is exceptionally powerful? Brilliant. Right on the mark. Naruto praised, giving a thumbs up, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. To be honest, my precision in chakra control is something even seasoned jonin would envy. His tone bore an unmistakable air of pride. Such boasting without reservation. Sakura rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical of such an exaggerated claim. Sasuke, however, did not comment on Naruto's words, but directed the conversation to the crux. So, how can one enhance their chakra control? There are two most effective methods: walking on water and climbing trees. Naruto generously shared his training secrets, exhibiting no inclination to withhold any knowledge. In life, one should not feign superiority in their youth. Such pretentiousness can bring joy. Living without a hint of arrogance is akin to being a mere fish out of water. Naruto relished the opportunity to showcase his abilities before others. What could be wrong with that? Water walking? Tree climbing? Sakura gazed at Naruto with skepticism, her voice imbued with uncertainty. Could such simplistic methods truly be effective? They sounded rather mundane. She couldn't help but question. Seeing is believing. With a confident smile, Naruto rose from his seat and strode outside the ramen shop. He approached a smooth, flat wall and, without hesitation, began ascending from the base, effortlessly making his way up the vertical surface until he reached the rooftop. The entire process appeared as fluid as flowing water, as if he were traversing a level pathway rather than a steep wall, showing no signs of exertion whatsoever. Sakura stared, her mouth agape in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing. Sasuke stood frozen, as though struck by lightning, his eyes wide with shock and incredulity. By evenly distributing chakra beneath his feet, one could effortlessly scale walls and walk on water. Naruto gracefully leaped back to the ground, returning to his seat with a triumphant smile. Thus, through the simple yet effective practices of tree climbing and water walking, one could significantly enhance chakra control, he concluded with unwavering confidence. Sakura and Sasuke nodded thoughtfully, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge and eager anticipation. Ramen is served. The proprietor approached, bearing steaming bowls of ramen, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing their senses. I'm diving in. Naruto eagerly accepted the ramen and began devouring it with gusto, a blissful expression illuminating his face. It must be said, Ichiraku ramen truly lives up to its reputation. The noodles were firm and chewy, the broth rich and flavorful, and the toppings fresh and abundant. Each bite was a delight. Naruto polished off 5 large bowls before reluctantly setting down his chopsticks, patting his belly contentedly under Sakura's sympathetic gaze. Each bowl cost 60 ryo. Consuming 5 amounted to a considerable sum of 300 ryo. After their feast, the trio bid farewell and made their way home. Upon returning, Naruto immediately unleashed 300 shadow clones, ready to embark on a new round of efficient training. 100 clones were to find a secluded spot to practice the Great Fireball technique, ensuring they remained distant from the village to avoid detection. Naruto surveyed the identical clones around him, his tone conveying an unmistakable command. Another 100 were to venture further to continue marking the Flying Thunder God technique. The more the merrier. A steadfast glint sparkled in the golden-haired youth's eyes. The remaining 100 clones were tasked with seeking out bandits to procure some money, for he was nearing a state of financial destitution. Naruto grimaced as he patted his nearly empty wallet, a pang of sorrow welling up within him. Understood, the original. 300 shadow clones responded in unison, promptly employing the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the room in an instant to execute their respective missions. On the very first night of Naruto's arrival in this world, he dispatched hundreds of shadow clones, marking an abundance of Flying Thunder God seals both within and beyond the village. Now, throughout the entirety of Konohagakure and extending for dozens of kilometers into the surrounding area, countless seals that Naruto had strategically placed awaited him, enabling instantaneous travel at any moment. Yet, for the ambitious Naruto, this was merely insufficient. He continued to send out shadow clones tirelessly, marking even more seals for the Flying Thunder God technique. His ultimate aspiration was to blanket the entire ninja world with these seals within 3 years, thereby allowing him unrestricted freedom to traverse any corner of the shinobi realm at will. As he observed his shadow clones disappearing one by one, Naruto stretched contentedly, performed a brief cleansing ritual, and then comfortably reclined on his bed. Finally, he could relax after a taxing day. The golden-haired youth exhaled deeply, preparing to refine some chakra before peacefully drifting into slumber when suddenly, he felt a wave of heat coursing through his body. Naruto recognized this as a signal that the Nine-Tails wished to engage him in conversation once more. This old fox, eager for a chat, he thought, shaking his head in resignation, yet unable to suppress a smile. With his eyes closed, Naruto's consciousness swiftly plunged into the depths of his mind, arriving at the dark, damp sewer that housed the seal of the Nine Tails. Within that enormous cage, the Nine Tails lay quietly, its demeanor tranquil, a stark contrast to the ferocity it had displayed upon their first encounter. "Kurama, do you need something?" Naruto asked casually, sitting cross-legged on the surface of the water with a relaxed expression. The water here was merely a construct of the mental realm, not real, so he felt no concern about getting wet. "Old man, can't I just have a casual chat with you?" The Nine Tails huffed in discontent, its tone carrying a hint of petulance. "While you frolic freely outside, I'm trapped in this dark, dismal place, unable to even move. How about we switch places for a while?" The Nine Tails' words sounded akin to a child seeking affection from a parent or the playful banter between lovers, devoid of the fearsome authority typically associated with the legendary fox. This great fox, at heart, was rather akin to an adorable spirit. Naruto chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious facade, responding, "Shall I open the seal and let you out for some fresh air?" This was, of course, merely a polite remark. Naruto had no intention of truly releasing the Nine Tails. Moreover, should he attempt to break the seal, Kushina and Minato would undoubtedly intervene immediately. Just having crossed over, Naruto was still uncertain about how to confront his biological parents, preferring to delay that encounter. The Nine Tails' eyes instantly gleamed with interest at this suggestion, but then dimmed as it shook its head. Never mind. Opening the seal would cause too much commotion and attract unnecessary trouble. The Nine Tails had summoned Naruto simply to find someone to converse with, harboring no ulterior motives. Since the moment the Nine Tails became convinced that Naruto was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths, its fervent desire to escape had significantly diminished. Now, it willingly chose to remain within Naruto's body, accompanying him day and night, witnessing his growth. Such days brought the Nine Tails a sense of fulfillment and contentment. Escape? To be honest, the Nine Tails found itself at a loss as to where it would go or what it would do. This is the wondrous nature of a change in mindset. With a positive outlook, one can find joy akin to paradise, even in the most hellish of circumstances. "Very well. Whenever you truly wish to leave, just let me know, and I shall find a way to release the seal." Naruto, going with the flow, readily agreed. Taking advantage of the situation, Naruto surmised that the Nine Tails sought his company primarily for conversation. Having been separated from the Sage of Six Paths for far too long, it had accumulated millennia of emotions and longings that required an outlet. Thus, they engaged in a heartfelt dialogue, starting from the moment of the Nine Tails' birth and extending to the passing of the Sage of Six Paths. They discussed legendary tales from ancient times and the tumultuous changes of the modern ninja world. In terms of experience and knowledge, the Nine Tails far surpassed Naruto, having lived for over 1,000 years and witnessed countless historical transformations. Consequently, most of the time, it was the Nine Tails who spoke eloquently, while Naruto remained a focused listener. After an extensive conversation, Naruto realized that the Nine Tails was, at its core, an undeniable chatterbox. Once it began to speak, it was as if a perpetual motion machine had been set in motion. Naruto found no annoyance in this, instead quietly accompanying the Nine Tails and attentively listening to its confessions. The Nine Tails had endured profound solitude for far too long, suppressing its emotions, leaving its spirit battered and bruised. As for Naruto, though he had embarked on a new life as a traveler, his heart, too, was not devoid of loneliness. The two solitary souls found solace in each other's company, providing comfort until Naruto's consciousness gradually faded, bringing their lengthy conversation to a reluctant close. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Naruto awoke from his slumber, a torrent of new memories flooding his mind. These were the experiences and gains of his shadow clones from the previous night. Through their efforts, the great fireball technique had been refined to perfection, allowing him to unleash it freely without the need for hand seals. Moreover, the shadow clones returned with a substantial fortune, approximately 5 million ryo, a considerable sum equivalent to the reward for a high-level mission. Only someone like Naruto, with an exceptionally abundant chakra, would dare to dispatch 100 shadow clones for a heist. A typical ninja would never be so extravagant. Even the renowned gambler Tsunade had to rely on gambling, despite her constant losses, and labor to sustain herself. With this 5 million ryo, Naruto could at least ensure he enjoyed a bowl of delicious ramen daily for a while, and also craft some high-quality shuriken. The golden-haired youth let out a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although the profession of a ninja offers swift financial gains, it equally demands substantial expenditures for sustenance, weaponry, medical needs, and communication. Naruto, a fledgling in this realm, finds himself rather impoverished. Engaging in theft indeed appears to be the quickest route to prosperity, and it seems he may indulge in such endeavors more frequently in the future. With great care, Naruto stowed away the 5 million ryo into his storage space, stretching contentedly afterward. Next, the golden-haired youth embarked on his daily ritual of drawing lottery prizes. This lottery segment, the first task he undertakes upon rising each day, is also the moment he eagerly anticipates, as the thrill it evokes is simply irresistible. Ding! A successful lottery draw. Congratulations on receiving the second Hokage's water release gift pack. The system's notification echoed in his mind. What is this? Naruto momentarily found himself at a loss. Frozen in place. It wasn't he until a torrent of information regarding water release techniques surged into his consciousness, nearly overwhelming his mind, that he regained his bearings. No way. The second Hokage's water release gift pack. The golden-haired youth leaped from his bed, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, while serving as Hokage, harbored a profound wariness of the Uchiha clan's fire release techniques, leading him to diligently develop numerous water release techniques to counteract them. His unparalleled mastery of water release is among the finest in the ninja world, a true pinnacle of skill. For this reason, he has been humorously dubbed the man closest to the sea god, and his water release techniques are even jestingly referred to as sea release. The water release techniques of the second Hokage are undoubtedly coveted by countless ninjas within the ninja realm, and to have been bestowed upon Naruto in such a fortuitous manner is nothing short of miraculous. The golden-haired youth eagerly opened his attributes panel, unable to contain his excitement as he examined the specifics of the water release gift pack he had just acquired. "Haha, I've struck it rich this time," Naruto exclaimed, gleefully slapping his thigh, his eyes alight with joy. The second Hokage's water release gift pack comprises 12 formidable water release techniques, namely, water release, water barrier, water release, water surge, water release, water dragon ball, water release, water wave, water release, heavenly cry, water release, wave riding strike, water release, water trumpet technique, water release, water blade slash, water release, water barrage, water release, water dragon bite exploding, and water release, great exploding water wave. Each of these 12 water release techniques represents the second Hokage's most adept and lethal signature skills. Most exhilaratingly, since the system directly instilled this knowledge, Naruto's proficiency with each technique has reached a perfect level. No hand seals are required. Merely a thought allows him to unleash them at will. Akin to the legendary ninja god, Hashirama Senju, who can conjure whatever he desires with a mere clap of his hands. This luck is simply off the charts. As Naruto perused the detailed information of these 12 water release techniques, he was nearly overwhelmed with elation. Within his combat framework, he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique for escape, the Rasengan for close-quarters combat, and the Shadow Clone technique as support. His only shortcoming lies in the absence of powerful long-range offensive ninjutsu. This time, the system seemed to intuitively understand his needs as slumber approached. It provided him with a pillow, offering him 12 exceptional water release jutsu that instantly compensated for his shortcomings, rendering his combat system far more complete. The water release, water barrier technique created a high-speed rotating wall of water, forming a flawless defense with no blind spots, akin to a mobile fortress. The excitement in Naruto's eyes sparkled with joy as he beheld this marvel. The water release, water surge summoned a colossal torrent of spiraling water, crashing down upon his foes like a waterfall, its power undeniably explosive. The golden-haired youth could not restrain his admiration. Water release, water dragon bullet? It seemed to be Zabuza's signature move, conjuring a formidable water dragon to assault enemies, both powerful and striking. Naruto's exhilaration mounted, and he yearned to find a place to test the might of these jutsu without delay. Each of these 12 techniques was a masterpiece. He was utterly captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. Alas, he lamented the absence of the second Hokage's ultimate technique, the dam who fixes the dam. Yet, he was soon overwhelmed by sheer delight. After spending over half an hour meticulously studying the details of the 12 water release techniques, Naruto reluctantly closed the attribute panel, still yearning for more. At this moment, His hands itched with anticipation. He could hardly wait to find a location to experiment with these formidable jutsu. However, he had tasks to attend to that day. As a legitimate ninja, Naruto knew he must fulfill his duties. Perhaps he could send a shadow clone to undertake the missions, as they were merely trivial tasks like weeding, searching for lost cats, or digging sweet potatoes. The golden-haired boy scoffed at such lowly assignments, finding them utterly unchallenging and a complete waste of time. Shaking his head, he resolved to let a shadow clone take over. With a puff of smoke, a perfect replica of Naruto appeared beside him. "You will execute today's tasks for me," he commanded the shadow clone. "Understood, leave it to me." The clone saluted dramatically before turning to exit. Naruto quickly freshened up, employing transformation jutsu to alter his appearance before stealthily slipping out of his home. He first sought out a quaint little restaurant in the village, indulging in a delightful meal, and then utilized the flying thunder god technique to instantly arrive at a desolate wilderness far from the village. For the next 3 days, Naruto remained in this barren expanse, wholly absorbed in practicing these 12 potent water release techniques. Moreover, he continuously created numerous shadow clones to engage in simulated battles, bombarding each other with jutsu to familiarize himself with their practical application in combat. Naruto understood well that theoretical knowledge and practical application were worlds apart. Merely grasping the principles of jutsu was far from sufficient. Only through repeated practice in genuine battle conditions could one truly master the essence of a technique. Thus, he took full advantage of the shadow clone's capabilities, engaging in high-intensity combat, training with himself to swiftly acclimate to the battlefield applications of these water release techniques. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of intense training, Naruto had thoroughly mastered the application techniques of the 12 water release jutsu of the second Hokage in practical combat. The efficiency of this training was astonishing, but it was hardly surprising considering that hundreds of shadow clones were engaged in simultaneous combat practice, undeterred by casualties or fatigue, rendering low efficiency nearly impossible. Despite returning home each night utterly exhausted, he would awaken the next day revitalized and full of vigor. It must be said that when it comes to recovery ability and vitality, the Uzumaki clan indeed stands as the pinnacle of the ninja world, akin to a human perpetual motion machine. On that particular morning, Naruto, as was his custom, dispatched a shadow clone to undertake his daily tasks. He intended to remain at home, quietly refining his chakra to accumulate strength for future battles. However, shortly after the shadow clone departed, it unexpectedly dispelled itself. The memories carried by the clone surged back in an instant, revealing to Naruto that Team 7 had received a mission to protect Tazuna and was about to head to the Land of Waves. Naruto had anticipated that Tazuna would soon arrive in Konohagakure seeking protection. Thus, he had previously instructed the shadow clone to dispel itself and relay the information if tasked with protecting Tazuna. This was the reason for the clone's sudden disappearance. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the golden-haired youth's eyes as he sprang from his bed. It was the perfect opportunity to venture outside the village, to unwind and refresh his spirit. Being cooped up in the village all day was indeed rather tedious. Naruto quickly gathered his belongings, stretching his limbs as an expectant smile graced his face. Without a moment's hesitation, the golden-haired youth activated the flying thunder god technique, instantly transporting himself to the restroom of the Hokage building. The shadow clone had utilized the opportunity of a brief bathroom break to dispel itself, passing the mission details back to the original. Emerging from the restroom, Naruto promptly reunited with Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, and the elderly bridge builder from the Land of Waves, Tazuna. Together, they set forth in a spirited procession from Konohagakure. Beyond the village lay a vibrant expanse of lush forest. A wide dirt path cleaved through the greenery, winding its way into the distance, disappearing into the depths of the woods. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly upon everyone, casting a warm glow that lifted spirits. Towering, verdant trees lined the road, their branches thick with foliage, teeming with life, while the air was imbued with the refreshing scent of nature. As it was Sakura's first mission outside the village, she appeared particularly exhilarated, chattering incessantly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sasuke, on the other hand, maintained his usual aloof demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, his expression stern, yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that his mood was somewhat brighter than usual. Naruto's spirits were equally high as he leisurely strolled forward, relishing the beautiful scenery along the roadside, a content smile adorning his face. The natural environment of the Hokage world was indeed intoxicating. Dense forests, azure skies, and fresh air, entirely devoid of industrial pollution, resembling a paradise on earth. As the group ambled along, they soon encountered the first wave of adversaries, the Ghost Brothers. The formidable brothers unleashed their fury with merciless precision, ensnaring Kakashi in a chain studded with vicious spikes, reducing him to mere fragments, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome spectacle. Sakura and Tezuno were rendered paralyzed by the sudden brutality, their faces as pale as parchment, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Kakashi-sensei has been slain? The pink-haired girl's voice quivered, her body swaying precariously, on the brink of collapse. The first one has been dispatched. One of the sinister brothers let out a chilling growl, his icy gaze fixating on Naruto. You, little brat, shall be the second. No sooner had the words left his lips than a sharp chain hurtled towards Naruto's vitals. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed, a dismissive smile gracing his lips. Two pathetic weaklings, barely worth considering, dare to act so arrogantly? How laughable. As he spoke, the golden-haired youth's chest swelled, and he unleashed a colossal fireball, charging towards the oncoming chain. Is that the great fireball technique? The demon brothers gasped in astonishment, their expressions turning pale. Unfortunately, they were suspended mid-air, hurtling forward at great speed, leaving them no time to alter their trajectory. The proximity rendered evasion impossible. They could only watch helplessly as the searing fireball drew nearer. With a thunderous explosion, the great fireball engulfed the brothers, followed by their piercing screams as they were propelled away like kites severed from their strings. Onlookers turned to see the brothers, their clothing, hair, and eyebrows reduced to ashes. Their skin was nearly entirely charred, transforming the once fearsome ninjas into grotesque, blackened mummies, a sight too pitiful to behold. Though not instantly slain, they had lost all combat capability, lying on the ground and emitting faint, pitiful moans of agony. Incredible! Sakura exclaimed, utterly astonished by Naruto's display. Tezuna's eyes flickered with disbelief, his prior notions thoroughly overturned. He had previously underestimated Naruto, perceiving him as the smallest and weakest, and thus deemed him unreliable. Now, he recognized the absurdity of his prejudice. This was no mere child, but a walking weapon of immense power. Sasuke, however, focused on a different aspect. Naruto, when you performed the great fireball technique just now, why did you not form any hand seals? Since parting ways with Naruto that fateful night, Sasuke had diligently practiced the tree climbing and water walking techniques as instructed. After 3 days of rigorous training, his control over chakra had significantly improved, evidenced by his faster execution of the great fireball technique and a slight reduction in chakra consumption. Elated by his progress, he felt he was one step closer to his goal of vengeance. Yet, the fact that Naruto had unleashed the great fireball technique without forming any seals left Sasuke incredulous, shattering his understanding of the art. To release the great fireball technique without hand seals, it was nothing short of fantastical. This is because I have mastered the great fireball technique to the extent that I can unleash it without the need for hand seals. Naruto replied calmly, a hint of pride subtly woven into his voice. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sasuke vehemently shook his head in denial, his eyes brimming with incredulity. The great fireball technique requires 6 hand seals. Even if you possess extraordinary talent, there is no way you could simplify it to the point of executing it without seals. The voice of the Uchiha boy was filled with resolute denial. Ninjutsu necessitates hand seals for activation, a fundamental principle that all ninjas must adhere to, particularly for orthodox techniques like the Great Fireball. Throughout his life, Sasuke had never heard of any ninjutsu being practiced to the point of eliminating the need for hand seals, as it fundamentally contradicts the principles of ninjutsu. That's because I have a cheat, you fool. Naruto silently scoffed in his mind, maintaining a composed exterior as he once again performed the great fireball technique, proving that he indeed required no hand seals. Now do you see? I truly did not use hand seals. The blonde youth spread his arms wide, wearing an innocent expression that conveyed, I am not deceiving you. Sasuke opened his mouth, intending to retort, only to find himself at a loss for words, begrudgingly closing his mouth, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. In truth, it was not just Sasuke. Kakashi, who had been observing from the shadows, was utterly astonished by this scene, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. As a well-informed elite Genin, Kakashi was aware that certain unique ninjutsu fall into the category of non-hand seal techniques, which can indeed be executed without seals. The most typical example being the Rasengan, created by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Yet the Great Fireball technique is undeniably a quintessential hand seal ninjutsu, even with mastery. One cannot entirely bypass the sealing process, can they? Naruto, how on earth have you accomplished this? Kakashi materialized, unable to restrain his curiosity and inquiry. His eyes brimming with intrigue. I just naturally achieved it while practicing. The blond youth blinked his innocent large eyes, wearing an expression of certainty. Kakashi was left speechless, his confusion deepening. The ambush by the demon brothers, though merely a trivial interlude, served as a mirror, exposing the truth that Dazna had long concealed under the harsh light of day. As a seasoned elite Genin, Kakashi keenly sensed the aura of danger. A flicker of subtle vigilance passed through his languid, deadpan eyes as he realized that this mission was far from the simplicity Dazna had initially portrayed. Under Kakashi's relentless questioning, the elderly bridge builder finally unveiled the long-hidden truth, his aged visage etched with guilt and resignation. What appeared to be an unremarkable escort mission was, in fact, fraught with peril, its level of danger comparable to that of an S-rank mission, perhaps even exceeding it. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl immediately suggested halting the mission. Her emerald eyes shimmering with palpable fear, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. We only receive the payment for a C-rank mission. There is no need to risk our lives for an S-rank task, is there? The dark-haired Uchiha youth fell into a contemplative silence, his thoughts ensnared by Naruto's extraordinary technique of the fireball jutsu without hand seals, leaving him utterly oblivious to the evolving nature of their mission. Naruto, what is your perspective on this situation? Kakashi inquired, directing his gaze toward the golden-haired boy, his tone laced with a hint of probing curiosity. Having reached this juncture, why look back? Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, a careless smile gracing his lips, as if the risks before him were inconsequential. Let us just swing by the land of waves as a way to unwind. Consider it a little holiday. The young man's tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing the menu for tomorrow's lunch, rather than a mission fraught with potential peril. Of course, Naruto's intentions were far from leisurely. His true objective lay in the vast fortune of the billionaire Kato, a treasure that rivaled the national treasury itself. As one of the world's few billionaires, Kato not only publicly ran an enormous shipping empire, but also clandestinely engaged in various illicit activities, encompassing everything from drugs to weaponry. It was well known that such figures who straddled both light and dark realms were often immensely wealthy. If Naruto could pilfer even a small portion of Kato's riches, he believed he would never have to worry about finances again. As a ninja, even the mightiest needed financial backing. For shinobi tools and daily expenses do not simply materialize from thin air. Travel? Are you serious? Sakura interjected, rolling her eyes in disbelief, her voice thick with incredulity. Naruto, have you forgotten that Kato is a world-renowned tycoon? He could effortlessly hire a small army to deal with us. The pink-haired girl's tone was rife with unease and trepidation. Who knows what monstrous-level ninjas he might summon? We have no need to take such risks. Fear was evident in Sakura's eyes. What is there to fear? With Kakashi-sensei, the elite Genin of Konoha, by our side, what does Kato amount to? Naruto grinned widely, his azure eyes sparkling with confidence. It's settled then, we will proceed with the mission. Kakashi decisively confirmed, seemingly unwavering in his trust of Naruto's judgment. Frustrated yet powerless, Sakura bit her lip, acutely aware that as the weakest link in their team, she had little say in the matter. Thus, Team 7 continued their journey to the land of waves, oblivious to the unknown challenges that awaited them. After half a day of arduous travel, they finally arrived in the mist-shrouded land of waves, where the air was thick with dampness, hinting at impending rain. However, the true peril did not originate from the heavens, but rather lay concealed within the dense fog. A sudden, piercing sound sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of a massive executioner's blade that traced a terrifying arc through the atmosphere. Instinctively, the group ducked as the enormous sword, akin to a dragon-slaying weapon, whistled perilously close overhead. Had they been a moment late, they would have surely been cleaved in two. The momentum of the executioner's blade did not wane. Embedding itself into a colossal tree by the roadside, its blade quivering slightly, emitting an eerie, bone-chilling hum. A figure descended from the heavens like a specter, landing gracefully upon the hilt of a colossal executioner's blade, surveying the crowd below with an air of superiority, as if appraising a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi instantly tensed every muscle in his body, an unprecedented vigilance flickering in his typically languid, dead fish eyes. The notorious name of the demon of the Mist Village commanded respect, even from a battle-hardened warrior like Kakashi, who dared not underestimate him. Oh, is that not the illustrious copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha? Zabuza sneered from his elevated position, his voice laced with disdain and mockery. Of course I am aware of you. In my days with the Umbu of the Mist, your dossier was classified as a high-level threat, carried with us in the ninja handbook. The man upon the blade spoke with a hint of reluctant admiration. Zabuza sported a mane of disheveled black hair, his lower face and neck swathed in white bandages, revealing only a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent. Those eyes were cold and cruel, reminiscent of the gaze of a reaper from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of malice so palpable it felt suffocating. Sakura and Tazuna felt the overwhelming pressure of his murderous energy, their legs trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Although Sasuke appeared the most composed among them, the cold sweat beading on his forehead and the slight tremor in his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. What an intimidating aura. The oppressive atmosphere was nearly suffocating. The dark-haired youth gripped his kunai tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, every muscle in his body coiled to its limit. He felt as though every movement he made was under scrutiny, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Fear and unease flickered in Sasuke's eyes, yet they burned with an indomitable spirit. Naruto too sensed the tangible, chilling malice radiating from Zabuza, a stark contrast to the foes he had previously faced. One was a mere street thug, the other a professional assassin, entirely different in caliber. Yet, the blonde youth displayed no trace of fear. Instead, excitement ignited in his cerulean eyes, as though he had finally encountered a worthy adversary. You three, fall back and form a defensive formation in the shape of to ensure Mr. Tazuna's safety, Kakashi commanded, his hand pressing against his forehead protector, a seriousness in his expression never before seen. Kakashi-sensei, who is this terrifying individual? Sakura's voice quivered with anxiety and fear, reminiscent of a startled fawn. He is Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, also known as the Demon, and the second wielder of the executioner's blade. Kakashi's tone was grave and low, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Zabuza, wary of missing any subtle movements. He is not only a master of water release techniques, but also an expert in assassination arts. His silent killing technique is feared throughout the ninja world. The words of the silver-haired Jonin dripped with profound trepidation. He later defected after a failed assassination attempt on the 4th Mizukage, becoming a rogue ninja of high notoriety, living off assassination contracts. Kakashi succinctly elaborated, his voice imbued with caution. The demon? The pallor of the pink-haired girl's face turned ashen, a testament to the ferocity of her adversary. Kakashi, since you are aware of my infamous reputation, why not obediently hand over that troublesome old man? The eyes of Zabuza gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, his voice laced with a chilling intent to kill. I could grant you a reprieve, sparing your lives, but do not blame me if my executioner's blade thirsts for blood. The tone of the demon conveyed an unwavering confidence in his impending triumph. I'm afraid I cannot comply. Mr. Tazuna is my employer, and I bear the solemn responsibility of ensuring his safety. There is no way I will surrender him to you. Kakashi's voice remained resolute and composed, devoid of any signs of wavering. Then perish. Zabuza's furious roar erupted like thunder, propelling him forward like a released arrow, thus commencing an earth-shattering battle. After a fierce exchange, the seasoned Kakashi found himself ensnared by Zabuza's peculiar water techniques, trapped in an impregnable water prison, akin to a beast caged within its confines. Utterly immobilized. Kakashi, just wait there. Once I eliminate those Navi little brats of yours, I shall deal with you thoroughly, Zabuza coldly decreed, simultaneously dispatching a water clone toward Naruto and his companions, while his original form continued to maintain the water prison ensnaring Kakashi. Chapter 5. Sasuke, how vast is the chasm between Naruto and me? A band of unseasoned children, scarcely out of their infancy, dares to call themselves ninjas? Such an affront to this sacred profession. The water clone of Zabuza approached the trio with deliberate, measured strides, his eyes glimmering with disdain and mockery. You are not worthy of the title of ninja. The voice of the water clone dripped with scorn, as though observing a swarm of audacious ants. True ninjas are those who tread the perilous edge of life and death, capable of securing a place on my kill list. Zabuza's tone was steeped in contempt for the weak. You, fresh from preschool, are not even fit to carry my shoes. The clone's eyes sparkled with a contemptuous chill. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you three must swiftly escort Mr. Tazuna to safety. Kakashi, ensnared in the water prison, shouted urgently, his voice rife with concern and anxiety. You are no match for Zabuza. Flee at once. The silver-haired shinobi's voice bore a profound sense of helplessness and worry. Flee. Do you believe they can escape? Zabuza's spine-chilling laughter echoed, reverberating through the thick fog, as if emanating from all directions. Kakashi, oh Kakashi, do not delude yourself. No one escapes from me, the demon Zabuza, especially not a few ignorant little mice. His brazen declarations resonated like a death sentence amidst the mist. Before anyone could react, Zabuza's figure materialized before Naruto like a specter, his foot raised high, aimed directly at the golden-haired youth's chin. Against a novice like Naruto, Zabuza couldn't even be bothered to wield his executioner's blade, lest he tarnish his beloved weapon. However, just as his foot was about to touch Naruto, the golden-haired youth's body suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke, leaving behind a lifeless wooden stump. A substitution technique? A flicker of undeniable astonishment crossed Zabuza's eyes. He had not anticipated that a newly graduated genin could evade his assault. Trapped in the water prison, Kakashi exhaled in relief upon witnessing this scene, genuinely fearing that Naruto might meet his end at Zabuza's hand. Hey Zabuza! A clear, youthful voice echoed through the dense mist, laced with a hint of mockery and provocation. The demon turned towards the sound, only to find the golden-haired boy had inexplicably appeared nearby, gazing at him with an air of nonchalance, a smile that could ignite fury gracing his lips. Let me offer you a piece of advice. Remember this. Naruto stretched languidly, the sound of his neck cracking resonating in the air. Those standing halfway up the mountain should never underestimate those who have just begun their ascent. The boy's azure eyes sparkled with confidence, his tone dripping with challenge. In terms of strength, the only advantage you possess over us is your age. Apart from that, you fall short in every aspect. Naruto's words were imbued with a hubristic confidence that left one astounded. Oh, Zabuza raised an eyebrow slightly, a flicker of interest dancing in his eyes. An intriguing little brat. Do you truly believe that your meager skills will allow you to survive in my presence? The demon's voice carried a subtle hint of appreciation. Survive? The golden-haired youth let out a derisive laugh, his expression replete with disdain. Zabuza, being from the hidden mist village, you should be well-versed in water-style ninjutsu, correct? Naruto's eyes narrowed into slits, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. And so what if I am? Zabuza replied indifferently, unsure of what this boy was attempting to convey. Recently, I happened to learn a few water-style techniques and was just looking for an expert to offer some guidance. In an instant, Naruto's hands flew into a series of rapid seals, the speed of his movements astonishing, almost creating an afterimage. Zabuza's pupils constricted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Water-style, water dragon jutsu, Naruto exclaimed, his voice brimming with undeniable power. As he called out, a massive dragon formed from pure water surged skyward from the ground. Coiling behind Naruto, its icy gaze surveying Zabuza as if appraising a mortal about to meet their demise. Water dragon. Zabuza was taken aback, nearly biting his own tongue in disbelief. His eyes reflected utter incredulity. What kind of international joke was this? How could a mere boy, freshly graduated from the ninja academy, possibly master such advanced water-style ninjutsu? It was inconceivable. The demon's mind was tumultuous with disbelief. Trapped in the water prison, Kakashi, along with Sasuke and Sakura, standing behind Naruto, were equally stunned, their expressions mirroring that of someone who had seen a ghost. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The pink-haired girl covered her mouth, her voice quavering uncontrollably, filled with shock and disbelief. Water-style ninjutsu? When did Naruto learn water-style ninjutsu? The Uchiha boy's gaze flickered with complex emotions, staring incredulously at the imposing water dragon. They had been in close proximity to Naruto day and night, yet they had never witnessed the golden-haired youth practicing any water-style ninjutsu, let alone such an enigmatic and advanced technique. Sasuke's heart was brimming with confusion and astonishment. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. However, The most astounded of all was Kakashi, trapped within the watery prison. The water dragon bullet technique was indeed a standard advanced ninjutsu, one that even some ordinary Genin might struggle to master. How could Naruto, a newly graduated Genin, wield it with such finesse? Kakashi found himself perplexed, pondering where Naruto had learned this formidable technique and who had imparted it to him. In the realm of ninjas, especially concerning high-level ninjutsu, such techniques were regarded as treasured legacies, safeguarded by the prominent ninja clans. Unless one belonged to the direct lineage or was a family member, outsiders had no opportunity to learn these rare secrets. As a pariah universally shunned by the village, who would dare teach him such advanced ninjutsu? Kakashi racked his brain, utterly baffled by this conundrum. Kill! The golden-haired youth suddenly uttered a low command, his right index finger pointing skyward. The water dragon behind him roared as it dove downwards, targeting Zabuza's water clone. Damn it! Zabuza gritted his teeth, yet found himself powerless to resist. After all, the water clone possessed only a fraction of the original's combat power. How could it possibly withstand such a potent advanced technique? The water dragon collided heavily with the clone, producing a deafening explosion, and in an instant, Zabuza's water clone was obliterated, scattering into countless droplets. Cursed brat! Zabuza's eyes flickered with incredulous fury as he glared at the golden-haired youth standing at a distance. Patience, the real spectacle is only just beginning. Naruto's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and his hands swiftly formed seals once more. This time, the hand signs differed markedly from those of the water dragon bullet. Yet his speed remained astonishingly rapid, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In truth, the 12 water-style techniques Naruto had mastered had reached a level of perfection where he could unleash them without forming seals. However, the golden-haired youth relished the aesthetic appeal of the sealing process, finding it immensely stylish and ceremonial. Thus, he deliberately performed the seals, seizing the opportunity to showcase his extraordinary speed before Kakashi and Sasuke. Such chances to impress were rare, and if not now, when? What technique would he employ next? Zabuza's heart raced uncontrollably, an ominous premonition washing over him. Water style, water surge wave. Naruto's hands came together forcefully, his voice resonating with power. With a resounding crash, a torrent of rapidly swirling water erupted from beneath his feet, rising like a miniature tornado before cascading towards Zabuza with overwhelming force, akin to a furious dragon intent on obliterating all obstacles in its path. Seeing this, Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer afford to maintain the water prison technique. In a panic, he employed the body flicker technique to evade to the side, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the water surge wave's onslaught. Kakashi was not as fortunate. He was swept away by the torrent along with the water prison, disoriented and nearly choking on the water. Another advanced water release technique. Sasuke and Sakura were utterly dumbfounded, their minds blank. They desperately pondered how Naruto had mastered such profound jutsu. More importantly, why were they, as his classmates, completely oblivious to Naruto's capabilities? That insufferable brat. The furious roar of Zabuza echoed from a distance, causing Sasuke and Sakura to shudder involuntarily and turn towards the sound. There stood the demon, perched upon a nearby tree, his eyes ablaze with rage, fixated on the blonde youth, emanating an oppressive aura of murderous intent. Zabuza, thoroughly enraged, realized he could no longer underestimate his opponent. Otherwise, he would disgrace himself by falling to this seemingly ordinary blonde boy. Swiftly, Zabuza began forming hand seals, preparing to unleash his lethal technique. With that sluggish speed of yours, by the time you finish forming your seals, your wife will have run off with the neighbor, Naruto mockingly retorted, leaping into the air as he quickly formed his own seals. Water release, water trumpet technique. The blonde youth expelled a torrent of water from his mouth, rapidly coalescing into a trumpet shape, hurtling directly towards Zabuza. The speed of the attack left Zabuza horrified. The trumpet-shaped water stream nearly sealed off all his escape routes, leaving him with no chance to evade. In an instant, the water engulfed Zabuza, drowning him within the surging column. After some time, the water gradually receded, revealing Zabuza lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Drenched, his chest heaving slightly. It was evident that he had been severely battered by the force of the water and struggled with near drowning. His survival was solely due to his extraordinary physique and tenacious vitality. An ordinary person would have succumbed long ago. Is it over? Sakura and Tazuna sighed in unison, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They had genuinely believed they were doomed, only to find themselves miraculously alive, as if they had snatched victory from the jaws of death. However, Sasuke remained fixated on Naruto, his eyes shimmering with a complex and inscrutable light. The dark-haired youth was struck once again by a heavy blow to his psyche, questioning the very meaning of life itself. He could not fathom how Naruto had become so powerful. Just how vast was the chasm between them? Kakashi, emerging awkwardly from the water, bore a multitude of complex emotions in his usually lethargic eyes. Naruto had just executed 3 water release techniques in quick succession: water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, water wave, and water release, water trumpet technique. All 3 were classified as advanced jutsu, and Naruto's astonishing speed in forming seals even surpassed that of Kakashi. An elite jonin. Was this truly the level expected of a genin? It utterly shattered Kakashi's understanding of the hierarchy of ninjas. Naruto, I have a question. The silver-haired jonin gazed intently at the blonde youth, his eyes gleaming with intense curiosity. I am eager to know, who taught you these water release techniques? Kakashi's tone was filled with confusion and inquiry. High-level ninjutsu is regarded as an absolute secret in the world of ninjas, inaccessible to outsiders. Naruto, lacking a prestigious lineage and devoid of a formidable mentor, should logically be incapable of mastering such profound techniques. Sasuke and Sakura, hearing this, instinctively turned their gazes towards Naruto, equally curious about the matter. The blonde youth smiled faintly and uttered a response that left everyone astounded. The Nine Tails. Naruto was acutely aware that his sudden display of formidable jutsu would inevitably arouse suspicion among the onlookers. His strategy to counter this was quite simple: to shift the blame. He attributed all doubts to the Nine Tails, a fact well known throughout Konoha, as the beast was sealed within him, making the blame entirely plausible. As for whether the Nine Tails possessed any ninjutsu, irrelevant. Aside from Naruto, no one could enter the sealing space to converse face-to-face with the Nine Tails, nor could anyone inquire whether it knew any jutsu. In fact, Naruto had previously posed this very question to the Nine Tails. The beast's response was blunt: as a tailed beast, it could unleash the immensely powerful tailed beast bomb with ease and had no interest in learning the elaborate ninjutsu of humans. Therefore, the Nine Tails, in truth, did not possess any ninjutsu. Yet, this secret was known only to Naruto. Others could never uncover it. Kakashi's pupils dilated in shock, his voice brimming with disbelief. Naruto, you are aware of the Nine Tails' existence? The silver-haired Genin's voice trembled. Wait, are you implying that these techniques were taught to you by the Nine Tails? Kakashi's mind struggled to comprehend. Nine Tails? What on earth is that? Sasuke and Sakura exchanged glances, completely bewildered by their conversation. Indeed, Naruto replied succinctly, a confident smile gracing his face. Impossible. Kakashi shook his head vigorously, disbelief etched across his features. The Nine Tails harbors a deep-seated hatred for humanity. How could it possibly teach you ninjutsu? It defies all logic. The silver-haired Genin's tone was rife with skepticism. Kakashi was all too familiar with the nature of the Nine Tails. Konoha had sealed the beast for many years, and its overwhelming animosity towards the villagers made the notion of it willingly teaching Naruto ninjutsu utterly absurd. Kakashi did not doubt that the Nine Tails lacked ninjutsu. Rather, he believed it likely possessed countless secret techniques. After all, the Nine Tails was an ancient being that had survived for millennia, rich in experience and knowledge, aware of secrets and skills far beyond anyone's imagination. Its mastery of ninjutsu would not be surprising. What was astonishing was that it would be willing to teach Naruto. Kakashi-sensei, with all due respect, you are mistaken. Naruto shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of correction. Though the Nine Tails is a tailed beast, it is also an intelligent being with its own emotions and thoughts. The golden-haired youth's demeanor turned particularly earnest. Treat it as a friend, and it will naturally regard you as a cherished companion. The sincerity gleamed in Naruto's eyes. However, if you confine it, harbor hatred towards it, and view it as an irredeemable fiend, what reason would it have to exhibit kindness towards you? A hint of inquiry laced the voice of the youth. The so-called embodiment of hatred is merely a label you have forcibly affixed to the Nine Tails. An undercurrent of barely concealed anger infused Naruto's tone. He did not genuinely seek to alter Kakashi's perception of the Nine Tails. Prejudices within the heart are akin to a towering mountain, once deeply rooted, nearly impossible to budge. The golden-haired youth was not naive enough to believe that a few words could transform decades of entrenched stereotypes regarding the Nine-Tails. He spoke these words in truth for the Nine-Tails to hear. The effect was unexpectedly profound. At that moment, the Nine-Tails within the ceiling space was moved to tears, its crimson eyes shimmering with warmth. The outcome was splendid. Onward with the endeavor. Naruto felt a surge of pride within, thoroughly satisfied with his persuasive skills. He aspired to fully tame Kurama and unlock the Nine-Tails chakra mode. The youth mapped out his next plan in his mind. Kakashi found himself rendered speechless by Naruto's words. Yet his underlying concern remained unshakable. Naruto, that is the Nine-Tails. You do not comprehend its terrifying nature. The silver-haired Jonin's voice brimmed with worry. I do not perceive anything terrifying about the Nine-Tails. The blonde youth replied with a calm smile, confidence sparkling in his eyes. I have enjoyed my time with it. We have become very good friends. Naruto's tone resonated with sincerity. Kakashi-sensei, please refrain from speaking ill of the Nine-Tails in my presence. I truly dislike that. A flicker of displeasure crossed the youth's eyes. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally admonishing, Naruto, please take care of yourself. Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei. The golden-haired boy smiled faintly, his eyes filled with resolve. I am fully aware of what I am doing and what I desire. Naruto's tone radiated maturity and determination. As long as you understand. Kakashi chose not to elaborate further, silently accepting this absurd, yet seemingly reasonable explanation. Upon witnessing the conclusion of their conversation, Sasuke could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, Naruto, what exactly is this Nine-Tails you keep mentioning? Yes, what is this Nine-Tails you speak of? I have never heard of it before. Sakura echoed his curiosity, her eyes brimming with confusion. Kakashi was about to concoct a casual story to deflect their inquiries when suddenly, a series of soft thuds resonated. 3 slender senbon needles swiftly pierced through Zabuza's neck, eliciting a pained groan from the rogue ninja, who then succumbed to the absence of life. What is happening? The crowd gasped in astonishment, quickly turning towards the source of the sound. A figure swooped down from the heavens, landing steadily before them. A young boy, adorned with a bizarre ghostly mask, donned the uniform of the Hidden Mist Village, a forehead protector emblazoned with its insignia resting upon his brow. He appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age. It was none other than Zabuza Momochi. Who are you? Sasuke and Sakura, sensing an imminent threat, regarded the enigmatic figure with heightened vigilance. I am a member of the Hidden Mist Village's assassination unit. The boy's voice was unexpectedly gentle, devoid of the brutality one might anticipate from a killer. I am grateful to you for subduing this perilous rogue ninja, for it grants me the opportunity to eliminate him entirely. His tone was imbued with appreciation. The assassination unit of the Hidden Mist? Sakura and Sasuke exchanged glances, their wariness slightly abated. They had heard of this special organization responsible for hunting down rogue ninjas during their studies of history in the Ninja Academy. Their defenses instinctively lowered. I must remove Zabuza's corpse to execute the mandated obliteration, lest the village's secrets be exposed. White explained calmly, his tone devoid of any emotion. You have no objections, I trust? The masked boy inquired politely, appearing harmless. Wait. Kakashi approached Zabuza's body, inspecting it thoroughly to confirm the rogue's demise before nodding in assent. You may take him. The silver-haired Jonin's voice exhibited little emotional fluctuation. After all, Zabuza was their adversary, and his death was a boon for Team 7. Thank you very much. White expressed his gratitude with impeccable courtesy, bending down to hoist Zabuza's lifeless form, preparing to depart. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Naruto suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, his tone laced with an unpredictable undertone. Is there a problem? White turned, his gaze from beneath the mask fixated on the blonde youth. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura regarded Naruto with confusion, uncertain as to why he sought to impede White's departure. If you intend to dispose of the body, why not do it here? Naruto shrugged, his voice tinged with mischief. It would be an opportune moment for us to witness the workings of the Hidden Mist Assassination Unit. A knowing smile graced the corners of the blonde's mouth. Kakashi, having previously confirmed Zabuza's death, had given White permission to take the body without much thought. However, upon hearing Naruto's words, a realization struck him, and his gaze toward White sharpened. You are in league with Zabuza. The silver-haired Jonin's voice was as cold as steel, laden with accusation. White fell silent for a moment, his eyes beneath the mask deeply scrutinizing Naruto. I never expected you to see through my ruse. I was merely speaking offhand. The blonde youth innocently spread his hands, mischief gleaming in his eyes. I never anticipated you were truly Zabuza's accomplice. This is quite the revelation. Naruto's tone brimmed with mockery. Accomplice? Sakura gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. He is Zabuza's confederate? Sasuke's body tensed instantaneously, his hands instinctively clenching his kunai. Bracing himself for battle. I never intended to be your adversary, but now that my identity has been revealed, I have no other choice. Bai's voice remained gentle, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. To protect Master Zabujan, I would willingly sacrifice my life. The masked boy's tone exuded unwavering loyalty. You are indeed a rare and commendable subordinate. Naruto nodded, a flicker of appreciation shining in his eyes. Then allow me to be your opponent. The golden-haired youth confidently stepped forward, assuming a battle stance. Naruto. Kakashi instinctively sought to intervene, yet recalling Naruto's previous formidable display, he hesitated before ultimately conceding. Be cautious. A hint of concern permeated the silver-haired Jonin's voice. Rest assured, Naruto grinned, his eyes glimmering with confidence. If you can defeat me, then Zabujan shall accompany you. The golden-haired boy appeared utterly assured. However, if you lose, Naruto deliberately left his sentence unfinished, shrouding it in an air of ominous suspense. I will not be defeated. Bai shouted defiantly, his body suddenly spinning at high speed like a top. The masked boy grasped a multitude of slender shuriken, which, propelled by his rapid rotation, transformed from ordinary projectiles into lethal weapons. Should Bai collide with anyone while spinning like this, they would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pincushion, facing certain death. Come at me. Naruto remained unfazed, a confident smile playing on his lips as he suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a colossal fireball that surged toward the whirling Bai. This is bad. Bai's pupils dilated in alarm, hastily employing the body flicker technique to narrowly evade the fireball's direct assault. How could he cast it so swiftly? And without any hand seals? The masked boy broke out in a cold sweat, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Damn it, that was my great fireball technique. Sasuke clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, his eyes brimming with resentment and fury. How on earth has that brat trained? How can he wield my clan's ultimate technique with such finesse? The dark-haired youth's mind roared with frustration. Generally speaking, ninjas can be classified into 3 categories: pure taijutsu type, pure ninjutsu type, and hybrid type. Naruto smiled at Bai, his tone light and self-assured. As of now, I would consider myself a pure ninjutsu type ninja. The golden-haired boy proudly proclaimed. What does Naruto intend to convey? Kakashi and the others exchanged bewildered glances, unclear about the boy's sudden discourse on ninja classifications. Pure ninjutsu type ninjas possess 2 critical weaknesses. Naruto continued, his voice clear and forceful. First, their physical body is too fragile, colloquially known as soft skin. A mere scratch could spell doom. The golden-haired boy vividly mimicked a throat-slitting motion. To compensate for this fatal flaw, I have tirelessly practiced the body replacement technique, eventually mastering it to the point where I can perform it without hand seals. Naruto's tone brimmed with pride. Upon reaching such a realm, a mere thought suffices to instantaneously exchange positions with surrounding objects, effortlessly evading any assault. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in the youth's eyes. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura listened intently, gradually coming to a profound realization. So that is it. No wonder Naruto's shadow clone technique is so masterful. He has always regarded his physical frailty as his greatest weakness. The silver-haired Jonin nodded to himself. Indeed, at our age, physical strength is undeniably our most apparent shortcoming. Sasuke gazed thoughtfully at Naruto, unable to deny the rationality of this perspective. This fellow is remarkably astute. A flicker of astonishment crossed Sakura's eyes, elevating her evaluation of the golden-haired youth significantly. The second critical flaw is the excessive duration required to perform the technique. Naruto continued, his eyes glinting with wisdom. In a battle of ninjutsu, the speed of hand seals often determines the outcome. The golden-haired boy pointed out gravely. The one who performs the seals faster can unleash their jutsu sooner, thus gaining the upper hand. Naruto's explanation was succinct yet struck at the heart of the ninjutsu confrontation. To overcome this weakness, I practiced all the ninjutsu I mastered relentlessly, day after day, neglecting food and sleep. The unwavering resolve resonated in the boy's voice. Naruto clasped his hands together, a confident smile gracing his face. I can proudly tell you that all the ninjutsu I currently command can be unleashed without the need for hand seals. What? Sasuke felt as if struck by lightning, his body trembling involuntarily. Is what Naruto said truly possible? Sakura looked at the golden-haired boy with skepticism, her eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kakashi vehemently denied within himself, unable to accept Naruto's words. Setting aside the Shadow Clone technique and the Great Fireball technique, which are merely basic D and C rank jutsu, achieving a level where one can release them without hand seals, although rare, is still within reason. However, the 3 water-style techniques Naruto employed against Zabuza are all a rank advanced jutsu. Mastery of such high-level ninjutsu cannot be attained overnight, let alone to the extent of executing them without hand seals. Kakashi, having lived so many years, had never heard of anyone mastering a rank ninjutsu to the point of releasing them without hand seals. This was utterly unheard of, is it? Haku's voice was as calm as still water, his mask concealing his expression, betraying no emotional fluctuation. A gift for a gift. You just used flying needles on him. Now, you shall experience the sensation of being pricked, Naruto declared, each word deliberate, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous light. Water style, heavenly cry? As soon as the words left his mouth, the golden-haired youth unleashed countless fine and sharp water needles, shooting forth like a tempest toward Haku. The speed of these water needles was astonishing, and their sheer number was terrifying, densely covering all possible escape routes for Haku. Countless water needles rushed forth like a machine gun's barrage, creating a deadly web of death from which Haku had no chance of evading. The masked youth's expression shifted subtly as he swiftly formed hand seals, attempting to conjure a formidable ice wall through the ice release, ice rock wall technique to thwart the relentless barrage of water needles. However, his sealing speed ultimately faltered. Before the ice wall could take shape, the onslaught of water needles had already surged forth, with several piercing his body. A muffled groan of pain escaped his lips as crimson blood seeped from the wounds inflicted by the needles. What manner of ninjutsu is this? How can it be so sharp, like needles? Sakura gasped in astonishment, hastening to seek clarification from Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, are you familiar with this technique? The pink-haired girl's eyes brimmed with curiosity and shock. Kakashi slowly shook his head. I have never encountered such ninjutsu, but given its power and complexity, it undoubtedly belongs to the elite tier of techniques. Yet another elite technique. Sasuke found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of existential doubt, his gaze reflecting a tumult of emotions. Damn it, how many techniques does Naruto possess? The raven-haired boy's heart brimmed with envy and resentment, yet he felt utterly powerless. Who knows? Kakashi sighed, his own eyes mirroring a sense of perplexity. Shall we continue? Naruto smiled at the injured Haku, his eyes gleaming with confidence. For the sake of Zabuza-sensei, I would not hesitate to shatter myself to pieces. Haku's voice resonated with determination, showing no signs of retreat. Moreover, I have yet to unleash my true strength. The masked youth spoke with a hint of assurance. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Haku's hands flew into action, swiftly forming seals and intoning. Ice release, secret art, crystal mirror. With a crisp sound of freezing, transparent ice mirrors rapidly materialized in the air around Naruto. These mirrors not only surrounded him but also appeared overhead, creating a bowl-shaped enclosed space that completely enveloped the blonde youth. Haku's figure flickered, merging into one of the ice mirrors, as if becoming the reflection within, looking down upon Naruto, who was now trapped in the center. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Sakura stood dumbfounded, looking to Kakashi for an explanation. It resembles ice release ninjutsu. The silver-haired Jonin replied gravely, a look of seriousness crossing his face. Ice release. Sasuke and Sakura echoed in unison, their eyes filled with confusion. Meanwhile, the battle between Haku and Naruto had officially commenced. From within the ice mirrors, Haku gazed down at Naruto, pride lacing his voice. This is my original ice release, secret art, crystal mirror. Within these mirrors, I can move at near light speed, making it impossible for you to track my movements, let alone land a hit. Haku's voice emanated from all directions, rendering it impossible to ascertain his true location. Near light speed movement. Sakura gasped, her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. In such a scenario, Naruto would become a living target, forced to endure passive assaults? The pink-haired girl's tone was laden with concern. Indeed, it is quite a predicament. Kakashi furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern flashing in his eyes. Unless these ice mirrors could be shattered, Naruto would be left to passively endure the onslaught, a situation decidedly unfavorable. The silver-haired Jonin's voice was laden with anxiety. Yet, the masked boy showed no intention of granting Naruto the opportunity to break free from the ice mirrors. The circumstances were indeed dire. Kakashi's brow was tightly knit, his heart racing with worry for Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, what should we do?" Sakura inquired eagerly, her voice brimming with apprehension. "Naruto won't come to harm, will he?" The pink-haired girl's eyes sparkled with genuine concern. "Let us observe the situation for now. If Naruto truly cannot hold on, I will step in to assist him." Kakashi reassured, a glimmer of resolve evident in his gaze. "That's a relief." Sakura exhaled, her taut nerves gradually easing. "I never intended to harm you. But to protect Lord Zabuza, I must take this course." White's voice carried a hint of regret as he brandished several sharp senbon in his hand. The masked boy wasted no time, launching a volley of needles straight toward Naruto, ensnared within the ice mirrors. "Your technique is indeed commendable. It may prove effective against ordinary ninjas, but it is utterly futile against me," Naruto declared, shaking his head, confidence radiating from his eyes. The golden-haired youth clasped his hands together, his chakra surging with intensity. Water release. Water, severing wave. Naruto unleashed a high-pressure jet of water, slicing through the surrounding ice mirrors with the precision of a blade. The moment the water column met the ice mirrors, the solid constructs crumbled like tofu, splitting effortlessly in two. As the golden-haired boy spun gracefully, the water wave he expelled severed the remaining ice mirrors one by one. With a cacophony, shattered fragments of ice cascaded to the ground, transforming into crystalline shards scattered everywhere. White tumbled from the ruins of the shattered mirrors, unsteady and pale, his eyes wide with incredulity. The ice release technique he prided himself on had been so effortlessly dismantled by Naruto, leaving the masked boy engulfed in a profound sense of defeat and disbelief. "Another level of water release ninjutsu," Kakashi observed, dumbfounded, his internal astonishment rendering him almost numb. Including this one, Naruto had already showcased 5 distinct high-level water release techniques. The silver-haired Jonin's voice was thick with incredulity. Yet, what left Kakashi most astounded was that Naruto had executed both the water release, heavenly weeping, and water release, water-severing wave, without forming any hand seals. This completely upended Kakashi's understanding of ninjutsu, plunging him into a deep state of shock. How vast is the chasm between Naruto and me? Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palm, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. He had mastered so many high-level techniques, while he himself could only wield a mere low-level fireball technique. The black-haired youth was engulfed in anguish and resentment. Sasuke felt an unprecedented self-doubt wash over him, his heart heavy with suppression, bitterness, jealousy, anxiety, anger, and inferiority. These negative emotions surged forth like a tide, yet he found no outlet for their release. Under the intense provocation of extreme emotions, Sasuke's eyes underwent a sudden transformation, his pupils shifting from a deep black to a striking crimson, as a tadpole-shaped tomo began to rotate slowly. The Sharingan. Amidst the overwhelming emotional upheaval, Sasuke finally awakened the bloodline limit of his clan, the Sharingan, albeit in its most rudimentary single tomo form. "Sasuke!" Sakura exclaimed in astonishment, her gaze fixated on the black-haired youth's now blood-red eyes. "This is the Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan," Kakashi succinctly elucidated, before redirecting his attention to the battle between Naruto and Haku. Compared to Sasuke's expected activation of the Sharingan, the shock brought about by Naruto was profoundly greater, rendering Sasuke's transformation seemingly trivial in Kakashi's eyes. "Do we continue the fight?" Naruto inquired with a smile, casting a confident glance at the beleaguered Haku. The battle had escalated to such an extent that persisting in combat seemed utterly futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a mantis trying to stop a cart, a fruitless endeavor. Naruto alone was more than capable of easily overpowering the duo of Zabuza and Haku, not to mention the ever-watchful Kakashi and the newly awakened Sasuke, who were poised to join the fray at any moment. To stubbornly insist on continuing the battle would undoubtedly be a self-inflicted humiliation, merely providing amusement to others. "If you wish to lay a finger on Lord Zabuza, you must first step over my worthless life," Haku, struggling to rise with his weary body, exhibited a fierce determination in his eyes, reminiscent of a mother beast protecting her young. Who says I must take your master's life? Naruto retorted, rolling his eyes with an air of impatience and a hint of mockery. Do you not desire to see him dead? Haku's voice was filled with shock and confusion, as if he had heard the most incredulous statement imaginable. Chapter 6. You learn that Rasengan at a glance. He is a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. Not an enemy of Konoha. Why should I meddle? I am not a paragon of virtue. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, though a cunning glimmer sparkled in his eyes. However, you have obstructed us in executing our mission and frightened my comrades. Surely, some compensation for emotional distress is in order? The golden-haired youth's lips curled into a meaningful smirk, his tone laced with unmistakable extortion. From the outset, Naruto had no intention of killing Zabuza. He merely sought to gauge his own strength and showcase it before Kakashi and Sasuke. Naturally, since Zabuza dared to accept a commission from Gato to cause trouble, demanding a sum for emotional distress seemed entirely reasonable, did it not? How much compensation do you require? Haku inquired eagerly, his voice filled with hope and urgency. Willing to pay any price to spare Zabuza's life. What assets do you possess? Naruto countered, his gaze glinting with shrewdness, akin to a seasoned merchant testing the waters. The golden-haired youth believed that the honest and straightforward Haku would not deceive him. Thus he directly broached the topic. I meticulously calculated his and Zabuza's accumulated wealth over the years, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes. Over the years, Zabuza and I have traversed far and wide, and our combined fortune amounts to approximately 24 million ryo. What I refrained from disclosing was that among this sum, 20 million had just been paid as a deposit by Kato, with an equal amount to follow upon task completion. However, with the mission's failure, the subsequent payment was naturally rendered void. Alas, it seems that even the rogue ninjas of the shinobi world lead difficult lives. Naruto exaggeratedly sighed, a hint of mockery and feigned sympathy lacing his tone. How about this? You keep 4 million to ensure basic living expenses, and the remaining 20 million shall serve as our compensation for emotional distress. Wouldn't that be a fair trade? The golden-haired youth proposed, a benign smile gracing his face. Accept his terms. Zabuza suddenly stirred from his reverie, his gaze flickering with complex emotions, admiration, surprise, and a trace of subtle wariness. Indeed, Konoha truly deserves its reputation as the cradle of geniuses. The voice of the demon of the mist held a note of respect and awe. To possess such terrifying strength at your young age is truly astounding. Might I inquire as to your name? A glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Zabuza's eyes. Naruto Uzumaki. The golden-haired boy slightly raised his chin, revealing a confident and radiant smile, as dazzling as the sun itself. I shall remember you, Naruto Uzumaki. Zabuza nodded solemnly, a flicker of genuine gratitude crossing his gaze. I am indebted to you for sparing my life. This kindness will forever be etched in the heart of Zabuza Momochi. The demon's voice was low and sincere. In the harsh laws of the ninja world, the defeated often face only one fate, death. Most battles conclude with the demise of one party. Zabuza had prepared himself for death, but was taken aback by Naruto's exceptional strength and expansive heart, demanding only riches and sparing his life. Such generosity filled him with gratitude. Just hand over the money, and spare me the nauseating pleasantries. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of distaste, as if he had heard something utterly repugnant. As you command, I replied without hesitation, promptly presenting the wealth, and then cautiously assisting Zabuza to leave. Yet at that critical juncture, an unexpected intruder suddenly stormed onto the battlefield. A bunch of useless fools. What a disgrace. A short, stout man leaned on a cane, wearing sunglasses, striding forward with an imposing presence, followed by a throng of armed personnel. I've heard that Zabuza is exceptionally powerful, which is why I spared no expense hiring you. Kato's voice dripped with disdain and scorn. Who would have thought that the famed demon of the mist could not even handle a mere child? Truly a hollow reputation. The wealthy merchant's caustic mockery echoed across the battlefield. Upon hearing these words, Zabuza felt a surge of pain in his chest, nearly spitting blood, internally raging. Are you blind? Is this truly an ordinary child? A mere genin? Have you ever encountered a freshly graduated ninja capable of mastering such a terrifying array of ninjutsu, executing it with such effortless finesse that it resembles the act of breathing? What exactly are you plotting? Zabuza, suppressing his fury, coldly interrogated. his eyes glimmering with a dangerous light. "You incompetent fool, your ineptitude has forced my hand. The money I spent has been squandered." Kato spat disdainfully, arrogantly raising his hand to point at everyone present. "Kill them. Eliminate these ignorant scoundrels." A sinister grin flickered across the wealthy merchant's face. "I shall make this insolent rabble aware of the consequences of crossing Kato." His voice brimmed with arrogance and confidence. At once, his subordinates echoed in unison, brandishing their weapons as they charged forward. "Kill!" A cacophony of war cries erupted from hundreds of Ronin, wandering warriors, and thugs, surging towards Naruto and his companions with overwhelming ferocity. An individual among the throng bellowed, "Eliminate every last one of these self-righteous ninjas." Another voice called out with lewd laughter, "Strip them of every last coin. Leave that pink-haired girl for me. I'll deal with her after I'm done playing." It must be said, the sight of hundreds of armed Ronin surging forth was indeed a fearsome and imposing spectacle. Sakura's face turned ashen with terror as she stammered, "Kakashi-sensei, what shall we do?" "Prepare for battle." The silver-haired Genin swiftly assumed a combat stance, his eyes glinting with vigilance. "Allow me to handle this alone." Naruto's lips curled into a chilling smile. Merely a rabble, unworthy of concern. The golden-haired youth's voice dripped with disdain and confidence. Kakashi felt a tightening in his chest, an unsettling premonition creeping upon him. "Naruto, what do you intend to do?" "You shall witness it shortly." Naruto replied mysteriously, then raised his voice. Multiple shadow clone technique. A series of deafening explosions resonated as countless white smoke clouds materialized, gradually dispersing in the gentle breeze to reveal a staggering sight. Hundreds, if not thousands, of golden-haired youths stood in perfect formation, utterly overwhelming the battlefield with their sheer numbers. "What is happening?" Sakura gasped, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Clones? No. This isn't an ordinary clone technique," the pink-haired girl murmured, seemingly questioning her own eyes. Kakashi was rendered speechless, astonished by the scene before him. This is not an ordinary clone technique, but the multiple shadow clone technique pioneered by the second Hokage. Multiple shadow clone technique? What is that? Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the countless Naruto clones. It is a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, capable of creating thousands of tangible clones at once. Kakashi inhaled deeply, his voice heavy with shock and a hint of apprehension. The reason this technique is classified as forbidden lies in its staggering consumption of chakra. A typical ninja utilizing it risks succumbing to exhaustion and death. The silver-haired Jonin's explanation left Sakura and Sasuke even more astonished. If it is indeed a forbidden technique, how could Naruto possess such a skill? Sakura inquired, her eyes brimming with confusion. "You ask me, but who can I ask in return?" Kakashi sighed internally, his gaze laden with complexity as it fell upon Naruto, feeling increasingly perplexed by this golden-haired youth. "Attack!" Naruto commanded, and in unison, hundreds of shadow clones roared, surging toward Kato's subordinates like a tidal wave. While Kato's men appeared numerous, they were, in truth, nothing more than a rabble of cowards, skilled only in pillaging and terrorizing the weak. They boasted bravado against the defenseless, yet when faced with a formidable opponent, they trembled with fear, more frightened than rabbits. As hundreds of Naruto's clones charged forward with fierce momentum, the so-called henchmen were instantly paralyzed with terror, their courage shattered. "This is bad. Run for your lives." The panicked cries echoed, as if they had glimpsed the arrival of death itself. "Retreat. We must flee." They scrambled to escape, wishing for 4 legs to hasten their flight. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Naruto sneered coldly, his voice dripping with disdain. "Fire style, grand fireball technique." Hundreds of clones simultaneously formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of searing fireballs. Countless flames merged into a blazing inferno, engulfing Kato's subordinates in an instant, leaving no chance for survival. After a long while, the roaring flames finally began to subside. The hundreds of Kato's men had vanished, leaving behind a grim tableau of charred bodies strewn across the battlefield, emitting wisps of smoke and the pungent stench of burnt flesh, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. Witnessing this horrific scene, Sakura and Sasuke were left utterly dumbfounded, their faces as pale as parchment, as if confronted by a specter. Hundreds of lives extinguished in the blink of an eye. Overwhelmed, Sakura could no longer contain herself and doubled over, violently retching as the contents of her stomach spilled forth. "Naruto, Kakashi's gaze turned complex as he regarded the golden-haired boy, filled with astonishment and a subtle, barely perceptible fear. Yet, what unsettled him further was Naruto's calm demeanor, as if he had merely crushed a few ants rather than hundreds of living, breathing humans. To take so many lives without a hint of remorse. Was this truly the reaction one would expect from a 12-year-old child? His resolute attitude towards slaughter and the cold-blooded methods he employed surpassed Kakashi's imagination, instilling an indescribable chill within him. Unaware of Kakashi's inner turmoil, Naruto approached the paralyzed Kato. Do you wish to live, or do you wish to die? Kato, the wealthy merchant, was undeniably a prime target, ripe for exploitation before being swiftly dealt with. Terrified by Naruto's display of power, Kato looked at the golden-haired boy as if he were a demon from the depths of hell, his eyes filled with primal fear. The wealthy merchant suddenly fell to his knees, pressing his forehead against the soil, fervently bowing his head. Spare my life, esteemed sir. I beseech you to show mercy. I was blind to your greatness. Kato was utterly terrified. This youth, barely taller than his shoulders, appeared fragile but possessed a terrifying power and a ruthless method of killing. With just a single strike, merely one strike was enough to effortlessly annihilate the hundreds of subordinates he had painstakingly gathered, and yet, after the bloodshed, his gaze remained unwavering, his heart as unyielding as iron. Was this truly a human being? No, this was undoubtedly a demon clad in human skin. If he wished to preserve his life, he must resort to purchasing it. Naruto extended his slender fingers before Kato, his tone dripping with mockery and disdain. 100 billion. Surely this sum should not pose too great a challenge for you. A glimmer of greed sparkled in the golden-haired youth's eyes. Though Naruto was not privy to Kato's exact fortune, as one of the world's foremost magnates, his wealth was likely over 1 trillion. Of course, 1 trillion in wealth did not imply 1 trillion in liquid assets. Much like many affluent individuals in the real world, his net worth might be obscured by considerable debts. Thus, Naruto's demand for 100 billion should not be overly burdensome. Not burdensome at all. Kato nodded profusely, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a string of pearls. Grant me a month, and I assure you I shall deliver 100 billion, every last cent. The merchant fervently bowed his head in promise, as if swearing before a deity. I shall only grant you 3 days. Naruto coldly interrupted Kato, a flicker of dangerous light flashing in his eyes. If the money is not presented by then, humph. The golden-haired youth let out a cold snort, and in a fleeting moment of distraction, discreetly marked Kato with the flying thunder god technique. Begone, and do not let me see your face again. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Yes, yes. Thank you, great sir, for your mercy. Kato, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, hastily crawled away from the scene, fearful that Naruto might change his mind. Humph, with such cowardice, how dare you play games with me? Naruto disdainfully snorted, dispelling all his shadow clones and striding back toward Kakashi and the others. The gazes of the group were unusually complex, as if they were meeting Naruto for the first time, silently observing the golden-haired youth, momentarily at a loss for words. Naruto, your actions have grossly violated the ninja code. Articles 8 and 15. Kakashi's tone grew unexpectedly serious, his eyes flashing with reproach. To assault ordinary civilians and extort vast sums of wealth is absolutely intolerable. The silver-haired Jonin's voice resonated with an air of warning. Kakashi-sensei, once the 100 billion arrives, I will take 90 billion, and the remaining 10 billion can be divided equally between you, Sasuke, and Sakura. 3 billion each. How does that sound? Naruto smiled, presenting an enticing proposition, his eyes glinting with cunning. As the team leader, Kakashi had the authority to report this matter to the higher-ups in Konoha, which would undoubtedly land Naruto in significant trouble. Although the golden-haired youth was not averse to trouble, he wished to avoid being disturbed by trivial matters daily. Therefore, he resolved to silence Kakashi with the allure of profit. Kakashi's forehead veins bulged, and his expression became exceedingly grim. Naruto, I am discussing a serious issue with you, and I hope you can treat it with the gravity it deserves. Then let it be 2 billion. What do you think? Naruto countered, as if engaging in a negotiation. Naruto, I am a ninja of principles. Such remarks are an affront to my integrity. Kakashi declared indignantly, his eyes shimmering with hurt. Then 3 billion it is. Each of you 3 shall receive 1 billion, and it cannot exceed that. Naruto shrugged, making his final concession. Kakashi's mouth twitched violently, as though embroiled in an intense internal struggle. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Sakura's eyes sparkled with barely concealed greed. 1 billion. A staggering sum that an ordinary person might never earn in a lifetime. With this fortune, they could ascend to billionaire status, free from worries for life. Purchasing whatever they desired, truly a victory in life. Kakashi-sensei. The pink-haired girl gazed expectantly at the silver-haired shinobi, her eyes brimming with supplication. Please agree to Naruto's terms. I implore you. Sakura's voice was filled with desperation, nearly on the verge of kneeling. Even the usually aloof Sasuke displayed an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation, silently fixating on Kakashi, awaiting his decision. I seem to have lost my way in life, seeing nothing and remembering nothing, Kakashi remarked, lazily lowering his drooping eye and yawning exaggeratedly. I am so tired. I should find a place to sleep. The demeanor of the silver-haired shinobi underwent a complete transformation, as if the earlier stern reprimand had never occurred. Hooray! Long live Kakashi-sensei! Sakura cheered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. A rare smile graced Sasuke's face, clearly pleased with the outcome. Naruto smiled knowingly. Kakashi's words signified his tacit approval, indicating he would not interfere with Naruto's actions nor report to the higher-ups in Konoha. That night, the group stayed at Tazuna's home, enjoying warm hospitality, and after a hearty meal, they fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Naruto's face. The golden-haired youth stretched lazily, initiating his daily lottery ritual. This time, fortune favored him, as he drew the Uzumaki lineage of Karen, a reward that filled Naruto with delight. As a pure descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Karen's vibrant red hair was the epitome of her noble bloodline. In terms of bloodline purity, Karen's Uzumaki heritage was far more robust than Naruto's, which was reflected in her exceptional abilities. Not only did Karen possess the signature vast chakra reserves and extraordinary vitality of the Uzumaki clan, but she also exhibited two exceedingly rare special abilities, remarkable sensory perception and a miraculous healing constitution. This lottery was simply a stroke of luck. Naruto's face radiated joy as he cherished these two extraordinary abilities. The ability to perceive chakra fluctuations enables him to detect potential threats from enemies ahead of time, while his healing physique allows him to swiftly recover from injuries by letting others bite his skin. This skill not only facilitates self-rescue, but also aids teammates, making it an extraordinary asset on the battlefield. Eagerly, Naruto opened his attribute panel to observe any changes. Indeed, two new abilities, Kagura's Heart Eye and Physical Healing, had been added to his attributes. A radiant smile illuminated the blonde youth's face, as he felt immense satisfaction with the results of this lottery. Kagura's Heart Eye and Physical Healing are unique abilities exclusive to Karen, each with its own remarkable traits. Kagura's Heart Eye can sense any chakra fluctuations within a radius of several dozen kilometers, accurately determining the enemy's location, number, characteristics, and even their speed of movement. This perceptive skill is unparalleled in the entire ninja world. Physical Healing, on the other hand, is even more astonishing. By allowing others to bite his skin, he can rapidly restore their chakra and heal their injuries. This healing ability is so effective that it is said even Tsunade, who was bisected by Uchiha Obito, could be revived, making him akin to a walking medical kit. Kagura's Heart Eye? Physical Healing, Naruto exclaimed with excitement, filled with anticipation for these new abilities. Although these powers might not directly enhance his combat prowess, they significantly elevate his survival capabilities and life-saving skills, making this lottery an undeniable success. The blonde youth was thoroughly pleased with his gains. However, the pleasant surprises did not end there. To his astonishment, after merging with Karen's Uzumaki physique, the chakra reserves within him had doubled. This remarkable increase was no trivial matter. It is worth noting that Naruto's chakra volume was already astonishing, surpassing that of his peers by several times. Now, with the additional doubling, his total chakra amount was 3 times greater than before. When considering the chakra reserves of the Nine Tails, the figure became utterly terrifying, akin to a human chakra power station. Naruto, breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Sakura's cheerful knock on the door interrupted the blonde youth's musings. I'll be right there. Naruto tucked away his attribute panel, quickly freshened up, and strode toward the dining room to have breakfast with his companions. During the meal, Sasuke proposed a desire to intensify their training, and Kakashi readily agreed, deciding to take the 3 of them to a nearby forest for specialized training. Given the significant disparity in strength among the team members, Kakashi felt it necessary to assist Sasuke and Sakura in improving their skills to avoid becoming a burden during future missions. Upon arriving in the dense forest, Kakashi first suggested tree climbing exercises, only to be astounded by the performance of the three Genin. Have you practiced this before? The silver-haired Genin raised an eyebrow in surprise, unable to conceal his astonishment. Blushing, Sakura explained the situation, and Kakashi soon realized that Naruto had already taught Sasuke and Sakura the techniques of tree climbing and water walking. Given Naruto's exceptional control over chakra, it was hardly surprising that he had mastered these skills through countless arduous training sessions. Teacher Kakashi, since we have mastered tree climbing, why not directly teach us some formidable ninjutsu? Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, his tone imbued with a palpable sense of competition. The raven-haired youth was acutely aware of the vast chasm between himself and Naruto, and he was eager to enhance his abilities, striving to keep pace with the golden-haired boy. Indeed. Teach us ninjutsu, Teacher Kakashi. Sakura chimed in eagerly, her eyes sparkling with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. As the weakest link in the team, she was unwilling to remain perpetually protected by her teammates. She yearned to grow stronger, at least to not be a hindrance. Teacher Kakashi, didn't you claim to have copied over 1,000 ninjutsu? Please teach us a few. Naruto added with a grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although Naruto could acquire various powerful ninjutsu through luck, the randomness of it was inherently uncontrollable. Learning directly from Kakashi would allow him to acquire the skills he truly desired, complementing his existing abilities to maximize his strength. Kakashi pondered for a moment, not declining. Then tell me, what types of ninjutsu do you each wish to learn? The strongest kind. Sasuke replied without hesitation, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Teacher Kakashi, your specialty must be lightning release ninjutsu, right? I wish to learn your lightning techniques. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes alight with expectation, already fixated on Kakashi's famed technique, Raikiri. This was indeed a genuine high-level ninjutsu, immensely powerful, perfectly suited to Naruto's appetite. You have quite the discerning eye. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly as he shook his head in resignation. However, the lightning release techniques I possess are not suitable for your current condition. You wouldn't be able to master them. Yet, there is a technique that would suit you perfectly. A glimmer of mystery flickered in the silver-haired Jonin's eyes. What ninjutsu is it? Please tell me. Naruto asked impatiently, his eyes brimming with curiosity and eagerness. Sasuke and Sakura, too, leaned in attentively, awaiting Kakashi's response. The silver-haired Jonin raised his right hand, chakra rapidly converging in his palm, soon forming a high-speed rotating blue sphere, radiating a potent and pure chakra wave. What is this ninjutsu? How astonishing! Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, utterly captivated by the blue sphere. Sasuke, too, was transfixed by the Rasengan in Kakashi's hand, and even without his Sharingan, he could sense the terrifying destructive power contained within the small orb. Rasengan, a high-level ninjutsu, Kakashi explained lazily, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. This technique was developed by my teacher, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Its most notable feature is that it requires no hand seals and can be executed with one hand. The silver-haired Jonin spoke with a touch of pride and reverence. Can such an unassuming little sphere truly be that formidable? Is it really a high-level ninjutsu? Sakura couldn't help but question, her expression filled with skepticism. Admittedly, the Rasengan appeared rather unremarkable, especially when compared to the grandiose fireball jutsu, seeming almost inconsequential. Hee. Kakashi let out a light chuckle before locating a sturdy tree, forcefully pressing the Rasengan against it. With a piercing shriek, the Rasengan spun violently, instantly drilling a massive vortex-like hole into the trunk, with shavings flying about as if pierced by a powerful drill. My goodness, what terrifying destructive power! Sakura stared in shock, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Sasuke couldn't help but swallow hard, a glimmer of astonishment and desire flashing in his eyes. The might of the Rasengan was truly astonishing, and the more chakra one infused, the greater its power. Kakashi elucidated slowly, his gaze resting on Naruto. Naruto, your chakra reservoir is remarkably vast, making you exceptionally suited to learn this chakra-consuming jutsu. A flicker of admiration crossed the silver-haired Jonin's eyes. And what about us? What should we learn? Sakura inquired eagerly, fearful of being overlooked. Sasuke had already activated his Sharingan, making him well suited for my other signature technique, Chidori. Kakashi shifted his attention to the dark-haired youth. As for Sakura, your chakra control is exceedingly precise. You should possess considerable talent in Jinjutsu. So let's start with the basics. The silver-haired Jounin's arrangements were meticulously tailored, taking each individual's characteristics into full account. Chidori, what tier of jutsu is that? Is it stronger than the Rasengan? Sasuke asked. His brow furrowed, a spark of competitive spirit glimmering in his eyes. The Uchiha's fierce determination was truly remarkable. Kakashi sighed in resignation and replied lazily. Chidori is also a high-level jutsu. Then I shall learn that. Sasuke immediately accepted, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Kakashi internally rolled his eyes, thinking, Chidori is my signature jutsu. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't easily impart it. If you want to learn it, go ahead. Nevertheless, on the surface, the silver-haired Jounin maintained his languid demeanor, revealing no hint of dissatisfaction. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, creating 2 shadow clones. Sasuke, Sakura, follow the clones for training. Very well. The 2 nodded in agreement and followed their respective clones in different directions, leaving Naruto and the original Kakashi behind. Naruto, I will now teach you the Rasengan. The silver-haired Jounin's gaze was fixed intently on the blonde youth, his tone earnest. Upon hearing that Kakashi would teach him the Rasengan, Naruto had already anticipated this. The Rasengan was a unique technique inspired by the 4th Hokage from the tailed beast ball of the 9 tails, specifically developed for Kushina. Its original intent was to help Kushina fully harness her immense chakra, making it exceptionally suitable for a ninja with Naruto's extraordinary chakra levels. However, the issue was, Kakashi-sensei, how about teaching me a different technique instead? Naruto sighed, and under Kakashi's puzzled gaze, effortlessly formed a flawless blue Rasengan that spun rapidly in his palm. A Rasengan. Kakashi was left speechless, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Did you truly learn this jutsu at a single glance? The voice of the silver-haired shinobi was filled with incredulity, followed by a swift shake of his head. No. The complexity of the Rasengan far exceeded that of the fireball jutsu. Even a genius could not grasp it at a mere glance. Kakashi quickly regained his composure and inquired. Naruto, be honest with me. Have you already learned the Rasengan? Indeed, Naruto's learning ability was exceptional. Yet Kakashi could not fathom how he could master such a challenging technique at a single glance. After all, the difficulty of the Rasengan was several times greater than that of the fireball jutsu. Even a prodigy like Itachi Uchiha could not learn it at a mere glance. That's right, I have indeed learned it before. Naruto admitted candidly, with no intention of concealing the truth. Did you learn it from the 9 tails? Kakashi squinted, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. Naruto nodded slightly, wishing to avoid further entanglement on the subject. Kakashi-sensei, why not teach me a different jutsu? The Chidori sounds intriguing. Kakashi regarded Naruto thoughtfully, shaking his head in refusal. The Chidori requires the Sharingan to be effective. Without it, you would be unable to master this technique. Chapter 7. Kabuto was indeed taken aback. The power of the Chidori was formidable, yet its drawbacks were glaringly apparent, particularly the tunnel vision it imposed, significantly restricting the user's field of view. Only those possessing the unique ocular powers of the Sharingan could mitigate this critical weakness and fully unleash the Chidori's potential. Upon hearing this explanation, Naruto nearly revealed his own 3-tomo Sharingan to Kakashi, eager to prove that he was entirely capable of learning the Chidori. Look, not only do I possess the Sharingan, but I also have the advanced 3-tomo version. However, upon reflection, Naruto resolved to suppress this impulse. While ninjutsu could easily be attributed to the 9 tails, the Sharingan was an entirely different matter, as this bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan could not be easily explained. To avoid unnecessary complications and inquiries, it was prudent to remain discreet. Aside from the Chidori, Naruto's greatest interest among Kakashi's skills lay in the 8 gates technique. This was undoubtedly a divine skill. When Might Guy, the azure beast of Konoha, opened the 8 gates, he nearly delivered a fatal blow to Madara Uchiha, almost concluding the story of the Hokage prematurely. Although this was merely an online jest, it indirectly showcased the terrifying amplification of power that the 8 gates could provide. This physical technique was somewhat akin to the Kaioken from Dragon Ball, capable of unleashing an extraordinary level of strength in a short period. Most crucially, the potency of the 8 gates was entirely dependent on the user's foundational strength. The stronger the user, the more terrifying the power unleashed upon opening the 8 gates. Naruto contemplated that with his Uzumaki clan's extraordinary vitality and vast chakra reserves, mastering the 8 gates would result in a cataclysmic explosion of power, rendering him invincible. It is settled then, the 8 gates. I can teach you the earth release. Earth wall technique. How does that sound? Kakashi suggested, attempting to find a jutsu that piqued Naruto's interest. Not interested. The blonde youth flatly refused, his eyes betraying no emotion. What about the ice release? Ice whale. The silver-haired shinobi continued to recommend. Not interested. Naruto decisively declined once more. How effective is the illusionary netherworld technique? Kakashi persistently inquired, his determination unwavering. I have no desire to learn it. The blonde youth's resolute stance was infuriating. Kakashi, now somewhat exasperated, retorted, if you refuse to learn this and that, what exactly do you wish to study? Kakashi-sensei, I shall not conceal my intentions any longer. Naruto chuckled, a glint of cunning sparkling in his eyes. I know you possess a profound mastery of a physical technique called the 8 gates, and I wish to learn that. The blonde youth candidly expressed his aspiration. Kakashi squinted, his expression abruptly turning grave. Naruto, where did you hear that I can perform the 8 gates? If memory serves, I have never mentioned it before in your presence. A note of caution and skepticism tinged the silver-haired Jonin's voice. The Nine Tails informed me, Naruto replied, maintaining his composure with an audacious nonchalance that was almost infuriating. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead. What exactly does the Nine Tails know? How can he be so well acquainted with my ability to use the 8 gates? Kakashi-sensei, those details are unimportant. Naruto urged impatiently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Please teach me the 8 gates. I am currently lacking in physical techniques. It is my most glaring shortcoming. The blonde youth spoke earnestly, his eyes shining with fervent desire. I refuse. Absolutely not. Kakashi's response was firm, leaving no room for doubt. The 8 gates is a forbidden technique that unlocks special pathways within the body to temporarily gain immense power. However, the force unleashed by opening the 8 gates is perilous, imposing a tremendous burden and damage to the body. Given Naruto's youth, learning the 8 gates at this stage would yield nothing but harm, and Kakashi would never acquiesce. Moreover, he believed Naruto's abilities were already astonishingly formidable and did not necessitate the acquisition of such a dangerous technique. Kakashi-sensei, I fully comprehend your concerns. Naruto nodded with a smile, his tone turning sincere. In truth, I do not intend to learn the 8 gates for the sake of combat. The blonde youth's explanation eased Kakashi's vigilance slightly. Oh, then what is your purpose in learning it? The silver-haired Jonin raised an eyebrow in confusion, regarding Naruto with curiosity. My desire to learn the 8 gates stems purely from my need to compensate for my glaring deficiency in physical techniques. Naruto patiently elucidated, his eyes gleaming with sincerity. Kakashi-sensei must understand that a proficient ninja must develop comprehensively, without any significant weaknesses. The blonde youth articulated his point with clarity and conviction. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, shuriken throwing, kunai throwing. These fundamental skills must be mastered. Naruto's tone carried a note of seriousness. For once a glaring weakness is exposed, it becomes all too easy for enemies to exploit, which is undeniably perilous on the battlefield. The youth's analysis was astute and persuasive, and my most significant shortcoming is indeed my physical technique. Thus I must find a way to address this weakness. Naruto spread his arms wide, adopting a pose of helplessness. His pursuit of the 8 gates technique was not intended as a regular combat tactic, but rather as a last resort for survival. In simple terms, the 8 gates are akin to nuclear weapons. They may not be employed on a daily basis, but one must certainly possess the knowledge to wield them. After much persuasion from Naruto, Kakashi reluctantly agreed to teach the fundamentals of the 8 gates. The 8 gates are neither exceedingly difficult nor particularly simple. The initial stages are not daunting. One merely needs to begin with the first gate, gradually unlocking the 8 portals that restrict chakra within the body, thereby unleashing hidden potential. The true challenge lies in enduring the immense burden and injury that the activation of the 8 gates imposes on the body and its internal organs. This necessitates years of relentless, excessive, and unconventional physical training to enhance one's physical capabilities, enabling one to withstand the terrifying power granted by the 8 gates. In this regard, Naruto possesses an inherent advantage over Rock Lee, the taijutsu expert of Konoha. While Lee has the physique of an ordinary human, Naruto was blessed with the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan, an astonishing amount of chakra, and the recently acquired skill of physical healing. With these innate advantages, Naruto's progress in mastering the 8 gates has been nothing short of miraculous, advancing at a speed that rivals Lee's year of arduous training within the span of merely 1 month. Such astonishing progress has led Kakashi to question his own life choices, compelled to once again marvel at Naruto's exceptional genius. During his training, Naruto unexpectedly made an additional discovery, with the significant enhancement of his physical prowess. He could now safely harness a portion of the 9 tails chakra. In a secluded spot, the golden-haired youth ventured to experiment, realizing he could fully control 4 tails worth of 9 tails chakra while maintaining consciousness and rationality. However, any further exertion would risk spiraling into an uncontrollable rampage. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. The task of protecting Tazuna was successfully completed, and the bridge in the Land of Waves was constructed without incident. As Naruto and his companions set off on their journey home, they returned to the long-missed village hidden in the leaves after half a day. At last, they had returned. Sakura stretched widely, a radiant smile illuminating her face. She felt a genuine sense of homesickness wash over her. Inhaling the uniquely refreshing air of Konoha, her eyes sparkled with nostalgia and joy. Strolling along the familiar streets of Konoha, the 4 companions felt an extraordinary sense of ease, akin to wayward travelers returning home, their hearts brimming with warmth and reassurance. I will report to the Hokage's office first. You 3 can head home to rest. Let us gather in the evening. Kakashi cheerfully organized, displaying a rare generosity. I'll treat you all to barbecue. How does that sound? The silver-haired Genin's suggestion was met with enthusiastic responses. Hooray! Long live Kakashi-sensei. You are truly generous. Sakura exclaimed joyfully, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Kakashi-sensei is incredibly magnanimous. I'm impressed. Naruto gave a thumbs up in agreement with the proposal. Even the usually aloof Sasuke could not suppress a faint smile, clearly pleased with the arrangement. Over the past month, he had not only successfully mastered the formidable technique of Chidori, but his Sharingan had also evolved to the double Tomo stage. With significant advancements in both chakra volume and control, this rapid enhancement of his abilities lifted Sasuke's spirits, rendering his demeanor somewhat more cheerful. Ordinarily, it would be Naruto's responsibility to treat everyone, but, well, let us not dwell on that. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, deftly steering the conversation away from this sensitive topic. See you tonight, the silver-haired Jonin declared before vanishing in an instant. The 3 young men exchanged farewells and made their way home. Upon returning, Naruto was greeted by the pungent odor of formaldehyde and dust that lingered in the house, which had remained uninhabited for a month. A thick layer of dust coated the floors and furniture. The blonde youth swiftly formed hand seals and summoned several shadow clones to collaborate in cleaning the space. And before long, the room was transformed into a spotless and tidy haven. In the days that followed, Team 7 returned to their mundane routine of trivial tasks such as cat-sitting and weeding. Naruto delegated all these duties to his shadow clones, sneaking away to a secluded spot outside of Konoha to diligently continue his training in the 8 gates. One day, a resounding eagle-esque cry pierced the skies above Konoha, heralding the arrival of an important announcement. All the leading Jonin, upon hearing this signal, promptly set aside their tasks and hastened to the Hokage building. Gathering in the office of the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Ibiki Marino, and the elite Jonin of the village were nearly all present. Seated behind a large desk, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, surveyed the elite ninjas before him with a serious gaze. Esteemed colleagues, I have summoned you urgently because the biannual Chunin selection exam is about to commence. His voice reverberated with authority in the still office. Among this year's newcomers, are there any who wish to recommend their students for the exam? At this juncture, the Hokage's gaze lingered momentarily on Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma. You 3 have each overseen more than the requisite 8 missions this year. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. You may use your discretion to decide whether to recommend your respective newcomers for this Chunin selection exam. As these words hung in the air, the eyes of everyone present converged on the 3 Jonin responsible for mentoring new recruits. In theory, the threshold for participation in the Chunin exam was quite lenient. Merely completing 8 missions sufficed for eligibility, with no restrictions on mission difficulty. However, the reality was far more complex than the regulations suggested. Many newly minted genin often delayed their participation in the exam, choosing instead to accumulate sufficient combat experience and enhance their personal skills, only stepping into the perilous arena once they felt adequately prepared. Indeed, the Nin exam is notorious within the ninja world for its staggering mortality rate and disheartening elimination ratio. To recklessly involve oneself is akin to courting death, offering little benefit to the vast majority. Over the past 5 years, there has been no precedent of novice ninjas directly registering for the exam in the same year of their graduation, a phenomenon that alone attests to the pervasive cruelty of the Nin exam. This year's fresh graduates, having completed their training less than 2 months prior, are, by all reasonable standards, woefully unprepared, and their hasty foray into the fray may well lead to a fate as mere cannon fodder. Let us begin with you, Kakashi. Please share your decision. The third Hokage spoke calmly, his aged visage revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation, as if merely adhering to a routine inquiry. The silver-haired Jonin stepped forward, positioning himself at the center of attention, and lazily declared, "I am Kakashi, the leader of Team 7, and I hereby recommend my students, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto, to participate in this Nin selection examination." Following him was Yuhi Kurenai, whose graceful figure drew considerable attention. Yet her tone was unwaveringly resolute. As the instructor of Team 8, I, Yuhi Kurenai, solemnly recommend Aburame Shino, Inazuka Kiba, and Hige Hinata for this examination. Asuma Saratobi, leading Team 10, stated confidently while puffing on a cigarette, "In the name of Asuma Saratobi, I officially recommend Nara Shikaru, Yamanaka Ino, and Akimichi CHG for the Nin selection examination." A ripple of shocked whispers spread throughout the gathering, as numerous Jonin exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. Irika could no longer contain his inner anxiety and abruptly stood, his voice tinged with unmistakable urgency. "Hokage-sama, may I express my opinion?" The aged Hokage cast a questioning glance at the schoolteacher, signaling him to continue. "Forgive my boldness, but these 9 genin were once my students. Each possesses extraordinary talent and boundless potential." Irika's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with sincere concern. "Yet, given their current qualifications and experience, it is undoubtedly premature for them to participate in the Nin exam. At this stage, their focus should be on accumulating more practical experience and honing their skills, rather than recklessly risking themselves." Irika's words were imbued with a protective instinct for his students. Upon hearing this, many Jonin present nodded in agreement, evidently sharing the sentiment that this new cohort was indeed too early for the examination. However, Kakashi remained unfazed, lazily scoffing and retorting, "Interestingly, I became a Nin at 6 years old. Why should it be impossible for them? Can you truly be compared to them?" Irika countered passionately, his eyes ignited with dissatisfaction. "Kakashi, you graduated from the Ninja Academy at 5, became a Nin at 6, and attained Jonin status by 12. Such a prodigious ascent remains unmatched. Forcing these children to mirror your trajectory will only lead to their detriment." Irika's tone was laced with a sense of resignation regarding Kakashi's extraordinary brilliance. "Genius? I dare not accept such a title," Kakashi mused as he ruffled his iconic silver hair, letting out a resigned sigh. "Irika-sensei, I must remind you that Naruto and the others have been away from school for nearly 2 months now. You might find it hard to fathom just how remarkable their growth has been in such a brief span." A hint of mystery laced Kakashi's tone. What significant changes could possibly occur in just 2 months? Irika furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with confusion and skepticism. "I fear it far exceeds your imagination," Kakashi replied, shaking his head, a flicker of enigmatic amusement glinting in his eyes. "In any case, since I have made the recommendation, there are my considerations and judgments to take into account. I trust you will soon witness it for yourselves." The silver-haired Jonin's eyes sparkled with a mysterious light. "I assure you, this Chunin exam will astonish everyone and leave them in awe." Kakashi's words brimmed with confidence in his students. "Astound? What do you mean by that?" The surrounding Jonin exchanged whispers, speculating on Kakashi's ambiguous remarks. Suddenly, Mike Guy, clad in his signature green jumpsuit, leaned in, his robust arm draping over Kakashi's shoulder, revealing his trademark dazzling smile. "So, my eternal rival Kakashi, are you insinuating that there are remarkable talents among your team?" "Time will tell." Kakashi seemed disinclined to elaborate further, an air of aloofness emanating from him. Haha, I eagerly anticipate it. Guy clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, his smile so radiant it was almost blinding. However, I must state in advance, my 3 students will also participate in this exam. With them around, it won't be so easy for your little ones to steal the spotlight. A fierce competitive spirit shone in the eyes of the green beast. Indeed, let us wait and see, Kakashi replied, his demeanor as calm as still water, seemingly unfazed by the impending confrontation between teachers and students. That afternoon, Kakashi approached his 3 students with the registration form for the Chunin exam, his tone serious as he meticulously explained the various dangers and challenges they might face during the test. Subsequently, he entrusted the final decision to these young individuals, respecting their autonomy while refraining from coercing anyone into participating in this perilous trial. As expected, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura made their choices without hesitation, promptly filling out the application forms, and Kakashi departed with their responses in hand. The 3 youths then dispersed, each preparing and adjusting for the upcoming challenge. Time flew by, and a week later, the Chunin selection exam officially commenced, with Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura striding energetically towards the examination venue. The blonde youth was particularly buoyant that day, a smile playing on his lips, a stark contrast to the string of misfortunes he had faced a month prior. The past 7 days had been a delightful streak of luck, during which he had drawn several enviable, godlike skills, each sufficient to make ordinary ninjas green with envy. First and foremost is the Corpse Demon Seal, a formidable sealing technique that, despite its astonishing power, demands the practitioner to pay the ultimate price of life, significantly diminishing its practicality. Naruto never contemplated resorting to such a self-destructive technique. The second treasure is the 5 Elements Great Bomb technique, a composite ninjutsu lauded as one of the most exquisite masterpieces of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Its principle is exceptionally intricate. It summons 4 shadow clones to engage in combat, each unleashing attacks from the 5 distinct elemental attributes of lightning, wind, water, fire, and earth simultaneously, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. While there are numerous adept shinobi in the ninja world capable of wielding various elemental techniques, only Hiruzen Sarutobi has thus far succeeded in fusing these 5 disparate elemental jutsus into a singular form, a key reason for his esteemed title as the Doctor of Ninja Arts. The third remarkable acquisition that dazzled Naruto was the Uchiha Madara Fire Release Ninjutsu Gift Pack, undoubtedly the pinnacle of his week's treasures. This package contained 4 of Uchiha Madara's signature fire release techniques: Great Fire Annihilation, Great Fire Destruction, Dragon Flame Song, and Dust Concealment Technique. The potency of these fire release jutsus far exceeds that of ordinary techniques, significantly expanding Naruto's skill repertoire and elevating his destructive capabilities to an unprecedented level. Such bountiful gains naturally uplifted Naruto's spirits as he chatted casually with Sasuke and Sakura about the upcoming exam, striding with light-hearted steps toward the examination hall. Soon, he encountered other newly graduated shinobi from Konoha at the classroom entrance. Hinata, Lee, Niji, Shikamaru, and others had already gathered, conversing in hushed tones about the impending test. Hinata called the golden-haired youth excitedly to the girl with lavender eyes, his voice brimming with unmasked affection. The collective gaze of the group instantly turned toward this interaction, curiosity piqued. Upon seeing Naruto, Hinata's eyes sparkled with joy, her fair cheeks flushed with a delightful crimson, and her delicate fingers instinctively intertwined. Her voice, soft as a butterfly's wings, fluttered. "Naruto-kun, you're here to take the exam too? Of course. How could I miss such a rare opportunity to gain experience?" Naruto grinned widely, striding confidently toward Hinata, unable to resist the impulse to pinch her soft cheeks. "Hinata, did you know that your bashful demeanor is irresistibly adorable?" His eyes shimmered with admiration and affection. Naruto had long cherished this little bunny, often fantasizing about holding her close and teasing her mercilessly, but he had never found the right moment, until today. In an instant, Hinata's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her petite frame trembling slightly, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, a whirlwind of shyness, joy, and indescribable excitement swirling within her. Hey, what are you doing, Naruto?" Inuzuka Kiba rushed forward, placing himself protectively in front of Hinata, his eyes glinting with vigilance. "I warn you, don't bully Hinata, got it?" He bared his sharp canine teeth, his tone imbued with a fierce sense of protectiveness. The white puppy, Chimaru, barked a couple of times atop Ya's head, as if to echo its master's warning. As comrades within the same squad, Ya harbored an almost instinctual protective instinct towards Hinata. Of course, this sentiment was purely one of camaraderie among teammates, devoid of any ulterior motives. Naruto was well aware of this dynamic, and his smile remained undiminished as he greeted, "Hey Ya, long time no see. How has training been lately?" "Naruto, it feels as though you've transformed completely in just a month," Ya remarked, surveying the golden-haired youth with a hint of surprise before breaking into a provocative grin. But in all honesty, participating in the Chunin exams is no trivial matter. It requires genuine strength. You, from the bottom of the class, dare to join the fray? Aren't you afraid of being eliminated halfway through? His tone was laced with playful mockery, as though he were merely sharing a harmless jest. Naruto shrugged, wearing a nonchalant smile. "I'm just here for a bit of fun, really. Consider it an opportunity to broaden my horizons and gain some experience." "Precisely. Accumulating experience will prepare you for the next Chunin exam. Who knows, with a stroke of luck, you might even pass." Ya laughed heartily, clearly interpreting Naruto's words as self-deprecating humor. The surrounding Genin joined in the laughter, evidently convinced that Naruto was merely here to make up the numbers, not regarded as a genuine rival. Yet, only Hinata's eyes sparkled with adoration and unwavering trust, as if Naruto would always be the brightest star in her heart. Among the many ninjas present, apart from Sasuke and Sakura, who spent every day with Naruto, only Hinata offered him unreserved trust and support. The group of newly graduated Genin exchanged pleasantries at the entrance before stepping into the examination hall, yet the sight that greeted them left everyone momentarily stunned. "What on earth? Why are there so many candidates?" Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. "Are all of these people here for the Chunin exams? Why does everyone look so dangerous?" Ino's voice trembled with evident unease. The classroom was packed with candidates from various ninja villages, each exuding an aura of coldness, defiance, or ferocity. Dozens of icy gazes fixed themselves upon the newcomers, filled with scrutiny and hostility. The other Konoha Genin were clearly intimidated by this overwhelming presence. Many dared not raise their heads to meet the predatory stares, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Hinata, frightened, sought refuge behind Naruto, peeking timidly from behind him, her small hand instinctively clutching the hem of his shirt as she surveyed the unfamiliar ninjas in the classroom. "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear." Naruto gently grasped Hinata's soft hand, savoring the delicate sensation, his lips curling into a reassuring smile. Though they all try to act like big shots, most of them are merely paper tigers putting on a show. There's really no need to be afraid. His voice was deliberately loud, ensuring that the surrounding candidates could hear. Naruto's words were akin to tossing a stone into a beehive, inciting a fervent uproar among the dozens of examinees in the classroom, who glared menacingly at the audacious child before them. "What did you just say, you little brat? Have the audacity to repeat that?" bellowed a robust candidate adorned with the forehead protector of the stone village, his fists clenched tightly. "Do you dare to call me trash? Are you courting death?" Another rain ninja threatened through gritted teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. A female ninja from the grass village coldly drew her kunai, her murderous intent unmistakable. In the face of the candidate's wrath, Naruto remained undaunted, defiantly lifting his chin. "What's the matter? Are you offended by being called garbage? With a bunch like you who can't even carry your grandfather's slippers, what right do you have to strut around here? Good heavens! Naruto, are you mad?" Shikamaru exclaimed, his scalp prickling with anxiety as he swiftly grasped the blonde boy's arm, forcing a conciliatory smile. "Esteemed seniors, please forgive him. My friend has never been quite right in the head since childhood. He speaks without thinking. Please, do not take offense." Shikamaru's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his tone laced with regret. Yes, he's just a child, immature and unaware. Let us not hold his childishness against him." Sakura quickly interjected, fearful of further escalating the situation. The expressions of the numerous candidates softened slightly, their anger diminishing a notch. "Are you all trying to provoke disdain from everyone with your clamor?" A silver-haired youth wearing round glasses approached, his tone gentle as he sought to mediate. "And who might you be?" The newcomers from Konoha regarded this unfamiliar senior with curiosity. "My name is..." The silver-haired youth was about to introduce himself when Naruto abruptly interrupted. "His name is Kabuto Yakushi, a double agent masquerading as a Konoha ninja, a loyal assistant and faithful lackey of Orochimaru." Naruto grinned mischievously at the silver-haired youth, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of mischief. And also, a ticking time bomb planted within Konoha. Isn't that right, Senior Kabuto? The blonde boy's voice carried a hint of mockery. Naruto's intention in exposing Kabuto's true identity was not born from a desire to reveal him, but rather from sheer mischievous delight. He was intrigued by how a seasoned double agent, one who had donned a mask for so long, would react when publicly unmasked. The response was indeed gratifying. As Kabuto's countenance turned ashen, panic flashing in his eyes, rendering him motionless, like a puppet whose spring had been unwound. Kabuto was truly taken aback. Having infiltrated Konoha for years, he had flawlessly played the role of an ordinary ninja without ever arousing suspicion. Yet today, he found himself unexpectedly exposed by a mere newly minted genin. This sudden upheaval left him completely flustered. Despite his cunning and guile, he was caught entirely off guard. Spy? Orochimaru? The newcomers of Konoha were taken aback by Naruto's revelation, their gazes quickly sharpening with vigilance. Although they were unfamiliar with Orochimaru's true identity, the connotation of the term spy was all too clear to them. Naruto, is what you said true? Sakura could not help but inquire, her eyes brimming with skepticism and unease. Just kidding. Naruto scratched the back of his head, revealing a radiant smile. I don't actually know this person. I just thought he looked sneaky like a spy and said it on a whim. The tone of the golden-haired youth was laced with a light-hearted jest. Chapter 8. One of the ultimate weapons in the ninja world. Damn it. Why spout nonsense if you don't know him? You scared me to death, Naruto, you rascal. Numerous lower-ranked ninjas glared angrily at Naruto, clearly irritated by his prank. Naruto offered an awkward chuckle and turned to Kabuto. Sorry, senior. I shouldn't have made such a joke. Haha. Kabuto chuckled dryly, a heavy weight finally lifting from his heart. It's fine, just a joke after all. I'm not that petty. The silver-haired youth appeared magnanimous on the surface, yet tumultuous thoughts roiled within him. However, it's best to refrain from such jokes in the future. They're too frightening. My fragile heart can't handle it. Kabuto's voice remained light, yet the eyes behind his glasses glimmered with a dangerous light. Despite his words, Kabuto's mind was a tempest of questions. How did Naruto discover his true identity? If he knew, why did he feign a joke and let him off? What was this seemingly innocent golden-haired boy plotting? This brat must not be allowed to remain. He must be eliminated swiftly. Kabuto's gaze darkened, his eyes behind the lenses cold as a serpent, the intent to kill nearly palpable. With the arrival of Marino Ibiki and a group of proctoring jonin, the first exam of the Chunin selection process officially commenced. Ibiki stood on the platform, the scars on his face appearing particularly menacing under the fluorescent lights as his icy voice echoed throughout the examination hall, meticulously outlining the rules of the test. The formidable aura he exuded instilled an oppressive silence among the candidates. Even the most unruly of them dared not breathe audibly. The written examination was divided into two distinctly different phases. The first 9 questions primarily assessed the candidate's ability to gather intelligence, the difficulty of which could only be described as extreme, rendering it nearly impossible to answer based solely on personal knowledge. The final 10th question would serve as the ultimate test of team cohesion, its rules and revelation determining the fate of the majority of candidates. Naruto had always detested such paper-based examinations. Having endured countless tests in his previous life, he had long since lost interest in filling out answer sheets, let alone navigating deliberately designed trap questions. Compared to the drudgery of the exam paper, the presence of Hinata beside him evidently captured his attention far more. The golden-haired youth occasionally turned his head to admire the exquisite profile of the Hyuga princess, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Hinata felt her face flush under Naruto's unabashed gaze. Her head bowed as she dared not meet his eyes. Her heartbeat raced to a point where rational thought eluded her, and the pen in her hand trembled uncontrollably. What on earth was this boy up to? On the podium, Ibiki noticed Naruto's unusual behavior, his brow furrowing slightly. Wasn't he the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Was he simply resigning himself to failure upon realizing he couldn't answer the questions? A glimmer of curiosity and confusion flickered in the eyes of the special jonin. What an interesting little rascal. A faint smile curled at the corners of Ibiki's mouth, seemingly intrigued by Naruto's unconventional approach. In stark contrast to Naruto's calm demeanor, the other examinees in the testing hall were racking their brains, desperately seeking ways to gather information and showcasing their unique talents. Sakura, the academic prodigy of the class, answered directly with her exceptional memory and knowledge, her pen flying across the paper. Gaara quietly conjured a miniature eyeball from sand, stealthily infiltrating under the desks of other candidates to spy on their answers. Shino commanded tiny insects to crawl along the ceiling, surveying the entire room from above to relay information. Ino employed her family's secret mind-switching technique, temporarily invading Sakura's consciousness to borrow her intellect. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, flawlessly mimicking the writing movements of the candidates in front of him. Niji utilized his Byakugan to peer through his fellow examinees, directly inspecting their answers as if aided by divine intervention. Each candidate showcased their distinctive skills and techniques, creating a vibrant tapestry of ingenuity and creativity. During this process, those employing clumsy tactics or lacking finesse were swiftly uncovered by the proctors and mercilessly expelled from the examination room, prematurely extinguishing their dreams of becoming Chunin. Due to the stringent rule of collective punishment for rule-breaking, each elimination meant the entire team of 3 was disqualified, causing the number of candidates to diminish at an alarming rate. Time flew by, and soon it was the pivotal moment for the revelation of the 10th question. The rules of the 10th question were unexpectedly simple, yet incredibly cruel. It was an insoluble multiple-choice question. Candidates could choose to answer or opt out. Those who chose to forfeit would be eliminated along with their teammates, but would have the chance to compete again the following year. Conversely, those who chose to answer faced not only elimination if they were incorrect, but also a permanent disqualification from participating in the Chunin exams, effectively barring them from ever rising to Chunin rank. This harrowing choice plunged the entire examination hall into a profound silence, each face etched with conflict and turmoil. Not choosing meant immediate disqualification and the loss of all previous efforts. Choosing to answer, however, could result in the loss of all future promotion opportunities, forever trapping them in the rank of Genin. Regardless of the choice made, the stakes were astonishingly high. Under this immense psychological pressure, an increasing number of candidates raised their hands to forfeit, opting for the relatively safer exit, plunging the atmosphere in the examination hall to an all-time low. Yet, the eventual revelation of the outcome left all those who persevered until the end utterly astounded. Every candidate who chose to confront the 10th question passed the first round of the examination. In the final tally, among the 153 candidates who participated in the Chunin exam, only 78 succeeded in passing the written test, while the remaining 75 were eliminated, resulting in a nearly 50% failure rate, a truly brutal outcome. As soon as the written examination concluded, the examiner for the second stage, Mitarashi Anko, made a dramatic entrance, bursting through the window with an imposing presence. At this stage in her life, Anko was in the prime of her youth, possessing an alluring figure with ample curves and long legs, complemented by her vibrant, rounded face and slender waist, undeniably a striking sight to behold. It is difficult to imagine that in the not-so-distant future, this vivacious beauty would transform into a somewhat portly figure. Yet, that was a matter for another time. For now, Anko remained a delightful spectacle. Anko elaborated on the rules and requirements of the second phase of the exam, and after a brief preparation, the candidates gradually entered the fabled forest of death. To ensure Hinata's safety, Naruto had deliberately inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique on her, allowing him to track her movements at any moment. Should Hinata encounter peril, the blonde youth would be able to rush to her side, providing assistance and protection. After all, she was destined to be his future wife. Safeguarding her was of utmost importance. The Forest of Death undeniably lived up to its reputation as one of the most treacherous training grounds in Konoha. Its dense foliage formed a natural barrier, with various plants intertwining to create a nearly isolated miniature ecosystem. Towering ancient trees were omnipresent, their stout trunks capable of embracing 3 or 4 adults, while their lofty canopies merged into a thick layer that obscured the sunlight. Even during midday, when the sun shone brightly and the sky was a vibrant blue, the interior of the forest revealed scarcely a trace of sunlight, casting an eerie and gloomy atmosphere that exuded an unsettling aura. This place is downright chilling. Sakura couldn't help but shiver, crossing her arms tightly around herself as if seeking some semblance of security. The atmosphere here is spine-tingling. We should all be cautious. Her voice carried a distinct note of anxiety. Don't worry, it's nothing to be concerned about. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, a relaxed smile adorning his face. Aside from a few venomous insects and wild beasts, it's just some lower-ranked ninjas participating in the exam. There's nothing to fear. His tone brimmed with confidence. With you here, Naruto, Our safety is indeed assured, Sakura sighed in relief, her tense nerves easing somewhat. Naruto, there's something I must clarify, Sasuke suddenly interjected, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. I hope that during the upcoming trials in the Forest of Death, you will refrain from intervening. His voice carried a hint of stubbornness and pride. I want to rely on my own strength to pass this test and reach the central tower. There was a spark of independence and self-reliance in Sasuke's gaze. Not a problem. Suit yourself. Naruto shrugged casually, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I promise I won't intervene during this journey through the Forest of Death. Just go ahead and forge your own path. His tone resonated with respect for his friend's determination. Thank you. Sasuke murmured his thanks, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes. Naruto chuckled softly before suddenly pondering aloud. Sasuke, may I pose a question to you? What question? The dark-haired youth furrowed his brow slightly, signaling Naruto to continue. If there were an opportunity to dramatically enhance your strength in a short span, but the price would be your betrayal of Konoha. Naruto's eyes glimmered with a profound intensity. How would you choose? The golden-haired boy's inquiry was laden with implication and scrutiny. Naruto posed this piercing question with the awareness that Orochimaru was lurking among the Chunin exam participants, having set his sights firmly on Sasuke. According to Naruto's predictions, Orochimaru might very well attempt to brand Sasuke with the curse seal during this trial in the Forest of Death, opening a shortcut to immense power for the Uchiha youth. This seal would significantly augment Sasuke's abilities, yet simultaneously lead him down a path of no return. Despite Orochimaru's nefarious intentions to seize Sasuke's body as a vessel, it was undeniable that this presented a rare opportunity for Sasuke to gain strength. Naruto held unwavering confidence in his ability to thwart Orochimaru's schemes, yet as a friend, he wished to leave the ultimate decision in Sasuke's hands. Ultimately, whether to choose power or loyalty rested solely upon Sasuke's judgment. Should Sasuke opt for the path of power, Naruto had no intention of obstructing him. After all, in a certain sense, all of Orochimaru's elaborate machinations were merely a means to tailor a path for Sasuke. Upon hearing the question, Sasuke froze, his expression shifting between light and shadow, his eyes revealing a tumult of emotions, struggle, hesitation, and desire. Sakura immediately expressed her strong disapproval. Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Sasuke ever betray Konoha? Just take it as a joke and don't take it too seriously. Naruto shrugged and continued walking, as if the earlier question had merely been a casual whim. Naruto, please refrain from such jokes in the future. They are not amusing in the slightest. Sakura's voice brimmed with reproach, clearly offended by the hypothetical scenario. Indeed, the forest was rife with ferocious beasts and venomous creatures, yet for the three members of Team 7, these threats were hardly daunting. As they pressed onward, they soon encountered a trio of genin from the Rain Village, who had evidently set their sights on Sasuke and his companions. Sasuke and Sakura teamed up to engage, their cooperation seamless and decisive, swiftly overpowering their foes. Though the encounter was perilous, they maintained control throughout. Their combined strength had grown significantly since their earlier days, allowing them to handle such adversaries with ease, showing no signs of struggle. As the trio ventured deeper into the forest, Naruto suddenly sensed an ominous chill, an evil chakra signature approaching rapidly, akin to a deadly serpent stealthily drawing near, sending a shiver down his spine. Orochimaru is here. Naruto inhaled deeply and turned his gaze towards Sasuke. Have you pondered your answer to my earlier question? Naruto. Sakura was evidently irked, glaring at the blonde youth, her voice tinged with palpable anger. Could you refrain from broaching that subject? It is utterly excessive. The pink-haired girl's tone brimmed with dissatisfaction and reproach. In the entire Naruto universe, the individuals who least wished to see Sasuke defect were undoubtedly Sakura and Itachi Uchiha. Itachi's situation needs no elaboration. In his unwavering loyalty to Konoha, he had even sacrificed his entire clan to preserve the village's peace. As for Sakura, her profound love for Sasuke naturally prevented her from desiring her beloved's departure from Konoha from her side. Naruto paid no heed to Sakura's protests, simply observing Sasuke in silence, awaiting his response. The raven-haired youth fell into a contemplative silence, his fists clenched, his eyes shimmering with a complex light. After a prolonged moment, he gritted his teeth and declared, Naruto, you must comprehend that I am burdened with the deep-seated enmity of the Uchiha clan. My sole purpose in this world is vengeance. As long as it aids me in achieving this goal, I am willing to pay any price without a trace of regret. Determination sparkled in Sasuke's eyes, his voice saturated with resolve. Although he had previously yearned for power and revenge, never had his desire felt as intense and urgent as it did now. Witnessing Naruto display such almost mythical prowess had profoundly impacted him. He now yearned for strength more than ever, desperately seeking to bridge the vast chasm between him and Naruto. Thus, when faced with the choice between power and loyalty, Sasuke unhesitatingly opted for the former. Sakura, hearing these words, was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at the boy she admired. "Sasuke, what do you mean by that?" "I understand," Naruto gently nodded, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features. "I respect your choice, but I hope you will not regret today's decision in the future." His tone carried a weighty significance. An eye for an eye, a debt repaid. Seeking revenge is not without merit, Naruto shrugged, a depth glimmering in his eyes. "However, I fear you may ultimately discover that the truth is not as straightforward as you believe." His words were laden with implication and depth. Yet, this was not the moment for such discourse. Adversaries were approaching. Naruto's voice suddenly sharpened with vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling, sinister laughter echoed through the forest. "You three little ones seem quite at ease. It appears the Chunin exams are rather simple for you." Sasuke and Sakura swiftly turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a mysterious figure perched upon a sturdy tree trunk. The newcomer wore a wide-brimmed hat and standard attire of the grass village, a traditional shimenawa tied at her waist, and appeared to be female. This woman extended an exceptionally long tongue, slowly licking the edge of her hat, a bizarre and alluring smile gracing her face, sending shivers down their spines. In the entire Naruto universe, there was no other figure embodying such a sinister allure and terrifying visage than Orochimaru. How revolting! Sakura could not suppress a shiver, her face etched with disgust and fear. Yet, a more repulsive performance was yet to unfold. "You seek the Book of Earth, do you? As it happens, I possess one." Orochimaru rasped, his voice a low, magnetic chuckle, as he produced a scroll from within his cloak and, with a grotesque display, swallowed it whole. What a perverse act! Sakura trembled, her stomach churning, threatening to expel its contents at any moment. Sasuke's expression mirrored her own, a flicker of shock and revulsion crossing his features, evidently disturbed by this bizarre behavior. "Now, the Book of Earth resides safely within my belly," Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips with a repugnant grin. "If you desire it, come and reclaim it from my insides, little ones." His tone dripped with provocation and mockery. What an eye-opener. Naruto chuckled lightly, patting Sasuke on the shoulder. "Sasuke, didn't you declare you would pass the exam through your own strength? This fellow is yours to handle, so show us what you can do." His tone was casual, as if discussing a mere sparring match. "All right." Sasuke inhaled deeply, determination flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Orochimaru, scrutinizing him for several moments. The dark-haired youth suddenly clasped his hands together and began to form seals at a rapid pace, his movements fluid and uninterrupted. "Fire release, great fireball technique," Sasuke declared, his chest swelling as he expelled a colossal fireball aimed directly at Orochimaru. "Earth release, earth flow wall." Orochimaru, unfazed, formed seals, causing the ground to rise and form a sturdy earthen wall that effortlessly thwarted Sasuke's attack. The battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru erupted, each exchanging blows and techniques. Unfortunately, despite Orochimaru's deliberate leniency, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, leaving Sasuke in a position of relentless defense, thoroughly overwhelmed. Naruto quickly assists Sasuke. Sakura tugged at Naruto's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern and dread. "Do not worry." Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with an unyielding spirit. "I can handle this guy." The voice of the dark-haired youth was imbued with stubbornness and confidence. However, just as Sakura was about to speak again, she noticed a brilliant blue electric glow emanating from Sasuke's right hand. Crackling arcs of blinding electricity danced between his palms, producing a chillingly sharp noise akin to the simultaneous cries of 1,000 birds, deafening in its intensity. "What kind of ninjutsu is this? It looks incredible," Sakura exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, captivated by this dazzling yet perilous technique. "This is the signature skill Chidori that Kakashi-sensei taught Sasuke, regarded as one of the pinnacle lightning release techniques." Naruto's voice held a hint of envy and admiration. "It's Kakashi-sensei's trademark move. Its power is truly remarkable." Anticipation gleamed in the eyes of the golden-haired youth. Chidori. Sakura whispered, repeating the name filled with potency, her gaze brimming with shock and curiosity. Orochimaru was irresistibly drawn to the sudden display of formidable ninjutsu. His pupils constricting sharply as a flicker of surprise and exhilaration danced in his eyes. He could not help but lick his lips. Much like an intrepid explorer who has stumbled upon a precious treasure. I never imagined you had mastered such a remarkable technique. Orochimaru's tone was imbued with both admiration and insatiable greed. Truly, you are the vessel I have long sought. My interest in you has only deepened. His eyes shimmered with a morbid desire and relentless obsession. Die! Sasuke roared, brandishing his shimmering Chidori, charging towards Orochimaru like a bolt of lightning. The sheer force of Chidori carved a deep trench into the ground as he sprinted, sending shards of stone flying and dust swirling around him. Sasuke's speed was akin to a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Orochimaru, his right hand enveloped in lethal electric energy. Plunging it fiercely into Orochimaru's chest, emerging from his back. I hit him. Sakura exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement, hope gleaming in her eyes. Don't celebrate too soon. Orochimaru is not so easily vanquished, Naruto cautioned, a knowing look flashing across his gaze. In the hierarchy of strength within the world of Naruto, Orochimaru's combat prowess might be deemed merely average at the level of a Kage. However, in terms of survival instincts and tenacity, he was undoubtedly among the elite. A veritable epitome of resilience. Sasuke's delusion that a single Chidori could end Orochimaru's life was akin to a fool's dream. Indeed, as Naruto had predicted, the pierced Orochimaru instantaneously transformed into a puddle of mud, lifeless and devoid of any sign of existence. Simultaneously, the real Orochimaru emerged from the trunk of a nearby tree, gazing at Sasuke with a wicked glint in his eyes. Sasuke, your talent is truly remarkable. You are indeed a genius who has inherited the Uchiha bloodline. Orochimaru's voice resonated with admiration and appreciation. With that said, allow me to bestow upon you another gift. I hope you will cherish it. Before his words had fully dissipated, Orochimaru's neck elongated in a bizarre manner, akin to a serpent, striking towards the unsuspecting Sasuke with lightning speed. Not good. Sasuke's complexion changed drastically, instinctively attempting to evade. But it was too late. Orochimaru's sharp fangs sank deeply into his neck, leaving a distinct bite mark. Ah! Sasuke let out a piercing scream, clutching his neck in agony. His expression contorted in pain. Orochimaru swiftly retracted his unnaturally elongated neck, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Sasuke, I hope you survive. Do not disappoint me. As his words faded, Orochimaru's form gradually sank into the ground, vanishing like a ghost without a trace. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support her faltering teammate. Naruto swiftly approached, scrutinizing the wound on Sasuke's neck, where 3 triangular, black, tadpole-like marks had already formed. The Heaven's Curse mark, just as I suspected, murmured the blonde youth. A complex emotion flickering in his eyes, along with a barely perceptible hint of envy. The curse mark was essentially a diminished version of the Sage Mode, a variation belonging to the realm of Sage Chakra. The Sage Mode can be regarded as a formidable amplifier in the realm of ninjas, capable of enhancing the practitioner's power across all facets, including ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, resulting in a remarkable increase that could elevate the user's combat abilities by several folds. Should Sasuke master the powers of the Heavenly Curse Seal flawlessly, his combat prowess would soar dramatically, potentially rivaling that of an elite jonin. However, despite his admiration, Naruto harbors no desire to allow Orochimaru to implant such a nefarious curse upon him. While this power may rapidly augment one's strength, its drawbacks and side effects are glaringly apparent, and it would be subject to Orochimaru's will, rendering it far from an ideal choice. In contrast to this inferior version of Sage Mode, Naruto yearns for the authentic, perfected Sage Mode. He wonders when he might truly attain such a form. The golden-haired youth sighed inwardly, a flicker of hope glimmering in his eyes. Although the lottery system is formidable, its randomness renders it unpredictable and uncontrollable, leaving Naruto to resign himself to fate, hoping for a stroke of good fortune. Meanwhile, after a painful struggle, Sasuke finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Sasuke! Sasuke! Sakura called out anxiously, her face etched with worry and fear. Do not fret. He will be fine, Naruto reassured, his tone imbued with a sense of certainty. Really? Sakura looked up at Naruto, her eyes filled with doubt and unease. Absolutely. The chakra within him flows steadily, even showing signs of gradual enhancement. He will awaken shortly, the golden-haired youth affirmed, confidence sparkling in his gaze. As dusk fell, Naruto suggested, we should find a secure location to rest for the night and recuperate, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. That night, Naruto discovered a concealed tree hollow to serve as a temporary campsite. He retrieved a barbecue grill and meat from his storage space, assigning Sakura the task of grilling. These provisions had been meticulously prepared in advance to ensure that he and his companions would not suffer from hunger or cold during their wilderness survival. The golden-haired youth was in no rush to head to the central tower. After all, once there, he would merely sit idly awaiting the other candidates for a full 5 days, which he deemed a waste of time. Instead, he preferred to linger in the forest, embracing the experience of an extraordinary outdoor camping adventure. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto. A voice suddenly broke the tranquility of the campsite. Sasuke, you're awake? Sakura exclaimed joyfully, her eyes brimming with relief and delight. What just happened to me? The dark-haired youth asked, rubbing his temples, his face contorted in discomfort. My head aches terribly. It feels as though I've been trampled. Every bone in my body is in pain. Sasuke's voice was laden with discomfort and confusion. You were cursed by Orochimaru. This pain is a normal reaction, Naruto explained calmly, a hint of understanding in his tone. Cursed seal? Sasuke's anxiety surged as his pupils dilated, his voice tinged with wariness and bewilderment. What exactly is going on? And who is Orochimaru? The ebony-haired youth bombarded with questions, clearly oblivious to his circumstances. In a succinct manner, Naruto elucidated the fundamental principles and functions of the cursed seal, ultimately concluding, in simple terms, the cursed seal is a double-edged sword. The golden-haired boy's eyes sparkled with wisdom. It grants one unprecedented power, yet prolonged activation can lead to a gradual loss of reason, culminating in a complete loss of control and self. A note of warning tinged Naruto's tone. How could this be? Sakura gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes brimming with concern and fear. Naruto, what should I do? Sasuke, surprisingly composed, revealed a flicker of barely concealed excitement and anticipation in his gaze. Intensify your training. Strive to master it, Naruto declared resolutely, his eyes alight with determination. No matter how formidable the cursed seal may be, it is fundamentally just a form of power. The key lies in how you wield it, the golden-haired youth spoke with unwavering confidence. As long as you can master the cursed seal perfectly, utilizing it rather than being controlled by it, it will serve as an invaluable ally. Naruto's words carried a unique insight. I understand now. Sasuke nodded, the haze of confusion dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented sense of resolve and clarity. He cared not for the origins or nature of this power. All that mattered was becoming stronger to fulfill his quest for vengeance. Everything else was of little consequence. Naruto, how do you know all this? Did you foresee what would happen? Sasuke keenly sensed an anomaly, a glimmer of suspicion crossing his eyes. That's a secret I cannot divulge, Naruto replied with a mysterious smile, mischief dancing in his eyes as he refrained from revealing more. Silence enveloped the night. Come dawn, Naruto awoke early, stretching beneath the rising sun. Time for the lottery. The golden-haired youth did not spring out of bed, but instead engaged in his customary daily lottery ritual. Each day's lottery was the moment he looked forward to most. Akin to an avid gambler, eagerly hoping to draw forth a more potent ability, relishing the anticipation. Ding! Lottery successful. Congratulations on obtaining the perfect sage mode. The system's notification resonated in Naruto's mind like a heavenly melody. Perfect sage mode? Is this for real? His eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily unable to grasp his fortune. I actually drew the perfect sage mode. What extraordinary luck is this for a chosen one? The golden-haired youth's heart swelled with indescribable excitement and elation. Sage mode, one of the pinnacle enhancement skills in the ninja world. In essence, it provides an all-encompassing attribute boost. Any creature that masters Sage Mode experiences a qualitative leap in power. Even an ordinary pig, upon mastering Sage Mode, could transform into the legendary Sage Pig, its might surging exponentially. Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, physical prowess, reflex speed, every ability would witness unprecedented enhancement. The profound transformation is fundamentally attributed to the elevation of ordinary chakra to a more advanced form known as Senjutsu chakra. Ordinary chakra is a fusion of physical and mental energy in a specific proportion. In contrast, Senjutsu Chakra incorporates an inexhaustible source of natural energy, resulting in an entirely new manifestation of power. To illustrate, if ordinary chakra can be likened to the internal force in the realm of martial arts, then Senjutsu Chakra is akin to the magical energy found in the world of immortal beings. The two are fundamentally incomparable. Consequently, once one masters the Sage Mode, their ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu capabilities experience a geometric enhancement, with the potential to inflict significant damage upon the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This undoubtedly ranks as one of the most formidable weapons within the ninja world. Naruto, suppressing his inner excitement, began to meticulously explore this newly acquired ability. As it was obtained through a system lottery, his mastery of Sage Mode had reached an unparalleled level of perfection. Perfection signifies flawlessness, devoid of any blemish or defect. Naruto's Sage Mode is an ultimate version, perfect, pure, and devoid of any adverse effects. In other words, Naruto effortlessly balances the three energies, physical, mental, and natural, creating high-quality Senjutsu Chakra with ease. This control is as natural as breathing, requiring no deliberate concentration. It is achieved instinctively. Is this the legendary natural energy? How extraordinary! Naruto marveled at the omnipresent natural energy surrounding him. This energy is as ubiquitous as the oxygen and nitrogen in the air, permeating every corner of the universe. Inexhaustible and abundant. It is vast beyond imagination. The golden-haired youth was deeply impressed. No wonder the Otsutsuki clan cultivates divine trees. It must be to harvest this immense natural energy. A flicker of realization crossed Naruto's eyes. Such immense and alluring energy would surely compel anyone to seek ways to collect and utilize it. The young man steadied his mind and began to attempt entering Sage Mode. As a thought crossed Naruto's mind, the surrounding natural energy surged towards him as if summoned. This energy seamlessly permeated his body, harmoniously blending with his physical and mental energies in a perfect ratio of 1-to-1, resulting in a high-purity Senjutsu Chakra. The entire process flowed effortlessly, devoid of any hindrance, as if this were an innate ability of Naruto's. Truly, this is the perfected Sage Mode. The golden-haired youth was awestruck, his eyes filled with astonishment and joy. The refinement of Senjutsu Chakra was remarkably smooth and natural, utterly unbelievable. Naruto's heart overflowed with admiration for this newfound power. He was acutely aware that, although natural energy is immensely powerful, the process of absorbing and mastering it is perilously treacherous. Even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. The consequences, though mild, could lead to a local transformation, such as becoming frog-like or serpent-like, while in severe cases, one might suffer full-body petrification, transforming into an eternal statue. However, during Naruto's absorption of natural energy, he felt no semblance of difficulty or peril. It was as if this process was a natural instinct, innate to his being. From this realization, Naruto deduced that his Sage Mode was devoid of any time constraints. He could maintain this state indefinitely, until his physical and mental energy was entirely depleted. The cultivation of Sage Chakra was remarkably effortless for him, requiring almost no additional exertion. Not only could he activate it at will, but it also bore no time limitations. Naruto's heart brimmed with joy and pride. His Sage Mode bore a striking resemblance to that of Hashirama Senju, perhaps even surpassing it in certain aspects. The golden-haired youth continued to sense the transformations within his body. Under the enhancement of Sage Mode, he distinctly felt a monumental improvement in his physical capabilities. With a mere punch, kick, or elbow strike, he could unleash a terrifying power far beyond the ordinary, as if he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, Naruto could effortlessly send a massive rhinoceros soaring into the sky with a simple wave of his hand. The enhancement from Sage Chakra was astonishingly exaggerated. Excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Furthermore, the enhancement to his ninjutsu was nothing short of remarkable. Techniques powered by Sage Chakra exhibited a potency that was worlds apart from standard ninjutsu. It was clear why ninjutsu in Sage Mode was referred to as Sage Arts. The quality was indeed far superior to ordinary techniques. Absolutely incredible. Naruto opened his eyes, his face radiating uncontainable delight. "Naruto, what is wrong with your eyes?" Sakura suddenly exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment and a hint of trepidation. Sasuke instinctively turned to look, momentarily frozen, his eyes reflecting a mix of shock and confusion. At that moment, Naruto's eyes bore an orange shadow around the corners, with his pupils morphing into yellow horizontal slits, rendering his gaze both mysterious and exotic, evoking an unusual air of enigma. It's nothing serious, just a little transformation technique I was playing with. Naruto chuckled nonchalantly, then relinquished sage mode, his eyes reverting to their original state. What kind of transformation technique do you play with while you sleep? Sakura murmured, rising to prepare breakfast, her tone laced with confusion. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, contemplatively regarding Naruto, clearly unconvinced by his explanation, yet he refrained from probing further. After a simple breakfast, the trio swiftly resumed their journey. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto quietly replaced himself with a shadow clone, while his true self utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously depart from Konoha. The golden-haired youth was eager to test the true capabilities of Sage Mode, and the results did not disappoint. The Fireball technique of the Sage Art, the Great Fireball Jutsu, easily surpassed 50 meters in diameter, the flames burning at temperatures several times higher than the ordinary version, showcasing astonishing power. The diameter of the Sage Art spiral sphere expanded to over 3 meters, effortlessly covering a radius of 100 meters with its destructive force. The Sage Art supergiant spiral sphere formed a terrifying vortex, easily flattening a small hill that stood hundreds of meters tall. Other water and fire release techniques, as well as the combined 5-element barrage, experienced a dramatic increase in power, astonishing Naruto. Old man, your mastery of Sage techniques is truly breathtaking. The Ninetales exclaimed in admiration, his eyes filled with respect and astonishment, witnessing Naruto suddenly grasp and adeptly wield Sage techniques. The Ninetales became increasingly convinced that Naruto was the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. Otherwise, such an extraordinary phenomenon could hardly be explained. The Ninetales deeply understood the arduous and perilous journey of harnessing natural energy, a path fraught with near-death experiences, where even a minor misstep could lead to becoming a stone statue, sealing one's fate. Throughout the long history of Konoha, only the legendary Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi, could proficiently employ Sage Mode, a skill so formidable that even the notorious Uchiha Madara, often dubbed the Azura of the shinobi world, could not master it. Thus, the difficulty involved is akin to scaling the heavens. To witness Naruto, once the underdog, wielding Sage Mode with such finesse, defies belief and can only be attributed to his reincarnation as the Sage of Six Paths. Anything else simply does not hold water. Hey, Ninetales, let us be honest. Who wields Sage Mode more impressively, me or Hashirama? The golden-haired youth raised an eyebrow with a cheeky sparkle in his eye, akin to a child seeking praise. In terms of controlling natural energy, you handle it with far greater fluidity than that Hashirama fellow. It's simply dazzling. The Ninetales narrowed his crimson eyes, granting an unexpected and genuine compliment. However, the little brat, your current frail physique resembles that of a bean sprout. Your energy reserves are nowhere near Hashirama's monstrous chakra. The Ninetales' voice dripped with disdain, his tail flicking dismissively. Therefore, in terms of endurance in battle, you're still several streets behind that rascal Hashirama. The Ninetales delivered this final blow without mercy, seemingly delighted to undermine Naruto's confidence. I'm well aware of this. Sage Chakra is fundamentally a super combination of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy. Naruto scratched the back of his head, wearing an expression that said he understood and didn't need a lecture. In the following days, until the conclusion of the second exam, Naruto immersed himself in training Sage Mode like a zealot, akin to a stubborn rock sinking into the depths of the sea. Isolated as he honed this extraordinary skill, days passed in a blur, and Naruto's mastery of Sage Mode advanced by leaps and bounds. His understanding of its essence deepened, and his application in real combat became seamless and instinctive, as if he had been born to wield it. The only regret that makes one want to pound the ground in frustration is that ever since Naruto drew the grand prize of the perfect Sage Mode, his aura of luck seems to have been utterly drained, leaving him bereft of anything worthy of boasting. After 5 days of relentless effort, the best equipment Naruto managed to acquire was none other than Chiyo's forbidden technique, the Edo Tensei, which truly evokes a sense of despair over his dwindling luck. While the Edo Tensei is indeed an unparalleled technique, one of the few in the ninja world capable of defying fate and resurrecting the dead, it shares the same fatalistic nature as the Shiki F gene, demanding one life for another. Without hesitation, Naruto discarded it like refuse, choosing to abandon such a self-destructive skill. It is noteworthy that during these past few days, Sasuke has been tirelessly striving to harness the power of the cursed seal, akin to a passionate explorer delving into the mysteries of the unknown. Though the process is excruciating, akin to 1,000 needles piercing the heart and fraught with peril, the results are tangible. Sasuke has at least begun to acclimate to the violent energy surges brought on by the cursed seal. On the 5th day of the exam, Sasuke successfully dispatched 3 ninjas from the Takigakure, thereby seizing the coveted Earth Scroll and making a significant contribution to the team. Naruto's trio arrived at the central tower. Guided by the Proctor Iruka, their emotions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Before the second phase of the exam commenced, a total of 26 teams comprising 78 participants had entered, yet only a pitiful 7 teams of 21 individuals would ultimately pass, reflecting an astonishingly high elimination rate. Nevertheless, the numbers exceeded expectations, far surpassing the organizers' budget. According to the venerable and authoritative explanation provided by the third Hokage, during the formal third phase of the exam, numerous dignitaries, including feudal lords and wealthy merchants, would be present to witness the event, necessitating that the competition not drag on interminably like an elderly lady's bound feet. Thus, to enhance both the spectacle and efficiency, an additional preliminary round must be held prior to the commencement of the third phase to further eliminate underperforming contestants. The examination venue was bustling with activity, transforming into a gathering place for the elite of Konoha. In addition to Naruto and the other 21 eager participants, there were over a dozen elite jonin present, including the third Hokage, Kakashi, Kurenai, Guy, Asuma, Enko, Ibiki, and Maki. Not to be overlooked, Orochimaru, the master of the Snake Cave, was also in attendance, masquerading as the leading jonin from the Sound Village, seamlessly blending in among the other elite. The proctor, the bandaged moonlight breeze, presided over the proceedings with a serious demeanor, instilling a sense of gravity regarding the strictness of the examination. At that moment, the eyes of the jonin were sharp and focused, each locking onto their respective candidates with anticipation and scrutiny, as if assessing the potential future stars. "Kakashi, your team has displayed remarkable luck to have made it this far," exclaimed Guy, his grin revealing his gleaming white teeth as he gazed intently at Naruto's trio. "However, this is where it ends. With our team, you youngsters shouldn't get your hopes up too high." Kai exuded a classic confidence, his brows dancing as if to a silent rhythm. As the forthcoming competition approached, it was time to showcase authentic strength and prowess. The allure of youth. With fervor coursing through him, Teacher Kai brandished his fists, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable passion, at times tart like a lemon, at others as severe as a tempest. With exuberance, Teacher Kai articulated profound maxims of youth, as if poised to publish a comprehensive anthology of youthful aphorisms. Following this impassioned declaration, he cast a sidelong glance at Kakashi, revealing his distinctive, gleaming front teeth, eyes sparkling with the fire of challenge and an unwavering fighting spirit, akin to a gamecock seeking a worthy opponent. Did you say something?" Kakashi inquired, his expression one of bewilderment, lifting his gaze while hesitating to turn the page of his novel, Intimate Paradise. "Goodness!" Kai exclaimed dramatically, cradling his head in his hands, his expression crumbling as if struck by lightning. "Kakashi, it is precisely your nonchalant, cool demeanor that exudes such a fashionable charm. How infuriating." Indeed, Kai was a remarkable talent. Naruto, secretly observing this green-clad warrior, wore an appreciative smile, his eyes reflecting a measure of respect. In the world of Naruto, where lineage and innate talent are of utmost importance, the might of powerful individuals often stems from illustrious familial legacies and astonishing genetic inheritances, particularly in later stages. Various formidable figures seemed to soar with unparalleled abilities, as if it were inappropriate for anyone not related to the protagonist to make an entrance. Might Guy was among the rare few who, through sheer sweat and fervor, defied the odds to become an inspirational figure, proving that even the ordinary can achieve miracles with youthful zeal. In a past life, Naruto had encountered a humorous quip. Why did fearsome adversaries like the likes of Peach and Gold emerge so late? Perhaps it was only when Kai was confined to a wheelchair that they dared to show themselves. Though merely a jest, it subtly reflected Kai's terrifying strength and illustrious reputation in the ninja realm, enough to instill fear in his foes. Naruto's admiration for Kai stemmed from another significant reason. Mangekyō embodied an abundance of positive energy, a paragon of integrity and fortitude. In a world rife with psychological shadows, where characters often succumb to dark vengeance and are ever prepared to wreak havoc, Kai's presence was akin to a refreshing stream, a beacon of light amidst darkness. A man who fervently championed the spirit of youth, seemingly reckless yet steadfast as a mountain, who never faltered. Who could remain impervious to such charisma? Subsequently, the third Hokage, adorned with a conical hat, elucidated the profound significance of the Genin exams with the grace of a sage, while the swift moonlight gale articulated the competition rules with clarity and brevity. Amidst an atmosphere charged with tension and anticipation, the preliminary rounds officially commenced, igniting the flames of battle. The names on the electronic display scrolled rapidly, and the first matchup flashed. Uchiha Sasuke vs. J Giga, inciting a wave of excitement throughout the arena. Among all participants in this Genin exam, Sasuke, the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, undoubtedly emerged as the focal point, as if illuminated by a spotlight of his own. The third Hokage, with a keen gaze through his reading glasses, focused intently on the young boy who bore the weight of ancestral heritage. The various elite shinobi of Konoha cast inquisitive glances, eagerly anticipating the performance of this prodigy. In the shadows, Orochimaru licked his lips, his greedy eyes fixated on what seemed like a delectable prey. Gaara of the Sand Village scrutinized this potential adversary with an impassive expression, his eyes glinting with a calculating coldness. The other competitors, too, turned their attention towards the dark-haired youth, eager to uncover his true capabilities. The collective gaze of the crowd converged upon Sasuke like a spotlight, creating an invisible pressure around him. To put it in contemporary vernacular, Sasuke's popularity and allure reached extraordinary heights, positioning him as the undeniable focus amidst the competitors. Consequently, the clash between Sasuke and CHG instantly captivated the attention of the entire arena, enveloping the atmosphere in tension and anticipation. Everyone was eager to discern the extent of power possessed by the last surviving member of the Uchiha clan, which had once dominated the ninja world but now faced near extinction. Sasuke's performance did not disappoint the onlookers. Without even activating his cursed seal, he effortlessly crushed his opponent, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the audience. In the second match, Sakon faced off against Shino, ultimately resulting in victory for Shino, showcasing the unique advantages of the insect-based ninja. The third contest saw Kenji against Kankuro, where the puppet master from the Sand Village proved superior and secured victory. The fourth bout featured Ino and Sakura, whose disappointing performances led to their elimination from the tournament. The first four battles mirrored the original storyline. However, during the fifth match, the wheel of fate took an unexpected turn. After a few seconds of flickering, the electronic screen displayed a surprising matchup, Temari vs. Naruto, causing an electrifying stir throughout the arena. Instantly, all eyes gravitated towards Naruto and Temari, the air thick with anticipation. Following a brief moment of astonishment, the crowd's gaze converged on the golden-haired youth, seemingly attempting to uncover his hidden strengths. At last, it was time for this enigmatic young boy to take the stage. A seasoned shinobi murmured in awe, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was, in fact, this seemingly radiant boy. Another ninja raised an eyebrow in surprise, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The expressions in the arena varied: curiosity, concern, anticipation, and even a hint of trepidation. "Go, Naruto!" Lee exclaimed, charging towards him like a wild stallion, fervently waving his fists in the air, embodying the spirit of youth. "Charge forth, Naruto!" Inspired by this pure enthusiasm, Naruto couldn't help but laugh heartily, echoing Lee's spirited call. "Let's go. Youth is invincible." Lee's round eyes sparkled like stars, as if he had discovered a long-lost brother, excitedly responding, "Let us go. Youth is invincible. Naruto, you can do it." Hinata whispered, her delicate fingers clasped tightly against her chest, her face flushed with nervousness. Though her voice was soft, it brimmed with sincerity. "I believe you will win. Rest assured." Naruto tenderly pinched Hinata's rosy cheeks, akin to teasing an adorable kitten. In an instant, he sprang into action, leaping down from the high platform like a bolt from a crossbow, exuding an aura of undeniable vigor. Temari had long awaited in the center of the arena, wielding her signature enormous fan, radiating the formidable presence characteristic of a Mangekyō kunoichi. Her golden hair was uniquely styled into 4 short braids, enhancing her striking demeanor, while her long, elegant legs were adorned with alluring fishnet stockings that accentuated her flawless curves, showcasing both femininity and the valiant spirit of a ninja. Naruto, let us engage in battle and display your true prowess. Lee exclaimed, his eyes ignited with fervent enthusiasm. Believe in your potential, you can absolutely do it. Tenten instinctively joined the cheering squad, rallying support. We stand firmly behind you, Naruto. Crush your opponent and let the Mangekyō witness the might of a Konoha ninja. Ino's voice rang out, embodying the spirited camaraderie of Konoha's young women. Splendidly. Turn up the enthusiasm. Youth is meant to be ablaze. Gai-sensei robustly encouraged his prized pupil. Indeed, Gai-sensei. Lee immediately raised his voice an octave, brimming with exhilaration. The arena was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the fervent cries of this master-student duo, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Their exuberant support nearly threatened to lift the roof off the venue, their passion palpable and suffocating. Those two are insufferably loud. A spectator complained, covering their ears, their face etched with disdain. Can't we simply enjoy the match in peace? Another rolled their eyes, exchanging exasperated glances with those nearby. Others present displayed expressions of acute embarrassment, instinctively distancing themselves from the overly zealous pair, as though they bore some contagious affliction. As the host of the Nine Tails, Naruto inherently drew attention, shining like a star under the spotlight. Now, in this, his first public battle since graduating from the Ninja Academy, he garnered immense curiosity from all, eager to witness his capabilities. Particularly, the hawkish elder, the third Hokage, observed with piercing eyes, as if endeavoring to peer into the depths of the boy's soul. A swell of curiosity and anticipation surged within him, yearning to discern the extent of this exceptional child's current strength. The match is now underway, proclaimed the proctor, Mizuki, signaling the commencement of battle. Little brat, out of my magnanimity, I shall allow you to strike first. Temari's lips curved slightly, her eyes gleaming with disdain. Otherwise, should I take this seriously, a single blow will send you to the afterlife. Naruto chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mockery in his gaze. Considering that gigantic fan you wield, I presume you are a master of wind release. And what of it? Just because you know I excel in wind release, does that mean you can devise a way to counter me? Temari confidently flicked her bangs, her eyes filled with contempt for her opponent. Enough with the pretense. Come at me already. I graciously grant you the opportunity to attack first. With such a warm invitation from the Mangekyō kunoichi, it would indeed be rather impolite of me not to oblige. Naruto languidly stretched his limbs, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Eager to conclude the battle and liberate himself from the torment of the Death Forest after enduring 5 arduous days, sustained solely on roasted meat, leaving a nauseating aftertaste of flesh in his mouth. With remarkable speed, he deftly formed hand seals, his fingers dancing like a pianist. The rapidity of his movements dazzling to behold. Naruto firmly believed that the act of forming hand seals during the release of ninjutsu resembled a ceremonious performance, embodying the very essence of the art of the ninja. Ninjutsu devoid of elaborate seals was akin to a soulless husk, stripped of the romance and elegance inherent to the ninja spirit. Thus, when victory was assured, Naruto preferred to unleash his ninjutsu through complete hand seals, relishing the moment filled with prestige. As expected, Hanabi was taken aback by Naruto's astonishing speed of hand seals, her expression shifting to one of gravity. The boy's speed was utterly outrageous. Lee could not help but exclaim, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, his swiftness was remarkable, rivaling even Kakashi's. Guy, unable to contain his genuine admiration, remarked, "Kakashi, you truly have nurtured an exceptional disciple." To which Kakashi internally scoffed, his lips twitching slightly, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. Fire release, great fireball technique. Naruto completed the hand seals in a flash, his chest swelling dramatically before he unleashed an enormous fireball, an unstoppable force. The fireball radiated a blinding crimson light, bathing the entire examination venue in a fiery hue and causing the temperature to soar. A scorching wave, reminiscent of a furnace, swept across the arena, causing the spectators' cheeks to sting and prompting many to instinctively step back. "Scatter," Hanabi commanded sharply, deftly opening her massive iron fan 2 notches and then fanning with all her might. The fan created a fierce gust of wind, striking the colossal fireball like an invisible blade. Under the force of the gale, the fireball was instantaneously torn apart into countless tiny embers, swirling through the air before dissipating, leaving behind a spectacular visual display. True to her reputation as a master of wind techniques from Mangekyō, her control over the wind was indeed exceptional. Naruto's face reflected admiration, yet his hand seals showed no sign of slowing. Water release, water surge wave. Naruto swiftly executed a series of intricate hand seals, bringing his hands together with the force of a dragon. Suddenly, as if conjured from thin air, torrents of rapidly spinning water erupted around him, forming a colossal water vortex, grandly spiraling upward. Once the water reached a height of several meters, it cascaded down like a cataclysmic tsunami, hurtling toward Hanabi with devastating impact, a display of sheer power. Water release, water surge wave. The third Hokage's pupils constricted in shock, unable to conceal his astonishment. This was a high-level technique only attainable by elite ninjas. How had Naruto mastered such advanced ninjutsu? He had managed to summon such a vast amount of water in this arid, desiccated environment? The third Hokage's small eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had witnessed an incredible miracle. As a master of ninjutsu, proficient in the transformation of the 5 elemental chakra natures, he had mastered thousands of various techniques, filling his skill tree to the brim. Throughout the entire ninja world, he humbly regarded himself as second to none in the profound understanding of the fundamental 5 nature transformations, with no one daring to claim the first position. Even his prodigious disciple, Orochimaru, could only look on in awe. He understood better than anyone the technical prowess behind Naruto's water release, water surge technique, a skill far beyond the reach of an ordinary genin. Even more astonishing to the third Hokage was the posture and power of Naruto's water surge, which involuntarily reminded him of a legendary ninja, etched deeply in his memory. Isn't that a high-level ninjutsu? One Genin murmured in disbelief. How could a freshly graduated genin possibly execute such advanced techniques? Another Genin furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with bewilderment. In such a parched environment devoid of water sources, the release of such a large-scale water release technique suggested an absurd level of chakra reserves within the boy. The Genin present were left gaping, their incredulous gazes fixated on the blonde youth. Kakashi, is this the surprise you mentioned? Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in shock. I must admit, I am genuinely astounded. Truly, you are my lifelong friend and rival, exhibiting not only exceptional personal strength, but also outstanding abilities in nurturing your students. Guy clapped Kakashi on the shoulder, eyes brimming with admiration. Kakashi, feeling a flush of embarrassment, thought to himself, I have taught him in vain. Since becoming Naruto's mentor, aside from imparting the 8 gates technique, he had scarcely taught him any substantial ninjutsu. This feeling of being credited for a teaching success he had not truly achieved left Kakashi feeling both awkward and helpless. Naruto can use high-level ninjutsu? Sakura stammered, her green eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? It completely defies logic. Ino shook her head, as if rejecting the reality before her. Wasn't Naruto the class underachiever? I recall he struggled even with the basic shadow clone technique at graduation. Kiba scratched his head, utterly bewildered. It must be an illusion. It has to be some kind of advanced genjutsu. This cannot be real. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, attempting to rationalize the impossible phenomenon. The members of Team 11, equally astonished into silence, had spent 6 years alongside Naruto and were all too familiar with his previous shortcomings. During their academy days, Naruto was almost a textbook example of a ninja's inadequacies. His theoretical knowledge was abysmal, his ninjutsu practice was a chaotic mess, his taijutsu barely passed muster, and his shuriken throwing skills were hopelessly poor. Yet now, after merely a month apart, the erstwhile underachiever had become proficient in high-level ninjutsu. An astonishing transformation that left everyone in disbelief. All of his former classmates felt as though they were trapped in a dream, unable to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before their eyes. Hinata gazed adoringly at the golden-haired youth in the center of the arena, her eyes shimmering with admiration and affection, as if she beheld the sun of her heart radiating its brilliant light. Listening to the waves of astonishment echoing throughout the venue, Kakashi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. This was merely the beginning. If they were aware that Naruto not only mastered various elite jutsu, but had also honed most to the point of requiring no hand signs, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Temari's earlier arrogance evaporated as she faced the terrifying torrent of water rushing towards her. The disdain that once adorned her features was replaced by profound shock and a hint of fear. The lethality of elite jutsu was no trivial matter. Capable of effortlessly dispatching ordinary nin and even severely injuring seasoned nin. Given Temari's current physical prowess and defensive capabilities, a direct hit from the water wave would likely obliterate her, leaving no chance for survival. In this critical moment, Temari dared not hold back. She immediately unfurled her giant iron fan, unleashing a torrent of chakra that surged forth like a flood, channeling all her strength. "Wind release, great scythe," she exclaimed, swinging the fan with tremendous force. A formidable storm materialized instantly, taking the form of a terrifying tornado that roared forth to meet the oncoming wave of water. The two forces of nature colliding fiercely in the air. The explosive shockwave erupted, creating a violent energy storm that engulfed the entire arena, sending waves of air crashing in all directions. Under the might of the great scythe, the water was ruthlessly torn apart and thrust skyward, only to rain down upon the spectators, drenching them thoroughly and rendering the scene quite awkward. Such destructive power was truly terrifying. Was this truly a battle among genin? Even a nin duel would pale in comparison, mused one observer, wiping the droplets from his face, unable to conceal his astonishment. Naruto's performance surpassed everyone's expectations. Yet this Suna Kunoichi should not be underestimated. She had managed to withstand such a potent water release jutsu head-on. Another nin commented, "The younger generation is formidable. The future of Konoha is indeed promising," as the third Hokage stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming with pride. Moments later, as the storm and water gradually dissipated, the two main figures of the battlefield were revealed, Naruto and Temari. Naruto remained composed, standing steadfast with a steady breath, his expression unchanged, as though the powerful jutsu he had just unleashed was merely a trifling feat, showing no signs of fatigue. In stark contrast, Temari was panting heavily, her complexion pale, clearly exhausted, her stamina nearly spent. It was evident that her earlier devastating wind release had nearly depleted her entire chakra reserve, representing a last-ditch effort. The situation was dire for Temari. Maki, the leading nin from Suna, furrowed his brow, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "Damn it, this Konoha brat is utterly abnormal, far exceeding the estimates in our intel." Kankuro gritted his teeth, growling under his breath, his fists clenched tightly. In the midst of the arena, Gaara fixated his expressionless gaze upon the golden-haired youth, a flicker of barely perceptible intrigue flashing in his eyes. "Naruto is invincible. Go, Naruto!" Lee exclaimed, exuberant as if he had been invigorated by an elixir, bouncing and leaping around. "Naruto, press on with unyielding vigor and defeat her completely." At the center of the battlefield, a faint smile graced Naruto's lips as he looked at Temari, who was panting heavily. "Shall we continue the fight? I'll grant you the opportunity to concede gracefully. I will never surrender." Despite her labored breaths and overwhelming fatigue, Temari's eyes remained steadfast and resolute, revealing the indomitable spirit of a Mangekyō ninja. "Since the Mangekyō lady is so tenacious, let us engage in a thrilling battle." Naruto's smile widened, excitement shimmering in his eyes. "I recently mastered a new jutsu, and you will be the perfect sparring partner." "New jutsu?" Temari's heart raced, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "New jutsu?" Kakashi and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. "Has Naruto truly learned any new jutsu recently?" "I have no idea." Sasuke shook his head in confusion. "Aren't you two inseparable teammates? How could you not know?" Kakashi scratched his silver hair, his expression a mixture of perplexity and intrigue. "Shadow clone jutsu." With a commanding shout, a thick mist erupted as four identical clones of Naruto materialized beside him, forming a formidable line. "This kid has even mastered the shadow clone technique?" The third Hokage's eyes widened, astonished. However, what kind of jutsu would necessitate the use of shadow clones for its execution? All eyes converged on Naruto, anticipation mounting for the impending display of prowess. The five Narutos stood in unison, their hands moving swiftly to form seals, their movements perfectly synchronized. 5 elemental great bomb technique. Simultaneously, the chests of the five Narutos swelled, and they unleashed a torrent of elemental attacks: lightning, tempest, water, fire, and earth, each distinct in nature. The lightning crackled like a mighty tree, radiating destructive brilliance. The diameter of the tempest was several meters, howling as it tore through the air. The water surged with a force rivaling the previous water wave, its momentum unyielding. The flames burned hotter than the great fireball, their temperature astonishing. The earth dragon, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, roared forward as if alive. These 5 distinct elemental techniques coalesced into a fearsome composite jutsu, the 5 elemental great bomb technique. Hurtling towards Temari with cataclysmic intensity, the spectacle utterly breathtaking. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Witnessing the jutsu unleashed by Naruto, the third Hokage nearly leaped from his seat, incredulous. How could he possibly wield such a technique? It defied logic. So familiar was the third Hokage with this jutsu, having recently developed and taken pride in this advanced composite technique, that he had never shared it with anyone, not even in the presence of his most trusted allies. How had Naruto learned it? How could he master such a complex and challenging jutsu? Who had imparted this knowledge to him? The third Hokage was left in utter bewilderment, a tide of questions surging within him. Composite jutsu? Asuma, am I mistaken? Is this truly a composite jutsu? The voice, tinged with astonishment, trembled slightly, nearly incoherent. Indeed, it was a composite ninjutsu, a fusion of 5 distinct elemental chakra types, known as the 5-nature transformation. Asuma stood in stunned silence, his cigarette having fallen to the ground, oblivious to the act of retrieving it. This young boy, capable of wielding 5 different elemental jutsus simultaneously, could it be that he, like the third Hokage, had completely mastered the transformations of all 5 chakra natures? An incredulous Genin murmured to himself. It was utterly astounding. For an ordinary genin to master even 1 chakra transformation was an impressive feat, yet he had command over all 5. This boy's talent in ninjutsu was truly extraordinary. Another Genin exclaimed in admiration. Remarkable indeed. It was no surprise that an elder would speak with such reverence, his eyes filled with awe. Is he truly the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails? Orochimaru, disguised as a Genin from the Sound Village, fixated greedily on Naruto, his eyes glinting with avarice. This astonishing talent in ninjutsu likely surpassed even that of his former teacher, Sarutobi. As a proud disciple of the third Hokage, Orochimaru was acutely aware of his mentor's prodigious abilities in ninjutsu. The third Hokage had demonstrated incredible prowess since childhood, flawlessly combining 5 different elemental jutsus, a skill that even eclipsed that of the second Hokage, Tobirama. It was for this reason that the third was so highly regarded and admired by the second Hokage, and even the first Hokage, revered as the god of shinobi, spoke highly of him. Since the era of the third, while many talented ninjas had emerged from Konoha, none could rival the third Hokage's innate gifts in ninjutsu. Even the legendary Sannin, renowned as the third's direct disciples, found it difficult to reach such heights. Sarutobi-sensei, upon seeing this young boy, your feelings must be quite complex, right? Orochimaru licked his lips, a dangerous glimmer in his eyes. Is this still the Naruto we know? Sakura whispered in disbelief, as if witnessing an illusion. How could Naruto utilize 5 different elemental jutsus simultaneously? This defied all logic. Kiba scratched his head, utterly perplexed. When did Naruto secretly learn such terrifying ninjutsu? CHG paused in his snacking, utterly awestruck by the scene before him, forgetting to eat. The members of Team 10 fell into a collective stunned silence, their minds nearly malfunctioning. Even the typically composed Sasuke was no exception, his Sharingan activated unconsciously. Fixated on Naruto in the arena, Sasuke and Sakura, who should have been the ones to know Naruto best, now realized they hardly understood their teammate at all. The Naruto they knew was not the true Naruto. This guy always manages to surprise us. My old heart can hardly withstand such turmoil. Kakashi quipped helplessly, yet a flicker of pride welled within him. Kakashi, Naruto is only 12 years old this year, right? Guy's expression rarely turned serious, his youthful exuberance momentarily set aside, as it was difficult to fathom how a child of such tender age could master such advanced composite ninjutsu. The entire arena was enveloped in awe and astonishment at Naruto's formidable prowess. As the direct witness to this calamity, Temari found herself paralyzed with fear, her complexion as pale as a sheet. She stared, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, at the oncoming barrage of 5 nature's great bullets, her legs feeling as if they were weighed down by lead, completely oblivious to the instinct to evade. Yet, even if she wished to flee, where could she possibly escape? The scope of the five nature's great bullets was vast, nearly engulfing the entire battleground, leaving no avenue for retreat. In that critical moment, the elite ninja Maki from Mangekyō sprang into action, appearing before Temari like a bolt of lightning, standing resolutely in her defense. Earth release, earth flow wall. Maki swiftly formed hand seals, and a sturdy earthen wall erupted from the ground, striving to withstand the catastrophic assault. The thunderous impact of the five nature's great bullets collided violently with the earthen barrier, unleashing a deafening explosion, while dust and debris rapidly enveloped the arena, reducing visibility to zero. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle, revealing the devastating aftermath. A series of violent coughs shattered the silence. The crowd turned towards the sound, witnessing the once mighty earthen wall now reduced to rubble, resembling the remnants of a cataclysmic earthquake. Maki crouched before the shattered barrier, coughing painfully, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. The sight of Mangekyō's elite ninja being wounded was met with disbelief from the audience. How could this be? Was it even conceivable that an attack from a mere chunin could injure a jonin? Another spectator shook his head, as if rejecting reality. Nothing is impossible. A third remarked, his eyes filled with reverence. To survive a direct hit from such a terrifying composite ninjutsu was already a testament to one's fortitude. Can Naruto truly inflict such damage upon a jonin-level opponent? Has his combat prowess genuinely ascended to that of a jonin? A female ninja murmured in astonishment. It was utterly unfathomable. This boy was undeniably extraordinary. The discussion surged, once again leaving the crowd in a state of shock. Yet Naruto remained composed and unperturbed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, unworthy of significant concern. Soon as Temari, shall we continue this contest? He inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Temari, who was shielded behind Maki. Although she had escaped injury thanks to Maki's protection, the blast shockwave had left her disheveled and covered in dust. In that moment, her gaze towards Naruto was a complex amalgamation of fear, wonder, disbelief, and a profound sense of relief for having survived. I concede. Temari's voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction, her pride shattered by the harsh reality. Continuing the battle held no purpose. She had truly been terrified. Had it not been for Maki's timely intervention, she might have met a dire fate. Furthermore, from the moment Maki had intervened, she had already lost the match. Further combat would be futile. You are an exceptionally gifted wind-release ninja, and I genuinely look forward to our next encounter. Naruto sincerely complimented her before vanishing in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Shumaru stood rooted to the spot, her gaze following Naruto's departing figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. In the lead-up to the match, she had belittled and mocked Naruto, convinced that victory would come easily. Now, having lost, she anticipated a harsh humiliation from him. To her surprise, however, Naruto not only refrained from berating her, but sincerely praised her talent for wind release. A gesture of magnanimity and grace that stirred within her an inexplicable sense of shame and admiration. Simultaneously, in the recesses of her heart, a peculiar sentiment began to blossom, one she could scarcely articulate. Naruto, you sly one, how adeptly you conceal your prowess, mastering such difficult ninjutsu without fanfare. Kiba rushed forward, throwing an arm around Naruto's shoulders, his eyes brimming with awe. Naruto, how did you achieve this? It's simply astonishing. With wide eyes filled with curiosity, he marveled. Is this really the same underachiever we know? You seem like a completely different person. Sakura could not help but inquire, her green eyes reflecting her confusion. Hinata quietly called out to her beloved, her eyes shimmering with admiration. As soon as Naruto returned to the viewing platform, he was immediately encircled by enthusiastic companions, all clamoring to pose questions. The atmosphere teetering on chaos. The exhilaration of the moment was intoxicating. Internally, Naruto reveled in the adulation, yet maintained a facade of humble composure. It's really nothing extraordinary. I merely utilized Shadow Clone Jutsu to simultaneously execute 5 different elemental techniques. The execution is not particularly complex. While it may sound simple, the actual execution is akin to scaling the heights of heaven. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, unusually vocal. Indeed, to this day, I have only mastered one primary elemental technique. The others barely scratch the surface. Lee exclaimed, fists raised, his eyes filled with admiration. Naruto, what special training methods have you employed? Could you possibly share them with us? Kiba eagerly pressed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. As the electronic screen flickered back to life, the competition continued, the fervor of battle intensifying. The sixth match, Shikamaru Nara vs. Kin, concluded with Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique securing his victory, showcasing the wisdom of a Konoha ninja. The seventh match, Inuzuka Kiba vs. Tenten, with Tenten prevailing through her exceptional weapon skills, exemplifying the strength of female ninjas. Finally, the moment everyone had been eagerly awaiting arrived, the fated confrontation between Hinata and Niji. As both belonged to the Hyuga clan, this Byakugan duel naturally commanded the audience's rapt attention, all holding their breath in anticipation. Hinata, give it your all. Naruto gently pinched Hinata's soft cheek, his eyes filled with encouragement. Just do your best. It's all right if you lose. After all, I have more experience. Understanding that Hinata's current abilities were no match for Niji, he sought not to burden her with undue psychological pressure, merely wishing for her to fight with all her heart. Yet upon hearing Naruto's gentle encouragement, an unprecedented surge of courage and strength welled up within Hinata, and she nodded resolutely, her eyes alight with determination. The battle between the two soon ignited, charged with palpable intensity. Due to the overwhelming disparity in strength, despite Hinata's utmost efforts, she appeared utterly defenseless under Niji's formidable pressure, with little ability to retaliate. Time and again, she was knocked down, yet her spirit remained unyielding. She rose repeatedly, only to be ruthlessly sent sprawling once more. Her body marred with grievous injuries, a harrowing sight to behold. Lady Hinata, cease your futile struggles. You will never be my match, Niji proclaimed, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes glinting with a chilling detachment. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Relinquish your aspirations of becoming a ninja, for you lack both the talent and the capability. His words struck like the cold edge of a blade, piercing Hinata's heart with merciless precision. This is the stark reality that fate has dealt us, Niji declared from his lofty perch, as if he held the very truths of destiny in his grasp. A person's fate is sealed the moment they are born, and so too is your talent as a ninja, immutable and unchangeable. Each of Niji's utterances was akin to a sharpened dagger, deeply embedding itself within Hinata's heart. All spectators gazed upon Hinata with sympathetic eyes, deeply moved by her indomitable spirit, so much so that even the typically indifferent jonin were stirred. Naruto's heart was a tumult of emotions. Hinata was the girl he cherished above all, his future companion. Watching the woman he adored being so brutally beaten was an unbearable torment, igniting within him a fierce desire to rush forth and retaliate against Niji. She can no longer rise. Kakashi sighed, his gaze dimmed. Niji's recent assault had struck her at her vital core. By all accounts, she should not be able to stand again. Yet, before Kakashi's words could fully escape his lips, a miracle unfolded. Hinata, against all odds, struggled to her feet once more, her tenacity awe-inspiring. She has risen again? This is truly astonishing, exclaimed a jonin in disbelief. Her willpower is remarkable. A typical ninja would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Another spectator marveled, unable to contain their admiration. The arena erupted once more, profoundly shaken by Hinata's unwavering resolve. Struggling to remain upright, blood gracing her lips, Hinata steadfastly gazed at Naruto, her face blossoming with a sweet yet resilient smile, as if she drew boundless courage from within. In the next moment, she resolutely activated her Byakugan, charging once more toward Niji, her eyes alight with indomitable spirit. Naruto, I have silently watched over you all these years, never once ceasing my admiration. Hinata's inner monologue brimmed with love and determination. I have always been timid and weak, yet for some reason, merely gazing upon your silhouette ignites a wellspring of courage within me, convincing me that my existence in this world holds meaning. Her heart overflowed with affection and longing for Naruto. Naruto, until now, I have been the sole observer of you, but today, it is finally your turn to witness the fruits of my labor. Hinata's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Being regarded by the one I love, I cannot allow you to witness my weakness or my surrender. With resolute conviction, Hinata vowed to fight with all her might. I have long asserted that you possess neither the qualifications nor the potential to become a ninja. With an air of cold indifference, Niji pronounced judgment, as chakra surged in his palm like a tidal wave, mercilessly striking toward Hinata's abdomen. This blow was delivered with all his might, devoid of any restraint, should it land. Hinata would undoubtedly suffer grievous, potentially fatal injuries. Just as Niji's lethal strike was about to descend upon Hinata, a figure materialized like lightning, seizing Niji's wrist and forcefully halting the impending blow. Who could this be? Niji gazed in astonishment at the unexpected intruder, his brow furrowing in confusion. He slowly raised his gaze to lock onto the mysterious figure that had intercepted his attack, a flicker of barely perceptible shock and bewilderment crossing his eyes. The uninvited guest was none other than the golden-haired youth, Naruto, whose countenance bore an air of unwavering authority, as if he were a golden bolt of lightning that had descended upon the battlefield. The speed of this boy was nothing short of astonishing. How had he appeared before Hinata in such a manner? Niji's expression shifted from indifference to disbelief, his heart churning with turmoil. For his Byakugan had utterly failed to track Naruto's movements, as if he had sprung forth from the void itself. This sudden turn of events not only astonished Niji, but also left the third Hokage, the copy ninja Kakashi, and the formidable Jonin Guy exchanging incredulous glances. Their eyes filled with disbelief. How had Naruto traversed space in that fleeting moment? One Jonin, who had witnessed the entire sequence, lowered his voice, his eyes brimming with confusion and shock. Did any of you discern his path of movement? Another ninja instinctively inquired of his companion, an unmistakable unease evident in his tone. Not at all. I blinked, and he was already standing there. The third Jonin shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. I too failed to capture any trace of movement. It was as though he had teleported. The fourth ninja scratched the back of his head, admitting his bewilderment. This speed is utterly unfathomable. The seasoned ninjas exchanged glances filled with astonishment, hesitant to utter the name of that forbidden technique. Kakashi, with your Sharingan abilities, surely you must have perceived something? Guy turned to the silver-haired Jonin, his expression grave, his deep gaze glimmering with anticipation for the truth. Kakashi, renowned for his 1,000-mile eye, possessed top-tier perception and dynamic vision. Theoretically, no speed should elude his sight, unless it transcended mere velocity. Regrettably, I did not observe any movement trajectories at all. Kakashi stared intently at the distant golden-haired youth, unable to mask his astonishment. It was as if he had simply appeared before Hinata, without any intermediary motion. Appeared out of thin air? Guy's eyebrows shot up, his pupils constricting. If even your Sharingan could not perceive it, then this signifies that it is no ordinary body flicker technique, but rather a more advanced space-time ninjutsu in the realm of ninjas. The Shunshin technique exhibits a myriad of varieties, each of the 5 great nations boasting its own distinctive version. However, regardless of the specific form, at its core, Shunshin merely represents an accelerated movement, creating the illusion of instantaneous relocation through explosive speed, rather than a true form of teleportation. In the case of such high-velocity techniques, no matter how swift the execution, Kakashi's Sharingan should have been able to perceive the blurred afterimages or the traces of chakra flow. Yet, the current circumstances were entirely different. Naruto appeared to have traversed space itself to arrive at his destination. Could it be that he was employing the legendary technique? Kakashi and Guy exchanged a glance, both reading the same astonishment and incredulity in each other's eyes. Surely not, Kakashi. Are you contemplating that fabled jutsu? Guy's voice trembled, as if broaching a forbidden topic. I cannot be entirely certain, Kakashi cautiously replied, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation, weighing the plausibility of this possibility. Nevertheless, the phenomena before them undeniably aligned with the characteristics of that technique. Throughout the storied history of Konoha, the number of ninjas capable of mastering space-time ninjutsu is exceedingly rare, with the most renowned being the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Their Flying Thunder God technique is a genuine form of spatial transfer, capable of fully elucidating the current situation. However, such top-tier forbidden arts have traditionally been closely guarded secrets. How could a mere freshly graduated genin possibly wield such profound skills? Yet, the golden-haired youth had an uncanny ability to conjure miracles beyond belief. Naruto, what secrets lie hidden within you? Kakashi mused, his gaze fixed on the boy, deep and contemplative, as a multitude of questions surged within him. Meanwhile, at the center of the battlefield, Niji, having regained his composure from the initial shock, calmly withdrew his hand from Naruto's grasp, a flicker of anger crossing his eyes. Who do you think you are? Niji coldly glared at the golden-haired youth, his eyes ignited with dissatisfaction. This is a battle between Hinata and myself. What right do you? an outsider, have to interfere? I declare Hinata's defeat in her stead." Naruto's voice was as frigid as ice, his gaze radiating a rare brilliance, akin to a drawn sword. After casting a glance at Niji, he gently lifted the barely conscious Hinata and, in an instant, vanished without a trace once more. Too fast. Kakashi's pupils dilated in disbelief, as if witnessing an extraordinary miracle. His mind a tumult of emotions. Surely this time, he could capture something of significance? "Kakashi, did you manage to discern his movement trajectory this time?" Guy eagerly approached, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Still, I saw nothing. Kakashi shook his head in resignation, his tone laced with self-doubt, struggling to reconcile the failure of his proud Sharingan. With 2 consecutive uses, neither captured by the Sharingan, it was indisputable. A rare seriousness graced Guy's face as he spoke in a low voice. "This is undoubtedly the signature technique of the 4th Hokage, the Flying Thunder God. The enigma surrounding this young boy only deepens. How many unexpected advanced ninjutsu techniques does he truly possess?" Kai gazed at Naruto's silhouette, unable to suppress a mixture of astonishment and admiration within him. Kakashi could only shake his head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh, as if acquiescing to fate. Realizing he was increasingly unable to decipher this student once deemed the underdog, now seemingly an enigmatic presence, Naruto cradled the weakened Hinata as he returned to the observation platform, gently laying her down on the ground, his face etched with worry and heartache. Their companions rushed forward like a tidal wave, surrounding the two with a flurry of concerned inquiries. "Hinata, are you all right? How are your injuries?" Sakura asked anxiously, her green eyes brimming with concern. "Hinata, can you hear us? Hold on." Ino knelt urgently beside Hinata, gently patting her cheeks in hopes of rousing her consciousness. "Where's the medical team? Call for the medical ninjas, quickly," Tintin shouted, her voice rising as she scanned the area for signs of help. "Someone fetch the medical team. Hinata's condition looks dire." Kiba gritted his teeth, clenching his fists in frustration and anxiety over his helplessness. The scene descended into chaos, as everyone was horrified by Hinata's tragic state, bewildered and surrounding her, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of concern. "I am fine. Everyone, please don't worry." Hinata managed to force a smile through the agonizing pain, attempting to soothe their anxiety. However, no sooner had she spoken than she was seized by a violent cough, blood gushing forth like a fountain from her mouth, staining her pristine white attire. "Hinata!" The crowd gasped in alarm, their expressions filled with worry and fear. "Don't speak. Remain quiet for now." Naruto's voice was steady yet brooked no argument as he swiftly wrapped his arm around Hinata's shoulders, allowing her to lean against his legs for rest. He rolled up his right sleeve, presenting his sun-kissed arm to her pale lips. "Hinata, bite my arm with all your strength. Do not hesitate," Naruto softly commanded, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve and encouragement. "Naruto, are you out of your mind? What are you doing?" Sakura furrowed her brow, questioning him in confusion, unable to comprehend his actions at that moment. "Hinata is in this state, and you want her to bite you? What kind of bizarre treatment is this?" Ino chimed in, her eyes reflecting confusion and disapproval. Their companions exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom Naruto's seemingly absurd behavior, yet hesitant to intervene, watching the scene unfold with perplexity. Ignoring their doubts, Naruto focused intently on Hinata and gently, yet firmly reiterated, "Forget what others say. Just bite me now. Trust me. This will aid your recovery." Hinata had always heeded Naruto's words. Despite the confusion swirling within her, she obediently opened her mouth, blushing as she delicately bit into his arm, the pressure light as if she feared causing him pain. "Not like that. You need to bite harder." Naruto, with a hint of urgency, urged on, furrowing his brow slightly. Lightly biting would yield no results. It was imperative to draw blood. Chapter 11. Goodness, is that not Jiraiya, the sage of the toads? Under Naruto's repeated insistence, Hinata mustered her courage, closed her eyes, and bit down fiercely on Naruto's arm, her teeth sinking deeply into flesh, causing blood to seep forth. At the very moment Hinata's teeth pierced Naruto's skin, a miraculous event unfolded, leaving all witnesses astounded. Hinata's pale cheeks began to regain their rosy hue at a visible pace. Her disheveled hair regained its luster, and the scars on her body healed as swiftly as spring snow melting away. It was as if she had been enchanted, her entire state transforming remarkably. Within mere seconds, the once feeble Hinata had completely revitalized, rising to stretch as if she had never been wounded, her eyes shimmering with renewed life and vigor. This astonishing spectacle left everyone present in shock, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld this incredible healing process. As if they had witnessed a divine miracle. "What is happening? She is truly healed?" stammered one onlooker, eyes as round as saucers, nearly dropping their jaw to the floor. "What on earth is going on? How did Hinata heal instantly after biting Naruto's arm?" Choji paused mid-bite of his chips, staring blankly at the scene, entirely forgetting his meal. Is this an illusion? Or perhaps a special medical ninjutsu? Shino adjusted his sunglasses, attempting to rationally analyze this extraordinary phenomenon. "Naruto, what exactly have you done? This healing ability is utterly unprecedented," Tintin exclaimed, her eyes widened, her voice filled with incredulity. The venue buzzed with discussions. Everyone was so astonished by this miraculous healing ability that they were rendered speechless, their gazes fixed incredulously on Naruto, awaiting a plausible explanation. "Naruto, how is it that my injuries have completely healed?" Hinata herself was in disbelief as she gazed at her restored body, then looked up at Naruto, her beautiful eyes shimmering with gratitude and admiration, as if beholding a hero who had saved her life. "This is a special ability of mine. I can rapidly restore others' physical injuries by sharing my life force," Naruto explained with a smile, gently ruffling Hinata's silky black hair, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. "However, you were far too reckless. Did I not say before the match that if you encounter an opponent you cannot defeat, simply concede? Why jeopardize your life?" But Hinata lowered her head, her slender fingers unconsciously entwined, her nerves rendering her speech quite incoherent. Deep within, she wished to express that she did not want to embarrass herself before him, nor allow him to see her in a moment of weakness. But such sentiments felt too shameful to articulate. Her bashful nature prevented her from voicing these thoughts, leaving her helplessly twisting her fingers, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. "Remember, no matter the circumstances, living is the most important thing." Naruto gazed solemnly at Hinata, imparting wisdom with a heartfelt tone, reminding her that as long as one lives, there exists infinite potential and hope for altering the future. This was merely an ordinary examination. She need only exert her utmost effort without risking her life. His tone softened, revealing genuine concern in his eyes. Competing earnestly and giving it one's all means that even in defeat, there is no cause for despair. With a smile, Naruto patted Hinata on the shoulder, offering encouragement. "Identify your weaknesses, focus on targeted training upon returning, and reclaim victory next time." His words brimmed with an uplifting spirit, seemingly endowing others with boundless courage. Even if one were to falter again, there would be future opportunities. As long as one perseveres, chances remain infinite. And victory will surely come. A steadfast light sparkled in Naruto's eyes, as if he were narrating a certain future. The essence of a ninja lies in endurance, the ability to withstand various pains and setbacks. The trivialities of winning or losing are, in truth, of little consequence. Naruto concluded with wisdom that transcended his years. Hearing these philosophically rich words, the elite ninja present nodded in agreement, moved by the mature insights of this young man. Teacher Guy, overcome with emotion, applauded fervently, tears brimming in his eyes, exclaiming, "Naruto is absolutely right. The journey of youth is inherently filled with trials of victory and defeat. Temporary setbacks are nothing to fear. As long as one persists and dedicates oneself, one day one shall ascend to the pinnacle of youth, radiating the brightest of glories," Teacher Guy passionately declared, as if to impart the fervor of youth to everyone present. The electronic screen flickered back to life, vibrant numbers scrolling swiftly, heralding the imminent commencement of a new round of competition, drawing everyone's focus back to the Chunin exam arena. The 9th matchup slowly materialized on the screen, Might Guy versus Gaara. This pairing ignited a spark in Naruto's eyes, his heart racing with excitement. This confrontation held profound significance for him, as he had secretly resolved to assume the role of a technique thief in this match. Leaving a shadow clone to engage with the spectators, feigning his presence, Naruto's true self quietly slipped into the shadows, seeking an optimal vantage point. He activated his Sharingan, poised to meticulously replicate Lee's distinctive taijutsu techniques throughout the match. Although Naruto had mastered the method to open the 8 gates, he had yet to fully learn the accompanying specialized taijutsu, making Lee's duel with Gaara an exceptional opportunity for learning. as Li unleashed a series of magnificent and practical taijutsu techniques, such as the Leaf Whirlwind, Leaf Great Whirlwind, Dynamic Entry, and Leaf Gale, Naruto's Sharingan word, etching every technical detail into his memory, his heart brimming with joy from the knowledge he was acquiring. While Naruto reveled in this clandestine training, Li found himself embroiled in an unprecedented struggle, his situation becoming increasingly perilous. Despite Li unleashing all the potential within him, activating the 5 gates, and executing a breathtaking combination of martial arts, his efforts appeared futile against Gaara's nearly flawless absolute defense. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion, unable to withstand his opponent. Even more cruelly, during this period, Gaara was consumed by a bloodlust that left no room for mercy. He refused to relent even after Li had lost the ability to fight. With a merciless strike of the sand coffin, he shattered Li's left leg, the sickening crack echoing throughout the silent arena, drawing gasps of sympathy from all onlookers. As the battle reached its final stages, Li had completely lost consciousness. Yet his indomitable body stubbornly maintained a fighting stance, as if his very soul still clung to the struggle. This tenacious willpower struck a chord with everyone present, creating an atmosphere thick with tension and concern for Li's fate, as they were moved by his embodiment of the ninja spirit. However, Gaara, akin to a harbinger from the depths of hell, glinted with a sickly murderous intent in his eyes, showing no intention of halting. Instead, he prepared to unleash an even more powerful sand coffin to extinguish Li's life altogether. At the critical moment, Teacher Kai burst into the arena like a flash of green lightning, positioning himself in front of Li to block Gaara's lethal blow, thus saving his beloved student. Yet, the medical team's diagnosis fell upon Kai like a bucket of cold water. Li's injuries were far too severe, his left leg was completely shattered, and his nervous system had suffered catastrophic damage, with little hope for recovery. This meant he might never continue his career as a ninja. Kai, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing under the weight of despair. He understood better than anyone the immense effort and sweat Li had invested in becoming an exceptional ninja. The boy, who could not wield ninjutsu or genjutsu and had fought his way solely through taijutsu, now faced the brutal reality of bidding farewell to his ninja career forever, a punishment that was undoubtedly the cruelest of fates for Li, and an outcome Kai could scarcely accept. Teacher Kai, please do not be so sorrowful. Naruto suddenly appeared before the anguished Kai, wearing a warm smile and eyes brimming with kindness. Though Li's injuries seem grave, they are not as dire as imagined. I am confident I can fully heal him. Naruto had always held deep respect for Li, admiring his unwavering spirit. Furthermore, having just drawn inspiration from his intricate taijutsu techniques, he was determined not to stand idly by if there was a chance to save him. For Naruto, healing Li was merely a matter of allowing the latter to bite his own arm. Such a minor sacrifice paled in comparison to the gratitude and friendship he would earn from both Kai and Li. Naruto understood the value of human connections, much like Tsunade, who, upon succeeding as the 5th Hokage, swiftly garnered unanimous support and admiration from the village, not only due to her illustrious background and formidable strength, but also because she had extended her healing hands to many Konoha ninjas, including Li, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Choji. It was precisely this act of kindness, akin to providing timely assistance in a moment of need, that garnered Tsunade a devoted following of loyal supporters. During her tenure, even the cunning Danzo was compelled to maintain a low profile and refrain from making any moves. Is it true? Can you truly heal these injuries? The spark of hope reignited in Guy's eyes, his voice trembling with excitement, as if he had clutched a final lifeline. Naruto nodded firmly, his tone calm, yet brimming with confidence. However, Li needs to rest well. Once he awakens, I will treat him, and the effects will be significantly improved. Naruto, I cannot thank you enough. Guy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he enveloped Naruto in a tight embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, his emotions overwhelming him like a flood. No need to be so emotional, Naruto said awkwardly, scratching his head, taken aback by Guy's exuberant reaction. The final match concluded in a rather subdued atmosphere. CHG fell short against the Sound Ninja TS, regrettably exiting the preliminaries, thus marking the end of the qualifiers. After intense competition, the preliminaries for the 3rd round of the CHNIN exams successfully concluded, with only 10 exceptional ninjas emerging to secure advancement. Subsequently, Kabuto voluntarily withdrew from the competition, relinquishing his spot to others, resulting in a final count of 9 participants. The 9 qualifiers included Naruto Uzumaki, Niji Hige, Gaara, Sasuke Uchiha, Kankuro, Shino Aburame, Temari, Shikamaru Nara, and TS from the Sound Village, who would face off in the official matches a month hence. The third Hokage personally announced that the third official match would be grandly held in a month, allowing the competitors ample time to prepare. The crowd then dispersed to ready themselves for the impending challenge. The Konoha 12 did not hasten to leave. Instead, they made their way together to the hospital to visit the still unconscious Lee. Guy and Kakashi, both Jonin, accompanied them as they proceeded to the hospital in a spirited group. Upon their arrival, Lee had just regained consciousness. Without hesitation, Naruto utilized his unique healing abilities, allowing Lee to bite his arm, miraculously healing all his injuries and reviving the once despairing youth to his former vitality. Guy, witnessing the miraculous recovery of his beloved student, was once again moved to tears, tightly embracing Lee while weeping loudly. His exaggerated display of emotion prompted eye rolls and disdainful looks from those present. Yet they were left with no choice but to endure it. To celebrate Lee's astonishing recovery, Guy, breaking from his usual demeanor, generously invited everyone to indulge in a barbecue feast, a rare treat that was eagerly accepted by all. The group relished their time at the barbecue restaurant, enjoying hearty laughter and playful banter, reminiscent of a joyful gathering, until late into the night when they finally departed, concluding a memorable day. Upon returning home, Naruto found the night deepening, the clock striking 11. As he pushed open the door, he instinctively sensed the presence of someone inside, his alertness heightened. "You're back?" A hoarse and aged voice echoed in the darkness, instantly revealing the identity of the visitor to Naruto. The third Hokage? Naruto raised an eyebrow, feeling a twinge of surprise, and jested, "Why is it so dark, old man? Are you perhaps playing some sort of ambush game in the shadows?" He promptly turned on the lights, and the warm glow dispelled the darkness, revealing the venerable third Hokage, adorned with the iconic Hokage hat, sitting quietly in the living room, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. "Has Lee fully recovered from his injuries?" The third Hokage inquired gently, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing genuine concern. "Absolutely, he's bouncing around, better than ever," Naruto replied with a smile, nodding proudly. "The vitality and recuperative abilities of your Uzumaki clan are truly astonishing. They are nothing short of a divine miracle," the third Hokage exclaimed sincerely. Then, his penetrating gaze fixed on Naruto, and his tone shifted to one of gravity. "Naruto, tell me honestly, have you mastered the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Indeed, I have mastered it," Naruto admitted candidly, without a hint of concealment. In fact, he had anticipated being discovered when he used the technique in front of so many Jonin earlier that afternoon, so there was no need for subterfuge now. He chose instead to acknowledge it openly. From the moment he attained the perfect sage mode, Naruto no longer feared any power within the Hidden Leaf Village, and even the Hokage himself found him equally matched in conversation, although the third Hokage had suspected as much. Hearing Naruto confirm it brought a deep breath and a flicker of undeniable astonishment and admiration to his eyes. "At merely 12 years of age, you have completely mastered the art of space-time ninjutsu. It seems your talent in this domain is equally exceptional." The third Hokage regarded Naruto with evident appreciation, his voice infused with praise. "It has been a long time since I have encountered someone as extraordinarily gifted as you. What a pity, what a pity," the third Hokage lamented, shaking his head, a hint of regret shimmering in his eyes. "Grandpa Third, what do you find regrettable?" Naruto tilted his head, inquiring with genuine curiosity. "I lament that I did not discover your extraordinary potential years earlier. Otherwise, I would have personally taken you as my disciple and imparted all my knowledge to you." The third Hokage's tone was laden with profound regret, his gaze distant. "Alas, I have grown old, my energy and strength have waned, and I am truly unable to keep up." Throughout his life, the third Hokage had 2 significant regrets. The first was failing to timely recognize and guide his beloved student Orochimaru away from the path of darkness, watching helplessly as he descended into the abyss. The second was never finding a perfectly compatible successor, someone capable of fully inheriting his lifelong teachings. Although the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha each possessed remarkable talents and extraordinary achievements, in the eyes of the third Hokage, none had truly inherited his legacy and will. Tsunade devoted herself entirely to the development of medical ninjutsu, establishing her own domain. Orochimaru became consumed by the forbidden pursuit of immortality, straying down a dark path. Ironically, it was Jiraiya, the one with the most mediocre talent, who mastered the majority of the mainstream ninjutsu taught by the third Hokage. Yet he did little to elevate them further. As a master of all ninjutsu within the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage naturally yearned to find an ideal successor to inherit his lifelong skills and wisdom, but, regrettably, he had not succeeded in this endeavor over the years. At long last, he encountered Naruto, an unrefined gem, yet the third Hokage was already in the twilight of his life. Coupled with the profound psychological scars left by the defection of his beloved pupil, Orochimaru, he had long since lost the passion and energy to nurture a new generation of disciples. Naruto, what are your thoughts on our Leaf Village? The third Hokage suddenly shifted the conversation, posing a seemingly casual, yet profoundly significant question. I truly love this place. I regard it as my real home. Naruto answered without hesitation, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Having traversed into this world for some time, Naruto had developed genuine feelings for the Leaf Village, considering it his rightful belonging. Indeed, there existed many shadows within the village, including ambitious schemers like Danzo, but these factors did not tarnish Naruto's affection for the leaf. As for the potential threats, Naruto had already devised a plan. Should anyone dare to cross the line and threaten him or those he cherished, he would address it decisively. As long as his strength was formidable enough, any conspiracy would crumble like fragile dust. Eliminating those pests would naturally lead to a more prosperous leaf. Regarding the so-called darkness, which place or society is devoid of such shadows? Unless humanity were to face extinction, the coexistence of light and dark remains an immutable law throughout time. A truth that Naruto comprehended profoundly. Well said. The village is our shared homeland. Every villager is an integral member of this great family. A look of satisfaction spread across the third Hokage's face, and he subsequently retrieved a hefty tome, resembling an ancient dictionary. Naruto, this is for you. The third Hokage presented the book to Naruto, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Grandpa Third, what treasure is this? Naruto inquired curiously, examining the unexpected gift. This contains all the ninjutsu I have mastered throughout my life, along with my insights and secrets regarding their cultivation. The third Hokage chuckled, wisdom radiating from his gaze. I have grown old and frail. My greatest regret in this life has been my failure to find a suitable heir to carry on my ninjutsu legacy. Fortunately, I have met you. Though it may have come a bit late, I am relieved not to have missed this opportunity. Please take care of this tome and learn from it. The third Hokage spoke with warmth, his gaze gentle upon the young boy before him. You possess exceptional talent and insight. I hope this knowledge aids you in your future growth. Having shared these words, the third Hokage patted Naruto on the shoulder and turned to leave, leaving Naruto standing alone, cradling the precious tome, lost in a sea of thoughts. Naruto stood in place, staring blankly at the book in his hands, his heart a tumult of mixed emotions. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was a figure difficult for Naruto to evaluate simply. He could only say that he was a competent Hokage, possessing both commendable virtues and weaknesses deserving of critique. Lowering his head, Naruto examined the ancient tome. Its cover emblazoned with the words "The Complete Ninja Techniques of Konoha," exuding a profound sense of historical gravitas. With careful reverence, he turned the pages and discovered that this compendium contained records of thousands of ninjutsu, encompassing a myriad of elemental techniques, genjutsu, sealing arts, and various domains, nearly encompassing the entire technical arsenal of Konoha's ninja. Aside from those special jutsu reliant on bloodline limits, the secret arts of various clans, and the exceedingly rare space-time ninjutsu, the vast majority of Konoha's techniques were meticulously documented within this tome. Particularly, the conventional 5 elemental jutsu and their complex combinations were elaborately detailed, with nearly every technique accompanied by insights and training tips personally summarized by the third Hokage. This is truly a priceless treasure, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. Such a tome, if it were to fall into the hands of the ninja world, would undoubtedly incite a fierce and bloody competition. However, he sighed softly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his gaze. Ultimately, the ninja world remained one that revered lineage and innate talent, even if one mastered an abundance of ordinary techniques. It paled in comparison to those endowed with extraordinary eyes or unique physiques. How ironic, Naruto murmured, a hint of resignation in his tone. Indeed, throughout the realm of shinobi, any character associated with the Tsutsuki or the Sage of Six Paths appeared overwhelmingly powerful, almost to an absurd degree. Conversely, ordinary ninjas who aspired to rise through sheer effort and determination faced unimaginable hardships, often requiring 100-fold exertion to achieve even the slightest advancement. Despite this, deep within, Naruto had already begun to contemplate selecting several practical techniques from this compendium to enrich his combat repertoire. After all, possessing the perfect Sage mode as a formidable trump card meant that even the most mundane technique in his hands could unleash a force exponentially greater than ordinary capabilities, effectively acting as a battlefield amplifier for his jutsu. In the ensuing days, the golden-haired youth remained sequestered, immersed in the ocean of ninjutsu literature, eagerly absorbing the essence of knowledge. Like a dedicated ascetic, he meticulously filtered through the techniques most suited to him. Once he identified a target skill, Naruto would instantly create hundreds of shadow clones, forming a synchronized training army to practice simultaneously. This method, akin to a cheat code for learning, proved astonishingly efficient. Akin to a crash course in ninjutsu, leaving those prodigies who had honed their craft for years in the dust. Even the most complex techniques could be mastered to perfection within 3 days under such intensive practice, while relatively simpler skills could be effortlessly grasped in just 2 days, utterly revolutionizing traditional perceptions of ninjutsu learning. In the realm of ninjutsu, techniques such as Earth Release, Yellow Springs Marsh, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Telescope Technique, Dark Walking Technique, Clone Great Explosion, Mutual Explosive Tag, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Earth Dragon Bullet, and Earth Flow Great River were skillfully mastered by Naruto, enhancing his combat adaptability and responsiveness with each new skill acquired. However, life is often rife with drama, and the only source of vexation for Naruto was that the recent lottery system seemed to have fallen under the curse of misfortune, as he had failed to draw any noteworthy rare items for several consecutive days. Ironically, the best reward obtained during this period of ill luck turned out to be merely Temari's wind scythe technique. A rather ludicrous twist of fate that left Naruto both amused and exasperated, compelling him to quietly accept the whims of destiny. On a sunlit afternoon, as Naruto was diligently honing his 8 gates technique deep within the forest, a teasing voice suddenly broke the tranquility of his training. "Oh, look at you, little one, putting in quite the effort." Naruto looked up to see a robust figure leisurely perched on a nearby sturdy tree trunk, his long white hair billowing in the wind, his face adorned with vivid red markings, and a forehead protector inscribed with a peculiar character, making him strikingly conspicuous. This unexpected visitor donned a bright red jacket complemented by a brown inner lining, traditional wooden sandals on his feet, and uniquely designed arm guards, exuding an air of nonchalance characteristic of seasoned wanderers. Isn't that Jiraiya, the legendary sage of toads? Naruto thought, his mind racing with astonishment while maintaining an outward facade of confusion, rapidly piecing together fragments of memory. Upon further reflection, he realized that during this period in the original story, Jiraiya indeed returned to Konoha to mentor the protagonist, teaching him summoning techniques, the Rasengan, and aiding him in mastering the power of the Nine Tails. This serendipitous encounter was evidently a natural progression of the narrative. Suppressing his inner tumult, Naruto feigned vigilance, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here so suddenly?" "Excellent question, little one." Jiraiya leapt down from the tree with the flair of a theatrical performer, landing gracefully on his feet before striking an exaggeratedly comical pose, his flowing white hair dancing in the breeze, embodying the essence of a viral sensation in the ninja world. The title of Sage of Toads is merely a guise to confound the masses. In truth, I am the renowned white-haired legend, the master of toad summoning, known far and wide as Jiraiya, the charming rogue of the ninja world. His self-introduction, accompanied by flamboyant expressions and gestures, resembled a one-man show. Witnessing Jiraiya's entrance, reminiscent of a comedic skit, Naruto, though initially prepared for the encounter, found himself thoroughly entertained by the unconventional humor of this legendary Sannin. He intended to maintain his composure, but ultimately succumbed to laughter, erupting into unrestrained guffaws. Although it has long been known that Jiraiya is a quintessentially comedic character, the live performance exceeded all expectations in its sheer absurdity. This striking contrast left Naruto utterly unable to contain himself, laughing uproariously to the point of nearly cramping his stomach. "Hey, you little rascal. What are you laughing at?" Jiraiya exclaimed, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he indignantly called out, clearly displeased by the lack of respect shown towards his meticulously designed entrance. "I'm just laughing at how you are quite the social clown." Naruto silently scoffed in his mind, yet diplomatically replied, "It's nothing special, just that your entrance was, well, uniquely distinctive, truly one of a kind. At least you have some appreciation." Hearing this compliment, Jiraiya's expression softened. Then he turned his attention to Naruto's recent training state, curiously inquiring, "I noticed you've been diligently practicing your taijutsu. What? Are you particularly interested in it?" Naruto's training plan was distinctly divided. His shadow clones were tasked with the extensive study and experimentation of various ninjutsu, while his main body focused on mastering the 8 gates to enhance his fundamental physical attributes and explosive power. This arrangement was both efficient and comprehensive. No. Compared to the monotonous muscle training of taijutsu, I actually have a deeper affinity for ninjutsu. Naruto's eyes twinkled with a hint of mischief as he smoothly transitioned the conversation, adding, "It's just a pity that I've already mastered nearly all the ninjutsu available in the village, and I can hardly find new techniques to learn. So I reluctantly had to shift my focus to taijutsu." This statement was, of course, a carefully crafted bait. Naruto had long coveted Jiraiya's summoning technique, a rare skill capable of summoning powerful combat partners, essentially the calling of a summoner in the ninja world. How could one not be tempted? "Oh ho, the little rascal has quite the audacity." Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of skepticism and curiosity in his eyes, his tone laced with playful mockery. "Do enlighten me. Just how many ninjutsu have you mastered so far?" "Not many, just around 30 or 50, I suppose." Naruto feigned humility, downplaying his achievements as if they were trivial. Upon hearing this number, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of his head. Hey, kid, there's a limit to boasting. How could someone your age possibly master so many ninjutsu? Do you take me for a fool?" Chapter 12. What did you say? You can communicate with the Nine Tails already? You don't believe me? Naruto struck a provocative pose, his eyes gleaming with excitement, much like a child eager to perform. "I believe you as much as I believe a ghost." Jiraiya snorted derisively, clearly dismissing Naruto's claims. He then issued what appeared to be a straightforward challenge. "All right then. If you can demonstrate more than 5 ninjutsu right here and now, I will grant you one reasonable request." How does that sound? It is noteworthy that the 5 ninjutsu Jiraiya referred to included the basic transformations, transformation technique, substitution technique, and shadow clone technique, implying that he believed mastering even 2 advanced techniques would be quite impressive for Naruto. Agreed. Naruto readily accepted the challenge, a confident smile gracing his lips. "Now, allow me to begin my demonstration. Please watch closely." "Bring it on, kid," Jiraiya replied, twisting his neck casually, clearly unperturbed by the impending display. "Show me all your signature techniques." Very well. Naruto understood Jiraiya's intention to assess his true strength, so he decided to hold nothing back. With remarkable speed, he formed hand seals, his movements akin to a master pianist performing a complex piece. Goodness, such speed! Jiraiya's pupils slightly constricted, and the previously relaxed expression on his face began to shift. First technique, fire release, great fireball technique. Upon completing the seals, Naruto unleashed a massive fireball that illuminated the entire forest. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Oh, a high-level jutsu. This kid has some talent." Second technique, water release, water surge. Without a moment's pause, Naruto proclaimed another advanced jutsu, conjuring a powerful torrent of water from thin air. Jiraiya's expression transformed entirely. What on earth? This kid can utilize even the water surge with such ease? Third technique, fire release, fire dragon bullet. Naruto continued his exhibition, and a colossal dragon composed of flames roared forth. Jiraiya was left speechless. He can perform the fire dragon bullet too? Just who is this child? Fourth technique, wind release, great breakthrough. Naruto switched elements once more, summoning a gust of wind that resembled a hurricane. Jiraiya's voice trembled slightly. "Kid, just how many chakra nature transformations are you proficient in? This defies reason." As the performance progressed, Naruto executed a dazzling array of over a dozen different ninjutsu, encompassing the 5 elemental natures: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Each technique flowed seamlessly, devoid of any clumsiness. Jiraiya's expression transformed alongside Naruto's display, shifting from skepticism to astonishment, then to sheer shock, ultimately leaving him utterly dumbfounded, as if he had encountered a ghost. Are you truly only 12 years old? Jiraiya's face was a canvas of complex emotions, gazing at Naruto as one would at an extraordinary phenomenon. Are you certain you aren't some seasoned jonin who has shrunk and is playing a prank on me? Witnessing this child effortlessly wield a repertoire of techniques that many jonin struggled to master, Jiraiya's worldview was profoundly shaken. This extraordinary occurrence left him in a state of bewilderment. Without a doubt, a genuine 12-year-old. Naruto smiled slightly, adding an air of mystery. Actually, I have a secret method that allows me to master so many jutsu in such a short time. A secret? What secret? Do tell. Jiraiya's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly pressed for more information. Naruto merely smiled in silence, forming hand seals once again, and in an instant, he conjured hundreds of lifelike shadow clones, filling the surrounding area in a breathtaking spectacle. Look, this is my shortcut to learning. Jiraiya beheld the magnificent legion of shadow clones, and a sudden realization struck him. He immediately comprehended the secret. Utilizing shadow clones to simultaneously practice various ninjutsu, the experiences gained could be synchronously transmitted back to the original. This method of learning was nothing short of extraordinary. Astonishingly, employing shadow clones to expedite ninjutsu training was an ingenious maneuver. Jiraiya couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his face radiating admiration. You, my young apprentice, possess a remarkably quick wit. This training method is truly a genius invention. Very well, I concede. In a fair contest, you have emerged victorious. Now, do share what reward you desire. With generous arms outstretched, Jiraiya prepared to fulfill his promise. Since the esteemed elder was so forthcoming, I shall be straightforward. Naruto revealed a long-awaited smile, his eyes shimmering with eagerness. I wish to learn the summoning technique. The summoning technique, as a distinctive space-time ninjutsu in the world of Naruto, allows the summoning of powerful beings from other dimensions to assist in battle. It is undoubtedly a top-tier skill that embodies both practicality and spectacle, and Naruto had long coveted this art. Particularly, the colossal battle toads from Mount Myaboku, each possessing formidable strength, would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional trump card if he could summon them. Summoning technique? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and retorted, You have quite the appetite, young one, diving straight into advanced skills without so much as a pleasantry. Naruto merely smiled at him, remaining silent, as if he were confident that the request would be granted. All right. Jiraiya waved his hand in resignation, his expression slightly exaggerated. A man of honor must stand by his word. Since I have agreed, I shall teach you the summoning technique. Were it anyone else making such a request, Jiraiya would likely have refused outright, as core skills like the summoning technique are not easily imparted. Even in the past, he had withheld the complete summoning secrets from the trio of Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. However, Naruto was different. He was not only the child of Jiraiya's beloved disciple, Minato Namikaze, but also a vital ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. It was only natural to impart the summoning technique to him. The principle of the summoning technique is quite simple. It involves signing a contract with summoning creatures using one's own blood, thereby enabling the summoner to call them from another realm to assist in battle whenever needed. Jiraiya succinctly explained, his tone somewhat casual. Now, let me demonstrate. Pay close attention. With that, Jiraiya bit his left thumb, allowing blood to seep forth, and then smeared it onto the palm of his right hand. He forcefully struck the ground while shouting, Summoning technique. A thunderous explosion of smoke erupted, and as the white mist dissipated, an enormous toad materialized before the two. This toad appeared benevolent and gentle, its tongue coiling around a mysterious scroll. It was none other than Gamakichi, the toad who frequently accompanied Jiraiya. Among the multitude of toads Jiraiya summoned, Gamakichi had a notably high appearance rate, although its combat prowess was not as formidable as that of other toads. It primarily served as Jiraiya's steed and the custodian of the contract scroll. Jiraiya stood triumphantly atop the head of Gamabunta, arms crossed, gazing down at Naruto with a smirk. What do you think, kid? Isn't it impressive? Absolutely formidable. Simply breathtaking. Naruto, with a thumb raised in enthusiastic agreement and an expression of admiration, internally acknowledged that he had long since grown accustomed to such displays. You indeed have an eye for talent. Jiraiya, flattered by the compliment, beckoned Gamabunta to lean closer. With remarkable agility, Gamabunta extended his long tongue and gently placed a scroll before Naruto. This is the summoning contract scroll. Jiraiya pointed to the scroll, his tone taking on a solemnity. According to tradition, you must unfold it, inscribe your name with your own blood, and press your hand in a single-handed seal beside it to confirm the contract. Then, when you wish to summon a creature, simply gather chakra at the desired location and place your signed hand upon it. Jiraiya continued, remember, the sequence of hand seals is boar, dog, bird, monkey, and horse. Complete these 5 seals in succession. Naruto listened intently, meticulously following each instruction as he prepared for his inaugural summoning attempt. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Summoning technique." A burst of white smoke erupted, and as it dissipated, a small, vividly red toad emerged, lounging on the ground with an air of arrogance. "Hey kid, did you summon me?" The little toad raised its head, its tone dripping with disdain and bravado. "Just so you know, if you want my help, you must first provide me with delicious snacks, or I won't lift a finger." Naruto stared in astonishment at the familiar figure before him. He had not anticipated that his first summoning would yield this particular little prince. As the son of the toad, King Fukasaku, and brother to Gamakichi, though small in stature, possessed a remarkably haughty and domineering personality, having inherited his father's social charisma. To summon Gamakichi on his very first attempt was already quite an achievement. Jiraiya nodded in approval, his tone laced with satisfaction, reflecting on his own initial experience with the summoning technique, which had resulted in merely a trivial tadpole. He could not help but marvel at Naruto's evident talent. However, Naruto was evidently dissatisfied with the outcome. He realized that his inability to summon something greater was primarily due to the exhaustive training he had undergone throughout the day, coupled with the recent display of ninjutsu, which had depleted most of his chakra. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. Naruto possessed an extraordinary advantage. "Kurama, could you lend me some chakra?" He mentally called out to the Nine Tails. "Go ahead and use it, stop dawdling." Kurama responded readily, promptly supplying Naruto with a vast surge of chakra. In an instant, the vivid red chakra enveloped Naruto's entire form like flames, manifesting as a formidable aura that exuded an intimidating presence. "Is this the chakra of the Nine Tails?" Jiraiya's pupils suddenly constricted, a tempest of shock surging within him. Could it be that this little brat has already mastered the ability to wield the power of the Nine Tails? Unbelievable. Summoning technique. With an aura of determination, Naruto forcefully struck the ground with his right hand, causing the black summoning sigils to spread rapidly like a spider's web, far surpassing the previous invocation. With a resounding crash, a vast cloud of white mist erupted, enveloping an area of several dozen meters. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal creature materialized in the forest, its size formidable enough to crush the surrounding trees. Its deep crimson skin exuded a primal aura, and it clutched a massive pipe in its mouth, bandages wrapped around its waist, and donned a black vest, with a short, broad ninja blade protruding from its back. This toad exuded a more imposing presence than Gamabunta, radiating an aura of a tough, taciturn underworld leader that sent shivers down one's spine. "Dad!" Gamakichi exclaimed upon seeing the gargantuan figure, his voice brimming with affection and admiration. Jiraiya stood by, his expression shifting dramatically, becoming somewhat rigid. "This is bad. How did I summon him? We're in deep trouble now." Naruto gazed up at the imposing giant toad beneath him, its crimson skin, characteristic pipe, and short sword unmistakably marking its identity as one of the most powerful toads of Mount Maiboku, Gamabunta. "Splendid. With a single decisive invocation, I have summoned Gamabunta, a being of such high stature." Naruto's heart soared with joy, though he maintained a facade of composure, for Gamabunta ranks among the top combatants of Mount Maiboku, a sibling to Gamaken and Gamahiro, and represents the pinnacle of their strength. "Gamakichi, what are you doing in a place like this?" Gamabunta lowered his gaze to his son before shifting it to Jiraiya, his voice booming like thunder, causing the surrounding creatures to tremble in fear. "Jiraiya, you scoundrel! Why have you summoned me in the dead of night?" "Gamabunta, you misunderstand. It was not I who summoned you, but this little brat." Jiraiya hastily waved his hands in explanation, his expression tinged with embarrassment. He knew all too well Gamabunta's fiery temper. This social figure of Mount Maiboku was notoriously headstrong, and Jiraiya typically avoided summoning him unless absolutely necessary. "What?" Gamabunta rolled his enormous eyes upward, finally noticing the golden-haired youth standing atop his head, then erupted into a thunderous laugh. "Jiraiya, Do you wish to make me die of laughter and inherit my toad oil? You think this bean sprout of a boy can summon me, Gamabunta? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Feeling so blatantly underestimated, Naruto felt a surge of indignation rise within him, yet he remained unflustered, boldly retorting, I did summon you. So what? Are you dissatisfied? Naruto understood that with a rebellious spirit like Gamabunta's, the most effective way to earn its respect and recognition was not through reasoning, but rather by demonstrating his strength directly, compelling it to yield. Little brat, even if you did summon me, what of it? I, Gamabunta, have traversed the world for many years. What grand spectacle have I not witnessed? I shall not easily recognize a mere child like you. Gamabunta scoffed disdainfully, relishing the rare opportunity to stretch his legs. Come, let's go, Gamakichi. With that, he took colossal strides forward, each step reverberating through the earth, causing trees along his path to either snap or topple, a truly magnificent sight. Truly, he is a seasoned rascal of the spirit beast realm. Naruto couldn't help but marvel silently. Then in a flash, he appeared directly in Gamabunta's path, hands on his hips in a provocative stance. Since you're out now, why not indulge me in a duel before you depart? Little brat, be wise and step aside. I have no time for your childish games. Gamabunta bellowed, opening his massive jaws to unleash a powerful gust of wind, attempting to blow Naruto away. Naruto, agile as ever, deftly evaded the onslaught, a smirk of disdain gracing his face. How absurd to be so underestimated by an arrogant toad. Very well. Today I shall show you what it means to be outclassed. With that, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, his movements fluid and graceful, before shouting, Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. As he unleashed his jutsu, the ground trembled violently, transforming the solid earth beneath Gamabunta into a pitch-black mire that seemed to devour everything in its grasp. This earth release technique, learned from the extensive jutsu compendium of the third Hokage, was significantly amplified by the power of the Nine Tails chakra, greatly enhancing its range and effect. Gamabunta's massive form began to sink uncontrollably into the depths of the swamp. Little brat, do you dare to take this seriously? Gamabunta roared in fury, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. He then pushed off with his hind legs, attempting to leap from the mire, only to find himself sinking even deeper due to the force of his own effort. Struggling against the viscous swamp, Gamabunta's desperate attempts to escape starkly contrasted with his earlier arrogance. Naruto, undeterred, swiftly formed more hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Upon completing the jutsu, a vividly lifelike earthen dragon surged forth from beneath Naruto's feet, opening its massive jaws to unleash a barrage of hard stone projectiles like a machine gun. Striking with astonishing speed, the stones whistled through the air, creating a sharp sound as they rained down upon the still struggling Gamabunta. Although these projectiles were small and could not inflict fatal harm upon the toad's resilient body, they caused excruciating pain, akin to being stung by countless hornets simultaneously. Gamabunta grimaced in agony, his furious roars echoing through the forest. You little brat, you've thoroughly enraged me. Prepare to taste my might. Water Release, Iron Cannonball. With that, he inflated his enormous cheeks and unleashed a colossal water sphere, hurtling directly toward Naruto. The scale of this iron cannonball is commensurate with the size of Gamabunta, exceeding 30 meters in diameter, akin to a mobile hill bearing down upon Naruto with tremendous force. In the face of such an assault, Naruto displayed no hint of fear. Rather, an exhilarated smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with the fervor of battle. At last, he had found an opponent worthy of his prowess, and the encounter promised to be thrilling. As the colossal water sphere erupted forth from Gamabunta, Naruto surged forward rather than retreating, his hands dancing like butterflies as he formed intricate seals, his fingertips tracing elegant arcs through the air. With a composed demeanor, he unleashed a newly mastered technique, Wind Release, Great Cutting Whirlwind. The chakra within Naruto roiled violently within his chest before erupting from his mouth, transforming into a ferocious tornado that tore through the air, spiraling towards the water sphere that loomed like a mountain. The clash of these two disparate forces of nature resulted in a tumultuous collision. The thunderous explosion resonated like the trumpets of Judgment Day, echoing throughout the forest, while the shockwave swept across the surroundings like an invisible giant hand, generating a localized tempest that choked the air with water vapor and dust. The trees in the vicinity became the most innocent victims, their stout branches snapping like fragile matchsticks, some uprooted entirely, leaning awkwardly to one side. The once lush scenery was instantly transformed into a scene of devastation, resembling a toy world trampled by a giant. Watch me unleash another fierce strike. The fire of battle burned in Naruto's eyes, showing no signs of respite. His hands flew to form seals once more, fluid and natural like flowing water. As he invoked, water release, water surge wave. The golden-haired youth resembled an inexhaustible war machine, hurling a myriad of elemental jutsu at Gamabunta. As if his chakra reserves were limitless, each technique bore immense power, radiating with an unstoppable momentum. Initially, Gamabunta managed to respond with agility, evading and countering with finesse. Yet gradually, the massive summoning beast began to tire, its movements becoming sluggish and clumsy, breaths growing heavier and more labored. The sheer size of Gamabunta became its greatest burden. Both chakra consumption and physical stamina were exponentially greater than those of a typical ninja, rendering prolonged high-intensity combat a veritable ordeal. In stark contrast, Naruto, fueled by the boundless energy of the Nine Tails, found his chakra surging forth incessantly, akin to an unceasing power station, providing him with an inexhaustible source of combat vigor. "Spare me, you little brat. I surrender. No more fighting." Gamabunta gasped, nearly dropping the pipe clamped between its jaws, its colossal form deflating like a punctured balloon. Its voice diminishing in strength. "I concede. You're too powerful. From now on, you're my boss, at your beck and call." A triumphant smile curled upon Naruto's lips, as if he had anticipated this outcome, for he knew all too well the nature of a social-type summoning beast like Gamabunta. The personalities of such characters are almost formulaic. They exhibit weakness in the face of strength and dominance when confronted with the weak, embodying the quintessential bully who preys on the timid. The only way to subdue them is by demonstrating overwhelming power, decisively overpowering them, which will compel their submission. Since Fukasaku voluntarily conceded, Naruto chose not to annihilate him, but rather generously afforded him dignity, skillfully diffusing the awkward situation. Let us not dwell on trivial titles. Our encounter is serendipitous, and from now on, we shall be friends, aiding one another. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I hope to collaborate frequently with you, Brother Fukasaku. Naruto deliberately employed honorifics, his demeanor humble, and his gaze sincere, clearly adept at soothing an arrogant character recently vanquished. Fukasaku was enchanted by these words, thinking to himself that this young lad was not only formidable, but also possessed an extraordinary emotional intelligence, far surpassing the pretentious Jiraiya. He could not help but grade Naruto with the highest admiration in his heart. "Ha ha ha, greetings, young Naruto. It brings me immense joy to meet someone of your caliber." Fukasaku's attitude underwent a complete transformation, the previous hostility dissipating, replaced by warmth and camaraderie. In the time that followed, Naruto and Fukasaku engaged in an intimate conversation, sharing their experiences and insights, the atmosphere as harmonious as long-lost friends reuniting, drawing closer amidst their laughter. Eventually, Fukasaku departed contentedly, returning to Mount Myaboku. Just as Fukasaku vanished in a puff of smoke, Jiraiya, who had been lurking in the shadows for some time, finally emerged, gazing at the golden-haired youth with a complex expression filled with incredulity. "Goodness, you managed to win over that old curmudgeon, Fukasaku. Honestly, I am seriously beginning to doubt that you are only 12 years old. You seem far more capable than I was at your age." Naruto bashfully scratched the back of his head, humbly patting his belly, his tone tinged with playful affection. "If it weren't for Kurama's generous assistance, I wouldn't stand a chance against Brother Fukasaku. I would have been flattened long ago relying solely on my own abilities." "Kurama?" Jiraiya was perplexed by this unfamiliar reference, his brow furrowing as he pondered its meaning. "Oh, I mean the Nine Tails," Naruto explained casually, as if discussing an old friend. Jiraiya's pupils dilated suddenly, as though struck by lightning, standing in stunned silence. "Wait, what did you say? You can communicate with the Nine Tails?" "Not only can we communicate, but we've also become close friends." Naruto shrugged, his tone as relaxed as if discussing the weather. "In fact, many of the jutsu I have mastered were taught to me by Kurama. He is quite the excellent teacher." Jiraiya was utterly flabbergasted, his mouth agape, unable to articulate a response, his expression a whirlwind of emotions, as if witnessing the most astonishing spectacle of his life. "My goodness, you have truly forged a friendship with the Nine Tails? This is nothing short of unprecedented. However, this is undoubtedly a positive development." Jiraiya swiftly composed himself. drawing upon his extensive experiences and profound insights gained from his travels. He certainly grasped the concept of the so-called perfect Jinchuriki. In the relationship between tailed beasts and their hosts, only through reconciliation and the establishment of friendship can one truly harness the full power of the tailed beast, representing the most ideal symbiotic relationship. Chapter 13. This fellow actually learned Lee's signature technique in secret. Judging by the current situation, Naruto's performance in this regard could only be described as textbook perfection, which left Jiraiya both gratified and somewhat incredulous. It is worth noting that even Naruto's mother, Kushina, the former Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, failed to cultivate a friendly relationship with the beast despite years of effort, while Naruto has achieved this seemingly miraculous feat. Naruto, your performance has exceeded all my expectations. To celebrate this remarkable achievement, I have decided to treat you to a sumptuous meal. Order whatever you desire, Jiraiya said with a smile, his tone imbued with sincere praise. Irika ramen, Naruto exclaimed without hesitation, his eyes sparkling as if he could already savor the aroma of the tender pork. All right, let's go. Jiraiya readily agreed, and the two of them headed straight to the most popular ramen shop in Konohagakure. At the Ichiraku ramen shop, as they indulged in their meal, they exchanged their experiences and insights. Once they finished their bowls, Naruto enthusiastically invited Jiraiya to experience the newly opened hot springs in the village, specifically the upscale, mixed-gender baths. Upon hearing the term mixed baths, Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly causing him to leap for joy. There, immersed in the steaming waters, he sipped sake while glancing at the enchanting figures of women around him, thoroughly enchanted and praising Naruto as a true connoisseur of life's pleasures, feeling an intrinsic connection with him. In truth, Naruto, too, yearned for a relaxing soak in the hot springs, especially after a day of intense training with the 8 gates, which left his muscles sore as if trampled by 1,000 horses. The warm spring water was the perfect remedy to ease his fatigue. In the days that followed, Naruto's life settled into a rhythmic routine. By day, his shadow clone army busily studied various ninjutsu, while his original self diligently honed the 8 gates, constantly pushing his physical limits. Interestingly, Jiraiya seemed to have adopted a fixed schedule as well. He was elusive during the day, but reliably appeared at night, either dragging Naruto to the hot springs or inviting him to a tavern for drinks. The most infuriating aspect was that this old miser had a reputation for cleverly maneuvering Naruto into paying the bill. However, Naruto was not particularly bothered by this, as ever since extorting 100 billion from Kato in the Land of Waves, his wallet had swelled as if pregnant. A few meals and hot spring visits were trivial in comparison. What mattered most was the joy of the experience. Indeed, Jiraiya was an undeniable expert in the art of enjoyment. He led Naruto to various places around Konoha that were typically off-limits to minors, greatly expanding Naruto's horizons. In the span of just 1 month, it seemed as though Naruto had completed a transformation from boyhood to manhood. Time flows like a fleeting gallop of a white steed, and before one realizes it, the day of the Chunin exam has arrived. The village of Konohagakure is enveloped in a festive atmosphere, with its gates wide open, welcoming esteemed guests from all directions. The feudal lords of the Fire Country, the Wind Country, and various influential figures, including nobles and wealthy merchants, converge upon this hidden village of ninjas, making it the center of attention. The streets of Konohagakure have been adorned anew, festooned with colorful ribbons, lanterns, and decorations. Villagers don their finest attire, their faces beaming with pride and anticipation, creating an ambience of joyous celebration akin to the exuberance of a New Year festivity. Naruto and the other 7 promoted genin are summoned to the exam venue, a vast outdoor arena encircled by towering walls, where the stands are filled to capacity with a throng of spectators. The lords, nobles, and dignitaries from various nations, alongside representatives from allied ninja villages and the local populace, are gathered, eagerly awaiting the thrilling confrontations that are about to unfold. In the shadows of the venue, an elite cadre of ANBU operatives, clad in uniforms and animal masks, vigilantly surveils the surroundings, prepared to thwart any unforeseen incidents. Beneath the surface of this vibrant spectacle, the security forces of Konohagakure have quietly reached a heightened state of alert. With elite ninjas stationed at the village entrance, schools, hospitals, and particularly around the exam arena, maintaining a tight defense against any potential threats. At the most prominent position within the arena, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Kazekage sit regally upon a specially designed observation platform, surveying the entirety of the competition grounds. Lord Third Hokage, given your advanced age, shouldn't you consider finding a suitable successor for Konohagakure? It would be prudent to avoid a future predicament of having no one to carry on. Orochimaru's raspy voice carries a veiled insinuation, his words laced with sharp undertones. The third Hokage chuckles heartily, his wrinkles forming a chrysanthemum at the corners of his eyes. Nonsense. I feel as vigorous as ever. I could easily continue for another decade. This, of course, is a mere jest, for the third Hokage is already 69 years old, on the brink of entering his 70s, a significant age, especially for one in the high-intensity profession of a ninja. Yet, it is regrettable that Konohagakure is indeed grappling with a talent shortage, and the third Hokage has yet to identify a truly suitable successor, making retirement seem a distant dream. Subsequently, the third Hokage delivers a brief yet impactful opening address, formally declaring the commencement of the third match of the Chunin exam. The audience erupts into enthusiastic applause and cheers as the long-awaited duel is finally set to begin. The first bout matches Naruto Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga, a pairing that instantly sparks fervent discussions among the crowd, as many are eagerly anticipating the clash between the prodigy of the Byakugan and the host of the Nine Tails. "Go, Naruto!" Sakura exclaims from the stands, vigorously waving her arms, her voice clear and resonant. "Give it your all, Naruto. Teach that arrogant guy a lesson, and avenge Hinata," Ino passionately shouts, her eyes ablaze with righteous indignation for her friend. "Naruto, you are the best. Believe in yourself." As Dinksy munched on potato chips, he shouted exuberantly, his words slightly muffled by the food stuffed in his mouth. The 12 young ninjas of Konoha were present in full force, fervently cheering for Naruto, their enthusiasm palpable as if they were about to take the stage themselves. Even Lee stood there, fists clenched and eyes shining with determination, rooting for Naruto. Despite having been Neji's teammate not long ago, Lee evidently held a greater admiration for Naruto's character and spirit. Only Ten appeared troubled, as Neji's friend and comrade. She had initially intended to support him, but her intuition warned her that Neji's strength might struggle to overcome the current Naruto. The gap in their abilities felt insurmountable, filling her with concern for Neji. "Go, Naruto." Hinata clasped her hands tightly against her chest, softly praying, her eyes filled with admiration and anticipation for the one she cherished, her delicate face blushing slightly from nervousness. "Naruto, show me the true extent of your power." Sasuke, standing in a corner of the audience, quietly activated his Sharingan, his gaze intensely focused on the golden-haired youth in the arena, his heart brimming with a mix of resentment and longing. Over the past month, Sasuke had exerted himself to the utmost, unwilling to be left far behind by Naruto. He had now mastered the second state of the Heaven's Curse mark and adapted well to the negative effects of this newfound power. In this cursed state, Sasuke felt an unprecedented surge of strength, transforming him into a formidable force, instilling him with confidence and a burning desire to challenge Naruto, to personally defeat this companion he once regarded as a rival. Naruto Uzumaki. At the opposite end of the arena, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro stood silently together, their eyes fixed on the dazzling figure of Naruto, each harboring distinct emotions. Temari's gaze was particularly complex, as the memory of her confrontation with Naruto lingered painfully in her mind, the sense of helplessness and defeat from that encounter likely to haunt her for a long time, perhaps even for a lifetime. In the center of the arena, Naruto and Neji faced each other, the atmosphere charged with tension, as if a single spark could ignite the entire venue. Standing to the side was the proctor, Shiranui Genma, who had taken over the role from the originally assigned Moonlight Gale, likely having fallen victim to Orochimaru's schemes, as Naruto speculated. Genma briefly outlined the rules of the match before officially declaring the competition underway, instantly igniting the crowd into a frenzy of applause and cheers, elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch. "Naruto, I concede that you possess some strength." Neji's expression remained impassive as he regarded his opponent, his voice as cold as ice. "But if you believe victory is assured, you are gravely mistaken. Fate does not favor the arrogant. The Hyuga clan excels in taijutsu, or more specifically, the unique gentle fist style, correct?" Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Since you specialize in taijutsu, I shall not take advantage of you. Let us compete purely in physical prowess, shall we?" "What do you mean?" Neji's brow furrowed sharply, a flicker of indignation gleaming in his eyes. "Are you looking down on me?" To Niji, Naruto's insistence on engaging in taijutsu, despite his evident mastery of formidable ninjutsu, was nothing short of blatant disdain and humiliation, igniting a surge of inexplicable rage within him. If you must interpret it that way, then I cannot help you. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze imbued with a serene detachment. In truth, Naruto had his own motives. After laboriously training in the 8 gates for so long, he had lacked opportunities for practical application. Now, encountering a taijutsu expert like Niji, he was unwilling to squander this rare chance for a real test. Furthermore, having witnessed Niji inflict severe harm on Hinata during the preliminaries, Naruto had been harboring pent-up frustration, and he relished the prospect of confronting Niji, channeling his anger on behalf of the girl he cherished. Enough. Niji, thoroughly provoked, activated his Byakugan, the veins and arteries around his eyes swelling grotesquely, presenting a fearsome countenance as he glared menacingly at Naruto. Then let us begin. Excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes, akin to an actor who had finally awaited his moment to shine, eager to unveil his prowess. The first gate, open. With a sharp exclamation from Naruto, his body erupted in a powerful white aura, veins pulsating on his forehead, and an ethereal transformation enveloped him, as if he were shedding his former self. What? This is impossible. Guy, who had been conversing leisurely with Kakashi, suddenly changed countenance, his eyes widening in shock. Is this the 8 gates? He turned incredulously to his friend, confusion lacing his voice. Kakashi, when did Naruto learn the 8 gates? How could this be? Kakashi merely responded with a calm, his demeanor serene as though he had anticipated this moment. Did you teach him? Guy pressed eagerly, his eyes brimming with a thirst for the truth. Kakashi nodded slightly, offering no further explanation, embodying a sense of nonchalance. While it was indeed gratifying to see Naruto master such a challenging form of taijutsu, Guy's expression shifted to one of seriousness, his brows knitted in concern. Naruto already possesses exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Why guide him towards taijutsu? Is that not a waste of his potential? In Guy's perspective, Naruto had veered onto a misguided path. A genius in ninjutsu should concentrate on honing that skill rather than diverting his focus to an entirely different discipline. Kakashi sighed resignedly, shaking his head. Guy, let us not rush to conclusions. Let us observe the match first. Afterward, you will grasp my intentions. Though still filled with doubt, Guy acquiesced to his friend's counsel, redirecting his attention to the confrontation unfolding at the center of the arena. Naruto can also perform the 8 gates? How is this possible? Kiba's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. Lee, isn't this your exclusive technique? When did you teach it to Naruto? Ding ceased his chewing, incredulously inquiring. This is astonishing. How could Naruto have mastered Lee's techniques? It defies all logic. Shino adjusted his sunglasses, his voice tinged with rare bewilderment. Was it Guy-sensei who taught Naruto? Or did you impart this knowledge privately? He pressed curiously. The comrades from the Hidden Leaf were utterly stunned, engaging in a cacophony of discussions, the atmosphere growing increasingly chaotic. Meanwhile, Lee wore an expression of utter confusion, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Naruto can actually use the 8 gates? What is going on? I had no idea. In the VIP section, the third Hokage was equally taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The 8 gates? How could Naruto possibly have mastered such a complex physical technique? Who taught him? Why pursue this? The third Hokage was consumed by uncertainty and a faint pang of sorrow. While the power of the 8 gates was undeniably formidable, it was only effective if one could fully control it and withstand its repercussions. Failing to achieve mastery not only squanders considerable time and effort, but also severely hinders the progress of ninjutsu training, an endeavor fraught with peril. Moreover, the number of ninjas capable of mastering the 8 gates is exceedingly rare. This technique demands years of intense training and the grueling challenge of surpassing one's physical limits. Few can endure such trials. For this reason, ninjas endowed with natural talent for ninjutsu typically refrain from pursuing the 8 gates, as doing so would be a grave misallocation of their abilities. In the third Hokage's view, only those lacking talent in ninjutsu, facing insurmountable obstacles, would place their hopes entirely on the 8 gates, like Lee, who has traversed a path of arduous dedication over a decade, or even 2 to achieve modest success. Given Naruto's astonishing aptitude for ninjutsu, the third Hokage deemed his pursuit of the 8 gates a foolish waste of time. It appears that your Naruto Uzumaki has strayed down a misguided path, Orochimaru remarked with a sardonic tone, his voice laced with malicious glee. The third Hokage remained silent, his expression growing increasingly somber, clearly disappointed and puzzled by Naruto's choices. In the center of the arena, Naruto paid no heed to the surrounding chatter. He was solely focused on showcasing the fruits of his recent training, eager for everyone to witness his true strength. Open the second gate, the rest gate. Open the third gate, the life gate. Open the fourth gate, the wound gate. Open the fifth gate, the limit gate. Naruto's voice grew ever louder as he sequentially opened 5 gates in one breath, his imposing aura shaking the very ground beneath them. With a thunderous roar, akin to a thunderclap, Naruto's body flushed crimson from the influx of chakra, the veins on his forehead resembling gnarled roots, pulsating like serpents beneath his skin. A terrifying green energy surged forth from his body, resembling a blazing inferno, distorting the air around him and creating visible waves of heat. The air swirled around, conjuring a miniature hurricane, mercilessly lifting dust, gravel, and weeds from the ground, scattering them in all directions. A truly breathtaking spectacle. The fifth gate. The fifth gate of the 8 gates. Witnessing Naruto's astonishing transformation, the crowd erupted in gasps of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Kakashi, how long has Naruto been training in the 8 gates to have unlocked the 5th gate? Guy stared in astonishment at his friend, waves of shock crashing within him. Perhaps just over 2 months. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, though pride and satisfaction shone in his eyes. Over 2 months? Guy felt as though he had been struck by lightning, springing from his seat, his voice rising in pitch. 2 months to reach the 5th gate? Are you certain you are not jesting? When have I ever made a joke? Kakashi shook his head, his gaze earnest. Naruto's talent in physical techniques was on par with his aptitude for ninjutsu. He was a true polymath. I began teaching him the 8 gates during a mission in the Land of Waves, and it has been exactly 2 months. You can do the math. Kakashi added, a hint of pride in his tone. Guy fell into a contemplative silence, tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. Both his father, Might Dewey, and he himself, along with his beloved student, Lee, had endured years of grueling training to barely unlock the 5th gate, a feat requiring unimaginable perseverance and pain. Yet Naruto had achieved it in mere 2 months. After a prolonged silence, Guy finally managed a bitter smile, shaking his head, his expression as complex as if he had swallowed a fly. Is this truly the chasm that separates genius from the ordinary? It is indeed disheartening. Indeed, that is genius. Kakashi weakly concurred, his tone laced with resignation, although I am reluctant to admit it. The reality is stark. The gap between a prodigy like Naruto and so-called elite ninjas like us is likely greater than that between humans and swine. You speak the truth. Guy nodded in agreement, a flicker of melancholy and admiration crossing his gaze. The 5th gate. It truly is the 5th gate. Lee's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, his expression one of sheer terror, as if he had seen a ghost. This fellow has secretly mastered Lee's signature technique. Sasuke stared in astonishment, a tidal wave of anxiety rising within him, feeling an unsettling sense of being left behind. Lord Third Hokage. This young whirlpool of Naruto possesses remarkable talent in physical techniques. Orochimaru narrowed his serpent-like gaze, fixating intently on the golden-haired boy in the arena. How had he progressed to the 5th gate in such a brief span? This rate of advancement is simply unheard of. To be honest, I am not entirely certain. The 3rd Hokage appeared equally perplexed, clearly baffled by the actions of the young ninja he held in such high regard. Surrounded by a green aura, Naruto's eyes were bloodshot, turning an eerie white. He felt the surging power within him, a pained smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is indeed quite painful. Let us conclude this swiftly. Time is of the essence. As the words left his lips, Naruto's figure vanished like a specter, his speed so extraordinary that it was barely perceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Neji, as if having teleported, leaving all spectators gasping in astonishment. How astonishingly fast! A warning bell rang in Neji's mind. Though taken aback by Naruto's swiftness, he was far from unprepared. The moment he witnessed Naruto activate the 8 gates, Neji entered a state of complete defense. Having observed the fierce battle between Lee and Gaara, he was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess that Lee possessed after opening the 8 gates. Faced with an adversary of Naruto's caliber, Neji dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency. He immediately summoned his ultimate defensive technique, Heavenly Spin. With a thunderous shout, Niji unleashed a torrent of chakra from all his tenketsu, his body spinning at high velocity, enveloped in an impenetrable azure chakra shield, resembling a colossal sphere of blue light. Is this the heavenly spin? Hyuga Hayashi, seated among the onlookers, rose abruptly, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed intently at Niji. How could a branch family member wield the secret techniques passed down through the main family? It was inconceivable. Father? What is it? The young Hanabi looked at her father with confusion, unable to comprehend the source of his astonishment. Hyuga Hayashi offered no response to his daughter's query, silently observing the unfolding battle, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. The heavenly spin? Is that all? A sneer of disdain curled upon Naruto's lips, confidence glimmering in his eyes. No matter how sturdy a shield may be, it can only withstand ordinary weapons. Could it endure against projectiles and missiles? Such so-called absolute defense is nothing more than a paper tiger in the face of absolute power. Behold my leaf, great whirlwind. Instead of retreating, Naruto advanced, launching a powerful kick aimed at the chakra shield formed by the heavenly spin without hesitation. Naruto's physical prowess and chakra reserves were already far superior to that of an average ninja, and with the enhancement of the Nine Tails, the might of his 8 gates was magnitudes greater than Lee's. Although both had opened the 5th gate, the actual impact was worlds apart, incomparable. A deafening explosion echoed like the trumpet of doom, as Niji's painstakingly constructed chakra shield shattered under Naruto's overwhelming strike, disintegrating into countless fragments of blue energy that dissipated into the air. The white-eyed youth's body was propelled like a human cannonball by the ferocious shockwave, tracing a helpless arc through the air until he collided with the distant stone wall, only just managing to halt his momentum. He then crumpled to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, dust billowing around him. Blood, a vivid crimson, erupted uncontrollably from Niji's mouth, tracing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. He struggled to prop up his battered body, only to be horrified by the realization that every limb and bone felt as if it had shattered. Even the simple act of lifting his arm became an insurmountable challenge. With measured steps, Naruto advanced, each footfall resonating against the firm ground of the arena, reminiscent of a rhythmic tapping on Niji's once proud heart. He halted at a safe distance of 3 meters, casting a downward gaze upon this former prodigy of unparalleled skill. Is this truly the extent of your so-called absolute defense? Even a casual kick from me could shatter it, which is profoundly disappointing. The tone of the golden-haired youth dripped with evident sarcasm. Yet his eyes bore no trace of arrogance, only the serenity and composure befitting a true warrior. Niji felt a sting to his pride from these words, a surge of fury igniting within him, causing him to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Though his breath was faint, he stubbornly retorted, "You shall not revel in your triumph for long. There is no such thing as absolute defense. The term absolute is merely a makeshift concept relative to opponents of equal standing." Naruto shook his head, imparting his perspective with an air of wisdom and insight that transcended his years. "When my strength vastly surpasses yours, crossing several tiers of power, your so-called absolute defense becomes nothing but a ludicrous self-deception." His words cut like a razor, piercing deep into Niji's soul, rendering him unable to refute the harsh reality laid before him. As for the tangled grievances with the Hyuga clan, I neither concern myself with nor wish to inquire about them. Naruto's tone shifted abruptly, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. However, I must emphatically warn you to refrain from dragging Hinata into your sordid games of vengeance. After delivering this weighty admonition, Naruto swiftly dispelled the 8-gate state and turned to leave the arena. Yet, just as he was about to pivot, as if recollecting something crucial, he paused momentarily. "As a parting gift, let me offer you this counsel. No matter how sturdy a cage may be, it can only imprison timid sparrows, never the eagles that aspire to soar into the heavens." Naruto's voice, though not loud, was imbued with significance, slicing through the clamor of the arena and reaching the depths of every listener's heart. Rather than wallowing in despair like a lamenting widow, why not muster the courage to rise and shatter the chains that bind you? His tone carried a subtle encouragement, igniting a flicker of rebellion within each heart, a flame that, though faint, would never extinguish. Even in defeat, you can still raise your voice to the sky, proclaiming that you fought with all your might and did not bow to fate. Naruto's voice grew increasingly powerful, each syllable a tribute to the valiant souls who dared to defy destiny. If you lack even the courage to attempt, then you are destined to live like a caged beast, eternally struggling in that wretched bondage for generations to come. The final words of the golden-haired youth struck Neji like a resounding slap, landing squarely on the most tender part of his spirit. With that, reflect on your choices. Leaving this profound remark behind, Naruto turned with an air of nonchalance, his silhouette as upright as a pine, embodying the wisdom of one who has weathered many storms, rather than that of a mere 12-year-old boy. Chapter 14. From where did Naruto learn the Sage Mode? Hyuga Neji lay quietly upon the frigid ground, the resounding words of Naruto reverberating in his mind, akin to a heavy hammer shattering his long-held, obsessive beliefs about fate. For the first time, he began to ponder the possibility that perhaps destiny is not immutable. In truth, Neji was not the only one profoundly impacted by Naruto's heartfelt discourse. Many spectators present fell into deep contemplation as well. The passionate duo of Rock Lee and Guy, clad in their green spandex, were particularly moved to tears by Naruto's eloquence. They exchanged glances, as if discovering the essence of their lifelong pursuits. Naruto's insights were undeniably profound. With tears streaming down his face, Guy, disregarding his image, wiped his eyes with his sleeve, exclaiming, "The birdcage can only confine sparrows, but cannot imprison the soaring eagle." This statement deserves to be etched upon the stone tablet of Konoha. Rather than lament the injustices of fate, why not courageously rise and shatter this damned destiny? Is this not the very essence of youth? Guy clenched his right fist, passionately pounding his chest, as if seeking to engrave this fervor deep within his heart. It was undoubtedly the most perfect declaration of youth, the highest manifestation of passion, the ultimate interpretation of the indomitable spirit. His voice trembled with overwhelming emotion, the flames of youth burning fiercely in his eyes. What appeared to be a brief confrontation between Naruto and Neji had, in fact, ignited a tempest of thought both on and off the field, its impact far exceeding that of a mere Chunin examination. Particularly, Naruto's brilliant discourse on fate profoundly influenced the fervent duo of Guy and Lee, as well as pivotal figures like Sasuke and Orochimaru, who found themselves ensnared in deep reflection. Sasuke's gaze hardened, his resolve to avenge his family by vanquishing Itachi Uchiha becoming unshakable, as if he had unearthed a spiritual pillar to support his journey. Meanwhile, Orochimaru immersed himself in the profound implications of Naruto's words, turmoil surging within him as he surveyed the entire ninja world. Few could rival his unwillingness to succumb to the dictates of fate. Having been haunted by the fragility of his parents' lives since childhood, he vowed to pursue immortality. Dissatisfied with the constraints of conventional ninjutsu, he tirelessly researched forbidden techniques. Yearning for the formidable powers of the Sharingan, he betrayed his village, step by step realizing his ambitions. It can be said that Orochimaru was the most audacious challenger to fate. Thus Naruto's words resonated deeply within him. Lord Third Hokage, this child is a natural orator and leader. His future potential is boundless. Orochimaru's tone revealed rare admiration, his eyes glimmering with uncommon appreciation. Indeed, the third Hokage nodded slightly, a complex blend of satisfaction and anticipation reflected in his gaze, feeling hopeful for the future of Konoha. Can destiny truly be altered? Gaara silently observed Naruto's departing figure, a hint of confusion and contemplation breaking through his typically cold and unfeeling demeanor. As if the inner demons stirred by Naruto's words had temporarily quieted, the Chunin exams progressed methodically, yet the atmosphere had transformed dramatically due to Naruto's breathtaking match. The second duel featured Kankuro opposing Yamanaka Ino, but to everyone's astonishment, Kankuro chose to forfeit voluntarily to conserve his strength for potential unforeseen circumstances, granting Ino a victory without combat. This decision incited a chorus of boos and dissatisfaction from the audience. The third match saw Nara Shikamaru pitted against Tenten. This tactical genius from Konoha cleverly utilized his intellect and shadow possession jutsu to outmaneuver the weapons expert Tenten, demonstrating that wit can surpass brute force on occasion. The fourth and final bout arrived, much anticipated by the crowd, the clash between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, two supernovas of their generation. Their confrontation ignited like fire meeting ice, with an intensity far exceeding previous matches. In a surprising turn, Sasuke showcased a fighting style strikingly reminiscent of Rock Lee's, leaving the audience in astonishment, particularly Lee himself, who felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. deeply contemplating the insurmountable chasm between genius and hard work. As the battle escalated, Sasuke unleashed the lightning-fast Chidori, breaking through Gaara's sand defenses and piercing the body of the red-haired youth encased within a shell of sand. The emergence of blood sent Gaara into a furious rage, prompting him to partially release Shikaku within him. A fearsome arm made of sand erupted from his body, the terrifying chakra fluctuations sending chills through the spectators. Just as the match threatened to spiral out of control, a flurry of pure white feathers began to descend from the sky, swirling gracefully like an unexpected snowfall. However, these seemingly beautiful feathers concealed deadly intent. As the audience gazed upward at this bizarre phenomenon, a wave of invisible drowsiness washed over them, causing their eyelids to grow heavy and their consciousness to blur. An intricately designed genjutsu, the Nirvana technique, was quietly set into motion, a trap meticulously prepared by Kabuto. Only a select few adept at breaking illusions, such as Kakashi, Guy, certain Umbu ninjas, and unexpectedly, the remarkably talented Sakura, could pierce this advanced genjutsu, while the rest succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly defenseless. A signal flare sliced through the sky, exploding at altitude. This was the signal to commence their operation. Suddenly, a host of long-hidden ninjas emerged, swiftly discarding their disguises to reveal the iconic garb of the sand and sound ninjas, their murderous intent radiating outward. The Konoha Umbu and elite security ninjas, long concealed, sprang forth from their hiding places to confront the invaders, transforming the venue into a chaotic battlefield in an instant. Disguised as the Kazekage, Orochimaru seized the opportunity to dart toward the third Hokage, capturing the elderly leader and whisking him away with blinding speed. Orochimaru's 4 loyal subordinates from the Sound 4 immediately sprang into action, forming the 4 Purple Flames formation. A blood-red energy barrier rose like a wall, completely enveloping Orochimaru and the third Hokage. Hokage-sama, a loyal member of the Umbu, was taken aback, rushing towards the barrier in a desperate attempt to rescue his leader. However, the moment he touched the barrier, he was engulfed by terrifying flames, instantly reduced to ashes, barely able to emit a cry of anguish. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted in every corner of the Hidden Leaf Village, as the alliance of sand and sound ninjas surged into the village like a relentless tide, assaulting vital facilities. Even more horrifying was the summoning of a colossal 3-headed serpent by some sound ninjas, a monstrous entity that wreaked havoc on everything in its path, inciting screams and chaos. The long-conceived plan to dismantle the Hidden Leaf Village had finally unfurled its bloody curtain before the eyes of all. At last, it had begun. Naruto keenly sensed the tumult and chakra fluctuations erupting throughout the village, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes, as if he had foreseen this moment's arrival. The frustration of possessing immense power, yet having no outlet to unleash it, was akin to being given a Ferrari, only to navigate through congested city streets at a snail's pace, or like a gaming prodigy with top-tier equipment trapped in a novice village, an indescribable feeling of suffocation. For this reason, Naruto harbored a secret excitement for the sudden initiative to dismantle the village, finally able to unleash his full potential with justification. Naruto, what on earth is happening? Sakura exclaimed, gripping Naruto's sleeve in terror, her voice trembling with anxiety as the chaos unfolded around them, catching her completely off guard. As a girl possessing a rare talent for illusions, Sakura had swiftly discerned something amiss the moment Kabuto initiated his Nirvana technique, promptly dispelling the illusion to remain alert. However, this did not imply she comprehended the unfolding turmoil. Who knows? Perhaps someone wishes to invite us to an unexpected party. Naruto shrugged, a mysterious smile gracing his face, evidently unwilling to elaborate further. In an instant, 2 figures appeared like phantoms, Kakashi and Guy, the top Genin of the Hidden Leaf, their expressions more serious than ever. Naruto, Sakura, the Hidden Leaf is under a sudden attack from the enemy. Your moment as ninjas has arrived. Kakashi's tone was grave, his Sharingan exposed, underscoring the urgency of the situation. Your mission is to remain at the venue and protect the slumbering audience. Do you understand? Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura immediately straightened her back, responding with fervor, her face reflecting a sense of responsibility and tension. No problem, leave it to me. Naruto replied with a slight smile, his demeanor oddly relaxed for the moment. In truth, he was uninterested in the small-scale skirmishes outside the venue. His focus remained on the imminent showdown between the legendary Sannin and the third Hokage. This was the heavyweight spectacle truly worthy of anticipation. Orochimaru was right. The hidden leaf had indeed basked in comfort for far too long. Prolonged peace had rendered them soft, sapping their vigilance and fighting spirit. Naruto was acutely aware that the ninja world was on the brink of an unprecedented storm. If Konoha remained ensconced in the glory of its past, refusing to seek progress, it would undoubtedly be mercilessly swept away by the currents of time. From this perspective, today's chaos, though seemingly a disaster, might serve as a much-needed wake-up call for Konoha, rousing this long-dormant giant. Lord Hokage, an Umbu member suddenly cried out in terror, interrupting Naruto's thoughts. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. Within the barrier, Orochimaru had suddenly drawn a kunai and, without hesitation, plunged it into his own palm. Blood spurted forth like a fountain, splattering onto the face of the third Hokage, the vivid crimson starkly contrasting with the elder's pale complexion. Lord Hokage, Sakura exclaimed anxiously, her eyes brimming with fear and unease. As an ordinary genin, she struggled to fathom the peril that could befall the village's highest leader. Do not worry too much. Kakashi's voice exuded a feigned calmness, attempting to soothe the frightened girl. The Hokage is Konoha's most formidable ninja. He will not be easily defeated. Upon hearing this, Sakura let out a slight sigh of relief, her internal dread somewhat alleviated. The third Hokage indeed did not disappoint the villagers. In the face of betrayal and challenge from his former disciple, the elderly man exhibited a fighting prowess that belied his age. Various advanced jutsu and composite techniques flowed from his hands, engaging Orochimaru in a thrilling close-quarters battle, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. However, the balance of the battle was soon disrupted. When Orochimaru unleashed the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, summoning the spirits of the first and second Hokages, the situation rapidly deteriorated. Although the precision of this impure world reincarnation was far inferior to the later perfected versions, and the summoned first and second Hokages could not exert their full strength, the third Hokage found himself overwhelmed, struggling to contend with the assault of 3 top-tier ninjas alone. Moreover, the cunning Orochimaru seized opportunities to launch surprise attacks, further exacerbating the third Hokage's precarious situation. The primary reason for the third Hokage's plight lay in his advanced age. At 69, this once legendary figure in the ninja world faced significant physical decline, with his chakra reserves severely diminished. Despite possessing abundant combat experience and extensive knowledge of ninjutsu, he could no longer leverage these advantages as effectively as in his youth, a cruel gift of time bestowed upon all. Lord Hokage, both Guy and Sakura were etched with concern, and even the typically composed Kakashi furrowed his brow, clearly unsettled by the unfolding crisis. Naruto, can you penetrate that barrier? Kakashi suddenly turned to the blonde youth, his eyes glimmering with hope. Of course, Naruto replied confidently, nodding without a hint of hesitation. I have placed flying Raijin marks throughout Konoha, including on the rooftops. Excellent. A flicker of delight flashed across Kakashi's eyes. Then let us hasten to escort you and Guy inside. We shall assist Lord Hokage together. Count me in. Guy immediately responded, striking a combat stance, clearly eager to partake in this battle that would determine the fate of Konoha. There is no need for that. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, his tone imbued with an uncharacteristic confidence and composure for his age. Dealing with an adversary of Orochimaru's caliber is well within my capabilities. You may simply enjoy my performance from here. Before his words could fully dissipate, Naruto's figure vanished like a specter, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously breach the barrier established by the Sound Four, leaving Kakashi and Guy staring at each other in bewilderment. With a devastating kick, Orochimaru sent the third Hokage hurtling through the air, the elderly man crumpling to the ground, unable to rise for a lengthy moment, his eyes vacant and spirits seemingly lost. Momentarily adrift in confusion. What's wrong, my dear esteemed mentor? Orochimaru's voice dripped with mockery and disdain, tauntingly addressing the fallen Hokage. You are the one reputed to master all existing jutsu of Konoha, revered as the strongest Hokage, yet here you lie in such a pitiful state. As your pupil, I find myself utterly disappointed. His laughter echoed with a manic glee, laced with profound derision as he loomed over the third Hokage's disheveled form. Lord Hokage, please rise. The members of the Umbu outside the barrier shouted hoarsely, pleading for him to stand and vanquish the traitor Orochimaru to rescue their village. The other Umbu ninjas were filled with both anxiety and disbelief, their faces betraying their incredulity. For as long as anyone could remember, the third Hokage had been regarded as the most formidable presence in the hearts of Konoha's citizens, celebrated as the mightiest among all Hokage throughout history. This narrative had been relentlessly enforced for over 40 years of his administration, both internally and externally. Yet, who could have fathomed that the once-famed third Hokage could be so effortlessly overpowered by his own disciple, Orochimaru? You bunch of ignorant fools. It is far too late to seek help now. Orochimaru's cold, slit-like eyes swept over the shouting Umbu, his voice dripping with sinister mockery. The esteemed third Hokage you so pride yourselves on is nothing more than a decrepit old man on the verge of death. Do you truly expect him to save you? How foolish. The third Hokage, lying on the ground, offered no rebuttal to these harsh words. He lowered his eyelids slightly, remaining motionless, his consciousness still shrouded in a haze of confusion. What a lack of chivalry, targeting the elderly with such ferocity. A voice, tinged with playful sarcasm, suddenly descended from above, shattering the grim atmosphere. Who dares intrude? Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly, immediately alert as he sought the source of the voice. Ah, it is you, little rascal. Upon recognizing the visitor, Orochimaru initially displayed a hint of surprise, swiftly replaced by a sinister smile. Little brat, he remarked. You managed to breach the barrier I set up without a trace. It appears you have indeed mastered the fourth's flying thunder god technique. However, you are still a Navi fool. Did you truly believe that you could rescue the third Hokage from my grasp all on your own? At this moment, the third Hokage finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing Naruto's silhouette, he immediately shouted in alarm, Naruto, quickly leave this place of turmoil. As one who had always believed in Naruto's potential, the third Hokage was convinced that the boy's future achievements would be boundless. Yet, that was a matter for the future. How formidable could Naruto possibly be at this moment? The life-and-death confrontation between him and Orochimaru was a pinnacle clash at the Hokage level, one that was far too perilous for a mere child like Naruto to engage in casually. Third Hokage, you truly have aged. You can no longer even make basic judgments. Naruto fixed his gaze upon the third Hokage, his tone laced with exasperation and disdain. After this farce concludes, you should retire gracefully and enjoy your twilight years. Teacher, did you hear that? Even this little brat believes you have outlived your usefulness. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with mockery as he chuckled sinisterly. Shut your foul mouth, Orochimaru. In a flash, Naruto moved like lightning, appearing directly before Orochimaru without warning. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick that struck Orochimaru squarely in the face, propelling him backward as if struck by a cannonball. Naruto quickly crouched down to gently support the barely conscious third Hokage, then activated the Flying Thunder God technique, safely transporting the elder beyond the confines of the Four Purple Flames formation. Kakashi-sensei, I'll leave this old man in your care. After entrusting the third Hokage to Kakashi, Naruto unhesitatingly re-entered the Four Purple Flames formation, declaring fiercely, Orochimaru, I am here to challenge you one-on-one today. You little brat, you dare return to seek your own demise. Orochimaru's serpent-like vertical pupils fixated on Naruto, a wicked smile curling his lips. Are you not afraid I will tear you to shreds? Kill me? You, a grotesque figure devoid of gender. Think you can harm me even in the slightest? Naruto scoffed disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. Are you relying on your twisted self, or those two shambling corpses? Huh, to be so underestimated by a mere child. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, his pupils gleaming with malice. Tear this arrogant brat apart. Upon receiving Orochimaru's command, the reanimated first and second Hokages lunged at Naruto like arrows loosed from a bow. Although the brothers, in their reanimated state, could not unleash their full prowess of their prime, their combat abilities remained formidable enough to eliminate ordinary ninjas in an instant. With a swift motion, the two legendary Hokages closed in on Naruto, the second Hokage executing a fierce sweeping kick aimed at Naruto's lower body, intending to trip him. The first Hokage raised his fist, as formidable as steel, and with a speed that seemed to defy reality, struck fiercely at Naruto's face. The legendary brothers coordinated their assault with remarkable synchronicity, one attacking from above and the other from below, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary ninja to escape unscathed from such a formidable onslaught. However, Naruto was evidently no ordinary individual. His strength surpassed the wildest imaginations of most. Suddenly, he leapt into the air, delivering a vicious kick to the second Hokage's abdomen, sending him flying through the air like a kicked football. In the same breath, Naruto seized the first Hokage's fist with lightning speed, and with a powerful throw, hurled him away as if he were mere refuse. The brothers, undeterred, swiftly rose from the ground and launched another synchronized offensive. In their reanimated state, they were tireless and devoid of fear or hesitation, functioning as two precise machines of destruction. Time and again, they charged at Naruto, encircling him in relentless waves of attack. Yet each time, he effortlessly countered their advances, akin to playing house with children. The astonishing scene left Orochimaru, Kakashi, Guy, and all the Umbu members in stunned silence. Was Naruto's taijutsu truly this formidable? Guy widened his eyes, incredulous, muttering, "He hasn't even opened any of the 8 gates, yet how can his speed, strength, agility, and reflexes be so terrifying?" With his keen insight as a martial arts expert, Guy immediately discerned that Naruto was not employing the 8 gates technique to enhance his taijutsu. "Honestly, I cannot grasp the situation at all." Kakashi shook his head, his eyes filled with profound confusion. How could this inexperienced child possibly match the legendary first and second Hokage in martial prowess? The Umbu members were consumed by fear and bewilderment. The third Hokage, having caught his breath, stared intently at Naruto, pondering those peculiar markings around his eyes. Could it be that Naruto has mastered Sage Mode? No, it's impossible. How could a mere 12-year-old grasp the profound complexities of Sage Mode? The third Hokage sensed some hints, but simultaneously wrestled with intense doubt regarding his own conclusions. Sage Mode is a realm of mastery reserved for true sages. How could a mere 12-year-old possibly comprehend its enigmatic depths? The third Hokage was unwittingly correct. Naruto had indeed activated the legendary Sage Mode and had mastered it to a remarkable degree. The young ninja was well aware that, in terms of combat experience and skills, he could not compare to the legendary first and second Hokage, even if they were currently in a diminished state. Thus, he had activated Sage Mode early on, amplifying his sensory abilities and physical attributes manifold. This enabled him to hold his own against the 2 legendary Hokage, even gaining the upper hand. Among the top-tier ninjas in the ninja world with profound insights into Sage Mode, Orochimaru also keenly sensed something amiss. Sage transformation? This couldn't be possible. Orochimaru gazed in astonishment at Naruto, his heart profoundly shaken. Could it be that this juvenile, barely sprouted, has truly mastered the legendary Sage transformation? How could this possibly be real? To validate his astonishing hypothesis, Orochimaru commanded the first and second Hokage to launch a ninjutsu attack. The second Hokage, fingers flying with remarkable speed, swiftly formed the necessary seals. Water style, water shockwave. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water spiraled into existence around the second Hokage, ascending skyward and manifesting a breathtaking waterfall, imbued with cataclysmic force as it surged violently towards Naruto. A ninjutsu assault? This is precisely to my liking. Naruto, uninterested in forming seals, clapped his hands together and proclaimed with formidable authority, "Sage art, water style, water shockwave." In an instant, a terrifying deluge, as if the entire ocean had been summoned, erupted around Naruto. This astonishing volume of water spun at a breathtaking velocity, spiraling upwards like a tornado, creating a super waterfall that dwarfed the second Hokage's technique by a factor of 10, crashing down with an even more terrifying might. Witnessing this earth-shattering spectacle, all spectators stood frozen in shock, as if confronted by a ghost. Is this truly a form of water ninjutsu that a mere human can wield? Is this really the Naruto we know? This is utterly absurd. It seems to be at least 10 times more powerful than the second Hokage's water shockwave. It is as though the entire ocean has been transported here. My heavens, this transcends all rational boundaries. Am I dreaming? Kakashi, Guy, Sakura, and the members of the Umbu were all wide-eyed, their jaws nearly grazing the ground, their mouths agape in awe. They had witnessed water ninjutsu before, but Naruto's display was so overwhelming that it completely reshaped their understanding of ninjutsu's potency. Undoubtedly, this is the legendary Sage technique. The third Hokage chuckled wryly, shaking his head. This young man has truly mastered the fabled Sage techniques. This is a profound art that even I, along with the so-called genius second Hokage, and the ambitious Orochimaru have failed to fully grasp. The third Hokage possessed an intimate understanding of sage arts. After all, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who established the Hidden Leaf Village amidst chaos, was well versed in the esoteric sage techniques. As the third Hokage, born in the tumultuous era of the first, he witnessed firsthand the astonishing power of sage arts, fully aware of their terrifying implications. In fact, the third Hokage had once devoted himself to studying sage arts, and even his mentor, the second Hokage, had been utterly captivated by them. Alas, none of them succeeded in mastering this mystical power. Sage techniques are far from being mere ordinary ninjutsu. They are not easily mastered at will. They demand exceptional talent, fortuitous circumstances, and stringent chakra requirements. Throughout the history of the Hidden Leaf, only Jiraiya, by a twist of fate, ventured into Mayaboka Mountain and received guidance from the Sage of Toads, managing to learn a fragment of these techniques. Yet, that was merely a crude imitation, light years away from the first Hokage's proficient sage mode. Naruto not only mastered the sage mode but appeared to wield it with remarkable ease, leaving the third Hokage utterly astonished. From where did Naruto acquire such profound knowledge of sage mode? Who could have imparted this forbidden technique to him? Could it possibly be Jiraiya? With a thunderous roar, two colossal waterfalls clashed violently, the outcome already predetermined. The gargantuan waterfall unleashed by Naruto effortlessly shattered the water currents of the second Hokage, sending both the first and second Hokages soaring like kites severed from their strings. Even Orochimaru, who had taken refuge in the background, could not escape the onslaught, being swept away in the tsunami-like deluge, akin to a hapless serpent carried by the current. In an instant, the three of them found themselves in a state of utter disarray, their dignity obliterated. Chapter 15. This fellow is no mere human. He is a monster clad in human skin. After a prolonged calm following the tumultuous waters, Orochimaru managed to precariously balance himself on the surface, his slitted eyes fixated on Naruto, brimming with a complex array of emotions. Indeed, he has unquestionably attained the legendary sage transformation. Naruto, you have truly mastered sage mode. It is nothing short of astonishing. A fervent desire and greed flickered in Orochimaru's gaze. I am exceedingly curious, to what extent have you achieved in your sage transformation? Sage mode possesses varying levels of mastery. Jiraiya's version is but a rudimentary form, significantly diminished in efficacy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's own curse seal technique is a mere substandard imitation. As for the natural sage mode exemplified by Yugo, its drawbacks are innumerable. In stark contrast, Naruto's sage mode exhibited virtually no aberrations and seemingly required no dedicated effort to gather natural energy. It appears that his sage transformation is of a remarkably high caliber. Why should I divulge this to a traitor? Impatiently, Naruto rolled his eyes. If you wish to fight, then let us engage without delay. If not, you should leave promptly. Why all this superfluous chatter? Very well, let us continue this exhilarating battle. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his eyes glinting with a morbid excitement. I shall see how long your youthful sage mode can endure. The first Hokage launched a fierce assault. With a resounding clap of his hands upon the ground, countless robust vines erupted from the rooftop, spiraling into the sky like gigantic serpents, winding their way toward Naruto. Now that resembles a true ninja. Naruto could not suppress his exhilaration, exclaiming, Sage art, fire release, great fire annihilation. The young man opened his mouth wide, releasing a torrent of searing flames that rapidly engulfed the area, forming an overwhelming sea of fire that surged forth to meet the advancing army of vines. With a thunderous roar, the inferno instantaneously consumed the entire thicket of vines, the blazing flames filling the confines of the four purple flames formation. What a terrifying fire release technique! Guy gasped in astonishment, his scalp tingling with shock. The range is simply astounding. If unleashed on the battlefield, it could incinerate thousands of foes. Indeed, it is outrageous. Kakashi nodded gravely, his eyes wide with awe. Sakura, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place like a statue. The suffocating inferno before her was an exaggerated spectacle, far surpassing any fire release technique she had witnessed throughout her life. Sakura pondered in vain, unable to comprehend how Naruto, who typically struggled with even the most rudimentary ninjutsu, could suddenly unleash such a cataclysmic fire technique. This was utterly illogical. It transcended the realm of ordinary ninjutsu. embodying true sage arts. The third Hokage sighed, his voice imbued with awe. Sage arts? What formidable ninjutsu might that be? Both Kai and Sakura turned to the third, their expressions filled with confusion as they inquired, Lord Hokage, what mysterious power lies within sage arts? As the name suggests, sage arts are techniques mastered solely by sages. The third Hokage lamented deeply. Once one grasps sage arts, the potency of taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu can surge exponentially, increasing by dozens of times. Dozens of times. That seems utterly absurd. Eventually, the blazing inferno that engulfed the four purple flames formation began to wane. The countless vines birthed by the first Hokage had been utterly incinerated, leaving only ashes and charred remains in their wake. Along with the first and second Hokages, Orochimaru too was reduced to ashes by the terrifying flames. However, this did not signify their demise. The ashes swiftly coalesced, and under the influence of the impure world reincarnation technique, the first and second Hokages rapidly healed, restoring themselves in the blink of an eye, completely unharmed. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, having cleverly evaded Naruto's horrific assault with a substitution technique at the critical moment. One could not deny that your transformation into a sage was indeed flawless, 1,000 times more perfect than that dim-witted Jiraiya. Orochimaru's raspy voice betrayed an unmistakable thrill and desire. Naruto, I am most curious. How is it that at merely 12 years of age, you have mastered such a flawless sage mode? Upon hearing this, Kakashi, Kai, the third Hokage, and others outside the barrier instinctively perked up, eagerly anticipating the answer. What is so remarkable about it? It's simply something I figured out myself. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, his tone as casual as if discussing lunch. About a month ago, I acquired that hefty ninjutsu compendium from the old man, and upon discovering the existence of sage mode, I casually studied it. To be honest, I didn't find it particularly challenging. I grasped it quite naturally. After all, sage chakra is merely a blend of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy in a 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. Achieving perfect balance among the three is quite simple. While the compendium provided by the third Hokage did indeed mention sage mode, its content was scant, consisting of a mere handful of words. This was nothing short of a textbook-level display of humble bragging. Naruto spoke as if discussing how to cook instant noodles, yet the third Hokage and Orochimaru were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. He casually experimented and effortlessly mastered it, and claimed it was without difficulty. Orochimaru's lips twitched with disdain, his hoarse voice dripping with scorn. You think I would believe such nonsense, child? While the sage mode may sound simple in theory, its execution is akin to scaling the heavens. Indeed, theoretically, sage chakra is a blend of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy in a precise 1-to-1-to-1 ratio. It may seem straightforward, much like an elementary arithmetic problem. However, the enigmatic force of natural energy is as perilous as nuclear radiation. A moment's carelessness could result in bodily aberration or even petrification. How could Naruto speak of it so lightly? Orochimaru suspected Naruto was deliberately posturing. Yet he lacked the evidence to refute him, for Naruto's manifestation of sage mode was undeniably flawless. Believe it or not, it matters not to me. Naruto shrugged indifferently, adopting a battle stance. Come on, let us continue fighting, stop hesitating. With remarkable speed, Naruto formed hand seals and launched a ferocious offensive. Sage art, water release, water severing wave. Sage art, water release, water pulsing wave. Sage art, water release, great water barrier. Sage art, fire release, great fireball. Sage art, fire release, flame dragon bullet. Naruto transformed into an indefatigable machine of ninjutsu, unleashing an onslaught of extraordinary techniques upon Orochimaru. Empowered by sage mode, each jutsu Naruto released was magnified exponentially beyond conventional power. Orochimaru, alongside the first and second Hokage, found themselves utterly overwhelmed, reduced to desperate evasion. Time and again, Orochimaru attempted to launch surprise attacks to reverse the tide of battle, but each effort culminated in failure. Naruto's speed was astonishing, bordering on the suffocating. Whether in casting jutsu, moving, or reacting, he operated at an inconceivable pace, seemingly beyond human capability. Surprise attacks? Not only were they ineffective, but Orochimaru could scarcely graze the hem of Naruto's attire. The second Hokage even resorted to the illusion technique, darkness walking, in an attempt to obscure Naruto's vision and disrupt his perception. Yet, it bore no effect on Naruto, akin to futilely attempting to extinguish light for a blind person. The first and second Hokage were repeatedly shattered, only to restore themselves through the characteristic of Edo Tensei, while Orochimaru clung to lifetime and again through the substitution technique. Were it not for Orochimaru's grotesque survival abilities, a ninja of Jiraiya's caliber would have been reduced to nothing but paste long ago. Orochimaru, with such meager strength, dared to wreak havoc in Konoha? Naruto's impatience grew. One of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, reduced to merely surviving through substitution techniques? This cunning serpent was excessively adept at evasion, perpetually shoving the first and second Hokage to the front lines as human shields, while he sought out opportunities for treachery. Yet, his survival capabilities were disturbingly exceptional. No matter how fierce the physical assaults or how terrifying the ninjutsu, Orochimaru always managed to miraculously survive, using the Great Snake substitution technique to exploit external bodies as substitutes, grotesquely emerging from the remnants of his old self. This not only provoked nausea, but also proved to be an exasperating challenge worthy of curses. The typically sinister and charming Orochimaru now found himself unable to smile, his heart constricted as if he had swallowed a fly, his fingers trembling involuntarily. If it were not for this young brat demonstrating such terrifying ninjutsu prowess, would a prominent member of the legendary Sannin resort to scurrying like a mouse? Was I meant to stand foolishly and be reduced to dust? Nevertheless, this situation was merely temporary. Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes, the corners of his mouth curling slightly upwards. Once this brash youth's chakra was depleted, he would relish in turning him into mere pulp. Despite Naruto unleashing earth-shattering techniques, he could never truly inflict serious damage on the cunning old fox, and Orochimaru found himself equally unable to counter Naruto's relentless assault, merely biding his time until the moment the boy's stamina waned and his chakra ran dry. Orochimaru knew full well that every sage mode has its time limit. It cannot be sustained indefinitely, a consensus in the ninja world. If he could patiently await the instant Naruto's chakra was exhausted, it would be the perfect opportunity for this old serpent to strike back. What is this? Are you planning to hide in a corner until I deplete my chakra, then leap out to take advantage? A sardonic smile graced Naruto's lips, his eyes glimmering with disdain for Orochimaru. If that is truly your plan, you are bound to be disappointed. You have miscalculated this game entirely. Orochimaru's dreams were shattered in an instant, replaced by profound disappointment. The ensuing battle dragged on for quite some time. Orochimaru felt as fatigued as a fish out of water, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, while Naruto remained sprightly and lively, as if untroubled by the ordeal. This defied logic. How could he possibly maintain such vigor? After unleashing so many formidable techniques, why did his chakra reserves appear so abundant? Curious about the truth? Naruto blinked playfully, deliberately withholding information, a mysterious smile adorning his face. Not a chance. Why would I divulge anything to a traitorous dog like you? You little brat. Orochimaru's face contorted with rage, gritting his teeth. It must be the power of the Nine Tails, right? You are undoubtedly borrowing chakra from the Nine Tails in secret. Although the Uzumaki clan's chakra reserves are astounding, Orochimaru could never dream that they could sustain such an extraordinary level of combat, eliminating all other possibilities. The only remaining explanation was the boundless chakra of the Nine Tails. Why pretend to be confused after I've provided the answer? Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance, his tone dripping with scorn. Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru coldly fixed his gaze on the golden-haired youth, licking his lips. I will remember today's events in my little notebook. I hope that when we meet again, you will continue to surprise and entertain me so, realizing that prolonging this futile battle was a waste of effort, and that his plans for the destruction of Konoha had utterly failed, Orochimaru decided it was time to withdraw. Remaining here to continue this fruitless entanglement had lost all value. It was better to retreat swiftly and pursue other, more meaningful endeavors and research. Orochimaru, I sincerely hope that during our next encounter, you will unveil some new tricks, rather than resorting to the same old, tiresome antics that have rendered me yawning. Fear not, I shall undoubtedly astonish you next time, little brat. Orochimaru chuckled coldly as he released the reanimation technique, gazing intently at Naruto's confident visage. Gradually, his form began to merge with the ground, vanishing without a trace like a puddle of water. The Sound Four, witnessing their leader's retreat, dared not linger for even a moment longer. They swiftly followed Orochimaru's lead, their panic evident as they fled the scene, each one in a frantic rush, fearful of being left behind. These once brazen sound ninjas now trembled in terror, quaking at the sight of Orochimaru, who, in collaboration with the legendary first and second Hokage, had been utterly overwhelmed by a mere child. If Naruto Uzumaki had chosen to engage them, they would have been reduced to nothing more than a pile of minced flesh. Naruto paid little heed to these minions, merely observing their hasty escape with a cold gaze. Such insignificant fish were hardly worth his energy. As the reanimation technique was dispelled, the first and second Hokage gradually regained their self-awareness, their faces adorned with expressions of warmth and kindness. It fills my heart with joy and solace to witness such an exceptional ninja emerge from the Hidden Leaf Village. I hope you will continue to protect the village we hold dear, young warrior. Uzumaki Naruto, is it? That name shall forever remain etched in my memory. I look forward to our next meeting. The two legendary Hokage smiled at Naruto as their forms began to dissipate into specks of light, their souls finally liberated, ascending towards the heavens. I hope that in our next encounter, we can engage in a grand battle once more. Naruto watched as the figures of the two legendary Hokage gradually faded into the brilliance, his heart swelling with respect. Naruto, Kakashi, Guy, and Sakura rushed towards him, their faces alight with excitement and joy. With the Sound Four's hasty retreat, the barrier of the Four Purple Flames formation had automatically lifted, no longer an obstruction. Naruto, that was incredible. The youthful fervor within you burns so brightly, Guy exclaimed, giving a thumbs up and flashing his trademark dazzling smile. Seeing your vibrant performance has reignited the flames of youth within me. You have saved the entire Hidden Leaf Village, truly remarkable, Kakashi said, pride and admiration evident in his eyes as he patted Naruto on the shoulder. You are undeniably the hero of the leaf. Guy-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, you are being overly dramatic. Naruto scratched his head, a bashful smile spreading across his face. Why did you let that treacherous Orochimaru go? Sakura frowned, voicing her concern. That creep has been fixated on Sasuke's body. Allowing him to escape will only lead to greater troubles in the future. It's not so simple to keep him contained. Kakashi shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of helplessness. Orochimaru is, after all, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and his means of survival are virtually endless and unpredictable. It is already remarkable that Naruto could suppress him. To completely eliminate that slippery old serpent is nearly an impossible task. Kakashi's analysis was spot on. Supported by two Umbu ninjas, the third Hokage gradually approached. His gaze towards Naruto filled with complexity, both gratitude and nostalgia. Naruto, you have successfully safeguarded the entire village, and for that, I am sincerely grateful. Now, I wish to pose a formal question. Do you desire to become the Hokage? This sudden proposal elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Everyone stared at the third Hokage with incredulity, as if he had just uttered something utterly fantastical. To appoint a mere 12-year-old Naruto as the highest leader of Konoha? Although Naruto had long expressed his ambition to become Hokage, it had always been a childish jest. Who would take it seriously? Yet at this moment, the third Hokage genuinely suggested that Naruto succeed him, surpassing all realms of imagination. Hokage-sama, is this not a bit? The two Umbu ninjas faltered, their expressions stiff as if petrified. I have grown old, truly old. Today's battle has profoundly demonstrated this. The third Hokage sighed deeply, appearing as though he had aged a decade in an instant, as if vitality had been drained from him. As the highest leader of the village, the Hokage bears the sacred mission of protecting the villagers and safeguarding the homeland. Such a responsibility requires formidable strength as its foundation. Regrettably, I can no longer fulfill this basic requirement. His voice was laden with exhaustion and resignation. I have resolved to relinquish this heavy burden. It is time for a stronger youth to take the mantle. Silence enveloped the scene, with not a sound to be heard. Everyone could discern the sincerity and determination in the Hokage's words. He was genuinely affected, no longer merely offering platitudes. Indeed, as the village's foremost guardian, if one lacks the ability to protect the villagers, what reason remains to occupy that position? It is undeniable that time is merciless. The third Hokage has undeniably aged. After a brief confrontation with Orochimaru and his allies, his chakra was nearly depleted, and his combat prowess diminished. The legendary ninja of Konoha, once a paragon of strength, has now been buried beneath the sands of time. Naruto, you have mastered the astonishing Sage Mode, excelled in the Flying Thunder God technique, and adeptly wield various advanced jutsu. In terms of combat capability, there is likely no one in the entire village who can match you. The third Hokage gazed at Naruto with fervor, his eyes sparkling with hope. I sincerely wish for you to bear this burden and become the fifth Hokage of Konoha. All eyes converged on Naruto, awaiting his response. Old man, have you been struck senseless by Orochimaru? Have you lost your mind? Naruto exaggeratedly spread his arms wide, an incredulous expression adorning his face. I just turned 12 this year, for goodness sake. I haven't even hit puberty yet, and you expect me to become Hokage? What a ridiculous jest. Of course, Naruto harbored an ardent desire to become Hokage, but not under these circumstances. He was currently in a golden period of rapid growth and strength. He had no time to deal with the tedious administrative duties and trivial matters of the village. At the very least, he should wait until he had fully mastered the Nine Tails chakra and successfully unlocked the legendary Sage Fox mode. This Sage Fox mode, an ultimate form that perfectly fuses Sage mode with the Nine Tails chakra, would elevate Naruto's combat prowess to rival the legendary levels of the Sage of Six Paths. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Earlier, he had been solely focused on stepping down and had impulsively suggested Naruto as a suitable successor due to his remarkable power. But now, upon reflection, it was evident that Naruto was still quite young, only 12 years old, with a personality and mentality that had yet to fully mature. He was indeed not fit to assume such a crucial position that required wisdom and decisive judgment. Hokage-sama, I have a suggestion. Kakashi interjected suddenly. I happened to encounter Jiraiya-sama a few days ago. I believe he would be an ideal candidate for Hokage and should be considered to succeed the fifth Hokage. Jiraiya? The third Hokage's eyes brightened, a look of delight spreading across his face. Indeed, Jiraiya is a most suitable candidate. Here's what we shall do. Let Jiraiya assume the position of Hokage for now, and when Naruto reaches maturity both in age and mindset, Jiraiya can then pass on the Hokage title to him. This arrangement would be the best of both worlds. Hokage-sama, you are remarkably wise, Guy exclaimed, giving a dramatic thumbs up with a radiant smile. However, the third Hokage's expression suddenly turned grave, his eyes glinting with a cold light. We must immediately launch a full-scale offensive against the remnants of the sound and sand ninjas that attacked our village, ensuring they feel the iron-fisted resolve of Konoha's ninjas. Understood, Hokage-sama. The group promptly dispersed like stars scattering across the sky. Naruto and Sakura rushed toward the Chunin exam venue, their minds filled with concern for Sasuke's safety. At the exam site, the fierce battle between Nara Shikamaru and the sand ninja, Maki, raged on, with blades flashing and murderous intent filling the air. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings, they found no sign of Sasuke or Gaara. The two had vanished without a trace. Where has Sasuke gone? Sakura fretted, as restless as an ant on a hot pan, glancing around anxiously, her eyes brimming with worry. Sasuke had been fiercely battling Gaara. How could they both suddenly disappear? They have already pursued beyond the village. Nara Shikamaru panted, engaging Maki while catching his breath. You must go after them immediately to prevent Sasuke from falling into the enemy's trap. What shall we do, Naruto? Sakura looked at him with a mixture of urgency and trust in her eyes. Leave it to me. With unwavering confidence, Naruto seized Sakura's wrist and, following the previously discreetly placed Flying Thunder God technique mark on Sasuke, instantly vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves in a dense forest outside the village, just in time to witness the climactic moments of the fierce battle between Sasuke and Gaara. The titanic clash had reached its zenith, with the air thick with smoke and dust. Having activated the second state of the heavenly curse mark, Sasuke underwent a bizarre transformation. Sprouting enormous, arm-like wings from his back, resembling a demon clawing its way out of hell. Meanwhile, Gaara unleashed the sleep technique, fully transforming into the tailed beast Shikaku, releasing the one tail completely from within him. Despite Sasuke's unprecedented surge in power due to the second state of the curse mark, he appeared woefully outmatched against the fully realized Shikaku, being relentlessly battered and forced to retreat. To make matters worse, his excessive chakra consumption led to the rapid dissipation of the curse mark's second state, reverting Sasuke back to his ordinary human form. Weakened to the point where standing became a challenge. Die, pitiful little insect. Gaara's eerie laughter echoed as he opened his massive mouth, gathering a colossal sphere of terrifying chakra from the depths of his throat. Wind release, air bullet. The air bullet hurtled towards Sasuke like a miniature meteor. Its speed as swift as lightning, and its destructive power akin to a small nuclear bomb, covering an extensive range of attack. Escaping seemed an insurmountable task for Sasuke. Was he truly destined to perish in such a place? His face was etched with resentment and fury. He had yet to avenge his clan and eliminate the murderer who had annihilated his family. How could he succumb so easily? Earth release, earth flow wall. In a moment of desperation, the ground before Sasuke trembled violently, and a towering earthen wall surged upward as if the earth itself were rebelling. The air bullet collided with the wall, erupting in a deafening roar, yet was completely thwarted by this barrier. What technique is this? Sasuke's eyes widened, a flicker of hope igniting within his astonishment. Sasuke! Sakura's anxious voice rang out from nearby. Turning around, Sasuke saw Sakura and Naruto emerging from the forest. Sakura rushing towards him, her face a canvas of concern. Upon seeing those familiar figures, the tension within Sasuke eased somewhat, a sense of reassurance washing over him. Sasuke, how badly are you hurt? Can you still stand? Sakura hurried to his side, supporting his faltering body with deep compassion in her gaze. I'm fine. Sasuke stubbornly gritted his teeth, unwilling to acknowledge his weakness. Sakura, stay here and take care of Sasuke. I'll go deal with that fat cat. With that, Naruto strode towards Shikaku with a buoyant step, his tone light, as if he were merely catching up with an old friend. Hey, oh, you plump and rotund feline. Come forth and challenge me. Father, lend me your strength to thoroughly discipline this inflated creature. The voice of the Nine-Tails echoed in Naruto's mind, brimming with disdain and combativeness. This brat is far overdue for a lesson. After years apart, he has grown arrogant once more. Unable to contain his laughter, Naruto replied, Kurama, you are both members of the Tailed Beast clan, sharing the same roots, akin to brothers. Why must you harbor such animosity towards one another? TCH. The Nine-Tails scoffed impatiently. Who considers this fat cat a brother? I have no regard for such base creatures. Ha ha. Very well, since you detest it so much. I shall take it upon myself to teach it a lesson. After all, our bond is unbreakable. Upon hearing this, the Nine-Tails felt a sweetness in his heart akin to consuming honey, though he did not voice it. Who wouldn't he desire to monopolize their father's affection? Hey, little one. Who do you think you are? Shikaku looked down upon the diminutive Naruto, his round eyes filled with contempt. Enough with the prattle. Let us engage in a duel first. Naruto, disinterested in further dialogue, swiftly formed hand seals, and the sage chakra within him surged like a torrential wave. Sage art. Earth release. Yellow Spring Marsh. The Yellow Spring Marsh is an expansive ninjutsu, and under the enhancement of Sage Mode, its coverage reached staggering proportions. The solid ground beneath Shikaku's feet transformed instantaneously into a treacherous marsh, as thick and black as asphalt. The beast's immense and unwieldy body began to sink uncontrollably into the mire, and the more it struggled, the faster it became ensnared. You insufferable brat. Shikaku was thoroughly incensed, emitting a sharp, piercing roar as it opened its cavernous mouth, unleashing a barrage of sand particles akin to a rainstorm. Wind release, sand shower. Each grain of sand possessed terrifying penetrating power, lethal as a high-velocity bullet. It was said that even legendary ninjas as formidable as Uchiha Madara could not withstand such a sandstorm that could effortlessly rend steel. Sage art, water release, water barrier. Instantly, a swirling water shield enveloped Naruto. This wall of water spun at an astonishing speed, creating an impenetrable 360-degree defensive barrier. The sand projectiles struck the water wall like raindrops. Yet all were dispersed and carried away by the rapidly swirling currents, failing to harm Naruto in the slightest. Fat cat, taste my might. Naruto dispelled the water barrier and quickly formed hand seals once more. Sage art, water release, water severing wave. A high-pressure water jet, akin to a laser cutter, erupted from Naruto's mouth, slicing with precision towards Shikaku's abdomen. Slicing. The gargantuan form of Shikaku was cleaved in twain by the water jet. A scene so astonishing it took one's breath away. The water-severing wave, akin to an industrial water cutter, effortlessly shattered any object in its path. With the amplification of Sage Mode, the cutting power of the water-severing wave was enhanced exponentially, easily bisecting Shikaku's formidable body. However, such a degree of injury was not fatal for Shikaku, the sand-based beast, Its two halves quickly rejoined, restoring it to its original form. Shikaku was thoroughly enraged, screeching with fury as it unleashed a torrent of various ninjutsu techniques upon Naruto, with the Renkan and sand scatter bombs raining down like a tempest. Yet Naruto remained utterly unperturbed, effortlessly countering with an array of defensive and offensive jutsu, matching Shikaku blow for blow, and even seeming to gain the upper hand. Is this truly the Naruto of today? It was almost beyond belief. Sasuke stood agape, turmoil raging within him. He had long recognized Naruto's astonishing rate of growth. He had sensed a profound transformation in Naruto since the mission to the Land of Waves. Yet Sasuke could never have imagined that Naruto's strength would burgeon to such an overwhelming degree, allowing him to engage directly with a tailed beast like Shikaku without faltering. Having just faced Shikaku himself, Sasuke was acutely aware of the creature's terrifying power. Each powerful Renkan and the piercing sand scatter bombs were blows he could not withstand. During the battle, he hardly had the chance to approach Shikaku, being forced to retreat continuously with no means to counterattack. Naruto, to what extent have you grown? Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Also rendered speechless by shock was Temari, who quietly observed from the shadows. As Gaara's sister, she had always followed him closely, protecting this extraordinary brother from the shadows. However, upon Shikaku's full release, even Temari had been driven to a safe distance, daring only to watch the unfolding battle from afar. Witnessing the fierce clash between Naruto and Shikaku, she finally grasped the insurmountable chasm that lay between herself and Naruto. This individual was not merely human. He was a monster clad in human skin. Chapter 16. Is this not the arrival of the lecherous sage? Temari observed Naruto's effortless combat stance, her heart a tumult of emotions, filled with both reverence and an indescribable complexity. The earth-shattering battle between Naruto and Shikaku ultimately concluded with Gaara awakening from his state of false slumber. As the effects of the sleep technique waned, Shikaku, begrudgingly uttering a few harsh words, retreated back into Gaara's body. Little brat, I shall remember your insufferable face. The next time we meet, I will crush you into a pulp and swallow you whole. When we meet again, it is likely you will be confined within the Outer Path statue's prison, endlessly grinding away until the fourth great ninja war has passed. Naruto silently scoffed, his form flickering as he appeared before the weakened Gaara. Ah, gourd boy, long time no see. After the intense battle and the excessive consumption of chakra, Gaara was now utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground like a rag doll, devoid of the strength to move a single finger. Gourd boy? Is that what you call me? Why this peculiar nickname? Gaara weakly lifted his gaze to Naruto, his voice low and hoarse. Naruto Uzumaki, why do you seek to rescue Sasuke Uchiha? I find myself quite curious. Isn't it obvious? He is, after all, my teammate and younger brother. Of course, I must lend him my aid. Naruto replied nonchalantly with a shrug, then shifted the conversation. To be honest, your utilization of Shikaku's power is utterly abysmal. It's akin to squandering a precious resource. What do you mean by that? Gaara furrowed his brow in confusion, looking at Naruto with perplexity. Gaara, Shikaku is sealed within you, and you have long perceived this as a curse bestowed upon you by fate, correct? Naruto inquired, his tone laden with significance. Isn't it a curse? A flicker of pain flashed in Gaara's eyes as dark memories from his childhood involuntarily resurfaced. The disdainful glares from villagers, the whispers behind his back, the lonely seesaw, the interminable nights, assassins sent by his father time and again, even his closest uncle betraying him in an attempt to end his life. All the suffering stemmed from the frenzied demon of sand, Shikaku, within him. The life of a Jinchuriki was indeed fraught with anguish and tears, nevertheless. The past had become history, and one must always look forward. Naruto spoke with rare steadiness and wisdom, while Shikaku's presence has undoubtedly subjected you to endless torment. From another perspective, it is also a precious gift bestowed upon you by the heavens. A gift? Are you jesting? Gaara scoffed, a glint of derision in his eyes. You dare to label this nightmare as a gift? How easy it is for you to speak without feeling the pain. Unfazed, Naruto shrugged. I harbor within me a certain prideful nine-tailed fox, much larger than your Shikaku. How could I possibly fail to understand your plight? Hey, brat, who has prideful? Don't you dare label me. The nine tails roared in fury within Naruto's mind. All right, I misspoke. You're not prideful, merely a bit eccentric. Naruto dismissed the trivial argument with indifference. Gaara, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. Trembling violently, disbelief etched across his features. Why, you two are a Jinchuriki? Indeed, we are brothers in suffering. Naruto replied with a gentle smile, sincerity shining in his eyes. You are also a Jinchuriki. For the first time, warmth and recognition flickered in Gaara's gaze, as if he had finally found someone who comprehended his anguish. As the host of Shikaku, he understood all too well the pain and solitude that this identity entailed. He firmly believed that even if Naruto lived in a large village like Konoha, his circumstances could not be much better. Thus, I truly empathize with your inner turmoil. Naruto spoke softly, but as I mentioned earlier, the past is behind us, and no one can alter history. However, we can govern our own futures and choose the way of life we desire. Naruto gazed up at the cerulean sky, his voice imbued with determination. If one were to live perpetually under the shadows of suffering and hatred, life would indeed be exhausting. Gaara fell into a prolonged silence. Before finally speaking, Naruto Uzumaki, do you truly believe I can alter my fate? Why not? Naruto replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. As long as you can reconcile with Shikaku within you, becoming a genuine companion, and master the power of the Jinchuriki, the path to your future will be yours to choose. Implicit in Naruto's words was the belief that if Gaara could become the perfect Jinchuriki, he would be invincible in Mangekyō. At that point, who would dare to look down upon him? Those who opposed him could simply be dealt with, allowing him to live as he pleased. However, Gaara evidently misconstrued the true essence of Naruto's message. In his understanding, becoming the perfect Jinchuriki meant complete control over Shikaku's power, thus earning the villagers' recognition and respect. To befriend Shikaku? That seemed utterly fantastical. Gaara furrowed his brow, skepticism permeating his tone. Is that truly possible? Why wouldn't it be? Naruto patiently elucidated. Tailed beasts are not fundamentally different from us. They possess their own emotions and personalities, experiencing joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. If you sincerely treat Shikaku as a friend, it will eventually accept you, much like caring for a cat. Feline companions, while appearing aloof, often have a surprisingly affectionate nature, much like a certain stubborn yet soft-hearted nine-tailed fox. Hey, you little brat, why do I feel like you're implying something about me? The voice of the Nine-Tails echoed in Naruto's mind, laced with a note of warning. That's not the case. You must have misheard. Naruto feigned nonchalance, swiftly changing the subject. Gaara did not respond immediately, seemingly contemplating Naruto's words, searching for the key to transform his destiny. Naruto Uzumaki, have you truly become genuine friends with the Nine-Tails? Gaara suddenly posed this penetrating question. Pretty much, at least we have a good relationship. Naruto nodded, a flowing layer of red chakra appearing in his hand. Thanks to our trust, I can now use the Nine-Tails chakra at will, and it offers no resistance. In fact, if I wanted, I could fully unleash the Nine-Tails right now, and it wouldn't harm anyone, behaving as docile as a big cat. Huffed, you're quite the braggart. The Nine-Tails huffed in discontent, though lacking any real ire. A glimmer of envy sparkled in Gaara's eyes. The sealing techniques of Mangekyō were far inferior to those of Konoha, forcing him to constantly expend energy to suppress Shikaku's rampaging tendencies. This not only significantly diminished his combat prowess, but also robbed him of a proper night's sleep, leaving him unable to rest for years. His signature dark circles were clear evidence of prolonged insomnia. Naruto's ability to forge such a harmonious relationship with the Nine-Tails fills Gaara with envy, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Vortex Naruto, thank you for your guidance. After a prolonged silence, Gaara finally spoke, his voice imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. No need for thanks. We are brothers bound by shared struggles. Naruto replied with a hearty laugh, waving his hand. I hope you soon reconcile with Shikaku and become true partners. Gaara nodded gently, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. In a sudden motion, Temari gracefully descended from the tree. Witnessing Gaara and Naruto engage in such a peaceful conversation left her utterly astonished. The Gaara she remembered was always shrouded in an aura of menace, cold and unyielding, seemingly ready to unleash fury at any moment. When had she ever seen him converse so calmly with another? What kind of magic had Naruto employed to tame the fierce Gaara so completely? Temari couldn't help but cast a curious glance at Naruto, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. Noticing Temari's gaze, Naruto offered a friendly smile and said, Dear friends from Sunagakure, please accompany me back to Konohagakure. Temari remained silent, quietly helping the weakened Gaara to his feet, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Sunagakure had brazenly attacked Konohagakure today, openly violating the peace treaty between their allied nations. This matter would surely not be easily dismissed. Naruto escorted Temari and Gaara back to Konohagakure, entrusting them to Kakashi for further handling. The ensuing events transcended Naruto's authority. They were matters beyond his reach. The intricate political maneuvering and diplomatic negotiations between the higher echelons of Konohagakure and Sunagakure were games meant for the elite. Naruto had neither the ability nor the inclination to delve into such convoluted political issues. However, based on the historical trajectory etched in his memory, Sunagakure would ultimately capitulate to Konohagakure following the failure of their plan to bring about its downfall. This would transform the faade of an equal alliance into a relationship akin to that of a suzerain and a vassal state. Konohagakure would gain the authority to command Sunagakure, demanding cooperation at any time. Of course, should Sunagakure face a crisis, such as an attack from other ninja villages, they would retain the right to seek military assistance from Konohagakure. Overall, among the three parties involved in this plan to dismantle Konohagakure, the losses for both Konohagakure and Otogakure were relatively minor. The heaviest toll was borne by Sunagakure, which not only lost its fourth Kazekage to Orochimaru's treachery, but also suffered significant casualties among its elite ninja during the conflict. Finally, he could sleep soundly. After an entire day of intense battle, Naruto was thoroughly exhausted. After a quick wash, he slipped into bed early and soon drifted off to sleep. Within the Hokage building, the third Hokage was engaged in an important discussion with Jiraiya, who had just returned to the village. The two venerable Hokage advisors, Mitarashi Anko and Tsunade, were also present. The atmosphere solemn and weighty. Jiraiya, I trust you are aware of the primary purpose of my summoning you back. I hope you will accept the position of Hokage. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the third Hokage directly addressed the matter at hand. What are your thoughts on this? Mito Minyan and Tsunade both gazed intently at Jiraiya, awaiting his response. No, I vehemently oppose. Jiraiya exclaimed dramatically, spreading his hands wide with an expression of helplessness. Old man, you know me too well. My carefree and unrestrained nature is utterly unsuited for the role of Hokage. I would have no qualms about spying, no? Gathering first-hand creative material, but to sit in an office all day reviewing documents? I would likely go berserk within 3 days. Jiraiya, I am old, truly old. The third Hokage's voice carried a profound weariness. If it weren't for Naruto's timely arrival today, I fear I would have already met my demise at the hands of Orochimaru. Given our history as master and disciple, can you not empathize with this old frame of mine? Old man, I genuinely cannot take on the role of Hokage, Jiraiya said, his expression one of distress, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, I do know someone far more suited for this position. She is more qualified than I. Are you referring to Tsunade? The third Hokage immediately grasped Jiraiya's implication. Precisely, that is indeed her. Jiraiya nodded vigorously, his tone growing resolute. You are more aware than I of Tsunade's medical prowess and leadership abilities. Coupled with her esteemed lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, along with your unwavering support, she would be the most fitting successor for the role. I am certainly aware that Tsunade is an ideal candidate, but she has been absent from the village for many years, her whereabouts unknown. Where shall we find her? The third Hokage sighed helplessly. Yet he understood in his heart that Tsunade's qualifications far surpassed Jiraiya's for the position of Hokage. Not only does Tsunade possess exceptional strength, but she is also the architect of Konoha's modern medical system, her healing jutsu benefiting countless Konoha ninjas. As the direct descendant of the first Hokage, Tsunade commands immense respect and prestige within the village, making her the unequivocal choice for Hokage. Yet the question remains, where is Tsunade now? Leave the task of finding Tsunade to me, Jiraiya assured fervently, thumping his chest. I will certainly bring her back to Konoha. This minor task is well within my capabilities. Agreed, it is settled then. The third Hokage decisively concluded, his expression resolute. As long as you successfully locate Tsunade and persuade her to assume the role of Hokage, your responsibility will be absolved, and I shall no longer press you to take on the position. However, if you fail to complete the task, stop right there. Please spare me the further admonishments. I assure you this is a trivial matter I can handle. Jiraiya swiftly interrupted the third Hokage, fearing his mentor might retract his agreement. However, during my quest for Tsunade, I would like to bring Naruto along. Would that be acceptable? Why is that? Do elaborate. The third Hokage furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, his fingers tapping thoughtfully upon the table. After all, Naruto was undoubtedly the chosen candidate for the sixth Hokage in the old man's heart. He certainly did not wish for this pivotal piece to leave the village's protective embrace so carelessly. It was mainly for the purpose of imparting skills and exchanging experiences. Jiraiya explained half-jokingly, "This brat has secretly mastered Sage Mode without informing me. I must educate him properly and see if I can pilfer a few techniques from him." The third Hokage fell into a brief contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately nodded in agreement. "Then it shall be as you say. But remember this, Naruto's safety comes above all else. We must ensure he faces no peril." As night enveloped the world like a tranquil river, and the stars twinkled like dreams, Naruto slept particularly soundly in the serene darkness. When sunlight filtered through the curtains, heralding the arrival of a new day, the young boy slowly awakened from his sweet slumber, his eyes blinking drowsily. With Naruto's consciousness returning, the three shadow clones, who had been meditating in the living room, sensed the restoration of their original's awareness. Simultaneously, they dispelled their jutsu, transforming into smoke and fading away, with all chakra and experience flowing back into Naruto's being. The monumental battle from the previous day had nearly exhausted all of Naruto's chakra reserves. To expedite his recovery, he had deliberately created three shadow clones before bed, who quietly sat in the living room, refining sage chakra and accumulating energy. As the three clones dissipated, the sage chakra they had cultivated throughout the night surged into Naruto like three streams, instantly filling his chakra pool. In that moment, Naruto not only regained his peak state, but he also found himself with a surplus of sage chakra, leaving him feeling more invigorated than ever before. "This technique is truly remarkable. I could employ it regularly in the future," Naruto muttered to himself, stretching lazily before gearing up to embark on the daily tasks of a new day. The first significant event upon rising each day, activating the lottery system. Despite his luck over the past month being dismally poor, yielding scarcely any valuable rewards, the ritual must be upheld. Who knows, perhaps today he would be favored by fortune? Ding! Your random rewards have been successfully drawn. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rare item, Itachi Uchiha's Mangekyō Sharingan. What the heck? Is this a dream? Naruto shot out of bed as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide and mouth agape in astonishment. This is the Mangekyō Sharingan. Has heaven finally opened its eyes? I actually drew the legendary Mangekyō Sharingan. This luck is off the charts. The Mangekyō Sharingan is the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, a divine ocular technique that surpasses the ordinary Sharingan. Only through experiencing extreme mental trauma, such as personally slaying a loved one or helplessly witnessing the death of someone dear, can the brain produce the special chakra necessary to awaken this rare eye. Such an extraordinary ocular technique is exceedingly rare even within the Uchiha clan, making it a true gem. To his astonishment, Naruto effortlessly acquired the legendary kaleidoscope. He could hardly believe his extraordinary fortune, his heart swelling with uncontainable joy. However, in that moment of sheer delight, a chilling and penetrating chakra surged from the depths of his mind, coursing towards his eyes like icy water in the depths of winter. A piercing pain erupted within his eyeballs, as if a sharp scalpel were slicing through them, nearly prompting a scream to escape his lips. In the throes of agony, Naruto's three-tomo Sharingan involuntarily activated, emanating an eerie crimson glow. In but an instant, the three elegantly swirling black tomo within the Sharingan seemed to be drawn together by some mysterious force, gradually forming a heart-stopping triangular blade shape. Rushing to the mirror, Naruto scrutinized his newly transformed eyes, confirming without a doubt that they bore the exact pattern of Itachi Uchiha's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Logically, since Itachi's Sharingan possessed the formidable abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, Naruto surmised that his newfound eyes should also harbor such powers. Closing his eyes, he focused intently on sensing the changes within, and indeed, he discovered a unique and potent ability residing in each eye. These powers felt like innate instincts. Naruto found himself mastering their usage without any formal training. "Amaterasu," he exclaimed as he opened his right eye, a strange light flickering within. A drop of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his eye, leaving a striking red mark upon his cheek. Suddenly, a pitch-black flame, eerie and otherworldly, erupted on the wooden floor of the living room. Though seemingly small, it exuded a terrifying aura that sent shivers down his spine. The black flames swiftly spread, effortlessly consuming the hard wooden floor and creating a gaping hole that continued to widen. Is this the infamous black flame of Amaterasu, said to be eternally burning? Its power is truly fearsome. Naruto gazed in awe and delight at the miraculous black fire, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Disperse. With a mere shift of his will, the rampaging black flames vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The pain was excruciating. Just as he retracted Amaterasu, Naruto immediately clutched his right eye in agony, gasping in shock as his complexion turned pale. A stabbing pain erupted from his right eye, swiftly radiating throughout his body, spreading in mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, his head throbbed mercilessly, muscles convulsed violently, and his bones felt as though they were being crushed. His joints ached as if disassembled and reassembled, and even his teeth throbbed with a dull pain, leaving no part of him untouched by discomfort. Despite Naruto's renowned resilience, he found himself drenched in sweat, his face ashen, biting his lower lip so hard that he nearly drew blood. It was no wonder Itachi had suffered so severely, relying on various medications just to cling to life. The severity of such side effects is unbearable, even for the most resilient of bodies. It is truly life-threatening. Naruto chuckled wryly, his understanding of the Mangekyō Sharingan deepening. Indeed, it is a double-edged sword. Behind its formidable power lies an undeniable cost. Each use inflicts excruciating pain and a substantial burden on the body. Frequent usage not only deteriorates health at an alarming rate, but also leads to a rapid decline in vision, ultimately resulting in permanent blindness. Itachi Uchiha stands as a prime example. Despite his youth, he is grievously ill, relying on medication to merely survive. Once his body had recovered slightly, Naruto endeavored to harness the power of his left eye, Tsukuyomi. To his astonishment, the effects of Tsukuyomi were nothing short of extraordinary. Within the illusionary realm it created, every aspect, time, space, and the properties of matter, was firmly under Naruto's command. It is no exaggeration to assert that within the domain of Tsukuyomi, Naruto was akin to a deity, wielding the absolute power of a creator. While the power of Tsukuyomi was indeed phenomenal, the price was exorbitant, as it inflicted grievous harm upon his eyes and imposed an intolerable strain on his body. Ultimately, Naruto resolved to challenge the ultimate technique of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Susanoo. As chakra surged, a colossal orange-red skeletal warrior gradually materialized around Naruto, dazzling like a blazing flame. This translucent chakra giant wielded the Yata mirror in its left hand, capable of reflecting all attacks, while its right hand grasped the immensely powerful Totsuka blade, embodying both offense and defense in a fearsome visage. However, the cost of activating Susanoo was staggering. It instantly consumed a vast amount of Naruto's chakra, with side effects that were beyond imagination. Every cell in his body seemed to scream in protest, particularly his eyes, which felt as though pierced by 1,000 steel needles, causing him to nearly lose consciousness. He barely managed to maintain the first form before being compelled to dispel the technique, unable to continue. It was utterly unbearable. At last, I comprehend why Itachi and Sasuke always appeared to endure the agony of 7 days of constipation after activating Susanoo. Naruto collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Drenched in sweat, such levels of pain are simply beyond human endurance, utterly terrifying. Compared to this self-inflicted torment, the Sage Mode is infinitely preferable. As one fortunate enough to wield both of these supreme abilities, Naruto is entitled to make the most authoritative comparison. In Sage Mode, his sensory perception and physical prowess are enhanced in every conceivable way, devoid of any discomfort, replaced instead by an unprecedented sense of ease and exhilaration. Conversely, Susanoo represents an entirely different extreme. Powerful, indeed, but the side effects could prove fatal. Not a single part of his body was free from pain. His eyes felt as though they were ablaze, each cell protesting against this inhumane torment. Upon rational comparison, it is evident that Sage Mode is far more suitable for daily use. With a deep sigh, Naruto's face bore the marks of resignation. Until he acquires the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, it would be wise to refrain from using this technique, for it is truly torturous. After a considerable period of rest, Naruto's physical condition gradually returned to normal, the agonizing pain and discomfort slowly dissipating. allowing him to regain his vitality. With a swift motion, Naruto formed a hand seal, and an identical shadow clone emerged amidst a plume of white smoke. Could you kindly fetch some breakfast? I'm absolutely famished. Understood, boss. I'm on it. The shadow clone saluted dramatically before bouncing out the door. After a brief morning routine, the shadow clone returned with a steaming breakfast that filled the air with delightful aromas. As Naruto devoured the meal ravenously, he perused through a hefty tome of ninjutsu, seeking new training objectives. Given Naruto's current prowess, he had reached a terrifying pinnacle of shadow-level strength. However, breaking through to the next tier posed an extraordinary challenge. He could either rely on the luck of the lottery system to miraculously obtain a divine artifact like the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, or through arduous training, become a perfect Jinchuriki capable of flawlessly controlling the Nine-Tails chakra. The former heavily depended on chance, with an unpredictability that rendered it uncontrollable. Tomorrow, the system might bestow upon him a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, or he could endure years without receiving a worthy reward. The latter path, though comparatively defined, was fraught with trials. Limited by his 12 years of age, Naruto's physical development was still insufficient to withstand the full, terrifying power of the Nine-Tails. This endeavor would necessitate day-after-day training and accumulation, requiring a long span of time. Naruto estimated at least 2 to 3 years of persistent effort. During this period, significantly enhancing his strength seemed nearly impossible unless he was extraordinarily fortunate and drew some miraculous artifact. Until then, Naruto resolved to diligently learn new ninjutsu while immersing himself in the 8 Gates technique, continuously fortifying his physical capabilities. Accumulating various ninjutsu skills would provide him with greater assurance of survival. This wind release. Wind Blade appears quite promising. As an advanced defensive ninjutsu, its power, combined with Sage Mode enhancements, should be formidable. It's settled then. I shall focus exclusively on mastering this technique today. A flurry of white smoke erupted, and the living room suddenly brimmed with 300 identical shadow clones of Naruto. The scene truly spectacular. Today's training task is Wind Release. Wind Blade. All of you, focus intently. Naruto handed the ninjutsu compendium to the nearest shadow clone, while the others gathered around to observe, then formed seals to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Vanishing in an instant. Your mastery of the multiple shadow clone technique is utterly overpowered. This is sheer cheating. A familiar voice suddenly floated in from outside the window. Naruto looked toward the sound and saw Jiraiya leisurely perched on the windowsill, a broad smile on his face as he observed the spectacle within, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Well, if it isn't the lecherous sage gracing us with his presence. What wind has brought you here? Naruto grinned, teasingly greeting his mentor. I've told you 1,000 times not to call me the lecherous sage. Such titles severely tarnish my grand image. Jiraiya felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, his expression one of utter helplessness. All right, I've remembered, perverted sage. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and continued to tease. Did you come to find me this early in the morning to drag me to the hot springs to spy on the women? Ever since the month leading up to the Chunin exams, where they spent day and night together, sharing meals and drinks, this legendary sage had become utterly reliant on Naruto, much like an unshakable piece of chewing gum. Visiting the hot springs was indeed an essential part of their daily routine, but today, it had to be incorporated into their journey. Jiraiya nimbly leaped from the windowsill into the room, brushing off the dust from his hands. I have received a mission from the 3rd Hokage. I need to carry out an important task, and I want to bring you along for a master-disciple journey. What kind of mysterious task is this? Do tell. Naruto set aside his ninjutsu encyclopedia, intrigued. We are to seek out the legendary Princess Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, and invite her back to the village to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. After spending more than a month together, Jiraiya had discerned that Naruto's intellect surpassed that of his peers, so he no longer held back and revealed the truth of the mission directly. Finding the old lady, huh? This sounds interesting. Naruto pondered for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips. All right, it's a perfect opportunity to get some fresh air. I haven't left the village since returning from the Land of Waves mission. Then let's hurry and pack your things. I'll wait for you at the door. So be quick about it. After a brief arrangement of his belongings, Naruto set off with Jiraiya on their quest to find Tsunade. Chapter 17. Indeed, Konoha is a cradle of geniuses, with each generation producing exceptional talents. The two chatted casually along the way, the atmosphere light and joyful. as if they were not on a mission, but rather embarking on a delightful journey. Naruto, I heard you have mastered the legendary Sage Mode. Come, show me, your teacher. This incredible ability. My goodness, it's simply unbelievable. Your transformation into Sage Mode is so flawless that one can scarcely discern any external features that signify it. Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. Come clean. How did you manage to achieve this? Is there a special training method? I just pondered and experimented a bit, and it worked. There's really nothing special about it. That's far too casual. Jiraiya replied. By the way, how long can you maintain Sage Mode? Generally, there's a time limit. Is there a time limit to Sage Mode? How come I've never noticed? Wait, are you saying your Sage Mode has no time limit? How is that possible? It really doesn't. If I had to say there was a limit, it would probably be until my stamina is completely depleted. Monster, you are nothing short of a monster. Their conversation along the way left Jiraiya feeling unprecedentedly shaken, his heart tumultuous with shock. He acutely felt the insurmountable chasm between the so-called genius and the ordinary. He recalled how, years ago, he had stumbled into Mount Myaboku by chance, struggling immensely to barely grasp an incomplete version of Sage Mode after countless hardships. Despite years of cultivation, his Sage Mode could only be sustained for a mere 5 minutes, accompanied by severe side effects reminiscent of a toad's transformation. Then, glancing at Naruto, this little anomaly, Jiraiya sighed and decided to change the subject. By the way, Naruto, a dangerous organization has recently set its sights on you, so you must exercise caution. You mean the Akatsuki, those strange fellows clad in black cloaks? Naruto responded nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Jiraiya was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. You know about the Akatsuki? I not only know of their existence, Naruto shrugged, his tone overly casual, but I'm also aware that this mysterious organization is entirely composed of S-rank fugitives, and their ultimate goal is to collect all the tailed beasts. It's utterly lawless. How do you know so much? This defies logic. Jiraiya's expression was one of sheer incredulity, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. He had painstakingly gathered fragmented intelligence at great personal risk, only to discover that this young boy knew more than he did. Naruto, confess. How do you possess such knowledge of the Akatsuki? This is completely unreasonable. With a mysterious wink and a sly smile, Naruto replied, That's a secret I cannot divulge. Jiraiya shot him an exasperated glare. Hiding things from your teacher? You really are quite insufferable. All right, if you won't share, let's continue discussing the Akatsuki. Just how much information do you possess? Clearing his throat, Naruto began to recount. As far as I know, the Akatsuki currently has 11 core members, and their leader is a mysterious figure who calls himself Pain. Naruto elaborated on the members of the Akatsuki, but deliberately omitted details regarding Nagato and Konin's true identities. His intention in sharing this information was singular, to provide as much useful intelligence as possible in hopes of saving Jiraiya's life. Revealing that the leader of the Akatsuki was once his own disciple might provoke the impulsive old man to rush to Mangekyō for a reunion, with potentially disastrous consequences. Thus, some truths were better left unspoken. Moreover, the true identities of Nagato and Konin were not the most critical information. It was their terrifying abilities that warranted vigilance. Perverted sage. I believe I have gathered sufficient information regarding the Akatsuki. There is no need for you to risk further investigation. Naruto warned seriously. I strongly advise against embarking on an unauthorized mission to Mangekyō, and especially against attempting to infiltrate that perilous territory. It is a veritable den of dragons and tigers. And given your current level of strength, recklessly entering Mangekyō would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Unimpressed. You have such a low opinion of my abilities, don't you? I, Jiraiya, am undoubtedly a genuine toad sage. How could I possibly falter in the face of such a trivial risk? The leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, commands 6 formidable avatars collectively known as the 6 Paths of Pain, which are, in fact, 6 puppets under his control. These 6 paths are Deva, Animal, Preta, Human, Hell, and Asura. The Deva path possesses immense capabilities. Naruto, with unwavering diligence, meticulously detailed all the abilities and combat characteristics of the 6 Paths of Pain to Jiraiya, anxious to leave no stone unturned. Upon absorbing Naruto's thorough explanation, beads of cold sweat began to form on Jiraiya's forehead, as the ease and confidence in his eyes were gradually supplanted by a somber gravity. Jiraiya had always held an unwavering belief in his own prowess. While he may not have aspired to dominate the ninja world, he certainly believed he could navigate through the major nations with ease, having rarely encountered a true adversary. Yet, after Naruto's revelations, it dawned on him that he was indeed no match for Pain, especially without a comprehensive understanding of the opponent's capabilities, leaving him vulnerable to an unexpected defeat, akin to a drenched dog. The 6 paths of Pain were astonishingly powerful. Jiraiya bitterly clicked his tongue, his gaze laden with complexity. If this were indeed the case, there would hardly be anyone in the ninja world capable of standing against him. Thus, it is imperative not to alert the enemy. Naruto earnestly advised, the Akatsuki organization is secretly gathering tailed beasts. We must proceed with caution and accumulate our strength in the shadows. Once I have completely mastered the chakra of the 9 tails and become the true perfect Jinchuriki, confronting Pain should pose no challenge. Naruto had conveyed all that needed to be said. If Jiraiya persisted in his reckless intent to infiltrate the Rain Village, there was little Naruto could do. After all, in terms of sheer strength, Jiraiya was indeed inferior to Pain. Even with complete knowledge of Pain's capabilities, it would be a formidable challenge to overcome him. The disparity in strength was evident, and mere familiarity with some information would not easily bridge that gap. The most prudent course of action would be to remain still for the time being, avoiding the perilous venture into the Rain Village and placing himself in jeopardy. Additionally, perverted sage, you should devote more time to practicing sage mode rather than spending hours peering at lovely maidens in the bathhouse. I have an ominous premonition that within the next 5 years, the entire ninja world will be engulfed in an unprecedented storm. At that time, only the strongest will have the chance of surviving in such chaotic times. With your current abilities, I'm afraid you may not suffice. Is what you say truly credible? Is the situation that dire? The Akatsuki has already begun brazenly collecting tailed beasts, preparing to create some ultimate weapon. Do you not see the gravity of the situation? As Naruto and Jiraiya remained engrossed in their conversation, they were blissfully unaware that they had already been targeted by 2 piercing gazes. Clad in a black robe adorned with red cloud patterns, topped with a conical hat that jingled with wind chimes, were none other than the infamous Akatsuki members, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Is that brat the 9 tails Jinchuriki? He doesn't look particularly impressive. Kisame fixed his gaze with his signature green bean-like eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I shall retrieve this little fellow without any difficulty. Do not act impulsively. Itachi's expression remained as icy as ever. The individual accompanying him is none other than one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. With your current strength, you are ill-equipped to contend with such a formidable opponent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was ablaze with hues reminiscent of a raging fire. After a day of travel, Naruto and Jiraiya finally arrived at Yufuku Street, a bustling little town not far from Konoha, teeming with visitors. The two sought refuge in a clean and comfortable inn, subsequently satisfying their hunger at a nearby eatery, and finally indulging in a soothing hot spring bath to alleviate their travel weariness. Post-bath, Jiraiya declared his intention to explore the local customs independently, which was, in truth, a euphemism for seeking merriment in the red light district, while Naruto returned to the inn for some well-deserved rest. Initially, Naruto planned to accompany Jiraiya, but suddenly, a torrent of new memories flooded his mind, fragments of experiences relayed by the shadow clones he had dispatched earlier that morning to practice wind release, wind blade. After a day of rigorous training, those clones had not only mastered the fundamental application of wind blade, but had also honed the technique to an impressive level of proficiency. The sheer volume of memories and experiences crashing into his mind left even a prodigy like Naruto feeling dizzy, his temples throbbing. In resignation, he decided to return to the inn to rest and organize the chaotic information. In his room, he swiftly created 3 shadow clones to refine the sage chakra, then collapsed into a deep slumber. As he drifted in and out of consciousness, a gentle yet firm knock at the door abruptly roused him from his dreams. Who is it? Go check. One of the shadow clones, rubbing its bleary eyes, staggered to the door, revealing 2 enigmatic visitors cloaked in black and adorned with red clouds. It's you. The clone instantly became alert, a gasp escaping its lips. Its wariness palpable. Vortex Naruto, it is an honor to finally meet you. Itachi Uchiha stood expressionless, his youthful yet sternly handsome face etched with lines of authority. As cold as ancient ice, devoid of warmth. Main body awaken. We have uninvited guests. The shadow clone called out loudly, attempting to rouse the original. All right, I know. Stop making such a fuss. Naruto reluctantly shook his groggy head, his gaze piercing through the shadow clone's shoulder to the two figures outside, particularly one familiar silhouette. Itachi Uchiha, the prodigious ninja of the Uchiha clan, who, in a bid to protect Konoha from the ravages of war, had slaughtered his entire family, sparing only his younger brother, Sasuke. This tragic figure ultimately met his demise in a fateful confrontation with his brother, bequeathing his Mangekyō Sharingan to Sasuke, thus empowering his sibling. Regarding the intricate character of Uchiha Itachi, Naruto harbors little judgment, as he perceives himself and Itachi to be fundamentally different. More accurately, their worldviews and values exist on entirely divergent paths. Uchiha Itachi was willing to commit fratricide for a so-called greater good, even going so far as to annihilate his entire clan, selflessly sacrificing everything for the village. In contrast, Naruto recognizes his inability to emulate such noble ideals. He leans more towards a self-serving existence akin to that of Uchiha Madara or Orochimaru, prioritizing personal bonds over the supposed greater good. It was indeed unexpected for Konoha to seal the nine tails within the body of a mere child. Kisame Hoshigaki, with his shark-like blue visage, displayed an eerie grin, his sharp teeth glinting ominously, complemented by his comically small green eyes, rendering him both menacing and absurd. Kisame Hoshigaki, Uchiha Itachi, Naruto exclaimed as he threw off the covers and rose from his bed, tidying his disheveled attire before courteously gesturing to the sofa in the corner of the room. You two have traveled a long way. Why not sit down and enjoy a cup of tea? You actually know who we are? A flicker of surprise crossed Kisame's eyes, clearly astonished that a child from Konoha would be aware of their identities. Uchiha Itachi maintained his stoic demeanor, his penetrating gaze fixed intently on Naruto's every movement. What a coincidence. This afternoon, I was just discussing your Akatsuki organization with Jiraiya, and here I am. Fortunate enough to meet you in person this evening. A smirk danced at the corners of Naruto's mouth as he retrieved 2 clean cups from the cupboard and poured them steaming tea. Why not sit down for a chat? No need, thank you. Itachi replied flatly, declining with a calm demeanor. Our mission is quite straightforward, to take you back, Naruto Uzumaki. We hope for your cooperation. Little brat. I advise you to behave. Kisame's grin remained fixed, yet it exuded a palpable threat. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to break both your legs before taking you with us. Mr. Kisame, while you appear somewhat arrogant and combative, I have heard you possess a sense of loyalty and good character. Naruto observed with keen interest, scrutinizing Kisame's shark-like countenance. How much does the Akatsuki pay you each month? I would be willing to offer double if you choose to join me instead. You're courting death, kid. Kisame's smile faltered, though he still wore a fade of mirth. However, a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. Itachi, as long as the Jinchuriki remains alive, right? Very well, I shall take this opportunity to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Thinking of teaching me a lesson? Let us see you try. Naruto surveyed the cramped hotel room and shook his head. Clearly, this is not an appropriate battlefield. How about I take you to a more suitable place for a fight? In an instant, Naruto vanished, appearing behind Kisame and Itachi in a flash. With both hands firmly resting on their shoulders, he seized the moment before they could react and unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the figures of the three vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness far from the town, surrounded by tall weeds. Desolate and devoid of human presence, a perfect setting for a grand battle. Where are we? Could it be an illusion? Kisame surveyed the surroundings with a look of incredulity. Just moments ago, they had been in their hotel room, and in the blink of an eye, they had been transported to this barren expanse. He could think of no other explanation than an illusion. Itachi also scrutinized the environment warily, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. This is the wilderness, located over 10 kilometers from Yufuku Street, with no signs of life for miles around. Naruto explained with ease, a confident smile gracing his face. It is an excellent battlefield for us to showcase our abilities. Here, we can unleash our full potential without any reservations. The name of the fearsome jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, flashed simultaneously in Kisame and Itachi's minds. Itachi fixed his gaze intently on the golden-haired boy, Uzumaki Naruto. You have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage? Indeed, you are correct. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly, his expression brimming with confidence. So, if you intend to capture me, I fear you shall return disappointed. This little brat. The shock in Kisame's eyes was unmistakable. How old are you? And yet you have already mastered the signature technique of Konoha's Golden Flash? As a veteran who participated in the Third Great Ninja War, Kisame held a profound impression of Konoha's Golden Flash, the terrifying individual who single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Naturally, the fourth Hokage's renowned technique, the Flying Thunder God, was a nightmare in Kisame's mind. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly underage brat had already acquired such a formidable space-time ninjutsu. Mr. Itachi, it seems we have encountered a predicament. Kisame locked his gaze on Naruto. A glint of wariness in his eyes. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki can actually utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. How on earth can we capture him? Although Itachi maintained an outward calm, internally he felt a surge of triumph. His expression still as frigid as an iceberg. The Flying Thunder God is indeed impressive, but it is not insurmountable. As they spoke, Itachi had already begun to prepare to activate his Mangekyō Sharingan, intending to ensnare Naruto with a powerful Jinjutsu. If I were you, I would refrain from using the Mangekyō too readily. Naruto seemed to see through Itachi's intentions, advising him in a relaxed tone. That thing is not effective at all. If you use it too much, I genuinely worry you might go blind ahead of schedule. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were as sharp as blades, his cold gaze seemingly able to pierce the hearts of men. He stared at Uzumaki Naruto with a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. This kid actually has some knowledge of the Mangekyō? Just a little understanding, nothing noteworthy. Naruto shrugged, secretly amused. Not only does he know what the Mangekyō is, but he possesses an identical artifact as well. Though the time to reveal his trump card has yet to arrive. Kisame glanced at his partner and then shifted his shark-like eyes back to the golden-haired boy. You little brat, what gives you the right to understand such secret techniques? Oh, Mr. Shark, are you truly so curious? Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a glimmer of challenge dancing in his eyes. Do you wish to pry into my thoughts? Then engage me in battle. If you prevail, I shall reveal everything. What a wretched little imp. Has no one taught you the virtues of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Kisame grinned, exposing a row of sharp teeth, his smile radiating an aura of menace, as if he were poised to rend his prey to shreds. Yet, such a direct challenge suits me perfectly. Witness how I will deal with you. Kisame seized the massive sword, Samahata, from behind him and swung the colossal weapon forcefully towards the youth, the razor-sharp blade cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. In an instant, the golden light of the Flying Thunder God technique flashed through the air, and Naruto's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kisame. He crouched slightly, swiftly forming the tiger seal, and thrust his hands towards the opponent's vulnerable area, the Leaf's secret technique, the 1,000 Years of Pain. With a sharp jab, his fingers accurately struck a most indescribable region, and an atmosphere of awkwardness hung palpably in the air. A piercing scream erupted from the azure-skinned shark man, his body catapulting into the air as if a cat had its tail stepped on, soaring several meters high, instantly escaping the perilous zone. Ha! The golden-haired youth doubled over in laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. This technique never fails to deliver. Standing aside, Itachi Uchiha was overwhelmed by a flurry of dark lines appearing atop his head, utterly at a loss for words in the face of such absurdity. You little brat. I shall rend you to pieces. Kisame, clutching his injured area, bore an even more fearsome expression, his shark-like visage twisted into a terrifying grimace, his small, green eyes nearly ablaze with rage, as murderous intent swirled around him. Seething with fury, Kisame brandished Samahata once more, lunging at the boy with ferocity, the blade slicing through the air with a shrill shriek. Yet, the golden-haired youth vanished once again, reappearing behind Kisame to deliver a powerful kick, striking the very spot that had just endured the 1,000 years of pain, intensifying the agony. Once more, the blue-skinned ninja was propelled like a cannonball, suffering a dual blow to his dignity and posterior. That wretched little imp. Kisame seethed like a bullied pufferfish, his body swelling with rage as he wildly pursued the golden-haired youth, the dance of blades imbued with lethal intent. Yet, all his efforts were as futile as scratching one's feet through thick socks, yielding no results. Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique was as elusive as a phantom, allowing him to vanish from the brink of danger each time, evading Kisame's strikes, leaving the Akatsuki swordsman unable to even brush against his clothing. Damn that flying thunder god technique. Damn it all. Kisame roared internally. Yet as an experienced ninja, he did not let his anger cloud his judgment, quickly regaining his composure. You little brat, do you think mastering the flying thunder god makes you invincible? Today, I shall demonstrate my true prowess. With astonishing speed, Kisame formed hand seals, followed by a thunderous roar, water-style, water shark bomb. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from Kisame's body, akin to an unstoppable volcanic eruption. Suddenly, azure seawater manifested, swirling rapidly around Kisame, coalescing into a colossal column of water that soared skyward, subsequently transforming into a formidable waterfall, crashing violently towards Naruto. Oh, you wish to compete in ninjutsu? I shall oblige. Naruto silently entered sage mode, his eyes adorned with an orange hue, morphing into a unique horizontal slit. Sage art, water release, water surge wave. The golden-haired youth declared with fervor, his presence eclipsing that of his opponent. With a thunderous roar, a deluge of seawater, several times greater than that of Kisame's, surged around Naruto, forming an even more massive wall of water that spun fiercely towards Kisame and Itachi. What on earth is this? Kisame's eyes widened in disbelief, astonishment etched across his face. Such a scale of water release. How could it possibly be unleashed by a mere child? As a master of water release techniques, Kisame had always prided himself on his unparalleled skill, coupled with his formidable chakra reserves, comparable to that of a tailed beast. His water techniques typically surpassed those of ordinary ninja by several magnitudes. Yet, upon witnessing Naruto's water surge wave, Kisame suddenly realized that his own esteemed water release techniques appeared utterly trivial. The two titanic torrents of water collided mid-air with a spectacular display. Naruto's gargantuan water surge wave effortlessly crushed Kisame's water release, continuing its relentless advance towards Kisame and Itachi. Oh no! The two Akatsuki members' expressions shifted drastically as they leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the deadly onslaught of water. The surrounding trees and flowers, however, were not as fortunate. Uprooted and swept away by the tremendous current, leaving chaos in their wake. As the waves receded, Kisame and Itachi descended from the heights, their feet landing securely upon the water's surface, chakra forming a solid support beneath them. Kid, it seems I have underestimated you. Kisame's usual playful demeanor vanished, replaced by awe and a hint of respect. Your water release truly possesses remarkable prowess. As an expert in water release techniques, Kisame understood the enormous chakra reserves required to execute such a grand scale of jutsu. Despite his own chakra being on par with a tailed beast, he found his water surge wave eclipsed by the golden-haired youth before him, shattering his previous notions. Just how much chakra does this kid possess? It seems unfathomably deep. To be honest, I've always sought a water release master to spar with. Today, I finally have my chance. Naruto laughed heartily, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Kisame, shall we go another round? Sage art, water release, water dragon bullet. The golden-haired youth initiated the onslaught, his tone brimming with uncontainable enthusiasm. The lake beneath him began to churn violently, and an enormous, fearsome water dragon erupted from the depths, shimmering with a cold gleam under the sunlight. Roaring forth towards Kisame and Itachi, the water dragon is utterly outrageous. Kisame's pupils constricted sharply, yet his hand seals remained unhurried as he unleashed the water release, exploding water colliding wave. The azure-skinned ninja leapt into the air, expelling a deluge of seawater capable of forming a small lake, charging fiercely towards the colossal water dragon. The collision of the two torrents produced a thunderous roar, creating a spray of water that soared dozens of meters high, a truly spectacular scene. Not bad. Let us see another move. Excitement sparkled in Naruto's eyes, the thrill of battle coursing through his veins. Sage art, water release, water trumpet technique. With hands forming seals, the surrounding water coalesced into a massive trumpet shape, subsequently erupting with astounding water pressure. Water release, water barrier. Kisame quickly formed seals, erecting a formidable wall of water before him. Sage art, water release, water cutter wave. Naruto changed tactics once more, unleashing a blade-like torrent of water. Water release, great dam. Kisame, unwilling to concede, summoned an even sturdier barrier of water. The clash of ninjutsu between them was akin to sparks igniting, a dazzling display that left one awestruck. Naruto and Kisame exchanged blows, launching an array of colossal water release techniques at each other with reckless abandon, depleting their chakra at an alarming rate. In the wake of their fierce confrontation, the landscape within a radius of several kilometers underwent a complete transformation, leaving a massive crater where the once level ground had been. A substantial volume of water converged here, forming a small lake, altering the battlefield's topography entirely. I must admit, little brat, your water release techniques are indeed extraordinary. Kisame gazed at the golden-haired youth, his small, bead-like eyes filled with astonishment. As a leaf ninja, you have mastered our mist village's signature skills to such a remarkable degree. I cannot help but admire you. However, one thing perplexes me. Just how much chakra do you possess? It's as if you have an endless reservoir. Kisame furrowed his brow. A look of bewilderment etched across his face. This is not merely about the quantity of chakra. The crux lies in sage techniques. Uchiha Itachi, who had been watching coldly, suddenly spoke, his voice deep and resonant. Sage techniques? What on earth is that? Kisame appeared bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with the term. As the name suggests, sage techniques are the arts utilized by sages. Itachi's profound gaze was fixed intently on Naruto, his eyes glinting with rare surprise and a hint of barely perceptible reverence. It is said that ninjas who master sage techniques can enhance their taijutsu, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu by several dozen times. I once believed this to be mere exaggeration, but it appears today that it is nothing short of the truth. An increase in power by dozens of times. How can that be possible? Kisame gasped, cold sweat beading on his forehead. No wonder this little brat's ninjutsu is so terrifying. It is indeed the legendary sage techniques. Kisame couldn't help but sigh deeply, his tone laden with complex emotions. Leaf Village truly is a cradle of geniuses, consistently producing remarkable talents. From the legendary Sannin, the Leaf's white fan, the yellow flash, to the copy ninja Kakashi, and now you, Itachi, with yet another prodigy emerging. Especially this little imp before me. I feel he is more formidable than all the geniuses in the history of Konoha, quite literally a monster clad in human skin. He must be merely in his teens, yet he has already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and Sage Art, two pinnacle secret arts. What more can he achieve in a few years? Even the gods might have to retreat in fear. Uchiha Itachi paid no heed to his partner's musings. His deep, night sky-like eyes were fixed on Naruto as he spoke slowly. I have heard that Orochimaru attacked Konoha yesterday, and someone stepped forth to repel him, saving the third Hokage. At first, I thought it was Jiraiya who intervened, but upon reflection, it must have been you, right? Indeed, it was me, Naruto readily admitted, a hint of pride lacing his tone. Konoha is truly fortunate to cultivate a talent like you. Uchiha Itachi regarded Naruto with a profound gaze, a rare smile gracing his lips. Naruto Uzumaki, I wish you good fortune. Itachi then turned to Kisame, speaking softly, let us depart. We must leave this place. Itachi, aren't we going to continue capturing the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Kisame inquired, confusion etched on his face. Do you believe we can capture him? Itachi countered, a tone of resignation evident in his voice. It does seem rather unlikely. Kisame stammered, awkwardly scratching his head. This little brat not only wields sage arts, but also has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Capturing him is indeed as difficult as climbing the heavens. Kisame then turned back to the blonde youth, a knowing smile appearing on his face. Uzumaki Naruto, is it? I shall remember you. It was a pleasure to engage with you. I look forward to our next encounter, where we can truly enjoy a spirited battle. His words bore both respect and challenge. Is that it? How disappointing. Naruto protested, the fervor of battle still surging within him. Since we are here, why not stay and play with me for a while? Chapter 18. There will be nowhere to escape for everyone in the ninja world. Without waiting for Kisame's response, the blonde youth launched a fierce attack once more. This time, he didn't even form any hand seals. Simply opening his mouth to unleash an enormous fireball over 50 meters in diameter, crashing towards Kisame like a miniature sun. Sage Art, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. The formidable fireball left a blazing trail in the sky. Damn it, this little brat is relentless. Kisame's expression changed, a cold snort escaping him. Water Release, Water Barrier. In a flash of golden light, Naruto's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kisame in the next instant. Sage Art, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Still without any hand seals. The blonde youth exhaled a torrent of scorching flames, instantly creating a sea of fire that surged toward Kisame. The interval between the two fire release techniques was less than a second, the speed far exceeding Kisame's expectations. Does this little brat no longer require hand seals to perform ninjutsu? What kind of sorcery is this? Kisame thought in horror. He was fully occupied with countering the colossal fireball in front of him. How could he possibly defend against the sudden onslaught of the fire dragon flame bullet from behind? Helplessly, they could only watch as a raging inferno surged towards them, despair evident in their eyes. The flying thunder god technique was one thing, but this little demon had even bypassed the need for hand signs. Was there any justice in this? Within, Kisame roared in frustration. A colossal fireball hurtled towards him from the front, while an overwhelming sea of flames loomed behind, trapping Kisame like a caged beast in a dire predicament. With no space to escape, even with the reputation of being a tailless beast, he would likely end up roasted like a delectable fish jerky under such an onslaught of fire-release ninjutsu. In an instant, the searing flames engulfed Kisame. The fire soaring skyward, waves of heat rolling through the air. The fierce blaze collided with the lake beneath, instantaneously vaporizing a significant amount of water and enveloping the surroundings in a thick white mist, drastically reducing visibility. After a considerable time, as the flames gradually dissipated, the center of the mist revealed a massive, orange-red skeletal form. This enormous skeleton was cloaked in a layer of chakra, holding the Yata mirror in its left hand and the Tatsuka blade in its right, exuding an extraordinary presence. It was the second form of the Uchiha clan's ultimate defense, Susanoo. Kisame and Itachi stood unscathed within the protection of Susanoo, yet blood flowed from Itachi's eyes, and his chest heaved violently, clearly enduring immense pain. Kisame's face was marked with the horror of narrowly escaping death. They had almost met their end. The crisis was not yet over. Gasping for breath, Itachi bore the agony, declaring, "Kisame, we have attracted a truly formidable opponent." Formidable was an understatement. Kisame watched as the golden-haired youth approached, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He wielded ninjutsu with ease, mastering the flying thunder god technique without the need for hand signs. How could they possibly contend with such a monster? Indeed, Susanoo's defensive capabilities were unparalleled, seemingly invincible. However, as a longtime partner, Kisame understood Itachi's physical condition all too well. He could not sustain this high-intensity ocular technique for long. If Itachi faltered, it would spell doom for both of them. "Itachi, what should we do now?" Kisame asked with a bitter smile, his tone laced with helplessness. Could it be that the elite of Akatsuki were truly to fall to a mere child today? How frustrating. Their mission was to locate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. A task they had presumed would be straightforward. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic turn of events, where the hunter became the hunted? Itachi offered no reply, silently maintaining Susanoo as beads of sweat continued to trickle down his forehead. Enough of this. Suddenly, the golden-haired youth exaggeratedly yawned, waving his hand dismissively. "Today, you are fortunate. I'll let you go, so hurry and leave." Kisame stood bewildered. "What do you mean, kid? Enough with the chatter. Why ask so many pointless questions?" Naruto huffed impatiently, a glint of mockery in his eyes. "If you don't want to leave, then stay and play with me. Vortex Naruto, I will remember you." Uchiha Itachi gazed deeply at the golden-haired youth, a rare smile of contentment gracing his lips. He then dismissed the Susanoo and deactivated his Mangekyō Sharingan, softly instructing his partner, Kisame, to withdraw. Kisame swiftly glanced at Naruto, noting the latter's lack of further aggression, and promptly assisted the visibly exhausted Uchiha Itachi, vanishing into the dense mist. That night, the golden-haired boy slept soundly, as if victorious in a grand battle. Upon awakening, the morning light streamed through the curtains, warmly illuminating his face. The legendary lecherous sage had returned to the inn at some point, now sprawled across another bed, snoring heavily, the scent of alcohol permeating the air. Clearly having indulged in a night of revelry, it was time to draw another prize. The golden-haired youth pondered to himself. Ding! Success in the lottery. Congratulations on obtaining the Nakis Earth Release Ninjutsu Gift Pack. The system's melodious notification echoed in Naruto's mind. Wow, my luck is incredible this time. The golden-haired boy felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling at the unexpected acquisition of Nakis Earth Release Ninjutsu set. Let me see what treasures await. Noki, the third Tsuchikage of Awagakure, had studied under the first and second Tsuchikage, his strength unfathomable. This venerable elder was renowned for his mastery of various earth release techniques and possessed the terrifying ability of dust release, surpassing even the limits of bloodlines. Eagerly, Naruto opened the Naki's Earth Release Ninjutsu gift pack and discovered it contained 9 powerful earth release techniques. These dazzling techniques included Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique, Earth Release, Heavy Rock Technique, Earth Release, Super Heavy Rock Technique, Earth Release, Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Earth Release, Super Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Earth Release, Earthquake Core, Earth Release, Rock Clone Technique, and Earth Release, Rock Arm. It seems there is no dust release. What a pity. The golden-haired youth felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon chuckled at his own greed. Dust release, as a technique transcending the limits of bloodlines, is a terrifying power formed by the perfect fusion of wind, earth, and fire chakra natures. Its might is indeed astonishing. In the original storyline, the nearly 80-year-old Noki used the dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique, to effortlessly obliterate 25 of the wood release clones of the Sage of the Six Paths, Madara. At 79 years of age, Noki still exhibited such formidable combat prowess, underscoring the strength of dust release. From a damage perspective, dust release could be regarded as the foremost ninjutsu beneath the Six Paths level, its output capabilities outrageously formidable. Such a transcendent ninjutsu could hardly be easily drawn at random. Nonetheless, these 9 earth release techniques are quite impressive. The golden-haired youth reassured himself, especially considering the super light and heavy rock technique, which allowed Noki to soar freely through the skies, seemingly reliant upon this remarkable ninjutsu. The technique of ultra-light heavy rock, as an advanced version of the light heavy rock technique, significantly reduces the weight of objects. It not only alleviates the weight of external objects, but also diminishes the weight of the user, thereby greatly enhancing mobility and even enabling one to soar freely through the air. In simpler terms, this technique allows one to weaken or even nullify the effects of gravity by reducing their own weight. When gravity is rendered non-existent, a person can naturally ascend like a bird. The golden-haired youth was eager to test this miraculous technique. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Naruto closed his eyes and delved deep within his soul, quickly grasping the essence of the ultra-light heavy rock technique. Earth Release, Ultra-Light Heavy Rock, he whispered as his chakra began to flow rapidly within him. In an instant, an unprecedented, wondrous sensation swept over Naruto's entire being. He felt as though the weight of his body had vanished into thin air, as if he had broken free from invisible shackles. His body felt weightless, entirely liberated from the constraints of Earth's gravity, as if the laws of gravity no longer applied to him. With a mere thought, he effortlessly lifted off the bed, slowly floating into the air, feeling as light as a feather. This is incredible. What an utterly delightful sensation. Naruto nearly shouted in excitement. The experience of flying was simply marvelous. The exhilarating feeling of soaring freely through the sky was undoubtedly addictive. In the world of Naruto, only those who had attained the level of the Sage of Six Paths could achieve true flight. Although I am still far from that level, I can already fly. This skill is nothing short of amazing. Due to his recent acquisition of flying ability, the golden-haired youth had not yet mastered this skill and could not soar through the air as freely as Inoki. But that was of no concern. Practice makes perfect, and with more training, he would surely master it completely. Without hesitation, the golden-haired youth instantly created 100 clones of himself, directing this multitude of identical faces to seek out suitable locations to hone his newfound flying skills. He then summoned an equal number of shadow clones, assigning them to specialize in the 9 types of earth release jutsu rewarded by the system. Although these skills had reached perfection, their practical application still required improvement and needed to be practiced further for mastery. Finally, the energetic youth conjured a third batch of 100 shadow clones, commanding them to continue practicing the wind release, wind blade technique that had gone unfinished the previous day. Once all the clones had received their orders and departed, the exhausted Naruto collapsed onto the soft bed, sinking into a comfortable nap. It was not until the sun was high in the sky, nearly noon, that he was roused by Jiraiya's persistent urging, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he got up to wash and prepare to leave. The master and disciple departed from the bustling Yafuka Street, continuously seeking their objective in the surrounding towns, and by the time the sun dipped low in the west, they finally arrived at the vibrant district of Shortbook Street. "Hey, lecherous old man, my stomach is growling with hunger. Let's hurry and find a place to eat. Naruto complained while rubbing his rumbling belly to the white-haired sage. Jiraiya readily agreed with his words. Yet a mischievous glint flickered in his eyes as he led the famished Naruto straight to an izakaya, indulging in his habitual drinking spree. Damn it, another drinking session? What am I supposed to eat? The golden-haired youth seethed inwardly. Noticing Naruto's discontent, the sage awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled, but you can always enjoy the side dishes. Right? They're perfect to accompany your rice. How considerate. Naruto rolled his eyes and raised a middle finger to express his displeasure, standing up to seek out genuine culinary delights. Just as he was about to step out, two women of strikingly different demeanor caught his eye. The woman in the front possessed a dazzling mane of light yellow hair, adorned with a mysterious blue-purple diamond mark on her forehead. Her bright brown eyes sparkled with intelligence, and her alluring light red lips were gently pursed. Most astonishing of all was her voluptuous bosom and graceful figure, reminiscent of a ripe peach in midsummer, exuding the unique charm and confidence of a mature woman. No way, isn't that the legendary medical nin Tsunade? Naruto's heart raced with excitement. He abruptly nudged Jiraiya, who was busy scouting for potential romantic conquests, wearing a sly grin. Old pervert, your favorite girl is here, the stunning kind. Where? Where? Point me to her. The white-haired sage instantly perked up, his gaze following the direction indicated by Naruto, only to be rendered speechless the next moment. Tsunade, what a divine encounter. Jiraiya leaped with joy, as if he had struck gold, and rushed towards the golden-haired woman, exuberantly calling out, Tsunade, what on earth are you doing in a place like this, you old rascal? Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with surprise upon seeing her long-lost friend. The joy of their reunion filled the air, transforming the atmosphere into one of warmth. Typically frugal Jiraiya generously ordered a lavish spread of delicacies and fine drinks, warmly hosting Tsunade and her assistant, Shizune. Shizune, a gentle girl with a pure and slightly reserved demeanor, cradled a pink piglet named Tun-Tun in her arms. As Jiraiya and Tsunade reminisced about their glorious past, recalling the storms they had weathered together, genuine smiles graced their faces. Naruto silently devoured his meal, as the day's relentless battles had drained his energy and chakra, necessitating a swift replenishment. Tsunade, you must have heard about Orochimaru's alliance with the Sand Village to attack Konoha, right? After a lengthy exchange of pleasantries, Jiraiya finally broached the subject. Who hasn't heard about such gossip? Tsunade replied nonchalantly, shuffling her cards with practiced ease. Konoha, as the dominant force in the ninja world, is the talk of the town. Such a significant event has long since spread throughout the ninja realm. As she spoke, the blonde woman feigned indifference and inquired, how is that stubborn old man faring now? Is his injury severe? The white-haired sage shook his head gravely, responding, this incident has dealt a heavy blow to him, leading him to contemplate retirement entirely. I have come to you at his behest, to request your return to the village to assume the position of the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya's revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Tsunade paused momentarily, then resumed her calm demeanor, returning her focus to the cards in her hands. In contrast, Shizune gasped, nearly dropping the little pig in her arms, and with disbelief etched across her face, she asked, Lord Jiraiya, is that truly the case? Surely you jest? Absolutely not. Jiraiya replied, picking up a card with composure. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage and one of the legendary Sannin, you are undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to inherit the mantle of Hokage in terms of prestige, identity, status, and strength. Therefore, I sincerely hope you will accompany me back to the village and take over the old man's duties, becoming the illustrious 5th Hokage. The white-haired sage earnestly extended his invitation. Tsunade, resting her delicate chin on her slender right hand, casually gazed at her cards with a distant, mocking expression, saying Hokage? What is appealing about that position? Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. You can return to the old man and tell him to seek someone more capable. Tsunade, please don't be so hasty to decline. Allow me to explain. Jiraiya attempted to persuade her further. Enough, Jiraiya. This conversation ends here. The blonde woman huffed coldly, her tone sharp. If you bring this up again, I will pack my things and leave immediately. I am not jesting. Jiraiya was all too familiar with her temperament and recognized her resolve, shaking his head in resignation and ceasing the discussion. Tsunade, perhaps you should reconsider. Shizune cautiously attempted to interject, but was met with a glare from Tsunade, prompting her to obediently close her mouth. This formidable woman certainly had a fiery temper. and Jiraiya appeared to be the epitome of a henpecked husband. Naruto, observing the unfolding drama, could not suppress his laughter. Tsunade shot him a frosty glare and retorted, "What are you laughing at, brat? What do you find amusing?" Innocently, Naruto replied, "I was laughing at the lecherous old man. I never expected someone who is usually full of bluster would stumble like this." It truly echoes the saying, "The mightiest woman holds sway over even the bravest of heroes." Jiraiya was instantly displeased, responding sharply, "Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting at such a young age?" "Well, Jiraiya, listen to that. Even a little brat calls you a lecher. It's clear what you've been up to." Tsunade shot a disdainful look at Jiraiya before directing her gaze back to the blonde youth, asking, "Brat, are you Jiraiya's apprentice?" "Perhaps," Naruto shrugged, saying, "After all, this old pervert teaches me how to peep at women's baths and how to drink." Truly a typical example of leading minors astray. The golden-haired youth was consumed by thoughts of revenge. Jiraiya had gone too far. This old man not only never pays for anything, relying entirely on his own wallet for food and drink, but also frequently takes him to such drinking establishments, which is utterly intolerable. "Naruto, what nonsense are you spouting? Who taught you to spy on women bathing? How dare you tarnish my innocent character?" Jiraiya's lips twitched as he contemplated how to deal with this troublesome disciple. It was as if he was publicly exposing his secrets. In front of others, Jiraiya could be indifferent to his image, but not before Tsunade, the goddess of his heart. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped the izakaya. As Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury, glaring at Jiraiya. "It's a misunderstanding. A grave misunderstanding." Jiraiya hastily explained, "Tsunade, don't listen to this brat-ass nonsense. He's merely trying to sow discord between us. Misunderstanding my foot. I know exactly what kind of person you are, Jiraiya." Tsunade snapped, her teeth clenched in anger. "I can't believe you're still the same at this age. You really have no sense." Though Jiraiya feared nothing, he dreaded Tsunade's wrath. Being publicly berated by her forced him to wear a sheepish smile, appearing obedient and docile. "You're nothing but a shameless old pervert." Tsunade finally paused her tirade, gulping down a large sip from her cup. Then, with an expression of exasperation, she asked, "Jiraiya, can't you change this disgusting habit of yours? After all these years, can't you at least act a bit more serious? This is how I am. I have no other hobbies, and I can't change it even if I wanted to." Jiraiya replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Noticing Tsunade was about to strike again, he quickly changed the subject. "Tsunade, you really should reconsider the position of Hokage. The village truly needs your strength and wisdom. There's no need to waste time considering." The answer is still no. Tsunade firmly rejected. The fate of those who become Hokage is hardly enviable. Only a true fool would choose to take up that mantle. Jiraiya sighed in resignation. Tsunade's stubbornness was formidable. What could he do? The beautiful lady speaks the truth. Naruto cheerfully chimed in. "Being Hokage is indeed the most thankless job in the world. It's practically a high-risk occupation, and few who have held the title have met a good end." The white-haired sage was left speechless. "Naruto, what are you babbling about?" Tsunade also frowned, glaring disapprovingly at the golden-haired youth. "I'm not entirely sure how the first Hokage met his end, but the second perished on the battlefield, the fourth sacrificed himself for the village, and the third was nearly killed by his own prized pupil," Naruto innocently remarked while looking at Tsunade. "Sister, just look at the fourth Hokage in Konoha's history. Who hasn't met a tragic fate?" Kagetsu's decision to refrain from assuming the role of Hokage is undeniably astute. "I must commend your wisdom with a triple salute," Naruto exclaimed, raising his thumb in genuine admiration. "You little rascal." Tsunade's forehead bulged with veins, emanating an aura of fury. It was evident that she was thoroughly incensed. On the surface, Tsunade often lamented the burdens of the Hokage position, yet deep within her heart, the role was sacrosanct, beyond reproach. She could freely criticize the shortcomings of the Hokage, but would never tolerate anyone else uttering a word of disrespect. This sentiment mirrored that of a parent who may criticize their own child, but would never allow an outsider to speak ill of them. Such was Tsunade's mindset. "What did I say wrong?" Naruto blinked his innocent eyes and inquired, "Doesn't sister also think that those who become Hokage are fools? You little brat, get out here. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you will never learn the gravity of your words." Tsunade erupted in wrath, rising to her feet. As night descended like ink, it enveloped the entire land. The brightly lit streets exuded a rich aroma of festivities, teeming with the warmth of life. Tsunade and Naruto stood poised at either end of the expansive street, the tension palpable enough to ignite the air. Jiraiya and Shizune observed from the sidelines, one relishing the spectacle, the other filled with concern. Lady Tsunade, please overlook this child's insolence, Shizune urged, trembling with fear. After all, he is but a child. Why stoop to his level? Shizune, inherently kind-hearted and well-acquainted with Tsunade's fiery temperament, understood the weight of her blows. Now, with Tsunade so enraged, the golden-haired youth was bound to suffer significantly. Shizune, spare your efforts in advising her, Jiraiya remarked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. This little rascal lacks respect and decorum. He deserves a proper lesson to instill some wisdom about what should and should not be said. Despite his words, Jiraiya secretly chuckled, for he knew Tsunade was far from being Naruto's match. Sister, if you wish to engage me in combat, I have no objections, but do provide a reason. Naruto gazed innocently at the golden-haired beauty opposite him. No need for any preposterous reason. I simply find you insufferable and wish to vent my frustrations upon you. Is that justification sufficient? Tsunade retorted, hands on her hips, her demeanor fierce. Very well, as you wish, Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. It just so happens I am eager to witness the prowess of one of the legendary Sannin and see if the tales hold true. You insolent brat. Your audacity is infuriating. Tsunade's veins pulsed with rage, her anger reaching its zenith. I shall allow you to strike first, lest anyone accuse me of bullying the young. You are clearly the one bullying the young. In a rather large manner, Naruto retorted without hesitation, launching his offensive. Earth release, rock arm. With a shout, the ground trembled violently. In the next moment, a colossal hand, entirely composed of solid rock, erupted from beneath Tsunade's feet, fingers splayed, reaching out to seize her. Katsuyu's pupils suddenly contracted. This little brat actually possesses earth release ninjutsu? Moreover, I did not see him forming any hand seals. Although astonished internally, Katsuyu reacted swiftly, raising her right foot with tremendous force, delivering a powerful kick that struck the rocky arm with a resounding crack. The massive stone limb shattered instantaneously, fragments scattering across the ground. Yet, the battle had only just begun. A second, third, and fourth rocky arm erupted from the earth in relentless succession, launching fierce assaults towards Katsuyu. The speed at which this child unleashed his ninjutsu is astonishing. A tempest of thoughts surged within her. Although the rocky arms were merely a basic ninjutsu, any technique requires hand seals and a release time. How could one achieve such instantaneous earth release? Faced with the continuous onslaught of rocky limbs, Katsuyu found herself overwhelmed, her fists and feet pounding incessantly. Her monstrous strength was indeed formidable, capable of reducing the rocky arms to dust with a single blow, yet the relentless tide of attacks left her fatigued and desperate. Is that all you can do, brat? How tiresome. Katsuyu gritted her teeth, her voice laced with fury. Since you've said that, let me present a different flair to entertain you. Naruto's lips curled into a subtle smile, a mysterious shadow appearing in his eyes as his pupils transformed into a horizontal line. Sage Art, Earth Release Rock Fist Technique. The blonde youth's right hand instantaneously morphed into a colossal fist forged from solid rock, its hardness and weight multiplying exponentially. Feel the weight of my heavy punch. With a sudden push off the ground, Naruto propelled himself like an arrow loosed from its bow towards Katsuyu, his right fist crashing towards her face with unstoppable momentum. This speed is utterly terrifying. Katsuyu gasped in shock, hastily swinging her right fist to counter. A thunderous explosion resounded as Katsuyu's powerful blow collided with Naruto's rock fist, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept through the air. Dust and debris were violently lifted from the ground, while nearby stalls and shop signs trembled precariously. Both combatants were pushed back. Naruto stumbled 7 or 8 meters, while Katsuyu was thrust back a considerable distance of over 10 meters, the disparity glaringly evident. Katsuyu stood in stunned silence, gazing at the blonde youth before her as if witnessing an inconceivable monster. How can your strength be so formidable? Her monstrous strength had always been her pride, earning her a formidable reputation within the ninja world. Yet, she never anticipated that her cherished might would falter against a mere boy who appeared to be in his teens. Naruto, taken aback by the unfolding battle, had never seen anyone surpass Katsuyu in strength. Katsuyu, Naruto is no ordinary child, Jiraiya remarked gleefully. If you don't unleash your true abilities, you might just find yourself in dire straits. Shut your mouth. Katsuyu shot a fierce glare at Jiraiya before turning to Naruto, saying, "Brad, I admit I underestimated you. I shall take you seriously from now on. Come at me." Naruto declared with a defiant expression. "If I lose to you today, I'll warm your bed for a month." "What do you say?" He had provoked her. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with rage as her teeth ground together. "You little brat. I'll tear your mouth apart." The golden-haired beauty, consumed by fury, charged at Naruto, unleashing her formidable strength. The two figures raced down the street, their movements nearly blurring into mere shadows as they collided with tremendous force. Rather than employing his speed to evade or using the Flying Thunder God technique for a sneak attack, Naruto chose to confront Tsunade directly, trading blows with her in a brutal exchange. "You excel in brute strength? Then let us see whose power prevails." After a series of intense clashes, Naruto remained as lively as ever, his breath steady, as if unfazed by the combat. In stark contrast, Tsunade was left panting, drenched in sweat, her chest heaving violently. While her monstrous strength was indeed impressive, it came at a significant cost to her stamina and chakra, and it was evident that she was struggling to keep up. "Hey, do you want to keep fighting?" Naruto asked cheerfully, a victorious smile adorning his face. This little brat was nothing short of a monster. Tsunade cursed inwardly, propping herself on her knees as she gasped for air. After shooting Naruto a fierce glare, she turned and headed towards the tavern. "This is pointless. I'm done." Thus, the farce came to an end as the four returned to the warmth of the tavern. Tsunade, having lost the battle, felt humiliated and remained silent, drowning her sorrows in glass after glass of strong liquor. Meanwhile, Shizen stared wide-eyed at Naruto, her delicate features etched with shock, confusion, and disbelief. She could not fathom how this seemingly harmless golden-haired youth could unleash such terrifying power, battling Tsunade for so long and emerging unscathed, even appearing at ease. Was this truly just an ordinary child? "Tsunade, it's really no big deal that you lost to Naruto. You shouldn't dwell on it," Jiraiya comforted with a grin. Even the first and second Hokage, when resurrected by Orochimaru, were thoroughly suppressed by Naruto. "It's perfectly normal for you to lose to him." "Wait." Tsunade suddenly looked up, her face a mask of astonishment as she regarded Naruto and Jiraiya. Could the wild rumors circulating outside actually be true? "What rumors?" Jiraiya asked, puzzled. "The ones about the Konoha collapse plan," Tsunade said, her gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired boy. "There are whispers of an unprecedented genius ninja in Konoha, one who single-handedly defeated Orochimaru, saving the old man and the entire village. It must be him, right?" "Indeed, it was true," Jiraiya nodded. Had it not been for Naruto's timely intervention, the old man would have likely met his ancestors long ago and wouldn't he be around now. At this point, the white-haired sage couldn't he help but shake his head with a sigh. The old man has truly aged. His combat ability is now less than a tenth of its peak. Continuing to keep him in the position of Hokage is nothing short of torment. It's time to allow him to enjoy his twilight years. "Since you care so much about the old man, why don't you become Hokage yourself?" Tsunade retorted sharply. "Please, do you really think I am cut out for that role?" Jiraiya shrugged, his expression one of resignation. "I'd rather be swiftly dispatched than spend my days cooped up in an office correcting documents." However, returning to the crux of the matter, the white-haired sage cast a glance at Naruto and smiled. "In fact, the old man has designated this little rascal as the next Hokage." He continued, "But Naruto is still too young to meet the age requirements for Hokage, which is why the old man is considering you as a transitional figure." Jiraiya explained further. "Once this brat matures, if you choose not to continue, you can pass the Hokage title to him." Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smirk as she coldly remarked, "So, in the end, you want me to return as Hokage just to pave the way for this little brat?" Although her words sounded harsh, the truth was undeniable. Jiraiya shrugged helplessly, looking sincerely at the blonde woman. "I absolutely refuse," Tsunade declared proudly, lifting her chin defiantly and rejecting the proposal outright. If it were a matter of returning to the village to rescue Konoha from peril and avert an impending crisis, she might consider it. After all, Konoha would always be her home, a place she held dear, filled with cherished memories. Yet now, to be asked to return merely as a transitional Hokage to facilitate the ascent of a young upstart felt like a profound insult to her dignity. The esteemed princess of Konoha, the direct granddaughter of the first Hokage, reduced to a mere supporting role? It was utterly demeaning. Jiraiya attempted to persuade her further. "Please, don't continue." Tsunade waved her hand impatiently, her her disdain evident. My decision is final and unchangeable. There are numerous elite jonin in the village. Any of them could fulfill the transitional role. Why must it be me? Sighing in resignation, the white-haired sage furrowed his brow. Tsunade, have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? Naruto suddenly interjected, breaking the silence. Not interested. The blonde woman haughtily snorted, dismissing the topic. This mysterious organization is secretly gathering tailed beasts, the blonde boy stated calmly. Their ultimate goal is to collect all 9 tailed beasts and resurrect the legendary Ten Tails. Ten Tails. Jiraiya and Tsunade trembled in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Naruto, what exactly is this Ten Tails? The white-haired sage asked gravely. The Ten Tails is the source and embodiment of all tailed beasts, Naruto replied with a faint smile, though his tone was heavy with gravity. Long ago, the Ten Tails wreaked havoc upon the world, causing untold suffering. The Sage of Six Paths sealed it within himself, becoming the first Jinchuriki. Later, using the power of yin-yang release, he divided the Ten Tails chakra into 9 parts, giving rise to the 9-tailed beasts we know today. This revelation was nothing short of earth-shattering. Tsunade and Jiraiya were left speechless, staring in disbelief at the blonde youth before them. Naruto, did the 9 Tails reveal this confidential information to you? Jiraiya inquired eagerly. Indeed, Naruto nodded. Continuing, someone has summoned the shell of the Ten Tails from the moon. They intend to resurrect the complete Ten Tails using its shell along with the powers of the 9-tailed beasts, aiming to dominate the entire shinobi world. The golden-haired youth fixed his piercing gaze on Tsunade, declaring, at that time, the entire shinobi realm will be engulfed in unprecedented warfare. Sister Tsunade, do you believe that by hiding in this place, indulging in pleasure, you can escape this calamity? It is impossible. When that day arrives, whether it is you, me, or anyone within the shinobi world, there will be nowhere to flee. If the Akatsuki's goal in collecting the tailed beasts was merely to rule the shinobi world, it wouldn't be so terrifying. At that point, hiding in the deep mountains, indifferent to the bloodshed outside, would be of no concern to me. However, that madman Uchiha Obito intends to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, dragging all of humanity into a dream world. When that occurs, regardless of where you hide, there will be no escape. That is the true horror. Chapter 19. The false darkness of lightning release. Tsunade was evidently shaken by this astonishing news, her expression shifting as she fell into deep contemplation. Tsunade, what are you hesitating for? You are more aware than I of the terrifying power of the tailed beasts. Jiraiya said earnestly, if the Akatsuki truly resurrects the Ten Tails, the entire shinobi world will be utterly doomed. Tsunade fell silent. She understood better than anyone the dreadful power of the tailed beasts, having heard terrifying tales of them from her grandparents since childhood. The 9-tailed beasts were already immensely powerful. How terrifying must the original Ten Tails be? If the Akatsuki were to successfully resurrect the Ten Tails and ignite a shinobi war, the consequences would be unimaginable. You have witnessed Naruto's talent firsthand. He is a prodigy rarely seen in the shinobi world for a century. Jiraiya gently persuaded. If he grows, he could very well reach the heights of the first Hokage, perhaps even surpass him. At that time, even if the Akatsuki were to instigate war, we would possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. But he is still too young. He needs time to train, to accumulate experience, to realize his potential. We cannot allow him to squander his precious youth on trivial matters like paperwork. Tsunade, he needs you. Konoha needs you. The people of the entire shinobi world need you. Ultimately, Tsunade was persuaded and agreed to return to Konoha to assume the responsibilities of the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya let out a long breath, his anxious heart finally at ease. Casting an appreciative glance at Naruto, the white-haired sage had to concede that the golden-haired youth was exceptionally astute. First, he had deliberately provoked Tsunade, then delivered a striking blow to make this proud woman acutely aware of her own limitations. Finally, he appealed to her emotions and reason, leading her to unwittingly agree to their request. This little rascal was far too clever. Jiraiya shook his head and chuckled, expressing his concern for the Akatsuki organization. Faced with such an astute adversary, they were likely to find themselves in a precarious situation. That evening, the quartet sought refuge in a local inn, and the following morning set off to return to Konoha. As they approached their hometown, feelings of trepidation mingled with the joy of reunion. After years of absence, Tsunade and Shizune could hardly conceal their excitement, their steps light as if they were treading upon clouds. Jiraiya, beaming with satisfaction, had successfully persuaded Tsunade to return to the village, which meant he could continue to enjoy his carefree existence, unburdened by the obligation of succeeding as Hokage. However, Naruto's mood was far from cheerful. His luck had run dry in the morning's lottery, leaving him feeling quite dejected. By the afternoon, the group finally arrived at the familiar Konoha village. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Shizune headed straight for the Hokage Tower to meet the third Hokage, while Naruto was granted the freedom to explore. The golden-haired youth, not in a rush to return home, was preoccupied with thoughts of Hinata, whom he had not seen in days, and thus made his way directly to the Hyuga clan's estate. The territory of the Hyuga clan was expansive, characterized by an architectural style that was both antiquated and elegant, yet undeniably luxurious. Most of the ninjas were away on various missions, leaving behind the elderly, women, and children to leisurely tend to domestic affairs. As Naruto walked through the estate, he observed numerous Hyuga children frolicking in the courtyard, engaging in playful pursuits, their laughter creating a warm and lively atmosphere. The girls were exquisitely delicate, resembling porcelain dolls, while the boys exuded vigor and vitality. Truly, as descendants of Kagaya Tsutsuki, their genes were undeniably formidable, resulting in a remarkable ratio of handsome youths and beautiful maidens. Naruto couldn't help but marvel in silence. Upon arriving at the residence of the Hyuga clan's main family, he was informed by the guards that Hinata was away on a mission. Just as Naruto was about to leave, he learned that Hayashi Hyuga wished to see him. Accepting the invitation, Naruto was keen to meet the legendary clan leader. Following the clan members into a spacious reception room, he found himself face-to-face with Hayashi Hyuga, seated regally, alongside his young daughter, Hanabi. "Greetings, clan leader Hayashi," Naruto said casually, offering a relaxed salutation. To be honest, he held little fondness for Hinata's stern and serious father. If it weren't for Hinata, their paths would likely never have crossed. "Naruto, welcome to the Hyuga household. Please, take a seat," Hayashi replied, his expression serious and meticulous, his posture impeccably formal, akin to a textbook example. He knelt upon the tatami mat, his back straight, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Young Hanabi sat beside her father, mirroring his disciplined posture, appearing both obedient and sensible. "Thank you," Naruto said, casually crossing his legs on the floor, his relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting with the seriousness of the Hyuga father and daughter. A servant respectfully presented tea, then quietly withdrew. "Please, partake of the tea," Hayashi gestured, his movements imbued with an innate nobility. "Thank you," Naruto replied, lifting the teacup to take a sip before directly inquiring, "What business do you have with me, clan leader Hayashi?" Hinata Hizashi did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed silently at the golden-haired youth with his enigmatic white eyes, as if attempting to pierce the very essence of his soul. The young girl Hanabi, too, curiously blinked her white eyes, scrutinizing the legendary young hero. Despite being merely 7 years of age, she already exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, destined to blossom into a breathtaking beauty in the future. Seeing that Hizashi remained silent, Naruto chose not to speak either, leisurely sipping his tea as he awaited the other to initiate the conversation. After a protracted pause, Hizashi finally broke the silence. "Naruto, I have heard that you are courting my daughter Hinata?" "Indeed," the golden-haired youth replied with a hearty nod, his eyes shimmering with resolute light, a confident smile gracing his lips. Over the past 2 months, upon returning from various missions, he had secretly met with the gentle-eyed girl. Their budding affection had long ceased to be a clandestine affair within the village of Konoha. The head of the Hyuga clan scoffed, his brow furrowing, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. "Uzumaki Naruto, by what merit do you believe yourself worthy of my daughter Hinata? What qualifies you?" Naruto was momentarily taken aback, but soon a meaningful smile crept across his face, his gaze imbued with an air of calm understanding. "If clan head Hizashi wishes to convey a particular sentiment, might I suggest he be forthright, rather than veiling his thoughts in ambiguity? You hail from humble origins, and are the host of the 9 Tails. Having been ostracized by the villagers throughout your life, living under their cold gazes and disdain, Hizashi coldly articulated the facts, his white eyes betraying an air of condescension. "My daughter Hinata is the legitimate heiress of the Hyuga clan, destined to inherit significant responsibilities and lead our family to greatness. By virtue of your status, what makes you think you are worthy of her?" "Worthy?" The golden-haired boy scoffed, a glint of disdain and mockery flickering in his eyes. "Why do you laugh? Hisashi's brow knitted tighter, a wave of displeasure bubbling within him. The sardonic smile on Naruto's face felt like an affront to the clan leader, who held decorum in high regard, rendering such disrespect intolerable. I merely find it amusing that clan head Hisashi clings to antiquated notions in this 21st century, Naruto remarked, swirling his teacup, his eyes sparkling with wisdom. Look at the once mighty Uchiha clan. What has become of them? Reduced to ruin by a traitor, leaving only a solitary survivor. Such a fall from grace is indeed lamentable. The clan leader questions my worthiness for Hinata. To be candid, I indeed do not measure up to her. The golden-haired youth's face softened with genuine sincerity, his eyes warming. Yet this is inconsequential to your esteemed Hyuga family. It is solely due to Hinata's own brilliance. She is gentle, considerate, kind-hearted, and deeply devoted to me. I find myself unworthy of her profound affection, unable to reciprocate her sincerity. As for the Hyuga clan you mentioned, Naruto displayed a provocative grin, his eyes shimmering with a dangerous light. To me, they are merely insignificant beings, easily extinguished, mere footnotes in the grand narrative. Such arrogance. Hyuga Hayashi seethed with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his Byakugan brimming with fury. Naruto Uzumaki, you insolent brat. How dare you so brazenly belittle the dignity of the Hyuga clan? Lord Hayashi, you do me an injustice. The golden-haired youth spread his hands, feigning utmost innocence, his eyes twinkling with mischief. How could I possibly look down upon the Hyuga family? It is evident that the strength of nobility is not particularly impressive, is it? The so-called strongest clan of Konoha, the top ninja family in the ninja world, is nothing more than an inflated reputation. Just a few days ago, when Orochimaru invaded Konoha, what was your clan doing? It appeared you were merely playing house with the lowly shinobi of Mangekyō, wasn't he it? From you, the lofty leader of the Hyuga clan, down to the ordinary members, who among you dared to confront Orochimaru and challenge him to a duel? None had the courage even to meet his gaze, instead fleeing in terror. A clan like that, why should I regard it with any respect? Hyuga Hayashi's complexion darkened, resembling one who had swallowed a fly, his inner fury boiling, yet rendered speechless. Since the Senju clan receded into the shadows and the Uchiha clan's bloodline was severed, the Hyuga family has become the de facto foremost clan of Konoha. As the clan leader, he had never been so publicly humiliated. Young man, you are exceedingly arrogant. Hayashi slammed his hand upon the table, causing the tea to tremble. Enough. Do not attempt to impose the stature of the Hyuga clan upon me. Such tactics are futile here. Naruto dismissed him with a wave of his hand, revealing a hint of weariness in his eyes. I have always preferred a gentle approach over a forceful one. Amicability fosters prosperity. After all, if one shows me respect, I shall return it tenfold. Mutual respect leads to peace. However, should anyone attempt to trample upon me, to bully me with their power, the golden-haired youth forcefully slammed his teacup onto the table, splattering tea everywhere. Then do not blame me for turning ruthless and severing all ties. Hayashi's face flushed with anger, his Byakugan ablaze with wrath, practically exuding murderous intent as he glared at the audacious youth before him. Hinata was taken aback by this sudden tension, covering her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. No one had ever dared to speak to her father in such a manner. This golden-haired boy was truly audacious. After a prolonged glare, Hayashi's expression shifted from rage to calm. In truth, there may yet be room for negotiation concerning your relationship with Hinata. Oh, what do you mean? Naruto raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution and curiosity crossing his eyes. As the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata is destined to inherit the position of clan leader, bearing the weight of her family's legacy. It is only natural that she cannot easily marry outside the clan. Hyuga Hayashi explained calmly. However, if you are willing to join the Hyuga clan as our son-in-law, I can grant your wishes. Naruto paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh, his eyes gleaming with a wisdom that seemed to perceive everything. So that is it. They have laid so many obstacles to belittle me while elevating Hinata's status, all with the true aim of having me join the clan. Upon reflection, it became clear. His remarkable performance in the Chunin exams and the astonishing power he displayed during his battle with Orochimaru had already proven his extraordinary talent and combat prowess to the entire village. Moreover, the third Hokage had publicly declared his intent to groom him as the successor to the Hokage position. To become the fifth Hokage, information that Hyuga Hayashi could not possibly be unaware of. He not only knew but had also set his sights on Naruto's potential and strength. beginning to seek ways to bring him into the family fold. These prestigious families, having existed for centuries, always prioritized the maximization of their own interests. Upon witnessing such an outstanding young man, they yearned to incorporate him into their lineage, infusing new vitality into their clan. If Naruto were to become Hokage one day, it would equate to the Hyuga clan having produced a Hokage. Hayashi calculated this with remarkable clarity. What a masterful strategy. Rising to his feet, the golden-haired youth wore a smile tinged with resignation. Hayashi, I can assure you that joining your clan is absolutely out of the question. Hyuga Hayashi seemed to have anticipated Naruto's refusal, thus dropping the pretense and stating plainly, Vortex Naruto, since you're being so forthright, I will speak candidly as well. With Hinata's talent and abilities, she simply does not qualify to inherit the position of clan leader. According to the rules of the Hyuga clan, those who cannot inherit the main family status are relegated to the branch family, marked as caged birds, destined to serve the main family for generations. Could you bear to see Hinata branded with the mark of servitude, living her life in inferiority and devoid of freedom? Hayashi thought to himself that, given Hinata's mediocre abilities, she was indeed ill-suited for such responsibilities. However, if Naruto were to join the clan, their future offspring would undoubtedly be gifted, fully deserving of inheriting the main family status, a perfect twofold gain. A dangerous smile crept across Naruto's lips, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Hayashi, I must make one thing abundantly clear. Hinata will neither inherit your clan nor become anyone's subordinate. Her sole identity, now and in the future, is that she is my woman, Uzumaki Naruto. Please remember this. Should anyone from the Hyuga clan dare to harbor intentions against Hinata, attempting to harm her in any way, he would not hesitate to emulate the legendary Itachi Uchiha, ensuring the Hyuga clan's eternal disappearance from the annals of the shinobi world. With those earth-shattering words, the golden-haired youth turned arrogantly and exited the meeting room without looking back. Hinata Hizashi watched the tall figure depart, his expression oscillating between clouds and sunshine, as the tempest of anger within him threatened to consume his reason. Suddenly, he shook his head and chuckled softly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. This lad, merely 12 years old, possessed a presence and authority surpassing that of the third Hokage in his youth. That foolish girl Hinata truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Hizashi gently shook his head, allowing his ire to gradually subside. In truth, his previous words had merely been a probe to gauge the character and courage of this young man, seeking to better understand his true nature for the sake of future relations. Now, his objective had been fulfilled. Of course, while it was merely a test, should Naruto indeed agree to join the Hyuga clan, he would wholeheartedly accept without hesitation, for it would be a boon for the Hyuga family with no detriment whatsoever. At that moment, a raspy cough echoed through the air, and from the shadows emerged a hunched old man, leaning on a cane. Father. Hizashi quickly rose to pay his respects, his expression utterly reverent. This venerable elder was none other than the previous head of the Hyuga clan, Hizashi's father, Hyuga Masahiro. That lad rejected your proposal? Masahiro inquired as he slowly knelt with his son as assistants, a knowing look crossing his aged visage. Indeed, he categorically dismissed the possibility of joining our family. Hizashi replied with utmost respect. An anticipated outcome. The elder clan leader stroked his white beard thoughtfully. As far as I know, this young man remains unflinching even in the presence of legendary figures like Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage, displaying unwavering composure and a resolute spirit. Such an extraordinary talent would never demean himself for the sake of a woman by joining our Hyuga clan. Your words ring true. Father. Hizashi nodded in agreement, his respect evident. Since the plan for him to join our family is futile, let us alter our strategy and seek to befriend him. The elder leader spoke earnestly. This young man exhibits astonishing strength at such a tender age, proving more than a match for Orochimaru, the first and the second Hokage. He has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, Sage Mode, and numerous advanced ninjutsu. His potential is boundless. In a few years, he may very well rise to the level of Senju Hashirama. Ultimately, in this ruthless world of shinobi, strength dictates everything. Coincidentally, he shares a romantic connection with Hinata. Perhaps we should facilitate this union. Once he becomes an esteemed member of our Hyuga clan, it would bring us nothing but benefits. I understand my father's teachings. Hizashi lowered his head respectfully, a flicker of contemplation in his eyes. For Naruto, this visit to the Hyuga family was merely a minor episode in his life. having no impact on his optimistic outlook or cheerful disposition. He had long seen through Hisashi's words as mere tests, devoid of any genuine sentiment. Does one not tire of the constant scheming and deception? The golden-haired youth returned home, stretching comfortably as he opened his system attribute panel to meticulously examine the array of skills at his disposal. He perused the extensive repertoire of ninjutsu he currently possessed, nodding in satisfaction. I have 3 trump cards at my disposal: Sage Mode, Flying Thunder God Technique, and the Mangekyō Sharingan. Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God Technique have been mastered to perfection, requiring no further practice, while the Mangekyō Sharingan, if overused, risks blindness. Thus it must be reserved for critical moments. As for water release and earth release techniques, I possess 12 of each, which suffices. Fire release offers 6, barely adequate for most situations, so there is no need to deliberately study these 3 types further. Unfortunately, wind release has a meager 2 techniques, and I have yet to master any lightning release techniques. These 2 attributes are clearly weaknesses that require prompt attention. Moreover, in the realm of Genjutsu, I currently wield only the technique of darkness and the inherent Tsukuyomi of the Mangekyō Sharingan. Having a plethora of skills is never burdensome, so I ought to learn a few more when time permits. Well, I shall commence with lightning release ninjutsu. The golden-haired youth declared to himself with unwavering determination. Naruto's acquisition of ninjutsu relies primarily on 2 avenues: the lottery system and self-directed learning. The lottery system is characterized by its capricious nature. At times, it bestows bountiful packages of ninjutsu, granting multiple skills at once, while other times, it yields nothing for extended periods. During those dry spells of ill fortune, it becomes essential to engage in self-study to bridge the gaps, for idleness breeds no benefit, and self-improvement is a far more fruitful endeavor. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness? That technique seems promising. I shall learn it first. The gleam of curiosity sparkled in his eyes. In the ensuing days, Naruto devoted the majority of his time at home to the study of lightning and wind release techniques, occasionally stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. During this period, he made a special visit to the Hokage Tower, where he met with the 3rd Hokage and the newly appointed Tsunade. Having just returned to the village, Tsunade faced an avalanche of affairs to manage. Fortunately, with the assistance of the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, and 2 Hokage advisors, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. On the 4th day of Tsunade's return, the ninjas returning from their missions gradually arrived back in the village, preparing for the momentous ceremony ahead. By the 5th day, Konoha was adorned with vibrant decorations, bustling with life, as all villagers, ninjas, officials dispatched by the Fire Country's daimyo, and envoys from friendly nations gathered at the Hokage Tower to collectively witness the solemn and sacred Hokage succession ceremony. Tsunade stood proudly atop the Hokage Tower, gazing down at the throngs of people below, and with a resounding voice declared, "From this day forth, I, Senju Tsunade, officially assume the mantle of Hokage, becoming the 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village." Her voice resonated throughout every corner of Konoha like the thunder of spring. Chapter 20. Uchiha Itachi, the Executioner, and the Scapegoat. The crowd in the square erupted in a cacophony of cheers, their exuberance palpable as they expressed their fervent support and affection for the newly appointed Hokage with the most enthusiastic applause and shouts. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood in the corner, observing the spirited Tsunade with a heart brimming with both pride and an indescribable sense of melancholy. The old Hokage understood all too well that his era had definitively drawn to a close, ushering in a new epoch for the Hidden Leaf Village. It was indeed a source of comfort that his esteemed pupil had ascended to the position of Hokage, a true ninja who embodied the will of fire. Wherever the leaves of Konoha dance, the flames will persist, he mused softly, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. The fire shall forever illuminate this village, nurturing the budding new shoots. The elderly leader's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, proclaiming that the Hidden Leaf would undoubtedly flourish for all time. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, and the rest of the Konoha 12 mingled among the jubilant crowd, gazing up at the golden-haired female Hokage, their hearts awash with complex emotions. Lady Tsunade is so cool. I want to become a great kunoichi like her, the young girls exclaimed, raising their small fists in excitement. Long live Lady Tsunade. I love you. The passionate youths shouted with fervor. Our village has finally welcomed the 5th Hokage, and she is the first female Hokage in history. A member of the crowd exclaimed joyously. With the new Hokage's ascendance, a refreshing change was upon them, and an elder expressed his hopeful anticipation for Tsunade to lead Konoha toward a more brilliant tomorrow. "We shall always support Lady Tsunade. We love you." The crowd echoed with enthusiasm. The infectious fervor swept through the young ninjas, who cheered exuberantly, waving their arms and releasing their inner excitement. Even Hinata, usually shy and reserved, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she fixated on the legendary kunoichi. In such a fervent atmosphere, even Naruto, typically composed, found himself stirred, waves of emotion surging within him. The Hokage truly is impressive, the golden-haired youth thought, his eyes alight with aspiration, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. The inauguration ceremony of the new Hokage enveloped the entire Hidden Leaf village in a sea of celebration for several days, the joyous atmosphere gradually settling. Life began to return to its regular rhythm. Office workers resumed their duties, and ninjas continued executing various missions, breathing new vitality into the village. Meanwhile, the news of Tsunade's ascension spread like wildfire throughout the ninja world, reaching the ears of other great ninja villages. It became evident to all that the strongest village in the ninja realm had embraced a new leader, marking the dawn of a new era. On the second day of Tsunade's tenure, she officially appointed Naruto and Shikamaru as Chunin, making them the only two successful candidates from the recent Chunin exams in Konoha. In the original timeline, only Shikamaru had achieved this advancement, but in this alternate reality, Naruto also earned his promotion through his outstanding performance. With the remarkable combat prowess and judgment that the golden-haired youth showcased during the Chunin exams, his ascension to Chunin was indeed a natural progression. Naruto and Shikamaru received their brand-new Chunin vests, which adorned them with a remarkable air of maturity, as if they had aged significantly overnight. After Tsunade offered heartfelt encouragement to the two young men, she allowed them to depart. As they walked side by side out of the Hokage building, they spotted Sakura, Hinata, Choji, and Ino eagerly awaiting them at the entrance. Their respective teachers, Kakashi and Asuma, were also present, beaming with pride. Naturally, Kakashi, Sakura, and Hinata approached Naruto, while Asuma, Choji, and Ino surrounded Shikamaru. "Congratulations, Naruto-kun, on your successful promotion to Chunin," Hinata exclaimed, her cheeks flushed and her voice soft and sweet, her smile radiating warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. She presented a carefully wrapped gift box to the blonde youth. Inside lay a set of pristine garments, a black short-sleeved shirt emblazoned with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, paired with matching shorts, simple yet stylish. Although the gift was not extravagant, it was imbued with Hinata's thoughtfulness and care, perfectly tailored to Naruto's physique. "Thank you, Hinata. I truly appreciate this gift," Naruto replied, his eyes shimmering with affection, a sunny smile gracing his lips. "It was merely a small gesture," Hinata said, her face reddening like a ripe apple. Her gaze filled with joy, as if she herself had been promoted to Chunin. "Congratulations, Naruto." Sakura chimed in with a beaming smile, cradling a vibrant bouquet of flowers, bursting with color and vitality. "Thanks a lot, Sakura," the blonde youth said gratefully, glancing around before inquiring, "Has Sasuke not shown up?" Sakura's expression faltered, a hint of awkwardness and resignation crossing her face. "Well, it doesn't matter if he came or not. With his peculiar nature, it would be odd if he did," Naruto said, waving his hand dismissively, unperturbed by the absence. "Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin," Kakashi said, a glint of pride in his eyes as he presented Naruto with a specially crafted kunai, freshly polished and evidently newly forged. Though modest in value, the gift exemplified Kakashi's thoughtfulness and care for his students. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto exclaimed, grinning widely as he accepted the exquisite kunai. "You're most welcome, you have earned it," the silver-haired Jonin replied, waving his hand nonchalantly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. To celebrate Naruto and Shikamaru's promotion to Chunin, I propose we gather at a barbecue restaurant for a feast, Asuma declared enthusiastically, gesturing grandly. "This meal is on me." "That sounds fantastic." The group cheered in unison, excitement coursing through them. They made their way to the barbecue restaurant, chatting and feasting, the atmosphere lively and joyous. Reveling until late into the night when they finally parted ways, still reluctant to leave. The following morning, Naruto was still nestled in his warm bed, lost in delightful dreams, when he was abruptly roused by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Who is it, disturbing my peaceful slumber so early in the morning?" he grumbled inwardly, summoning a shadow clone to answer the door. Every night before sleep, Naruto had developed the habit of creating 3 shadow clones to refine his sage chakra, a routine that had become an unbreakable part of his daily life. The shadow clone opened the door, revealing Shikamaru, who rushed in, breathless and filled with urgency. "Naruto, get up. Something's happened. What is going on? Why the rush?" The blonde youth gazed at his usually laid-back friend, perplexed by his sudden agitation. "Sasuke has defected," Shikamaru exclaimed, leaning on his knees, gasping for breath. "The Hokage has ordered us to form a team and pursue him immediately. We must intercept Sasuke before he leaves the borders of the Land of Fire." Naruto paused for a moment, then sighed deeply, a flicker of resignation and understanding crossing his eyes. Despite the absence of Itachi's Tsukuyomi in this life, Sasuke ultimately chose the path of vengeance. It seems that some matters are indeed predestined and immutable. "You all need not accompany me," the blonde youth asserted, shaking his head with determination. "I can manage on my own." Naruto had no intention of preventing Sasuke from leaving, for he understood that for someone resolutely set on departing, any attempts at retention would be futile. Moreover, Sasuke's departure was driven by his quest for power to fulfill his desire for revenge, his most significant and singular wish in life. What right did he have to hinder that? From any perspective, it would be inappropriate to forcibly hold him back. As the ancient adage goes, do not advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. Given Sasuke's current mindset, even if he were to remain in the village against his will, he would merely exist as a tortured shell of himself. It would be far better to let him go and seek his own path. Furthermore, Naruto did not perceive Sasuke's defection as a misfortune. After all, Sasuke was the reincarnation of Indra, a supreme being who had been reincarnating for over 1,000 years. Would Orochimaru dare to covet such an existence? That would be akin to an old man consuming arsenic, as if he wished for a shorter life. Nevertheless, as a ninja of Konoha, appearances must be upheld. One must maintain the semblance of decorum. With this thought in mind, Naruto employed the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, keenly sensing Sasuke's chakra fluctuations, precisely locating his position. In a flash of golden light, Naruto vanished from his spot, reappearing directly in the path that Sasuke and his companions were traversing. At that moment, the last scion of the Uchiha clan was swiftly navigating through the dense forest, escorted by the Sound Four. Naruto's sudden appearance startled them all, especially the Sound Four, whose faces turned as pale as paper. "It's you," they stammered, their voices trembling at the sight of the blonde youth. After all, they had witnessed the legendary battle between Naruto, Orochimaru, and the first and second Hokage in its entirety. The terrifying power displayed had left an indelible mark on their memories. To these sound ninjas, Naruto was a figure far more fearsome than their own leader, Orochimaru. "Naruto, are you here to stop me too?" Sasuke activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze on the blonde youth, disappointment lacing his tone. "As the only friend I acknowledged in Konoha, I always believed you were the one who could understand me. I never expected you would stand in my way." A profound smile graced Naruto's lips, hinting at his resolute intent. "Is your decision final? Have you firmly resolved to depart?" "It is indeed final. There shall be no turning back." The gaze of the black-haired youth was unwavering, as steadfast as iron. "Can you truly not reconsider?" The blonde youth sought clarification once more. "I shall not waver. This is my sole choice." Sasuke's voice exuded an undeniable conviction. "Very well then, if that is your wish. Go ahead." Naruto waved his hand, a look of relief illuminating his face, hoping that when they meet again, it would be with a pleasant surprise that would leave him in awe. "I certainly will." Sasuke exhaled, a flicker of gratitude crossing his eyes. "Thank you for your understanding." Sasuke was acutely aware that had Naruto been determined to intercept him, with the blonde's current prowess, he would stand no chance of escape. Naruto's willingness to let him go stemmed entirely from the bond of long-standing friendship. Otherwise, had it been any other Leaf Jonin, he would undoubtedly face capture and a return to the village today. Defection is an exceedingly grave offense in the ninja world, tantamount to treason. And according to the regulations of Konoha, the consequences range from lifelong imprisonment to execution. Before you depart, I offer you one last piece of advice. Naruto gazed earnestly at Sasuke, his tone sincere and solemn. On the path of vengeance, be wary of allowing hatred to blind your eyes and reason. Sometimes, what you perceive as truth may not encompass the entirety of reality. It could merely be an illusion meticulously crafted for you by others. What does that mean? Sasuke furrowed his brow, a glint of confusion in his eyes. When the time is ripe, you will naturally grasp the profound significance of my words." The blonde youth replied with a mysterious smile, then turned his sharp gaze towards the four-sound ninja. "Your heads I shall not claim for now. Return and inform Orochimaru that I shall visit his lair for tea at a suitable time to discuss life and ideals." "Yes, yes." The four-sound ninjas nodded vigorously, visibly relieved, for they had feared Naruto might unleash his wrath upon them. "We shall convey your words to Lord Orochimaru in their entirety. Enough. Now be on your way." Naruto waved his hand impatiently. Sasuke did not leave immediately. Instead, he asked in a low voice, "Naruto, there are rumors circulating in the village that you have mastered sage technique, and that even Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage combined, are no match for you. Is that true? Before I leave, I wish to duel with you." The black-haired youth's eyes sparkled with desire and anticipation. "I long to know just how vast the chasm between us truly is." Sasuke's defection was driven both by an urgent thirst for vengeance and a pressing need for strength. Yet, on another level, he was also spurred by Naruto's astonishing progress. The blonde's growth was nothing short of breathtaking, now capable of overpowering legendary figures like Orochimaru, the first and the second Hokage. Sasuke was acutely aware that the gap between himself and Naruto was widening at a visible pace, filling him with a sense of inferiority, discontent, and jealousy. Under the catalyst of these tumultuous emotions, Sasuke's mindset completely shattered, ultimately leading him to the fateful decision to defect. "Very well. Let us engage in a farewell battle." The Valley of the End, a landmark imbued with the historical significance of the Hidden Leaf Village. A colossal waterfall cascades down from the precipice like a silver silk ribbon, crashing onto the surface of the water and sending countless crystalline droplets spiraling into the air. Two immense stone statues stand majestically on either side of the waterfall, resembling guardian deities silently watching over this land. These are the monumental figures of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, witnesses to the legendary battle that preceded the establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto and Sasuke stand atop the statues of Hashirama and Madara, gazing at each other from a distance, the atmosphere heavy with solemnity. The four-sound shinobi hide at a safe distance, anxiously observing the impending clash, hesitant to approach the brewing storm. This kid truly lacks awareness of his own limits. Daring to challenge Naruto Uzumaki, is he not courting death? One of the sound shinobi murmurs, having not witnessed the fierce confrontation between Naruto and Orochimaru. He cannot fathom Naruto's terrifying prowess. Another shakes his head in dismay. Truly, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Only when he suffers a crushing defeat will he comprehend the vast chasm that separates him from Naruto Uzumaki. "Naruto, I implore you to unleash your full strength, leaving nothing in reserve." Sasuke fixates on the golden-haired youth opposite him, his voice tinged with urgency. "I wish to understand the true extent of our disparity. If I were to fight with all my might, I could dispatch you with a single strike. Would that not hinder your quest for vengeance?" "Very well, since you insist." Naruto nods, and as mysterious black markings emerge around his eyes, his pupils transform into a unique horizontal shape, entering sage mode. Not to be outdone, Sasuke promptly activates the second form of his cursed seal, morphing into a monstrous entity adorned with enormous, hand-like wings, his skin taking on an eerie gray hue. Let the battle commence. The dark-haired youth's palms crackle with electricity as lightning-infused chakra emits a piercing bird-like cry. Lightning release, Chidori. Sasuke flaps his massive wings, propelling himself forward like a silver streak of lightning, charging at Naruto with incredible speed. He launches his most formidable technique right from the outset, fully aware that ordinary ninjutsu would be futile against Naruto. In response to Sasuke's fierce assault, Naruto merely conjures a simple fire release, great fireball technique. Amplified by the potent enhancement of Sage Chakra, the fireball expands to an alarming size, exceeding 50 meters in diameter, resembling a miniature sun. Even from a distance, Sasuke can feel the terrifying heat and energy radiating from this colossal fireball. Is this truly just an ordinary great fireball technique? Sasuke's eyes widen in disbelief as he gazes at the immense orb before him, astonished by its magnitude. In an instant, his form is engulfed by the terrifying inferno. As he hovered in midair, still several dozen meters away from Naruto, the Chidori in his hand had yet to reach its target, presenting a rather comical and powerless spectacle. Moments later, As the flames dissipated, Sasuke collapsed onto the water's surface, his body ensconced within a pair of enormous, charred flesh wings. It was evident that, in a moment of peril, Sasuke had enveloped himself in these wings to barely stave off the searing flames. Is he alive? The four-sound ninja exchanged anxious glances, their expressions fraught with concern. Under Orochimaru's orders, they were tasked with retrieving Sasuke. Losing him en route would be an untenable situation upon their return. Fortunately, those scorched wings gradually receded, revealing Sasuke's human form as he lay on the water, gasping for breath. His gaze remained fixed on Naruto in the distance, filled with an overwhelming sense of loss, frustration, and incredulity. In just a single move, Naruto had effortlessly defeated his all-out assault using nothing more than the most rudimentary fire jutsu. The chasm between them was not merely vast, it was despairingly insurmountable. Take care of yourself, Sasuke. The golden-haired youth gazed deeply at Sasuke, emotions swirling within him, before activating the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing in a flash of golden light. Damn it! I rushed out so quickly today that I even forgot my daily lottery draw. System, grant me a lottery. The golden-haired youth felt a surge of excitement within. Ding! Lottery in progress, congratulations. You have won what? An astonishingly powerful item? My luck is off the charts. This time, I've truly struck gold. In the Hokage building of Konoha, Tsunade exclaimed, "What? You didn't bring Sasuke back?" She slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly, her impressive figure shaking as her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury, glaring at Naruto. With your strength, retrieving Sasuke should have been effortless. Why did you fail the mission? The Hokage fixed her gaze on the golden-haired youth, her tone heavy with undeniable authority. I require a reasonable explanation. The explanation was straightforward. Naruto's lips curled into a sly smile as he responded. I intentionally let him go to position him as a pawn against Orochimaru. Tsunade was amused by his response. Naruto Uzumaki, do you truly believe I would accept such a ludicrous excuse? That little brat could contend with the malevolent Orochimaru? Do you take me for a fool? The golden-haired Hokage retorted with a cold laugh. Sister Tsunade should be aware that Orochimaru's true intention in luring Sasuke to defect was to seize his body. This old pervert is nothing more than a despicable body snatcher. Naruto's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he spoke confidently. Furthermore, I have received reliable intelligence that Orochimaru has recently completed a reincarnation ritual. This means that he will require at least 3 years to prepare for his next reincarnation. 3 years is ample time for Sasuke to grow stronger. By then, who will consume whom will be a matter of uncertainty. You have such confidence in Sasuke's abilities? Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression rife with skepticism. Of course I have confidence. The reincarnation of the great sage Indra. Can it be easily controlled by someone of Orochimaru's ilk? To be honest, I am not so confident, Naruto said, though his words belied his true feelings. If you lack confidence, why let him go? Are you not playing with fire? Tsunade's fury was palpable, her fists crackling with tension. The golden-haired youth smiled enigmatically. Sister Tsunade, I fear you may not comprehend the true circumstances surrounding the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The Hokage paused, bewildered. Isn't it common knowledge that the Uchiha clan was slaughtered following Itachi Uchiha's betrayal? Not so. Naruto shook his head gravely. The demise of the Uchiha clan was a result orchestrated by the third Hokage, Danzo, and the 2 Hokage advisors. Itachi was merely forced into the role of executioner and scapegoat. Tsunade was rendered speechless, disbelief etched across her face. Is this truly the case? How can that be possible? If you doubt my words, you may inquire with the third Hokage. He will reveal the truth. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. In other words, the true culprits behind the Uchiha clan's downfall were not Itachi, but rather the upper echelons of Konoha, led by the third Hokage. Have you ever considered how Sasuke would react if he were to uncover this shocking secret? Tsunade's complexion turned pale, her body trembling slightly. Sasuke had always regarded himself as a vengeful spirit, viewing Itachi as his mortal enemy, even going so far as to betray Konoha and ally with Orochimaru for power. A testament to the depth of his hatred. If one day Sasuke were to learn the truth of the massacre, the consequences would be dire. Would he redirect his hatred towards the third Hokage and others? Would he despise those who deceived him while knowing the truth? Would his enmity extend to the entirety of Konoha? The golden-haired youth pressed on relentlessly, each word piercing. Thus, a ticking time bomb like Sasuke is ill-suited to remain within the village. Instead, it would be wiser to let him ally with Orochimaru. allowing these two serpents to entangle themselves. If Orochimaru prevails, the village loses a potential threat. If Sasuke triumphs, we eliminate a formidable enemy. Regardless of the outcome, it would yield nothing but benefits for Konoha. Chapter 21. He was fortunate to ascend to the position of Kazekage. Naruto understood that Sasuke could not possibly lose. His words were merely an attempt to persuade Tsunade to accept reality. The golden-haired Hokage fell into contemplation, and after a moment, she spoke slowly. Your perspective holds merit. But have you considered this possibility? If Sasuke were to indeed defeat Orochimaru, Konoha might face an adversary even more formidable than Orochimaru. As for the level of threat, I fear you overestimate him. Could Sasuke truly be more troublesome than me? A confident smile graced Naruto's lips as he raised his right hand, revealing a miracle, a tender green sapling sprouting from his palm. This young life grew at an astonishing pace, swiftly reaching over a meter in height, its branches stretching forth, exuding vibrant vitality and vigor. Tsunade stood frozen as if struck by lightning, her hands instinctively covering her mouth. Her wide eyes fixated on the miraculous plant that had appeared in the palm of the young boy's hand. Her mind was a blank slate, struggling to process the astonishing sight before her. Wood release. Is this the wood release Kekkei Genkai? Regaining her composure, Tsunade's voice trembled, her excitement rendering her almost incoherent. Like an arrow released from a bow, she dashed to Naruto's side, gripping his right hand tightly, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Her entire being radiating the exhilaration of a child who had discovered treasure. Wood release. It truly is wood release. Naruto, you have awakened the wood release Kekkei Genkai? How is this possible? Sister Tsunade, I understand your current feelings, but please, calm down, the blonde boy gently reassured with a smile. Although my wood release has begun to take shape, it pales in comparison to the divine wood release of the first Hokage. Where did Naruto's wood release abilities originate? The answer lies in the unexpected reward he received after the recent battle with Sasuke at the Valley of the End. That fateful morning, due to an urgent mission, Naruto had even forgotten his daily ritual of drawing lots until the battle concluded, only to realize that this time, the draw had bestowed upon him a truly astonishing gift. The blonde youth was utterly astonished by this unexpected boon, for wood release is widely recognized in the ninja world as a legendary Kekkei Genkai, the hallmark ability of Hashirama Senju, the man revered as the god of shinobi. It was through his extraordinary mastery of wood release that Hashirama quelled the chaos of his era, established the Hidden Leaf Village, and allocated the tailed beasts, laying the foundation for the 5 great shinobi villages. In the era of Hashirama Senju, the fame of wood release even eclipsed that of the Sharingan, being unanimously acknowledged as the foremost Kekkei Genkai of its time. The power of wood release lies in its astonishing versatility: single target offense, area impact, personal defense, group protection, pinpoint control, regional confinement, and even the ability to create clones for reconnaissance. There is scarcely anything it cannot accomplish. In essence, wood release can be deemed the most versatile and balanced Kekkei Genkai within the realm of Hokage, unrivaled by any other. Upon acquiring wood release, Naruto immediately endeavored to experiment with it. However, the results were unexpectedly disheartening. While his wood release exhibited considerable power, surpassing that of Yamato's, it still fell drastically short of Hashirama Senju's divine prowess. Indeed, it could not begin to compare to the first Hokage. Even when Naruto activated Sage Mode to enhance his abilities, his wood release remained incapable of reaching even a fraction of Hashirama's might. Leaving the blonde youth in a perplexed state of contemplation, Naruto found himself deeply pondering. Why does his wood release not measure up to that of Hashirama Senju? Is it that the wood release itself is not as formidable as the legends suggest? Or is it true that the astonishing power of wood release is intrinsically tied to Hashirama Senju himself? Naruto had previously encountered a popular discussion thread on a forum that explored the very question of whether it was Hashirama or wood release that achieved greatness. One school of thought maintained that while wood release is indeed a powerful Kekkei Genkai, it was Hashirama Senju's terrifying strength that truly immortalized its name in the annals of the ninja world. Senju Hashirama inherently possesses the body of a sage, endowed with a chakra reserve as fathomless as the ocean, combined with his flawlessly perfected Sage Mode. This exquisite amalgamation of qualities has birthed his unparalleled might. In other words, even when Hashirama employs ordinary water, fire, or lightning techniques, he can unleash astonishing power. Imagine the earth-shattering consequences when he utilizes earth techniques, earth release, earth-style wall, earth dragon bullet, or even the transformation of the very ground beneath him, capable of reshaping mountains and seas alike. Thus, the true essence lies within Senju Hashirama himself. He has elevated the potential of wood release to heights it ought not to possess. Conversely, another faction insists that wood release is the core. Their reasoning is that wood release is derived from the power of the god tree, which represents the origin of chakra and the foundation of ninjutsu, embodying the most profound and enigmatic essence of power within the ninja world. Hashirama's wood release, which can absorb the chakra of tailed beasts, stands as a testament to the very nature of the god tree. Moreover, aside from the Sage of Six Paths, who utilized the 10 tails to create the 9 great-tailed beasts, wood release remains the sole ninjutsu capable of creating life, a trait that evidently transcends the realm of ordinary ninjutsu and bloodline limits. It is this power, originating from the god tree, coupled with Hashirama's astonishing chakra reserves, that has allowed him to attain the stature of a god within the ninja realm. Therefore, it is wood release that has forged Hashirama, and not the other way around. Both perspectives hold merit, and neither can wholly convince the other. Even Naruto finds it difficult to discern the truth. He is aware that he possesses the authentic wood release of the first Hokage, yet its potency pales in comparison to the legendary Senju Hashirama. Perhaps it is due to my chakra reserves being inferior to those of the first Hokage that I cannot unleash the true might of wood release. He muses as a way to console himself. Such disparity is but a natural phenomenon. Tsunade, filled with excitement, spoke with a quivering voice, her face radiating with ecstatic joy. Recalling how her grandfather did not immediately achieve cataclysmic prowess upon first awakening his wood release. It was only through years of rigorous training that he ultimately reached the terrifying pinnacle of invincibility within the ninja world. Additionally, a lack of substantial chakra reserves would severely limit the destructive capacity of wood release. Tsunade gazed intently at Naruto, as if beholding a priceless treasure, her eyes glimmering with hope. You are still young. Although your chakra is significantly greater than that of an average person, there remains a vast gulf compared to my grandfather. Once you mature and fully master the chakra of the 9 tails, theoretically, your power will not fall short of my grandfather's. This is indeed the truth. Naruto understood well that his chakra, combined with the power of the 9 tails, would suffice to stand alongside Senju Hashirama. At that point, he should be able to unleash the terrifying prowess of wood release to its fullest potential. Tsunade, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly engaged Naruto in conversation, wishing to impart every ounce of knowledge she possessed regarding wood release. Her current demeanor was akin to that of someone cradling a cherished gem, wishing to protect and nurture him. As for Naruto's deliberate act of letting Sasuke go, that matter had long since been cast aside, rendered utterly insignificant. In Tsunade's eyes, Naruto's awakening of wood release suggests that he may one day reach the heights of her grandfather, rendering Sasuke inconsequential in comparison. Once she regained her composure, Naruto cautiously made his request. Sister Tsunade, regarding my awakening of the wood release bloodline limit, currently only you are aware of it. I hope you can help me keep it confidential for the time being. Tsunade immediately beamed with a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with understanding. Rest assured, this secret is known only to you and me, and to the heavens and earth. Once you step out of this door, no third party will be privy to it. That is wonderful. The golden-haired youth nodded, gratitude illuminating his face. There is also a small matter. I would like to ask you for assistance in locating some training materials on wood release ninjutsu, if that is feasible. That's a piece of cake. The spirited Hokage waved his hand with confidence, saying, our Senju clan's ancestral home still houses a complete collection of wood release scrolls. Those priceless treasures were personally left by my grandfather. I will retrieve them for you tonight, and ensure they are in your hands by tomorrow. Thank you so much, sister. Naruto's face radiated genuine joy and appreciation. No need for formalities between us. Tsunade affectionately patted his shoulder, her eyes filled with fondness. If you have any other needs, do not hesitate to voice them. I will do my utmost to fulfill them. For now, I have no particular requests, but I will come to you should I think of something new. The golden-haired youth smiled softly. That very night, Tsunade personally delivered the precious wood release secret scrolls of Hashirama Senju to Naruto, solemnly handing them over to the boy who was destined to inherit the legacy of the first Hokage. Naruto, in the days to come, I will not assign you any tasks. You can devote yourself wholeheartedly to the study and practice of wood release. The golden-haired Hokage looked at the young man with hopeful anticipation, his eyes shimmering with dreams, wishing that one day he could revive the splendor of wood release and inherit the will and glory of his grandfather. I will not disappoint your expectations, sister, Naruto pledged earnestly. I believe in your abilities. Go for it. Every time Tsunade heard Naruto affectionately call her sister, her heart swelled with joy, as if she had shed 10 years. Since Naruto's awakening of wood release, her affection for him had only intensified, treating him almost like a beloved younger brother. After Tsunade departed, Naruto eagerly unfurled the wood release secret scrolls, diligently delving into their mysteries. The scroll detailed 30 different wood release techniques, ranging from foundational to advanced levels. Among them were renowned techniques such as the birth of the tree world, the arrival of the flower tree world, the wood golem technique, the transformation into Buddha, and the 3 rooms and 2 halls technique, all fearsome and awe-inspiring. Let us begin with the most fundamental technique, the birth of the tree world. The golden-haired youth's eyes sparkled with determination. In the days that followed, Naruto immersed himself in the study and practice of wood release ninjutsu, each day filled with purpose and busyness, tireless in his endeavors. Utilizing the shadow clone training method, Naruto's efficiency in learning was astonishingly high. Under ordinary circumstances, he needed merely about a week to master a particular wood release technique to perfection. With a clap of his hands, he could wield it with effortless grace and intent. Tsunade's fondness for Naruto was evident, as she assigned him no tasks, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the study of the wood release secret arts. The golden-haired youth chose to remain secluded, immersing himself in his training, only venturing outside on days when Hinata returned from her missions to enjoy strolls, shared dinners, or tranquil walks in the forest with his beloved, cherishing their moments together. Notably, on the day following Sasuke's defection, Sakura had sought out Naruto, confronting him about why he had not brought Sasuke back to the village. She was met with a merciless retort from Naruto. His words resonated profoundly. Do you truly understand Sasuke's heart? Are you aware of the painful memories he endured in his childhood? Can you fathom the deep-seated anguish he carries within? If you know none of this, what right do you have to attempt to bind him to your side? Such behavior is undeniably selfish. Everyone has the right to pursue their own life goals. You cannot deprive others of their freedom to choose for any reason. Sakura was moved to tears by his incisive remarks and turned away, never broaching the topic with Naruto again. It is said that after enduring a period of melancholy, she was taken under Tsunade's wing as her apprentice, embarking on a new chapter in her life. As time flew by like a fleeting shadow, 2.5 years slipped away unnoticed. In the most renowned barbecue restaurant in Konohagakure, laughter and merriment filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Apart from the members of Team Guy, nearly all of the new generation of ninjas from Konoha were present. Of course, Sasuke, who had defected, was absent, but a stunning kunoichi from Sunagakure, Temari, had joined the gathering. With the passage of 2.5 years, the once youthful boys and girls had blossomed into striking young adults, the boys radiating vigor while the girls stood elegantly poised. Naruto and Hinata sat together, both adorned in matching couple outfits, a perfect pair that sparked envy among onlookers. Shikamaru and Choji sat side by side, one languid, the other preoccupied with devouring his meal. Kiba and Shino occupied adjacent seats, one exuberant and the other taciturn. Sakura and Ino shared a row, engaging in hushed conversations punctuated by occasional peals of laughter. Temari sat alone, quietly observing everyone, especially a certain exceptionally intelligent young man. I remember 2 years ago today, we participated in the Chunin exams at this very time. Shikamaru mused, reclining against his chair with a hint of nostalgia. It feels like just yesterday that we experienced those days. Indeed, Kiba enthusiastically chimed in, his eyes shimmering with the glow of memories. I recall vividly witnessing Gaara's bloody rampage in the Forest of Death. I nearly soiled myself with fear. Even now, the thought sends shivers down my spine. Upon hearing these words, Temari's face momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment as she forced a smile. After all, Gaara is her younger brother. Speaking of which, how has Gaara been faring lately? Naruto suddenly inquired, his tone tinged with genuine concern. He vividly recalled the tragic events in the original storyline where Gaara was captured by the artistic duo around this time. To avert such a calamity from recurring, Naruto had previously sought out Tsunade, requesting her to enhance the protective measures for Gaara and Sunagakure. He's doing fairly well. Temari glanced at Hinata, who was leaning against Naruto, her eyes reflecting a fleeting glimpse of unnoticeable melancholy before she turned to the blonde youth and said, I must express my gratitude for your assistance back then. Ever since the last Chunin exams, Gaara has undergone a remarkable transformation. He is now beloved by the villagers and has successfully ascended to the position of Kazekage. Every time I think about how Gaara has become Kazekage, a twinge of envy stirs within me. Kiba grumbled, pouting in indignation. Back during the exams we participated in together, we barely managed to attain the rank of Chunin, while he effortlessly claimed the throne of Kazekage. The disparity between individuals is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Shino remarked in his characteristic cold and mysterious tone, laced with a hint of derision. Even if you were granted another decade, you would still find it beyond reach to touch the title of Hokage. Kiba was rendered speechless, his face flushed with embarrassment as he could only offer a few awkward chuckles. Kazekage Naruto pondered thoughtfully, reflecting on the passage of time and the profound changes it has wrought. In a mere 2.5 years, those once innocent children have undergone monumental transformations. The most remarkable growth belongs to Gaara, who has evolved from a bloodthirsty monster into a revered Kazekage. Following closely are Naruto and Neji, both having ascended to the rank of Jonin through their relentless efforts. Though the progress of the other comrades has been somewhat slower, they too have successfully become Chunin, each steadily advancing on their path as ninjas. That batch of us, aside from Sasuke, has practically all attained the rank of Chunin. Kiba's words slipped out before he abruptly realized his faux pas, hastily clamping his mouth shut and casting an awkward glance at Sakura. Sakura, I didn't mean to bring this up. It's all right. The pink-haired girl managed to force a smile, though the sorrow in her eyes was unmistakable. The group exchanged glances, directing reproachful looks at Kiba, who had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject that everyone had tacitly chosen to avoid. Chapter 22. Gaara is saved. Let us not view Sasuke in such a negative light. Naruto spoke calmly, his tone imbued with undeniable conviction. Sister Tsunade has clarified the situation regarding Sasuke. I trust you are all aware of it. Sasuke has not defected. Rather, he has been assigned a covert mission in the Sound Village, and he will return to Konoha once the task is complete. The group exchanged knowing smiles, no one taking it seriously, yet refraining from exposing this benevolent falsehood. The notion of executing a secret mission was merely a facade, and the true circumstances were well understood by each individual present. Noticing the atmosphere turning somewhat somber, Shikamaru hastily interjected to lighten the mood. Let us not delay the matter at hand. Let us indulge in the meat. If we do not act soon, all the grilled delicacies will be devoured by CHG. CHG, take it slow and leave some for me, exclaimed the others in astonishment. Hey. CHG immediately joined the fray, transforming the scene into a joyous battleground for food, and the ambience instantly revitalized. Everyone, a familiar voice resonated from outside. Kakashi had, unbeknownst to them, appeared at the entrance of the barbecue establishment. The group turned in unison to regard the silver-haired Jonin. I apologize for interrupting your gathering, but Lord Hokage has summoned you for an urgent mission. Please accompany me, Kakashi stated with an unusually grave tone. The expression beneath his mask remained obscured, yet the seriousness in his eyes was unmistakable. Kakashi-sensei, what has occurred? Sakura inquired anxiously, her face reflecting profound concern. The others cast bewildered glances, awaiting clarification. This is not the place for discussion. You will understand once we reach the Hokage's building, Kakashi succinctly replied. Time is of the essence. Please follow me immediately. Minutes later, the group arrived at the Hokage building, hastily entering the office of the Hokage. Tsunade sat behind a large desk, her hands crossed beneath her chin, her delicate features marred by a look of gravity, her brows furrowed. You have arrived just in time, Tsunade stated directly, bypassing pleasantries. I have just received urgent intelligence from Mangekyō. The Kazekage has been captured by the Akatsuki. What? The group was taken aback. The Kazekage has been seized? Voices of disbelief echoed among them. Temari visibly trembled, almost losing her footing, her complexion paling as she anxiously inquired, Lord Hokage, what exactly has transpired? What are the specifics? According to the latest reports, members of the Akatsuki launched a surprise attack on Mangekyō around 11 last night, successfully abducting the 5th Kazekage, Tsunade declared, her fist slamming onto the desk with a resounding thud, fury evident in her voice. Without a doubt, Their target was the one-tailed Shikaku within the Kazekage. Those damn bastards. Temari gritted her teeth, her eyes ablaze with vengeful fire. Cursed Akatsuki. Lord Hokage, I recall that we had already issued warnings to the major ninja villages regarding the Akatsuki. Had we not? Sakura could not help but question, her face etched with confusion. Sunagakure should have strengthened the protection measures for the Kazekage. How could such a calamity occur? Tsunade shook her head, her expression grave. This time, the Akatsuki deployed 4 members to ensure absolute success. Their lineup is unprecedented in its extravagance. Naruto, upon hearing this, shook his head in silent lament, reflecting on the frailty and helplessness of Sunagakure. Nestled in the desert, with a sparse population and scarce resources, it was already the weakest of the 5 great ninja villages. Coupled with the recent deaths of the 3rd and 4th Kazekage, as well as the failed Konoha collapse plan 2.5 years ago, the overall strength of Sunagakure had plummeted to its nadir. Why did Sunagakure choose the youthful Gaara to assume the mantle of Kazekage? On one hand, it was due to his exceptional lineage as the son of the 4th Kazekage, which afforded him an inherent advantage. On the other hand, Sunagakure found itself lacking capable successors and had no choice but to place its hopes on this young Jinchuriki to shoulder the weight of leadership. The village's strength was so feeble that, despite any fortification efforts, it could only pale in comparison to the elite members of the Akatsuki, left utterly defenseless. Lord Hokage, I implore you to lend your assistance. Temari pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation, tears glimmering in her eyes. Sunagakure is a vital ally of Konoha. We cannot remain idle. Tsunade immediately issued a battle order, her tone resolute and commanding. Kakashi, you will lead the original members of Team 7. Shikamaru, take the former members of Team 10 and set off for Sunagakure at once, ensuring the Kazekage's safe return. Understood. Kakashi and Shikamaru responded in unison. Seeing that his own Team 8 had been seemingly overlooked, Kiba eagerly volunteered, Lord Hokage, allow us from Team 8 to join as well. We have just returned from a mission and are ready to lend our support. Hinata and Shino also expressed their willingness to participate in the rescue operation. Very well. Then you shall accompany us. The golden-haired Hokage consented after a moment as contemplation. You will temporarily integrate into Team 7, under Kakashi's unified command. Yes, the 3 affirmed in chorus, their eyes sparkling with determination. Upon receiving the orders, Naruto immediately employed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting the group instantaneously to the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Over the past 2 years, Naruto had dispatched shadow clones across the globe to leave markers for the Flying Thunder God technique. His initial grand ambition was to spread this technique throughout the entirety of the shinobi world within 3 years, establishing a global teleportation network. However, it became evident that this plan was overly idealistic. The expanse of the shinobi world was too vast, and even after nearly 3 years, he had only managed to establish markers within the Land of Fire and its neighboring small nations. The territories of the great nations such as the Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, Land of Wind, and Land of Water had yet to be comprehensively marked. Incredible. We have traversed over 1,000 kilometers in an instant. The group marveled, astonished by the experience. This sensation is truly surreal. Naruto, your abilities have grown immensely. His companions expressed their heartfelt admiration, their eyes filled with respect. Well done, Naruto. Kakashi nodded approvingly, but soon resumed a serious demeanor. We still have a long journey ahead. Everyone must stay together and maintain formation. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. The group responded in unison. They immediately set off towards Sunagakure, racing forward with all their might. After a while, noticing the sluggish pace of his companions, Naruto furrowed his brow and paused. At this rate, we are moving too slowly. Allow me to assist you. It will greatly enhance our efficiency. The golden-haired youth stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Accompanied by a resounding roar, a colossal earthen dragon erupted from the ground, vivid and imposing. Naruto swiftly applied the technique of super lightweight earth, causing the dragon's weight to diminish dramatically, rendering it as light as a feather. He then effortlessly wrapped his arms around Hinata's slender waist and leaped onto the dragon's head, standing there with poise. Everyone hop on. Hold tight. Naruto beckoned to the others. One by one, they ascended onto the majestic earthen dragon, securing their positions as per Kakashi's guidance. Are we all settled? Then let us depart. The golden-haired youth snapped his fingers, and the dragon soared into the sky, racing towards Mangekyō at an astonishing speed. The earthen dragon resembled a streak of light, its velocity breathtaking, as the scenery on either side blurred into indistinct phantoms, rapidly receding behind them. We are truly flying. This is absolutely incredible. The group erupted in exhilaration. So fast. Naruto, you are truly remarkable. His companions marveled. Naruto, I can't believe it's been 2.5 years since I last saw you in action. Your strength has grown immensely. Kakashi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Speaking of which, I am indeed curious. Just how powerful have you become? They all turned their gaze towards the golden-haired youth, their eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. Since the conclusion of the Konoha collapse plan, Naruto had seldom undertaken missions and had rarely showcased his abilities in public. For 2.5 years, no one knew the extent of his growth or the heights he had reached. Yet, with his remarkable talent and relentless dedication, everyone believed his prowess had undoubtedly ascended. Though the specifics remained a mystery, if all goes as expected, we may soon confront the Akatsuki organization directly. You shall witness it then, the golden-haired youth replied enigmatically, a confident glint in his eyes. Hearing you say that, I find myself even more eager to encounter the Akatsuki. Shikamaru expressed, rarely displaying such excitement. Under Naruto's command, the earthen dragon soared like a supersonic aircraft, racing towards Mangekyō with astonishing speed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group finally reached their destination. Nestled within the vast desert, Mangekyō was encircled by imposing earthen walls, with only a narrow passageway connecting it to the outside world. Upon arriving at the entrance of the passage, they discovered that Mangekyō had entered a heightened state of alert, with defenses meticulously arranged. Clearly, the abduction of the Kazekage had instilled a sense of urgency and alarm throughout the village. Temari, you have finally returned. The Tsunajonin, Maki, approached hastily, his face etched with anxiety. Thank you, Konoha ninjas, for your timely support for Mangekyō. Maki expressed his gratitude as he looked at the Konoha ninjas, his expression transforming to one of sheer joy upon recognizing Naruto. Konoha has actually dispatched the legendary Naruto Uzumaki. Now Gaara has hope. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Maki, Kakashi, the captain, urged, diving straight into the matter at hand. Aware of the urgency to rescue the Kazekage, Maki recounted the events in detail without delay. According to his account, four members of the Akatsuki organization had launched a surprise attack on Mangekyō the previous night, engaging in a fierce battle with Gaara and ultimately managing to abduct him, thereafter vanishing without a trace. From the intelligence provided by Maki, Naruto surmised the identities of the four assailants: the puppet master Sasori, the explosive artist Deidara, the obsessive brother Itachi Uchiha, and the one known as the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, Kisame Hoshigaki. The involvement of both Itachi and Kisame added an intriguing layer to the situation, sparking a glimmer of anticipation in Naruto's eyes. Following Kakashi's instructions, the team hurried to Gaara's residence to search for clothing imbued with his scent. Kakashi promptly employed a summoning technique, calling forth his loyal Ninken. Pakken, remember Gaara's scent and initiate the search immediately, the silver-haired Jonin commanded solemnly. Understood, Kakashi, Pakken replied, determination shining in his eyes. Pakken, take this, Naruto said, handing over 8 specially crafted kunai, which were to be hung around the necks of the Ninken. Once you locate Gaara, wait in place and do not act recklessly. I will teleport directly to join you. These kunai are marked with the Flying Thunder God technique, aren't they? Pakken perceptively inquired. Indeed, the golden-haired youth affirmed with a nod. Understood. We await good news. Pakken promised, and then the Ninken dispersed, vanishing into the vast desert. The group remained in Mangekyō, quietly preparing for their impending departure. Approximately 4 hours later, Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, sensing that Pakken's chakra fluctuations had ceased their movement. Everyone, we have news, the blonde youth exclaimed, excitement flickering in his gaze. Let us proceed at once. Naruto immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique, leading the group in a swift teleportation to the location where Pakken had detected the enemy's trail. Gaara's scent disappears here, Pakken stated, pointing toward a cave ahead, a note of gravity in his tone. As expected, this was the place, Naruto thought, gazing intently at the cave and the massive boulder blocking its entrance, his conviction unwavering. This scene felt eerily familiar, mirroring a memory etched in his mind. I shall shatter this boulder. CHG volunteered, already forming hand seals. Expansion Jutsu. Human bullet tank. With a resounding crash, CHG's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal, whirling sphere of flesh that hurtled toward the stone with astonishing momentum. To their surprise, the surface of the boulder rippled with a peculiar wave, instantly rebuffing CHG with great force. Is this some form of defensive barrier? The group exchanged astonished glances. Chapter 23, Susanoo, Third Form. Before them lay 5 seals, and Kakashi's brow furrowed in concentration. His tone was grave. These seals, crafted from 5 unique forbidden symbols, could only be undone if all 5 were simultaneously torn asunder. The notion of such a tedious task left the group exchanging glances. This is rather cumbersome, isn't it? Ino remarked impatiently. Yet, Naruto, with a confident smile gracing his lips and a glint of danger in his eyes, interjected, it need not be so complicated. Sometimes, the most straightforward approach is the most effective one, brute force. The group's intrigue peaked. Naruto, do you have a plan? Let us give it a try. The golden-haired youth declared, stretching his neck before advancing toward the water's surface with a fierce determination in his gaze. 8th Gate of Death, open. With a resounding explosion, Naruto's forehead bulged with veins, and a surge of blue steam erupted from his entire being. The steam whirled about, creating a tempest of air that swept in all directions, displacing the lake's waters and revealing the muddy bottom beneath. The 8th Gate of Death. Kakashi gasped, taken aback. Has Naruto truly mastered it to this extent? Is it difficult to reach the 8th gate, Kakashi-sensei? Ino inquired eagerly. Difficult? To say the least. Kakashi replied, incredulously. The first 5 gates are relatively attainable for those with talent in taijutsu, often mastered in a year or so. However, the trials become exponentially grueling from the 6th gate onward, demanding years, if not decades, of relentless training. Your teacher, Guy, took a full 8 years just to progress from the 6th to the 7th. 8 years? That is astonishing. And Naruto achieved it in merely 2.5? He truly is a prodigy. With a powerful leap, Naruto propelled himself from the lake's surface, rocketing forth like a cannonball. His velocity was astounding, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, igniting flames from the friction as if he were a falling meteor. Break, he commanded. With a thunderous impact, Naruto's fist collided with the massive stone. The resulting cacophony shattered the protective barrier enveloping the colossal rock, reducing the boulder that obstructed the cave entrance to dust. The cave gaped open. After releasing the 8th gate, Naruto took a couple of heavy breaths and strode into the cave as if nothing had transpired, showing no signs of discomfort from his earlier exertion. We should follow. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances before hastily pursuing him. Upon entering the cave, they found themselves awestruck by the sight before them. There stood a colossal sculpture resembling a humanoid form made of withered wood. This figure bore 9 eyes, with 10 protruding pillars sprouting from its back. Its 10 fingers were raised, and perched atop each was a colorful, ethereal figure. However, not all were mere illusions. 4 of the fingers supported 4 real individuals, a stooped figure, a young man with yellow hair, a young man with black hair, and one with a shark-like face. At this very moment, both the phantoms and the 4 real individuals turned their gazes towards Naruto and his companions. Undoubtedly, they were members of the Akatsuki organization. They have discovered us. The speed of these Konoha ninjas is astonishing. It must be the flying thunder god technique. This has become somewhat troublesome. The members of Akatsuki frowned as they observed Naruto and the others. Who are they? Choji swallowed hard. Dressed in black cloaks adorned with red cloud patterns. Who else could they be but the Akatsuki? Naruto stated calmly, Akatsuki? So, they are all members of the Akatsuki? 1, 2, 3. There are a total of 9. There are 9 Akatsuki members here. Good heavens. They are all S-rank renegades. Can we possibly contend with them? Kakashi shouted, everyone, stay vigilant. We may have entered the secret stronghold of the Akatsuki. Without Kakashi's reminder, everyone became acutely aware of the situation, their bodies tensing as if facing a formidable enemy. Gaara. Chio suddenly cried out. Everyone hurriedly turned to see Gaara ensnared by a blue chakra dragon, suspended in midair. At this moment, a continuous stream of red chakra was being drawn from Gaara's body, coursing through the blue dragon and into the mouth of the outer path golem. Damn it, they are extracting the tailed beast. Chio exclaimed, we must stop them immediately. If Shikaku is completely extracted, Gaara will undoubtedly perish. Extracting the tailed beast? The group trembled in shock. Release the Kazekage. Kakashi bellowed. Annoying flies. Pain of the Deva path stated coldly. Sealing a tailed beast is most perilous in such circumstances. Who would have anticipated encountering such a complication while sealing the first tailed beast? Truly vexing. Scorpion's voice was hoarse, his expression unreadable. That guy is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I did not expect him to deliver himself right to us. Hoshigaki Kisame's gaze was fixed on Naruto. Which one is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Deidara inquired repeatedly. The one with the blonde hair. Kisame chuckled. Swiftly, the Akatsuki members turned their attention to Naruto. You are the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? We did not seek you out. You have come to us instead. Pain of the Deva path stated coldly, since you have arrived. Do not leave. We shall seal you as well. Scorpion, Deidara, Kisame, Itachi, who among you will capture the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? This long-distance sealing of a tailed beast is exceedingly troublesome and requires 3 days without interruption. Aside from Scorpion, Deidara, Itachi, and Kisame, the rest were mere projections. I will go. Deidara grinned. Having just dealt with the one-tailed Jinchuriki, I have yet to have my fill of fun. Since the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has delivered himself, I would not mind letting him experience the allure of art. Kisame chuckled. Deidara, that kid is not easy to handle. You better be cautious. The previous battle had left a profound impression on Kisame, and the memory still sent shivers down his spine. Kisame, I am not like you. Deidara scoffed. An artist who does not actively seek thrills will find their emotions dulled. Haha. Kisame refrained from saying more. Deidara leapt from the finger of the outer path statue, a smile gracing his lips as he looked towards Naruto. As the host of the Nine Tails, your fate shall be determined by my art. You should consider yourself fortunate. Naruto replied with a calm smile. I am Naruto, the rogue ninja from IWA, codenamed Sarayu, proficient in explosive clay ninjutsu. Deidara's eyes widened in surprise. You little brat. Know of me? Has my name truly spread throughout the ninja world? The other members of Akatsuki exchanged puzzled glances at Naruto. Not at all. While you consider yourself an artist, your fame does not resonate widely. I am the only one who recognizes you. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Actually, it's not just you. I am well acquainted with everyone present. You certainly boast a grand air, child. Haiden could not resist mocking. I will remember your face. If you survive today, I shall ensure your demise, so you may face divine retribution. Naruto turned his gaze towards Haiden. Haiden, codename 3, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, devoted to the cult of the evil deity. Specializing in taijutsu, he possesses the ability of immortality, remaining unharmed even if his head is severed. He mainly curses his opponents with their own blood, ensuring they bear the same injuries he does. Immortal? Surviving decapitation? Is this fellow a monster? Kakashi and the others gazed at Haiden in shock. Haiden's mouth fell agape in astonishment, staring at Naruto. You, little brat, know so much about me? The other members of Akatsuki fixated their attention on Naruto. While it was conceivable that Naruto had unintentionally acquired information about Deidara, the precise knowledge he exhibited regarding Haiden was rather unnerving. Could it be true, as he claimed, that he was thoroughly familiar with all members of Akatsuki? To confirm this, Kakuzu spoke up. Do you know me, child? The members of Akatsuki immediately turned their gazes towards Naruto. Kakuzu. Naruto smiled and replied, codename North, a rogue ninja from Takigakure, possessing the secret technique of Earth Grudge Fear. Through this technique, you can seize another's heart and extend your life by replacing it. You are from the era of the first Hokage, now aged 91, and once attempted to assassinate the first Hokage from 800 miles away with a shuriken, only to betray your village after failing. From the era of the first Hokage, this fellow can extend his life by replacing his heart. Is he even human? The members of Akatsuki were left in disbelief. Kakashi and the others felt a sense of numbness enveloping them. Even Kakuzu, who had lived for far too long and was known for his stoic demeanor, found it hard to maintain his composure, as this child seemed to possess an intimate understanding of him. Who exactly are you? Kakuzu demanded in a low voice. Nagato, Konan, and the others fixated their gazes on Naruto, a chill creeping into their hearts. They no longer doubted Naruto's words. He truly understood them. This revelation left Pain and the others in a state of bewilderment, for they had believed their actions were shrouded in secrecy, only to find themselves laid bare by Naruto's insight. I am who I am, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied with a gentle smile, his gaze sweeping over the members of Akatsuki before finally resting upon Nagato. The Rinnegan. Ah, at last, I behold the legendary Rinnegan, albeit a counterfeit. Host of the Nine Tails. Pain gazed intently at Naruto. Are you familiar with me? Of course. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. Let's just say, for the sake of your dignity, I'll continue to call you Pain. How does he know my name? A chill ran through Pain. Pain. There's a question I've long wished to pose to you, Naruto said with a smile directed at Nagato. Speak, Nagato replied coldly. You belong to the Uzumaki clan. As do I. Why have you awakened the Rinnegan while I have not? Is there some secret you could impart to me? Naruto inquired, his smile unwavering. Because I am a god, while you are a mere mortal, Nagato declared with a voice of authority. How could a trivial mortal ever hope to stand alongside a deity? Though his expression remained stern and aloof, turmoil surged within Nagato, churning like a tempest. The Uzumaki clan. This individual is aware of my lineage. He realized that Naruto had uncovered his identity, recognizing him as Nagato. A god? Naruto chuckled, shaking his head. Nagato's countenance darkened. You, insignificant mortal, dare to blaspheme against the great deity. You are beyond saving, suffering from a terminal case of adolescent delusions. Naruto retorted, shaking his head. Let me ask you this. If you claim to be a god, do you believe you are immortal? Gods are eternal and indestructible, Nagato proclaimed with authority. Indestructible? Naruto scoffed. Then let me pose another question. If gods are indeed eternal, why did the Sage of Six Paths perish? Nagato fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. He had always viewed himself as divine, solely because he possessed eyes identical to those of the Sage of Six Paths. By his reasoning, if he was a god, then the sage must also be a god, yet the sage had died. If gods can die, it suggests they are not divine at all, but rather akin to us, mere insects, mortals. Am I not correct? Naruto stated calmly. Nagato found himself unable to refute the claim. Since you are not a god, why do you persist in this charade? Naruto replied with disdain. Pain, your true form is on the brink of collapse due to the burden of the Rinnegan. Is it not? Boom. This statement struck like a heavy hammer, resonating deeply within Nagato and Konan, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. The Rinnegan is indeed formidable. This cannot be disputed. However, the strain it places on the body is immense. As Naruto suggested, Nagato was indeed nearing the brink of destruction. He was not only emaciated but also riddled with tubes, surviving solely through the infusion of nutrients. Yet this secret was known only to the two of them within the Akatsuki. The others were oblivious. How could Naruto possibly know? The leader was deteriorating due to the Rinnegan? The other members of the Akatsuki exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively looking towards Nagato, their eyes filled with astonishment. This was information they had never been privy to. Throughout the millennia of the Uzumaki clan's history, there had never been a precedent for anyone awakening the Rinnegan. Naruto turned to Nagato. Pain, why do you consider yourself to be the exceptional one? What exactly are you trying to convey? Nagato replied coldly. Naruto smiled slightly, gesturing towards Kakashi beside him. My teacher, Kakashi, has transplanted the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, yet he lacks the Uchiha bloodline. Thus, the inability to wield the Sharingan with finesse has resulted in a relentless drain on his chakra. Over the years, this singular Sharingan has imposed an immense burden upon teacher Kakashi. At this juncture, Naruto, with a smirk that bordered on mockery, gazed at Pain and queried whether he had ever contemplated that his Rinnegan might not be authentic, but rather an implanted gift from another. Nonsense, retorted the cold demeanor of Pain, the embodiment of the Deva path. I am the destined heir to the power of the Sage of Six Paths, a divine being tasked with ushering peace to this world, alleviating suffering, and rescuing humanity from the abyss of despair. Surrender the Nine Tails willingly, and contribute to the tranquility of this realm. Having indulged in his own toxic rhetoric for far too long, even he had begun to believe it. Naruto could not suppress a shake of his head, muttering, hopeless. Deidara, apprehend him. With an icy glare, Pain declared, and know that none here shall leave alive today. Naruto was prepared to unearth the secrets of the Akatsuki. Kakashi and the other onlookers could not be permitted to survive. Leave that to me. Deidara chuckled sinisterly. You've provoked my artistic sensibilities, and now you shall face the consequences. Deidara plunged his hand into his pocket, and his palm began to voraciously consume the clay within. Moments later, he waved his hand, releasing a swarm of tiny clay spiders that scuttled toward Naruto and his companions. What is this? Everyone, be cautious. Kakashi and the others tensed at the sight. Little brat, behold the might of my art. Deidara cackled. Under previous circumstances, His command would have triggered an immediate explosion among the clay spiders. Yet this time, nothing transpired. Deidara, perplexed, peered at the ground, astonished to see the myriad of white clay spiders transformed into vivid crimson crystal spiders. What on earth is happening? Deidara grasped one of the crystal spiders, and, upon a gentle squeeze, it shattered into fragments. Observing the remaining clay spiders, he noticed they too had morphed into striking crimson crystals. What have you done to my clay spiders? Deidara glared at Naruto. In this day and age, who doesn't he possess a bloodline limit? Naruto replied with a nonchalant smile. It would be embarrassing to venture outside without one. Summoning a stone with a wave of his hand, Naruto transformed it into a deep red crystal with a mere grasp. This bloodline limit of mine, I call crystal release, he declared calmly. It allows me to transmute any material in this world into crystal. Crystal release? A bloodline limit of that nature? I've never heard of such a thing. The crowd erupted in astonishment. The members of the Akatsuki stared at Naruto in disbelief, while Kakashi, Hinata, and the others struggled to comprehend. They had never been aware of Naruto awakening such a bloodline limit. When did you awaken this crystal release, Naruto? Kakashi inquired eagerly. A year ago, perhaps. Naruto responded, fully aware that he could not have legitimately awakened the crystal release. It was a prize gained through luck. Over the past 2.5 years, the lengthy duration had indeed yielded numerous valuable rewards. Among them, several bloodline limits, though many were of little worth. Naruto, you have developed the crystal release Kekkei Genkai. Why have you never mentioned it before? Kakashi gazed at Naruto in astonishment. The Kekkei Genkai is distinct from ninjutsu. It cannot be cultivated merely through talent, and developing one is an arduous endeavor. For the past 2 years, I have been diligently training, hardly engaging in battles, and I simply haven't had the opportunity to showcase my abilities. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, speaking with a hint of resignation. You make a compelling argument. I am utterly speechless. Kakashi responded, dumbfounded. The Hokage held a particular fondness for Naruto, who was exempt from missions and other duties, yet still received his salary. Moreover, the 5th Hokage frequently visited Naruto, treating him with more favor than even the retired 3rd Hokage. Indeed, Naruto had not been granted a chance to act. Naruto, you are incredible. Shikamaru raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, to develop a Kekkei Genkai, I am truly at a loss for words. The others echoed his sentiments, marveling at Naruto's achievement. The members of Akatsuki remained silent, equally astonished. At merely 14 years of age, Naruto had independently developed a Kekkei Genkai. I have always said this little brat cannot be allowed to remain, yet you all disregarded my words. Kisame grinned menacingly, do you see? In just over 2 years, he has developed a Kekkei Genkai. If he continues to grow at this rate, he may soon rival the likes of Hashirama Senju. Normally, Kisame's sardonic remarks would elicit retorts. But this time, no one found the words to respond. Deidara, eliminate him. Pain commanded. Leave him to me. Deidara sneered, fixing his gaze on Naruto. So, you think your crystal release is impressive? In the face of my clay artistry, it doesn't even measure up. Enough of this noise. Naruto waved his hand, and a brilliant red light surged forth, enveloping Deidara. With a resounding crack, Deidara was instantly crystallized, transformed into a translucent crystal sculpture, immobile. A profound silence fell over the scene. Both Kakashi and the Akatsuki members stared in stunned silence at the crystallized Deidara. To turn Deidara into crystal with a single move. This was the power of crystal release. It was terrifying. Finally, this ruckus has ceased, Naruto remarked, then turned his attention to the remaining Akatsuki members, calmly stating, who's next? Shall we face off together? The Akatsuki members exchanged glances, remaining silent. Present were Deidara, Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame. With Deidara now crystallized, only Sasori, Itachi, and Kisame remained. The responsibility fell upon the three of them. Who will take the lead? Sasori inquired, looking at Itachi and Kisame. Neither spoke. Itachi was reluctant to fight Naruto, and Kisame harbored a psychological shadow from their last encounter, nearly falling to Naruto's might. Itachi, you go. Pain designated him directly. Drive them out of the cave and buy us some time. Understood. Though reluctant, Itachi knew he had to perform his role. With a sigh, he leaped down from the outer path statue. Naruto Uzumaki, we meet again. Itachi landed gracefully. The lines of age etched deeper into his face than 2 years prior. You have grown more formidable. As time passes, so does strength. Naruto gazed at Itachi and shook his head, remarking, "You seem to have grown more weathered than 2 years ago." Itachi, Uchiha Itachi? Is this the brother of Sasuke? Indeed. He bears a striking resemblance to Sasuke. Kakashi and the others fixed their eyes on Uchiha Itachi. Except for Kakashi, it was the first encounter for the others, who could not help but steal a few more glances. "Naruto, I am aware of your strength. Henceforth I shall unleash my most formidable techniques." Itachi spoke with an indifferent tone, his voice as cold as ever. "I hope you can withstand it." Suddenly, Itachi's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, exuding a sinister and chilling chakra. In the next moment, an eerie orange-red chakra surged forth from him, blazing like flames. Bones began to coalesce, swiftly forming a red skeleton with only its upper body. Veins and muscles appeared in succession, enveloping the crimson skeleton, giving rise to the armor of the Tengu. The Yata mirror and the Totsuka blade manifested as well. It was none other than the third form of Susanoo. "What is this?" Kakashi and the others were left in awe. "This is Susanoo." Itachi's voice resonated from within the Susanoo. Only Uchiha clan members who awaken both Sharingan can master this ultimate ocular technique. "Susanoo? Is this the power of the Uchiha clan? Truly remarkable." Kakashi and the others marveled. As former nobility of Konoha, they were not unfamiliar with the Uchiha clan. However, their understanding of this clan's capabilities was limited, and they had never heard of Susanoo until today. Indeed, it was extraordinary. The members of Akatsuki also cast their eyes upon it, as few among them, aside from Kisame, had witnessed Susanoo before. "Naruto, let me see how much you've progressed compared to 2 years ago," Itachi remarked with a cold expression. "The first Hokage already provided us with the standard answer to deal with Susanoo decades ago." Naruto smiled faintly, as shadows quietly emerged around his eyes, his pupils transforming into a horizontal line. Wood release. Birth of the World Tree. Chapter 24. The Outer Path. Demonic Statue. Suddenly, the ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Countless thick vines and roots burst forth from the earth, growing wildly like dragons, transforming into numerous trees. In the blink of an eye, the already small cave was engulfed by trees and vines, forming a dense forest. Wood release. Kakashi was genuinely astonished this time. His exposed right eye widened in disbelief, filled with shock and horror. Wood release. You have even mastered the first Hokage's wood release. This is wood release. The wood release of the first Hokage. I must be seeing things. It must be an illusion. Wood release was the ultimate ninjutsu employed by the first Hokage to stabilize the chaotic world and establish Konoha. How could Naruto possibly master it? Shikamaru and the others were equally astounded. Having grown up listening to the tales of the Hokages, they were well acquainted with the exploits of the first Hokage. Wood release. As the unparalleled ninjutsu used by the first Hokage to quell chaos had vanished after his passing. From this moment forth, the entirety of Konoha is beyond anyone's grasp. Naruto astonishingly mastered wood release, evoking a sensation akin to myth and legend manifesting in reality. The impact was overwhelming. Wood release. Itachi's perpetually icy visage finally shifted, revealing a rare expression of astonishment. This fellow has actually developed wood release. Itachi found it hard to believe. I knew his talent was exceptional, but I never anticipated he would even master wood release. What an astonishing gift. Fortunately, he is a ninja of Konoha. Thank goodness. Naruto's talent instilled fear in Itachi. The thought of such a formidable ninja emerging from another village was enough to disturb one's slumber. Yet Naruto is a ninja of Konoha, which brought Itachi a sense of relief. Silence enveloped the Akatsuki members. Even the notoriously loquacious Haiden was rendered speechless. This little brat. Kakuzu trembled all over. He has actually mastered the wood release of the first Hokage. This child's talent is truly terrifying. Itachi, Kisame, and Sasori. Listen, Kakuzu declared. Regardless of the cost, we must eliminate this brat today. We cannot allow him to grow any further. Otherwise, in a few years, we will face another first Hokage. At that point, everything will be over. Is it really that exaggerated? Haiden couldn't help but retort. Even if he becomes like the first Hokage, what difference does it make? Kakuzu, are you truly so frightened by the first Hokage that it haunts you? Foolish ignoramus, shut your foul mouth. You will never comprehend the terror of the first Hokage. Kakuzu shot back. I lived in the same era as the first Hokage. I am well aware of his might. In summary, we cannot allow this brat to continue his growth. Itachi, did you hear that? Pain, the Deva path, spoke coldly. Move quickly, Eliminate Naruto Uzumaki. Lest we nurture a tiger to our detriment. Understood. Itachi replied with a calm demeanor, manipulating his Susanoo to swing the Totsuka blade towards Naruto. With a clap of his hands, Naruto commanded the robust trees to entwine around the Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. The Totsuka blade sliced through like butter, severing numerous vines effortlessly. Yet more vines continued to ensnare him. The Totsuka blade began to struggle, gradually finding it challenging to keep up. An increasing number of vines, coiling like serpents, swiftly bound the Susanoo into a tight cocoon. Itachi commanded the Susanoo to fight against the restraints. Unfortunately, it proved futile. The binding strength of these vines was terrifyingly potent, rendering escape impossible. Stop struggling, Itachi. Naruto chuckled. Your Susanoo is thoroughly restrained by my wood release. Any effort to break free is in vain. This is merely the basic technique of wood release. I have yet to employ the more formidable wood golem, wood dragon, or the divine tree. If I were to unleash my full power, Itachi, you would be unable to withstand it. Itachi fell silent. Kisame, Sasori, lend a hand. Pain issued the command. I truly do not wish to engage in combat. Reluctantly, Kisame leaped to the ground, drawing his sword, Samahata, from his back, saying, Naruto Uzumaki, I apologize. No matter. Let us join forces. Naruto replied with calmness. One more or one less makes no difference. Kisame, not known for his patience, would have exploded in anger had anyone else shown him such disregard. However, these words were spoken by Naruto, and Haiden displayed no anger, merely smiling wryly, being looked down upon by a mere child. Scorpion waved his hand, discarding the black coat that concealed his scorpion-like body, revealing the true form of his puppet, the Hiryu. How could he appear like this? Upon witnessing Scorpion's form, Kakashi and the others were taken aback. That is the Hiryu. The accompanying Chiyo remarked solemnly. It is a type of human puppet. Scorpion's true self is hidden within the Hiryu, so it is a puppet. The group sighed in relief. Step back. Naruto gestured, cautioning. This puppet is laced with deadly poison on all its weapons. Sustaining injuries would be troublesome. Deadly poison? The crowd shuddered. Naruto, what will you do? Hinata could not help but inquire. Rest assured, these fellows cannot harm me. Naruto replied with a slight smile, quickly stepped back. Very well. Hinata nodded. The group promptly retreated from the cave. With everyone gone, Naruto felt unrestrained. Now, it is time for a proper battle. Sage art. Would human technique. Naruto clapped his hands together, and the sage chakra within him surged into the trees, causing them to grow rapidly. Soon, they coalesced into a towering wooden figure, entwined with a wooden dragon. Attack! Naruto joined his hands, and the giant wooden figure swung its fist, striking towards the scorpion of the red sand. Scorpion leaped, hastily evading the wooden giant's assault, which created a deep crater in the ground. Such terrifying power. Scorpion's eyelids twitched. If struck by that punch, my Hiryu would surely be shattered. Whoosh! A chilling sound of slicing air echoed. Scorpion, be careful. Pain urgently warned. Scorpion's heart raced, only to see a thick tail whip through the air like a whip. It was the wooden dragon's attack. Not good. Scorpion was suspended in midair with nowhere to hide, hastily swinging his long tail in an attempt to deflect the dragon's tail. Bang! The dragon's tail crushed the long tail, landing a heavy blow on the Hiryu, which shattered into pieces with a crack. The so-called strongest defensive puppet, the Hiryu, was utterly destroyed by the wooden dragon's tail. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Scorpion's true self managed to escape, watching the wooden dragon from a distance, his eyes filled with rage and astonishment. This is Scorpion's true self? Why is he just a child? Seeing Scorpion's appearance, the members of Akatsuki were equally astonished, having never witnessed his true visage. You insolent little brat. You have damaged my beloved puppet. I shall turn you into a human puppet as compensation. Scorpion's expression remained impassive as he retrieved a summoning scroll from his back, summoning a puppet crafted from the third Kazekage. Thousand Hands Manipulation. Scorpion exclaimed, and the seal on the third Kazekage's left arm instantly summoned thousands of arms. These thousands of arms converged to form a massive serpent-like arm, hurtling towards Naruto. A mere puppet dares to be so audacious before me? Naruto scoffed. The wooden figure grasped the thousands of arms and tore forcefully, bringing the third Kazekage closer. With a powerful punch, he struck. Boom! A sand iron shield materialized in front of the third Kazekage, blocking the wooden giant's assault. The wooden figure possessed tremendous strength, sending the sand iron shield and the third Kazekage flying. Magnet release, sand iron rain. Scorpion exclaimed sharply, as the third Kazekage formed hand seals and conjured waves of sand iron from thin air. This sand iron rapidly coalesced into countless fine needles, shooting towards Naruto with terrifying speed. The sheer number of these needles was overwhelming, densely packed and nearly suffocating the cave with their presence, leaving no room to evade. Yet, in the face of such an onslaught, Naruto showed no inclination to dodge and activated his crystal release. In an instant, all the incoming needles transformed quietly into crystal needles. With a mere thought, Naruto commanded these crystalline projectiles to halt midair, then redirected them towards Scorpion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it! Scorpion hastily maneuvered the third Kazekage to command the sand iron, forming a shield to protect himself. The sound of impact resounded as the crystal, inherently fragile like glass, would typically shatter upon the slightest contact. Logically, the sand iron shield should have effectively blocked the crystal needles. Yet, the reality was starkly different. These crystal needles bore an astonishing penetrating power, easily piercing through the sand iron shield. In an instant, the puppet crafted from the third Kazekage was riddled with countless crystal needles, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. How could this be? A look of astonishment crossed Scorpion's youthful face. The third Kazekage was revered as the mightiest Kazekage precisely because he had developed the magnet release bloodline limit, commanding the sand iron with incredible might. How could a shield forged from sand iron be pierced by something as fragile as glass? What was the reason for this? Naruto, however, was not taken aback. The crystal release, while a standard bloodline limit, was relatively mundane in the hands of someone like Honglian. Yet, when empowered by Sage Mode, its potency magnified exponentially. Penetrating the sand iron shield was entirely reasonable. Perish. Naruto pointed decisively, sending a torrent of crystal needles hurtling towards Scorpion. Sensing the impending doom, Scorpion swiftly produced a second summoning scroll. With a resounding explosion of white mist, hundreds of puppets clad in red robes materialized before Scorpion. Secret technique, 100 machine manipulation. Such a multitude of puppets? The members of Akatsuki were taken aback. Could Scorpion truly control so many puppets simultaneously? Each person possessed merely 2 hands and 10 fingers, theoretically. Managing 10 puppets was already a feat. How could Scorpion summon and control over 100 at once? Witnessing Scorpion unleash such a vast array of puppets left the Akatsuki members in disbelief, while Naruto remained unfazed. Scorpion had long since transformed himself into a puppet, with only the core of regeneration in his chest remaining his own. Each puppet was governed by this core, enabling Scorpion to manipulate a multitude of them at once. It was no exaggeration to say that Scorpion's mastery of the puppet arts was unparalleled, unmatched by any before or after him. Impressive as your puppet skills may be, Naruto smiled. To a true master, puppets are merely toys to pass the time. Is that so? Scorpion, with an impassive expression, declared. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Secret technique, 100 puppet performance. The cacophony of over 100 puppets, wielding various weapons, erupted in eerie caws as they lunged towards Naruto, their ferocity suggesting an intent to tear him into shreds and reduce him to mere pulp. I shall fulfill your desires. Naruto replied with a serene smile, his chest swelling dramatically before he exhaled a billowing cloud of scalding mist. This high-temperature vapor resembled the steam rising from boiling water. Unremarkable in appearance, yet upon contact with the puppets, they dissolved as if struck by a scorching sun upon ice. What? Scorpion exclaimed in astonishment. This is boil release. Kisame gasped, his mouth agape, a bloodline limit formed by the combination of fire and water chakra natures. Boil release allows for the manipulation of the acidity of the high-temperature vapor, capable of melting any substance in existence. Scorpion, be cautious. As a master of water release and a former mist ninja, Kisame possessed some understanding of boil release. The revelation that this young boy had even developed such an advanced technique left him questioning just how many bloodline limits Naruto had mastered. The Akatsuki members fell into a contemplative silence. As elite rogue ninjas, each had once been hailed as a genius within their respective villages, yet in comparison to Naruto, they felt less like prodigies and more akin to fools. Crystal release, wood release, and now boil release. This boy is merely in his teens, yet he has unlocked 3 bloodline limits. I can scarcely fathom the heights he will reach in the future. He may well surpass even Hashirama Senju, the eldest among them. Engel, who had lived the longest and witnessed the most, understood the gravity of Naruto's potential. What a terrifying child, Conan, with a stoic demeanor, remarked. Konoha truly is a cradle of geniuses, consistently producing extraordinary talents each generation. The land of fire, vast and bountiful, with its immense population and comprehensive ninja training system. Pain, with an air of indifference, stated, "It is only natural that there are more talented ninjas than in smaller villages." As the conversation unfolded, Scorpion's 100 puppets had been nearly entirely reduced to acidic sludge upon the ground. Despite his outward calm, his inner fury soared to unprecedented levels. These puppets were his last resort, effortlessly obliterated by Naruto. Unforgivable. You shall perish. Scorpion roared, a steel cable suddenly shooting from his abdomen, hurtling towards Naruto. What meaning does your existence hold? Transformed into something neither human nor ghost. Naruto shook his head. I shall grant you an early release. Boil release, mist technique. He expelled a torrent of corrosive mist that enveloped Scorpion. Empowered by Sage Mode, the scale and potency of the acid mist reached terrifying heights. Scorpion found himself with no avenue of escape, ultimately corroded to nothingness, even his regenerative core utterly dissolved. Scorpion was defeated. The cave fell into an eerie silence. Though the battle between Naruto, Deidara, Itachi, and Scorpion seemed protracted, it had transpired in mere minutes. Deidara was crystallized, Scorpion lay defeated, and only Itachi remained bound by wood release. Though alive, he was rendered immobile. Since its inception, the Akatsuki organization has never found itself in such a dire predicament, suffering unprecedented losses. Now, only you remain, Shark Face. Naruto directed his gaze at Kisame. Do you wish to meet your demise as well? Kisame blinked his beady green eyes, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Naruto-kun, I recognize I am no match for you, yet the leader's orders are not to be defied. My apologies. Kisame, retreat. Devapath Pain interjected suddenly. Itachi, you too shall withdraw. Kisame was taken aback. Pain, are you serious? We are retreating now? The one tail remains unsealed? You are no match for him. Continuing this battle would only lead to futile loss of life. It is wiser to retreat promptly. Devapath Pain observed Naruto. Vortex Naruto. I shall remember you. Next time, I will personally capture you. You are always welcome. Naruto smiled faintly. Just don't forget to bring a gift when you come. I believe your Rinnegan would suffice. Humph. With a cold snort, Devapath Pain dispelled the summoning technique. The outer path golem vanished with a resounding thud. The extraction of the tailed beast was abruptly halted, and Gaara fell heavily to the ground. Conan cast a lingering glance at Naruto before vanishing quietly. Little one, when we meet again, I will surely sever your head and present it to the great evil god. Haiden, cursing under his breath. Didn't he forget to leave a few harsh words before disappearing as well? Kakuzu shot a deep glance at Naruto, then quietly faded away. Farewell, Naruto-san. Kisame sighed in relief and followed suit. Itachi dismissed his Susanoo, his Mangekyō Sharingan reverting to normal eyes. Naruto, it has been a pleasure to encounter a genius ninja like you. Perhaps we shall meet again under different circumstances. A hint of a satisfied smile graced Itachi's lips before he too vanished into the cavern. The once lively cave fell into silence with the departure of the Akatsuki. Naruto shook his head, feeling a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. This group can no longer provide him with the exhilarating battles he craves. The entire encounter felt like a restrained skirmish, devoid of excitement. Perhaps only Nagato could compel me to unleash my true power for a truly exhilarating confrontation. Old man, you were absolutely right. The Nine-Tails voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind. It referred to Nagato awakening the Rinnegan, summoning the Ten-Tailed Shell, and capturing the tailed beasts. Despite having previously trusted Naruto's words, witnessing the Rinnegan and the Ten-Tails vessel firsthand sent shivers down the Nine-Tailed spine. As one of the nine-tailed beasts, it could not overlook the threat posed by those seeking to resurrect the Ten-Tails. The mere thought of being targeted by such individuals made the Nine-Tails feel like a thorn in its side, restless and uneasy. While the world believed the Nine-Tails to be invincible, the strongest tailed beast in the ninja realm, it was acutely aware of its vulnerabilities. Against the likes of the Mangekyō Sharingan and Rinnegan, it felt like a lamb waiting for slaughter. What's the matter? Are you scared? Naruto teased. There is nothing to fear, merely a reluctance to return to the Ten-Tails body. The Nine-Tails replied calmly. Old man, we must prepare ourselves soon. Otherwise, we will be at a disadvantage. I understand. In a flash, Naruto appeared before Gaara, who remained unconscious, oblivious to his fate. He is not dead, is he? Naruto crouched down to check. He will not die? The Nine-Tails softly remarked. The Shikaku within him has only had half extracted. He is far from death. This brought a sense of relief to Naruto. In the original narrative, Gaara, after 3 days of extraction, had his Shikaku completely removed, ultimately leading to his demise. It was only through the life reversal technique employed by Mangekyō that Gaara was saved. However, in this reality, with his guidance, they had hastened their journey and arrived here promptly. Thanks to timely intervention, half of Shikaku remained, and theoretically, Gaara would not perish. Naruto, Kakashi, and the others rushed into the cave. What happened to the Akatsuki? Kakashi inquired, scanning the cave. 2 are dead, and the rest escaped. Naruto replied with a smile. Fortunately, we achieved our goal this time. We saved Gaara. That's wonderful. Naruto, you're incredible. The group sighed in relief, turning their attention to the unconscious Gaara. Is he all right? He's fine. Just unconscious. Naruto assured them. As long as he's fine, that's all that matters. With their worries alleviated, they took a moment to regroup before departing the cave to head towards Sunagakure. Throughout the journey, Naruto became the center of attention. The others surrounded him, bombarding him with questions about wood release and crystal release, to which Naruto responded cheerfully. He had many cards up his sleeve and felt no concern in revealing a few, as it would not affect him adversely. Upon returning to Sunagakure, Gaara was taken to the ninja hospital for medical treatment. Having sustained injuries from his battle with the Akatsuki and the extraction of the tailed beast, he was in critical need of care. As evening approached, Gaara finally awakened and, after understanding the situation, requested to see Naruto. The two met in the hospital room. Naruto, thank you. Gaara expressed his gratitude upon seeing him. In that moment, Gaara's expression was gentle, and the hostility and bloodlust that once marked his demeanor had vanished. It was evident that he had undergone significant transformation over the past 2 years. You're too humble. Naruto replied with a smile. We are both Jinchuriki, sharing the burden of pain. We should be the best of friends. Friends? Gaara paused, then nodded emphatically. Yes, friends. Best friends. Friends. Naruto affirmed. Is Shikaku still all right within you? Shikaku? Gaara hesitated. It should be fine. I can feel its chakra is still quite robust. Can't you communicate amicably with it yet? Naruto asked. During their last encounter, he had advised Gaara to reconcile with Shikaku to become the perfect Jinchuriki. However, it seemed no progress had been made. Gaara shook his head, expressing his frustration. Shikaku's personality is such that it is very resistant to me. Naruto understood. How about this? I will visit your fat cat and have a chat with it. Chat. Gaara was taken aback as he watched Naruto close his eyes. Within the depths of Gaara's mind, in the ceiling space, the plump Shikaku squatted, adorned with purple cursed markings, glaring at Naruto with a hostile demeanor. You little brat, how did you manage to enter here? Shikaku recalled Naruto vividly, having suffered a severe defeat at his hands during their last encounter in the forest surrounding Konoha. Shikaku, long time no see. Naruto surveyed Shikaku from head to toe and noticed that the tailed beast had significantly shrunk, no longer as plump as before. It was evident that a considerable amount of chakra had been siphoned away from it. What do you want, little brat? Shikaku retorted coldly. I am here to save you. Naruto replied with a smile. Do you remember what happened during the day? Were you not terrified? Shikaku fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Though reluctant to admit it, the extraction had indeed frightened it. Under the relentless assault of the outer path golem, it had been thoroughly restrained, lacking even the slightest opportunity to resist. It could only watch helplessly as its chakra was drained away, witnessing its own sealing. That sensation was agonizing, despairing, and terrifying, one it would never forget. What transpired that day was no accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated operation by the Akatsuki. There will be a second time after the first. Today, you were fortunate to be rescued. But what about next time? And the time after that? What are you trying to say? Shikaku glared at Naruto. You must learn to protect yourself. Naruto shook his head. The Jinchuriki and tailed beasts can only unleash their full potential through mutual understanding. If you don't want to feel so powerless during the next capture, then you should cooperate with Gaara. Help him become the perfect Jinchuriki, so that when facing the Akatsuki, you at least have the strength to fight back. Shikaku did not offer a rebuttal. Consider my words carefully. With the wind shadows return and Shikaku still intact, this was undoubtedly monumental news for Sunagakure. To express their gratitude, the higher-ups of Sunagakure prepared a lavish banquet to honor the Leaf Village's reinforcements. During the banquet, led by Chiyo, the higher-ups of Sunagakure conveyed their heartfelt thanks. After the feast, Naruto, unable to sleep, took Hinata on a stroll through Sunagakure. They admired the landscape and savored the local cuisine. They wandered until late into the night. And when fatigue set in, Naruto led Hinata to the city walls of Sunagakure, gazing at the myriad stars above and overlooking the vast desert. A unique emotion welled up within him. Hinata, filled with happiness, nestled against Naruto, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Naruto, thank you. Call me Big Brother. Naruto chuckled. Big Brother. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she whispered. Good girl. Naruto leaned in to kiss her. That night, nothing transpired. At merely 15 years of age, Hinata was still very much a child in Naruto's eyes, having just graduated from junior high. Although Naruto was not a heartless individual, he was not inclined to pursue anything inappropriate with a minor. The following morning, the first thing Naruto did upon waking was to engage in a lottery draw. System. Initiate the lottery. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully drawn Outer Path Golem. What on earth is that? The Outer Path Golem. Chapter 25, Sister Tsunade. You are still too merciful. Naruto immediately came to his senses and quickly opened his attribute panel to review his personal attributes. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Occupation, Ninja. Rank, Jonin. Combat Mode, Perfect Sage Mode. Chakra Attributes, Wind, Lightning, Water, Fire, Earth. Yang, Taijutsu, 8 Gates, Death Gate, Kekkei Genkai, Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi, Wood Release, Crystal Release, Boil Release, Melt Release, Ice Release, Storage Space, 1000 Cubic, Ninjutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Mount My Boku Toad, Outer Path Golem. Did I really draw the Outer Path Golem? Naruto felt a surge of excitement. This is a huge win. What is the Outer Path Golem? It is the vessel of the 10 tails. By sealing the 9-tailed beasts inside, the Outer Path Golem can be restored to its complete form as the 10 tails. What can the complete 10 tails do? The answer is the 10 tails Jinchuriki. By sealing the 10 tails within oneself, one can become a 10 tails Jinchuriki and ascend to the 6 paths level. It can be said that becoming a 10 tails Jinchuriki is the simplest and most common method to break through to the 6 paths level. In the original story, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara achieved this by becoming 10 tails Jinchuriki, stepping into the realm of 6 paths. Naruto drawing the Outer Path Golem signifies that he can follow in the footsteps of Obito and Madara. As long as he captures the 9-tailed beasts and seals them into the Outer Path Golem, he can resurrect the 10 tails. However, there is no rush to embark on this path. Naruto dismissed the idea. Capturing tailed beasts across the entire ninja world is far too troublesome. A lottery is much simpler. Having drawn the Outer Path Golem, he is certain he will also draw the tailed beasts, with every hope of creating his very own 10 tails. Unless absolutely necessary. Naruto does not wish to roam the world like Akatsuki, capturing Jinchuriki. After all, in Kurama's eyes, he is the reincarnation of the Sage of 6 Paths. So he must strive to maintain that image. How is capturing Jinchuriki around the world any different from Akatsuki's actions? First, he should find a place to examine the Outer Path Golem, which should be similar to Nagato's Outer Path Golem, right? With this thought in mind, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly transported himself to the depths of the desert. Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem. Boom. A towering figure of a wooden humanoid statue emerged. Boom. White mist erupted. A tall, humanoid wooden statue suddenly appeared, standing amidst the boundless sea of sand. Its 9 eyes tightly shut. 10 column-like protrusions grew from its shoulders. Indeed, it is the Outer Path Golem. A look of sheer joy spread across Naruto's face. This entity resembled the Outer Path Golem he recalled perfectly. Moreover, it felt as though this Outer Path Golem was an extension of his own limbs. With merely a thought, he could effortlessly control it. Rise. With a flicker of his mind, the previously seated Outer Path Golem stood up, balancing on its 2 legs like a human. Move. Jump. Punch. Naruto experimented with controlling the Outer Path Golem, discovering that it responded to his commands as if it were an extension of himself, perfectly attuned to his will. Furthermore, it possessed the same abilities as the original Outer Path Golem, the Blue Chakra Dragon, the illusion Dragon 9 seals, and the chains that seal tailed beasts. It was identical. Evidently, there was no difference between it and Nagato's authentic outer path golem. Though I lack the Rinnegan, I can control it flawlessly. A gleam sparkled in Naruto's eyes. In theory, only those possessing the Rinnegan can manipulate the outer path golem. This is an unyielding law. Yet, Naruto has managed to control this golem. This is evidently due to the fact that it is an object extracted from the system, allowing Naruto to wield it at will. However, I wonder if the Rinnegan can control my outer path golem? It seems unlikely. I hope it cannot. Naruto shook his head, not wishing for his golem to fall into someone else's hands. With the outer path golem now in his possession, how far could the tailed beasts be? Naruto harbored lofty expectations, envisioning the extraction of the 9 tails and the resurrection of the 10 tails. Unbeknownst to him, the 9 tails within him was already in a state of agitation. Old man, where did you acquire this thing? The 9 tails' body was tense, its limbs rigid, and its fur bristled as if it were a wild beast in a state of alarm. Seeing the 9 tails in such a state, Naruto found it amusing and teasingly asked, "Are you afraid?" "Afraid? How could I not be?" The 9 tails' eyes reflected its fear. "We tailed beasts are immortal and indestructible. Even if we perish, we can eventually be reborn. Yet, if we are consumed by the 10 tails vessel, over time, our consciousness will fade, leading to complete annihilation." Over time, consciousness fades? Naruto was taken aback. What if the duration is short? That would not be the case. The 9 tails shook its head. The dissolution of consciousness requires time. Now it all made sense to Naruto. In the original narrative, the 9-tailed beasts were sealed by Madara, the 10 tails was successfully revived, and subsequently, Kaguya Otsutsuki seized control. Eventually, Naruto and Sasuke defeated Kaguya, allowing the 9-tailed beasts to emerge once more, thriving as they did. Reflecting on it now, it was likely because the sealing duration was too brief, preventing the fading of their consciousness. After all, the 4th Great Ninja War lasted merely 4 days. Old man, where did this thing really come from? The 9 tails couldn't help but inquire. It isn't from that Akatsuki organization, is it? Absolutely not. Naruto had already concocted an explanation. There are 2 10 tails in the world. Hence there are 2 outer path golems and 2 sets of tailed beast chakra. What? 2 10 tails? The 9 tails looked bewildered. Is that true? I haven't read much. So don't fool me, old man. Why would I deceive you? Naruto scoffed. He then proceeded to recount a modified version of Kaguya Otsutsuki's origins, blending truth with fiction. In Naruto's rendition, besides Kaguya Otsutsuki, there existed another Otsutsuki named Ishiki. Each possessed a 10 tails, descending to Earth to cultivate the God Tree and harvest chakra fruits. Eventually, due to a dispute over the chakra fruits, Kaguya and Ishiki clashed, and Ishiki was defeated and killed. Kaguya then monopolized both 10 tails. You know the rest. Naruto continued nonchalantly. I teamed up with Hagoromo to seal Kaguya, and we each received 1 10 tails. I utilized my 10 tails to create the 9 of you, sealing the 10 tails vessel on the moon. Hagoromo took his 10 tails to the moon to guard Kaguya. He too separated the 10 tails chakra into 9 portions, but since he lacked the Rinnegan, Hagoromo could not imbue these 9 portions with a soul, preventing them from forming tailed beasts like you. The 9 tails was greatly astonished. Wow. So that's how it is. Naruto chuckled inwardly. What lies are most easily believed? Undoubtedly, those that are based on fact, half-truths intertwined with deception. Such fabrications are often the most challenging to unravel. After a considerable time, the 9 tails finally composed himself, exclaiming, I never anticipated that Kaguya Otsutsuki had such origins. They are an interstellar race. Naruto elaborated. They traversed the cosmos with the 10 tails, planting divine trees, and harvesting chakra fruits. Furthermore, I have a foreboding sense that it won't be long before the Otsutsuki clan returns to Earth. What should we do then? The 9 tails quivered. Fear not. They won't arrive that soon. Naruto reassured him. Our immediate priority is to summon the 9 portions of 10 tails chakra from the moon. Once I manage to summon them, I can resurrect the 10 tails and become its Jinchuriki. At that point, even if the Otsutsuki clan returns, we will possess the strength to confront them. The 9 tails felt a slight relief. Concluding his idle chatter with the 9 tails, Naruto gazed at the towering outer path statue, suddenly perplexed. How should he transport this object? Once a genuine item is extracted from the system, it cannot be returned. Typically, Naruto would store kunai, scrolls, and shuriken within his storage space. But how could he contain the outer path statue? It simply wouldn't fit. What to do? After much contemplation, Naruto resolved to excavate an underground palace beneath the desert to house the Outer Path statue. This was not particularly difficult. He utilized Earth Release to dig, Wood Release to reinforce, and Shadow Clone Jutsu to expedite the process. In less than half an hour, Naruto had carved out an underground palace over 800 meters deep beneath the desert. Upon entering the subterranean palace, Naruto employed his summoning technique to bring the Outer Path statue into its new abode. Now, you shall remain here, awaiting my good news, he declared. He then created 4 wood clones to guard the area. Unlike regular shadow clones, wood clones not only appear exceedingly lifelike, but can also evade detection even by the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Moreover, their duration and combat prowess far exceed that of typical shadow clones. 4 clones were sufficient to safeguard the Outer Path statue. For added security, Naruto inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto the statue. This way, he could frequently check on the statue to ensure it wasn't stolen. With a swift motion, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique and departed. The group, hosted by Gaara and his siblings, enjoyed breakfast before setting off back to Konohagakure. The return journey was straightforward, as Naruto directly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the Hokage's office. Unlike previous occasions, today's Hokage office, aside from Tsunade, was graced by 4 unexpected guests: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Mito Gate Kurenai, and T. Runkoa. They appeared to have said something to Tsunade that incited her fury, leading to a heated argument within the office. When Naruto and the others suddenly appeared, an immediate silence enveloped the room, as both factions exchanged wide-eyed glances. Tsunade and her companions had not anticipated Naruto's abrupt arrival, while Kakashi and the others were taken aback by Naruto's ability to teleport them directly to the Hokage's office. This was the Hokage's office. Was it a place one could simply invade without regard for decorum? How awkward. Naruto, how did you transport us to the Hokage's office? This is indeed the Hokage's office, Kakashi exclaimed, his forehead creased with annoyance as he shot Naruto a sharp glare. He quickly followed up with an apologetic tone, Hokage-sama, my sincerest apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave immediately. No need for such formalities. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, her keen gaze sweeping over the group. Seeing that everyone was in one piece, she let out a sigh of relief. How did the mission to rescue the Kazekage go? Was he saved? She inquired. The process was somewhat convoluted, but fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Kakashi recounted the details of the rescue operation, concluding with, this mission was a success largely due to Naruto. Had it not been for him, not only would we have failed to retrieve the Kazekage, but we likely would not have returned unscathed ourselves. Well done, Naruto, Tsunade praised enthusiastically. Not only did you successfully rescue the Kazekage, but you also saved Shikaku and thwarted the Akatsuki's sinister plot. You're too kind, Tsunade. It was simply my duty. Naruto replied with a modest smile, though his gaze shifted to the 3rd Hokage and the others, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Tsunade, I couldn't help but overhear your earlier argument. It seemed to revolve around me, didn't it? At the mention of the argument, Tsunade's frustration resurfaced. The Akatsuki's abduction of the Kazekage has had dire consequences. She retorted. The 3rd Hokage and the others believe that, as the Jinchuriki, you require heightened supervision and management. You should not be permitted to leave the village. Not allow me to leave the village? Naruto raised an eyebrow, glancing at the 3 beside the 3rd Hokage. Who are these 3, aside from the 3rd Hokage? I've lived in the village for nearly 15 years and have never crossed paths with them. My apologies. We too have not met. Shikamaru and the others exchanged glances with Danzo and the others. Let me introduce you. The 3rd Hokage interjected with a smile. These 3 are high-ranking officials of Konoha. This is Danzo Shimura, the leader of Root. The other 2 are the Hokage's advisors, Mito Kazuki and Tsukikage Kamachi. They are esteemed elders of our village who have made significant contributions to Konoha. Mito and Tsukikage nodded towards Naruto, while Danzo maintained an expression of indifference. Naruto Uzumaki. As the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, you are a strategic asset to the village. To recklessly leave the village and place yourself in danger is utterly irresponsible. From this day forth, I shall assign Root ninjas to monitor you around the clock, forbidding you to step outside the village. Danzo continued, directing his ire at Tsunade. And you, Princess Tsunade, you are now the Hokage of Konoha, not a gambler lost in the casinos. You cannot allow emotions to dictate your decisions. The interests of Konoha must come first. I understand you hold Naruto in high regard, but you cannot permit him to act recklessly and leave the village at will. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade had never been reprimanded in such a manner before, her frustration manifesting as her temples throbbed and her fists clenched. Danzo, is it? Naruto remarked with a grin. I gather that you are someone who prioritizes the village's interests above all else, even your own life, am I right? Danzo remained impassive, responding steadily. Everything I do is for the village. Ah, how noble for the village. Naruto raised his thumb and inquired. Then let me ask you, where were you when Orochimaru attacked Konoha? Danzo, rendered speechless, faltered. Where was I? Of course, I was securely stationed at the root base, awaiting news of Orochimaru's demise of the third Hokage. Not only that, I commanded my root ninjas to remain idle, forbidding them from intervening against the sound and sand ninjas. Unable to respond, he fell silent. Naruto turned to the third Hokage, then to Tsunade, and finally to Kakashi and the others, pointing at Danzo with a smile. Everyone, take a good look at this man's true colors. This is the face that claims to act for the village. Yet, when Orochimaru conspired with the sound and sand ninjas to assault Konoha, at the most perilous moment, when the third Hokage was besieged by Orochimaru and needed assistance, this man and his root ninjas never showed up. No fighting, no obstruction of the sound or sand ninjas, and certainly no protection for their Hokage. Naruto gazed at Danzo again and remarked, I am somewhat perplexed. Is this man truly acting for the village? Kakashi, Shikamaru, and the others regarded Danzo with skepticism and discontent. They were all witnesses to the village's collapse plan and fully understood the grave danger the village faced at that time. It is not an exaggeration to say that without Naruto, the third Hokage would have perished. Without Naruto, the village could very well have been obliterated. In such perilous circumstances, Danzo and his root ninjas chose to hide. Now, they dare to emerge and proclaim their dedication to the village. Is this truly for the village? Such hypocrisy is utterly revolting. The third Hokage remained silent, quietly smoking his pipe. He was fully aware of Danzo's actions, but chose not to confront him out of respect for an old comrade. Mito Kazuhana and Tsunade also felt a bit awkward, as they understood Danzo's schemes. However, being old friends, they felt it necessary to defend him, not allowing Danzo to lose face in front of the younger generation. Tsunade interjected. Danzo and the root ninjas were not present in the village. They were out on a mission. The old man, truly, could fabricate lies with his eyes wide open. Naruto scoffed. What mission was Danzo undertaking? Is there a record of the mission? A proof of leaving the village? A proof of returning? Can it be presented? Tsunade was rendered speechless. There was no record, and she had merely concocted an excuse. Annoyed, Tsunade retorted, Naruto Uzumaki, this is a matter for the higher-ups. It is not your place to question. Exposed, she was furious, attempting to leverage her position as a senior member of the village. Can you truly intimidate me? Naruto laughed derisively. Self-serving motives are just that. Why disguise them under the pretense of acting for the village? It is utterly revolting. Uzumaki Naruto, Tsunade exclaimed in anger. Silence. Old woman. Naruto's expression turned cold. Considering the third Hokage's esteem, I have already shown you considerable respect. But do not overstep your bounds or presume to intimidate me with your age. I will not be swayed. Tsunade's expression darkened as she pointed at Naruto, stammering in frustration, unable to articulate a single coherent word. And you, Danzo? Naruto turned his gaze toward Danzo, declaring, I have no interest in your sordid affairs, nor do I wish to meddle. However, let me be clear. I am neither Itachi Uchiha nor Shisui Uchiha. I shall go where I please, and no one has the right to interfere. Surveillance? Management? Huh. A dangerous smirk crept across Naruto's lips as he continued. If you dare to send someone to watch me, I'll eliminate one. If you send two, I'll take down both. If you muster the audacity to dispatch all your root ninjas, I will not hesitate to flatten your base and turn your vermin into lifeless corpses. This is insurrection, an outright rebellion. Tsunade shouted, her anger palpable. Naruto Uzumaki, are you attempting to revolt? Silence. The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically as he admonished. Are you still a ninja of Konoha to utter such treasonous words? A ninja, in essence, is merely a tool wielded by the village hierarchy. As such, one must not defy their master's orders nor turn against them. Naruto's declaration was considered an act of profound treachery by the higher-ups of Konoha, tantamount to insurrection and rebellion. For the third Hokage, a ruler. This notion of a blade turning against its master was utterly intolerable. The ninja village is, at its core, a military organization. A violent armed entity where respect for hierarchy and adherence to the law are paramount, and obedience to orders is the ninja's sworn duty. As mere cogs within this structure, ninjas are expected to forsake independent thought and yield to commands without question. Naruto's words were, without a doubt, an egregious affront to the upper echelons. Naruto, cease this at once, Kakashi exclaimed, his heart racing with dread, as he swiftly covered Naruto's mouth, offering an apology to the third Hokage. Lord Third, Naruto, is merely confused. Please do not take his words to heart. I will reprimand him appropriately. Naruto, come with me, Kakashi urged, attempting to lead Naruto away, but Naruto deftly evaded him. Rebellion? Whom am I rebelling against? Naruto chuckled, fixing his gaze upon the third Hokage. Might I inquire, who is the Hokage of Konoha at present? Is it the fifth Hokage, Tsunade Senju? Or perhaps you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Or is it this Danzo Shimura? The third Hokage fell silent. Naruto then turned to Shikamaru, inquiring with a smile, Shikamaru, kindly inform the third who is the Hokage of Konoha now. Of course, it is Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru answered without hesitation. Did you hear that, old man? Naruto directed his attention back to the third Hokage. The Hokage of Konoha is Lady Tsunade, not you, and certainly not this Danzo Shimura, who is too cowardly to even show his face. If he is not the Hokage, then can this truly be called rebellion? The third Hokage was left speechless, opening his mouth as if to respond but faltered. Danzo, after all, is a high-ranking member of the village, the leader of the root, quietly contributing to our cause. Oh, a quiet contributor, you say? Naruto retorted with a cold laugh. Then let me ask you, where was he when Orochimaru attacked Konoha? And where was the root? The third Hokage was rendered utterly speechless. The village was besieged by Orochimaru, while Danzo and the root organization remained indifferent. This is an undeniable truth that cannot be erased. With the village in peril, their passive observation raises the question of the utility of such a root organization and its leadership. Naruto suddenly turned to Tsunade, declaring, Sister Tsunade, I request the disbandment of the root organization and the dismissal of Danzo from his position as its leader, urging him to retire in peace. Naruto. The third Hokage gazed at him incredulously. Mito Gate-en and Tsurugi Koharu also regarded him with astonishment. Kakashi, Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, Kiba, Shino, Sakura, and Choji were left speechless. The disbandment of Root and the removal of Danzo? Such a proposal was unprecedented. Root had existed since the third Hokage's administration, with nearly 40 years of history. To abolish such a long-established institution? Tsunade closed her eyes in contemplation, neither readily agreeing nor outright rejecting, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Naruto, with light comes darkness. The functioning of Konoha relies not only on Danzo, but also on Root. The third Hokage quickly interjected, disbanding Root is out of the question. Should that occur, the village would face grave troubles. Old man, you overestimate him. Naruto scoffed. Konoha can function without anyone, let alone an ineffectual Root. Furthermore, when you were Hokage, you needed Root for unsavory tasks and clandestine dealings. But alas, you are no longer Hokage. The seat is now held by Lady Tsunade. Pointing at Tsunade, he asserted, I believe that under her leadership, Root is unnecessary. Moreover, neither the first nor the second Hokage required Root. The villages of Cloud, Rock, Mist, and Sand also operate without such an organization. Why should we in Konoha have one? Naruto firmly believed that the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan were primarily political struggles. The outcome saw the Konoha elite, led by the third Hokage, triumph over the Uchiha. It was merely a case of victors and vanquished. Notions of right and wrong were irrelevant. Now, Naruto's proposal to disband Root echoed this sentiment. The old retainers left by the third Hokage had become obstructive, severely hindering the new Hokage's governance. Thus, they must be eradicated. This too is a form of political struggle. The third Hokage attempted to speak further, but Naruto cut him off with a fierce shout. Old man, recognize your position. You are no longer Hokage. The third Hokage opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. Very well. Let you all pursue your folly. In that moment, he appeared to age decades, his spine bending slightly. Did you see that, Hizashi? At this juncture, Danzo, who had been mostly silent, finally spoke. This is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails you have nurtured. Unruly, unmanageable, devoid of respect for law, defying authority, and engaging in treasonous behavior. If left unchecked, he will surely bring catastrophic consequences to the village. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone unhurried, steady as a seasoned veteran. While he is still unsteady, we must join forces to suppress him and then hand him over to me for control using the Kotoamatsu Tsukumi. Kotoamatsu Tsukumi? Tsunade's eyes flew open in alarm. The existence of the root and the two advisors to the Hokage has indeed become a significant hindrance to Tsunade. Out of respect for the contributions made to the village by the third Hokage and his cohort, Tsunade has refrained from openly confronting them. However, upon hearing that Danzo intends to use the forbidden jutsu to control Naruto, Tsunade's fury erupted. Danzo, in the name of the Hokage, I hereby revoke your position as the leader of Root, effective immediately. Furthermore, I will disband Root, effective immediately. Lady Tsunade, Shizune urgently interjected. You cannot. Tsunade abruptly rose, slamming her palm onto the desk, shattering it into splinters. Listen, she exclaimed, grabbing Shizune by the collar and lifting her off the ground, shouting, I am the Hokage. I am the leader of this village. My commands embody the will of the village itself, and anyone who dares to defy them is a traitor. Shizune, taken aback, turned pale. Clap, clap, clap. Naruto immediately applauded, exclaiming, now that's the Hokage I know. That's my sister Tsunade. Humph. Tsunade pushed Shizune aside and shot a threatening glare at Danzo, saying, have you understood my orders? Shortly, I will dispatch Anbu to oversee and execute the disbandment of Root. Naruto. She turned to him. I temporarily appoint you as the head of Anbu, responsible for supervising the disbandment of Root. Anyone who dares to oppose this will be dealt with ruthlessly. Understood. Naruto stood tall, looking at Danzo. Danzo, no, you are no longer the leader of Root. It's inappropriate to call you Lord now. So Danzo, if you please. Danzo ignored Naruto, merely gazing at Tsunade with a calm demeanor. His voice laced with a gentle yet ominous tone. Tsunade, you will ruin the village. With that, he turned and left, leaning on his cane. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage hunched his back and quietly exited the Hokage's office, his silhouette embodying profound solitude and melancholy. The era of Sarutobi Hiruzen had irrevocably ended. Shizune and Mito glanced at each other, then at Tsunade and Naruto, before following suit. Look at the mess you've created. Tsunade glared at Naruto and sank into her chair. Exasperated. You may feel relieved about disbanding Root, but you've left me with this chaotic aftermath. How am I to clean this up? I have faith in your abilities. Sister, handling such matters is but a trifling task for you. Naruto smiled. Humph. Stop with the flattery. Tsunade, fully aware of his attempts to curry favor, nonetheless appreciated the sentiment. What concerns me most is that Danzo will not willingly disband Root, as they are filled with his loyal followers. If he takes any drastic actions, it is the village that will ultimately suffer. Rest assured, sister, the entirety of Konoha is within my perception, including the Root hidden beneath the ground. If Danzo cooperates, that's one thing, but if he dares to act recklessly, it will be his own demise. Let us avoid unnecessary bloodshed, Tsunade admonished. After all, Danzo is a respected elder of the village. If we can spare lives, we should. Sister, you are still too merciful. Naruto shrugged. A new ruler brings new ministers. Now you are the leader of this village. It is high time to eradicate the remnants of the old era, like Danzo, and replace them with your trusted allies. Otherwise, you will forever endure their incessant meddling and restrictions, which is utterly exasperating. Tsunade narrowed her eyes, savoring this sentiment. After a brief moment, she slammed her hand on the table and rose abruptly. Naruto, I entrust you entirely with the matters concerning the Root. I will dispatch the Anbu to assist you shortly. I have but one request. She raised a finger. You must seize Root and Danzo without bloodshed, avoiding any turmoil. Rest assured, Lady Tsunade, everything is well within my control. Naruto replied with a confident smile. Chapter 26. The face of the first Hokage? Is this the first cells? As Naruto and his companions exited the Hokage's office, Kakashi and the others gazed at him with a mix of emotions. Naruto, you just committed a grave taboo, Kakashi admonished. Fortunately, the Hokage is Lady Tsunade, who holds you in high regard. Otherwise, under any other Hokage, who would tolerate your audacity? Kakashi-sensei, as ninjas, it suffices for us to obey the orders of the Hokage. Naruto retorted nonchalantly, dismissing any concerns about the higher-ups. There was something he refrained from expressing, Had the Hokage been someone else, like Shimura Danzo, he would not have swallowed his pride. If necessary, he would instigate a coup, overthrow Danzo, and either assume the position of Hokage himself or support someone loyal to him for the role. After all, he was powerful enough to dictate his own fate. Indeed. Kakashi nodded. The Hokage is the supreme leader of the village, and loyalty to the Hokage is paramount. Naruto, you were astonishingly bold just now. Wow. You almost gave me a heart attack. Seriously. Those individuals are the village's upper echelon, the esteemed elders who have governed Konoha for decades. For years. Who has dared to speak to them in such a manner? Brother Naruto, from now on, you are my brother. I will follow you. Shikamaru and the others surrounded Naruto, looking at him with admiration, excitement, and exhilaration. They had long harbored disdain for those old-timers, yet who would dare question them? Naruto dared, confronting them openly and even removing Danzo from his position. It was truly exhilarating. Nah, it's satisfying, but I must still caution you. Kakashi maintained his composure. Danzo has controlled the route for decades. No one knows the extent of his hidden schemes. Stay vigilant, lest you find yourself in a precarious position. Do not worry, Kakashi-sensei. I do not regard Danzo as a threat. Once they departed from the Hokage building, each went their separate ways. The umbu that Tsunade had assigned to Naruto had already arrived. 16 ninjas, all adorned with animal masks and clad in black attire, embodying the quintessential umbu ensemble. Lord Naruto. 16 members of the umbu suddenly appeared, kneeling before Naruto. Umbu Team 5 reporting for duty. Please give your instructions. The umbu, formerly known as the Special Assassination and Tactical Force, operates under the direct command of the Hokage. Thus they heed only the Hokage's orders. Although Naruto holds the rank of Jonin, he does not possess the authority to command the umbu. However, with Tsunade's orders in effect, the umbu naturally must obey Naruto. Rise. Naruto waved his hand. Follow me to the route base. Yes, Lord Naruto. Accompanied by umbu Team 5, Naruto traversed the passageway, arriving at the subterranean route base. To his surprise, Danzo had been waiting for them, flanked by 17 root ninjas, all poised for action. Naruto halted a few meters from Danzo and remarked, Danzo, judging by your demeanor, are you intending to resort to violence? Danzo squinted, his expression unchanging, embodying an unwavering calm akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a storm. He spoke in a measured tone. You are acting recklessly, sowing chaos and treason. Tsunade is blind and incompetent, willfully indulging your antics, which will ultimately ruin the village. As he spoke, Danzo began to loosen the restraints on his right arm. To protect the village, I must first eliminate you, and then oust Tsunade, restoring clarity to our home. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. For the village? Naruto found it laughable, but dismissed the urge to mock. Danzo frequently invoked the village's name. Indeed, he cared deeply for Konoha's welfare. Yet, his true concern lay in his ambition to ascend to the position of Hokage. Naruto recalled the original storyline, during Pain's invasion when Konoha lay in ruins. Even the root ninjas could not bear it any longer, urging Danzo to step forth and defend the village against the enemy. Their rationale was that if all the villagers perished and the village was destroyed, what significance would there be in becoming Hokage? However, Danzo retorted, with Tsunade, the medical sage, the villagers cannot possibly all perish. If they are not all dead, it matters not. As long as I can become Hokage, that is a necessary sacrifice. Look at that. Is this truly for the village? It is merely a pursuit of the Hokage title. In Danzo's eyes, his ascension to Hokage was paramount, and for that goal, everything could be sacrificed, including the village. Thus, he is a hypocrite, and there is no merit in debating with such a person. Action is the only recourse. Clang. As Danzo freed his right arm from its bindings, the copper cuff clattered to the ground, revealing an arm lined with Sharingan. What? So many Sharingan. How grotesque. How many Uchiha clan members must have been slain? The umbu members behind Naruto were taken aback, their scalps prickling in horror, gasping in disbelief. Despite having anticipated this, witnessing such a multitude of Sharingan in person still nauseated Naruto. All were 3 Tomo Sharingan, each one still whirling, exuding an aura of malevolence. This man is truly deranged. With a flick of his hand, Naruto retrieved a camera from his storage space and tossed it to the umbu ninja. Today, Naruto intended not only to eliminate Danzo, but also to eternally affix him to the pillar of shame. Danzo, Do you not relish using public opinion to undermine your political adversaries? Then let you taste the bitterness of disgrace. Take the picture, Naruto commanded coolly. Yes, sir. The root ninja, unwilling to slacken, swiftly retrieved a pre-prepared camera and began to snap photographs. Danzo, observing this, displayed no change in his expression. Feel free to take pictures. For the stability of the village, all of you must remain here. Everything I do is for the sake of the village. As he spoke, Danzo slowly formed hand seals, methodically completing the sequence before lunging at Naruto. Did he naively believe that activating Izanagi in advance would grant him survival? How foolish. A cold sneer curled within Naruto's heart as his pupils quietly transformed into a single horizontal line. Senjutsu, boil release, skilled mist technique. Naruto unleashed a vast cloud of corrosive mist, swiftly enveloping a large area and colliding directly with Danzo. The acid mist quickly enveloped Danzo, eroding his skin, muscles, and bones. He emitted a piercing scream, only to be reduced to a puddle of acidic fluid, collapsing to the ground. The boil release of Meitarumi could even melt Sasuke's Susanoo, illustrating the terrifying power of this technique. In Sage mode, Naruto's boil release was amplified many-fold, far beyond Danzo's capacity to withstand. To defeat Danzo in a single move? How outrageous. The members of the 5th Division of the Umbu were left astounded, their faces reflecting incredulity. Naruto's strength was not a secret among the Umbu. During the collapse of Konoha's plan, 3 Umbu had observed Naruto's battle against Orochimaru, as well as the 1st and 2nd Hokages. Naruto's reputation had long circulated among the Umbu, who were acutely aware of his might. Yet, knowing was one thing. No one had anticipated that he would be capable of defeating Danzo with a single strike. After all, this was Danzo, a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, the right-hand man of the 3rd Hokage, a shadow-level powerhouse who had led Root for decades. Could such a figure truly be vanquished in one blow? It was simply absurd. Boil release. Danzo's voice resonated. The Umbu ninjas turned towards the sound, discovering Danzo re-emerging, completely unscathed. Not dead. How could this be? Was it a shadow clone? The Umbu ninjas were taken aback. There's no need for such astonishment. He indeed died just now. Naruto stated calmly. Lord Naruto, then how is Danzo alive again? An Umbu member hurriedly inquired. Have you seen the Sharingan on his arm? Naruto gestured towards Danzo's right arm, explaining, the Sharingan possesses an ultimate ocular technique known as Izanagi. Izanagi can transform all unfavorable events occurring within a certain time frame into a dream. For instance, injuries or death can be converted into a dream, allowing one to escape demise. Conversely, advantageous occurrences become reality, such as inflicting severe injuries or killing an enemy. The Umbu members gasped in shock upon hearing this. The Sharingan possessed such a technique? It was utterly unprecedented. How could they possibly contend with that? With so many Sharingan, Danzo could hardly be killed. Now I finally understand why Danzo sought to implant so many Sharingan. Each Sharingan equates to a life. If it were me, I would have to implant them all over my body. What a monster. You actually know of Izanagi. Danzo's expression finally shifted, his narrowed eyes fixed intently on Naruto, a glint of cold light flashing within them. Tuanzo, my understanding of the Sharingan surpasses yours. Moreover, my knowledge of you is far greater as well. Naruto smiled faintly, remarking, you have a total of 10 implanted Sharingan, including the Mangekyō Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui in your right eye. That makes it 11. With each Sharingan utilized, you can activate Izanagi for a duration of 1 minute. In essence, you possess a total of 11 minutes of resurrection time to squander. Am I correct? Naruto gazed at Tuanzo with a cheerful expression. So, do not hesitate. Feel free to unleash your full strength. Perhaps you might even manage to kill me within those 11 minutes? You truly know me well. Tuanzo's tone was somber. Naruto Uzumaki, I have consistently underestimated you. I never imagined that a mere child, yet to fully mature, would possess such knowledge. Tuanzo, believing himself to be shrouded in secrecy, a shadowy ninja who was the very root of Konoha, was taken aback by Naruto's profound understanding of him, leaving him utterly exposed. Indeed, you have underestimated me. Naruto replied with a calm smile. After all, in your eyes, Tuanzo, there exists only the Hokage and political adversaries. How could an inconsequential figure like myself ever capture your attention? I was careless. Tuanzo inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully. Wind release, vacuum wave. A sharp gale erupted from Tuanzo's mouth, tearing through the air and shrieking towards Naruto. The vacuum wave, razor-sharp, could effortlessly rend an enemy in twain. In the face of such an attack, Naruto swiftly planted his feet on the ground and calmly declared, Senjutsu, Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A tremendous quake resonated through the ground as a towering earthen wall rose between Naruto and the Yonbu, effectively blocking the vacuum wave. In an instant, Naruto vanished. The next moment, he appeared behind Tuanzo, kunai in hand, slicing across Tuanzo's throat. Blood sprayed forth as a severed head soared into the air. Impressive. Another instant kill of Tuanzo. No wonder he could suppress Orochimaru, the first and second Hokage. His combat prowess is indeed formidable. That was the Flying Thunder God technique, wasn't it? A typical body flicker technique could never achieve such speed. The Yonbu members marveled once more. You have indeed mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Tuanzo re-emerged from the shadows, stating, Your talent is certainly commendable, but you should not betray the village. It is not I who has betrayed the village, but you. Naruto scoffed. You trample upon the corpses of the Uchiha clan, implant their Sharingan, and integrate the cells of the first Hokage. A person like you deserves to die 1,000 times over. Everything I do is for the village. Tuanzo continued to speak with shameless bravado. Wind release, vacuum sphere. With a flurry, vacuum spheres whistled towards Naruto, akin to bullets from a machine gun, aiming to turn Naruto into Swiss cheese. Naruto vanished quietly. Moments later, Tuanzo's head was severed once more. After a brief interval, Tuanzo revived again. The Flying Thunder God technique is truly troublesome. Its unpredictability is overwhelming. No, this is not the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto shook his head slightly. You old dog are not worthy of forcing me to use the Flying Thunder God technique. Come again. Once more, Naruto vanished. In the next moment, Tuanzong found himself once again in a precarious position. Throughout the ensuing time, Naruto relentlessly pursued Tuanzong, employing a variety of lethal techniques, from kunai strikes to powerful ninjutsu. The disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly evident. When it came to speed, Naruto was elusive, appearing and vanishing at will. In terms of ninjutsu, Naruto's abilities, augmented by Sage Mode, were overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing Tuanzong's skills. After numerous clashes, Tuanzong found himself utterly defenseless. He exhausted every strategy at his disposal, would release, self-imposed cursed seals, and summoning beasts, all to no avail. Tuanzong, you are left with but one remaining Sharingan in your right eye. How do you intend to utilize it? Naruto regarded Tuanzong with a mocking smile. Will it serve as a resurrection token, or will you attempt to use Kodoame Tsukumi against me? Gasping for breath, Tuanzong glared at Naruto with a mix of rage and frustration. Kodoame Tsukumi? After being slain by Naruto for the 4th time, he had already invoked the technique, infiltrating Naruto's mind in an attempt to stealthily alter his will, transforming him into a puppet. Yet, despite the passage of time, it bore no fruit. Why was Kodoame Tsukumi ineffective against you? Tuanzong inquired, breathless. Would you like to know? Naruto smiled slightly. Out of pity for your imminent demise, I shall divulge the answer. With that, he unleashed the Earth Release, Earth Prison technique. Surrounding them was a wall of earth, forming a bowl-shaped barrier that isolated Naruto and Tuanzong. Behold, Tuanzong. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled upward as his eyes underwent a transformation. One eye became a crimson Sharingan, its pupil resembling a 4-pointed pinwheel. Tuanzong trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, the Mangekyō Sharingan. Not merely any Mangekyō Sharingan, but that of Uchiha Shursui. Both eyes. Why? Tuanzong fixed his gaze on Naruto. How do you possess Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan? In that moment, Tuanzong grasped why Kodoame Tsukumi was ineffective against Naruto. He possessed 2 Mangekyō, while Tuanzong had but 1. There was no hope of success. Tuanzong was baffled, unable to fathom how Naruto came to possess Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyō. Was it a clone? Who said I only had Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyō? Naruto scoffed, his eyes transforming once more. This time, his pupils morphed into a triangular shuriken shape. Tuanzong was left speechless. This is Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto smiled and said, Tuanzong, are you envious? Do you desire it? Are you furious? Whether it be Itachi's or Shursui's Mangekyō, they were mere prizes from Naruto's lotteries. Breathing heavily, Tuanzong silently regarded Naruto. After a prolonged moment, he slowly remarked, You truly are a monster. Both eyes are Mangekyō, and you can seamlessly switch between Shursues and Itachis. Such ability is clearly beyond the realm of mere ocular transplantation. It can only be described as monstrous. Very well, it is time to send you on your way, Naruto stated coolly. Given your relentless pursuit of the Sharingan, I shall end your life with it. Amaterasu, with a fierce glare from his right eye. A stream of blood cascaded down. The black flames of Amaterasu ignited upon Danzo's body, beginning to sear his flesh. Naruto Uzumaki, I concede defeat. But do not revel in your triumph. Danzo murmured. You are an even more malevolent and ambitious creature than I. If you are allowed to exist, you will undoubtedly bring catastrophic misfortune to the village in the future. For the sake of the village, let us descend into hell together. As his words faded, a dark curse seal materialized on Danzo's body, and blood gushed forth violently. The sealing mark inscribed upon him expanded into a spherical shape, instantly enveloping everything around. I anticipated this. In an instant, Naruto vanished. Boom. Moments later, the sealing technique concluded, the dust settled, revealing a massive crater in the ground. Danzo lay motionless, lifeless. That old fool is finally dead. Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief. Though Danzo's martial prowess was lacking, he was a scheming ambitionist who thrived in the shadows. Such individuals may not pose a significant threat, yet their incessant meddling could be utterly distasteful. Thankfully, he was at last gone. Naruto collected Danzo's remains. Noting that Shursue's Mangekyō Sharingan still resided within him, it needed to be retrieved. Naruto had no intention of implanting it himself, yet he could offer it to another, such as Kakashi. Kakashi already possessed Obito's Sharingan, which had reached the level of Mangekyō. If he were to receive Shursue's Mangekyō, it would surely be intriguing, provided Kakashi was willing to undergo the transplant. You actually killed Lord Danzo? The root ninjas glared at Naruto, their eyes filled with shock and fury. What? Do you seek vengeance? If so, feel free to come at me. Naruto replied with a sardonic smile, addressing the 17 root ninjas. But let us be honest. I have slain Danzo and liberated you from his cursed seal. You ought to express your gratitude to me, don't you think? The 17 root ninjas remained silent. They were all afflicted by the tongue-cursed seal, rendering them unable to speak of any secrets related to Danzo. With Danzo's demise, the seal lost its potency, granting them a complete release. From this perspective, they indeed should be grateful to Naruto for their liberation. However, Naruto had taken the life of the man to whom they had pledged their loyalty for half a lifetime. The root ninjas were left in a state of confusion. Take them to see the Hokage. Naruto commanded the Umbu members. How to deal with them is for the Hokage to decide. These root ninjas were mere pawns. As long as they did not seek their own demise, Naruto could not be bothered to eliminate them. Yes, Lord Naruto. The Umbu escorted the 17 root ninjas away, leaving the vast root base in desolation. Naruto did not rush to depart. Danzo had operated here for nearly 40 years. Given Danzo's cunning nature, he was likely to have hoarded some valuable items. As Naruto had anticipated, within half an hour, he had scoured the root base, unearthing a plethora of ninjutsu scrolls and forbidden technique scrolls. These scrolls contained not mere ordinary techniques, but exceedingly rare and precious jutsu. A prime example was the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The diamond seal, the four-symbol seal, the corpse demon seal, the contract seal, the tail lock seal, the bagua seal, and many others. All manner of sealing techniques abound. Even for someone as knowledgeable as Naruto, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Did Danzo, that old dog, plunder the treasures of the Uzumaki clan? Where did all these sealing jutsus come from? In addition to sealing techniques, there were numerous forbidden jutsus as well. The multiple shadow clone technique, impure world reincarnation, Izanagi, the 8 gates, the 100 healings technique, and the corpse rebirth, among others. The 100 healings technique, developed by Tsunade, had somehow fallen into the hands of that old schemer Danzo. How outrageous. And the corpse rebirth. This was a reincarnation ninjutsu devised by Orochimaru. The fact that Danzo could acquire it speaks volumes about his capabilities. Take it all. For Naruto, whether it was forbidden jutsu or regular jutsu, learning them posed no significant challenge. Techniques like the 100 healings, corpse rebirth, and impure world reincarnation were worth studying whenever he had the time. Mastering an additional skill only added to his arsenal. While he may not need them now, the future remained uncertain. In any case, the priority was to collect everything. Naruto gathered all the scrolls containing ninjutsu and forbidden jutsu into his storage space. Then continued his search. In this round of scavenging, he uncovered numerous weapons, military supplies, and a jumble of items. He left nothing behind, storing everything in his space. Finally, he arrived at the last room. What could possibly be inside? Pressing against the door, he activated his crystal release, transforming the door into crystal, which shattered with a thunderous crash. As he stepped into the room, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a wall, featuring a grid of petri dishes. Each dish contained a single eye, exuding an eerie crimson hue. They were Sharingan. A wall of Sharingan. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Naruto gasped. In the original storyline, Obito had a secret laboratory where he kept a wall of Sharingan. The resemblance to the current scene was uncanny. Now he comprehended why Danzo treated the Sharingan as if it were a mere resurrection token. Naruto had finally unraveled a mystery. When Danzo fought others, he gave off the impression that he placed no value on the Sharingan. Despite its immense worth, especially after the Uchiha clan's extinction, these eyes had become a rarity. Yet, Danzo treated the Sharingan with such disregard, using them casually as if they were simply tokens of resurrection. Previously, Naruto had deemed Danzo foolish, but now, upon seeing a wall of Sharingan, everything clicked into place. With so many Sharingan at his disposal, it was entirely reasonable for Danzo to utilize them as resurrection tokens. Now, they all belong to me. In the future, when I become Hokage, perhaps I could gather a group of children, or perhaps even clone a batch of offspring possessing the Uchiha bloodline, and transplant these Sharingan into them. It would indeed be a pity to see the Uchiha clan, a family with such a prestigious bloodline limit, vanish like this. During this raid on the route, Naruto truly discovered a wealth of valuable items. Returning to the Hokage building with a heart full of joy, Tsunade, the third Hokage, and two advisors were present. Initially, the third and the advisors had departed, but upon hearing that Naruto had ventured into the route, they hurried back. As long-standing associates of Danzo, they understood his character well. He would not simply surrender. Concerned about the potential for chaos, they returned to the Hokage building to await news. As they had anticipated, Danzo refused to be taken alive, violently resisting until he was ultimately slain by Naruto. The demise of a colleague of several decades left the third Hokage and the two advisors with mixed emotions, sorrow, grief, and anger. Upon Naruto's return to report, the two advisors were reprimanding Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, Naruto greeted with a smile. Swiftly, both advisors turned their attention to him. Naruto Uzumaki, how dare you kill Danzo? Yakushi Kabuto glared at Naruto. Who gave you the audacity to indiscriminately slay a revered elder of the village? You are utterly outrageous. How can you act so recklessly? Are you still a ninja? You have gone too far, Naruto Uzumaki. Mitogate's face was cold. While Danzo's violent resistance was indeed wrong, you cannot take his life. If everyone acted as you do, indiscriminately slaughtering esteemed elders of the village, who would fight for the village in the future. Upon hearing their accusations, Naruto merely smiled and did not retort. Instead, he turned to the third Hokage. What do you have to say, old man? The third exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed deeply. I have known Danzo for 70 years and fought alongside him for over 60. He is competitive, narrow-minded, and selfish, often resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve his goals. Yet, everything he did was for the sake of the village. Even if he was in the wrong, Naruto, you should not have killed him. For the village? Naruto scoffed, revealing Danzo's corpse, along with the secret techniques of various ninja clans and a multitude of Sharingan. The third Hokage and the two advisors exchanged horrified glances at the sight. What is this? So many Sharingan. Could it be the first Hokage's face? Is this the first cells? This is the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. The expressions of the third Hokage and the two advisors changed dramatically. Monster. Chapter 27. Sasuke, Naruto. From where do you possess these Sharingan? Tsunade was utterly enraged. The Uchiha clan was exterminated, and yet you even dare to desecrate their Sharingan. The Uchiha clan, after all, was a prestigious family that founded Konoha, and now, even in death, their eyes are being harvested. This is utterly insane. And the cells of my grandfather. That wretched Danzo secretly transplanted my grandfather's cells. Who assisted him in this? It must be Orochimaru. That old thief Danzo is secretly colluding with the traitor Orochimaru. And these family secrets, if the clans discover that their ancestral techniques have been leaked, it would surely cause an uproar. The third Hokage and the two advisors fell into a profound silence. The Uchiha clan, after all, was a prestigious family that had founded Konoha and made immense contributions to the village. If the villagers were to learn that an entire clan had been exterminated and their Sharingan forcibly extracted, how would they react? The transplantation of the first Hokage's cells was another matter entirely. As the founder of Konoha, the first Hokage was revered almost as a deity in the eyes of the villagers. Many households even maintained altars in his honor, offering prayers day and night. Danzo, as a high-ranking official of the village, had brazenly tampered with the first cells. How could the common folk possibly accept such an affront? While the aforementioned issues could be deemed matters of personal ethics, the collection of the clandestine techniques of various shinobi clans struck at the very foundation of Konoha's governance. Konoha was, in essence, a coalition of multiple shinobi clans. These clans constituted the backbone of Konoha's leadership, holding significant positions across various sectors of the village. It is no exaggeration to assert that the Hokage was elected as the leader by these clans. The Hokage's authority over Konoha was dependent upon the support of these clans. Danzo's clandestine gathering of their secret techniques directly violated the taboos of these shinobi families. Consider this: we risk our lives for Konoha, aiding you, the Hokage, in governing the village, and yet you conspire behind our backs, stealing from us. Who could bear such betrayal? Should this information leak, the clans would unite in fury, and the consequences would be dire. Just how many unsavory deeds has that old man Danzo committed behind our backs? The third Hokage trembled with rage. He dares to collect the secret techniques of various clans. Does he aspire to ascend to the heavens? This matter must not be disclosed under any circumstances. Koharu suggested. I recommend we immediately destroy these scrolls and impose a strict ban on any disclosure of this incident. I concur, Mito Kazuhaya added. This issue is of grave importance. If it is revealed, it could undermine the very foundations of Konoha. I second that. The third Hokage nodded slightly, then turned to Naruto and said, Let this matter rest here. Do not pursue it further. Apologies, third Hokage, Naruto shrugged. I have already informed the heads of each clan on my way to the Hokage building. Naruto would not easily let Danzo escape. Not only did he want him dead, but he also wished to forever brand him on the pillar of shame, turning him into a pariah that everyone would denounce. The third Hokage's expression changed. Naruto, why did you take it upon yourself to inform those clan leaders? Do you realize that your actions could cause great turmoil in the village? In response to the third Hokage's inquiry, Naruto smiled faintly. Third Hokage, some people's consciences have decayed. They are rotten to the core. I believe it is necessary to expose their misdeeds, so everyone can see just how much corruption they have engaged in. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Tsunade called. The office door swung open, and a group entered. Leading them was Shikaka Nara, the head of the Nara clan. Following him were the heads of the other two clans, Inoichi Yamanaka and Chozora Kimichi. The expressions of the three clan leaders were grave, and they wasted no time in addressing the issue. Hokage-sama, I have heard from Naruto that the root leader Danzo has secretly collected the secret techniques of our Inoshikicho trio. Is there any truth to this? The third Hokage opened his mouth, but remained silent, while the two advisors wore expressions of awkwardness and turned their heads away. Indeed, it was true. Tsunade sighed, stating, This is a secret scroll brought out by Naruto from the roots. Take a look. Nara Shikaku, Inuzuka Hana, and Akimichi CHG promptly stepped forward to examine the scroll, their expressions darkening instantly. How dare that scoundrel Danzo commit such acts? Shikaku was furious and turned to the third. Lord Third, were you aware of this matter? The Nara, Akimichi, and Inuzuka clans have long-standing ties with the Sarutobi clan and are staunch supporters of the third Hokage. This is evident from the fact that the third appointed his son Asuma as the teacher for the new generation of the Nara, Akimichi, and Inuzuka clans. Shikaku was eager to ascertain whether the third was aware of Danzo's private collection of the clan's secret teachings. If he was unaware, it could be excused. However, if he was aware, it would be a grave betrayal. The third vehemently denied. Danzo acted behind my back. I had no knowledge of this. Shikaka nodded and addressed Tsunade. Lady Hokage, is there a backup of this secret scroll? If so, please hand it over. We must take it back and destroy it. Family secrets must not be leaked. Tsunade looked towards Naruto. It's all here. Naruto replied nonchalantly. That's good. Shikaku sighed in relief and continued, Lady Hokage, I apologize for the intrusion. We shall take our leave now. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. Shikaku then turned to Naruto. Naruto, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. Do visit our Nara household sometime. We will host you grandly in gratitude for your gallant support. Uncle Shikaku, you are too kind. Naruto smiled. Shikamaru is a good friend, and I could not simply stand by. Shikaku patted Naruto on the shoulder. Shikamaru is fortunate to have a friend like you. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi CHG expressed similar sentiments, enthusiastically inviting Naruto to their homes. Naruto graciously accepted their invitations. A good man is supported by 3 allies, just as a fence requires 3 stakes. No matter how strong Naruto is, the support of these clans is essential for his aspiration to become Hokage. Just like Uchiha Madara, whose strength rivaled that of the first Hokage, but due to his pride, he looked down upon these clans. The result was that even after the first Hokage stepped down, Uchiha Madara could not ascend to the position of Hokage. His arrogance proved to be his downfall. After the 3 departed, the Oil Girl clan, the Inuzuka clan, and Yuhi Kurenai arrived in succession, leading to yet another round of heated discussion. All right, it is time for me to leave. With his objective accomplished, Naruto prepared to depart. Having secured Danzo's body, leave Danzo's body behind. Tsunade exclaimed furiously, you have already tarnished Danzo's reputation. Will you not even spare his corpse? The recent arrivals were all clan heads, and Danzo's disgraceful deeds could not be concealed. It was easy to imagine that before long, the series of scandals orchestrated by Danzo would spread, ultimately leading to widespread condemnation. Not only had Naruto slain Danzo's men, but he had also ensured that Danzo bore the eternal disgrace. Now, would he not spare the body? I have no interest in Danzo's corpse. Naruto replied coolly, however. His right eye, transplanted from Uchiha Shursui, is my trophy, and I have every right to reclaim it. What did you just say? The 3rd Hokage gazed in astonishment at Naruto. Are you saying that Danzo's right eye belonged to Uchiha Shursui? Tsunade and Mito also appeared taken aback. You weren't aware? Naruto replied, surprised. I assumed you knew about Danzo seizing Shursui's eye. Danzo actually took Shursui's Sharingan. Unbelievable. The 3rd let out a bitter smile. I had believed that Shursui had been killed by the Uchiha clan. Never did I suspect that Danzo was the true culprit. Danzo, what else have you been concealing from me? Years prior, when the Uchiha clan was on the verge of rebellion, the 3rd had dispatched Shursui to quell the insurrection. If necessary, he could utilize Kotoame Tsukumi to forcibly alter the will of the Uchiha. With Shursui's dual Mangekyō Sharingan, the likelihood of success was substantial. The most formidable genjutsu is not merely a boast. Regrettably, Shursui perished, extinguishing all hope of averting the rebellion. This led the 3rd to the grave decision of annihilating the Uchiha clan. It can be asserted that had Shursui survived, he possessed the capability to prevent the Uchiha's uprising, thus averting a series of ensuing tragedies. The 3rd had initially believed that Shursui fell victim to the Uchiha clan. He never anticipated that Danzo was responsible. A profound hatred for Danzo welled up within him. While he sought to suppress the Uchiha, he would never have wished for their complete extermination, as it would severely undermine the village's strength. The past is immutable. Lamenting now serves no purpose. Naruto shrugged and turned to leave. This time, Tsunade did not attempt to stop him. She felt too embarrassed to intervene again. Exiting the Hokage building, Naruto made his way directly to Kakashi's home, where he found Kakashi engrossed in a book titled Paradise of Affection. Naruto, have you resolved the matter with Danzo? Kakashi inquired. Indeed. Naruto nodded. From this day forth, there will be no more Danzo. The root has become a relic of the past. Danzo is dead, Kakashi murmured, his expression a mixture of complexity. An ambitious schemer who ultimately met his demise as a traitor. How ironic. Kakashi felt no sympathy for Danzo. His previous attempts to dissuade Naruto stemmed solely from concern for his student. Danzo's fate is of no consequence. Were you injured? Kakashi asked, regarding Naruto with concern. I'm fine. Naruto shrugged. This time, taking down Danzo yielded numerous spoils, including a Mangekyō. Naruto smiled. It's Uchiha Shursui's Mangekyō. Kakashi-sensei, would you like it? Mangekyō Sharingan. Kakashi exclaimed in disbelief. Shursui's Mangekyō Sharingan. Yes. Naruto succinctly recounted how Danzo had taken Shursui's right eye, leading to Shursui's demise. That Danzo truly deserves his fate. Kakashi gritted his teeth. Had it not been for him, the Uchiha clan might have escaped annihilation. Let us not dwell on that old villain. Naruto, not wishing to discuss Danzo further, asked, Kakashi-sensei, do you truly wish to transplant this eye? Perhaps it's best to forego it. Kakashi sighed. The Sharingan I obtained from Obito has already drained a significant amount of my chakra. If I were to acquire another, I fear I would be unable to withstand it. That makes sense. Naruto nodded. Kakashi, after all, is not a member of the Uchiha clan and thus cannot close his Sharingan, leading to a continual drain on his chakra. Given Kakashi's limited chakra reserves, he can barely sustain one Sharingan, should another emerge from the Kakashi lineage. Naruto promptly extracted Danzo's right eye and stored it in a petri dish for safekeeping. He had yet to devise a method for utilizing this eye, so for the time being, he would keep it in reserve for future use. In the following days, Naruto remained at home, diligently honing his skills. As anticipated, the nefarious deeds of Danzo spread like wildfire throughout the village, inciting vehement condemnation from the villagers. Danzo became an object of public scorn, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally reviled and thoroughly disgraced. The villagers, indifferent to Danzo's past contributions to the village, were solely focused on his misdeeds. During these days, Naruto found little fortune in his endeavors, which dampened his spirits, leading him to delve into the study of forbidden techniques. Among these, his greatest intrigue lay with the impure world reincarnation, a technique that had proven exceptionally formidable during the Fourth Great Ninja War. Orochimaru, the practitioner of this technique, had earned the moniker Master of Dream Fulfillment, underscoring the technique's sheer potency. Learning the impure world reincarnation was not particularly arduous. Naruto mastered it with remarkable proficiency in just 2 days. The challenge lay in procuring living sacrifices and the genetic material of the deceased. While living sacrifices could be easily sourced from bandits, outlaws, and rogue ninjas, the acquisition of genetic material from the departed posed a significant dilemma. Grave robbing was necessary. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru had looted countless graves in pursuit of the strongest warriors for his impure world reincarnation. However, Naruto had no interest in grave digging. It was far too unsettling for him. Instead, he conceived an alternative approach involving Orochimaru. The legendary rogue should possess a considerable collection of genetic material from the deceased, making him a viable source. Orochimaru had numerous hideouts, frequently relocating to evade the Akatsuki organization, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Yet, Naruto had a means to locate him. During the previous Konoha collapse plan, Naruto had tactically inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique onto Orochimaru. Thus, finding him would not prove difficult. In an instant, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Vanishing from his home, when he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting, a dimly lit room surrounded by walls of stacked stone, with a solitary candle flickering in the silence. "Who?" a hoarse voice inquired. Naruto turned towards the sound to find Orochimaru glaring at him with cold, slitted eyes. "It's you," Orochimaru exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "How did you find this place? Was it the Flying Thunder God technique?" "Snake Uncle, it's been a while," Naruto remarked, scrutinizing Orochimaru. "After more than 2 years, you seem rather worse for wear." Orochimaru reclined on a bed, his complexion pale, coughing violently, with blood staining his chest. It was evident that he had fallen gravely ill, a consequence of his usage of the impure world reincarnation. The stolen body could only be sustained for 3 years. After that, a new vessel would be required. "What is your true intention?" Orochimaru scrutinized Naruto warily. "I'm here to assist you," Naruto replied. Few could instill trepidation in Orochimaru, but Naruto was undeniably one of them. In the plan for the collapse of Konoha, Naruto left an indelible impression on Orochimaru. More than 2 years have passed, and Orochimaru is convinced that Naruto, with his innate talent, has undoubtedly grown stronger. Now, confronted by Naruto's sudden appearance, Orochimaru instinctively heightened his vigilance. "What brings you here?" Orochimaru inquired, his demeanor cautious. "I am here to assist you," Naruto replied with a smile. "Assist me?" Orochimaru emitted a raspy chuckle. "Pray tell, what assistance can you offer?" "Uncle Snake, is it not the Sharingan you have long coveted?" Naruto continued with a grin. "Coincidentally, I recently acquired a batch of Sharingan. How about I gift you a pair?" Orochimaru paused momentarily, then smiled wickedly. "Do not tell me you pilfered them from Danzo?" Following the massacre of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan had become nearly extinct, and those who possessed it were few. To Orochimaru's knowledge, aside from Sasuke, Itachi, and Kakashi, only Danzo had any remaining. During the Uchiha clan's annihilation, that old dog led the route and scoured the battlefield, unearthing countless Sharingan. Thus, when Naruto mentioned acquiring a batch, Orochimaru's first thought was Danzo. Indeed, Uncle Snake. Naruto admitted openly, just 2 days ago, I eliminated Danzo and disbanded the Root organization. Orochimaru's entire being stiffened. He had merely spoken whimsically, never expecting Naruto to have truly killed Danzo. The realization struck him, Danzo was dead. Orochimaru's expression grew complex. This lurking canine of darkness had met his demise at Naruto's hands. Given this, it seems the Sharingan that Danzo hoarded must now be in your possession. Orochimaru observed. Naruto nodded slightly. As long as you assist me with a small task, I can provide you a pair of Sharingan. No, I harbor little interest in such Sharingan. Orochimaru replied with a sly grin. In the past, I collaborated extensively with Danzo and obtained numerous Sharingan from him. I have conducted experiments on the Sharingan and discovered that once detached from the Uchiha body, their value diminishes significantly. Thus, I am not particularly intrigued by these Sharingan. What I truly desire is an original Sharingan, such as Sasuke's. Naruto understood. Orochimaru had often collaborated with Danzo, making it easy for him to acquire Sharingan. Yet, his preference for Sasuke indicated a clear awareness that the original Sharingan was the most formidable. However, I must say, it is surprising that you seek my assistance. What do you wish for me to help you with? Orochimaru smirked at Naruto. You are the prodigy of Konoha, a leading candidate for the next Hokage. Are you not concerned that collaborating with a rogue ninja like me might tarnish your reputation? That is of no concern to you. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, revealing his true intention. I seek the genetic material of the first and second Hokages. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, then grinned wickedly. Ah, it appears that you, Naruto, also harbor an interest in the reanimation jutsu. Somewhat, Naruto did not deny. Is it truly wise for a genius like you to casually experiment with such a forbidden technique as the reanimation jutsu? Orochimaru chuckled malevolently. In the eyes of the third Hokage, the reanimation jutsu is deemed a sinister art that toys with the souls of our forebears. What if he discovers your intentions to reanimate the first and second Hokages? Such folly. Naruto let out a dismissive laugh, proclaiming, I have always believed that it is only the wicked who possess malevolence, not the jutsu itself. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru felt an immediate kinship with Naruto. Naruto-kun. We are kindred spirits. With a glance at Naruto, he summoned Kabuto, instructing him to bring forth the genetic material of the first and second Hokage. Kabuto, taken aback by Naruto's presence, maintained a rigid posture, exuding an air of caution. Once Naruto received the 2 samples and confirmed their authenticity, he nodded with satisfaction and remarked, Uncle Snake, I shan't intrude any further. I hope that when we meet again, you will still be alive. Indeed. Orochimaru replied with a sly smile. Just as Naruto was about to take his leave, a cold voice pierced the air. Orochimaru, it is time for our training. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared at the doorway, staring at Orochimaru with an icy gaze. Clad in a white kimono and wielding the Kusanagi sword, adorned with a butterfly knot-style cord at the waist, her expression was as frigid as ice. It was none other than Sasuke. Orochimaru held a particular fondness for Sasuke, often personally instructing him in his training and allowing him the privilege of roaming freely within the base, privileges that no one, including Kabuto, could enjoy. Sasuke, look who has arrived. Orochimaru grinned wickedly. Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, shifting his gaze from Orochimaru to Naruto. It's you. Sasuke exclaimed, momentarily stunned. How did you end up here? For the past few years, Sasuke had been under Orochimaru's tutelage, interacting solely with those in Orochimaru's circle. His ties to Konoha had been severed, and he had gradually forgotten his friends from the village. Seeing Naruto again after 2.5 years flooded back long-buried memories, and Sasuke found himself struggling to maintain his composure. It's just a small matter, Naruto replied with a faint smile. Sasuke, it has been nearly 3 years since we last met. How have you been? I am well, exceedingly well, Sasuke replied, his expression devoid of warmth. In these 3 years, I have trained day and night, yearning for the day I can defeat you. Naruto, I had originally intended to seek you out soon, but it appears you have arrived ahead of me. Sasuke harbored 2 obsessions. One, to kill Itachi Uchiha and avenge his family. The other, to surpass Naruto and prove his strength. These twin desires drove Sasuke to train relentlessly. After 3 years of arduous practice, his power had indeed surged tremendously. It seems you have undergone significant changes over these 3 years. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim. Both your physical prowess and chakra reserves have undergone a qualitative transformation. Indeed. Orochimaru interjected with a sinister smile. Under my guidance, Sasuke has undergone a profound metamorphosis. Even you might find it challenging to secure victory against him now. As Sasuke's mentor, Orochimaru had the most authoritative insight into Sasuke's progress, having trained him in various disciplines: swordsmanship, the development of lightning release techniques, further refinement of cursed seals, the study of summoning techniques, and practical combat. None were neglected. While Naruto was undoubtedly a rare talent in ninjutsu, Orochimaru was convinced that a rematch at this juncture would not guarantee victory for Naruto. Naruto, let us engage in battle, Sasuke declared, drawing the Kusanagi sword. His eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. Allow me to witness the extent of your improvement over these past 3 years. After 3 years of arduous training, your strength has surged, leading you to believe in your own capabilities. Naruto smiled faintly. All right, I shall indulge you. Orochimaru's stronghold was situated in a desolate wilderness, and this location was no exception. Surrounded by meadows and barren mountains, Naruto and Sasuke stood facing each other from a distance. Orochimaru, with the support of Kabuto, approached nearby to witness the unfolding battle. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and inquired, Lord Orochimaru, do you believe Sasuke can triumph? It is difficult. Orochimaru slowly shook his head. Naruto has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, placing him in an inherently advantageous position. Furthermore, with his perfect sage mode, it would be exceedingly challenging for Sasuke to claim victory. However, Orochimaru's tone shifted. Yet, Sasuke has flawlessly mastered the cursed seal transformation, physical techniques, and swordsmanship. His lightning techniques have also undergone a qualitative leap since 3 years ago, especially when combined with his Sharingan. It would not be easy for Naruto to defeat him either. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his expression filled with anticipation as he observed the two warriors. Sasuke drew several shuriken and hurled them towards Naruto. In the next instant, a surge of electricity enveloped him, emitting a piercing shriek as he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards Naruto. The Chidori enveloped his entire being. This must be the Chidori stream, right? You've indeed made progress over these 3 years, Sasuke, Naruto remarked with a calm smile, swiftly forming hand seals before unleashing a powerful gust of wind. Wind release. Great kamikaze. With a single breath, Naruto expelled a terrifying vortex of wind that roared towards Sasuke. The Chidori stream surrounding Sasuke was instantly dispersed, and he was hurled through the air, landing several dozen meters away. As always, he displays remarkable intelligence, Orochimaru commented. Wind release counters lightning release, directly propelling Sasuke away and denying him the opportunity for close combat. Kabuto nodded in agreement. However, if this is merely the extent of the attack, it will not suffice to impede Sasuke. As expected, Sasuke's hands crackled with electricity, suddenly transforming into a long spear, striking towards Naruto with blinding speed. Lightning release. Chidori sharp spear. The alteration of Chidori's form. Could it be the Chidori sharp spear? Naruto smiled faintly. Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere. The Vacuum Great Sphere is an enhanced version of the Vacuum Sphere. With a powerful exhale, Naruto unleashed a rocket-like Vacuum Great Sphere that accurately collided with the Chidori sharp spear, once again dissipating the spear into nothingness. Naruto, you truly are formidable, Sasuke remarked coldly. Now, allow me to demonstrate the power of the Uchiha clan. Abruptly, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, his eyes narrowing intensely. Jinjutsu. Fantasy Binding Technique. The Fantasy Binding Technique is one of the unique Jinjutsu abilities of the Sharingan, a form of binding illusion. Those ensnared by this Jinjutsu find themselves immobilized as if pierced by illusory stakes. Seizing the moment Naruto was ensnared, Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, infusing it with lightning chakra. The surface of the Kusanagi sword crackled with electric energy, reverberating with thunder. Lightning release. Chidori blade. Sasuke, resembling a bolt of lightning, traversed the distance in an instant, bringing the Kusanagi sword crashing down upon Naruto. The penetrating power of the Chidori blade is unparalleled, capable of paralyzing foes with a single strike that is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to withstand, especially in the case of Naruto, who, ensnared in a Jinjutsu, finds himself immobile, making it even more difficult for him to resist. Sasuke is confident that this sword will undoubtedly strike Naruto. However, just as the Chidori blade is about to make contact with Naruto's body, A green skeletal hand suddenly materializes before him, grasping the oncoming Chidori. What? Sasuke looks up in astonishment. He sees green flames rising from Naruto, coalescing into a skeletal hand of emerald hue. What is this? Sasuke stares, incredulous, at the green skeletal hand. Naruto, you just said you wanted me to witness the power of the Uchiha clan. Naruto smiles at Sasuke. Perfect. I also wish to show you the might of the Uchiha. As Naruto speaks, bones emerge one after another, forming a green skeleton. This skeletal figure possesses complete arms, a skull, ribs, and shoulder blades, yet only the upper body is present. It manifests in the form of green flames, exuding an aura of chilling cold that pierces to the bone. What is this? Sasuke is rendered speechless. Susanoo? Orochimaru's eyes nearly bulge out in disbelief. It's impossible. This cannot be. How can Naruto possibly wield the unique ocular technique of the Mangekyō Sharingan? Susanoo? Orochimaru hastily glances into Naruto's eyes, only to discover that they too have transformed. Mangekyō Sharingan? Orochimaru stands agape. How could Naruto possess the Mangekyō Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Lord Orochimaru, are you suggesting that Naruto's eyes are the Mangekyō Sharingan? Kabuto exclaims in shock. There's no mistaking it. Those eyes are unmistakable, even if turned to ash. Orochimaru fixates on Naruto's eyes. I cannot fathom why Naruto would possess the Mangekyō Sharingan. Lord Orochimaru, could it be that Naruto has seized the eyes of the Uchiha clan and implanted them in himself? Kabuto speculates. It seems that is the only possibility. Orochimaru replies solemnly. I recall that Danzo had stolen the Mangekyō from Uchiha Shisui. Since Naruto just killed Danzo, it's very likely that his Mangekyō is Shisui's eye. Lord Orochimaru, I do not believe it is an implant. Kabuto adjusts his glasses. An implanted Sharingan cannot be closed normally, like Kakashi from Konoha. Yet Naruto's Sharingan can be opened and closed at will, unlike an implant. Indeed, this is perplexing. What is this? Sasuke gazes in horror at the suddenly appearing green skeleton. Naruto, this is the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, known as Susanoo. Naruto looks down at Sasuke. Only when both eyes of the Mangekyō are activated can one wield such power. The ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke's body stiffens as he realizes Naruto's eyes have changed, taking on the shape of a four-pointed windmill. Those are the Sharingan. Mangekyō Sharingan. Sasuke is bewildered. Naruto, how do you possess the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan? Sasuke feels an overwhelming absurdity, for he, a pure-blooded Uchiha, has yet to awaken the Mangekyō. Naruto unexpectedly awakened his powers, leaving him pondering whom to approach for clarity. Explaining the situation proved to be quite convoluted. With a faint smile, Naruto casually fabricated an excuse. Just consider it a personal awakening. A personal awakening? How could he, not being of the Uchiha clan, possibly awaken the Sharingan? Sasuke exclaimed loudly. Naruto, did you transplant the Sharingan from somewhere? I'll tell you once I win, replied Naruto. Frustrated, Sasuke unleashed his second state, surrounded by crackling black lightning, which surged towards Naruto with blinding speed. In that moment, Sasuke was consumed by an urgent desire to uncover the reason behind Naruto's possession of the Mangekyō Sharingan. He held nothing back. Sasuke's assault was formidable, but alas, Susanoo merely flicked him away with a casual gesture. With a thud, Sasuke crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Yet, oblivious to his predicament, he roared and charged again. Time and again, he was sent flying, 5 or 6 times in succession, before collapsing, utterly spent. The cursed seal quickly receded, his wings retracting, and Sasuke reverted to his human form. Naruto dispelled Susanoo and remarked with a calm smile. So, do you sense the disparity between us now? Sasuke, filled with resentment, demanded. Naruto, tell me, why do you possess the Sharingan? He had contemplated that Naruto's Sharingan might be a transplant, but swiftly dismissed the notion. An outsider transplanting the Sharingan would be unable to deactivate it, as exemplified by Kakashi. Naruto's Sharingan could be activated and deactivated at will, suggesting it was not a transplant. The question arose, from where did Naruto's Mangekyō originate? Obviously, it was a personal awakening. Naruto shrugged. To be honest, I awakened my 3-tomo back when I just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Your great fireball technique was replicated by me using my 3-tomo Sharingan. How did you awaken the Sharingan? Sasuke found it incredulous. You are not one of us from the Uchiha clan. Who knows? Naruto shrugged again. I just awakened it. Chapter 28. Is this the chakra of Ashura? It was said that only the Uchiha clan could awaken the Sharingan, yet Naruto shattered this ironclad rule. Orochimaru and Kabuto approached, with Orochimaru's eyes gleaming with envy, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing a tender lamb, harboring an insatiable curiosity about the secrets that Naruto possessed. He longed to capture Naruto and dissect him for research. However, such ambitions were mere fantasies. Orochimaru well understood that Naruto's strength was beyond his reach. After concluding their conversation, Naruto departed. En route, he encountered a band of outlaws and seized two of them, attempting the reanimation jutsu. Summoning technique, reanimation. Naruto slammed his hand onto the ground, and black cursed markings rapidly spread, enveloping the two bandits in radiant white light. Amid their anguished cries, a cloud of dust swiftly enveloped their forms, ultimately transforming them into the likenesses of the first and second Hokage. Where's this? The first Hokage surveyed his surroundings. Reanimation. The second Hokage's face was etched with fury. Is it once again that fellow Orochimaru who has summoned us from the afterlife? Tobirama, I had warned you against developing such forbidden techniques. Look at the consequences we face now. The first Hokage let out a cold snort, his gaze inevitably falling upon Naruto. Young man, it is a pleasure to see you again. Their previous battle left a profound impression on Hashirama, and he recognized Naruto at first glance. Are we to engage in combat once more? The second Hokage smiled at Naruto. Esteemed Hokage, it is a great honor to meet you both. Naruto replied with a grin. Allow me to clarify. It was not Orochimaru who summoned you, but rather myself. Is it you? The smile on Hashirama's face gradually faded. Young man, have you also begun to dabble in this wicked forbidden technique? Such a statement is erroneous. First Hokage. Ninjutsu is merely ninjutsu, devoid of any inherent evil. Naruto retorted with a wry smile. Just as Orochimaru could wield the reanimation jutsu to obliterate Konoha, I can use it to protect our village, demonstrating that the reanimation jutsu itself is not malevolent. Brother, did you hear that? Your understanding of ninjutsu pales in comparison to that of this young man. The second Hokage, a master of forbidden techniques, readily concurred with Naruto's assertion, while also taking the opportunity to mock Tobirama. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Hashirama scratched his head. The second Hokage smiled faintly. Very well, young man. What is your purpose in summoning us? I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to experiment with the reanimation jutsu. This had been Naruto's initial thought. But upon seeing the first Hokage, he found himself harboring other aspirations. I wish for both of you Hokage to be my mentors and teach me the ways of ninjutsu. Naruto declared with a smile. To think we were summoned merely for the sake of learning ninjutsu. What a peculiar rationale. Hashirama exclaimed. Let us return to Konoha, then. Naruto suggested cheerfully. I imagine you are both quite curious to see how our village has transformed. Returning to Konoha? That is certainly agreeable. Both Hokage's eyes sparkled with interest. Esteemed Hokage, here are some Umbu attire. Please don these disguises. Naruto produced 2 sets of Umbu clothing. Thoughtful of you, young man. As we are but spirits now, it would indeed be inappropriate for us to appear openly in the village. The first and second Hokage donned the Umbu outfits, and Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them back to the village. Upon their arrival, the first and second Hokage surveyed their surroundings with childlike wonder, frequently exclaiming in amazement. The trio meandered through the village until suddenly, an Umbu appeared, kneeling before Naruto. Lord Naruto, the Hokage requests your presence. Understood. The Umbu then departed. Looking for you. Is he? The second Hokage inquired, glancing at Naruto. It is not the third, but the fifth. Naruto replied with a smile. The fifth? Hashirama was taken aback. Has the Hokage line already reached the 5th generation? It seems the village has prospered. Tobirama looked at Naruto with intrigue, asking, young man, who are the 4th and 5th Hokage? The 4th is my father, Minato Namikaze, and the 5th is your granddaughter, Lady Tsunade. Little Tsunade? Hashirama exclaimed, jumping up in astonishment. She has become Hokage? That girl has had a penchant for gambling since childhood. I hope she does not squander all of Konoha's funds. Lady Tsunade is known for her penchant for gambling, yet since assuming the mantle of Hokage, she has not indulged in such vices. Naruto found this amusing. Let us proceed. I shall introduce you to her, as I believe you are eager to meet her. Moments later, the trio arrived at the Hokage's office, where Tsunade was diligently attending to her paperwork. Tsunade-sama, you summoned me? Tsunade lifted her gaze, briefly surveying the first and second Hokages before focusing on Naruto. Naruto, we've received word from the hidden cloud. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki has been captured by the Akatsuki. Those rascals are moving again. Naruto furrowed his brow. 2 years prior, the Akatsuki had failed to capture Shikaku, after which they faded into silence. He never anticipated that they would resume their activities after such a lengthy hiatus. The Jinchuriki from the Hidden Stone has been taken, and other ninja villages are requesting that we share detailed intelligence on the Akatsuki. Tsunade continued. Naruto, you are the most knowledgeable regarding the Akatsuki. I hope you can provide us with information. Absolutely. Naruto would not stand idly by while the Akatsuki sought to capture the tailed beasts. He intended to create as much chaos as possible to hinder their efforts. Subsequently, he divulged comprehensive details about the Akatsuki members, Kisame, Itachi, Kakuzu, Haiden, Konan, Zetsu, Pain, and their enigmatic leader, Tobi, while he refrained from revealing the true identities of Konan. Pain and Tobi, he did share their abilities. Should Jiraiya discover Konan and Nagato's identities, he would likely rush to the Rain Village to seek answers. If Kakashi were to learn that Tobi was Obito, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, it was best to keep this information concealed for the time being. What manner of individuals are the Akatsuki? How is it that even the Rinnegan has emerged? The first Hokage inquired, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Since their arrival at the Hokage's office, the first and second Hokages had stood in silence, but after Naruto's exposition, the first could no longer restrain himself. That voice sounds somewhat familiar, Tsunade remarked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Which Umbu member are you? I do not believe I have encountered you before. Who am I? I am your grandfather. The first Hokage, shedding any pretense, removed his cat mask, grinning at Tsunade. The second Hokage followed suit, unveiling his visage. Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the first and second Hokages. Great-grandfather? You. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, her mind racing with the realization that they were supposed to be deceased. Sister Tsunade, the two Hokages are summoned by my Edo-tensei. Naruto explained with a smile. Edo-tensei. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins, her anger surging. Naruto Uzumaki, how dare you employ such a forbidden technique? Generally, Tsunade treated Naruto with affection, as if he were her own brother, but this time, she was genuinely furious. The first and second Hokages had been at rest for so many years, and to disturb their slumber through Edo-tensei was utterly unacceptable. Little Tsunade, please do not chastise him. The first Hokage interjected swiftly. This young man did not compel us to fight. He means no harm. We, too, wish to witness the Leaf Village. The second Hokage added. Tsunade's expression softened slightly as she shot Naruto a fierce glare. I shall settle this matter with you later. With that, Tsunade's demeanor transformed into one of warmth as she leaped forward, embracing the first and second Hokages in a heartfelt reunion. After many years apart, the grandfather and granddaughter were naturally thrilled to see one another again, exchanging a flurry of words filled with emotion. Tsunade, what exactly is the Akatsuki? Why do they possess the Rinnegan? The first Hokage, intrigued, could not restrain his inquiry. Allow me to elucidate. Naruto beckoned everyone to take a seat and began to explain. Lord First, do you recall Uchiha Madara? Madara? Of course, I remember. The first Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Is this matter related to Madara? The second Hokage's expression darkened, his smile vanishing entirely as he fixed his gaze on Naruto. Without a doubt, Uchiha Madara was the one the second Hokage feared the most. He had become a veritable nightmare for him. Instinctively on guard at the mention of Madara, the second Hokage questioned, but Naruto, wasn't he Madara dead? Is there a connection between the Akatsuki and him? Tsunade also turned her attention to Naruto. When discussing the Akatsuki, one cannot overlook Uchiha Madara, as this organization was essentially founded by him. Naruto smiled as he explained. During the epic battle between the first Hokage and Madara at the Valley of the End, Madara appeared to perish. However, in truth, he did not die. Instead, he acquired the cells of the first Hokage. This is impossible. The second Hokage immediately retorted. I personally examined and buried Madara's corpse. How could he possibly have survived? In fact, the second Hokage had conducted a series of experiments using Madara's body. Fully convinced that the individual he dealt with was indeed Madara, the first Hokage sighed and said, Naruto, I can assure you, Madara was indeed dead at that time. You both are familiar with Izanagi, correct? Naruto inquired. Certainly. The second Hokage nodded. During the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan excessively abused Izanagi. As a clan that had long been at odds with the Uchiha, the Senju were well aware of its capabilities. Before his demise, Madara sealed Izanagi within his right eye and engaged in battle with the first Hokage. Naruto continued. Due to the unique properties of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Izanagi activated automatically upon Madara's death, rewriting the reality of his defeat at the hands of the first Hokage, thus allowing him to be reborn. The first and second Hokages exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting astonishment and anger. We were deceived by Madara? That rascal is indeed cunning. What happened next? Tsunade pressed on. In the confrontation with the first Hokage, Madara obtained the cells of the first Hokage and implanted them into his wounds. Naruto lamented. Implanting the elder brother's cells? The second Hokage furrowed his brow. Why would Madara do such a thing? Does he seek to steal the elder brother's wood release? That does not seem right. While wood release is formidable, it is impossible for anyone other than the elder brother to master it, to unravel the mysteries of wood release. The second Hokage had secretly conducted many experiments, all of which had regrettably failed. He could not believe that Madara could simply implant the elder brother's cells and master wood release. This was not something he had achieved lightly. The first Hokage and Tsunade also displayed expressions of doubt. The second Hokage should know that the Senju and Uchiha clans are two exceptionally unique ninja clans. Naruto elucidated. This is because both clans are direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The first and second Hokages nodded. Indeed. The Senju and Uchiha belong to the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths. There is no doubt about that. Have you ever pondered what would transpire if the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines were to intertwine? Naruto queried. Nothing would occur. The second Hokage shook his head and reminisced. In the past, the Senju and Uchiha clans were sworn enemies, each coveting the abilities of the other. Thus, we resorted to abducting each other as kin and forging unions. Yet regrettably, the offspring born from such unions exhibited no extraordinary traits. During the Warring States period, the Senju and Uchiha clans, being the most formidable shinobi clans in existence, engaged in relentless conflict for a millennium. In pursuit of one another's powers, acts of theft were commonplace between us. Alas, the merger of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines did not yield particularly exceptional descendants. A typical Senju paired with a typical Uchiha would naturally not result in remarkable transformations. Naruto smiled and replied. However, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were different. Different? In what way? The three of them displayed expressions of confusion. The Sage of Six Paths had two sons, the elder, Indra, and the younger, Ashura. The former inherited the sage's Rinnegan, while the latter received the sage's physical body. These two are the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans respectively. Is that so? The first, second, and Tsunade exchanged glances. They were indeed descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, yet the specifics of their ancestors remained unclear. In those days, the Sage of Six Paths founded the shinobi religion and ultimately passed it on to his brother, Ashura. Naruto continued. Indra, filled with rage, vowed to annihilate the shinobi religion, while Ashura naturally intervened. From that moment forth, the fate of the Senju and Uchiha clans was sealed in opposition. Subsequently, the chakras of Indra and Ashura reincarnated repeatedly, forever at odds with one another. Their latest incarnations were Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. I am a reincarnation of the ancestor? The first Hokage appeared bewildered. I am uncertain. The second Hokage shook his head in disbelief. My grandfather is the reincarnation of Ashura? It sounds like a fairy tale. Tsunade muttered. It is precisely because the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara are the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths' two sons that they possess such strength. Naruto elaborated thus. Within each of you lies the latent chakra of Ashura and Indra. When these two forces merge, they give rise to the essence of all creation, or simply put, they coalesce into the power of the Six Paths. Naruto sighed. After Madara transplanted the first Hokage's cells, he acquired Ashura's chakra, which fused with the Indra chakra within him. After a prolonged period of transformation, Madara finally awakened the Rinnegan just as his life was nearing its end. Madara awakened the Rinnegan? The second Hokage's pupils constricted in shock, momentarily losing his composure. The first Hokage and Tsunade were equally astonished, gazing at Naruto in disbelief. This revelation was profoundly shocking. It eclipsed even the fact that the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara were the reincarnations of the Sage of Six Paths sons. The Rinnegan. That is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, he awakened the Rinnegan. Naruto affirmed, the Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of Six Paths, possessing the power to transcend life and death. And then, what transpired? Tsunade pressed, the leader of the Akatsuki possesses the Rinnegan. Could he be Uchiha Madara? The first and second Hokage fixed their gaze upon Naruto. Not at all. Naruto shook his head, stating that after Madara activated the Rinnegan, he was nearing the end of his lifespan and could die at any moment. Clearly, Madara was unwilling to accept death. Thus, before his demise, he devised a series of contingencies, implanting the Rinnegan into Pain. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Pain possessed immense vitality and chakra, making him a suitable host for the Rinnegan. So, the Rinnegan of the Akatsuki leader, Pain, originated in such a manner? Tsunade murmured. The Rinnegan, known as the eye that governs life and death, possesses a remarkable ocular technique, the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Naruto explained, this technique can resurrect the deceased. Madara's intention in transferring the Rinnegan to Pain was to enable him to utilize the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu to revive himself. The first and second Hokage fell silent, evidently grappling with the astonishing revelations. That scoundrel Madara. The first slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, I never anticipated that after my death he would orchestrate so many schemes. I have a question. The second fixed his gaze on Naruto, inquiring, how could Madara be certain that Pain would revive him after his death? That is why he left contingencies. Naruto smiled, explaining, these contingencies would compel Pain, forcing him to resurrect Uchiha Madara. As for the specific measures Madara left behind, I am currently unaware. However, given Madara's cunning, I am certain he devised them meticulously, leaving no apparent flaws. That scoundrel, even in death, cannot find peace. The first sighed deeply, lamenting, could he not simply accept his fate and pass away quietly? Why must he create such turmoil? Does he believe everyone is as foolish as he? The second scoffed, turning to Naruto, young man. You mentioned that the Akatsuki is gathering tailed beasts. What is their purpose in this endeavor? It seems unrelated to Madara's resurrection. They are collecting the tailed beasts to revive the Ten Tails. Naruto sighed, continuing, and Madara aims to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, aspiring to be the second sage of Six Paths. Upon hearing this, the first, second, and Tsunade regarded Naruto as if he were recounting a fantastical tale, utterly bewildered. Naruto, are you serious? Tsunade fixed her gaze on him, asking, is Uchiha Madara's ultimate aim truly to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? That is what the Nine Tails indicated. Naruto replied, the Nine Tails? Tsunade was taken aback, but then nodded. If the Nine Tails indeed said so, then it must hold some truth. Why do you say that? The first inquired, perplexed. The second, however, turned to Naruto, asking, young man, are you the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Indeed. Naruto smiled and nodded. The Nine Tails informed me that it was once manipulated by Madara and fought alongside him against Lord First Hokage. When the Susanoo was activated, its chakra intertwined with Madara's. Thus, whatever Madara contemplated at that time, his plans were crystal clear to the Nine Tails. Now it makes sense. The first was no longer doubtful. He recalled the last battle with Madara at the Valley of the End, where Madara did indeed control the Nine Tails and employed the Susanoo. Chakra is composed of mental and physical energy. When Madara's chakra intertwined with that of the Nine Tails, they could fully comprehend each other's thoughts. Whatever Madara intended at that moment, the Nine Tails understood without question. Madara, oh Madara. The first Hokage let out a long sigh, his face displaying a sense of helplessness. You, my friend, never seem to find peace, even in death. We must thwart Madara. The second Hokage replied sternly, should he become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the ninja world will know no tranquility. I share your sentiments, Naruto interjected. Now that we are aware of Madara's nefarious plot in advance, we hold the advantage. Our next step is to prevent the Akatsuki from capturing the tailed beasts, thereby shattering Madara's scheme. The second Hokage nodded and turned to Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, you know what must be done, correct? I will immediately relay information regarding the Akatsuki and Madara's plans to the other ninja villages. Tsunade nodded in agreement. By collaborating with the other villages, we will undoubtedly dismantle Madara's conspiracy. That is one aspect. Naruto concurred, on the other hand. We must also prepare for the possibility of failure in our efforts. Given Madara's cunning, he surely has numerous contingencies in place. Dismantling his plot will not be a simple task. I am in accord. The second Hokage remarked promptly. Madara is meticulous and exceptionally intelligent. We must indeed prepare for the worst. Naruto, do you have any suggestions? Tsunade inquired. Naruto smiled faintly. I have two proposals. First, since the first and second Hokages have returned, do not be in haste to depart. Stay and assist us in combating the Akatsuki. With a teasing grin, he added, you, old ghosts, are already dead. You shouldn't be so hard on us. Even capitalists aren't this ruthless. The first Hokage retorted, very well. Having fought against Madara in life, I see no reason not to continue the struggle in death. The second Hokage smiled slightly. Konoha is my home. Should Madara seek its destruction, I shall be the first to oppose him. Tsunade beamed with joy. With the assistance of both grandfathers, we shall surely crush Madara's conspiracy. As for my second suggestion, Naruto turned to the first Hokage. I hope you can teach me to cultivate the sage body. Naruto firmly believed that a significant part of the first strength was attributed to the perfect sage body. The perfect sage body endowed the first with a tremendous reservoir of chakra, immense vitality, and formidable self-healing capabilities. It was due to this mastery that Wood Release could unleash devastating destruction in his hands. Coupled with the enhancements provided by Sage Mode, the first attained an unrivaled prowess beneath the Sage of Six Paths. Naruto had already mastered Sage Mode. Now he sought to develop the perfect sage body. He believed he was worthy of this endeavor, with the Ashura chakra within him serving as proof. While he could await a stroke of luck, the randomness of fate was too great. Who could say when he might attain the perfect sage body? You rascal, bringing us back from the dead. Is this truly your ulterior motive? The first Hokage chuckled, shaking his head as he looked towards Tsunade. Tsunade, can we place our trust in this lad? He is entirely trustworthy. Tsunade shot Naruto a glare, still chastising him for summoning the first and second Hokages without permission. However, she had unwavering faith in Naruto. Moreover, he has successfully developed Wood Release. Therefore, grandfather, I implore you to dedicate yourself to teaching Naruto and help him enhance his abilities. Wood Release? The first Hokage was taken aback. The second Hokage gazed at Naruto in disbelief. Young man, have you truly mastered Wood Release? And much more? With a proud expression, Tsunade declared, Naruto has developed the techniques of crystal release, boil release, melt release, ice release, and with Wood Release, that makes 5 distinct Kekkei Genkai. Oh, and he has also mastered the perfect sage mode. The first and second Hokage were taken aback, staring at Naruto with expressions akin to having seen a ghost. Finally managing to utter 2 words, a monster. Following this, the group engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the Akatsuki organization, formulating a comprehensive plan. Subsequently, Naruto took his leave. The first Hokage mentioned that he would officially instruct Naruto on developing the sage body the next day, allowing him to enjoy freedom of movement for the day. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Naruto was jolted awake by his alarm clock. He turned it off and began the new day's lottery. Ding! Success in the lottery. Congratulations on winning 6 tails, Saiken, chakra. What? Naruto was instantly awakened, his face lighting up with joy. Yes, yes, yes. I finally drew my first tailed beast. Without pausing to change his clothes, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his room. When he reappeared, he found himself in the underground palace beneath the desert of Mangekyō. With a thought, he released the 6 tails chakra he had just drawn. Boom! A gigantic slug materialized, its body white and covered in a viscous liquid, emanating a peculiar gas that corroded the surrounding soil. The 6 tails. The 9 tails within Naruto suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Old man, how did you capture the 6 tails? Take a closer look. Naruto retorted impatiently. The 9 tails paused, sensing intently for a moment, and then said, I can't detect any consciousness. This isn't the real 6 tails. The 9 tails quickly realized the implication. Old man, could this be the 6 tails chakra created by Kuni? Naruto had previously explained that Kuni had separated its 10 tails chakra to create 9-tailed beasts. However, they were unable to imbue these 9-tailed beasts with souls, resulting in their existence as mere chakra, sealed on the moon. The 9 tails sensed no awareness or soul vibrations from the 6 tails before him, indicating that it was merely a massive aggregation of chakra, devoid of true life. Indeed, this 6 tails was nothing more than a collection of chakra without consciousness or thought. It was the 6 tails, yet not truly the 6 tails. With the 6 tails in hand, how far could the 10 tails be? Filled with hopeful anticipation, Naruto manipulated the outer path divine tree to seal the 6 tails chakra, wishing for the chance to draw other tailed beasts soon. Muttering to himself, he departed from the location. Time swiftly passed to 8 o'clock, and after having breakfast, Naruto met with the first Hokage in a small forest outside the village. Today, he was to formally learn from the first Hokage how to develop the sage body. After exchanging simple greetings, the first Hokage got straight to the point. Naruto, after reflecting on your words yesterday, I have come to a conclusion. I may indeed be the reincarnation of Ashura, as you suggested. The first Hokage provided his reasoning, explaining that he was not as powerful in the beginning, even though he had already developed the wood-release Kekkei Jinkai by that time. What truly facilitated the transformation of the first Hokage was the serendipitous discovery of a unique chakra concealed within his being. This chakra not only harbors an astonishing vitality and remarkable self-healing abilities, but it also possesses a strength far surpassing that of ordinary chakra. This extraordinary chakra is likely what you referred to yesterday as the Ashura chakra. The first Hokage remarked. Subsequently, I dedicated myself to the cultivation of the Ashura chakra, nurturing its development and enhancement. I utilized this chakra to transform cells and flesh, ultimately allowing my physical form to metamorphose into that of a sage. This aligns closely with my conjectures. Naruto felt a surge of exhilaration. He had always believed that the first Hokage's immense strength was largely attributable to the Ashura chakra. Furthermore, there exists another reason that indirectly substantiates the existence of the Ashura chakra. The first Hokage continued. I have previously shared this training experience with Tobirama and Tsunade, but regrettably, none succeeded. Hence, I concluded that I alone possess the Ashura chakra, others do not. Naruto nodded. As the reincarnation of Ashura, the first Hokage naturally possesses the Ashura chakra, making him the sole individual capable of its cultivation. Others cannot attain it. Therefore, to achieve the perfect sage form, one must indeed possess the Ashura chakra. The first Hokage gazed at Naruto and smiled. According to your assertion, one must be the reincarnation of Ashura. Is there any method to detect the Ashura chakra? Lord First Hokage? Naruto inquired. Indeed. The first Hokage extended his hand, resting it upon Naruto's shoulder. I possess an intimate understanding of the Ashura chakra. If you harbor it within you, I shall be able to sense it. With that, the first Hokage closed his eyes, focusing intently. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, astonished. Naruto, the chakra within you is extraordinarily vast. When accounting for the 9 tails chakra, it rivals my own. Are you of the Uzumaki clan? My mother was of the Uzumaki clan, and was also the previous host of the 9 tails. Naruto replied with a smile. No wonder. The first Hokage marveled, then became earnest. You and your mother have sacrificed much for Konoha, as the husband of the first host of the 9 tails. The first Hokage was acutely aware of the trials faced by a host, deeply devoted to the village. He felt immense gratitude for the contributions made by Naruto and his mother to Konoha. The first Hokage closed his eyes once more to continue his sensing. I have found it. The first Hokage suddenly opened his eyes, invigorated. Naruto, you also possess the Ashura chakra within you. Really? Naruto exclaimed with delight. Certainly. The first Hokage smiled, radiating confidence. No one in this world is more familiar with the Ashura chakra than I. Naruto nodded eagerly. Lord First Hokage, since I possess the Ashura chakra, what should I do next? It can be broadly divided into 3 steps. The first step is to sense the Ashura chakra. The second step is to transform the Ashura chakra. The third step is to utilize the Ashura chakra to enhance the physical body. In summary, begin by sensing the Ashura chakra within you, studying it, dissecting it, understanding it, and mastering it. Once you have completely mastered the Ashura chakra, then convert the other chakras within you into Ashura chakra, leaving only the Ashura chakra in your being. Ultimately, harnessing the formidable life force of Ashura chakra to enhance cells, organs, and even the entirety of one's physical form. Ashura chakra, abundant in potent vitality, possesses an extraordinary capacity for physical augmentation. The first Hokage concluded, by utilizing Ashura chakra to fortify the body, one can achieve rapid enhancement of physical prowess. Correspondingly, the stronger your physical body becomes, the more Ashura chakra you will be able to refine. The greater the volume of Ashura chakra, the more formidable its strengthening effects on the body will be. This culminates in a virtuous cycle, A supremely powerful body leads to an abundance of Ashura chakra. The first Hokage smiled and remarked, "This encapsulates the essence of cultivating the sage body. Do you comprehend, Naruto?" Naruto nodded earnestly. The essence of cultivating the sage body is, in fact, the mastery of Ashura chakra. Precisely. The first Hokage expressed admiration. Henceforth, I shall assist you in drawing forth the Ashura chakra hidden within you. Focus intently. The first Hokage placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder, awakening the Ashura chakra concealed within him. Moments later, Naruto distinctly sensed a unique energy within him. It was faint yet brimming with vibrant life force. As this energy manifested, the wild grass and trees surrounding Naruto surged forth as if stimulated by a potent hormone. Growing wildly. Is this the Ashura chakra? Such an abundance of vitality. Suppressing his astonishment, Naruto concentrated on perceiving this novel chakra energy. Naruto, remember the location of this chakra. Attune yourself to its characteristics and understand its composition. The first Hokage advised. Once you fully comprehend it, attempt to transform your own chakra. I understand, Lord. First. Having imparted his teachings, the first Hokage encouraged. Now, the rest is up to you. Persevere, young one. He patted Naruto's shoulder and vanished in an instant. After his hard-earned revival, the first Hokage intended to explore, indulge in gambling, enjoy a drink, soak in hot springs, and perhaps flirt a little. Chapter 29. Perhaps Naruto can indeed reach the heights of the first Hokage, thanks to his impeccable control over chakra. Merely an hour after the first Hokage's departure, Naruto had completely grasped the composition of Ashura chakra. Subsequently, he commenced the endeavor of transforming his own chakra into Ashura chakra. Naruto's mastery over chakra was exceptionally potent. He faced minimal difficulty as he successfully converted ordinary chakra into Ashura chakra. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hindrances. Akin to water flowing effortlessly or fruit ripening naturally. Transforming into Ashura chakra is remarkably simple. As he continued the transformation, the speed became increasingly rapid, more fluid, and the quantity swelled. Approaching dusk, Naruto had converted all of his ordinary chakra into Ashura chakra. Indeed, Ashura chakra is imbued with an exuberant life force. The cells within him ravenously consumed the Ashura chakra as if they had been starved for 3 months. With this incessant consumption, the cells underwent a frenzied enhancement, and their genetic material was continuously optimized. Consequently, his physical form grew ever stronger. The first Hokage had stated that upon complete conversion to Ashura chakra, the body would experience a period of rapid enhancement. This process takes no less than 10 days and can extend to as many as 15. After the rapid enhancement phase, the sage body is in its nascent form. This signifies that, at most, within half a month, my sage body will achieve preliminary success. Half a month is certainly a worthy wait. Naruto opened his eyes, his gaze filled with anticipation. Young man, have you deciphered the characteristics and composition of Ashura's chakra? The first Hokage appeared from nowhere, his demeanor inebriated, reeking of alcohol and belching intermittently. First Hokage. Naruto rose, looking at the tipsy figure with a smile. I have completed the first and second steps. What did you say? The first Hokage, incredulous, stared at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto reiterated, it's true. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The first Hokage wore an expression of skepticism. To accomplish the first and second steps, it requires at least 6 months. How could you possibly achieve it in a single day? Would you like to see? Naruto smiled, extending his hand. Fine, let us have a look. The first Hokage grasped Naruto's hand to sense the chakra, and upon doing so, his expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. How could this be? It has only been such a short time. How could the transformation be complete? The first Hokage regarded Naruto as if he were a monster. Child, how on earth did you manage this? The first Hokage was utterly astonished. When he trained with Ashura's chakra, merely sensing it took him a month. The second step of transformation consumed an additional 6 months. The fact that Naruto accomplished this in just 1 day left the first Hokage feeling defeated, as if he had lived a dog's life. It was rare for Hashirama to experience such a setback. The 9 tails within Naruto reveled in this moment. Once upon a time, it had been effortlessly subdued by the first Hokage, who captured it as easily as one would a kitten. The first Hokage had declared, 9 tails. You are too powerful to roam freely. I must seal you away. The 9 tails thought to itself, you are far stronger than I. Why not seal yourself instead? It mused. So, you were thoroughly trounced by Hashirama back in the day, huh? Naruto teased, fully aware of the first Hokage's prowess. This man was simply too powerful. There was no way to compete. The Nine-Tails was genuinely in awe of the first Hokage. His would-release could counter the tailed beasts. And with an immense reservoir of chakra, coupled with the amplification of Sage Mode, the Nine-Tails sighed. Even if I were to ally with Uchiha Madara, we would still be no match for this monstrous opponent. I had always pondered why Hashirama, a mere human, could possess such strength. It was only yesterday, after listening to your words, that I realized. Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura. In the days that followed, Naruto continued to cultivate his sage body. Each day, he refined Ashura's chakra, channeling it to fortify his physical form. As he refined and enhanced, his physical body strengthened rapidly, while the quantity of Ashura's chakra steadily increased, establishing a beneficial cycle. The first Hokage made an appearance on the first day, but then vanished without a trace. Whenever he did occasionally show up, he was invariably intoxicated, likely indulging in revelry, utterly devoid of the discipline expected of a god among ninjas. Time passed quietly, and before long, half a month had elapsed. Naruto had finally transcended the rapid enhancement phase, and his sage body had taken its initial form. From an outward perspective, Naruto's physical form appeared unchanged. Yet internally he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Every cell within him brimmed with immense vitality, exhibiting astonishing levels of activity. When Naruto used a kunai to slice his arm, the wound healed completely within a mere half-minute. Although not as instantaneous as the first Hokage's regeneration, his newfound healing ability far surpassed anything he had previously possessed. Let us try would release, Naruto declared, clapping his hands together. Would release, would clone technique. With a thunderous roar, a colossal wooden figure surged forth from the ground. Naruto gazed at the wooden construct, noting that it not only dwarfed his previous creations, but also possessed significantly enhanced vitality and resilience. One must not underestimate the magnitude of this difference. While Dato's wooden construct could be obliterated by a single fireball, Hashirama's could effortlessly catch a tailed beast ball with one hand and return it to Kurama. The disparity between the two was akin to that of plastic and tempered steel, utterly incomparable. Though my wooden figure may not rival the pinnacle of Hashirama, it is undeniably far superior to its predecessors. With a smile, Naruto resolved to press on, aspiring to achieve full Sage Mode mastery and stand shoulder to shoulder with the first Hokage. Suddenly, a member of the Umbu materialized silently, kneeling behind Naruto. I have come to pay my respects, Lord Naruto. What is it? Naruto inquired casually. While he may not have been widely recognized within the village, among the Umbu and the higher echelons of Konoha, he was held in high esteem. Everyone acknowledged that Naruto was not only the strongest in Konoha, but also the rightful heir to the Hokage title. Consequently, both the Umbu and the Jonin regarded him with great reverence, treating him as a candidate for Hokage. The Hokage requests your presence, the Umbu stated respectfully. Understood. Naruto nodded, then suddenly remarked, by the sound of your voice, you must be Tenzo, correct? Tenzo, known as Yamato in the original series, was the acting leader of Team 7, proficient in wood release techniques. Indeed, Lord Naruto. Yamato replied, somewhat flabbergasted. I've heard you excel in wood release. We must have a spar when time permits. Naruto proposed with a grin. He held a favorable impression of Yamato, considering him upright and trustworthy enough to nurture as a confidant. Whenever you have time, I am ready. Yamato responded eagerly. Splendid. Naruto chuckled and vanished from sight. The next moment, he found himself in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was engrossed in reviewing documents, Shizune assisting her, while Sakura awaited with a file in hand. Naruto. Shizune greeted him with a smile upon seeing his arrival, and Sakura nodded enthusiastically in acknowledgement. You're here. Tsunade looked up at Naruto and stated, we have just received news that Orochimaru is dead. So soon? Naruto was taken aback. It appears the last battle had a significant impact on Sasuke. Following their previous confrontation, Naruto had suspected that it had deeply affected Sasuke. Given Sasuke's character, he would either train with newfound fervor or eliminate Orochimaru and depart. Orochimaru had little left to impart to Sasuke. Battle? What battle? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Shizune and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances with Naruto. I visited Orochimaru a couple of days ago to procure the genetic materials of the first and second Hokages. Naruto did not conceal the truth. He happened to encounter Sasuke and ended up in a scuffle with him. That was it. Tsunade's lips twitched, and she retorted with irritation. Why didn't you mention such a significant event sooner? Significant? Naruto replied, bewildered. Isn't it just a mere encounter with Orochimaru? Tsunade found herself momentarily speechless. To an ordinary person, Orochimaru was an exceedingly dangerous individual, yet to Naruto, it seemed to hold little weight. Remember to report such incidents in the future. Tsunade huffed coldly. You are now the hope of Konoha, bearing great responsibilities. You cannot afford to falter. Understood. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. Tsunade's expression softened slightly thereafter. Naruto, how is Sasuke doing? Sakura asked anxiously, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sakura had always harbored deep feelings for Sasuke. 2 years prior, after a harsh confrontation with Naruto, she had ceased her search for him, yet he remained ever present in her heart. He's doing remarkably well. Naruto responded. He has fully adapted to the cursed seal, making significant progress in swordsmanship, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. His Sharingan has also awakened to 3 tomo, and with the development of his lightning release techniques, his strength rivals that of an elite Genin. That is wonderful. As long as he is well. Sakura wiped her tears, torn between wanting to inquire further yet hesitant to speak, her expression betraying her inner turmoil. What else do you wish to ask? Naruto inquired. Sakura gritted her teeth and murmured, does Sasuke have any intention of returning? Not at all. Naruto replied candidly, from my estimation. His next move should be to seek out Itachi Uchiha. He will not return until he has avenged himself against Itachi. What about after he kills Itachi? Sakura looked at Naruto with hopeful eyes. Once he avenges himself, will he come back? Once he accomplishes that, and after being misled by Tobi, discovering the truth about Itachi, he will be even less inclined to return. Not only will he not come back, but he may also seek retribution against Konoha. Who can say? Naruto shrugged. I understand now. Sakura sighed in disappointment, her face reflecting her despondency. Hokage-sama. An umbu suddenly burst through the door. What is it? Tsunade demanded. We have just received word that the Temple of Fire has been annihilated, with all monks, including the head priest, Master Riku, brutally slain, reported the umbu swiftly. What? Tsunade rose abruptly, her anger palpable as she questioned, who did this? Have you identified the perpetrator? The Temple of Fire, a significant sanctuary within the Land of Fire, had long maintained amicable ties with Konoha. Master Riku had once been one of the 12 guardians of the Land of Fire, a figure of high esteem. The murder of such an individual and the massacre of the monks was undeniably a shocking event for the Land of Fire. According to reliable sources, the assailants are believed to be members of the Akatsuki organization. The umbu reported swiftly. Those wretched scoundrels of the Akatsuki are truly relentless. Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table in frustration. Inform Asuma's team to come and see me immediately. Understood, Hokage-sama. The umbu acknowledged the command and promptly prepared to depart. I shall go. Naruto interjected suddenly. Having been training diligently, I have made some progress and would like to test my skills. You wish to go? Tsunade furrowed her brow momentarily, only to relax shortly thereafter. Please take care of yourself. If the situation becomes dire, preserving your life is paramount. Don't worry, sister. Naruto replied with a smile, vanishing from his spot. In the next instant, he found himself outside the barbecue restaurant. Through his sensory abilities, Naruto discerned that Asuma's squad was gathered inside for a feast. It had become a tradition for them to indulge in barbecue following each mission. What's up? Ino's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, come, come, sit down and join us. Hold on, let us not rush to eat. Naruto waved his hand and turned to Asuma. I just received news that the land host of the Fire Temple has been killed. Lord Hokage has ordered us to pursue the true culprit immediately. What? Asuma exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying the land host is dead? When did this happen? Asuma and the land host had once been part of the 12 Guardian Ninja, their relationship akin to that of Shikamaru and Choji. The news of the land host's death was unbearable for Asuma. Fueled by fury, he quickly rallied his students and set off with Naruto to track down the murderer. At last, they intercepted the culprit on Jochiuan Street, and unsurprisingly, it was Haiden and Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu was absent, presumably off trading the land host's head for money. Only Haiden remained, leisurely strolling about. Without hesitation, Asuma and his team launched a surprise attack. Their collaboration was exceptionally seamless. Asuma initiated the assault, throwing shurikens to feign an attack and divert Haiden's attention. Ino activated her mind-body switch technique, immobilizing Haiden, while Shikamaru seized the opportunity to bind him with his shadow imitation technique. Asuma drew his chakra blade and leaped forward, severing Haiden's head in one swift motion. Caught completely off guard, Haiden's head soon found itself on the ground while he continued to speak. Hey, who are you people? Why did you have to chop off my head right away? That really hurts, you know? Even with his head severed. Haiden's ability to converse revealed his monstrous nature, truly a being beyond comprehension. The sight left Asuma and his companions utterly astonished. Information regarding the Akatsuki organization had spread across all nations, known to every ninja village. Haiden and Kakuzu were no exceptions. On their way, Naruto had elaborated on Haiden and Kakuzu's abilities and assigned tasks accordingly. Haiden was to be dealt with by Asuma's squad, while Naruto would confront Kakuzu. With a strategy devised by Shikamaru to counter Haiden's immortality and curse abilities, the earlier scene unfolded. The four of them, through their coordinated efforts, successfully subdued Haiden. Naruto, thanks to your intelligence, Asuma said gratefully, otherwise, we might have faced dire consequences. Naruto accepted Asuma's gratitude with a sense of satisfaction, knowing that had it not been for his information, Asuma would have surely perished. In the original storyline, Asuma had met his end here, falling victim due to his ignorance of Haiden's abilities. You're too modest, Asuma-sensei. Naruto smiled faintly and remarked, however, this fellow is immortal. Even if his body is severed, he shall not perish. As long as he stitches his head back onto his body, he will revive, so we must remain vigilant. With that, Naruto lifted Haiden's corpse and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. Moments later, he reappeared. Hey, you wretched brat, where have you taken my body? Haiden cursed angrily. I tossed it into the sea. Naruto replied with a smile. You insolent brat, how dare you do this to me? Haiden's heart sank with dread, filled with intense hatred for Naruto. Even if I were to be reduced to mere bones, I would still rise to sever your throat. The sea is vast. Who knows where it was thrown? Moreover, even if he possesses immortality, he cannot withstand the relentless gnawing of the fish in the ocean. Before long, his body would be devoured entirely, and the hope of resurrection would become a mere fantasy. Naruto, you truly are considerate. Shikamaru couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Now, this guy won't have the chance to revive. Ino and CHG gazed at Naruto in admiration. For a person who cannot truly die, the best solution is to forever separate his body from his head. Naruto smiled nonchalantly. As for this head, let us trade it for gold. It could fetch us 200 million. Each member of the Akatsuki organization is a notorious rogue ninja, with bounties that are exorbitantly high. Haiden's bounty stands at 50 million. Kisame's at 200 million, Kakuzu's at 300 million, Itachi's at 800 million, and Deidara's at 1,200 million. Since the Akatsuki's plans were reported to the ninja world by Konoha, each member's bounty has multiplied several times over. Haiden's bounty has skyrocketed from 50 million to 200 million, quadrupling in value. 200 million. CHG's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shikamaru, help me calculate. With 200 million, how much barbecue can we eat? With your build, a single feast of barbecue would cost about 1,000. 200 million would allow you to dine 200,000 times. Shikamaru calculated without hesitation. If you indulge once a day, that would suffice for 547 years. 547 years. CHG exclaimed, gazing at Haiden's head as if it were a golden roast. Saliva dripping from his mouth. Damn brats. I will remember your faces. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you escape. Haiden seethed with rage, unwilling to relent. CHG quickly put away his head. Asuma instructed. This is treasure. No, this is barbecue. We cannot afford to lose it. Understood, sensei. CHG, who was typically timid and averse to corpses, now perceived Haiden's head not as a severed trophy, but as an endless supply of barbecue. Hence, he felt no psychological aversion and swiftly retrieved a package to wrap Haiden's head. With Haiden dealt with, only Kakuzu remained. Naruto chuckled. His head is even more valuable. The bounty has risen to 1,200 million. 1,200 million. This time, even Asuma lost his composure. Given the current strength of their team, they generally undertook missions of ordinary rank, with a few of higher rank. The remuneration for rank missions ranges from 80,000 to 200,000. Task remuneration, 150,000 to 1 million. The average payment for a single task is calculated at 200 6,000. With a staggering sum of 1.2 billion, they need to complete 6,000 tasks. Yet they only manage a handful of tasks each year. Asuma has been a ninja for 22 years, having undertaken A-rank missions 111 times, B-rank missions 193 times, C-rank missions 217 times, and D-rank missions 178 times, totaling a mere fraction of the tasks required. Over 22 years, he has completed only a few tasks. This implies that, even if Asuma were to toil until the end of his days, he would never accomplish the 6,000 tasks. In other words, Asuma would never earn the 1.2 billion unless he exclusively took on A and S-rank missions. However, during peacetime, such missions are scarce. Thus, upon realizing that this colossal fortune would remain forever out of reach, it is no wonder Asuma struggles to maintain his composure. Haiden, that fool, has been killed. At the corner of the street, Kakazu, clad in a black coat, watched Naruto and the others with a grave expression. He had just exited the exchange office, clutching the bounty of 30 million for Haiden, prepared to rendezvous with him. Then he witnessed this scene. The speed of the Konoha shinobi is astonishing. They have arrived so swiftly, even Naruto Uzumaki is here. Asuma and his 3 disciples held Kakazu in disregard, but Naruto was a different story. The strength displayed by him instilled a deep sense of trepidation in Kakazu. He had no confidence in defeating Naruto. Naruto is fully aware of my abilities. Confronting him head-on would be unwise. It is better to retreat. Kakuzu's longevity can be attributed to his Earth Grudge Fear secret technique, and his prudence serves as another reason. Thus, in the interest of caution, Kakuzu prepared to flee. Kakuzu, where do you think you are going? A teasing voice rang out from behind him. Kakuzu froze. Turning to see Naruto standing behind him, a mischievous glint in his eye. Discovered. Kakuzu felt a weight settle in his heart. I am a sensory-type ninja. Naruto replied with a calm smile. No wonder. Kakuzu exclaimed, shedding his black coat. Since you have uncovered my intentions, let us engage in battle. I am eager to see whether you, Naruto Uzumaki, truly possess the strength that the outside world speaks of. Very well. Naruto replied with a slight smile. Attracted by the commotion, Asuma and his 3 companions hurried over. They refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe. Naruto had emphasized that Haiden was to be dealt with by them, while Kakazu was to be left for him. Since that Chunin exam, I have not witnessed Naruto in action. Asuma remarked, lighting a cigarette. I have long heard tales of his prowess. Today I shall finally witness his combat skills firsthand. Teacher, you will be utterly astonished. Shikamaru chimed in, a smile gracing his lips. Naruto has grown significantly stronger since then. During the last rescue of the Kazekage, he single-handedly battled against the Akatsuki's 4 members. What a sight that was. I await with bated breath. As Naruto and Kakazu exchanged glances, the clash began. Both wielding kunai, they charged at each other with lightning speed. Their movements were so rapid that Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino could barely discern their actions. Only 2 fleeting shadows were visible, accompanied by the clinking sounds of kunai clashing and the dazzling sparks that scattered around. How swift! Their movements were utterly indistinguishable. Remarkable! The trio exclaimed in awe. After a frenzied exchange, Naruto and Kakazu simultaneously halted, gazing intently at one another. The warm-up had concluded. It was time to unveil their true strength. Let us go? Naruto stated casually. All right. Kakuzu responded with a low growl, as countless black threads emerged from his body, coalescing into 5 monstrous masks. They were none other than the dreaded Earth Grudge Fear. How utterly revolting. Ino's face turned pale as she questioned, what exactly are these 5 masked monsters? They must be the Earth Grudge Fear Naruto mentioned. Shikamaru replied solemnly. Naruto said that Kakuzu once stole the secret technique of Earth Grudge Fear from Takigakure. This allows Kakuzu to seize the hearts of others and store them within himself for his own use. These 5 masked monsters are likely the hearts of others, combined with the Earth Grudge Fear. This villain is abhorrent. The battle commenced anew. After separating into 5 masked monsters, Kakuzu wasted no time and launched a ninjutsu attack. Fire style, head hardening. The fire-style masked monster unleashed a torrent of flames, creating a thunderous sea of fire that surged towards Naruto. Wind style, pressure damage. The wind style masked monster released a high-pressure wind ball, forming a terrifying vortex that barreled towards Naruto. Fire aided by wind. The synergy of wind and fire augmented the potency of these 2 ninjutsu, conjuring a colossal fire tornado that enveloped a vast area, threatening to reduce Naruto to ashes. Do they think such a degree of wind and fire can kill me? Kakuzu, how naive you are. Naruto scoffed, clapping his hands together forcefully, proclaiming, "Wood style, the art of the bag of all." The ground trembled violently as dozens of massive wooden hands erupted from the earth, soaring to heights of several dozen meters. A wooden hand also emerged before Naruto, effortlessly dispersing Kakuzu's fire and wind attacks with a gentle slap. The other wooden hands, resembling the palms of the Buddha, rushed towards Kakuzu and the five masked monsters. Wood style. Kakuzu's pupils dilated as he maneuvered the five masked monsters to evade the grasp of the colossal hands. Evade? Can you truly escape? Naruto smiled serenely. Wood style, insertion technique. Countless spear-like wooden spikes erupted from the surface of the massive hands, shooting forth with ferocity. An incessant rain of wooden spikes descended upon Kakuzu from all directions, sealing off his escape route. Realizing that escape was futile, Kakuzu braced himself for impact. Earth style, earth flow wall. He clapped his hands, conjuring a towering wall that rose from the ground in an attempt to shield himself from the onslaught of spikes. However, as soon as the earthen wall materialized, a massive wooden hand came crashing down, shattering the wall to smithereens. The wooden hands created by the art of the bag of all were originally utilized by the first Hokage against the Nine Tails. Their strength was so formidable that even the Nine Tails could be captured. Did he truly believe that a mere earth flow wall could withstand such power? A delusion. It's over. Despair washed over Kakuzu's face. With a swift succession of thud, 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 the rain of spikes inundated Kakuzu and the five masked monsters beside him. In a fleeting moment, Kakuzu and the five masked fiends were pierced through, left utterly chilled to the bone. Yet, this was not the end. With a mere thought, Naruto commanded the sharp spines embedded within Kakuzu and the masked monsters to continue their ghastly growth, sprouting into cruel, pointed forks that ruthlessly devastated their internal organs. The five black-masked fiends collapsed limply, devoid of life, their silence absolute. Kakuzu, however, displayed remarkable vitality and did not succumb immediately. He glared at Naruto, exclaiming, "Your wood release has become even more formidable since our last encounter." Kakuzu possessed a keen understanding of wood release, clearly discerning that Naruto's current technique surpassed that which he employed in the cave. Puzzled, he wondered how Naruto had grown so powerful in such a short span of time. Naruto chuckled softly. "Your tenacity is impressive. You're still alive. Let us see how you fare against this." With a shout of lightning release, false dark, Naruto unleashed a bolt of lightning that morphed into a long spear, piercing through Kakuzu's neck. In an instant, Kakuzu's head was severed from his body, and he fell silent. Lifeless. Naruto, Asuma, Shikamaru, and the others rushed over, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the wooden hands and sharp spikes scattered across the ground. Naruto, I was skeptical when Shikamaru mentioned you had developed wood release. Asuma exclaimed incredulously, I never imagined not only would you master it, but that your wood release would be so powerful. Now do you believe, Asuma-sensei? Ino asked with a hint of pride. How could I not? Asuma sighed. Wood release is the most potent bloodline limit that the first Hokage utilized to bring peace to the tumultuous world. Its resurgence in you means Naruto will undoubtedly lead us back to prosperity. Let us hope so. Naruto smiled, then added, CHG, go search him. He must have considerable wealth. Kakuzu served as the Akatsuki's financial backbone, earning money to sustain their expenses. Indeed, he was likely to possess a fortune. Leave it to me. CHG declared, excitement bubbling within him as he began to rummage through Kakuzu's belongings. As expected, he uncovered a substantial amount of money. Upon counting, they found a staggering 86 million ryo. Haha, we hit the jackpot. CHG exclaimed, Asuma-sensei, once we return to the village, shall we indulge in some barbecue? Having successfully avenged their dear friend, Asuma's spirits were high, and he acquiesced to CHG's request. First, we should visit the exchange office. That's where the real treasure lies. Absolutely. The group proceeded to the exchange office, where they exchanged the heads of Haiden and Kakuzu for a whopping 1 billion ryo in bounty. After some deliberation, Naruto received 400 million ryo, while Asuma and the others each took home 250 million. This mission had not only been effortless, but had also yielded a considerable fortune, leaving everyone elated. Upon returning to the village to report their success, the group hurried to the barbecue restaurant, fortuitously encountering Jiraiya along the way. They all ventured together to the restaurant. "Kirby Sage, where have you been loitering lately, gathering material?" Naruto asked, munching on barbecue while engaging in light banter with Jiraiya. The presence of Jiraiya made Asuma, Shikamaru, and the others feel somewhat uneasy for the Leaf Ninjas. Jiraiya held a high status, and being in his company inevitably made them feel a bit constrained. "Oh, just wandering around." Jiraiya took a sip of his drink and a bite of grilled meat, exhaling contentedly. "Naruto, I heard from Tsunade that you have unlocked the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Is that true?" Naruto nodded in affirmation. "You truly are a remarkable being." Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. "Every time I return, your progress is astonishing. Your advancement is indeed humbling. Naruto's talent for ninjutsu is undeniably impressive." Asuma chuckled. "If you maintain this momentum, you might truly reach the heights of the first Hokage." Jiraiya wholeheartedly agreed, then suddenly asked, "Asuma, how has the old man been lately?" He referred to the third Hokage. "Not very well." Asuma replied with a shake of his head. "Ever since Danzo's demise, the old man's health has been deteriorating. I fear he may not endure this winter." Asuma hesitated, unable to voice the grim thought that lingered in his mind. "I have heard about Danzo's situation from Tsunade as well," Jiraiya remarked with resignation. "I cannot pass judgment. But I must say, as one ages, it is wise to relinquish power for the sake of the younger generation. Clinging to authority in one's twilight years is hardly prudent. With Danzo's disposition, persuading him to surrender his power would be akin to taking his life." Chapter 30. The Pain of the Six Paths of Pain. A group of friends enjoyed grilled meat and engaged in conversation until late into the night. By the time Naruto returned home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. In the days that followed, Naruto continued to draw lottery tickets while diligently practicing Sage Mode. Occasionally, he would accompany Jiraiya to gather materials or relax in hot springs. After spending some time in the village, Jiraiya set off on another journey. The first and second Hokage seemed preoccupied with their own matters, as Naruto rarely caught sight of them. However, through the sensory connection of the impure world reincarnation, he sensed they were not within the confines of Konoha, likely on a mission elsewhere. As days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, half a year slipped by. During this time, the Akatsuki organization suffered the loss of several key members, yet rather than quieting down, they grew increasingly active. News arrived of the capture of the 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. Including the previously captured 2 tails and the 1 tail, partially, the Akatsuki had successfully captured 7-tailed beasts, leaving only the 8 tails and 9 tails unclaimed. Naruto was not particularly surprised by the news of the tailed beast capture, though he had long reported the intelligence on Akatsuki members to Tsunade for dissemination among the major ninja villages. Knowing of their abilities was one thing. Defeating them was another. The remaining members of the Akatsuki included Nagato, Konin, Obito, Zetsu, Kisame, and Itachi. Except for Zetsu, the others were formidable adversaries, especially Nagato, whose 6 paths of pain could effectively operate as 6 individuals. With Obito's elusive nature and Zetsu's intelligence gathering, capturing tailed beasts posed little challenge. During this period, Konoha also faced its share of turmoil. The most significant incident involved one of the former 12 Guardian Ninjas, Hamura, who, accompanied by his son Sora and a band of followers, launched an assault on Konoha. The situation escalated dramatically as Hamura and his subordinates employed Earth Release, birth of the impure world, reviving numerous deceased individuals. Though these resurrected beings were generally not very powerful, their sheer numbers posed a considerable threat. The recent tragic events, culminating in loss of life, have profoundly affected the ordinary populace, casting an ominous shadow over our society. Particularly concerning was the eruption of the false 9 Tails Jinchuriki, whose overwhelming presence nearly toppled Konoha. However, with Naruto's presence, such assaults are mere child's play. Disinclined to intervene personally, Naruto dispatched a cadre of shadow clones, effortlessly quelling the attack and garnering a wave of admiration. Following this incident, life resumed its normalcy for the villagers and shinobi. As order swiftly returned, Naruto continued his routine of lotteries and training in Sage Mode, making remarkable strides in his abilities. His physical form has reached a formidable level, with vitality and cellular activity surpassing previous limits. The quantity of Ashura chakra within him has also grown substantially. Although it still pales in comparison to the peak of Hashirama, it has increased several-fold since the initial mastery of Sage Mode. One fine morning, Naruto was roused from slumber by his alarm. Lottery. The notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn one tail, Shikaku, Chakra. What a delightful surprise. Finally, he had drawn another tailed beast. His drowsiness vanished instantaneously. It had been nearly 6 months since he last acquired Six Tails Chakra, and today, fortune smiled upon him again. Without taking the time to change out of his pajamas, he hurried to the underground palace in the desert outside Mangekyō to complete the sealing of One Tail. The 9 tails expressed its joy. Old man. Both One Tail and Six Tail Chakras are in place. Only 7 remain. Once we secure the remaining 7-tailed beast chakras, you will be able to resurrect the 10 tails and ascend to the 6 paths level. At that point, even if Uchiha Obito truly revives the 10 tails, we need not fear him. With hope in his heart, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. Just after finishing his grooming, he was approached by a member of the Umbu. Lord Naruto, Lady Tsunade is looking for you. What is it about? Naruto inquired, puzzled. Unclear. With little time to savor his breakfast, he made his way to the Hokage's office, where he found Tsunade wearing a grave expression. What troubles you, Sister Tsunade? He asked with a smile. I just received word that Sasuke Uchiha has killed Itachi Uchiha, Tsunade replied somberly. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. The brothers have ultimately arrived at this juncture. He felt a pang of regret for Itachi, the legendary Itachi god, who had met his demise at the hands of his own brother. Such a tragic fate. Naruto had once contemplated saving Itachi, but after their 2 encounters, that notion faded. Though Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan for the sake of his brother and Konoha, he subsequently dwelled in a relentless cycle of guilt and remorse, enduring profound inner torment. From that moment, Itachi had predetermined his own fate, waiting for his brother to take his life. Itachi was resolute in his desire for death. Even if he clung to life through medication, it was merely to face his brother in the end. How does one save a soul so intent on seeking death? Tsunade had no time for melancholy. Instead, she expressed her concerns. Itachi awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan many years ago, and his strength is such that even Orochimaru could not best him. Just how formidable must Sasuke be to have killed him? No need to worry. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, stating, as of now, Sasuke has just awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. At best, he has barely entered the realm of shadows. Thus, he is not particularly formidable. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Tsunade inquired. I could easily crush him. Naruto replied, half-jokingly. Suddenly, the smile on Naruto's face froze. What's wrong? Tsunade felt a tightening in her chest. The summoning contract with the 1st and 2nd Hokage has been severed. Naruto's expression darkened. What? Tsunade exclaimed. Edo Tensei is also a summoning technique. Like regular summoning, it requires a contract with the deceased to perform the summoning. Through this contract, the user can sense and manipulate the reincarnated individual, even erasing their personality. Ever since the 1st and 2nd were summoned, Naruto had been able to sense their presence. However, just moments ago, he lost contact with them. Despite his efforts to reach out, he was unable to connect. This situation presented 2 possibilities. First, the 1st and 2nd Hokage have been sealed. Second, someone has undone the Edo Tensei. The latter is impossible. Only the user of the technique can release it. Thus, only one possibility remains. The 1st and 2nd Hokage have indeed been sealed. What on earth is happening? Tsunade stood up, questioning him. Naruto briefly explained the situation, declaring, Tsunade-ne, I will go investigate. Naruto departed from the Hokage office, casually seizing 2 bandits as sacrifices before activating Edo Tensei. As expected, it failed. Clearly, they had been sealed. Once the reincarnated beings are sealed, their souls are also bound, rendering them incapable of being summoned again. Their last known location should be within the Land of Wind. Let us go check it out. Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, following the last traces of the 1st and 2nd Hokage. Upon arrival, Naruto discovered that the site of their disappearance lay within a desert of the Land of Wind. It was evident that a great battle had transpired here, with numerous remnants of combat strewn about. Trees formed by wood release, yellow sands washed away by torrents of water, and ground charred by flames. All indicated an exceptionally fierce confrontation. Kurama, can you sense whose residual chakra remains? Naruto asked. In addition to the chakra of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, there was also a trace of Itachi Uchiha's chakra. After a moment of sensing, the 9 tails replied, aside from that, I cannot detect any other chakra. Just as I suspected, it is indeed Itachi's chakra. Naruto fell into deep contemplation. Itachi was already deceased. If he were dead, how could he possibly engage in battle with the first and second Hokage? Could it be that Itachi had also been summoned? A thought crossed Naruto's mind. After Orochimaru's demise, the only individuals within the ninja world who possessed the Edo Tensei technique were myself and Kabuto. Most likely, it was Kabuto's doing. Naruto replayed the sequence of events in his mind. Kabuto must have first summoned Itachi, then manipulated him to battle against the first and second Hokage, ultimately sealing them using the Tensigen. This conniving rat has emerged once again to stir trouble. I truly should have eliminated him back then. Damn it. Naruto cursed under his breath, summoning a multitude of shadow clones. They scattered in search of any suspicious traces. Yes, the real body. What Naruto remained unaware of was that as he departed from Konoha, the village was besieged. This time, it was an invasion by Pain. All the ninjas fought valiantly to resist. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, strained his aging body to fend off Pain's onslaught. Tsunade summoned a slug for healing the wounded. Kakashi, Asuma, Ibiki, Hinata Hyuga, Nara Shikaku, and the other formidable ninjas of Konoha all mobilized. Having prior knowledge of Pain's 6 paths abilities, they swiftly eliminated 4 of them, leaving only the Deva and Naraka paths. In a fit of rage, Deva Path Pain, at the cost of shortening his own life, unleashed the almighty push. A terrifying repulsive force erupted, reducing homes, streets, shops, and even the Hokage Tower to ruins, scattering debris in all directions. As the dust settled, Konoha had vanished, replaced by a colossal pit with a perfectly circular shape. The remnants of buildings and the bodies of ninjas were flung to the perimeter of the crater. Fortunately, thanks to the protective slug clones enveloping them, most survived this calamity. However, upon witnessing the devastation that was once Konoha, they were engulfed in an abyss of sorrow and fury. How could this be Konoha? How could it be destroyed? This village had always been their home, the place where they grew and thrived. But now, Konoha was no more. The sanctuary that nurtured them had perished. Some emotionally fragile individuals wept openly, while others knelt in despair, wailing uncontrollably. Those with stronger resolve stared vacantly, like marionettes. Endure the pain. Experience the suffering. Deva Path Pain loomed above the ruins, his voice resonating with authority. Years ago, the ninjas of Konoha stormed into my nation, into my village. They killed my parents and obliterated my home. They turned my land into a wasteland, filled with corpses, desolation, and despair. Today, I shall make you experience my agony, to feel the taste of being ruthlessly trampled upon. The survivors gazed at the figure in the sky, their eyes brimming with hatred, anger, and hopelessness. This foe was too powerful. They stood no chance. Damn it. Shikamaru struck a stone with his fist, blood seeping from his wound. Naruto, where are you? Hurry back. Sakura wept uncontrollably. Naruto. Hinata trembled, her eyes filled with hope. Naruto, please return quickly. At this moment, countless voices called out for Naruto, yearning for his return. As if responding to their heartfelt pleas, a figure suddenly appeared amidst the ruins. Hinata, as if possessed by a sixth sense, immediately perceived the person's arrival and activated her Byakugan. Upon seeing him, Hinata's joy overflowed, and she wept with exhilaration. He's back. Naruto has returned. He is here. Sakura, startled, ceased her tears. Hinata, did you say Naruto is back? Where is he? Right there. Hinata pointed towards the center of the ruins. Sakura gazed in the direction Hinata pointed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile of excitement. He has returned. Finally, he is back. The survivors erupted in fervor, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they cheered, as if they had found their guiding light. Naruto has finally returned. Naruto, defeat him. Avenge Kakashi-sensei. Avenge the village. The crowd fervently chanted Naruto's name, placing all their hopes upon him. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto was utterly bewildered. Where am I? Where's the village? He swiftly soared into the air, and as he surveyed his surroundings, the grim reality dawned upon him. Pain has invaded, and he has already destroyed the village. I was gone for but a moment, and Pain has invaded. Was it mere coincidence, or was it deliberate? Naruto's expression darkened. He felt ensnared in a trap. The first and second Hokage have vanished, and during my absence, Pain invaded and obliterated Konoha. This is too coincidental. Could it truly be a scheme? Naruto yearned for answers. You have finally returned. A cold voice echoed. Naruto looked up to see Deva Path Pain descending from above, landing gracefully on the ground, his gaze fixed upon Naruto with an icy demeanor. The ripples of his Rinnegan glimmered with a mysterious, imposing aura that seemed to command everything. Bang, bang, bang. A white mist erupted. The four pains that had just been defeated reappeared, standing protectively in front of Deva Path Pain. Are you filled with rage now? In pain, perhaps? Deva Path Pain proclaimed with authority. Once, I too endured the same torment as you. The true architects of this suffering are the ninjas of Konoha. I merely return unto you the anguish you once inflicted upon me. Let us battle, Naruto replied, his voice calm as he gazed at Deva Path Pain. After I defeat you, I shall have a proper conversation with Nagato. As for you, you are merely 6 corpses. Engaging in further dialogue with you is utterly meaningless. You indeed know my identity, Deva Path Pain retorted coldly. Then let us fight. Summoning technique. The animal path slammed the ground, and intricate seals spread forth, summoning 3 colossal beasts. A gigantic hellhound, a massive rhinoceros, and a titanic Yata no Kagami materialized. Kill, the animal path commanded. And the 3 immense creatures charged ferociously at Naruto. The hellhound bared its gaping maw, drool dripping as it seemed poised to tear Naruto apart. The gigantic rhinoceros thundered forward, shaking the ground beneath it, as if intent on crushing Naruto. The enormous Yata no Kagami flapped its wings, diving from the sky with lightning speed. Confronted by the onslaught of these 3 behemoths, Naruto snorted disdainfully and entered Sage mode. Sage Art, Wood Release, Birth of the World Tree. With a resounding roar, the earth trembled, and the ground quaked as serpentine trees burst forth from the soil, growing wildly. Is that Wood Release? Oh my! Wood Release. Naruto can actually use Wood Release? ISNT would release the bloodline limit of the first Hokage? Naruto can use Wood Release. The survivors erupted in wild jubilation. The entirety of Konoha was aware of Naruto's mastery of Wood Release, with only a select few, including Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Hinata, being privy to this knowledge. The majority remained oblivious. Thus, when Naruto unleashed his Wood Release, the surviving populace was thrown into an uproar, igniting a considerable commotion. Chapter 31. Truly, the Thousand Hands technique is the most formidable Wood Release ninjutsu. Countless trees morphed into serpentine forms, coiling around the colossal adversaries. Against large foes such as summoned beasts and tailed beasts, the efficacy of Wood Release proved astonishingly effective. The 3 massive entities were swiftly ensnared by the trees. Wrapped tightly like zongzi, they thrashed desperately, yet to no avail. Observing this, the hungry ghost path leapt forward, extending its arms in an attempt to consume the Wood Release chakra. I've been waiting for you. Naruto's form flickered, appearing behind the hungry ghost path. With a right fist reminiscent of a cannonball, he struck down with a resounding crash, instantly reducing the hungry ghost path to a mere heap of debris, lifeless and motionless. After over 6 months of rigorous training, Naruto's sage body had reached an exceedingly formidable level. His vitality, cellular activity, chakra volume, as well as strength and speed, were all extraordinarily exaggerated. Coupled with the multiple enhancements of Sage Mode, the power behind Naruto's punch now rivaled that of Tsunade's full strength. It was utterly normal for him to obliterate the hungry ghost path in a single blow. But that was not the end. With a sweeping gesture, Naruto discarded the incapacitated hungry ghost path into his storage space, preventing its revival. His speed was unparalleled. Even with the shared vision of the 6 paths of pain, they could not discern his movements. By the time they processed what had occurred, the hungry ghost path had vanished. Impressive. He has slain 1 path with a single strike. The spectators erupted in fervent excitement, their cheers echoing. The paths of pain were formidable, and for them to eliminate even one was a monumental challenge. Yet Naruto had dispatched one with ease. Such overwhelming power was exhilarating. This is just the beginning. Naruto regarded the remaining 5 paths of pain with indifference, declaring, "Next, I shall eliminate all of you in one fell swoop." Clapping his hands together, he proclaimed, "Sage Art, Wood Release, Cutting Technique." From beneath his feet, trees sprouted sharpened wooden spikes, several meters long. Release. At his command, countless wooden spikes soared forth like arrows released from a bow, raining down upon the 5 paths of pain. Summoning technique. The beast path struck the ground, conjuring a gigantic chameleon to shield the remaining paths. Thud, thud, thud. The wooden spikes surged forth, transforming the colossal chameleon into a sieve, eliciting anguished cries. Seizing the opportunity, the Azura path raised its arms, revealing two dark, cannon-like apertures that unleashed a barrage of projectiles. In a flash, Naruto vanished from his position, reappearing behind the Azura path. With yet another simple punch, he shattered the Azura path into a heap of scrap. The Azura path was vanquished. But the onslaught did not cease. Taking advantage of the momentary confusion among the paths of pain, Naruto seized the beast path and instantaneously teleported away. Crystal release. A crimson radiance erupted from Naruto's hand. And in an instant, the beast path was crystallized, transformed into a glistening gem. Naruto casually discarded the beast path like a piece of trash, causing it to shatter upon hitting the ground, splintering into crystal fragments. How astonishing! In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched 3 pain bodies. Such ferocity. Naruto's brutality is truly remarkable. Is this the extent of his true power? It is utterly terrifying. Within merely half a minute of his return, he annihilated 3 pains in succession. The onlookers felt their blood surge with excitement. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Other ninjas from Konoha had struggled immensely to confront pain. Just to illustrate, earlier, in an attempt to deal with that hellish dog, several members of the Umbu had employed techniques such as the lightning release, for pillars binding, earth release, mud clone, lightning release, 16 pillars binding, and fire release, searing technique, culminating in a formidable electric rice cooker steam dog technique. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. This highlights the overwhelming strength of the 6 paths of pain. With Naruto's return, he effortlessly eliminated 3, leaving all spectators feeling deeply embarrassed by their own limitations. Only 3 remain. Naruto's gaze fell upon the remaining human path, hell path, and Deva path. Buy me some time. Deva path pain stated coldly. The recent use of the almighty push had drained an excessive amount of chakra, and he had yet to recover. The human path and hell path nodded, launching themselves from either side towards Naruto in a desperate attempt to encircle him. Seeking death, Naruto scoffed, his figure flashing as he appeared before the human path, delivering a punch that obliterated its head. Then, he turned his attention to the hell path, swiftly crushing it beneath his foot, creating a gaping hole in its chest, resulting in instant death. An utterly feeble opponent. Naruto spat disdainfully and then directed his gaze at the final Deva path. It's just you left, Deva. Vortex Naruto, you are indeed formidable. Deva path pain's expression remained unchanged. Your presence severely obstructs humanity's pursuit of peace. I shall enact divine retribution upon you. As the words fell, Deva path pain raised both hands, his voice resonating with authority. Universal pull. Boom. Naruto felt an overwhelming force drawing him uncontrollably towards Deva path. But that was not the end. Deva path seized a massive boulder, towering over 10 meters, and hurled it towards Naruto. Naruto, be careful. Watch out. Hinata and the others felt their hearts seize with dread. Compelled by the repulsive force, Naruto hurtled towards the colossal rock, seemingly on a collision course. However, at that moment, a green skeletal hand manifested from Naruto, bracing against the boulder. With a powerful grip, it shattered the rock into a myriad of fragments. This caused Deva path's pupils to constrict. Hinata and the others were equally taken aback. Pain, I truly cannot fathom your intentions to come to Konoha seeking your demise. Naruto was enveloped in ascending green flames, coalescing into skeletal structures, forming a colossal skeleton. Subsequently, intricate veins emerged on the skeleton's surface, filling with flesh and blood, and enveloped in green chakra. Finally, the armor of the great Tengu materialized, shrouding the skeleton, bestowing it with an aura of majesty and sanctity. The third form of the complete body, Susanoo. Unlike Itachi's Susanoo, Shirsue's Susanoo wields a single-handed spiral sword. The eyes of pain narrowed in astonishment. What is that? A new ninjutsu? I have never witnessed such a technique. Could it be a new ninjutsu developed by Naruto? Upon seeing Susanoo, the onlooking villagers of Konoha erupted in astonishment, each speculating about the truth behind Susanoo. Meanwhile, the third Hokage and other veteran ninjas were visibly shaken, their faces betraying disbelief. Susanoo. The third Hokage wore an expression akin to seeing a ghost. Why is Naruto able to use Susanoo? Could he possibly be a member of the Uchiha clan? No. Impossible. Naruto is the child of Minato and Kushina. He cannot be of the Uchiha lineage. The third was utterly perplexed. If he was not of the Uchiha clan, How could he wield Susanoo? Susanoo. Pain's gaze was fixed on Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, I never anticipated you could also employ Susanoo. Pain examined Naruto's eyes, and indeed, they were the fabled Sharingan. If a member of the Uzumaki clan possesses the Rinnegan, it is only natural that I can utilize Susanoo, right? Standing atop Susanoo's head, Naruto was enveloped in a verdant chakra. Let us continue the battle. As Naruto commanded Susanoo, he swung the spiral drill, fiercely thrusting it toward Pain. Shinra-tensei. Pain raised his right hand, and a terrifying repulsive force erupted, instantaneously deflecting Naruto's spiral drill. I have been waiting for this. A smirk tugged at Naruto's lips, flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Naruto vanished. The next moment, he appeared abruptly behind Pain, thrusting the spiral drill once more. With a swift motion, the drill pierced through Pain's body, creating a gaping hole. Shinra-tensei is indeed formidable. Naruto gazed down at Pain, but a 5-second cooldown is fatal for you. In a battle of masters, even a single second can feel interminable, let alone 5. For Naruto, who possesses the Flying Thunder God technique, 5 seconds is ample time to vanquish Pain several times over. 5 seconds is far too lengthy. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly are impressive. Even with his body pierced, Pain's expression remained unchanged. Shinra-tensei. Boom. A wave of repulsive force surged forth, sending Naruto and his spiral drill flying away. At that moment, a black sphere hurtled down from the sky. Chibaku-tensei. Pain clapped his hands together. Alone, he could no longer subdue Naruto, and thus resorted to his ultimate technique. Chibaku-tensei. An overwhelming and terrifying gravitational force radiated from the black sphere, indiscriminately cascading down upon the earth. The ground trembled violently. Stones, soil, and buildings were uncontrollably drawn toward the black sphere. Crack. Boom. The earth split apart, and mountains crumbled. The ground collapsed while boulders floated. This scene resembled the arrival of an apocalypse, and the villagers of Konoha turned pale, their faces etched with terror. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Why are the stones flying upwards? I cannot control my body. Pull me. Quickly pull me. The gravitational force unleashed by Chibaku-tensei is truly terrifying. Even the spectators from afar in Konoha could sense the terrifying gravitational pull. Fortunately, they aided one another and swiftly distanced themselves, escaping the clutches of the Earth explosion stars. However, Naruto was not as fortunate. In the place where he stood, the gravitational force was at its peak, that dreadful tugging tearing at his very being. Naruto was drawn skyward, along with countless rocks and soil, all being pulled toward the ominous black sphere. At last, he unleashed this technique. Naruto shook his head and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing without a trace. Tendo was utterly stunned. The Earth explosion stars represented his most formidable attack, capable of sealing any tailed beast. Yet Naruto had disappeared. What now? That infuriating guy. Tendo began to lose his composure. The Flying Thunder God technique was truly maddening. Why did such a ninjutsu exist? Are you searching for me? Naruto's voice echoed from behind. Tendo turned abruptly, meeting a pair of blood-red eyes. The crimson pupils, resembling a triangular pinwheel, belonged to Itachi's Sharingan. Tsukuyami. Naruto's left eye glared fiercely. Tendo's body stiffened. Rendered immobile, it appeared your Rinnegan is not immune to illusions. Naruto smiled faintly, activating his crystal release, transforming Tendo into a crystalline sculpture. With a gentle nudge, the crystal statue toppled to the ground, shattering into a myriad of pieces. Tendo is dead. We have triumphed. Hooray. Long live Naruto. He has done it. He truly defeated Pain and protected the village. Naruto, you are remarkable. This fellow has grown so powerful. The gap between us is widening. Witnessing Tendo's demise, the people of Konoha were filled with elation and exhilaration. This invasion had been unexpectedly sudden and exceedingly arduous. Throughout Konoha's 60-year history, this assault could be deemed one of the most devastating and perilous. Thankfully, they emerged victorious, all thanks to Naruto. In that moment, gratitude shone in everyone's eyes as they looked upon him. With Tendo's death, the Earth explosion stars lost control, ceasing to attract everything on the ground, beginning to plummet. Although the Earth explosion stars had not reached a truly astonishing size, it was still considerable. If it were to crash down, it would be akin to a meteorite striking the Earth, unleashing destructive power beyond imagination. Naruto, of course, would not allow such a calamity to occur. He decisively employed his most potent technique. Sage art would release, true thousand hands. While Naruto also possessed Susanoo, his most formidable offensive capability at present remained would release. The destructive power unleashed by Sage Mode would release was superior to that of Susanoo. Only by activating the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and honing one's ocular power to its utmost could one achieve the strongest state. Naruto was still far from that level. With a thunderous roar, as Naruto's chakra surged violently into the earth, a colossal Buddha statue, adorned with 1,000 massive arms and towering nearly 100 meters high, rose from the ground, its presence as imposing as a small mountain. Everyone stood in awe, gazing at the magnificent and colossal Buddha statue, collectively rendered speechless. The transformation into the Buddha was complete. Naruto let out a mighty roar, and the colossal statue of the 1,000-handed Buddha suddenly rose, swinging its fists with reckless abandon towards the earth-shattering star. A multitude of fists fell like an impenetrable rain, crashing down upon the meteoric remnants created by the earth-shattering star. Each blow possessed an incredible destructive force, and when 1,000 fists struck together, it was as if the heavens themselves were being obliterated. With a resounding roar, the meteor was pulverized into dust, scattering countless fragments like a cascade of debris. How astonishing! Is this truly the strength of a human being? It feels as though we exist in entirely different dimensions. Unbelievable. Naruto has grown to such an extent. He must now rival the first Hokage, if not surpass him. Truly, he is formidable. The people of Konoha were left utterly astounded. The scene they had just witnessed felt like a dream. Indeed, the true Thousand Hands truly exemplified the pinnacle of wood-release techniques. Panting heavily, Naruto remarked, "That technique completely drained my Azura chakra. Such flashy ninjutsu should be reserved for special occasions. My limbs simply cannot endure it." After taking a brief respite, he activated his divine perception and swiftly sensed Nagato's location. It was time to confront Nagato. Naruto employed the technique of ultra-light heavy rock, propelling himself into the air and soaring towards Nagato's position. "Kurama, what do you think of my true 1,000 Hands? How does it compare to the first Hokage?" "There remains a considerable gap," Kurama replied. "The giant Buddha summoned by Hashirama towers higher than the mountains, and its hand dwarfs mine. While your true 1,000 Hands is impressive, it is not vastly larger than mine. At your current rate of growth, you could surpass Senju Hashirama within a year." "A year, you say?" During their casual exchange, Naruto arrived at the paper tree where Nagato and Konin were concealed. This paper tree, crafted from Konin's paper jutsu, was hollow within, providing refuge for both Nagato and Konin. Naruto tore a large hole through it and stepped inside. Konin, tense and poised to attack, was halted by Nagato. "Konin, cease. You are no match for him." Nagato, appearing frail and emaciated, his once vibrant red hair now dulled, fixated his gaze on Naruto. "You have arrived," Nagato stated. "I have," Naruto replied, meeting Nagato's gaze. "You must harbor a deep hatred for me. With your enemy before you, you must long for vengeance." Nagato's eyes bore into Naruto, a mixture of inquiry and murmuring. "The chains of hatred have begun. You may kill me now, for you are stronger than I had imagined." "Hate?" Naruto suddenly chuckled. "Not at all." Both Nagato and Konin were taken aback. "You do not hate me?" Nagato furrowed his brows, scrutinizing Naruto. "Not in the slightest. In fact, I feel some sympathy." Naruto shook his head. "Nagato, I am aware of everything concerning you, Konin, and Yahiko." Both Nagato and Konin were momentarily stunned. "You were orphans born amidst the flames of war, enduring suffering and the pain of losing loved ones." Naruto sighed. "To be honest, I have lived in an era of peace, and I cannot fully empathize. However, I understand your anguish and recognize your noble aspiration for peace. After all, no one wishes to exist in a world perpetually engulfed in war and chaos." "Naruto Uzumaki, you truly comprehend me, don't you?" Nagato murmured. "Since you understand me, you should be willing to sacrifice for peace and surrender the 9 tails." Chapter 32. The Eternal Mangekyō. Indeed, a comprehensive superiority over the ordinary Mangekyō. "Nagato, I have come today solely to converse with you. Your words render this dialogue futile." Naruto scoffed. "Do you genuinely believe that by creating tailed beast weapons, possessing the power to annihilate a nation in an instant, you can procure true peace? How naive you are." Nagato's expression darkened. "What do you mean?" "I tell you, as long as humanity exists, genuine peace cannot be attained in this world." Naruto shrugged. "Each individual is a distinct entity, possessing their own thoughts and desires. Human desire is the driving force behind societal progress, as well as an inherent instinct of all living beings. Just as sheep must graze and tigers must hunt sheep, every creature harbors such instincts. Where there is desire, there will inevitably be conflict. Therefore, to achieve true peace, one must eradicate human desire. But once desire is extinguished, can one still be considered human? If everyone is devoid of wants, merely lying in bed and awaiting death, who will labor in this world? Who will cultivate crops? Who will create garments? Who will rear livestock? Your tailed beast weapons? Once desire is eradicated, human society will stagnate, leading ultimately to humanity's extinction. Thus, as long as there are humans, disputes will arise, unless you annihilate all of humanity, erasing our existence. Nagato was taken aback. Furthermore, do you think that by creating tailed beast weapons, you can intimidate the nations into yielding true peace? Naruto gazed at Nagato. I ask you, once these tailed beast weapons are forged, who will wield them? You? Can you assure that, upon possessing these weapons, you will remain true to your principles and not abuse their power? Even if you can guarantee that, what happens after your demise? Who will control these weapons in your absence? Can you ensure your successor will maintain the same integrity and not misuse the tailed beast weapons? Nagato fell into a profound silence. He had been ensnared by Obito's allure, naively believing that collecting tailed beasts and creating tailed beast weapons would usher in true peace. Now, he suddenly realized how naive he had been. Tailed beast weapons cannot yield genuine peace. In fact, they are the very source of turmoil. You evidently cannot guarantee this. Naruto shrugged. The more powerful the tailed beast weapons you create, the swifter humanity's demise will be. Is there truly no possibility for authentic peace? Nagato appeared bewildered, his values crumbling. No. Naruto shook his head. Even if you were to obliterate all ninja villages and slay every ninja, even if you were to entirely sever the chakra cultivation system, leaving only ordinary people, there would still be no true peace. As long as humanity exists, even primitive humans or those from the age of cold weapons would ignite wars. There is no genuine peace, only a relative peace that adheres to certain orders and rules. Nagato was evidently shaken to his core, standing frozen in place, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Shounen could not help but inquire. Is there truly no means to achieve peace? Although absolute peace may be unattainable, it does not preclude the possibility of attaining harmony within the ninja world. Naruto replied with a smile. What could this mean? If absolute peace is non-existent, how can one achieve peace in the ninja realm? Nagato pondered in confusion. Nagato, I ask you. Naruto countered, what causes wars and conflicts in this world? Naturally, it is due to contradictions. Nagato solemnly stated. Conflicts arise between nations and villages for various reasons, and if these contradictions are not resolved effectively, they can ultimately escalate into violent confrontations and even wars. You are correct. Contradictions can indeed lead to war, Naruto smiled. Thus, if we can resolve these contradictions, we can avert war. Would you agree with this assertion? Nagato silently nodded. However, contradictions are not easily resolved. Unequal distribution of interests, scarcity of resources, and the ambitions of certain individuals can make contradictions exceedingly difficult to address. Indeed, contradictions are quite challenging to resolve, Naruto remarked with a grin. Yet, contradictions can be redirected. Redirected contradictions? Nagato was taken aback. How should this be understood? It is quite simple. Shift the contradictions between nations and villages outward. Naruto explained. For instance, when a formidable enemy capable of annihilating the world emerges in the ninja realm, all major nations and ninja villages would inevitably set aside their differences and unite against this common foe. Throughout this process of collaboration, as they assist one another and fight side by side, they will become familiar with each other. Over time, bonds will deepen, and they will evolve from comrades into friends. This is what I mean by redirecting contradictions. By transferring internal conflicts outward, they can achieve mutual reconciliation while confronting external threats. Your notion of redirecting contradictions indeed possesses some merit, but it remains merely a hypothesis. Nagato shook his head. The 5 great ninja villages have harbored grievances for far too long. It would be a miracle if they did not engage in conflict, let alone join forces. But what if an enemy intent on destroying the ninja realm truly appeared? Naruto inquired with a smile. Nagato fell silent for a moment and replied, in such a scenario, the 5 great ninja villages might indeed unite. Allow me to show you something, and you will understand. Naruto smiled faintly, his eyes suddenly transforming into a Tachi Sharingan as he activated Tsukuyomi on Nagato. Nagato was swiftly drawn into the realm of Tsukuyomi, where he witnessed a scene beyond his imagination. The Fourth Great Ninja War, the Ninja Allied Forces, the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Madara's Resurrection, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and the Otsutsuki clan. Nagato stood frozen in place, speechless for a long time. He was astounded, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Could the future truly unfold in such a manner? Nagato murmured to himself, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The Eye of the Moon. It actually. Nagato. Xiaonan, noticing Nagato's dazed demeanor, grew anxious. What is wrong? Don't frighten me. Nagato seemed oblivious to her concern, unresponsive, as if he had lost his mind. Xiaonan glared at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, what have you done to Nagato? I have done nothing. I merely revealed to him the truth, about everything. Naruto replied with a calm smile. The truth? Xiaonan was utterly bewildered. After a prolonged silence, Nagato finally regained his composure, his gaze becoming exceedingly intricate. Naruto Uzumaki, perhaps you are indeed correct. There truly exists no absolute peace in this world. Yet we can redirect conflict to achieve harmony within the ninja realm. Upon foreseeing future events, Nagato realized that his tailed beast weapon plan was but a farce. In the presence of the Ten Tails, Obito, Uchiha Madara, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, individuals capable of annihilating ninjas and obliterating the ninja world, what purpose do the tailed beast weapons serve? They merely provide resources for these formidable beings to grow stronger. Furthermore, as Naruto suggested, faced with such perilous figures, the major ninja villages will undoubtedly unite. Through the struggle against external threats, they will collaborate, foster understanding, and deepen their bonds. Over time, this can indeed lead to mutual comprehension, diminishing the reliance on violence, and achieving relative peace in the ninja world. Alas, I will not live to see that day. With a sigh, Nagato said, Naruto, although I am uncertain how you possess knowledge of future events, I hope you can safeguard this world, protect the peace of the ninja realm, as I envisioned. I will. Naruto gently nodded. Thank you. Nagato slowly formed hand seals, his voice trembling and hoarse. Outer path. Samsara of heavenly life. Konan's expression changed dramatically. Nagato, you Konan. Do not hinder me. I have treaded the wrong path before, but I have now discovered a new choice. You should rejoice for me, not grieve. Nagato smiled faintly and initiated the technique. Konan was momentarily lost in thought. She understood all too well that with Nagato's current chakra, using the samsara of heavenly life would surely lead to his demise. What puzzled her was what Naruto had revealed to Nagato that so profoundly altered his perspective. After executing the technique, Nagato completely drained the last remnants of chakra from his body. After my invasion, those who fell in Konoha should have been resurrected. I suppose that is some form of compensation. In my eyes, breathless, Nagato continued, once I am gone, I hope you can take these eyes with you. Do not leave them for them. He referred to Obito and Madara, having come to know all truths, wishing not to bequeath the Rinnegan to those two. Thank you, Naruto replied softly. And Konan, Nagato turned his gaze to her, urging, after I am gone, follow Naruto. For my sake, for Yahiko's, for true peace, live well. Experience the future world for me and Yahiko, witness genuine peace. I long to see that day. Tears streamed down Konan's face, her voice laden with sorrow, imbued with boundless grief. She had relied on Nagato and Yahiko since childhood, struggling to survive amid the ravages of war. Nagato and Yahiko were her everything. With Yahiko gone, she still had Nagato. Now, with Nagato's impending departure, she felt that her life had utterly lost its significance, devoid of any motivation to continue. If you wish to see it, it is not impossible, Naruto said. When you pass away, I will use the Edo Tensei to bring you back, allowing you to remain in this world. Edo Tensei? Nagato's lips twitched slightly in agreement. Thank you. He held no attachment to life, yet he yearned to witness the world of the future, to behold true peace. The technique of Edo Tensei appeared to be a viable option. Contemplating the prospect of viewing the future, all his regrets dissipated, and a faint smile graced his lips as he slowly closed his eyes. He had passed away. This formidable antagonist, who had endured a lonely childhood and ultimately succumbed to the allure of extreme peace, had finally met his end. Naruto found it difficult to feel joy, even overwhelmed with sadness. Nagato. Konan wept uncontrollably. Sister Konan, do not grieve. Naruto couldn't help but console her. We should first consider using Edo Tensei. Perhaps there is hope for revival. Really? Konan gazed at Naruto, her eyes brimming with tears. There are at least 2 ninjutsu capable of reviving the dead. Naruto sighed. One is the rebirth of the Samsara technique, and the other is the transmigration of life. The rebirth of the Samsara technique requires the Rinnegan to activate, but the transmigration of life does not. This forbidden technique can imbue puppets with life and, naturally, can also allow a person to return from death. Whether it will succeed remains uncertain, as it requires experimentation, but let us give Konan a glimmer of hope. Surely, a technique that can revive the dead must come at a great cost? Konan inquired. The transmigration of life is a resurrection technique that exchanges one's life for a name. Once activated, the caster will perish. Naruto nodded slightly. However, I know of a remarkably suitable caster, and that is Black Zetsu. In Naruto's eyes, Black Zetsu was the perfect candidate to execute the transmigration of life. With a robust life force, an ample quantity, and a feeble will, he would be exceedingly easy to control. Enlisting Black Zetsu to perform the technique was ideally fitting. If this method could indeed resurrect those who underwent Edo Tensei, it would allow for the revival of many individuals, Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Kushina. Naruto deemed it essential to attempt. Black Zetsu. Konan's eyes lit up with understanding, her excitement directed towards Naruto. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto. Truly, thank you. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. First, let us take Nagato's body away. Just as he spoke, a vortex suddenly appeared above Nagato's head, drawing his body into its depths. Damn it! Naruto's countenance shifted abruptly, yet it was too late to intervene. Standing where Nagato had just been was Obito, adorned with a vortex mask, revealing a single Sharingan. Uzumaki Naruto, I must admit, I underestimated you. I am quite curious as to how you possess a Sharingan, and moreover, a Mangekyō Sharingan. During this incursion, Obito and Zetsu had accompanied Nagato, stealthily observing the battle. They had witnessed Naruto's confrontation with Nagato in its entirety, and the combat prowess Naruto exhibited left Obito in disbelief. The wood release was one thing, but Naruto also possessed a Mangekyō Sharingan, an inconceivable notion, for Naruto was not a member of the Uchiha clan. At last, we meet Obito. Naruto locked eyes with Obito, smiling. I have long felt a connection to you. Obito. Obito's entire being trembled, his Sharingan fixed unwaveringly on Naruto. I do not comprehend what you are saying. Then consider it mere nonsense. Naruto replied with a calm smile, his own eyes suddenly shifting into a Mangekyō, activating Kotoame Tsukumi. Naruto Uzumaki, do not waste your efforts. I have anticipated your every move. Obito's form flickered momentarily, his voice resonating within the hollow of the tree. When we meet again, I shall capture you completely. With that, Obito vanished entirely, leaving behind Nagato's lifeless body. Konan, in a fit of desperation, shouted to halt him, yet received no response. Obito had already departed. How utterly repugnant is Kamui. Naruto could not help but mutter under his breath, turning to the furious Konan. He has gone far away. Let us return to Konoha for now. I wish to go back to the Hidden Rain village. Konan replied softly. That is my home. If you return there now, Obito will not spare you, and do not entertain the thought of killing him. It is impossible. Naruto shook his head. This man possesses the Sharingan and can activate his Anaji, reversing life and death. Even if you wield 600 billion explosive tags and bombard him incessantly for 10 minutes, you will not succeed in killing him. Ultimately, Konan was persuaded and resolved to honor Nagato's last wishes, choosing to stay by Naruto's side. Upon their return to Konoha, they were greeted by the jubilant cheers of the villagers. At long last, we have returned. Naruto, I believed you would come back. Welcome home, Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. Thank you for saving us. Naruto, you are the hero of the village. The crowd erupted in celebratory shouts, their voices reverberating through the air, as if the heavens themselves might tremble. From the third Hokage to Kakashi and every ordinary villager, all gazed upon Naruto with profound gratitude and admiration. In that moment, Naruto truly embodied the essence of a hero. Welcome home, Naruto. Kakashi looked at him with pride. You have defeated pain and saved the village. You have accomplished it. Naruto, you have stolen the limelight. We appear quite inept in comparison. Shikamaru playfully punched Naruto on the chest, smiling. Nevertheless, we are grateful for your rescue of us all. Naruto, you have truly made it big. Kiba expressed with envy. Speaking of which, I am filled with jealousy. You have attained such stature. Naruto, you are incredible. Konohamaru clenched his fists, his face brimming with admiration. I will take you as my role model, train diligently, and one day grow up to protect the village like you. Becoming a hero, Konohamaru had long admired Naruto, and now, he was eager to pledge his allegiance as a disciple. The villagers surrounded Naruto, chattering excitedly about their gratitude and admiration. Hinata observed Naruto quietly, tears glistening in her eyes, filled with adoration, excitement, and affection. After exchanging greetings with everyone, Naruto walked slowly to Hinata, smiling. I have returned. Naruto, unable to contain her emotions any longer, Hinata leaped into his embrace, bursting into tears. Naruto said nothing, holding her silently. Hyuga Hayashi and Hanabi stood amidst the crowd, watching Naruto and Hinata, their eyes gleaming with emotion. Especially Hanabi, who gazed at Naruto with admiration. Brother-in-law, he truly is a hero. This spontaneous welcoming ceremony organized by the villagers lasted over an hour before it gradually dispersed. Subsequently, Naruto, Hinata, and Kakashi arrived at the ninja hospital to visit Tsunade. In her efforts to heal the villagers, Tsunade summoned a slug and overexerted her chakra, leading her into a state of unconsciousness. In such dire circumstances, the medical ninjas found themselves at a loss. However, this predicament did not daunt Naruto. He infused Tsunade with the Azura chakra from within himself, swiftly restoring her to health. The Azura chakra, imbued with immense life force, served as a miraculous remedy, making Tsunade's recovery remarkably effortless. Her awakening reinstated the normal functioning of the Konoha administrative system, restoring order and tranquility. Konoha lay in ruins, necessitating reconstruction, and the villagers required resettlement. The situation was dire. At this juncture, the property developer Yamato proved indispensable, showcasing the brilliance of the 3 rooms and 2 halls technique. To expedite the rebuilding process, Naruto dispatched 100 shadow clones to contribute to the village's restoration. Others also sprang into action, launching a fervent array of post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Preferring solitude, Naruto constructed a house in the forest adjacent to the village, intending to reside there henceforth. The efficacy of the 3 rooms and 2 halls technique was indeed impressive. Naruto exclaimed in admiration, subsequently building another house next door for Konan. Konan's presence sparked considerable unrest. As a member of the Akatsuki, she had recently allied with Pain to devastate Konoha, rendering her a sworn enemy. Naturally, the villagers were not welcoming. Without elaboration, Naruto merely stated, she has had her will altered by the Kodoame Tsukumi. From now on, she is one of us. Although this assertion was a fabrication, it proved remarkably effective, silencing the 3rd Hokage and others. To them, regardless of her past enmity, Konan, having been subjected to Kodoame Tsukumi, would no longer betray Naruto. Nevertheless, ordinary villagers remained unwelcoming toward her, prompting Naruto to allow her to reside in the forest, away from the community. As time passed, several days flew by. One morning, as was his custom, Naruto engaged in a lottery draw. Having drawn nothing of worth for consecutive days, he anticipated yet another mundane outcome. To his astonishment, he hit the jackpot. Ding! The lottery draw was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Sasuke. In disbelief, Naruto leapt from his bed, nearly colliding with the ceiling and creating a dent. The eternal Mangekyō. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, at last, I have drawn the eternal Mangekyō. Today truly is my lucky day. Prior to this moment, Naruto possessed 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi's and Shirsui's. However, the Mangekyō Sharingan is a consumable resource. Each use brings one closer to blindness. Thus, Naruto refrained from frequent use, rarely employing it in actual combat or training, fearful of losing his sight. But today, he had finally drawn the eternal Mangekyō. Fusion. Upon completion of the fusion, Naruto distinctly felt the transformation. The ocular power of the eternal Mangekyō surpassed that of the ordinary Mangekyō by an immense margin, existing on an entirely different level. The disparity in ocular prowess was palpable, akin to the difference between water at 30 degrees and that at 100 degrees. On the surface, there appeared to be little distinction, yet upon a mere touch, the disparity between the two became unmistakably clear. Naruto approached the mirror and activated the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. It was identical to Sasuke's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, composed of the 6-pointed star and triangular pinwheel designs. This ocular power surpassed that of an ordinary Mangekyō by an extraordinary margin. Its potency was vastly superior. With a sense of awe, Naruto employed the Flying Thunder God technique and transported himself to a remote wilderness far from Konoha. Amaterasu. Fire release. Combustion of earth. Susanoo. After a brief demonstration, the side effects of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan proved to be remarkably minimal, far less than those associated with the standard Mangekyō. Furthermore, summoning Susanoo was significantly easier, placing less strain on his body while simultaneously amplifying its strength. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan undeniably eclipsed the ordinary Mangekyō in every aspect. Naruto was genuinely elated. His only source of dissatisfaction stemmed from his inability to manifest the complete form of Susanoo at that moment. Although he was close to achieving it, he fell just short of the full realization, which left him somewhat unfulfilled. Naruto attributed this shortcoming to insufficient training. Under normal circumstances, 3 conditions must be met to unlock the complete form of Susanoo. First, one must possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This requirement is indisputable and requires no further elaboration. An anomaly like Kakashi, who can summon Susanoo without eyes, is a rare exception and not a topic for discussion. Second, an immense reservoir of chakra is essential. The complete form of Susanoo is colossal, akin to a mountain. Maintaining such a vast structure necessitates an extravagant expenditure of chakra. Without sufficient chakra, one simply cannot wield it. Lastly, one must harness their ocular power to its utmost potential. To unlock the complete form of Susanoo, relentless practice and refinement of ocular prowess are imperative. The first 2 conditions were already satisfied. Thus, it was merely a matter of continuous training and honing his ocular abilities. Naruto was never one to shy away from practice. After all, the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan would not falter, allowing him to train as he pleased. With the 4th Great Ninja War on the horizon, he resolved to practice diligently, eager to unlock the complete form of Susanoo as soon as possible. Following his acquisition of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto incorporated Mangekyō practice into his daily training regimen. Previously hesitant due to the fear of blindness, he could now train openly and without reservation. Thus, Naruto began his mornings by honing Susanoo and refining his ocular capabilities. Afternoons were devoted to extracting Ashura chakra, diligently advancing both Sage Mode and the cultivation of Sage Eyes in tandem, leaving no aspect unattended. Evenings typically afforded him some leisure time. Occasionally, when Jiraiya returned, Naruto would accompany him to enjoy hot springs, gather materials, and explore. When Hinata returned from missions, he would spend time with her. Naruto even made time to visit the Hyuga household to share a meal with Hinata's family. The demeanor of Hayashi Hyuga towards Naruto had dramatically transformed since their first encounter, radiating warmth and hospitality. Hanabi would call him brother-in-law with effortless familiarity. At times, he would gather with his friends for barbecues or ramen, relishing the fulfilling and pleasant moments. As days turned into weeks, Naruto grew increasingly adept at wielding Susanoo, while his Sage Mode continued to strengthen. On the 6th and 21st days of drawing from the Eternal Kaleidoscope, Naruto acquired the chakra of 2-tailed beasts, the 2 tails, Matatabi, and the 4 tails, Son Goku. Including the 1 tails and 6 tails he had previously drawn, Naruto had now obtained the chakra of 4-tailed beasts. He sealed the 2 tails and 4 tails into the Outer Path deity statue and excavated a palace underground in the forest outside the Hidden Leaf village, concealing the statue within. Given the considerable distance from the Land of Wind to the Hidden Leaf, Naruto was apprehensive about the possibility of the statue being stolen, prompting him to keep it close at hand. He could not afford to underestimate the thieves in the world of ninjas. Individuals like Kabuto could spring forth unexpectedly, delivering a shocking surprise. Thus, it was far safer to keep it nearby. A month swiftly passed. One afternoon, while Naruto was refining Ashura chakra in the forest, he was summoned by Tsunade. "Sister Tsunade, is there something you need?" Naruto inquired as he entered the Hokage's office. "There's been an incident." Tsunade sighed. "Sasuke attacked the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and has captured the 8 Tails. Raikage is furious and has called for a summit of the 5 Kage to discuss a joint response against the Akatsuki. Indeed, it has come to pass." Naruto mused with a slight sigh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow and coldly questioned, "Did you foresee this happening?" "It was predictable," Naruto shrugged. After Sasuke killed Itachi, he would undoubtedly be swayed by the Akatsuki and join their ranks. Moreover, I suspect he has discovered the truth about Itachi and the Uchiha clan massacre. He might harbor a deep hatred for the leaf now, possibly wishing to destroy it. Tsunade gritted her teeth in frustration. If I had known this would happen today, I should have kept him here when he defected. But discussing this now is futile. Naruto waved his hand, wishing to change the subject. Sister, where will the summit of the 5 Kage take place, and when do you plan to depart? The location is in the Land of Iron, Tsunade replied. The Land of Iron is a neutral territory protected by samurai, which aligns with the interests of all parties involved. As for the timing, we shall depart tomorrow. At this, Tsunade looked at Naruto and continued. Each Kage may bring 2 guards to this meeting. I have decided to take you and Kakashi. Is that agreeable? I have no objections. Naruto affirmed, eager to witness the summit and broaden his horizons. Then return and prepare well. We shall set off tomorrow morning. Tsunade instructed decisively. As Naruto exited the Hokage building, he was surprised to find Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, and others waiting outside. Besides Sasuke, all of the other members of Team 10 were present. What brings everyone together today? Naruto asked with a smile. Naruto, come over here. They beckoned, leading him to a secluded corner. Shikamaru got straight to the point. Naruto, you are aware that Sasuke has joined the Akatsuki and has captured the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, right? I just heard the Hokage mention it. Naruto nodded, perplexed. How did you all find out? Well, Ino's father works in the intelligence department, Shikamaru briefly explained. Sasuke has completely fallen from grace. What do you plan to do? Hinata, Sakura, Choji, Lee, Neji, and others gazed at Naruto, eager to hear his thoughts. What do you mean? Naruto countered with a question of his own. Everyone exchanged glances, enveloped in collective silence. It was Shikamaru who broke the stillness, stating, Sasuke is our peer, and he is our friend. His descent to such depths implicates us all in his downfall. With a heavy sigh, he continued, after careful consideration, we have resolved to eliminate him. Naruto, you two have acknowledged that Akatsuki's pursuit of the tailed beasts aims to resurrect the 10 tails. Neji lamented. Furthermore, Sasuke has willingly become Akatsuki's hound, even capturing the 8 tails. Such actions pose a grave threat to our village. It is difficult to fathom what further dangers he might unleash in the future. The most prudent course of action is to end his life. As his closest friend, you must make a decisive choice. Naruto nodded. Looking at the others, he inquired, do you all feel the same? Choji, Lee, and Tenten all nodded in unison. Ino's expression darkened, Sakura shed silent tears, and Hinata clung tightly to Naruto's arm, remaining silent, yet demonstrating her unwavering support for him. Leave this to me. I will handle Sasuke. Naruto replied with a faint smile. If he truly cannot turn back, I have other means to deal with him. Other means? The group's eyes brightened with intrigue. The following morning, Naruto rose early in preparation for their journey to the Land of Iron. First, the lottery. He had developed the habit of drawing the lottery as the first task upon waking, and today was no exception. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 5 tails, Mu King, Chakra. Ah, another tailed beast chakra. Naruto exclaimed with delight. The frequency of drawing tailed beast chakras has certainly increased lately. He murmured to himself and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, arriving at the subterranean palace to seal the 5 tails chakra. With a thought, Naruto commanded the outer path golem to release a chain from its mouth, drawing the 5 tails chakra into the construct. Old Sage of 6 Paths. This marks the 5th tailed beast chakra I have acquired. Only 4 remain. The 9 tails chimed in. Once we obtain the 3 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and my own chakra, we shall succeed. Indeed, we are close to success. Naruto felt invigorated. With 9 tailed beast chakras in total, he had already secured 5, leaving only 4 to claim. The revival of the 10 tails was truly within reach. After observing the outer path golem for a while, he left several wood clones to guard the location and returned to his room, only to find Hinata at home, tidying up his bedding with a steaming breakfast laid out on the table. Hinata, you're here, Naruto exclaimed, embracing her from behind and planting a kiss on her cheek. Hinata's form was soft and fragrant. Since solidifying their relationship, she had taken to visiting his home openly to assist in household chores, cleaning, washing dishes, doing laundry, even attending to his socks, underwear, sheets, and comforters. Hinata was diligent, ensuring the household was well organized and caring for Naruto with utmost thoughtfulness. Although they were not yet married, Hinata was already fulfilling the role of a devoted wife. Hinata's delicate body shivered as she recognized Naruto, and she obediently turned around, wrapping her arms around his waist. Where have you been? Just taking a stroll. Naruto planted a gentle kiss on the beautiful girl's face. Why did you arrive so early? Today, I must accompany Lady Tsunade to the Land of Iron, and I need to see you off. Hinata softly replied. Make sure to take good care of yourself once you go out, and don't forget to eat well. Oh, and remember, the climate in the Land of Iron is frigid, with snow year-round, so pack plenty of warm clothing. I will. Naruto gazed at Hinata, his affection for her growing with each glance, unable to resist kissing her again, savoring her crimson lips. Hinata trembled slightly, a rosy blush creeping across her cheeks. Yet she offered no resistance, dutifully allowing Naruto to claim her kiss. She would never turn down Naruto, no matter the circumstances. The two lingered in their affectionate embrace until the Umbu knocked at the door, bringing their tender moment to a reluctant close. At the entrance of Konoha village, a multitude had gathered to bid farewell. Among them were Hinata, Hanabi, Hizashi, Niji, and others from the Hyuga clan. To them, Naruto was not only the hero of Konoha but also their beloved son-in-law, making the Hyuga clan his most steadfast supporters, ready to rally behind him. Naruto was to accompany the Hokage to the 5 Kage summit, a momentous occasion that warranted their presence. Next, the Konoha 10, all of whom had come to see him off, joined the gathering. Additionally, the 3rd Hokage, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Tenten were also present. Finally, Asuma, Kurenai, Might Guy, and a cohort of elite Jonin arrived to extend their farewells. Unlike the original storyline, where Danzo's departure for the summit was met with silence, Tsunade's attendance this time was celebrated with much more enthusiasm and warmth. Naruto, you must protect Lady Hokage, Kakashi declared. You are my lifelong rival, and I leave her in your capable hands. Everyone, please head back. Tsunade waved to the crowd, her demeanor striking. Dressed in her white Hokage cloak and holding the Hokage hat, she radiated confidence. Naruto and Kakashi stood on either side of Tsunade, smiling at the gathering, creating a serene atmosphere. Suddenly, a chilling shout erupted from above, reverberating like thunder throughout the village. Everyone paused, their gazes drawn skyward as a giant eagle soared from the distance, swiftly approaching. In a flash, 4 figures descended from the sky, landing on the open ground not far from the village, their eyes fixed on the residents of Konoha, clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. They bore the unmistakable attire of the Akatsuki. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed in shock. Why has he returned? Wasn't he a traitor? The newcomers were none other than the legendary Uchiha Sasuke, leading his team of hawks, Karin, Yugo, and Suigetsu. Sasuke's cold gaze fixated on the 3rd Hokage, Mito Gate Kurenai, and Tenten, the 3 former high-ranking officials of Konoha. Karin stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance, while Yugo maintained a stoic expression, and Suigetsu sported a mischievous grin. Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino rushed forward. Stop! Tsunade raised her hand to halt them, her voice cold and commanding. Sasuke, what brings you back? Everyone's gaze was fixed intensely on Sasuke, their faces reflecting hostility, hatred, and trepidation. Sasuke disregarded Tsunade, his piercing eyes locked onto the 3rd Hokage. I ask you, 3rd Hokage, was it you in the upper echelons of Konoha who ordered Itachi Uchiha to annihilate the Uchiha clan? Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage, Koharu, and Hamura turned pale. Disbelief etched across their faces as they stared at Sasuke. Did he uncover the truth? The others were equally bewildered. What was Sasuke saying? Why couldn't they comprehend? This was sheer nonsense. The Uchiha clan had undeniably been exterminated by that traitor. What did it have to do with the 3rd Hokage? The Uchiha were inherently tainted by betrayal, just like Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha. Ironically, they were obliterated by a traitor. Thankfully, they had been eradicated early on. Sasuke's words were so outrageous that the crowd dismissed him with scorn, their ridicule only serving to fuel the flames of his resentment towards Konoha to a frenzied degree. Itachi had sacrificed his own family and willingly bore the title of a traitor to protect Konoha and the very people before him. Yet they dared to defame his brother. Hatred surged within Sasuke, his murderous intent nearly palpable, his voice icy and piercing. 3rd Hokage, I will ask you once more. Was it you 3 who ordered Itachi to eradicate the Uchiha clan? Silence. You traitor! Tsunade shouted sharply. How dare you spout such nonsense and incite trouble here? Someone, seize him. She knew full well that if the truth of the Uchiha massacre came to light, their reputations would be irrevocably tarnished. After all, no matter how unruly the Uchiha clan had been, they were foundational to Konoha's establishment an integral part of it. Regardless of any justification, it was unconscionable to completely obliterate the entire Uchiha clan, uprooting it entirely. Most of the Uchiha members were elderly, weak, and women and children, some of whom had been esteemed elders who had contributed greatly to Konoha. Even if the Uchiha sought to instigate a coup, they could not justify slaughtering the elderly and children. It was far too cruel. If such deeds were revealed, how would other shinobi clans perceive them? One could not help but feel a sense of sorrow for the fate of others, and at that moment, their authority would be utterly diminished. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Two ninjas from the Tsunade clan sprang into action, aiming to subdue Sasuke and silence him. The Tsunade clan, too, was one of Konoha's shinobi factions. Over the years, having relied on Tsunade, the clan had flourished, expanding its size significantly. Get away from me. Sasuke's body surged with purple chakra, coalescing into a skeletal hand that forcefully struck towards the two. Bang! Caught off guard, the two ninjas from the Tsunade clan were sent flying, blood splattering. A commotion erupted throughout the venue. All eyes were drawn to the skeletal hand enveloping Sasuke, gasps of astonishment filling the air. Ever since Pain's invasion and Naruto's decisive victory over him, the ninjutsu Naruto employed during that battle had become a subject of great admiration among the crowd. Among these, Susanoo and Wood Release garnered the highest levels of discussion. As the discourse expanded, it became evident to all what Susanoo truly was, a manifestation of formidable power. Now, upon witnessing Sasuke invoke Susanoo, everyone immediately recognized it. Susanoo? Has Sasuke awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan as well? The crowd swiftly turned their gaze towards Sasuke's eyes, and indeed, it was the Mangekyō Sharingan. A chill coursed through their hearts. How could they possibly counter this newfound strength? Sasuke, let us converse amicably. Do not resort to violence. Kakashi exclaimed urgently. He intended to protect Sasuke, wishing to prevent this former pupil from deepening his enmity with the village, for such a rift would be irreparable. Sasuke, however, cast not a glance at Kakashi, fixated solely on the third Hokage. Third Hokage. I shall ask you once more, was it indeed your directive that led Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan? The third sighed deeply, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Sasuke, it appears you are already aware of everything. What did this imply? A collective gasp resonated among the onlookers. Could it be that Sarutobi, Tika and Mito were poised to intervene, but were halted by the third's dismissive gesture? At this juncture, did he still intend to conceal the truth? Itachi had borne this unjust burden for far too long. The third exhaled heavily and spoke slowly. You are correct. I not only commanded Itachi to personally slay his kin and branded him a traitor, but I also tasked him with the solitary surveillance of Akatsuki. Indeed, the demise of the Uchiha clan was a command issued by me, the third Hokage. This revelation echoed like a thunderclap, resonating within the minds of all present, leaving them in a stupor. Across the entirety of Konoha, the number of individuals privy to the truth behind the Uchiha massacre was fewer than 5. Initially, only the third, Danzo, Tika, and Mito were aware, and later, Tsunade came to know as well. Aside from this quartet, no one else in Konoha held such knowledge. The prevailing belief had been that the Uchiha clan was eradicated by the traitor Uchiha Itachi. Yet, unexpectedly, the gazes directed at the third, Tika, and Mito shifted, now tinged with apprehension. Yes, the Uchiha clan was indeed arrogant and haughty, and they were widely disliked. However, did the elderly and children among them deserve such a fate? It was the village's leaders, tasked with the responsibility of safeguarding the village and its inhabitants. Mizuki scoffed derisively, laden with sarcasm. Yet, you spared not even the defenseless and vulnerable. How utterly ironic. Konoha has truly found itself under the stewardship of such ruthless leaders, a veritable stroke of misfortune. Upon hearing Mizuki's scorn, the denizens of Konoha felt a wave of shame and refrained from retorting. Tika vehemently countered. The Uchiha clan sought to instigate a coup, to seize power by force. Given the strength of the Uchiha clan at the time, if a coup were to occur, the village would be plunged into chaos. In such tumult, enemy nations would seize the opportunity to invade, plunging the village into an even graver crisis. Tika fixed a furious glare at Sasuke. Tell me, what could we have possibly done in such a scenario? Chapter 34. Naruto's ability to resurrect Uchiha clansmen implies that he could also revive others from different clans. Could one merely stand by and witness the Uchiha clan instigate a coup, plunging the village into an abyss from which it could never return? You, old woman. are employing a deceptive argument. Shueisha scoffed, stating, if the Uchiha are to launch a coup, then you should simply eliminate the participants. Why spare even the children? Do you truly believe that 3 or 5-year-olds are involved in this insurrection? Turnjin Xiaochun was rendered speechless. Why spare the children? Clearly, it is to eradicate any potential future threats. Yet, such a sentiment is too cruel to voice. Why? Why must Itachi be sent? Sasuke glared at the third Hokage. Why must he be compelled to personally slay his kin? The Uchiha clan was poised to revolt. And if the village's elite were to confront them, Sasuke could accept that. What he could not fathom was why Itachi was made to undertake such a brutal task, both for the Uchiha and for himself. Itachi, from a young age, was a child of meticulous insight. He discerned the teachings left by his ancestors and grasped the origins of the village and the shinobi. Thus, he was not ensnared by the bonds of his family. The third side. He possesses an independent perspective on the future of the shinobi and the village. At merely 7 years old, Itachi was a boy with the mindset of a Hokage, and thus, I entrusted everything to him. He executed his responsibilities with remarkable excellence, single-handedly quelling the impending war. He even infiltrated the Akatsuki alone, while my condition was to keep you safe within the village. Sasuke trembled, his face reflecting a dawning realization and profound sorrow. So it was indeed thus. How could it be this way? Those around him found it hard to believe. No one had anticipated that the truth behind Itachi's annihilation of the Uchiha was such. For so long, Itachi had been perceived as a mad, malevolent traitor. Yet who could have imagined that his hand, which struck down his kin, was guided by a desire to protect the village under the orders of the third Hokage? Had it not been for him, history might have spiraled into war, potentially leading to the annihilation of Konoha. The once deranged felon had transformed into a silent guardian of the village. A tumult of emotions surged within everyone: shame, sympathy, admiration, disbelief. Brother Itachi. Sasuke was engulfed in an infinite sorrow, his eyes betraying an indescribable grief. Yet, upon seeing the villagers of Konoha, this sorrow morphed into an indelible hatred. It is you, Konoha, who has wronged my brother, who has obliterated the Uchiha clan. I shall slay you all. I will raze Konoha to the ground, avenging my brother and the Uchiha. A chill ran through everyone as they regarded Sasuke with trepidation. Sasuke, Sakura, tears streaming down her face, shook her head in an attempt to dissuade him. Sasuke, do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. Kakashi interjected. Those who are consumed by vengeance seldom find a favorable outcome. Do not let hatred govern your actions. Kakashi felt compassion for both Itachi and the Uchiha clan. However, what had transpired was irretrievable. Yet Sasuke still lived. Kakashi did not wish for his former pupil to find himself at odds with Konoha, walking the path of self-destruction. Ha ha ha! Sasuke erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in existence, cackling madly, defiantly. As the laughter faded, Sasuke's mirth transformed into a fierce outburst. Return Itachi, father, mother, and our clan to me, and I shall forsake my vengeance. Kakashi remained silent. With the dead unable to be resurrected, how could one hope for revival? Sasuke made it clear he was resolute in his pursuit. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi spoke. Sasuke, I do not wish to lay a hand on you, nor do I desire to take your life. Your words imply you could end me at any moment. Sasuke retorted with a cold sneer, his face a mask of derision. Kakashi, cease your pretense of being a teacher. I am eager to bring about your demise. Have you truly fallen to such depths, Sasuke? Kakashi lamented, his heart heavy. As your mentor, it is my duty to rectify your mistakes. With determination, Kakashi cast aside his ceremonial garb. If that is the case, let us settle this here and now. As an elite shinobi of Konoha, Kakashi could not idly stand by while Sasuke threatened the village. Yet, he found himself unable to sway Sasuke from his vengeful path. All he could do was endure the sorrow and act decisively. I shall not repeat myself, Sasuke declared coldly. Do not assume the role of a teacher. You are unworthy of such a title. Perhaps you are right. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan eye. That borrowed Sharingan of yours. Do not flaunt it before me, Sasuke bellowed, charging towards Kakashi while simultaneously activating his Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi crouched, striking the ground with his hands to raise a wall of earth before him. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of Shuriken was instantly thwarted by the earthen barrier. Your Sharingan may have its uses, but to achieve this level of prowess is commendable, Sasuke mocked, a smirk on his lips. But can your Sharingan accomplish this? Sasuke's body ignited with a purple chakra, and the third form of his Susanoo materialized with a thunderous presence. Clad in the armor of the Tengu, wielding the sacred sword Kusanagi, he was enveloped in a majestic purple aura. Susanoo. Kakashi's pupils constricted in shock. Susanoo. The crowd erupted in chaos. Step back. Everyone retreat. Tsunade commanded, and the onlookers hastily distanced themselves. They understood the strength of Susanoo. Merely a month prior, Naruto had utilized it to overwhelm pain without resistance. They were no match for its might. Kakashi, perish. Sasuke cackled, as the sword in Susanoo's grip transformed into a bow, unleashing a purple arrow that surged forth. Whoosh. The violet projectile darted towards Kakashi in an instant. Just as Kakashi activated Kimui to teleport the arrow away, a skeletal hand materialized, seizing the arrow and crushing it effortlessly. What is this? Kakashi wondered, his gaze shifting. Naruto had intervened. Cloaked in purple chakra, he stood adorned with a skeletal Susanoo hovering above him. The hue of purple. Kakashi was taken aback. Wasn't he Naruto's Susanoo green? How did it transform into purple? Naruto made his move. This is great. With Naruto taking action, he would undoubtedly thwart Sasuke's intentions. I was truly terrified moments ago. How peculiar. Why is Naruto's Susanoo purple? I distinctly remember it being green. The atmosphere grew tumultuous. Karen, Suigetsu, and Jugo also fixed their gazes on Naruto's Susanoo, their eyes filled with incredulity. Who is this individual? Is he also a member of the Uchiha clan? How can he wield the same ocular technique as Sasuke? The amount of chakra this guy possesses. Karen's eyes widened in shock as she regarded Naruto with a hint of horror. Is he even human? Sasuke stared at Naruto, equally astonished. Your Susanoo the last time they fought. Naruto's Susanoo was undeniably green, and now it had morphed into purple. What was most unacceptable to Sasuke was that this purple Susanoo bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. A fashion faux pas? Can Susanoo even have a wardrobe malfunction? You again, Naruto, Sasuke exclaimed with a cold glare. Naruto replied with a smile. We meet again. What is the meaning of your Susanoo? Sasuke questioned icily. He is Naruto. Karen, Suigetsu, and Jugo shuddered. Among Orochimaru's subordinates, Naruto's reputation was quite formidable, for he had personally defeated Orochimaru. Furthermore, the trio's curiosity about Naruto stemmed from Sasuke's frequent mentions of him. Sasuke often spoke of his two life goals, to kill Itachi and to surpass Naruto. After hearing this repeatedly, Karen and her companions were naturally intrigued. They yearned to discover what kind of person Naruto was, who could rival even Sasuke. Yet upon meeting him, they felt somewhat disappointed. Was this what he looked like? He seemed rather ordinary. Sasuke is still the more handsome one. Karen shot a starry-eyed glance at Sasuke. Last time we met, your Susanoo was green. Why has it turned purple today? Sasuke asked coldly. Oh, that. Naruto shrugged and replied with a smile. It's because I possess 2 pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan. What did you say? Sasuke was taken aback, then quickly retorted. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could one person possess 2 pairs of Mangekyō? Believe it or not, that is up to you. Naruto shrugged, unwilling to elaborate. That despicable guy? Sasuke gritted his teeth in fury. Last time we battled, you defeated me relying on your Susanoo. This time, I too have a Susanoo. And I shall see whose is superior. Sasuke shouted, summoning his Susanoo to draw a bow and shoot arrows, using Amaterasu as his projectiles. Whoosh! The black flames tore through the air, shooting towards Naruto with blinding speed and ferocity. Naruto effortlessly caught the arrow in his hand, impervious to the flames of Amaterasu that burned around him. You fool, that is not how Susanoo is wielded. Naruto shook his head. Very well. Today I shall show you the true Susanoo, lest you mistakenly believe you are formidable. As the words fell, Naruto's Susanoo expanded wildly above his head, transforming into a colossal entity in the blink of an eye. It manifested in the form of a divine warrior, its size surpassing the mountains, nearly obscuring the very heavens. The armor on its back evolved into 2 magnificent wings, while its hands wielded 2 enormous purple swords. A terrifying chakra surged forth, overwhelming everyone present, leaving them gasping for breath, their faces etched with astonishment. Is this also Susanoo? It is astonishingly vast, akin to a mountain. The crowd was rendered speechless. Their eyes filled with shock, horror, and disbelief. They could scarcely conceive that Susanoo could attain such monumental proportions. It was utterly unfathomable. Such a fearsome chakra. Karui trembled in fright, her entire being filled with dread. This is beyond what any human could achieve. Suigetsu was even more exaggerated, his body nearly dissolving into water. Drenched in sweat, shaking uncontrollably, utterly petrified, Sasuke was left in a state of shock. He gazed up at the towering, majestic Susanoo before him, questioning his very existence. In comparison to Naruto's Susanoo, his own seemed like that of a younger sibling. No, it was even less than that. The disparity was simply too great. This was the complete form of Susanoo. The third Hokage's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Has Naruto truly attained the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan? Naruto's current form was strikingly reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara from years past. Tsunade's complexion turned pale. No, he is even more terrifying than Uchiha Madara. He has also mastered the wood release of the first Hokage. Mito's voice trembled. This individual is a monster. I cannot fathom what catastrophic consequences will arise from such a concentration of terrifying power within a single person. The third Hokage felt a chill of fear. Initially, he reveled in Naruto's brilliance, believing that the village had a promising future with such an exceptional leader. However, Naruto's extraordinary talents and mastery of forbidden powers filled him with unease. If Naruto were solely dedicated to protecting Konoha, it would undoubtedly be a blessing. But if not, the third could hardly bear to contemplate it. Sasuke, what do you think of my Susanoo? Naruto asked with a smile as he looked down at Sasuke. Sasuke, feeling utterly defeated, questioned his very existence. You awakened the eternal Mangekyō? Indeed, the eternal Mangekyō. Naruto affirmed with a nod. Only the power of the eternal Mangekyō can unlock the true potential of Susanoo. How did you do it? Sasuke shouted. You have no family, no siblings. No second set of Mangekyō to fuse. Suddenly, Sasuke recalled Naruto mentioning that he possessed 2 sets of Mangekyō, which indeed met the conditions for fusion. Do you still wish to fight, Sasuke? Naruto inquired. Why? Why are you always stronger than me? Sasuke's composure shattered completely. Time and again, every time I make a breakthrough, dreaming of defeating you, your progress surpasses mine. Why? What is the reason for this? Sasuke pounded his chest in frustration, looking to the heavens in a furious roar. Filled with anger, resentment, defeat, and despair, Sasuke was not particularly steadfast at heart, and after a series of setbacks, his mentality finally crumbled. Indeed, this is a common affliction among all Indra reincarnations. Their mentality is often extreme, leading to an inevitable collapse. It must be said that, in terms of mindset and willpower, the Asura reincarnations undeniably surpass the Indra ones. Perhaps your obsession with vengeance is consuming you? Naruto sighed, stating, an eye for an eye, debts must be repaid. Seeking revenge is not inherently wrong, and I support your desire for retribution. However, one must not make vengeance the sole objective. Life is fleeting, and existence is impermanent. One must learn to treat oneself kindly. If your life revolves solely around vengeance, what meaning does it hold? I recall you once said, do not advise others to be virtuous without experiencing their suffering. Have you forgotten? Sasuke retorted, you have not endured my pain, so refrain from lecturing me. Thus, I have never hindered your quest for revenge. Naruto shrugged. Yet, I believe there are pursuits far more significant than revenge. For instance, the revival of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's voice turned frigid. Once I have avenged myself and destroyed Konoha, I will naturally revive the Uchiha clan. Naruto nodded. Very well, let me first show you someone. After you meet him, you can reconsider your plans to obliterate Konoha. He called out softly, step forward, Shursui. Shursui? What does that mean? The crowd was puzzled. Suddenly, a figure appeared in a flash. Clad in a black robe, adorned with an ANBU mask, and carrying a short blade, his features remained obscured. Everyone instinctively turned to face the newcomer. Show him. Naruto instructed the visitor. The figure nodded, removing his animal mask to reveal a strikingly handsome face. Uchiha Shursui. At the sight of him, the expressions of the third Hokage, Tsunade, and Mito Gates Inko shifted dramatically, as though they had seen a ghost. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Kurenai, and Nara Shikaku were equally astonished. Uchiha Shursui? He is alive. Is it truly Uchiha Shursui? Did he not perish? What could possibly explain this? Shursui, is it truly you? Sasuke was equally taken aback, as he was one of the few from the younger generation who knew Shursui. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Shursui. Shursui, are you really Shursui? The third Hokage exclaimed, but you were supposed to be dead. With the keen perception of the third Hokage, it was evident that Shisui was not a result of impure world reincarnation. He was genuinely alive. The third Hokage was astounded, pondering how Shisui, who had clearly died, had returned to life. What had transpired? Lord Third Hokage, it was Naruto who revived me. Shisui replied, his face radiating a warm, sunny smile. Naruto? The third Hokage was taken aback, gazing at Naruto in disbelief. Naruto, what is going on? This is somewhat complex, Naruto shrugged. In simple terms, I developed a unique resurrection jutsu and brought Shisui back to life. Is it really that simple? The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Simple? Not quite. Naruto chuckled, recalling how he had earlier comforted Konan, expressing hope that his reincarnation technique could also revive Nagato. At that moment, it was indeed a comforting remark. Yet Naruto perceived considerable operational value in this notion. For once successful, it could resurrect countless individuals. Thus, over the past few days, Naruto dispatched numerous shadow clones to conduct relevant experiments. Initially, all attempts ended in failure, until, by sheer happenstance, a shadow clone captured several white Zetsu. Utilizing the white Zetsu as offerings, he performed the impure world reincarnation. Subsequently, he controlled the white Zetsu to execute the living reincarnation, thereby reviving the reincarnated beings. Astonishingly, this time it succeeded. Overjoyed, Naruto sent forth a multitude of shadow clones across the world to capture more white Zetsu and continue the experimentation. A series of experiments corroborated that employing white Zetsu to initiate living reincarnation could indeed resurrect the reincarnated beings used as offerings. Naruto was oblivious to the underlying principles. Yet that was of little consequence. What mattered most were the results. This was an unprecedented miracle. Naruto had truly achieved a feat akin to the legendary Outer Path reincarnation. Inherent to the Rinnegan, the first significant individual he resurrected was Uchiha Shisui. Naruto possessed Shisui's right eye, effortlessly acquiring his genetic material. First, the impure world reincarnation. Then, the living reincarnation. And thus, Shisui returned to life. After his resurrection, Shisui remained hidden, observing the changes within Konoha and the ninja world. It seems simple enough. Naruto mused with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He turned to Shisui, saying, Shisui, please counsel your compatriot. He is currently in a frenzied state, seeking to destroy Konoha. As Itachi's friend and Sasuke's compatriot, you bear the responsibility to advise him. Understood. Shisui nodded, then turned to Sasuke. I never imagined how much you have grown, Sasuke. Brother Shisui? Sasuke gazed at Shisui in astonishment, stammering, is it really you, brother Shisui? Not only did Sasuke recognize Shisui, but they also shared a close bond. Shisui was 3 years older than Itachi and 8 years older than Sasuke. When Shisui perished at the age of 16, Sasuke was already 8. Shisui was Itachi's dearest friend and a member of the Konoha police force, often visiting the Uchiha household. How could Sasuke not be familiar with Shisui? It is I. Shisui smiled gently, his right eye transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan, then shifting into the Mangekyō. He possessed only this eye, which Naruto had obtained from Danzo. The left eye remained with Itachi. Now that Itachi was deceased, the left eye was likewise lost to obscurity. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt no doubt. Only a member of the Uchiha clan could effortlessly deactivate the Sharingan. Outsiders, like Kakashi, could not achieve such a feat, brother Shisui. You. Sasuke stumbled over his words. Since the tragic demise of his family at the age of 8, he had been the last remaining heir of the Uchiha clan. Now, finally encountering a familiar clan member, Sasuke was overwhelmed with emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not rush, take your time. Shisui reassured him, gently patting Sasuke's shoulder, sighing, you awakened the Mangekyō. You must have endured much. Sasuke's eyes reddened, his nose tinged with sorrow. Indeed, I have faced many trials over the years. Sasuke was a resilient individual, rarely revealing his vulnerable side, but before Shisui, he found it difficult to maintain his composure. He recounted the experiences of the past years in a succinct manner. Finally, he fixed his gaze upon the members of the Uchiha clan. It is they who caused my brother's demise, who have brought ruin upon our Uchiha clan. I shall avenge him, for my brother, for my father, my mother, and for all our kin. The higher-ups were indeed at fault back then. Yet we Uchihas also bear an undeniable responsibility. Shisui sighed. Moreover, I believe that the restoration of the Uchiha clan should take precedence over revenge. Restoration? How can we even speak of restoration? Sasuke replied with a sorrowful smile. Our clan lies in ruins, with no one left to revive it. This calls for Naruto's assistance. Shursui chuckled. Naruto has promised me that if we follow him, he can help us resurrect our fallen kin. This revelation struck the gathering like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in stunned silence, their mouths agape. All eyes turned towards Naruto. The notion of resurrecting the deceased clan members? Could Naruto's means of revival truly apply on a grand scale? If so, the implications would be entirely different. If Naruto could bring back the Uchiha, it would mean he could also resurrect others. Who among us has not lost someone? In an instant, the crowd's gaze towards Naruto transformed, infused with excitement and fervor. Sasuke, taken aback, found it hard to believe and stammered, Shursui, are you suggesting that? Shursui smiled gently. Whether it be Itachi, Captain Fugaku, or Aunt Mikoto, there is hope for their revival. Father, mother, they can come back? Sasuke murmured, then grew agitated. Is this truly possible? He involuntarily glanced at Naruto. His eyes filled with an uncommon plea, an expression he had never worn before. From now on, you must obey. If your performance satisfies me, I may consider it. Naruto replied with a mild smile. If you continue to cause trouble, I am not your Aunt Snake. I will not indulge you. Naruto cast a deep glance at Sasuke before turning to Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, it is time for us to depart. Tsunade eyed Sasuke, hesitating to speak. His situation remained unresolved. How could she leave the village with peace of mind? What if, upon their departure, Sasuke lost control again? Who could possibly restrain him? I shall accompany you. Sasuke inhaled deeply. Now that he glimpsed the hope of reviving his loved ones, he was resolute. He needed a clear answer from Naruto. At that moment, the destruction of Konoha and the death of its inhabitants became inconsequential to him. As long as he could bring back his family, he was willing to pay any price. Revenge? Was it still important? Do as you wish. Naruto shrugged. Very well. Tsunade chose not to elaborate further. If Sasuke wished to join, let him come along. As long as Naruto was present, he would not stir up any trouble. Then, Tsunade and the others waved their farewells and set off with Naruto and Kakashi. Sasuke, along with his Hawk squad, closely followed behind. What do you think? How on earth did he manage this? Suigetsu gazed at Naruto's retreating figure. Shursui Uchiha has been dead for a long time. How could he possibly be revived? Chapter 35. The Fourth Great Ninja War commences. I do not know. CHG shook his head. But I suspect it must be some kind of dreadful forbidden technique. Even the most forbidden techniques could not possibly grant life to the deceased. Such notions are indeed preposterous. Shueiwa lamented. What an enigmatic man he is. Even more mysterious than Orochimaru. He is formidable. Xianglin remarked gravely. I can sense his chakra, which is comparable to that of a tailed beast. Xianglin, that seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it? Shueiwa and Zhongwu were taken aback. Sasuke interjected. Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It is only natural for him to possess such a vast amount of chakra, so there is no need for alarm. No, it is not merely the Nine Tails chakra, Xianglin insisted. I can perceive two distinct types of chakra within him, one belonging to the Nine Tails, and the other, his own, which is equally immense, rivaling that of a tailed beast. What a monster, Shueiwa murmured, then turned to Sasuke. Sasuke, what manner of person is he? Sasuke gazed at Naruto's silhouette for a prolonged moment before responding with resignation. He is a genius. A genius? More so than you, Shueiwa exclaimed in astonishment. Sasuke fell silent. More of a genius than me. There is no comparison. He had indeed harbored resentment towards Naruto. Even in the face of repeated defeats, he never relinquished his determination. However, after witnessing Naruto's complete Susanoo today, he found himself devoid of any retort. Despite his own rapid progress, every time Sasuke contemplated challenging Naruto, the latter would invariably deliver a crushing blow to his aspirations. After numerous encounters, despair began to seep into Sasuke's heart. He could not help but question whether he would ever be able to surpass Naruto in this lifetime. Seeing Sasuke's silence, Shueiwa seemed to surmise that he had been disheartened, and tactfully shifted the conversation. Xianglin, you bear the surname Uzumaki, as does he. Are you both of the Uzumaki clan? Xianglin hesitated for a moment, adjusting her glasses before replying. I am unsure. Perhaps so. Naruto is of the Uzumaki clan. Meanwhile, Naruto walked alongside Tsunade and Kakashi, who were also inquiring about the revival of Shursui, showing great concern over the matter. Naruto did not withhold information, providing a brief overview of the resurrection process. Though he omitted critical details such as the rebirth reincarnation technique, the use of white zetsu as a sacrifice, and the identity of the practitioner. In truth, even if Tsunade were to learn these details, she would be unable to replicate the process. She lacked the knowledge of the rebirth reincarnation technique and the impure world reincarnation technique, and she would be unable to procure white zetsu. Even if she managed to find white zetsu, without the Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu, she would be incapable of controlling white zetsu to perform the rebirth reincarnation. In other words, apart from Naruto, no one else in this world could possibly utilize the rebirth reincarnation to resurrect the deceased. Not even Chiyo. This method of resurrection was uniquely Naruto's. Others, even if they understood the steps, would be unable to replicate it. After a moment's hesitation, Tsunade finally spoke. Naruto, could you assist me in reviving 2 individuals? As long as we can acquire the deceased genetic material and can summon them through impure world reincarnation, it should not pose a problem. Naruto replied with a smile. He could surmise whom Tsunade wished to revive: her younger brother, Hashirama Senju, and her first love, Dan Kato. Reviving Hashirama posed no issue. As for Dan, Naruto would need to contemplate further. Jiraiya had long cherished Tsunade, and even now, his affections remained, yet it was a formidable challenge for him to pursue her. Returning to the matter at hand, though fraught with difficulties, there lingers a glimmer of hope. Once Kato is resurrected, there will be no chance left for Jiraiya. With Naruto's promise in hand, Tsunade was invigorated. Once the 5 Kage summit concludes, we shall bring them back to life. Naruto nodded in agreement. Kakashi cast a glance at Naruto, pondering whether he should seek Naruto's assistance in resurrecting his father. 3 days later, the group arrived in the Land of Iron, a realm safeguarded by samurai, devoid of ninjas. They were warmly welcomed by Mifune and, after a night's rest, the summit commenced the following day. Within the solemn and imposing conference hall, the 5 Kage gathered, presided over by Mifune. Naruto and his 10 bodyguards stood behind their respective leaders, ensuring their safety. A necessity given the long-standing animosity among the 5 great ninja villages, which had accumulated countless grievances over the decades. The absence of trust necessitated vigilance. The attendees of the summit included Konoha, 5th Hokage Tsunade, Naruto, Kakashi, Iwagakure, 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, Akatsuchi, Red Earth, Kyomogakure, 4th Raikage A. Durui, Kira, Kirigakure, 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi, Chijiro, Ao, Sunagakure, 4th Kazekage Gaara, Temari, Kankuro. After decades of hostility, the 5 Kage greeted each other with veiled barbs and subtle competitions. Fortunately, Mifune mediated, allowing the Kage to set aside their prejudices and enabling the discussions to proceed smoothly. Ultimately, after deliberation, the 5 Kage unanimously resolved to establish a united ninja army to combat the Akatsuki organization, with the 4th Raikage A appointed as the commander. With the summit's objectives achieved, the Kage collectively exhaled in relief, and the atmosphere within the hall lightened. They engaged in casual conversation until Inoki suddenly turned to Naruto. Princess Tsunade, are you not aware that the Akatsuki is capturing Jinchuriki left and right? Yet you still allow the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to roam freely? At this remark, Naruto instantly became the focus of the gathering. Mei Terumi, Akatsuchi, Temari, Gaara, and all others turned their gaze toward him, their eyes reflecting curiosity. Tsunade smiled confidently. I welcome the Akatsuki's approach. It would be an opportunity to ensnare them all. Inoki, with a faint smile, addressed Naruto. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto, are you not? Your reputation has soared in recent years. I hear you defeated the former Akatsuki leader Pain? All eyes were on Naruto. Such trivial matters are inconsequential, he replied with a nonchalant smile. I have also heard that you have developed 5 bloodline limits, including wood release, crystal release, boil release, lava release, and ice release, and that you possess the Mangekyō Sharingan? Inoki remarked cryptically. Might you demonstrate these abilities for us here? At his words, the gazes directed at Naruto shifted once more. In recent years, if one were to speak of the most illustrious figure in the ninja world, it would undoubtedly be Uzumaki Naruto. Years ago, when Orochimaru attacked Konoha, Naruto, at the tender age of 12, managed to suppress Orochimaru and 2 other Kage-level shinobi, elevating his status to legendary proportions. 3 years ago, the Kazekage was captured, and it was Naruto who, against overwhelming odds, single-handedly defeated 3 members of the Akatsuki, successfully rescuing the Kazekage. In that battle, Naruto showcased the three bloodline limits of crystal release, wood release, and boil release, earning him renown throughout the ninja world. Moreover, just a month ago, during Pain's invasion of Konoha, Naruto single-handedly vanquished the 6 paths of pain. In that confrontation, Naruto not only displayed his mastery of wood release, but also introduced the world to the divine technique of Susanoo for the very first time. Each of these remarkable feats has solidified Naruto's status as the most prominent figure in the ninja realm in recent years. Rumors abound in the ninja world, proclaiming that Naruto possesses a talent for ninjutsu rivaling that of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and that he is destined to reach Hashirama's heights in the future. There will be opportunities. Naruto smiled gently. Next, the 5 great ninja villages will unite to confront the Akatsuki, and we shall fight side by side, allowing for ample opportunity for exchange. A silent agreement resonated among the gathered. Just then, at the conference table of the 5 Kage Summit, White Zetsu suddenly burst forth. Exclaiming loudly, "White Zetsu is indeed a jester." His remark introduced an absurdity into such a serious gathering, eliciting laughter from Naruto, who nearly burst into laughter. However, the other Kage were incensed, glaring at him with fury. The bodyguards, save for Naruto, immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of their respective leaders, ready for confrontation. "Akatsuki?" Inoki intoned coldly. "Your organization is exceedingly audacious to run rampant in such a place." The Raikage activated his lightning release chakra mode, seething with rage as he glared at White Zetsu, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. White Zetsu, feigning fear, cheerfully shouted, "Uchiha Sasuke is right here." He swayed with a flamboyant dance, exuberantly calling out, "Where could he be hiding? Let us all search for Sasuke together." "Sasuke?" The mention sent ripples through the assembly, instantly invigorating the 4 Kage, save for Tsunade. Sasuke's affiliation with the Akatsuki and his involvement in capturing the 8 Tails Jinchuriki directly opposed the interests of the 5 great ninja villages, which was precisely why this summit was convened. Consequently, everyone was eager to locate Sasuke, hoping to interrogate him about the whereabouts of the 8 Tails and gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. Naruto, Tsunade, and Kakashi exchanged glances, a flicker of concern passing between them. The Hawk team had accompanied them to the Land of Iron, where they remained at a nearby and during the 5 Kage Summit. Due to the revival of Uchiha Shursui, Sasuke exhibited signs of reconsideration. Thus, Tsunade resolved to conceal Sasuke's whereabouts for the time being. Once the summit concluded, she intended to counsel him thoroughly, striving to persuade Sasuke to release his hatred and return to the village. However, White Zetsu had discovered him first. If the other 4 Kage learned of Sasuke's location, the situation would undoubtedly spiral into chaos. In a flash, the Raikage lunged toward White Zetsu, seizing him by the neck as one would grasp a chick, and growled with clenched teeth, "Where is Uchiha Sasuke? Answer me. If you don't respond properly, I will crush you." The Raikage's countenance was a mask of ferocity. There was truly no way to deal with this. With a look of exasperation, White Zetsu remarked, "Allow me to offer you a hint." Suddenly, Raikage exerted force, crushing White Zetsu's neck, and turned to Kisame behind him, saying, "Kisame, you take over sensing." "Understood, boss." Kisame immediately began to sense. The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Kuratsuchi couldn't help but comment, "Raikage, even if you can locate Sasuke, there's no need to kill him. If we interrogate him properly, we might glean some information about Akatsuki. Members of Akatsuki won't divulge any secrets. They are all rather stubborn." Gaara shook his head. "Boss, I found him." Kisame opened his eyes. "Let's go?" In a flash, Raikage darted out of the venue, with Kisame and Darui quickly following suit. "What shall we do?" Inoki looked at the other 3 Kages. "Let's go take a look." Gaara stood up and remarked to Naruto, "It's been a while since I've seen Sasuke. It's the perfect opportunity to meet him. Then let us all go together." The group exited the venue, cascading down the snow-covered mountains toward the foot of the hill. While the others skied down, Naruto and Inoki soared through the air, gliding down the slope. This spectacle left Inoki somewhat astonished. "Kid, you can also perform our Iwagakure's lightweight rock technique?" The lightweight rock technique isn't particularly advanced ninjutsu. With a bit of practice, anyone can master it. Naruto replied with a laugh as he flew. Haha. Inoki's smile was more of a grimace. Kuratsuchi, the future successor to the position of Tsuchikage, known as the Earth Shadow, couldn't help but steal a few glances at Naruto. The lightweight rock technique was a closely guarded secret of their village, something outsiders could never learn. How could Naruto have mastered it? Moreover, wasn't he the same individual who defeated Deidara? He hardly seemed like it. The group moved swiftly, soon descending the mountain and surrounding the inn where Sasuke was located. Uchiha Sasuke, come out! Reikage bellowed, his face contorted with fury. The reverberating sound waves created shock waves that dispersed in ripples, causing snowflakes to tumble from the trees with a soft rustling. What a temperamental fellow. Inoki couldn't help but comment. The inn's door swung open, and Team Hawk rushed out. With Sasuke at the forefront, his expression one of cold indifference as he stared at the gathered crowd. Karen was filled with trepidation, while Suigetsu and Yugo wore solemn expressions. Karen had sensed the approach of the 5 Kages earlier and had warned Sasuke to flee, but he had refused to listen. With no other choice, she remained to stand by his side. Kid, let me show you the terror of wrath. Reikage tore off his outer garment, activating his lightning release chakra mode. With lightning crackling around him, in a flash, Reikage executed the body flicker technique, appearing before Sasuke and delivering a powerful punch. Suigetsu and Yugo immediately stepped in front of Sasuke, with Suigetsu's decapitating sword blocking Reikage's fist. The sword, however, was shattered in an instant, sending Sasuke and his companions flying. My decapitating sword! Suigetsu exclaimed, pained. Stay out of this. Sasuke coldly retorted. Suigetsu, slightly irritated, replied, we did save you. How can you say such things? Even though you are like this. Old man, shall we join the fray? Kuratsuchi eagerly suggested. Inoki cast a sharp glance at his granddaughter and admonished. Do not get involved in the battle against the Reikage. It is perilous. Humph. The Tsuchikage's granddaughter snorted lightly and resumed watching the conflict. Lord Hokage, we. Kakashi hesitated, though he felt that Sasuke's actions were somewhat excessive. A twinge of concern for his disciple lingered. Surrounded by the relentless assault of the Reikage and his companions, Sasuke found himself in a dire predicament. Kakashi worried, could it be that Sasuke might perish? Let us observe the unfolding events. Tsunade refrained from expressing her stance. She understood Kakashi's concern, but she bore the weight of being Hokage. At this moment, not joining forces with the other Kage against Sasuke seemed to be a matter of principle. Rescue Sasuke? What would that mean for Konoha? Do not fret, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto reassured him. Sasuke is still one of Akatsuki. They would not abandon him in his hour of need. In Naruto's perception, Obito had already arrived, accompanied by hundreds of white Zetsu. Moreover, the air was thick with countless minuscule spores infused with chakra. This was the spore technique of the white Zetsu. Such a formidable array would make rescuing Sasuke a simple task. There are members of Akatsuki nearby? Kakashi tensed, instinctively surveying his surroundings. Indeed, in quite a few. Naruto replied with a grin. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro exchanged wary glances, bracing themselves cautiously. Meanwhile, on another front, that fellow is a sensory ninja. I shall deal with him. CHJ are locked onto Kisame and decisively entered Sage mode. However, upon transforming, CHJ are lost all restraint, becoming a frenzy of madness, clamoring to annihilate everyone in sight. Do not act so arrogantly before me. The Reikage swiftly appeared before CHJR, delivering a punch that sent him flying, leaving a gaping wound in his abdomen. Suigetsu seized the opportunity to teleport behind Kisame, aiming a slash at him. Darui intercepted with his blade. As their weapons clashed, Suigetsu grinned. Your sword is quite impressive. Do not presume that because yours is broken, I shall relinquish mine. Darui scoffed coldly. Let us deal with one foe first. After defeating CHJR, the Reikage turned his wrath towards Sasuke. In the lightning release chakra mode, the Reikage's physical vitality soared to extraordinary heights. His speed, strength, and defense reached astonishing levels. Sasuke was no match for him, and was quickly forced to unleash Susanoo, barely managing to fend off the onslaught. However, Susanoo, under Sasuke's control, failed to exhibit its full might, compelling him to use Amaterasu as a shield. The Reikage, a tempestuous warrior, paid no heed to the Black Flame's defense and unleashed a devastating lightning release technique. This attack shattered Susanoo's bones, sending both Sasuke and the ethereal form hurtling through the air. Raging Thunder Axe. The Reikage vaulted into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards Sasuke. This fellow is utterly ferocious. When he gets serious, he disregards even his own limbs. Naruto could not help but comment. This has always been the nature of the Reikage, yet the fourth seems particularly tempestuous. Kakashi remarked. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Gaara utilized his sand to block the Reikage's Raging Thunder Axe. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether Sasuke would survive, but the Raikage leg would undoubtedly have been rendered useless. This fellow is far too reckless. Raikage expressed his dissatisfaction towards Gaara with a thunderous voice, demanding, Kazekage, why do you impede me? If I refrain from intervening, your leg shall be crippled. Gaara, displaying an expression of indifference, turned away from Raikage, casting a glance at Naruto and then at Sasuke. Sasuke, you bear a striking resemblance to my former self, forever traversing the shadows. Thus, even the faintest glimmer of light should penetrate your eyes, as it did in the past, and continues to do so now. Sasuke responded with a cold smirk. I have already closed my eyes. My aspirations dwell solely within the darkness. A sigh escaped Gaara's lips, and a single tear cascaded down his cheek. With a rumbling sound, sand gradually poured forth from the gourd, forming a vast wave that surged towards Sasuke. Kankuro, Temari, Darui, Tsunade, and Kuratsuchi joined forces to launch an assault on Sasuke. Sand Shuriken Rain, Crimson Secret Technique, Triple Triangle, Wind Release, Great Sickle Weasel Technique, Storm Release, Destructive Locking Technique, Lava Release, Melting Monster Technique, Lava Release, Lime Solidification Technique. One Tsunade alone would be more than enough for Sasuke to contend with, let alone the combined might of so many skilled warriors. Like a chaotic flurry of fists overwhelming a master, the relentless barrage placed Sasuke's Susanu's defenses in dire jeopardy. Coupled with the immense chakra depletion and the substantial side effects of the Mangekyō Sharingan, Sasuke soon found himself on the brink of collapse. Lord Hokage, Kakashi could no longer remain still. Wait a moment, Tsunade replied sternly. No need to panic, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto reassured. The Akatsuki organization is currently short-handed. They will not idly watch as Sasuke is slain. As the battle raged on, Sasuke was left gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, with his Susanoo reduced to a mere thin veil, barely holding its ground. Dust release, decay of the original world. Anoki prepared for the final strike. Given the potency of the dust release and Sasuke's current state, a hit would undoubtedly spell his demise. In this critical moment, White Zetsu sprang into action. With the respiration process, the spores that had infiltrated the bodies of the gathered individuals erupted at that instant. The spores incessantly drained their chakra, transforming into an expanding mass that enveloped everyone. What is this? It is siphoning my chakra. How infuriating. Obito appeared silently, drawing Sasuke into the Kamui space. After accomplishing this, Obito did not hasten to depart. Instead, he coldly fixed his Sharingan on the assembled group. Akatsuki? The others eyed Obito warily, hastily attempting to purge the spores from their bodies to free themselves. Do not be alarmed. I have not come to fight today. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Obito spoke with a detached tone, his voice carrying an air of authority. Once you comprehend, I have a question for you. What is it? Raikage inquired with a solemn voice. My objective, Obito replied indifferently, concerns the Eye of the Moon plan. The Eye of the Moon plan. The members of Akatsuki exchanged puzzled glances. Naruto had previously informed them that Akatsuki's goal was to resurrect the Ten Tails and ultimately revive Uchiha Madara, allowing him to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and the second sage of Six Paths. However, the Eye of the Moon plan had never been mentioned by Naruto, leaving everyone in the dark. Now, upon hearing Obito declare his aim as the Eye of the Moon plan, they all turned their gazes toward Tsunade. The gaze seemed to convey a message. Hokage, is your information incorrect? Naruto, what is the matter? Tsunade inquired. Please listen first, and I shall explain afterwards. Naruto replied with a subtle smile, refraining from defending himself hastily. Tsunade, having no choice, turned her attention to Obito. What is the Moon Eye plan? What are your true intentions? Undoubtedly, it cannot be anything good. Raikage retorted coldly. If you wish to know, then listen carefully to my explanation. Obito replied with a faint smile, continuing, I will decide based on your responses. Listening is not a burden, Anoki stated. Speak. Raikage snorted. I revealed Sasuke's location through White Zetsu, partly to hone his ocular abilities with the assistance of you 5 Kage. Conversely, I intend to weaken you so that I may take you 5 as hostages. Obito stated leisurely. It seems I may be asking too much of you now. Hostages? Anoki furrowed his brow and inquired. What is the reason for this? To ensure the smooth progression of the Moon Eye plan. Obito declared as he took a seat on a chair. I wish to elaborate slowly, hence my decision to sit. The assembly expressed their dissatisfaction with Obito's demeanor. All 5 Kage were standing, and his seating was rather presumptuous. If you wish to elaborate slowly, we might as well change our locale. It is quite cold in this wintry landscape, Naruto remarked with a gentle smile. Wood release, 4 pillars house technique. With a resounding rumble, the ground trembled violently as a magnificent wooden edifice emerged from the earth, rising majestically. Is this wood release? Can it construct houses as well? This ninjutsu is remarkably convenient. The crowd gazed in astonishment. Please, everyone come in. Naruto gestured invitingly. Tsunade, without hesitation, was the first to enter the house. The others exchanged glances before following suit. Upon entering, they discovered the interior was remarkably spacious, divided into 2 levels, complete with stairs and windows, resembling a newly constructed house, save for the absence of furnishings. The group marveled in awe, and under Naruto's guidance, they gathered around a table. Can we speak now? Reikage asked impatiently. What exactly is the Moon Eye plan? Hurry up and tell us. Stop dragging this out. I am addressing you. Kankuro exclaimed in frustration. Everyone turned their attention to Obito. All things shall merge into one. Obito raised a finger and slowly articulated, to transform into the complete entity that unifies all. At these words, the room fell into stunned silence. Each individual gazed at Obito with expressions of bewilderment, confusion, disbelief, and incredulity. What do you mean by merging into one and unifying all? Inoki demanded. The Uchiha clan possesses a stone tablet passed down through generations. Obito explained slowly. It contains the secrets left by the Sage of 6 Paths. Only the Sharingan can decipher these secrets. Moreover, the capacity to interpret varies with the ocular power. The contents decipherable by the Sharingan, Mangekyō Sharingan, and Rinnegan increase sequentially. Is this what you mean? Naruto waved his hand, revealing a stone tablet covered in densely packed inscriptions. The crowd immediately turned their attention to the tablet, only to find the inscriptions resembling unintelligible symbols, completely inscrutable. Obito was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but ask, have you visited the South He Shrine of the Uchiha clan? Naruto smiled faintly in response. You rascal. Obito furrowed his brow slightly. Naruto, what exactly does it say? Kakashi inquired without hesitation. Let's hear his answer first. Naruto turned to Obito. I wish to know if what he perceived is the same as what I have seen. The others nodded in agreement, eager to corroborate and ascertain whether Obito was merely spouting nonsense. Speak quickly, the Reikage urged. The 5 Kages, along with 10 guards and everyone from Team Hawk, fixated their attention on Obito. Thanks to Naruto's intel, you all must be aware of the 10 tails by now. Obito stated indifferently. Everyone nodded in unison. Previously, they had been unaware, but thanks to Naruto's information, all were now enlightened. The 10 tails possesses the most terrifying chakra in the world. Obito continued. The Sage of 6 Paths developed the tailed beast sealing system to save the world. He sealed the 10 tails within himself, becoming the first Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. In his later years, the sage feared that after his death, the 10 tails might once again run rampant. Therefore, he extracted the chakra of the 10 tails, dividing it into 9 parts, which became the 9 subsequent tailed beasts. The physical form of the 10 tails was sent to the heavens and sealed away, thus becoming the moon. This information had previously been disclosed by Konoha, yet hearing it again left everyone utterly astounded. The idea of dividing the 10 tails and creating the moon was simply too surreal. It was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. You Akatsuki are evidently gathering the tailed beasts with the intention of resurrecting the 10 tails. But then what comes next? General Mifune of the Land of Iron asked coldly. Resurrect Uchiha Madara? To make him the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Due to Naruto's influence, everyone was aware that Madara was already deceased, hence Obito refrained from referring to himself as Madara. Obito refuted Mifune's assertion. I resurrect the 10 tails to become its Jinchuriki myself. What is your objective? Suigetsu interjected curiously. To harness the power of the 10 tails to enhance my ocular abilities. Obito stated coolly. Then I shall project my eyes onto the moon and initiate a grand illusion. Infinite Tsukuyami. This will ensnare everyone in the illusion, allowing me to manipulate each individual within it, uniting the entire world as one. A perfect world devoid of barriers, friction, war, or strife. Everything will merge into one, returning to a singularity. This is my Moon Eye plan. Everyone was left in a state of shock. They had previously speculated that Akatsuki's collection of tailed beasts and the resurrection of the 10 tails would lead to war, the destruction of ninja villages, or even the obliteration of the ninja system. Yet, no one had anticipated that Akatsuki's true aim was to cast a grand illusion, drawing everyone into a world of fantasy. It was utterly absurd. What kind of joke is this? The Raikage roared in fury. I shall never entrust the world to someone like you. Illusory peace is merely a lie. Gaara scoffed. Peace only holds significance when realized in reality. To live within an illusion? Zhao Mei Ming coldly remarked. Without dreams and goals, you are merely evading reality. Unifying the world, indeed. Daimyo gazed at Obito, stating, I recall that long ago, Uchiha Madara expressed similar sentiments. In comparison, his vision of a unified world was at least somewhat grounded in reality. Your notion of a unified world is nothing but nonsense, a fantastical tale. Tsunade scoffed. In truth, you 5 Kages understand that true peace does not exist in this world, nor does any semblance of hope. Obito replied, hope is merely a fade, akin to surrender. It is a deceptive lie meant to placate the masses. He fixed his indifferent gaze upon the 5 Kages. I have spoken my piece. Now it is your turn to make a choice. Either hand over the remaining 8 tails, 9 tails, and half of the 1 tail to assist my plan, or... Obito slowly rose, his eyes glinting with cold determination. We shall be left with no option but to wage war. War? Gaara sighed softly. The 8 tails. Raikage was taken aback. What do you mean? Wasn't he the 8 tails captured by you? The capture of the 8 tails was a failure. Obito shook his head. Killer Bee is the perfect Jinchuriki. It is no wonder he is your brother. I anticipated this outcome. Darui sighed in resignation. This fool. Raikage exclaimed in shock, then furiously declared. He must have taken this opportunity to play outside the village. Such a scoundrel. When I see him again, I will ensure he faces severe consequences. Neither Shikaku nor Naruto Uzumaki will ever be handed over to you. Gaara stated coldly. If war is what you seek, then let it be. Zhao Mei Ming showed no fear. Raikage, Hokage, what say you? Daimyo turned his attention to Raikage and Tsunade. I would never surrender my brother. Raikage roared. Konoha will not relinquish Naruto. Tsunade retorted coldly. It appears there is no room for negotiation. Obito declared slowly, of the 9-tailed beasts, 6.5 are already in my possession. You stand no chance. Let us fight to the bitter end. We shall not surrender. The 5 Kages met Obito's gaze without flinching. Then let the battle commence. Obito coldly announced. I hereby declare war upon you. The 4th Great Ninja War has begun. The 5 Kages felt a chill run through them, their expressions turning grave. The 4th Great Ninja War? Chapter 36. First, revive Orochimaru. A voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly rang out. Masked Man, are you truly serious? All eyes turned to the speaker. None other than Naruto. Naruto smiled at Obito. What you just mentioned regarding the infinite Tsukuyomi. That was derived from your interpretation of the stone tablet at the Nanha Shrine, using your Mangekyō Sharingan, wasn't he it? Indeed. Obito did not refute this. That is rather peculiar. Naruto mused. Peculiar? Gaara looked at Naruto. What do you mean? The others also regarded Naruto with confusion. I too possess a Mangekyō Sharingan. And it is the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto quietly activated his eternal Mangekyō, looking at Obito with curiosity. I find it strange that the content I observed differs significantly from what you just interpreted. Obito furrowed his brow. Different? What is the discrepancy? Raikage interjected. What did you see on the stone tablet, you 9-tails brat? Zhao Mei Ming, Gaara, and Anoki, along with everyone else, fixated their intense gazes upon Naruto. The Moon Eye plan proposed by Obito was deemed utterly absurd and ridiculous by all. However, lacking the Sharingan, they could not comprehend the inscriptions on the stone tablet, rendering them unable to counter his claims. Upon hearing Naruto's words, their spirits lifted, eager to hear his perspective. The content regarding the 10 tails and the origins of the 9-tailed beasts echoed closely with the words of the masked man. Naruto initially affirmed Obito's statements, then swiftly shifted his tone. Yet, when it comes to the infinite Tsukuyomi, the truth is starkly different. Different? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Obito glared at Naruto, demanding, what do you mean? Indeed, the infinite Tsukuyomi is a grand illusion capable of enveloping the entire world, allowing everyone to realize their dreams within a dreamscape. However, Naruto locked eyes with Obito, a smirk playing on his lips. Once ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi, all of one's chakra will be completely drained, ultimately merging all chakra into one. In essence, The true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi is not to unify all beings, but rather to amalgamate the scattered chakra into one. This so-called unity pertains solely to chakra. Those whose chakra is siphoned will, under the transformation of the God tree, ultimately become white Zetsu. What? The crowd recoiled in astonishment. Drained of chakra? Transformed into white Zetsu? Are you jesting? Temari exclaimed incredulously. Is it true that one would be stripped of their chakra and turned into white Zetsu under the infinite Tsukuyomi? That is indeed what the tablet states. Naruto shrugged. As for the truth, I cannot ascertain. The group could not help but recall the white Zetsu they had encountered earlier, shivering at the thought. To become such a foolish entity would be preferable to death. Naruto, you are spouting nonsense. Obito's anger flared. The infinite Tsukuyomi is a perfect illusion that brings peace to the world and happiness to its people. It cannot possibly drain one's chakra, nor can it transform individuals into white Zetsu. You are utterly mistaken. Have you perused the stone tablet? I have. Can you comprehend its contents? I can understand a portion, but only a fragment, as my eyes are merely a standard Sharingan. Thus, Obito himself possessed only a partial understanding of the tablet's inscriptions. His knowledge was primarily derived from the teachings of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. Evidence of his ignorance is that, within the original narrative, Obito was entirely unaware of the existence of Kaguya Tsutsuki. It was only after her resurrection and Naruto's explanation that he came to learn of her. Utter nonsense. Naruto chuckled, countering. Obito, your eyes are merely a standard Sharingan, correct? Obito remained silent. My eyes are an eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto stated calmly. You just mentioned that the content of the tablet can be interpreted increasingly by the Sharingan, Mangekyō, and Rinnegan. My Mangekyō is superior to yours. Hence I perceive more than you do. Do you concur? Obito was left speechless, for in terms of ocular prowess, Naruto's eyes indeed surpassed his own. Moreover, Naruto continued, the ultimate aim of the infinite Tsukuyomi is not merely to unify the scattered chakra. It harbors another purpose, to unravel the seal. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. What seal are you referring to? Asked Karen, unable to contain her curiosity. Naruto, stop being cryptic and tell us already. Tsunade urged. The others, including Obito, also fixed their gaze upon Naruto. This seal conceals a tremendous secret, a chilling truth. Naruto feigned a look of terror as he gazed at the stone tablet. A dramatically shocked expression on his face, which only heightened everyone's intrigue. Come on, you little fox. Can you be a bit more straightforward? Stop dragging it out like a woman. The irritable Raikage could no longer restrain himself, earning silent approval from the crowd. All right. Naruto chuckled, continuing. The Sage of Six Paths mentioned a certain individual within the tablet. Who? Kakashi inquired eagerly. His mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto declared. According to the Sage of Six Paths, Kaguya is not of this world, but hails from beyond. Beyond? Are you suggesting she is an extraterrestrial? The notion of aliens left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. The tablet records that Kaguya brought the God Tree to Earth one day. Naruto caressed the stone tablet as if reciting a passage. Kaguya planted the God Tree and became its guardian. The God Tree absorbs the Earth's power and natural energy, and over an extensive period, it bears the God Tree fruit. This fruit contains an immense reservoir of energy. Once consumed, an individual not only acquires unparalleled strength, but also becomes immortal. The group exchanged looks of astonishment. So, if I understand correctly, Kaguya's purpose in bringing the God Tree to Earth was to harvest its fruit? Temari quickly grasped Naruto's implication. Astute. Naruto acknowledged with a glance of appreciation toward Temari. However, the fruit takes a long time to mature. The longer it takes, the more natural energy the God Tree absorbs, thus enhancing the quality of the fruit. Over the lengthy period of guarding the God Tree, Kaguya grew increasingly bored and eventually ventured into the realm of humans. Ultimately, the lovesick Kaguya fell in love with a human king and bore 2 children, Hagoromo and Himura Otsutsuki. Among them, Hagoromo became the illustrious Sage of Six Paths. So, that's how the Sage of Six Paths came to be. The onlookers exchanged glances, their minds racing. What happened next? Karen pressed for more. Later, that king betrayed Kaguya, and in a fit of wrath born of love, she killed her husband. Naruto recounted. Then, she activated the infinite Tsukuyomi using the God Tree, siphoning off everyone's chakra. Yet, Kaguya did not kill everyone. Instead, she erased the memories of a portion of the populace and released them, allowing them to propagate as the seeds of life. It can be said that nearly all humans in the ninja world today are descendants of Kaguya and those individuals. And then what? Temari inquired further. Subsequently, the Sage of Six Paths and his brother gradually matured. Naruto stated, the two brothers discovered that as the God Tree continued to absorb energy, the earth was gradually becoming barren. The Sage of Six Paths realized that if the God Tree persisted in its consumption, this planet would succumb to an eternal silence. Thus, the sage and his brother resolved to thwart their mother. Consequently, a cataclysmic battle erupted among the three of them, sweeping across the world. During the prolonged conflict lasting several months, the God Tree transformed into the Ten Tails, aiding Kaguya in her fierce struggle against the Sage of Six Paths and his brother. That battle saw mountains crumble, rivers run dry, forests decimated, and countless lives lost. The onlookers held their breath, imagining the ferocity of that confrontation. After all, the combatants were none other than the legendary Ten Tails and the Sage of Six Paths. A mere flick of their wrists could unleash devastation upon the world. You can certainly guess the outcome. Naruto continued. In that epic clash, Kaguya was defeated and subsequently sealed away on the moon by the sage and his brother. The God Tree, now the Ten Tails, was drained of its chakra by the sage and divided into nine-tailed beasts. Sealed on the moon, the crowd collectively gazed skyward at the moon, their eyes filled with disbelief. So, it wasn't just the physical form of the Ten Tails that was encased there, but also the mother of the Sage of Six Paths? Tsunade's eyes widened as she inquired. Indeed, Naruto nodded. Kaguya consumed the fruit of the God Tree, rendering her immortal and indestructible. She could only be sealed, not killed. Naruto, you previously mentioned that the ultimate aim of the infinite Tsukuyomi was to unravel the seal. Kakashi asked, are you suggesting that the purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi is to liberate Kaguya? The thought of releasing Kaguya sent shivers down the spines of the crowd. Even the Sage of Six Paths and his brother had to engage in a months-long struggle to seal Kaguya. The mere notion of her release was terrifying. The stone tablet indeed recorded such warnings. Naruto affirmed. The Sage of Six Paths cautioned future generations against employing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, should Kaguya be resurrected, the entire world would again fall under her ruthless dominion, and we would be ensnared in the infinite Tsukuyomi, becoming nourishment for the God Tree. Is that truly the case? This is the reality of the infinite Tsukuyomi? The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and skepticism. However, the Raikage believed it. He glared at Obito, roaring, is this what you call bringing happiness to people? You wish for everyone to perish. Obito ignored the Raikage, as he was currently engulfed in confusion. His beliefs, his aspirations, the dreams he had long sought to realize had all come crashing down. Due to Rin's death, Obito had succumbed to utter despair, resigning himself to ruin. Thus, he envisioned a world with Rin. The infinite Tsukuyomi, as depicted by Madara and Black Zetsu, was the sole path to achieving this dream. Obito had placed all his hopes in the infinite Tsukuyomi, but now, that hope had been shattered. Naruto, is what you say truly accurate? Obito's mental state crumbled. How could this be? How could Naruto Uzumaki possibly know such things? Deep underground, Black Zetsu was left utterly bewildered. The resurrection of the Mother Kaguya necessitates two essential conditions, the Rinnegan and the Ten Tails. For over a millennium, Kaguya's Black Zetsu has meticulously orchestrated plans, ultimately managing to awaken the Rinnegan in Madara before his demise. Now, only the Ten Tails remains elusive. The collection of tailed beasts is nearing completion. Capturing the remaining 8 tails and 9 tails would soon facilitate the revival of the 10 tails. With the prospect of resurrecting the mother drawing near, Black Zetsu, for the first time in over 1,000 years, feels an unprecedented closeness to achieving this goal. However, Naruto Uzumaki, seemingly out of nowhere, has unearthed the truth, destabilizing Obito's mindset and causing this crucial pawn to spiral out of control. Years of relentless endeavor are on the brink of collapse, and Black Zetsu harbors a profound resentment towards Naruto. Calm down. I must remain composed. Despite a millennium of failures, Black Zetsu's resolve is far beyond that of an ordinary being, and he quickly regains his composure. With Obito's mental state in disarray, he can no longer place his hopes solely upon him. The immediate priority is to resurrect Madara to oversee the situation, but it is imperative that Madara remains unaware of the truth. No, with Madara's unwavering will, even the revelation of the infinite Tsukuyomi's reality would not sway him. This man, brimming with self-importance and resolute conviction, is not easily deceived like Obito. Compared to the unsubstantiated claims of Naruto Uzumaki, Madara would far sooner trust the stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. I must guide Kabuto to resurrect Madara, and also, I must endeavor to win over Obito. He is a pivotal piece on this chessboard and cannot be discarded so easily. I must find a way to continue to manipulate him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Black Zetsu could no longer remain still, promptly vanishing into the earth. The multitude of white Zetsu lurking nearby, witnessing the disappearance of both Obito and Black Zetsu, also intended to withdraw. However, this time, they were thwarted. Naruto, with a swift motion, unleashed a technique that unearthed the hidden white Zetsu from the ground. What do you intend to do, you wretch? The white Zetsu exclaimed, astonished and furious, glaring at Naruto. Since you are here, do not even think of leaving. Naruto replied with a slight smile, activating his crystal release to conjure 100 crystal coffins, sealing all the white Zetsu within. The white Zetsu were indeed elusive. Previously, Naruto had dispatched numerous shadow clones across the world, managing to locate only a handful. Now, encountering over 100 white Zetsu, he could not simply let them slip away. With a swift motion, Naruto stored the white Zetsu into his dimensional space. The 5 Kage summit concluded swiftly, resulting in the selection of a coalition commander and the appointment of various unit leaders. Most crucially, this summit marked the unprecedented unification of the 5 great shinobi villages, collectively preparing for the impending crisis. This historic moment signifies a monumental step towards peace, transforming their former opposition into a unified front. As the summit adjourned, the Kage returned to their respective villages to strategize, fortifying their forces for the impending battle. Naruto, alongside Tsunade and Kakashi, also made his way back to the village, bringing along the 3 members of Team Hawk. Naruto lent them a helping hand. In accordance with the wishes of the other 4 Kage, the 3 members of Team Hawk were to be taken back for intense interrogation to extract further intelligence regarding the Akatsuki, utilizing the methods of ninja interrogation. Even if Karen and her companions survived, they would undoubtedly endure severe suffering. However, Naruto intervened promptly, taking it upon himself to shield them from such a fate, which ultimately persuaded the 4 Kage to agree to their release. The journey here was arduous, yet the return was effortless. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting everyone directly back to Konoha, arriving at the Hokage's office. Kakashi, hand these 3 over to Ibiki, Tsunade commanded, her gaze fixed on the members of Team Hawk. Ensure Ibiki extracts as much intelligence about Akatsuki as possible. Yes, Lady Hokage, Kakashi replied with a nod, preparing to depart. Tsunade, allow me to handle this. Naruto interjected. When it comes to extracting information, nothing surpasses the prowess of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Tsunade pondered briefly before conceding, very well. Thank you, sister. Naruto smiled slightly and addressed the 3 from Hawk. Follow me, and don't attempt any tricks. Naruto led the members of Team Hawk to his home, where he proceeded to construct another house next door. You shall reside here from now on, he declared, looking at them. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. As long as I am present, you cannot flee. As long as you do not attempt to escape or cause destruction, I shall not interfere with your activities in Konoha. The 3 exchanged glances, bewildered by this treatment of captives. Is this how you treat prisoners? Karen questioned, adjusting her glasses, her expression laden with confusion. Interrogation? About Akatsuki? Naruto chuckled. You have only recently joined Akatsuki. You likely do not even know all its members yet. Karen felt a tinge of embarrassment. Naruto's words rang true. Their team had indeed only been part of Akatsuki for a few days and had detached themselves after capturing the 8 Tails, leaving them with scant knowledge about the organization. Since you are aware of our limited understanding, why bring us back? Karen inquired again. Considering we are both of the Uzumaki clan, I merely offered you a helping hand. Naruto replied, shaking his head. The Uzumaki clan has dwindled to near extinction. It seems we are the last 2. Karen was taken aback, not expecting such a revelation. She indeed belonged to the Uzumaki clan, but this identity had brought her nothing but misfortune throughout her life. The seals covering her body were testament to her struggles. This was the first time Karen received assistance because of her lineage, and a bittersweet feeling washed over her. Hey, can we leave? Suigetsu mumbled. We still need to find Sasuke. We can't stay in Konoha, brother. Do not worry. He will return. Naruto responded, choosing not to engage further with the trio as he made his way home. From there, Naruto resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Uncertain whether the fourth great ninja war would erupt again, or when it might occur, he could only prepare for the worst. Strength was the best preparation. To summarize, I possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, granting me the ability to unleash the complete form of Susanoo, a power that firmly places me beyond the level of a Kage. Moreover, as the perfect Jinchuriki, I can also utilize Sage Mode, Ninetales Sage Mode. Naruto had never publicly demonstrated Sage Mode, yet he had mastered it long ago. He had reconciled with the Ninetales early on, allowing him to harness its chakra at will. Previously, he had struggled to use it perfectly due to his physical limitations, which could not withstand the overwhelming chakra of the Ninetales. Now, however, he was ready. In other words, Naruto bypassed the Ninetales chakra mode, forcefully tapping into the chakra of the Ninetales and seamlessly transitioned into the Kurama mode. The Sage Fox mode, which is also referred to as the cross-eyed mode, embodies the pinnacle of sage power. In its complete form, it manifests as a Susanoo, and at this moment, I possess strength that rivals even the peak of Hashirama, a true super shadow at its zenith. Alas, my sage body has not fully matured, otherwise, the Sage Fox mode alone could match Hashirama's prowess. Time to train. With a thought, Naruto created a batch of shadow clones. You all find a place to practice the Kurama mode and Sage Fox mode, and to manifest the Susanoo. Yes, the original. The shadow clones activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the house. Naruto himself continued to refine his Ashura chakra. As time passed, night fell. Naruto ceased his training, for it was customary for Hinata to visit him at this hour. They would usually dine together, stroll through the market, wander into groves, or gaze at the stars. However, today, Naruto did not wait for Hinata. Instead, Tsunade arrived first. Tsunade appeared somewhat disheveled, her clothes and face caked with dirt, as if she had been digging up graves. Sister Tsunade, what brings you here? Naruto surmised her purpose. Come with me to the grove, Tsunade insisted. Pulling Naruto along without further ado, they ventured deep into the forest. Tsunade produced 2 boxes, her expression tinged with anxiety as she looked at Naruto. Help me resurrect these 2 individuals. In her quest to obtain the genetic material of her brother and first love, Tsunade had just unearthed graves, which explained her disheveled state. Let me give it a try. Naruto began the procedure as instructed. Inside the 2 boxes were fragments of bone, presumably from a pinky finger. This was to be expected. Both Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna had perished during the Second Shinobi World War, long reduced to mere bones. Even if she had dug up graves, only bones could be found. Naruto first utilized the bones to establish a summoning contract with the 2 deceased, then offered white Zetsu as a sacrificial offering. Edo Tensei. The 2 white Zetsu howled in agony, their forms illuminated by a shimmering white light as the surrounding dust rapidly coalesced. One of them progressed smoothly, quickly materializing into a young boy with flaxen hair. The other, however, halted midway, the white light dissipating and the dust scattered to the ground, an obvious failure. Naruto, what happened? Tsunade asked, bewildered. It failed. Naruto shook his head. There are 2 possibilities. Either this person's soul was sealed before death, or he has already been resurrected through Edo Tensei. In any case, his soul is not in the Pure Land. Tsunade's expression shifted dramatically. Izuna had not been sealed before his death. She was certain of this, having treated his wounds and witnessed his demise firsthand. The possibility of his soul being sealed was non-existent. In that case, only one possibility remained. Izuna had already been resurrected by someone else. Who? Who could have resurrected Izuna? Tsunade clenched her fists, her expression brimming with fury. Kabuto, who else could it be? Naruto scoffed. How could I possibly be here? A voice filled with confusion echoed. As Tsunade turned her gaze, she found her younger brother, SSS-level, looking around in confusion, utterly bewildered. SSS-level, Tsunade exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement. The anger she had felt moments before dissipating entirely, replaced by overwhelming joy. She embraced SSS-level tightly, showering him with affectionate kisses and caresses, tears of elation streaming down her face and soaking him in the process. Naruto, witnessing this touching reunion, was moved. Once Tsunade regained her composure, Naruto set to work on reviving SSS-level. Utilizing illusionary techniques to manipulate white Zetsu, he compelled him to activate the rebirth technique, and soon enough, SSS-level was resurrected. Tsunade, witnessing this miraculous event, was filled with both joy and astonishment, exclaiming in wonder. After expressing her profound gratitude, she departed with her brother. Though she could not revive her first love, the revival of her brother was a silver lining amidst her misfortunes. In the following days, the news of SH-Ju's resurrection spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, becoming common knowledge. In truth, the upper echelons of Konoha had been aware of Naruto's ability to resurrect the deceased since that fateful day when Shizune appeared. However, they had lacked the means to verify it until SH-Ju's revival provided irrefutable proof. Consequently, many sought out Naruto, including Guy, Neji, Kurenai, Iruka, and even Mito's Flame and Tika. Each of them wished for Naruto's assistance in resurrecting their loved ones, friends, or comrades. Annoyed, Naruto approached Tsunade for help in addressing this influx of requests, and she too felt the weight of the situation. While she fully understood the desire to reunite with family, allowing anyone to resurrect whomever they wished would lead to chaos. Ultimately, Tsunade laid down several guidelines for resurrection. For instance, those who died of old age could not be revived, nor could individuals who had not made significant contributions to the village, and those who had been deceased for more than 20 years were also excluded. This series of regulations promptly curtailed the fervor for reviving loved ones. Yet, the matter did not end there. Naruto also established rules of his own. He showcased the offerings required for the resurrection, specifically the white Zetsu. Those wishing to resurrect their relatives were required to capture 2 white Zetsu, and only then would he assist them without charge. Otherwise, the conversation was over. Naruto was unperturbed by the knowledge that resurrecting the dead necessitated white Zetsu, understanding it was of no consequence. Throughout the resurrection process, the impure world reincarnation and the rebirth technique were pivotal, with the latter being of utmost importance. No one was aware of the specific jutsu Naruto employed for these resurrections, rendering replication impossible. Naturally, Naruto was inclined to fulfill the wishes of certain friends and family, such as Neji and Guy. Neji sought to revive his father, Hyuga Hayashi, and both Hayashi and Hinata had approached Naruto. He agreed to assist, provided they could procure Hayashi's genetic material. Without delay, Neji set off for the Cloud Village in search of his father's remains. Unfortunately, Hayashi had long since fallen victim to the impure world reincarnation, and even if Neji retrieved his father's body, he would not succeed in reviving him. Guy's wish, however, was realized. Naruto helped him bring back the legendary shinobi, Might Due, who had transformed the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist into a symbol of fortune. The father and son embraced in a moment of profound grief, tears streaming down their faces, expressing endless gratitude to Naruto, wishing to adopt him as their sworn father on the spot. With the resurrection turmoil temporarily at a close, Naruto resumed his training, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Naruto reaped substantial rewards. He not only summoned the chakra of the 3 tails, 7 tails, and 8 tails, but also obtained the 6 paths 10 tails sealing technique. The outer path golem was now within his grasp. He had acquired chakra from 8 of the 9-tailed beasts. With the 6 paths 10 tails sealing technique secured, only the chakra of the 9 tails remained. It could be said that all was prepared, awaiting only the final impetus. Though Naruto felt an insatiable itch for action, he had no choice but to remain patient. Another piece of good news emerged. After a month of rigorous training, his mastery of the Kaibai mode, Sage Fox mode, and the formidable Susanoo had become increasingly refined, allowing him to maintain these forms for a considerable duration. One day, as Naruto dined at home, Hinata busily tidied the house nearby. For these past days, Hinata had been diligently bringing meals to Naruto, cooking at home before delivering them, ensuring he had 2 hearty meals daily. That evening, they ventured out for dinner. Kakashi-sensei, what brings you here? Naruto greeted with a smile. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come sit and join us. Hinata, bring out another set of chopsticks. Kakashi was a rare visitor. In recent months, the threshold of Naruto's home had nearly been worn down from frequent visits. His absence had puzzled Naruto. Didn't he wish to resurrect his father? I've already eaten, no need for trouble. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. I came to find you because Lady Tsunade has summoned you. What is going on? Naruto's smile faded. We're about to go to war. Kakashi sighed. Naruto's gaze sharpened, and Hinata immediately ceased her activities. In the past month, the 5 great ninja villages had been preparing for battle. Although the atmosphere was charged with impending conflict, the Akatsuki organization had remained unusually quiet, and the ninja world was relatively peaceful. Was war finally upon them? Hinata, stay home and wait for me. I won't be long. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Naruto discovered a considerable gathering. 3 elders, including the 3rd Hokage, and all the Jonin were present. Tsunade announced, due to Naruto's contributions, the 5 great ninja villages have recently been capturing white Zetsu everywhere. Everyone understands the reasons. A significant number of white Zetsu have been spotted gathering at the northern tip of the peninsula in the Land of Frost, located at the rear of the Land of Rice. Furthermore, this location has amassed a vast army of reanimated corpses. Therefore, we have reason to believe this is the Akatsuki's stronghold. The revelation sent a jolt through the crowd. Instead of waiting passively for the enemy to strike, it was far wiser to take the initiative and seize control of the situation. Tsunade declared thus, the 5 Kage have convened via an online conference and decided that in 3 days, the allied forces will gather in the Hidden Cloud Village and launch an offensive into the Land of Frost to obliterate the Akatsuki. Tsunade conducted a pre-war mobilization meeting at the Hokage building and laid out the necessary arrangements. As the orders were issued, the entire Hidden Leaf Village transformed into a war machine, springing into action as everyone busily prepared. Upon returning home, Naruto too began his preparations. If memory served him correctly, the pinnacle of strength on the Akatsuki side in this impending ninja world war would be comprised entirely of the reanimated army. Naruto also planned to summon some formidable figures from the past using the Edo Tensei technique. In recent days, he had gathered a considerable amount of genetic material through his shadow clones. Among those he intended to resurrect were Konoha's elite, including Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the former Akatsuki members, Shikaka Nara, and many members of the Uchiha clan, such as Fugaku Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha, and the 8th Uchiha, totaling 41 individuals. For the resurrection of Kakashi and others, he would need to dig up their graves to retrieve the necessary genetic material. The Uchiha clan, however, was an exception. Naruto possessed a wall full of Sharingan, which would allow him to summon their owners without the need for exhumation. Yet, after summoning this group, he did not rush to liberate their souls. Instead, he planned to confine them within coffins, entombing them underground for 3 days before summoning them again, as an immediate resurrection could incite chaos. Next on his list were Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. To be honest, Naruto had been quite hesitant about whether to resurrect them. It wasn't that he held any disdain for them. Rather, their unique identities as his parents made the prospect daunting. After all, he had taken possession of their son's body. Nevertheless, he knew he would have to confront this reality eventually. Shaking his head, he recalled that during the 4th Great Ninja War, while the absence of anyone else could be managed, the presence of the legendary Leaf Village was indispensable. There was another significant reason for reviving Minato, the 9 tails sealed within him. So far, Naruto had harvested the chakra of 8-tailed beasts, leaving only the 9 tails chakra to fully resurrect the 10 tails. However, he was uncertain when he would be able to extract the 9 tails chakra. To err on the side of caution, he needed to prepare a reserve of 9 tails chakra in advance. This way, even if unexpected circumstances arose, should Obito and Madara become the 10 tails Jinchuriki ahead of time, he would be ready to respond. Some might wonder if Naruto didn't already possess half of the 9 tails chakra within himself. That was indeed true, but to resurrect the 10 tails, he would first need to extract the 9 tails from his own body and seal it within the outer path golem. This would mean that even before becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Naruto would already be at risk of death. Thus, it was safer to revive Minato as a contingency, as an Edo Tensei body. He would not perish even if the 9 tails was extracted, ensuring a failsafe. The current dilemma was that Minato's soul resided within the belly of the Shinigami, and to summon him, Naruto needed to rescue him first. The process was rather intricate, requiring him to don the Uzumaki clan's Shinigami mask and perform a ritual, in which he would have to serve as the sacrificial offering. Naruto was reluctant to undertake such a risky endeavor himself and decided it would be best to enlist Orochimaru for this task, as he was adept at handling such supernatural matters. Thus, the first step was to resurrect Orochimaru. With a swift motion, Naruto created 2 shadow clones, instructing them to fetch Anko and Genin. Shortly thereafter, Anko and Genin arrived, with Karui and Suigetsu joining in for the excitement. Over the past month, the 4 had become quite familiar with one another, having shared close quarters with Naruto. "Naruto, did you summon me for something?" Anko inquired. her expression a blend of curiosity and anticipation. At that moment, she was in her prime, boasting radiant skin, a slender waist, and an alluring figure. Anko, I need to borrow your curse seal for a moment to resurrect Orochimaru, Naruto stated straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Hondo's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, Naruto, why did you choose to resurrect Orochimaru? In Chapter 37, she held a complex mix of emotions towards Orochimaru, both reverence and fear, love and hatred, a true contradiction. In short, she was utterly against the idea of bringing him back to life. Nisan, my intention in reviving Orochimaru is solely to bring back my father, Minato Namikaze. There are no ulterior motives. Naruto explained the reasoning behind his decision, which reluctantly persuaded Hondo to agree to the resurrection of Orochimaru. The process of revival was quite grotesque. As Orochimaru emerged from the belly of a snake, his body sticky and unpleasant, Shueiwa, terrified of Orochimaru, immediately hid behind Go at the sight of him. Hondo's face also reflected discomfort, her gaze sharp and wary as she scrutinized Orochimaru. Haha. Orochimaru's signature raspy voice broke the tense atmosphere. I never expected to be revived by you, Naruto-kun. What a delightful surprise. With the fourth great ninja war on the horizon, how could it possibly commence without me? Naruto smiled gently. You should understand my purpose in reviving you, right? There are no issues with that, I trust. Orochimaru replied with unwavering confidence. You have indeed chosen wisely. Only I possess the means to resurrect Minato. Then let us hasten. He urged, follow me to the Uzumaki clan's Naminomi Hall outside the village. There lies the key to reviving Minato. The group accompanied Orochimaru outside the village to the Naminomi Hall, where they discovered 27 ghostly masks. Orochimaru selected the Death God mask, and Naruto summoned 2 white Zetsu as offerings. With a performance both theatrical and spirited, Orochimaru successfully revived Minato Namikaze. Where am I? Minato questioned in bewilderment. Wasn't I sealed within the belly of the Death God? Who has set me free? Minato. It has been a long time. Orochimaru rasped. I never imagined I would one day resurrect you. Fate is indeed remarkable. Orochimaru, Minato exclaimed, before turning his gaze towards Naruto, his body trembling slightly as his eyes sparkled with emotion. Father, Naruto chuckled, opening his arms to embrace Minato warmly. Calling him father felt somewhat awkward for Naruto, but he had no choice, as he had taken over the body of someone else's son. Naruto. Minato held him tightly. With Minato revived, the revival of Kushina became a simpler task. Time swiftly passed, and soon the third day arrived. Naruto woke up early, and naturally, his first task was to draw a lottery, though he ended up with nothing of value. As he dressed and stepped out of his room, he found that both Minato and Kushina were already awake, with Kushina having prepared breakfast. Naruto, hurry up and wash up, breakfast is ready. She beamed with a radiant smile. In the 3 days since their revival, Minato and Kushina had naturally settled into Naruto's home. Initially, Naruto felt a bit awkward, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. The couple was genuinely caring toward Naruto, albeit their enthusiasm was occasionally overwhelming for him. Fortunately, Naruto spent his days training and returned home only to sleep at night, resulting in limited interaction. I know, he replied as he finished washing up and sat down for breakfast, with Minato and Kushina smiling at him from the side. As they were still in their reanimated forms, they did not require food. It is not that Naruto is unwilling to resurrect them. Rather, he has decided to let them act in their impure forms, considering the complexities of the battlefield, as it ensures greater safety. While Naruto was enjoying his breakfast, a knock rang out at the door. I shall answer it, Kushina exclaimed, opening the door to reveal a gathering of individuals. Konan, Sujetsu, Karen, and Go, along with Yahiko. Yahiko is one of the individuals Naruto revived at Konan's request, and he was among the first to be brought back. His corpse had been with Nagato all along, making his resurrection quite simple. What brings you all here? Naruto asked, perplexed by their presence. A battle is imminent, and we wish to contribute. Konan replied with a smile. Let this be a small atonement for the mistakes we made in the past. Ever since Yahiko's resurrection, Konan had shed her previously sorrowful demeanor, her smiles becoming more frequent, a change that had not been witnessed before. After finishing breakfast, the group exited the house. Naruto initiated the impure world reincarnation, summoning the powerful individuals who had emerged 3 days prior. Among them were Sakumo Hatake, Shinobi Hiruzen, the former CHJR, Akimichi Choza, and Uchiha Kagami, along with Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, and 41 other members of the Uchiha clan. Where am I? Was I not dead? The summoned warriors expressed their confusion. Allow me to elucidate. Minato stepped forward to provide a brief explanation of the situation. Only then did the assembled individuals grasp the gravity of the matter, their expressions turning serious. The fourth great ninja war had erupted. My father has already conveyed what needs to be said. I shall reiterate only one point. Naruto declared, if you excel in this war, I can resurrect you at no cost. This revival would be a genuine resurrection, not merely the impure world reincarnation. This included the members of the Uchiha clan as well. Naruto turned to Uchiha Fugaku and the others, smiling as he reassured them. You need not worry about being ostracized by Konoha upon your resurrection. Such a concern is unfounded. For I possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. The Uchiha were taken aback by his words. How does he possess the Mangekyō Sharingan of our clan? Who exactly is he? The Uchiha clan, renowned for their Sharingan bloodline, held the Sharingan in high esteem, as its level often reflected one's status within the clan. The power of the Uchiha nearly entirely stemmed from the Sharingan, and the Mangekyō Sharingan held an unparalleled significance among them. Unfortunately, very few could awaken it. Thus, witnessing Naruto's Mangekyō left the Uchiha in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Let me introduce everyone. Suigetsu volunteered, eager to present Naruto. This is Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage. He is currently the strongest ninja in Konoha and is also the designated sixth Hokage, having spent a month in the village. Suigetsu had acquired a profound understanding of Naruto's status and influence in Konoha, presenting it with great familiarity. The son of the fourth Hokage, the designated sixth Hokage? In light of this, he does not belong to our Uchiha clan. Yet, how is it that he can awaken the Mangekyō? The members of the Uchiha exchanged puzzled glances. What matters is not who I am, but that I possess the Sharingan, and that is sufficient. Naruto addressed the Uchiha, declaring, if you have all achieved great feats, I shall resurrect you all. Furthermore, upon your revival, as long as you abide by the rules, the village will no longer ostracize the Uchiha clan. I vow this in the name of the Mangekyō Sharingan. With a large entourage, Naruto marched towards the Hokage building, creating a tremendous stir along the way. Is that not the fourth Hokage? Heavens! It truly is the fourth. And there, that is the White Fang. The insignia they bear belongs to the Uchiha clan? Upon arriving at the Hokage building, other ninjas had also gathered. The Hyuga clan, Nara clan, Yamanaka clan, Akimichi clan, Inuzuka clan, and Sarutobi clan, along with Kakashi, Might Dai, Shursui, Asuma, Kurenai, Ibiki, and Ebisu. Naruto's arrival with his large group sparked an even greater commotion. The fourth Hokage, is that not the esteemed White Fang? He has returned as well. And clan leader Fugaku. The gathered ninjas became somewhat restless. Kakashi rushed to his father, disbelief etched on his face. Father, is that really you? Kakashi, it's good to see you again. Shikaku patted his son's shoulder. Brother. Asuma gazed at Sarutobi Shinji, struggling to comprehend. You two have returned? Asuma, you've grown so much. Sarutobi Shinji's eyes glistened. Is Konohamaru and father doing well? Father. Kurenai dashed into the embrace of her father. Why hi K-ka? Tears streaming down her face. Kurenai. Akimichi CHZ and Akimichi CHG stared intently at Akimichi Takafumi. Is that not father-grandfather? Many ninjas recognized one another, the scene profoundly moving. Some emotional ninjas even discreetly wiped away tears. Moments later, Tsunade arrived, accompanied by the third Hokage, Minato, Koharu, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. The stakes of this war were pivotal for the survival of the ninja world, hence Jiraiya's return, reuniting the legendary Sannin. Upon seeing Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Takafumi, and other old friends, the third Hokage, Minato, and Koharu were initially overjoyed. However, upon noticing the 40-plus Uchiha clan members, their expressions turned pale. They had painstakingly extinguished the Uchiha clan, yet here they were, all revived and elite. This was a resounding slap to their faces. Yet, they found themselves unable to reproach Naruto. Given Naruto's temperament, any attempt to challenge him would be reminiscent of Danzo's fate. Tsunade returned to the Hokage building's rooftop, delivering a concise pre-battle address before issuing the command to set out. In an instant, nearly 20,000 ninjas from Konoha formed a formidable army. setting forth towards the hidden cloud village. Naruto soared through the air atop a massive earthen dragon, with Hinata by his side, followed closely by Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Tsunade. Tsunade occasionally glanced at the Uchiha clan members, her expression tinged with concern. Naruto, you have summoned so many Uchiha. Do you not fear they may turn against us in battle, causing chaos? Not at all. Naruto smiled faintly, declaring, they are all mere vessels of impure earth, completely under my control. Moreover, although the Uchiha clan is proud, they would not betray the allied forces and join the Akatsuki organization. Indeed, Tsunade nodded in agreement. After 2 days of arduous travel, the army arrived at the hidden cloud village. The ninjas from the hidden sand, hidden rock, and hidden mist had also gathered. A total of 80,000 ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages assembled, setting up camp to rest. Tsunade, accompanied by Jiraiya, Kakashi, and Naruto, proceeded to the Raikage's office to convene a pre-war conference. After a day of discussions and arrangements, the structure of the alliance was formally established from top to bottom. The leadership core consisted of the 5 Kage, Supreme Commander, Raikage AI, Chief Strategist, Hokage Tsunade, Division Commander, Kazekage Gaara. The command structure included Strategic Command, Narashikaku, Aburame, Intelligence Unit, responsible for intelligence transmission, led by Yamanaka and Noichi, and AO, Surprise Attack Unit, tasked with probing the enemy, led by Kankuro, Daimyo Guard Unit, responsible for protecting the daimyo, led by Mizukage Terumi Mei, 1st Unit, mid-range combined forces, primarily consisting of ninjas skilled in weaponry, led by Durui, 2nd Unit, close combat unit, tasked with eliminating numerous enemies on the front lines, led by Kuratsuchi, 3rd Unit, combat unit for prolonged battles, led by Kakashi Hitaki, 4th Unit, long-range combat unit, responsible for supporting both frontline and rear forces, led by Gaara, 5th Unit, special combat unit, comprised of samurai or ninjas utilizing unique jutsu, led by Mitsuki, medical logistics unit, responsible for aiding the wounded, led by Shizune, sensing unit, responsible for detecting enemy positions, led by Kiba. Naruto, observing the 5 Kage, remarked with exasperation, so after all this discussion, everyone has their assignments, yet I am left out? He had prepared extensively for this war, only to find himself sidelined. Naruto, you must understand the purpose of this war. Gaara advised, firstly, it is to eliminate the Akatsuki, and secondly, to protect you and Killer Bee. As long as the 8 tails and 9 tails remain in our possession, we have already won half of this battle. Indeed, Inoki added, next, we will relocate you and Killer Bee to Turtle Island. You both can safely remain there until the 4th Great Ninja War concludes. After the war, you will be released. This is not confinement, but rather protection. Naruto, feeling helpless, turned to Tsunade and asked, Sister Tsunade, do you agree with this? Tsunade remained silent. She actually disagreed with such a course of action. She was well aware of Naruto's formidable strength. To conceal such a top-tier combatant as mere decoration was a tremendous waste. However, with the consensus of the 4 Kage, she found herself unable to oppose. The majority must prevail. Naruto, you should remain at ease. Tsunade sighed, Killer Bee is the perfect Jinchuriki. You can learn from him how to control the 9 tails. Very well. Since you all have expressed your opinions, let us proceed as you suggest. Naruto waved his hand. But I must caution you. The enemy's advanced combat capabilities exceed your imagination, and the coalition alone will not suffice to withstand them. What do you mean by that? Tsunade furrowed her brow. The 4 shadows also turned their gaze towards Naruto. Do not bolster the enemy's morale at the expense of our own. Raikage, visibly displeased, retorted, with our 5 great shinobi villages, along with the samurai of the Land of Iron, we possess a combined force of 80,000. Such formidable strength. Even the Akatsuki would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a mere insect shaking a tree. Our coalition will undoubtedly sweep the Akatsuki away with the force of a plow, bringing this war to an end. Raikage, your thoughts are overly simplistic. Naruto scoffed. The enemy's advanced combat power this time consists almost entirely of the impure world army. This includes the 1st and 2nd Hokage, the 2nd Tsuchikage, the 2nd Mizukage, the 3rd Raikage, and the 4th Kazekage, former members of the Akatsuki, as well as past Jinchuriki. Beyond these, many renowned masters throughout the history of the shinobi world are arrayed against us. Chapter 38. QB, what is Naruto's identity? Moreover, Uchiha Madara is likely among them. Faced with such overwhelming power, I must inquire, Raikage, how does the coalition intend to counter this? With each name Naruto uttered, the expressions of the five Kage grew increasingly somber, and by the time he finished, they fell into complete silence. Setting aside others, the mere mention of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara instilled fear. Furthermore, Naruto continued, the Impure World Army possesses immortality. They cannot be killed, only sealed. With infinite chakra, they are tireless, pure combat machines. In contrast, the Shinobi Coalition consists of flesh and blood. How can they possibly contend with the Impure World Army? The five Kage fell into profound silence. Gaara, with an impassive expression, inquired, Naruto, is what you say truly the case? There is no falsehood. Naruto sighed, this month, I dispatched shadow clones to excavate graves and plunder tombs. The objective was to collect the genetic material of strong warriors to summon a contingent of powerful fighters for our side. As you can see, I have only been able to summon a few dozen, such as White Fang, Shin, and Fugaku. The others cannot be summoned because they have already been called forth by others. The five Kage exchanged glances, their hearts heavy. Naruto's account of the enemy's advanced combat capabilities was indeed alarming, even terrifying. Naruto, do you have any strategies to counter this? Tsunade asked. We will take it step by step. Naruto shook his head. If the enemy proves too formidable and the coalition cannot withstand them, we shall have to take action ourselves. Otherwise, if the coalition is annihilated, protecting myself and the Eight Tails would be utterly meaningless. The five Kage silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, the purpose of safeguarding the Eight Tails and Nine Tails is to prevent the revival of the 10 Tails and the initiation of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Ultimately, it is to protect the shinobi world. Once the coalition is utterly defeated, what significance remains in protecting the 9 Tails and 10 Tails? Thus, it would be better for us to strike together, fighting to the bitter end against the enemy. Perhaps we may find a glimmer of hope for victory. Then it is settled. Raikage struck the table with his fist, gritting his teeth as he declared, the Allied forces will rest for a day. Tomorrow, we shall mobilize entirely and march towards the northern stronghold of the Akatsuki in the Frost Country. That evening, the Allied forces set up camp in the Hidden Cloud Village, adjusting and resting while seeking their respective teams. As night fell, the stars twinkled like jewels against the dark sky, and the camp was illuminated by countless tents nestled among the towering mountains, with bonfires casting a warm glow that dispelled the shadows. Naruto, Minato, Kushina, Hinata, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and the other young ninjas from Konohagakure gathered around the fire. The atmosphere was heavy with silence, each individual weighed down by the fears and anxieties of impending war. Hinata pressed closely against Naruto, her small hand clutching his tightly, revealing her evident nervousness. Do not be afraid, Naruto reassured her. I will send a shadow clone to protect you, ensuring your safety. Hinata nodded earnestly. In truth, Naruto believed it would suffice for Hinata to remain by his side, avoiding the fray altogether. Yet, Hinata was resolute in her desire to engage in battle and contribute her strength. Acknowledging her determination, Naruto acquiesced, dispatching a clone to ensure her protection. Naruto, we must take our leave. Shikamaru and the other young ninjas approached him. It is quite late. We need to return to our respective units. The young ninjas had been assigned to different teams. Shikamaru served as the acting captain of the 4th Division, with CHG also placed in that unit. Tintin was assigned to the 1st Division, while Niji and Hinata were placed in the 2nd Division. Lee was designated to the 3rd Division, and Shino, Ino, and Kiba found themselves in the 5th Division. Sakura was allocated to the Medical Logistics Unit, also affiliated with the 3rd Division. Naruto, you've always been at the forefront, stealing the spotlight. This time, it's our turn to shine. Kiba chuckled. You just stay home and await our triumphant return. Naruto, you've always protected us. Now it is our turn to safeguard you. Shino remarked with a stoic expression. Naruto felt a surge of emotion and smiled, saying, when we step onto the battlefield, remember to take care of yourselves. I hope that, when this war concludes, all of us from Team 7 will emerge unscathed. Then we shall gather again, and I shall treat you all to a grand feast. You better keep your promise. We'll make sure to exhaust your resources. They playfully agreed. After heartfelt farewells, they departed, for the army was to march at dawn, requiring their return to their units that very night. Hinata was the last to leave, tightly embracing Naruto, her head resting against his chest, wishing to meld into him entirely. "Brother, I truly do not wish to part from you," she murmured. "I want to hold you like this forever, never to be separated. We will." Naruto gently stroked her silky hair, offering comfort. "Once the war is over and peace is restored to the ninja world, we will have ample time to be together. Just promise you won't find me bothersome." "I would never." Hinata lifted her gaze to meet Naruto's. "As long as I can be with you, brother, even for a lifetime, I would never find it tiresome." The two individuals were reluctant to part, basking in each other's presence, exchanging sweet nothings as if the world around them had vanished. Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya observed silently, all wearing knowing smiles. Kushina snuggled contentedly in Minato's embrace, exclaiming, "Our Naruto is truly remarkable, managing to win the heart of the Hyuga clan's heiress. He truly is my son. Naruto is an exceptional child." Minato's face radiated pride. The Hyuga family was no ordinary lineage. To safeguard their Byakugan bloodline, intermarriage with outsiders was strictly forbidden. Even in marriage, one could only enter the Hyuga clan, adopting their name, and any offspring would also bear the Hyuga surname. Hinata, as the eldest daughter of the main branch, was destined to inherit the clan, making external marriage theoretically impossible. Yet, Naruto had achieved the impossible, and the Hyuga clan not only accepted it, but wholeheartedly agreed. "How impressive," Jiraiya chuckled. "Seeing your family so harmonious makes me envious. I suppose I should find myself a partner and start a family too." Kushina teased, "Jiraiya-sensei, Lady Tsunade has always been single. Perhaps you should pursue her." The mention of Tsunade left Jiraiya in resignation. "On second thought, she has always looked down upon me." "Isn't that because you lack decorum?" Kushina retorted with a smirk. "If you could amend those flaws, Lady Tsunade would hardly disdain you." Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. "Perverted sage, if you wish to pursue Lady Tsunade, I advise you to act swiftly." Naruto approached, settling around the campfire after escorting Hinata away. "Once the Great Ninja War concludes, there is a possibility that Mangekyō could be resurrected, and at that point, you may find your chances utterly diminished." Jiraiya paused, then comprehended. "Has Tsunade sought your help to resurrect Mangekyō?" Naruto nodded. However, since Mangekyō had already been reincarnated through impure world reincarnation, the attempt was unsuccessful. Yet, if the war ends and the allied forces defeat the enemy, Mangekyō could indeed be freed. Naruto shook his head, refraining from elaborating, but the implication was unmistakable. If Mangekyō were freed and Tsunade sought to revive him, he would truly return to life. Jiraiya fell silent, grappling with his inner turmoil. Minato and Kushina regarded him in silence. After a long pause, Jiraiya self-deprecatingly remarked, "Perhaps it is best to let it go. Tsunade has always loved Dan." In her eyes, "I am merely a friend." "Not necessarily." Naruto encouraged, "You should confess your feelings to Lady Tsunade now. I assure you, success is within reach." "Why do you say that?" Jiraiya questioned skeptically. "Don't ask. You'll find out once you go." Naruto teased, "You, the renowned perverted sage, wouldn't dare to confess, would you? If you lack the courage, then never again call yourself the Toad Sage in my presence. It would be too embarrassing." "Who is afraid? Just wait, you little brat." Jiraiya snapped, slightly angered, as he stormed off. "Naruto, do you really think provoking him will yield results?" Minato inquired curiously. "Just wait and see." Naruto replied with a confident smile. That night, Jiraiya did not return, but by the following morning, he arrived back, glowing with satisfaction. Had he finally achieved his heart's desire? Both Minato and Kushina were taken aback, promptly inquiring of Jiraiya, who provided them with a definitive answer. Tsunade had not only accepted Jiraiya's affections, but the two had spent the night together in a passionate embrace. "Naruto, how did you know that Lady Tsunade would agree to teacher Jiraiya's confession?" Minato asked, astonished. "Isn't Lady Tsunade deeply in love with Dan? How could she accept teacher Jiraiya?" "Dad, Lady Tsunade is 55 this year, and the lecherous sage has been devoted to her for a full 50 years. Naruto sighed. "And Dan has been gone for 30 years. How long did he really spend with Tsunade?" First love is indeed unforgettable, a memory that lingers for a lifetime. But just because one cannot forget does not mean one has not moved on. For Tsunade, Jiraiya is now the most significant person in her heart. Within the dreamscape of infinite Tsukuyomi, Tsunade has continuously called out Jiraiya's name, a testament to her feelings. It is essential to understand that the power of infinite Tsukuyomi is to manifest the deepest desires of the heart in the form of dreams. Tsunade's repeated calling of Jiraiya's name suffices to demonstrate his importance in her heart. Yet, Jiraiya has always been somewhat elusive, often indulging in voyeurism, which is hardly acceptable for someone of Tsunade's stature. However, the situation has changed. With the outbreak of the Fourth Great Ninja War, survival itself has become uncertain, and the psychological burden on everyone is immense, Tsunade included. Women, being inherently emotional beings, often require the companionship of their loved ones most acutely during times of vulnerability. Jiraiya's declaration of love at this juncture could only be rejected if Tsunade truly did not harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for her to turn him down. Indeed, Tsunade not only accepted him but also surrendered herself to Jiraiya before the impending conflict, perhaps wishing to avoid any regrets. After breakfast, the Allied forces gathered in front of the Raikage building. 5 formations, comprising a total of 80,000 shinobi, were impeccably arranged, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Gaara, Kakashi, Darui, Inoki, and Mifune appeared on the rooftop of the building. Gaara delivered a pre-battle address that not only dispelled the rifts within the Allied forces, but also ignited their morale. Subsequently, the 5 units, filled with fervent zeal, immediately set off towards their respective battlefields. The 5 Kage remained at the Raikage building, coordinating operations, issuing commands, and overseeing the battles from a distance. Naruto and Killer Bee, along with Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya, also stayed at the Raikage building. The 5 Kage contemplated sending Naruto, Killer Bee, and Minato to Turtle Island for protection, considering Minato also possessed the 9 tails and was therefore a valuable asset. Kushina and Jiraiya would serve as part of the protective team for Naruto, Killer Bee, and Minato. However, Naruto declined the offer to retreat to Turtle Island, citing a simple reason. No matter how secure Turtle Island might be, it could not rival the safety of the headquarters. He insisted on remaining there, prepared to engage in battle at a moment's notice. The 5 Kage agreed after some consideration. As time passed, reports from the battlefield began to pour into headquarters like falling snowflakes. The Allied surprise unit encountered the Impure World Reincarnation forces, and after a fierce battle, the Allied surprise unit emerged victorious. The second Allied unit faced the White Zetsu forces and, following intense combat, completely annihilated them. Interestingly, as everyone witnesses the emergence of White Absolute, there is not a hint of fear. Rather, they resemble ravenous wolves, perceiving not an adversary but something akin to gold, relentlessly battling as if their lives depended on it. The White Absolute forces swiftly disintegrate, leading to their complete annihilation, subsequently sealed away and transported. The third coalition unit encounters the original 7 ninja swordsmen and bloodline limit wielders, narrowly achieving victory after an intense clash. The most formidable challenge lies with the 4th coalition unit, which confronts the reanimated 2nd Tsuchikage, 2nd Mizukage, 3rd Raikage, and 4th Kazekage. Though outnumbered, each enemy is exceedingly powerful. The 4 Kages rampage, inflicting substantial damage upon the 4th unit, resulting in considerable casualties for the coalition. The 5 Kages can no longer remain passive, particularly Noki and the Raikage, who are acutely aware of the original 4 Kages' might. Aside from themselves, no one else can hope to defeat them. Let me take charge. Naruto volunteers, asserting, "You are the leaders of the coalition. Your duty is to remain at headquarters and coordinate our efforts. It is most fitting for you to support me. With the Flying Thunder God technique, I can reach the battlefield in an instant. Even if I encounter an insurmountable foe, I can swiftly escape. They will never catch me." The 5 Kages reject his proposal, with the Raikage response particularly vehement, resolutely forbidding Naruto from departing. Ultimately, he issues a stark ultimatum. "Unless you can defeat me, I would rather slay you than allow you to leave. Then let us battle." Naruto replies with a calm smile, "I shall await you outside." With that, he vanishes from the office. This rascal. The Raikage, in a fit of rage, slams into the wall, creating a gaping hole as he storms out of the office. Doesn't he usually use the door? Noki shakes his head. "We should go and see." Naruto stands opposite the 4th Raikage, while Tsunade, Noki, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Killer Bee observe the unfolding confrontation. "You little 9-tailed brat, if you can defeat me, I shall no longer obstruct you from joining the battlefield." The Raikage activates his lightning release chakra mode, electricity crackling around him, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. "Conversely, should you fail to defeat me, remain here like a good boy. You shall not take a single step away." With a stern glare, the Raikage asserts, "I would rather kill you than allow you to set foot on the battlefield." Let us fight first. Naruto responds with indifference, instantly enveloped in golden chakra as he enters Sage Fox mode. 6 black tomo appear at his collar. 6 dark patterns manifest on his face, and his pupils transform into cross-shaped eyes. In that moment, Naruto transforms into a small golden figure, radiating light as if composed entirely of it. This is indeed the Sage mode of Kurama, commonly referred to as Sage Fox mode. This marks the first time for the onlookers to witness such a transformation, their eyes widening in astonishment as they gaze at Naruto. What a terrifying chakra presence! Is this the power of the Nine Tails? Tsunade exclaims. This is the power of the Nine Tails. How wonderful! Has Naruto finally managed to harness Kurama's strength? Kushina's eyes brim with tears of joy. Minato, your decision from back then was indeed correct. No, this is not merely the chakra of the Nine Tails. Watergate was equally elated, for it was the flawless transformation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki into its perfect tailed beast form. Furthermore, I could sense the surging natural energy ceaselessly converging towards Naruto. This must be the Sage mode attained in the state of perfect tailed beast transformation. Indeed, the natural energy within several hundred meters was indeed gathering towards Naruto. Jiraiya wore a visage of sheer astonishment. This fellow Naruto, not only has he perfectly mastered the flawless tailed beast transformation, but he can simultaneously wield Sage mode. It is truly astounding. Perfect tailed beast transformation in Sage mode? Kushina gaped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes shining with amazement. Truly, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki possesses remarkable prowess. The Eight Tails remarked to Killer Bee. He has seamlessly integrated tailed beast transformation with natural energy. It is truly remarkable. Does this mean that my brother is no match? You idiot. Killer Bee silently questioned. This guy is likely to be humiliated today. The Eight Tails felt a twinge of schadenfreude. Little brat, no matter what mode you employ, you shall never defeat me. I possess the fastest speed in the entire ninja realm. The Raikage snorted coldly, his figure flashing to stand before Naruto in an instant, raising his hand to unleash a lightning destruction strike. The lightning destruction strike is a fearsome technique that gathers chakra in the hand and erupts instantaneously. Coupled with the Raikage speed, the power of the lightning destruction strike becomes incredible, enough to shatter Sasuke's Susanoo. However, in the face of such a formidable blow, Naruto showed no sign of evasion. Instead, he raised his hand to grasp it. To dare to receive my attack barehanded is courting death. The Raikage scoffed, his hand descending with fierce intent. Snap! Naruto seized the Raikage's wrist. The terrifying force contained within the lightning destruction strike dissipated entirely at that moment. How is this possible? The Raikage's expression changed drastically. He actually managed to harness my lightning destruction strike barehanded. This fellow's strength. A tempest of astonishment surged within the Raikage. His power, combined with his speed, was capable of sweeping away everything. Yet, he was actually caught barehanded by Naruto, which fundamentally subverted the Raikage's understanding. Lord Raikage, it is now my turn to attack. A smirk curved Naruto's lips as he swiftly drove his knee upward, delivering a heavy blow to the Raikage's abdomen. Boom! The Raikage let out a muffled grunt, as if he had been struck by a speeding locomotive, soaring backwards. Seizing the advantage, Naruto instantly appeared before the Raikage, unleashing a powerful kick to his chin. The Raikage soared into the air, his body propelled backward. Naruto then appeared above the Raikage once more, executing a whip-like kick that struck the Raikage's abdomen. Boom! The Raikage crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater, his body embedded within it. Naruto refrained from further assault, vanishing back to his original position and dispersing the Sage Fox mode. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared in shock at the Raikage, who lay incapacitated in the pit, their expressions frozen in astonishment, rendered speechless. No one anticipated that the battle between Naruto and the Raikage would culminate in such a manner. As the saying goes, one does not know until they compare. A comparison can be startling. This phrase aptly describes the scene before us. Raikage is the leader of the Hidden Cloud Village, revered and respected as the foremost master of his realm. As for Naruto, though his reputation has soared in recent years, being hailed as the greatest ninja of the Leaf Village, the undeniable truth remains that he is but a rising star. Consequently, seasoned warriors such as Inoki and Raikage do not regard him with the seriousness he deserves. This mindset is precisely why Raikage proposed a battle to determine their next course of action. With unwavering confidence in his own abilities, He could not fathom a mere child lacking maturity defeating him. Others shared similar sentiments. However, upon their confrontation, the stark disparity between them became glaringly evident. In just 3 moves, Naruto effortlessly overcame Raikage. In terms of speed, strength, and reflexes, Naruto dominated Raikage with ease. The difference was so pronounced that it resembled a battle between a seasoned jounin and a mere genin, an eyesore to behold. Indeed, the gap was vast. Despite Raikage's formidable prowess, he ultimately remains a shadow-level ninja, unlikely to surpass the pinnacle of such ranks. In contrast, Naruto in Sage Fox mode stands at the zenith of power, comparable to the likes of the legendary Hashirama and Madara. He possesses the strength to contend with the likes of Obito, a formidable opponent Raikage cannot hope to rival. In terms of speed, Naruto, even in his Nine-Tails Chakra mode, once evaded Raikage's full-force strike. Now, in his Sage mode enhanced by the Nine-Tails, his speed has multiplied exponentially, far beyond what Raikage can match. "That guy is incredibly strong," exclaimed Killer Bee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "My brother is actually being overwhelmed by him. Is this what it means to be the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? It is not solely the power of the Nine-Tails. The fusion with natural energy amplifies his might." The Eight-Tails remarked, "This Naruto truly is impressive. I can only imagine how proud Kurama must feel." "Hey, Eight-Tails, what are you muttering about? Are you speaking ill of me behind my back?" A voice suddenly interrupted. Kurama. Eight-Tails was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "You prideful creature. To think you could be tamed by a mere child. That is not like you at all. What do you know?" The Nine-Tails retorted dismissively. "Naruto's identity surpasses your understanding. You will come to know in due time." "Huh?" Eight-Tails questioned. "What is this child's identity?" "I won't tell you." "Is this the current state of Naruto?" Tsunade gazed at him, astonished. Chapter 39. The third stage of Susanoo. Madara is taking Naruto seriously. "This guy, Naruto, is indeed ruthless," Jiraiya observed with a smirk. "He shows no respect for his elders, lacking any sense of martial ethics. This young one," Inoki sighed, "achieving such heights at such a young age, given time. He could become another Senju Hashirama. This bodes ill for my village. We must strive to maintain good relations with the Leaf." With Killer Bee's assistance, Raikage rose, his face betraying a lingering apprehension. "Young one, I concede defeat. From here on, you may go wherever you wish without my interference, but do take care of yourself. Defeat is simply defeat, and the Raikage is not one to shy away from it. Do not let Akatsuki seize the opportunity. Rest assured, Lord Raikage." Naruto smiled, stating, "I am still young. My aspiration is to live a century, just like Lord Tsuchikage. As long as you know." Raikage waved his hand dismissively, his tone brusque. "Just get lost." Having lost face in front of so many, he could not bear to see Naruto even for a moment. "How about this?" Inoki interjected, "You bad boy. Stay here with Princess Tsunade. I shall accompany Naruto to the battlefield. The previous Kages in the Fourth War are formidable foes, and with my assistance, our chances of victory will improve." "I have no objections." Raikage agreed. "Good." Inoki nodded, soaring towards Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki, I will fight alongside you. It is an honor to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lord Tsuchikage." Naruto smiled in response. "You little rascal, you articulate better than that bad boy." Inoki chuckled. After exchanging greetings with Minato, Kushina, and others, Naruto set off with the Tsuchikage towards the fourth battlefield. Naruto had previously left a flying Thunder God seal on Gaara, and in the next moment, he appeared before him. "Naruto? Lord Tsuchikage?" Gaara exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Naruto and Inoki's sudden arrival. "Naruto, what brings you here?" "Naruto, what are you doing here?" Shikamaru, Temari, and others from the 4th Division gathered around, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. "The enemy on your side is quite powerful. Headquarters sent us to provide support," Naruto briefly explained, then asked, "Gaara, what is the situation here?" "We just sealed my father, but we are at a loss against the remaining 3 Kages. They are exceedingly difficult to handle." Gaara sighed, "Fortunately, the numerous Uchiha members you summoned from the impure world are holding the line, thus minimizing our losses." The elite warriors Naruto summoned had been evenly distributed among the various divisions, with about a dozen allocated to the 4th Division, including Uchiha Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader. "I understand." Naruto nodded. "Leave the 3rd Raikage and 2nd Mizukage to me, Lord Tsuchikage. The 2nd Tsuchikage is yours." "Leave it to me," Inoki agreed, having come primarily to confront his former teacher. "I'm off." Naruto flashed forward, charging towards the 3rd Raikage. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku and a dozen Uchiha clan members were engaged in a fierce battle with the third Raikage, who had activated his lightning release chakra mode, enveloped in lightning chakra. His ultimate technique, Hell Stab, surged through the Uchiha ranks, wreaking havoc. Each strike effortlessly tore through the bodies of the Uchiha, reducing them to mere dust. However, as they were summoned from the impure world, the Uchiha were able to rapidly regenerate and continued their battle with the third Raikage. Everyone, stand back. Naruto appeared before the Uchiha. Lord Naruto, Fugaku and the others ceased their attacks, turning to face him. The enemy is incredibly powerful. Prolonging this battle is not a viable strategy. Allow me to handle him. Naruto activated Sage Fox mode, his chakra swirling wildly, quickly forming into a Raisin Shuriken. The colossal spiral shuriken was astonishingly large, with a diameter exceeding several dozen meters, resembling a miniature celestial body. This gargantuan spiral shuriken spun at an incredible velocity, slicing through the air and emitting a terrifying ripping sound. Even from a considerable distance, Uchiha Fugaku and his companions could sense the dreadful cutting power contained within the shuriken. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Fugaku and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Sage Art, Wind Release, Super Giant Raisin Shuriken. Naruto materialized before the third Raikage, forcefully pressing the enormous Raisin Shuriken against him. The shuriken buzzed ominously as it surged forward at an alarming speed, carving a deep trench into the ground. The Raisin Shuriken detonated with a thunderous roar, creating a terrifying vortex that engulfed the surrounding area within 100 meters. The shockwave, laden with swirling sands, struck the faces of those nearby, leaving them stinging with pain. The allied ninjas grimaced, their eyes fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, disbelief flashing in their gazes. Is this truly ninjutsu? It's utterly terrifying, they thought. Thank goodness they were at a safe distance. Otherwise, being caught in that vortex would have surely reduced them to mere fragments. After a considerable time, the explosion subsided and the dust began to clear. Before everyone lay a massive pit, several hundred meters in diameter and over 100 meters deep. The third Raikage lay at the bottom, his body riddled with wounds as if sliced by countless blades. Gazing at the pit and the fallen Raikage, the allied ninjas involuntarily gasped in awe. This is the power of Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Fugaku and the Uchiha clan members stood transfixed, swallowing hard. Earlier, Suigetsu had informed them that Naruto was the strongest in Konoha, but they had been skeptical. After all, Naruto was exceedingly young, merely a teenager. How formidable could he truly be? On their way here, some Uchiha clan members had even joked about the current generation of Konoha, claiming that even a mere boy could be dubbed the strongest. Others among them insisted that someone like Naruto would have been inconsequential in their time. Yet now, the Uchiha clan members suddenly realized just how misguided their assumptions had been. Sealing team. Naruto beckoned. Come on. Two young kunoichi from Mangekyō promptly responded, leaping into the pit to seal the third Raikage. Struck by the earlier Raisin Shuriken, the Raikage lay incapacitated on the ground, unable to move. This proved that the so-called strongest shield was merely relative when faced with an attack beyond its capacity. Even the most formidable shield could not withstand the onslaught. Well done, Naruto. Gaara, Temari, and others gathered around him. You truly are something. Shikamaru sighed in relief, chuckling. The opponent we had no way to deal with was taken out by you in a single move. Naruto, you are impressive. The other ninjas gazed at him with admiration, while the young kunoichi from Mangekyō swooned. Naruto smiled and waved his hand, turning his attention to the second Mizukage, stating, now, only he remains. Indeed, Gaara nodded. Shikamaru, Temari, and the others also directed their gaze toward the second Mizukage. Kid, you are quite remarkable. The second Mizukage no longer bore the carefree smile of his former self. His expression had turned solemn. I never anticipated that in this era, there would exist a ninja as formidable as you. Truly astonishing. I shall confront you, second Mizukage. Naruto replied with a faint smile, his eyes transforming into the kaleidoscope pattern. In a spectacular display, fiery orange chakra surged forth, swiftly coalescing into bones, tendons, and flesh. The armor of the Tengu, the Yata mirror, and the Totsuka blade materialized in succession, forming the third manifestation of Susanoo. This is Susanoo. Uchiha Fugaku and others gazed in astonishment at the Susanoo above Naruto's head. Was this not the third power concealed within the Mangekyō Sharingan? Heavens! I have heard my grandfather speak of it. When Uchiha Madara awakened the Mangekyō, he acquired this very ability. I never imagined it to be true. This is Susanoo, the divine power that can only be wielded by one who has unlocked the Mangekyō Sharingan? How utterly astounding. To witness Susanoo, even after being resurrected from the dead, is a worthy experience. A dozen Uchiha clansmen fixated on Susanoo, their eyes filled with disbelief, passion replacing shock. Susanoo represents the ultimate power of the Uchiha clan, the most coveted strength. Alas, since Uchiha Madara's demise, this divine power has vanished, becoming mere legend. Thus, many Uchiha grew up hearing tales of Susanoo without ever laying eyes on it. Today, they finally beheld it. Child, are you of the Uchiha clan? The second Mizukage scrutinized Naruto intently. No. Naruto swung the Totsuka blade, striking at the second Mizukage. Such an attack is futile against me. The second Mizukage scoffed lightly, his body vanishing as if he had never existed. This was the ability of his summoned beast, the Shinch, capable of creating vast mirages. Through these illusions, he confounded his enemies, rendering them unable to discern his true location. Yet Naruto showed no hesitation, continuing his assault upon the empty air. It was as though something had been struck in the void, revealing the second Mizukage's form once more. Child, how could this be? The second Mizukage gazed in shock at the Totsuka blade piercing his abdomen. Predecessor, before the Mangekyō Sharingan, your tricks are mere parlor games. Naruto casually explained, extracting the second Mizukage soul and sealing it within the Totsuka blade. Another foe dispatched. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Hooray. Hooray. The allied ninja erupted in fervent cheers. The four Kage had previously caused them great distress, yet Naruto had dispatched the third Raikage and the second Mizukage with astonishing ease. I recall that Sasuke is of similar age to Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku contemplated, thinking of his younger son. I wonder how Sasuke is faring now? I never imagined Naruto Uzumaki would grow to such heights. He truly is the prodigy Lord Orochimaru esteemed. In a subterranean cavern, Kabuto sensed the disappearance of the third Raikage and the second Mizukage, unable to suppress a push of his glasses. Very well. It is time for him to make his entrance. He is my trump card prepared for this war. He chuckled, believing that once he made his entrance, he would undoubtedly triumph over Naruto. No, it wasn't just a belief, it was a certainty. After all, he was the second being in existence to awaken the Rinnegan, following only the Sage of the Six Paths. On the battlefield of the 4th Division, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, who was engaged in combat with Inoki, suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Where's Mu? Inoki inquired, glancing around, yet finding no sign of him. An inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within him, as if a great terror were looming on the horizon. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped Inoki's heart. He hastily turned to look and beheld two figures atop a distant earthen mound. One figure was entirely wrapped in bandages, with only the eyes exposed, resembling a mummy. It was indeed Mu. The other figure, clad in a tight-fitting black combat suit adorned with crimson-layered armor, had long hair cascading down to his waist, revealing a single eye that glowed a blood-red hue. It was the legendary Uchiha Madara. Inoki was struck with a profound shock, his body frozen in place, while tumultuous waves of dread surged within him. Madara had been resurrected. The name Uchiha Madara held extraordinary weight in Inoki's mind. It was Madara who had once ensnared Inoki in the throes of despair with his overwhelming power. The fear Inoki harbored towards Madara was deeply ingrained. Now, witnessing Madara's revival sent tremors through Inoki's very being. Stand guard. Everyone, be vigilant. Madara has returned. Inoki hastily soared towards the allied forces, shouting loudly as he flew. Everyone, remain on alert. Madara has been resurrected. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the coalition, the faces of the ninjas transforming dramatically. The very name of Uchiha Madara evoked memories of a figure from the era of the first Hokage, and his presence demanded utmost reverence. Among the allied ninjas, none were more shaken than the Uchiha clan members, including Uchiha Fugaku and a dozen others. Madara. It truly is Madara. He has been summoned back. Despair gripped them. This is the end. We cannot possibly contend with Madara. As members of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku and his kin truly understood the magnitude of Madara's strength. Not only did Madara possess the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but he also wielded the third power inherent in the Mangekyō, a Susanoo. In his prime, Madara had swept through the chaotic times, unmatched and invincible. Now, such a formidable figure stood before them, and the Uchiha clan could hardly suppress their fear. It was essential to remember that the Uchiha had once betrayed Madara, which had fostered deep-seated animosity. Leader, what shall we do now? The Uchiha clan members collectively turned their gaze towards Fugaku. With a heavy heart, Fugaku stared at Madara for a long moment before replying. Let us take it one step at a time. He had never entertained the notion of defeating Madara. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Madara, at long last, you have emerged. Naruto gazed at Uchiha Madara, a slight smirk gracing his lips. In the entire ninja world, there are few whom Naruto truly wishes to engage in combat, and Uchiha Madara stands as his most desired opponent. At the headquarters of the Allied forces, news of Madara's resurrection left Raikage and Tsunade in utter shock. How could Naruto have foreseen this? Tsunade slumped wearily into her chair, exclaiming, "Damn that Madara. Even in death, he refuses to rest. What are we to do now?" Raikage remained silent for a moment before responding. Let us observe the situation for now. If the Allied forces are unable to withstand the onslaught, we shall have no choice but to intervene. Meanwhile, Madara stood atop a sand dune, arms crossed, gazing down coldly at the assembled ninja alliance, his expression indifferent. The headbands bear the symbol of the ninja, yet their attire varies from the 5 great nations. Is this truly the coalition of the 5 major ninja villages? The war has commenced. The second Tsuchikage remarked lightly. After all, this is the work of that individual. There must be a rationale behind it. Though I suspect the execution of the plan has not gone smoothly. Madara, somewhat displeased, suddenly fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku and the others, perplexed. The Uchiha clan? No. They are but vessels of reincarnation. How is this possible? 7 years after your demise, in the 58th year of Konoha, the Uchiha clan was eradicated due to an insurrection, came the reply. In this war, Naruto Uzumaki has summoned a portion of the Uchiha elite through Edo Tensei. Madara scoffed. The Uchiha have truly fallen into disgrace, reduced to being exterminated by others and compelled to fight on their behalf. He then shifted the subject. Yet, I have been resurrected in this manner. Who is the practitioner of Edo Tensei? I do not know, was the response. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he felt his consciousness suppressed by Kabuto, who seized control of his body. Uchiha Madara, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kabuto, the practitioner of Edo Tensei. Kabuto smiled, adding, I am also an accomplice in this grand design. Madara shot a discontented glance at Kabuto, irritated. To converse with me through Edo Tensei is quite underhanded. Madara-senpai, your Edo Tensei was specifically prepared for you. Your current power surpasses that of your prime. Kabuto continued with a grin. Madara looked at Kabuto sideways, regarding him as one might a jester, a mocking expression on his face. Have you witnessed my prime? No. Kabuto replied with a cheerful smile. So please, allow me to witness the legendary power of the Uchiha. Very well, Madara replied, leaping down from the hill. His blood-red Sharingan coldly surveyed the throng of ninja in the Allied forces. Far from any hint of panic, Madara's eyes gleamed with derision, as if gazing upon countless insignificant insects. In the next moment, he charged toward the Allied forces, his speed increasing with every stride. At that moment, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring the sun and casting shadows upon the earth. As they beheld the rapidly approaching Uchiha Madara, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of all, and they swallowed hard. He was overwhelmingly powerful. Even before the clash of battle, the very aura exuded by Madara rendered them breathless. In such a dire situation, the ninja were stripped of any fighting spirit, their courage completely extinguished. Everyone, pay attention. Inoki urged gravely, raising his voice to alert the coalition. Madara is coming. Do not meet his gaze. Old man Tsuchikage, this enemy is beyond your capacity to confront. You should retreat immediately. Naruto declared. You think you can face Madara alone? Absolutely not. Inoki firmly rejected. Madara's strength exceeds your imagination. It is not something you can oppose by yourself. Naruto intended to persuade further, but Gaara interjected. Naruto, this is war. A war for everyone. At this moment, you must learn the value of teamwork rather than indulge in personal heroism. Naruto, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders and said no more. Very well. Do as you wish. Humans tend to be stubborn. They will not turn back until they crash against an obstacle, and perhaps only then will they take action. Attack. Everyone charge. Kill. The allied ninjas shouted fervently, rallying one another, momentarily suppressing their fears as they rushed toward Uchiha Madara. The clash was thunderous, Yet the outcome was a devastating defeat. Madara plunged into the coalition, leaving chaos in his wake, as bodies fell and horses reared in terror. He effortlessly dodged shuriken and explosive tags, capturing them and returning them to the coalition. The blades in the hands of the allied ninjas became his own, as he seized them and inflicted wounds upon many. Madara resembled a crimson-armored deity, a relentless killing machine, weaving through the coalition with remarkable agility, no one able to withstand his might. His movements were exquisitely graceful, akin to a dancer, captivating to behold. It was as if he were not taking lives, but performing a mesmerizing ballet, a beautiful art form. Truly, the title of Uchiha Dance King was well-deserved. Naruto sighed, glancing at Gaara and Noki. Against a formidable adversary like Madara, numbers become irrelevant. Continuing this battle will only lead to needless casualties. I command everyone to withdraw from the battlefield. Upon finishing his statement, Naruto vanished and charged at Madara. Wind release, great scythe technique. The tempest created by the technique struck Madara, propelling him out of the battlefield. Madara soared several dozen meters before hitting the ground. His gaze fixed upon Naruto. Do you wish to face me too? With that, Madara formed hand seals, his chest swelling. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Flames erupted from his mouth, transforming into a sea of fire with a diameter of 100 meters, roaring toward Naruto. Water release, water barrier. Naruto clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of water. In an instant, a towering wave formed, rushing forth to meet the flames. The clash of fire and water generated a massive cloud of steam, enveloping the entire battlefield under the force of the shockwave. The two elements battled fiercely, but after a moment, they gradually dissipated, vanishing into nothingness. Madara looked at Naruto again, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You can invoke a water barrier of this scale. Uchiha Madara. Naruto smiled at Madara. I have awaited this day for a long time. I hope you do not disappoint me. How amusing to be provoked by a child. Madara uttered a cold chuckle before launching himself at Naruto with incredible speed, resembling a streak of red light that instantly appeared before him. Naruto was acutely aware that, in terms of taijutsu alone, he was no match for Madara. Thus, he decisively activated Sage Mode. In this state, Naruto's physical capabilities surged dramatically, and his perception of the surroundings escalated wildly. Rather than retreating, he advanced, engaging in a fierce battle with Madara. The two appeared as twin flashes of lightning, colliding furiously on the sandy battlefield, weaving through one another with breathtaking speed. Their velocity was so staggering that the allied ninja could scarcely discern their movements. Only hearing the incessant sounds of their clashes and the craters formed by their footfalls. Was this still human? Their speed was astonishing. Monsters. They were all monsters. The allied ninjas stared in disbelief, mouths agape and parched, overwhelmed by a profound shock. Particularly, members of the Uchiha clan, including Fugaku Uchiha, stood with their jaws dropped, unable to close them for an extended period. That was Madara, the legendary Uchiha Madara. How could this boy possibly be on par with him? Was he truly only 17? A monster, an absolute monster. The clash between Naruto and Madara continued for over 5 minutes, culminating with Madara being sent flying. He landed several meters away, steadying himself, with his Sharingan fixed intently on Naruto. No wonder your speed, strength, and neural reflexes are so formidable. It is Sage Mode. In a confrontation between skilled fighters, 1 or 2 exchanges can reveal the opponent's capabilities, especially for a top-tier expert like Madara. He sensed that Naruto's taijutsu, skills, battle experience, and strategies were quite immature. Yet, Naruto's speed, strength, reflexes, perception, and foresight were not inferior to his own. In fact, they might even surpass his. Consequently, in their recent taijutsu exchange, Madara found himself at a disadvantage. Surprised, he quickly understood everything upon seeing Naruto's eyes and the shadows beneath them. Sage Mode. To think that after Hashirama, someone else has mastered Sage Mode. Little brat, it seems you are a worthy opponent. You should provide me with some amusement, Madara remarked. A slight smirk gracing his lips as blue chakra, like flames, erupted from his body, coalescing into a colossal blue figure. This giant boasted 4 arms, each wielding a long sword, standing magnificently tall. Susanoo, 3rd stage. Susanoo. Madara was serious now. The expressions of Fugaku Uchiha and the other Uchiha clan members changed dramatically. Susanoo was Madara's most powerful ability. His invocation of it signified his earnestness. Chapter 40. The Heavenly Path, Planetary Devastation. Susanoo, you say? Inoki's eyelid twitched, and he shouted loudly, "Retreat! Everyone, evacuate the battlefield immediately." The allied ninja, already petrified with fear, scrambled to escape, fleeing into the distance. Little brat, can your sage mode withstand my taijutsu? Can it withstand this? Madara stood with his arms crossed atop Susanoo's head, gazing down upon Naruto with derision. Susanoo is nothing extraordinary. Who doesn't he possess one? Naruto chuckled, his eyes transforming into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, as purple chakra surged around him, rapidly coalescing into a giant. This purple giant was no smaller than Madara's blue counterpart, holding a sword in its left hand and a bow in its right. What? The expression on Madara's face finally changed. He stared intently at Naruto's Susanoo, somewhat taken aback. You have awakened the Mangekyō Sharingan as well? He immediately shifted his gaze to Naruto's eyes. No, this is not an ordinary Mangekyō. It is the eternal Mangekyō. To his astonishment, a member of the Uchiha clan had actually unlocked the eternal Mangekyō. Wait, Madara's gaze then fell upon Naruto's hair. Blonde, you are not from the Uchiha clan? No, it is impossible for one not of the Uchiha to possess the Sharingan. What is the meaning of this? Madara was utterly bewildered. Not just Madara, but Kabuto was equally perplexed. When he first discovered that Naruto possessed the Mangekyō, Naruto's Susanoo was green. Just moments ago, during the battle with the second Mizukage, it was a vibrant orange, and now it appeared purple. 3 Susanoo forms, 3 colors, 3 distinct shapes. Why was this happening? Kabuto found it difficult to comprehend. Kid, what is the secret of your Mangekyō? Madara stood atop the head of the Susanoo, coldly gazing at Naruto. Do you wish to know? Defeat me, and I shall reveal the truth. Naruto replied with a smile. What an arrogant fellow. Madara snorted coldly, manipulating his Susanoo as he swung his long sword, ruthlessly cleaving towards Naruto. Come at me. Naruto brandished the Totsuka blade and met him head-on. The clash of swords erupted with a thunderous roar. The shockwave swept through the battlefield, sending the allied ninja flying. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 colossal figures, one blue and one purple, clashed violently. Each exchanged strikes, pressing forward relentlessly, neither yielding an inch, locked in a fierce battle. As their intensity escalated, the Susanoo grew larger, ultimately transforming into its complete form. The fully realized Susanoo towered over the mountains, exuding a majestic warrior's presence. Its back transformed into wings, equipped with dual swords capable of effortlessly cleaving through a great mountain with a single blow. Witnessing the 2 towering giants, the allied ninjas were paralyzed with fear, fleeing as far as they could. Once they reached a safe distance, they paused to catch their breath, some collapsing to the ground in terror. It was akin to a divine battle. I feel that I should not be here. Thankfully, we ran fast. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how we might perish. It's truly horrifying. Is this the legendary power of the Uchiha clan? It's overwhelmingly strong, truly formidable. While Madara Uchiha is one thing, the fact that Naruto Uzumaki wields the Sharingan with such skill is astonishing. A foreigner, managing to utilize the power of our Uchiha clan to such an extent. Uchiha Fugaku and others watched the entangled giants with complex expressions, unable to conceal their shock. As pure-blooded Uchiha, they had not even awakened the Mangekyō. Yet Naruto, not only had he awakened the eternal Mangekyō, but he had also mastered the Susanoo to this degree. This evoked feelings of envy, jealousy, resentment, shock, and disbelief among the Uchiha clan. Yasaka Magatama. Madara extended his hand, and the Susanoo launched multiple Magatama, resembling cannonballs, hurtling towards Naruto. Flame release, Totsuka blade. Naruto wielded Susanoo, drawing back his bow to unleash several arrows imbued with black flames, which collided with the Yasaka Magatama. The impact resounded with a cataclysmic explosion. Subsequently, the 2 Susanoo figures charged towards each other. It was astonishing that in this era, someone could develop Susanoo to such a formidable extent. As he fought, Madara remarked, I concede that I underestimated you. You are no ordinary ninja. Madara himself was also exceptionally powerful. The clash continued, with the 2 battling fiercely from the south to the north, and then from the west to the east. The earth was torn asunder, sand dunes obliterated, and the ground was pockmarked with deep craters, altering the very landscape. After a prolonged struggle, the 2 found themselves evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. The Mangekyō Sharingan possesses a remarkable trait. The more it is used, the stronger its ocular power becomes. Unfortunately, the ordinary Mangekyō has significant drawbacks the more it is utilized. The closer one comes to blindness. Thus, despite the increasing power, one also nears inevitable sightlessness. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, however, lacks such a flaw, allowing its wielder to grow ever stronger with continued use. As the battle raged on, Naruto's ocular strength intensified, and his control over Susanoo became increasingly adept. He fought with growing exhilaration, reveling in the thrill of combat. Madara, too, found immense satisfaction. Since Hashirama's death, he had not encountered such a formidable opponent, especially since Naruto, like him, possessed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and could summon Susanoo. Such a rival was unprecedented. After an intense exchange, both warriors finally paused, gazing at one another. "You, child, are the first to reach our level since Hashirama's demise." Madara crossed his arms, admiring Naruto. "I, Madara, shall proclaim you the strongest ninja of this era." "You're not too shabby yourself, Madara." Naruto exhaled deeply. "You have pleased me, young one," Madara stated. "To show my respect, I shall now unleash my full power." As he spoke, he formed hand seals, retracting the long sword of his Susanoo into a pose of incantation. Heavenly shock star. The sky suddenly darkened, as if shrouded by ominous clouds obscuring the sun, casting a shadow over the land. Naruto looked up to see a colossal meteor descending rapidly from the heavens. So it is this technique. He inhaled sharply. Meanwhile, the allied ninja also sensed the anomaly above, and upon seeing the meteor, their expressions shifted dramatically. "A meteor? Where did that come from?" "It seems to be summoned by Madara," they exclaimed, panic rising. "This is a technique? We're doomed." Despair washed over the allied forces, with Gaara and Inoki displaying visible terror. The sheer size of the meteor, plummeting from such heights, would unleash unimaginable destructive force. The area they occupied would surely be reduced to ruins, and the 4th Division would face total annihilation. "That scoundrel Madara. He intends to exterminate us all." Gaara bellowed in fury. "How do you find my technique, young one?" With his arms crossed and a mocking expression, Madara gazed upon himself, lamenting his inability to possess a body of impure reincarnation. A formidable technique indeed. Naruto observed the falling meteor with a calm smile. "But to think you can kill me with that, how naive of you." He commanded Susanoo to rise into the sky, soaring directly towards the rapidly descending meteor. Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued. The other ninjas, including Inoki, Gaara, and the members of the 4th Division, also turned their attention to Naruto. With astonishing speed, Naruto soon arrived at the meteor, his hands forming seals. Senjutsu, crystal release. Boom. An incredibly brilliant crimson light erupted from Susanoo, enveloping the entire meteor. In an instant, the colossal meteor transformed into crystal, becoming a crystalline meteorite. "Break from me." Susanoo unleashed a powerful punch. With a crack, the crystal meteorite shattered, scattering into palm-sized crystal shards. Countless crimson crystals cascaded down, creating a breathtaking spectacle akin to a rain of crystals. "Is this crystal release?" Madara's gaze sharpened. "This little brat has mastered such a bloodline limit. He is not simple at all. Indeed, he is remarkable." Kabuto interjected, appearing beside Madara. "His name is Naruto Uzumaki, the greatest genius of Konoha. According to the intel I have gathered, not only has he developed crystal release, but he has also mastered wood release, boil release, lava release, and ice release. With the Sharingan, he wields 6 bloodline limits on his own. This is unprecedented in the annals of ninja history." Madara remained silent for a moment, clearly taken aback, before finally asking, "How old is he?" "Not yet 17. Kabuto replied with a smirk. To possess such strength at 17, even at his age, I and Hashirama were no match for him, Madara remarked coolly. However, let us not forget, a ninja's worth is not determined by age but by strength. He is still somewhat immature. Madara felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. In his mind, only he and Hashirama were the most extraordinary geniuses in the history of ninjas. No one else was worthy to compare. Naruto's extraordinary talent irked Madara, making him feel overshadowed by a younger generation. "Madara-senpai, you have just attacked. Now it is my turn," Naruto declared, fixing his gaze on Madara. Suddenly, he closed his Mangekyō Sharingan, causing the colossal Susanoo to crumble. Almost immediately, golden chakra erupted from Naruto's body, coalescing into a gigantic 9 tails. He was undergoing tailed beast transformation. Tailed beast transformation is one of the ultimate techniques of a perfect Jinchuriki, allowing one to assume the form of a tailed beast. In this state, the Jinchuriki can harness the boundless chakra and power of the tailed beast while maintaining absolute rationality, enabling precise and strategic combat. Is that the Nine Tails? Madara's eyes narrowed. I forgot to mention, he is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kabuto's voice resonated, tinged with an indescribable awe. I never anticipated that Naruto Uzumaki could perfectly control the chakra of the Nine Tails. A perfect Jinchuriki? Madara found it hard to believe. The Nine Tails is the strongest among the tailed beasts. The young Uzumaki Naruto, astonishingly, managed to tame the Nine Tails and compel it to cooperate with him. A feat that even Madara could not achieve in his time. Of course, Madara held no desire to do so. In his eyes, the Nine Tails was merely a beast, unworthy of standing on equal footing with him. For Madara Uchiha, harnessing the vast chakra of the Nine Tails merely required brute force to subdue it. Reconciliation? Friendship? Such notions were utterly ludicrous. Naruto's transformation did not end there. After becoming a tailed beast, he unleashed the Mangekyō Sharingan and activated Susanoo. Instantly, a series of purple armor plates materialized on the Nine Tails' body, concealing its golden chakra. This was the formidable Susanoo. The audacity of using Susanoo as armor for the Nine Tails was truly remarkable. Kabuto gazed intently at Naruto, unable to mask his astonishment. Uzumaki Naruto, indeed a genius. He never fails to amaze me. I am at a loss for words. This was the manifestation of Susanoo. Even Madara's eyes widened in disbelief. I once employed a similar tactic during my battles with Hashirama. However, for this young boy to conceive the combination of Susanoo and tailed beast transformation is truly extraordinary. Kabuto licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. He had inherited Orochimaru's ambitions and had initially been intrigued by Uchiha Sasuke's body. Yet now, he found Naruto's form even more alluring. I must possess Uzumaki Naruto. Kabuto shifted his focus entirely onto Naruto. Equally astonished were Gaara, Inoki, the allied ninjas, and the members of the Uchiha clan. They stood in awe before the colossal purple Nine Tails, feeling parched and trembling with anticipation. The sight of Susanoo adorning the Nine Tails was breathtaking. Gaara murmured to himself, "Is this the true power of Naruto? The chasm between us is insurmountable." Within him resided half of Shikaku. Thanks to Naruto's guidance over the past 2 years, Gaara and Shikaku had gradually reached a state of reconciliation. Gaara had also managed to achieve tailed beast transformation, significantly enhancing his strength compared to before. Yet, in comparison to Naruto, he realized he was still woefully inadequate. "Madara-senpai, I am about to strike." Naruto called out. "Kurama, let us greet Madara with a tailed beast bomb." All right. The Nine Tails opened its immense maw, spewing forth a torrent of black and blue chakra, swiftly condensing into a tailed beast bomb. "Now, I will infuse it with natural energy." Naruto manipulated the natural energy, continuously pouring it into the tailed beast bomb. In an instant, the black-tailed beast bomb expanded wildly, reaching a size of over 100 meters. What a terrifying conglomeration of chakra. Is this still human? Good heavens. If that were to strike, it would obliterate everything. We are not even on the same dimensional plane. The allied ninjas, particularly the Uchiha clan, stood in stunned silence, as if caught in a dream. When had they ever witnessed such a fearsome attack? Senjutsu, tailed beast bomb. The Nine Tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, transforming it into a projectile that tore through the air at an alarming velocity, hurtling directly towards Madara. "Madara-senpai, it's coming," Kabuto warned. "No need to worry." With an expression of indifference, Madara declared, "Such a high concentration of chakra attacks holds no significance for me." His gaze sharpened as he dismissed the Susanoo, allowing his Mangekyō Sharingan to subtly transform into the Rinnegan. He immediately activated the Rinnegan's ability to absorb chakra, beginning the process of drawing in the tailed beast. The tailed beast's chakra ball was enormous, and despite the Rinnegan's formidable absorption capabilities, it could not be consumed instantaneously. Madara remained unhurried, steadily drawing in the energy. Suddenly, a crimson long sword pierced through his back, impaling his abdomen in an instant. Madara froze, staring blankly at the blade that had penetrated him, a vibrant orange-red sword emerging from his chest. Upon turning his head, he discovered a Susanoo behind him, its color a fiery orange. This Susanoo wielded a long sword, which had stabbed through Madara's own abdomen. "Kid, how could it be you?" Madara was taken aback. Wasn't your Susanoo purple? Why has it turned red? Because I possess several pairs of Mangekyō. Naruto replied with a smile. Madara-senpai, today's battle with you has been exhilarating. You have truly entertained me. To express my appreciation, I have decided to unleash my full power to defeat you. With that, Naruto activated the sealing ability of the Tenketsu sword, attempting to tear apart Madara's soul and seal him. As Madara felt his soul being relentlessly pulled from his body, a flicker of rage ignited in his eyes. So you intentionally used a deceptive Susanoo and fired the tailed beast bomb to lure me into absorbing it. Your aim was to exploit my moment of vulnerability to launch an attack from behind and seal me with the Tenketsu sword. Truly worthy of the title Madara-senpai. You have seen through my plan with just a few words. I am in awe. Naruto chuckled softly, intensifying the sealing force until he finally extracted Madara's soul from his body. You little rascal, you are truly cunning, more so than Hashirama Senju. I have fallen for your ruse. Madara seethed with fury. The body of the reanimated was particularly vulnerable to sealing techniques, and the Tenketsu sword was among the most potent of them. Despite his earlier display of godlike prowess, he remained a corpse, unable to escape the Tenketsu sword's binding. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Without warning, a white beam of dust release struck Naruto's Susanoo, causing it to disintegrate instantly, along with the wooden clone that had summoned it, reducing it to mere particles. The Tenketsu sword dissolved, and Madara returned to his body, his eyes filled with trepidation. You just made me sense the impending embrace of death. For that, I shall utterly annihilate you. Madara's fury reached its zenith. Once pierced by the Tenketsu sword, he would be eternally sealed within the illusion of a drunken dream, a fate from which even he could not escape. Madara, the Uchiha, had plans to resurrect, to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi. He had an elaborate series of plans. How could he afford to perish? Wood release, birth of the tree world. Madara clapped his hands decisively, unleashing his ultimate technique. This time, he no longer regarded Naruto as merely a young, slightly talented child. Instead, he recognized him as an equal adversary. He was prepared to exert his full strength against Naruto. When confronting large-scale foes like Susanoo and tailed beasts, wood release was the most suitable approach. The ground trembled violently, resonating with a thunderous roar. Countless serpentine trees erupted from the earth, surging and rolling like a tidal wave towards Naruto. Did he intend to confront me with wood release? A cold chuckle escaped Naruto's lips as he dispelled his Susanoo, entering Sage Fox mode. Sage Art, True Thousand Hands. With a clap of his hands, a colossal wooden Buddha materialized behind him, adorned with 1,000 arms. This manifestation of True Thousand Hands was significantly larger than the one summoned years ago. While it may not rival the pinnacle of Hashirama's True Thousand Hands, it was impressively formidable nonetheless. The sight of wood release left the allied ninja in shock once more, their expressions blank with disbelief, including the Uchiha clan. Wood release. Naruto had actually mastered it. This was a unique bloodline limit of the first Hokage. How many hidden cards does he possess? Is he really only 16? The emotions of the ninja were complex, particularly for the Uchihas, who recalled Naruto's past vividly. Once, he was merely a despised child, isolated within the village, ignored by passers-by who would avert their gazes in disdain. A child so insignificant that he could be easily dismissed. Yet who could have foreseen that this same boy would grow to such extraordinary heights? The contrast was staggering. True Thousand Hands. Madara's pupils constricted, his heart roiling with tumultuous waves. This boy has indeed mastered wood release. Throughout his life, Madara had only one fixation, Senju Hashirama. He regarded only 3 bloodline limits with reverence: wood release, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and Rinnegan. Yet here was Naruto, who, aside from not displaying Rinnegan, had mastered both wood release and eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This filled Madara with a mix of astonishment and indignation. How could a mere child, still in his youth, command both Mai and Hashirama's bloodline limits? By what right? At this moment, Naruto commanded the great Buddha of 1,000 Hands and launched an assault. Countless fists fell like an impenetrable rain upon the advancing trees. The evidence was clear. True 1,000 Hands was the ultimate wood release technique. Under the relentless barrage of the great Buddha, Madara's tree world birth was reduced to splinters, obliterated without a trace. The vast expanse of forest was transformed into mere sawdust, leaving not a single tree intact. It was utterly astonishing. Kabuto beheld the scene before him. incredulity flashing across his eyes. This was the legendary power of the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? Such feats were beyond human capability. Kabuto had prided himself on mastering the sage mode of the dragon cave, transforming from serpent to dragon. Yet, in comparison to Naruto before him, he felt utterly insignificant. This only solidified Kabuto's determination to capture Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, no matter the cost, I shall seize you, come what may. The gaze of Tobi grew increasingly fervent. Naruto, unaware of Tobi's intentions, stood atop the great Buddha's head, looking down upon Madara. How does my wood release technique compare, Senior Madara? Madara fixed his stare on Naruto, remaining silent and indifferent, yet his heart was in turmoil. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. I never anticipated that this era could produce a ninja like you. Uzumaki Naruto, you truly astonish me, possessing the abilities of both myself and Hashirama. With just this, you have earned my recognition. I believe that given time, you will not only catch up, but will surpass both me and Hashirama. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled. Should I feel proud to receive Senior Madara's praise? The impudent tone of Naruto irked Madara. He huffed coldly. Unfortunately, you no longer have the time to continue your growth. This era ultimately remains mine. You're jesting, Senior Madara. You are already a dead man. Perhaps it's best you refrain from causing trouble for the younger generation. Naruto sighed and remarked, to say something you may not appreciate. This era welcomes no one like you. Even the Uchiha behind me do not welcome you, so you might as well accept your fate as a corpse. Welcoming or not is inconsequential. I care not for such trivialities. Madara crossed his arms, his expression unyielding. As for those fallen Uchiha, do they even count as Uchiha? With that, Madara activated his Rinnegan and slowly declared, the time for idle chatter has passed. It is time to attend to serious matters. Planetary devastation. With a clap of his hands, the earth suddenly trembled violently. Immediately, a terrifying gravitational force emanated from the sky, mercilessly tearing at the ground beneath them. Vast swathes of yellow sand, soil, and rocks were drawn skyward. These elements coalesced, colliding and merging, forming a colossal stone sphere that expanded at an alarming rate. What is this? It is planetary devastation, a unique ability of the Rinnegan. Run, flee quickly. We must not be drawn in, or we shall surely perish. Chapter 41. In the state of impure world reincarnation, it is impossible to defeat this brat. Ever since Pain's invasion, the capabilities of the Rinnegan have been thoroughly exposed. Particularly for the ninjas of Konoha, the concept of planetary devastation is all too familiar. Now, upon witnessing it again, they dared not hesitate and urgently urged the allied ninjas to flee to safety. Fortunately, due to the immense scale of the battle between Naruto and Madara, the ninjas had already retreated far away. Thus, the gravitational pull in their vicinity was minimal, allowing them to escape easily to a secure location. This is an attempt to seal me. Naruto sensed the gravitational force above him and felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel the overwhelming force pulling at him, almost as if it sought to drag him upward. In terms of gravitational attraction, Nagato's previous use of planetary devastation could not compare to this instance. However, Madara was actually employing planetary devastation to ensnare me. Naruto pondered silently. Could I interpret this to mean that in his impure world reincarnation state, Madara is unable to summon the outer path golem or manipulate it? Naruto had previously speculated that in his reanimated state, Madara, despite possessing the Rinnegan, was ultimately an imitation. While he could utilize some fundamental abilities of the Rinnegan, the highest tier techniques, such as the Limbo, Border Jail, and the Outer Path, Gedomazo, were beyond his reach. This observation has proven accurate. During their prior confrontation, Madara never once employed Limbo, Border Jail, indicating his inability to access it. Now, as he resorted to the Earth Explosion Star against Naruto, it further suggested that he similarly could not summon the Outer Path, Gedomazo. This possibility loomed large. In the original narrative, upon his resurrection, Madara wasted no time, immediately summoning the Outer Path, Gedomazo, to capture the tailed beasts. In mere moments, he accomplished what Akatsuki and Obito had strived for years to achieve. How remarkably efficient that was. A comparison brings forth the conclusion that the reanimated Madara could not summon the 6 paths, Gedomazo. Madara-sensei, is this Earth Explosion Star your way of confronting me? Who do you look down upon? Naruto scoffed, clapping his hands together. Senjutsu, Wind Release, Super Huge Raisin Shuriken. A spiraling shuriken, exceeding 100 meters in diameter and rivaling the tailed beast ball, swiftly took form. Without so much as a glance, Naruto hurled it toward the Earth Explosion Star. There was no need to watch. The gravitational pull emanating from the Earth Explosion Star would draw the Raisin Shuriken toward it. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Confusion flickered in Madara's eyes. Just then, he felt a sudden stabbing sensation. Looking down, he saw an orange-red long sword pierce through his abdomen, emerging from his chest. Once again, it was the Tenketsu sword. Turning his head, Madara indeed found another orange-red Susanoo behind him, wielding the sword that pierced him. Furious, he exclaimed, "You little brat, using the same trick again? How insidious of you! Will it never end?" Having executed this maneuver once before, Naruto had now done so again, both times silently, without Madara noticing. This left Madara torn between anger and confusion. How had Naruto's would clone appeared behind him? Had it been a premeditated ambush? Confusion aside, Madara's actions remained swift. He abandoned the creation of the Earth Explosion Star and activated another ability of the Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei. A terrifying repulsive force erupted, sending Naruto and the Susanoo hurtling away. The wood clone dissipated with a loud bang, and the Susanoo crumbled into nothingness. Meanwhile, the half-formed Earth Explosion Star created by Madara was obliterated by the Raisin Shuriken, reduced to mere dust. "You wretched brat, do you think the same technique will work against me again?" Madara remarked coldly. "We are even," Naruto replied, unperturbed. He understood that solely relying on the wood clone to seal Madara was unrealistic. It was merely to annoy him. "You possess the abilities of both myself and Hashirama. Yet your combat style resembles that of Tobirama Senju." Madara's expression turned icy, fury surging in his eyes. "You little brat, you are truly irksome." "Irksome? Then come at me." Naruto shrugged, wearing a defiant expression. "You despicable brat." Madara ground his teeth in anger, wishing to tear apart this detestable foe. Yet, he recognized that in his current state, he was entirely incapable of dealing with Naruto. Susanoo, would release, and Naruto are equally matched in prowess. The only advantage he possesses over Naruto is the foundational abilities derived from the counterfeit Rinnegan, yet Naruto has the Nine Tails. This balance renders their strengths comparable, neither able to outmaneuver the other. "I must be resurrected swiftly." Madara's expression darkened. "Only through resurrection can I reclaim the Rinnegan and control the Outer Path Golem. In this impure state, defeating this young brat is impossible." Madara inhaled deeply, his cold gaze fixed upon Naruto. "Brat, revel in your triumph while you can. Your time is running short." With one last glance at Naruto, Madara soared into the sky, and Obito followed suit. Upon witnessing Madara's retreat, Naruto paused momentarily. Then a realization dawned upon him. He swiftly comprehended Madara's intentions. Is he planning to resurrect himself? Naruto murmured to himself. He fled? Madara actually fled? Ha ha. The once mighty Uchiha Madara has retreated. Splendid. Long live Naruto. Long live. Chapter 42, Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, Itachi Nagato. The coalition ninjas rejoiced at Madara's departure, raising their arms in exuberance, celebrating their unexpected fortune. For them, this day felt surreal, their minds still buzzing with disbelief. Two colossal Susanoo, meteors blocking out the sun, and the overwhelming would release. All of it shattered their previous understanding. Naruto, Gaara, Inoki, Shikamaru, and Temari gathered around Naruto, their eyes brimming with admiration. Thanks to you, our 4th Division might have faced total annihilation without your intervention. Gaara expressed his gratitude. Naruto, thank you for saving me once more. Gaara sincerely appreciated Naruto. This marked the 2nd time Naruto had rescued him. We are all part of the coalition, united in our cause. It's only natural that I assist. Naruto responded humbly, uttering gracious words. Besides, aren't we friends? Gaara nodded emphatically, indeed. Friends. Naruto, it's astonishing that at such a young age, you have achieved this level of strength. Inoki floated in midair, awe evident in his eyes. The crowd surrounded Naruto like stars around the moon, expressing their admiration, gratitude, and reverence. As the sun set and night began to fall, the 4th Division received orders from headquarters to set up camp and recuperate. Other divisions followed suit, resting while maintaining vigilance. Naruto, however, did not rest with the 4th Division. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the Hidden Cloud headquarters. At headquarters, Tsunade, Reikichi, and Minato had already received news and lauded Naruto once again. After dinner, Naruto retired early to bed. Minato, Jiraiya, and Kushina did not rest. Instead, They remained outside, serving as Naruto's guards. They were also protecting Killer Bee, who was in the adjacent room, a key target for the Coalition's protection alongside Naruto. After a day of intense battle, Naruto was indeed exhausted, his head resting against the pillow as he fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, it was already the following morning. System, initiate the lottery. The first order of business remained the lottery. Ding. The lottery commenced, and success was achieved. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara. Oh my goodness. Naruto leaped from his bed, his head colliding forcefully with the ceiling, producing a resounding thud. Naruto, what is the matter? Came the voice of Minato from outside. Nothing. Just a nightmare. Naruto hastily shouted back. Since you're awake, you should get up. Breakfast is nearly ready. Minato replied. All right. After dismissing Minato, Naruto quickly suppressed his excitement and began to merge with the Rinnegan. The power of the Rinnegan is beyond question. It originates from the fruit of the god tree, regarded as the ultimate ocular technique, known as the Eye of Life and Death. Regrettably, the conditions for a ninja to awaken it are exceedingly stringent. Take Madara, for instance. He possessed Indra's chakra and, through the transplantation of Hashirama's cells, acquired Azura's chakra. The combination of these two forces eventually led to the emergence of the Six Paths power, which took him a lengthy period to achieve. It was only in his later years that he awakened the Rinnegan. If awakening the Rinnegan was so arduous for Madara, it is nearly impossible for an ordinary ninja. Yet, Naruto obtained it with ease. As he continued to merge, Naruto felt his ocular powers soaring like a rocket, increasing exponentially. Simultaneously, a faint yet unprecedented new power emerged within him. This must be the power of the Six Paths, he mused. TSK. Madara first awakened the power of the Six Paths before attaining the Rinnegan. I received the Rinnegan first, and then acquired the Six Paths power contained within it. The causal relationship is inverted, but it matters not. Once I become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, I shall possess an abundance of Six Paths power. What exactly is the power of the Six Paths? A recount of those who possess it in the Naruto universe clarifies this query. The individuals endowed with the power of the Six Paths are Sage of Six Paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Kakashi Hatake with double Sharingan. Both Madara and Obito are Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, thus their power derives from it. The Six Paths power of Sasuke and Naruto is bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, while Kakashi's power comes from Obito's gift. The Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya, being descendants of the divine, naturally inherited their Six Paths power from Kagaya. It is evident that in the Naruto universe, the power of the Six Paths either stems from the Ten Tails or from Kagaya, since Kagaya is intrinsically linked to the god tree, and the Ten Tails is essentially her physical form. It can be concluded that the power of the Six Paths is, in essence, the power of the Ten Tails, or rather, the power of the god tree. In other words, once Naruto becomes the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he will attain an inexhaustible well of Six Paths power. I have already acquired the chakra of Eight-Tailed Beasts. Now, I merely await the chakra of the Nine Tails. Name, Naruto Uzumaki. Occupation, Ninja. Rank, Elite Jounin. Combat Mode, Perfect Sage Mode, Perfect Kurama Mode. Chakra Attributes, Wind, Lightning, Water, Fire, Earth, Yin, Yang. Taijutsu, 8 Gates, Death Gate. Bloodline Limits, Eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Itachi, Shursui, Sasuke. Wood Release, Crystal Release, Boil Release, Melt Release, Ice Release. Rinnegan, Madara, Storage Space, 1000 cubic units. Ninjutsu, Various. These are Naruto's current attributes. While the changes seem minimal, with the addition of a Rinnegan, the enhancement in Naruto's strength is indeed monumental. Setting aside the inherent abilities of the Rinnegan, the amplification of Naruto's existing prowess is quite staggering. Firstly, regarding his chakra reserves, Naruto can distinctly sense that his chakra, excluding the Nine Tails, has at least doubled, if not more. This increase is astonishing. It is noteworthy that Naruto, having integrated the physique of Karen and cultivated Sage Mode, already possessed an immense chakra pool. Now, with a further doubling, it is almost unfathomable. Secondly, concerning his ocular power, Naruto can feel a radical transformation, an extraordinary enhancement. The greatest beneficiaries of this ocular augmentation are the 2 pairs of ordinary Mangekyō Sharingan he possesses. Among his 3 pairs of Mangekyō, Itachi's and Shursui's are both ordinary. Previously, ordinary Mangekyō could not activate a complete Susanoo, but now they can. Naruto is confident that he can now summon Itachi's and Shursui's complete Susanoo. This clearly indicates the magnitude of his ocular enhancement. Moreover, with the additional abilities of the Rinnegan, such as Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, and Hell's Outer Path, it is not an exaggeration to assert that this Rinnegan has elevated Naruto's strength to an entirely new tier, categorizing him as weak 6 paths level. If he were to confront reanimated Madara, defeating him would pose no challenge at all. After breakfast, Naruto left a shadow clone behind. He stealthily departed from the hidden cloud, seeking an isolated area to experiment with the powers of the Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Daitapa, Chibaku Tensei, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Rinne Tensei. Well, perhaps not that one. And what about this black rod? Finally, he decided to try summoning techniques. A sly smile crept across Naruto's face, as his Rinnegan was the one drawn from the system, a pure Rinnegan of Madara. Naruto was eager to discover whether he could summon Madara's outer path golem using this Rinnegan. If successful, it would be tantamount to undermining the enemy's foundation, potentially bringing the Fourth Great Ninja War to an early conclusion. Naruto promptly initiated the summoning technique. No response. A failure? Disappointed, he attempted several more times. But to no avail. Each endeavor ended in failure. I suspected it wouldn't be so simple. Naruto shook his head slightly, not disheartened, and continued practicing the various abilities of the Rinnegan. After approximately an hour, the shadow clone remaining in the hidden cloud suddenly dissipated, flooding Naruto's mind with unfamiliar memories. Naruto let out a soft gasp and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to the hidden cloud village and arriving at the Raikage office. Naruto, we have a situation, Tsunade said with a grave expression. What happened? Naruto inquired. The Raikage office was filled with people. In addition to the Raikage and Tsunade, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, and Killer Bee were present, along with Kakashi, Mabui, and Yamashiro Aoi. Uchiha Obito, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, Itachi, Nagato, and the masked man have suddenly appeared on the front lines. Jiraiya said swiftly. They are sweeping through the battlefield with overwhelming force and are now heading towards the hidden cloud village. Naruto's spirit jolted. What are they planning? You guessed correctly. Their target is the headquarters. Tsunade's expression darkened. To be precise, it is you and Killer Bee they are after. Just as I thought. Naruto chuckled. Then let them come. We shall ensnare them all and bring this war to an end. Do not underestimate them. Kakashi warned, his expression serious. Though their numbers are few, they possess formidable power. Caution is advised. Indeed, the Raikage said in a deep voice. One Uchiha Obito is already your equal, and with the addition of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, Itachi, the masked man, Nagato, and the previous Jinchuriki, this formidable force is truly terrifying. The Raikage, known for his steadfastness, now expressed a hint of pessimism, highlighting the gravity of the situation. This was not without reason. Their enemies were exceptionally fierce. Obito, Hashirama, Tobirama, Itachi, Nagato, the masked man, and the previous Jinchuriki. These were legendary figures who once instilled fear throughout the ninja world, capable of destroying entire nations with ease. What does the headquarters plan to do? Naruto asked. We have issued orders for the other divisions to return swiftly to support the headquarters. Tsunade explained. However, this return requires time, during which someone must hold off the enemy forces. At this point, Tsunade glanced at the Raikage. In any case, we must not allow the enemy to breach the headquarters. If they turn the hidden cloud village into a battlefield, it would be utterly devastated. I understand. Naruto replied. I will intercept them. You alone would be too dangerous. Tsunade shook her head. We should go together. Given the severity of this battle, it is time for us to take action. Indeed. The Raikage nodded emphatically. The enemy's momentum is fierce, clearly forcing us into a decisive battle. Remaining at headquarters serves no purpose, so we might as well confront them directly. Very well. Naruto agreed, nodding. Although they intended to thwart the enemy, their small number posed a challenge. Tsunade added, Naruto, please bring the wind, earth, and water shadows, as well as Kakashi, together. We will have a fighting chance against the enemy. Understood. Naruto responded before departing from the hidden cloud village to gather Gaara, Inoki, and others from various divisions. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with Gaara and the others. Once everyone was gathered, They immediately set off towards the location of Obito and the others, eventually encountering them just outside the hidden cloud village. As both sides met, they came to a halt, each radiating palpable animosity. Naruto was the first to gaze toward the opposing group. Indeed, it is Hashirama, Tobirama, Nagato, and the 6 predecessors of the Sage of 6 Paths Naruto. We meet again. Nagato remarked as he gazed at Naruto. Once more we meet. Naruto responded with a smile. How is Konan? How has she been? Nagato inquired. She is doing quite well. That is good to hear. Nagato sighed with relief. Grandfather. Tsunade turned to Hashirama Senju. Ah, it is Tsunade. Hashirama's eyes brightened. Then he sighed. I never anticipated our reunion would occur in such a manner. Grandfather, what truly transpired a year ago? Tsunade could not contain her curiosity. A year prior, when Naruto summoned Hashirama and Tobirama, he granted them absolute freedom to roam. Unfortunately, the 2 brothers suddenly went missing. The details remain unclear to Naruto. He only knows that their last known location was the Land of Wind. This matter is lengthy to recount. Hashirama sighed. We covertly investigated the Akatsuki members and discovered they were present in the Land of Wind. We pursued them, only to be ambushed by the enemy and ultimately defeated and sealed. When we next emerged, we found ourselves summoned again, but the caster had become Tobi. I suspected as much. Naruto replied, unperturbed. Initially, when he summoned the 1st and 2nd Hokage, he utilized only common offerings, lacking precision. Thus, it was only natural that the brothers could not unleash their former strength and were easily captured. Naruto surveyed the surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on Obito. During the last 5 Kage summit, Obito learned the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi, which should have shattered his mindset. Yet, at present, he appeared unchanged. Naruto murmured to himself and boldly asked, Masked Man, do you intend to continue executing the Eye of the Moon plan? At this utterance, Tsunade, Inoki, Gaara, Reikage, and Meitarumi all turned their attention to Obito. They too were eager to discern the masked man's current thoughts. Having already grasped the truth of the Eye of the Moon plan, what did he intend to achieve by persisting in such endeavors? At that moment, Obito, adorned with a white spiral mask, revealed his eyes, the left possessing the Rinnegan and the right the Sharingan. The Rinnegan. How could he possess the Rinnegan as well? Waves of astonishment surged within Tsunade and the others. Naruto, the tale you recounted last time was indeed captivating. I almost believed it. Obito coldly stared at Naruto, his voice frigid. Yet, you cannot deceive this eye. Through this Rinnegan, I deciphered all the contents of that stone tablet and uncovered the entire truth. As Naruto had surmised, following the last 5 Kage summit, Obito's mindset had indeed collapsed. Kagaya, in order to stabilize Obito, compelled him to transplant Madara's Rinnegan and reinterpret the stone tablet's content. Obito complied, only to discover that the information inscribed on the tablet was not as Naruto had described. Obito realized that Naruto had deceived him. Thus, he reaffirmed his convictions and resolved to continue implementing the Eye of the Moon plan, initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. Upon hearing Obito's words, Naruto understood. The so-called truth he had spoken at the 5 Kage summit was merely his interpretation based on the narrative of the Naruto series, rather than the content of the stone tablet. That stone tablet had long been altered by Black Zetsu. After Obito transplanted the Rinnegan, he gazed upon the stone tablet. Yet he could not perceive the truth. What he saw was the content altered by Kagaya. Observing the present circumstances, it was evident that Obito had once again been deceived. That day, I should have destroyed the tablet. However, it matters little now, for I held no hope that you would repent. Naruto shook his head and continued. You have come here with such fervor. Are you intent on capturing me? Obito, looking at Naruto with indifference, replied, Not only do I seek the 9 tails and 8 tails, but I also aim to possess the Eye of the Moon. Well, that depends on whether you possess the strength to do so. Naruto smirked slightly. Do not blame your inadequacies if you end up battered and bruised. Then let us see. Obito waved his hand, summoning the previous 6 Jinchuriki to stand before him, coldly staring at Naruto. The 2 tails Jinchuriki, a wooden figure, the 3 tails Jinchuriki, Isabu, the 4 tails Jinchuriki, Sutsuki, the 5 tails Jinchuriki, Han, the 6 tails Jinchuriki, Fu, and the 7 tails Jinchuriki, Chme. These 6 Jinchuriki were all reanimated corpses, and their eyes mirrored Obito's own. The left eye was the Rinnegan, and the right was the Sharingan. It was clear that Obito had transformed them into the 6 paths of pain, and they now obeyed his every command. What is happening? Killer Bee stared at the 6 Jinchuriki, puzzled. Weren't their tailed beasts extracted? Most likely, after they were reanimated, Masked Man sealed the tailed beasts back within them. Naruto sighed. Obito, to use Jinchuriki as the 6 paths of pain, I must commend your ingenuity. They are specifically prepared for you and the 8 tails. Obito declared, gesturing to the powerful figures beside him. Naruto, behold the prowess of my allies. You stand no chance against us. Hand over the 8 tails and 9 tails without further struggle. Any resistance would be futile. Hearing this, Tsunade and the others cast worried glances at their adversaries, their hearts laden with despair. With figures like Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, Itachi, and Nagato, it was indeed an insurmountable force. You may outnumber us, but do you truly believe that sheer numbers will secure your victory? How naive. Naruto smiled calmly, his form flickering as he suddenly appeared before Itachi, his eyes shifting into Shursue's Kotoamatsukami. Kotoamatsukami, activate. Itachi's body stiffened momentarily before he relaxed. Itachi, I entrust you with the task of releasing the Edo Tensei. Naruto instructed. Leave it to me. Itachi nodded, stating, through our summoning contract, I have sensed Orochimaru's location. Naruto smiled faintly, grasped Itachi's shoulder, and vanished from sight. Moments later, Naruto reappeared, yet Itachi was nowhere to be found. The others were bewildered by Naruto's actions. Chapter 43. Do you not wish to witness the legendary 10 tails? Naruto, what have you done? Tsunade inquired. I utilized Kotoamatsukami to override the Edo Tensei's control over Itachi, granting him his freedom. Naruto casually explained. Then I sent Itachi to find Orochimaru, hoping he can swiftly dispel the Edo Tensei technique. In Naruto's view, Itachi was the most suitable candidate to handle the release of the Edo Tensei, with a single application of Izanami. Master Orochimaru would transform into an orphanage director and promptly escape. The crowd was left in astonishment. Such a method exists? Kotoamatsukami. To my astonishment, the Kotoamatsukami can be utilized in such a manner. Naruto, you are indeed not to be underestimated. Obito fixed his gaze on Naruto, inquiring coldly. However, you should be unable to use Kotoamatsukami for a short period, correct? That seems about right. Naruto did not deny. Then let us take advantage of the opportunity before the Edo Tensei is lifted and capture you and the 8 tails. Obito directed his attention to Madara, his tone indifferent. Leave the 9 tails to me. You are responsible for apprehending the 8 tails. How dare you give me orders? Madara retorted, somewhat displeased yet not angry, his gaze shifting towards Killer Bee. So you are the 8 tails? In an instant, Reikage, Tsunade, Inoki, Gaara, and others swiftly positioned themselves in front of Killer Bee, shielding him. I will never allow you to take B, you scoundrel, Reikage declared, activating his lightning release chakra mode. Unless you wish to tread over my corpse, you shall not seize the 8 tails. Tsunade glared coldly at Madara, with Inoki, Gaara, and Meitarumi also casting hostile glances in his direction. You are merely a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, an ant trying to shake a tree. Madara crossed his arms, a smirk of derision dancing on his lips. Do you all wish to dance as well? Madara was a fiercely proud individual. In his eyes, apart from Hashirama Senju, no one else held any significance. Of course, Naruto was now an exception. To him, even Tobirama Senju and the 5 Kage were but mere insignificant creatures. Uchiha Madara, do not underestimate us. Tsunade shot back. You, a mere corpse, should remain in your grave. This is no longer your era. Humph. I can finally unleash my full potential, and I cannot wait, Madara. I shall defeat you, Reikage proclaimed, his lightning release chakra mode enveloping him in crackling electricity as he glared at Madara. We can postpone weddings, but not battles. Meitarumi warned coldly, Madara, do not belittle women, or you will come to regret it. Let us fight. Gaara stated matter-of-factly. The current 5 Kage? Madara replied with indifference, a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems that to capture the 8 tails, I must first defeat you all. Very well. After all, you are the current Kage. Your lineup is decent, so I shall indulge you in this game. No sooner had he spoken than Madara activated his Susanoo, transforming into a colossal blue figure, swinging his sword toward the 5 Kage. Subsequently, the 5 Kage found themselves in dire straits. Madara rampaged through, indiscriminately cleaving and slashing, and the 5 Kage were utterly unable to withstand his onslaught. Reikage, utilizing the lightning release chakra mode, enhanced his physical prowess to an astonishing degree. His speed and strength were extraordinary. Yet, Even with a punch, he could only inflict minimal damage to the Susanoo, failing to strike at its core. Meiterumi's dissolution technique could corrode the outer layer of the Susanoo, but could not penetrate its depths. Gaara attempted to drag Madara out of the Susanoo using quicksand, aiming to seal him with the desert layer burial. However, in the next moment, Madara wielded his Susanoo to break free from the seal. Inoki unleashed his dust release, only to have it completely absorbed by Madara's Rinnegan, causing no harm whatsoever. Tsunade managed to fracture the ribs of the Susanoo with a punch, but before she could rejoice, she was pierced by the Susanoo's long sword. In a moment of desperation, Tsunade shattered the sword and utilized her creation rebirth to heal her wounds, narrowly escaping death. The onlookers were left in a state of stunned silence. The 5 Kages united in their efforts, yet not only did they fail to make any impact on Madara, but they also found themselves in perilous circumstances. They were simply not on the same level. Kakashi sighed, "It is time for us to intervene. We cannot stand idly by while Madara mercilessly overwhelms the Kages." Indeed, Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Boom. The 5 Kages were once again sent flying by Susanoo. Returning to their previous positions, their faces etched with fear as they stared at Madara. Previously, when Naruto fought Madara, he seemed to handle him with ease. "I thought Madara's strength was merely average," Gaara gasped, looking at Naruto. "Now, in actual combat, I realize just how formidable Madara truly is. He is nothing short of a monster." Tsunade, the Raikage, and Meiterumi shared similar sentiments. They had not witnessed the clash between Naruto and Madara firsthand. They had only heard reports of Naruto suppressing Madara, leading them to mistakenly believe that while Madara was strong, he was not excessively so. They thought that together, the 5 Kages could contend with him. However, after engaging him directly, they realized how gravely mistaken they were. "Tsunade, you should stay back and protect Killer Bee. I will handle these foes," Naruto declared to the Kages. "Naruto, that is out of the question." Tsunade was about to protest when suddenly, a brilliant beam of white light erupted from Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and the others. Under the radiance of the white light, the dust surrounding Hashirama and the others dissipated, and their souls began to depart from their bodies. This revelation sent a shiver down Tsunade's spine. "Has the Edo Tensei been undone?" Inoki exclaimed excitedly. "Naruto, is it true that the Edo Tensei has been lifted?" Naruto nodded affirmatively. "It seems Itachi has succeeded." "Wonderful. It has finally been undone." "Truly remarkable, Itachi." The 5 Kages, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and others were overwhelmed with emotion. In this ninja world war, the enemy's main forces, or rather their elite combatants, were all part of the Edo Tensei army. Now that the Edo Tensei has been lifted, it signified that these summoned masters would soon depart. Hope for victory in the war glimmered. At last, liberation. Hashirama's soul hovered in the air as he smiled at Tsunade and Naruto. "I apologize for the trouble, Tsunade and Naruto." "Grandfather." Tsunade wished to retain him. However, Naruto interjected. "Lord First Hokage, the battle is not yet over. Please return to the Pure Land, and I will summon you again shortly." Hashirama was indeed concerned about the outcome of this battle and was reluctant to leave. Upon hearing Naruto's words, he nodded repeatedly. "I apologize for the inconvenience." "Naruto, hurry." Tobirama could not contain his urgency. "This time, we shall join the fray as allied ninja. Rest assured, Elder Hashirama." As the Edo Tensei was lifted, powerful figures began to depart one after another, including 6 former Jinchuriki. Seeing this, Obito hurriedly extracted the tailed beasts from the Jinchuriki's bodies, binding them with glowing chakra chains. Fortunately, he acted quickly. Had he been any slower, the Jinchuriki would have ascended to the Pure Land along with their tailed beasts, which would have been disastrous. Tailed beasts. The crowd gazed at the 7 tailed beasts, only to find them entirely devoid of consciousness, lying on the ground like lifeless dogs. The chakra chains pierced through their heads, controlling their chakra and rendering them utterly subdued. The Rinnegan is exceedingly effective against the tailed beasts. Naruto could not help but exclaim. Witnessing the other tailed beasts being tormented by this scoundrel truly ignites a furious blaze within. The Ninetales is exceedingly enraged. "Do not fret, we shall rescue them shortly." Naruto reassured the Ninetales with a smile. "Our current strength is sufficient to liberate the tailed beasts." The Ninetales murmured in agreement, regrettably. "We still lack a portion of the Ninetales chakra. Otherwise, we could directly enter Sage of 6 Paths mode and obliterate this wretch. However, it matters not. There exists a fragment of my essence within Minato, which can temporarily supplement the Nine-Tails chakra. Let us observe. Naruto waved his hand, still wishing to revive the Ten-Tails with a complete portion of the Nine-Tails chakra. Such a Ten-Tails would be the epitome of perfection. While Naruto and the Nine-Tails engaged in light conversation, the reanimated warriors under Madara had vanished, leaving only Madara behind. What is happening? Inoki fixed his gaze upon Madara. Confusion etched across his features. Why has Madara not departed? The dissipated chakra had completely adhered to Madara's form. Kuratsuchi's eyes were deep with intrigue. Why? Why hasn't he left? Reikage ground his teeth in frustration. The reanimation jutsu should have been dispelled. Why does Madara remain? The others also regarded Madara with a sense of foreboding. He has unraveled the reanimation jutsu. Naruto shook his head and spoke calmly. What does that imply? Everyone turned their attention to Naruto. The reanimation jutsu is a technique designed to summon the deceased. Naruto remained composed. However, it carries a risk. As long as one knows the seal, the summoned deceased can voluntarily annul the reanimation contract. Annul the contract? Tsunade trembled slightly, disbelief apparent in her expression. Naruto, do you mean? Just as you suspected. Naruto nodded. Once the summoning contract is annulled, the reanimated will attain freedom. Moreover, they possess immortality, boundless chakra, and are no longer under the control of the summoner, acting freely. How can this be? Inoki muttered. The reanimation jutsu possesses such a peril, this accursed ninjutsu. The second Hokage should never have developed this technique. Reikage expressed his irritation. It is futile to dwell on this now. We must find a way to prevent Madara. Kuratsuchi sighed. We must inform the summoner that forbidden techniques must not be misused. Madara let out a cold laugh, forming hand seals and forcefully declaring, reanimation jutsu. Release. The white light enveloping Madara dissipated, and he reverted to his original form, completely liberated from the summoner's control. Indeed, it has been undone. The onlookers gazed at Madara's restored visage, their expressions grim, their hearts sinking into despair. Such a mere ninjutsu cannot restrain me. Madara scoffed. Naruto, you should be well aware of this, correct? Naruto nodded. Indeed. Your strength is formidable, and your precision with the reanimation jutsu is exceptionally high. Orochimaru has supplemented your power, enhancing your might beyond your peak during your lifetime. It is no surprise that you could escape the control of the reanimation jutsu. Yet it matters not. Naruto smiled nonchalantly, releasing several white zetsu. I possess ample means to contend with you. Madara's pupils constricted as he observed the white zetsu on the ground. Do you intend to use them as offerings to summon Hashirama? Is it not your fervent desire to see him? Naruto jestingly remarked. Previously, the reincarnation of the first Hokage was not executed with precision, and his strength was less than half of his prime. You must feel quite regretful, right? In that case, allow me to fulfill your dreams. Edo Tensei, with a firm slap on the ground. Soon after, Hashirama and Tobirama took shape and reappeared. The sight of the first and second Hokage sent a wave of exhilaration through the crowd. The first and second Hokage had returned, and on their side, the odds of victory had significantly increased. Tobirama surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had once again returned to the realm of the living. And he couldn't help but exhale in relief. At last, I have been revived. Hashirama chuckled, feeling the vitality of his new body, his eyes sparkling with life. My body is nearly composed entirely of my own cells. Naruto, this time the precision of the Edo Tensei is exceptionally high. First Hokage, you should be able to unleash your full strength now, right? Naruto inquired with a smile. Still a tad short, but that matters little. Hashirama waved his hand dismissively. Our immediate priority is to seal Madara, rescue the tailed beasts, and bring this war to an end. First Hokage, I leave Madara to you. Naruto declared. Leave it to me. Hashirama nodded, his gaze fixed on Madara. Madara, you've waited long enough. Let us begin. As Naruto had anticipated, Madara was not enraged by Hashirama's resurrection. Rather, he was filled with excitement. Hashirama, ever since your revival, there has been one thing I have longed to do, and that is to defeat you in a fair fight. Madara exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Unfortunately, your Edo Tensei precision is lacking, and your strength is not even half of what it once was. I find that rather regrettable. However, this time, the precision is remarkably high, and your strength is infinitely close to what it was in life. This is the version of you that I wish to defeat. If you wish to defeat me, then come forth. Hashirama smiled slightly and leaped into the distance. Hashirama, Madara immediately pursued him. Boom. The two had not ventured far before a fierce battle erupted. Madara unleashed his complete Susanoo, while Hashirama conjured a wooden golem, initiating a frenzied clash. The earth trembled beneath them, and the air vibrated with intensity. Rock shattered, the ground cracked, and the sky darkened, obscuring the sun and moon. Madara's Susanoo was unmatched in might. With a single slash, he effortlessly cleaved a mountain in two. Hashirama's wooden dragon boasted immense strength and formidable defense, capable of sending the Susanoo flying with a single punch. Witnessing the ferocity of their battle, the onlookers swallowed hard, their eyes wide with uncontainable astonishment. Incredible, Minato marveled. Is this the battle between the first Hokage and Madara? It feels as though we are not even in the same dimension. They were the strongest shinobi who had quelled chaos. How could ordinary people possibly compare? Jiraiya chuckled and shook his head. Compared to them, our current task is to deal with this fellow. At his words, the crowd redirected their focus, their gazes landing on Obito and the seven-tailed beasts. Masked man, you have fallen into a disadvantage. Do you still wish to stubbornly resist? Gaara shouted. The war is not yet over. The outcome remains uncertain. Obito replied, his tone indifferent. You are now aware of the true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi. Why do you persist in your delusions? Tsunade demanded angrily. Inoki, Raikage, and others gritted their teeth in frustration. At the previous 5 Kage summit, Naruto had articulated the Moon Eye plan with utmost clarity, and Obito was well aware of it. Yet, he obstinately continued to pursue the plan, a course of action that was nothing short of an attempt to annihilate the world, rather than rely solely on Naruto's word. I would rather trust my own eyes and the truth I have witnessed. Obito's tone was frigid. Naruto has lied before. He has not only deceived me, but all of you as well. The so-called infinite Tsukuyomi is intended to bring peace to the world, not to resurrect Kaguya? The 5 Kage shuddered, turning their gaze towards Naruto. Naruto, what is truly happening? Naruto, disinclined to elaborate further, redirected his attention to Obito, stating, Obito, since you prefer to believe in what your eyes perceive, then live on and witness the conclusion for yourself. Suddenly, Kakashi interjected, fixing his gaze upon Naruto. Naruto, did you just say he is Obito? Minato, Kushina, and Jiraiya were equally taken aback. Obito? The masked man is Obito? What nonsense! Did I not mention this before? Naruto blinked. Well, it seems I forgot. This fellow is indeed Obito, without a doubt. No, it's impossible. Obito was clearly dead. He cannot possibly be Obito. Kakashi, struck as if by lightning, stared at Obito in disbelief. You are truly Obito? Naruto, have you made a mistake? Minato countered. Obito perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge. He cannot be Obito. Proving whether he is indeed Obito is quite straightforward. Naruto's eyes gleamed, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth as he suddenly seized Kakashi's arm and hurled him towards Obito. Obito promptly activated his Kemui, distorting space and drawing Kakashi into the Kemui dimension. Naruto, what are you doing? Everyone was left bewildered by Naruto's actions. You will see for yourselves. Naruto activated Sage Mode, resolutely launching an assault. He targeted not elsewhere, but solely aimed at Obito's face and head. Obito, employing his phasing ability, repeatedly avoided Naruto's strikes by retreating into the Kemui dimension. Then, calamity struck. While evading Naruto's third attack, the spiral mask on Obito's face suddenly shattered. Kakashi, now emerging from the Kemui dimension, fixed his gaze upon Obito. It is truly you? It really is Obito. Kushina's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. But he was dead. Obito, what on earth is happening? Kakashi struggled to comprehend. Obito, I always believed you had perished at the Kanabi Bridge. Why are you still alive? Why have you become like this? Why do you associate with someone like Madara? Faced with the inquiries of his former friend, Obito's expression remained numb, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Whether I am alive or not is of little consequence. Obito's demeanor was as that of a mere shell. However, if I must provide a reason, Obito paused, his gaze icy as it fixed upon Kakashi. It is because you did nothing to save Rin. Kakashi shuddered, as memories of the past surged through his mind like a flickering slideshow. A torrent of shame, sorrow, and guilt gnawed at his soul with relentless ferocity. Immersed in an abyss of grief and self-reproach, Kakashi's voice trembled. Obito, do you not curse me? Obito shrugged. In such a mundane reality, what purpose would cursing serve? Kakashi fell silent. I harbor no interest in this world on the brink of disappearance, nor do I have anything to say to you. Obito was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Rin's death. He understood that she had willingly sacrificed herself to protect Konoha, meeting her end at Kakashi's hands. This burden could not be laid at Kakashi's feet. Yet, Rin's demise plunged Obito into despair, leading him to a profound disillusionment with the irrational world of ninjas. Thus, he sought to bring an end to this world, aspiring to create a beautiful and just new one. Such was the legacy of the Uchiha clan. The second Hokage side. To love too deeply is to risk falling into extremes when that love is lost, often leading to a loss of control. I have witnessed countless such instances. The crowd fell silent, reflecting on the truth that members of the Uchiha clan often tread such perilous paths. Obito, I failed to uphold my promise to protect Rin. I am the worthless one. Kakashi continued to implore, but you need not succumb to this fate. You are a hero of the village. Kakashi, this is the nature of our world. Obito's expression remained stoic. In this world, neither you nor I can alter our fated descent into despair. No. Everyone in this world is ensnared in the cycle of becoming worthless. With that, Obito formed a series of hand seals and struck the ground with force, summoning technique. A thunderous explosion of white mist erupted, revealing a colossal figure behind him, the Outer Path Golem. The crowd turned to face the golem. This is the Outer Path Golem, the very vessel of the Ten Tails. Naruto remarked with a smile, it is the remnant left behind when the Sage of Six Paths extracted the Ten Tails chakra. Understanding dawned upon the group. Then, from the mouth of the Outer Path Golem emerged 7 glowing chains, lunging toward the 7-tailed beasts. The beasts offered no resistance as they were drawn into the golem's maw, utterly powerless throughout the ordeal. As the sealing process completed, the golem emitted a harrowing wail. Its eyes wide with fury, its expression grotesque. What is happening? Is the golem alive? The crowd was taken aback. The Ten Tails is being revived. Naruto explained calmly. Revived? But haven't we yet to obtain the 8 tails and 9 tails? How can the 10 tails be revived? Confusion swept through the crowd. A complete 8 tails and 9 tails are unnecessary. Merely a portion of their chakra suffices. Obito's expression remained numb, coldly regarding the crowd as if narrating a tale detached from himself. The 10 tails is on the verge of revival, and this world is destined to meet its end. Relinquish your struggles, for they are futile. Damn it, what do we do now? The group felt a chill run down their spines. While the true extent of the Ten Tails' power remained uncertain, the fact that it had consumed 7-tailed beasts meant that its chakra would be unfathomably vast. The Ten Tails must not be allowed to resurrect. Tsunade exclaimed sternly, once the Ten Tails fully resurrects, all will be lost. It must be stopped. Princess Tsunade spoke truly. It was imperative to prevent the resurrection of the Ten Tails at all costs. Inoki gravely declared, everyone, let us unite our efforts and attack while it remains unrevived. We must eradicate it completely. That's unnecessary. Naruto interjected, raising his hand to halt the others. The Ten Tails possesses an extraordinary vitality. We cannot hope to destroy it alone. If it were so easily vanquished, the Sage of Six Paths would not have left it to this day. This creature, akin to Kaguya, is immortal and indestructible. It can only be sealed, not killed. The crowd fell silent. Then what shall we do? Just watch? Naruto teased. Do you not wish to witness the legendary Ten Tails? Who cares about that? The group responded, exasperated. Yes, we wish to see the fabled Ten Tails, but we value our lives far more. Naruto. Now is not the time for jest. Chapter 44. Do you think there is only one Ten Tails in this world? Kushina lightly tapped Naruto on the head. If you have a plan to deal with the Ten Tails, now is the time to share. Fear not. I have my methods. Naruto replied confidently, a smile gracing his face. For now, just watch in silence. This is the legendary Ten Tails, the source of chakra, a sight not seen in millennia. Naruto, do you truly have a way to confront the Ten Tails? Tsunade asked again, her skepticism evident. Indeed, Naruto, this is no jest. The others echoed her doubts. Their hesitance did not stem from distrust in Naruto, but from the gravity of the situation. Any misstep could plunge the ninja world into an abyss. Rest assured, I have it all figured out. Naruto offered no further explanation, simply stating, just observe. What exactly are you planning, Naruto? The group exchanged glances, uncertain. At this point, we have no other options. We must choose to trust Naruto. Exactly. Naruto is meticulous. If he claims to have a plan, then surely he does. I believe in Naruto. Time slipped away, and under the watchful eyes of the assembly, the Ten Tails finally succeeded in resurrecting, transforming into its initial form. At this moment, the Ten Tails sported 10 tails and a singular red Rinnegan eye. Its mouth was filled with menacing fangs, each tooth resembling a razor-sharp blade, glinting ominously. A grotesque mass protruded from its back, while the 10 tails danced in the wind like dragons. A beetle appeared atop the 10 tails, a tube extending from its surface, connecting to the back of Obito's head. Is this truly the 10 tails? The crowd stared in awe, their eyes wide with shock and terror. How monstrous! Tsunade exclaimed. Her mouth agape. Compared to this, even the typically colossal tailed beasts appeared insignificant. Is this the 10 tails? Just this size makes one lose the will to fight, Inoki remarked, his expression one of dread. It's hard to fathom how the Sage of Six Paths managed to defeat such a creature. Naruto, do you truly have a means to confront this being? The atmosphere was heavy with concern. Prior to the emergence of the 10 tails, there had been considerable confidence in Naruto. However, witnessing the monstrous entity now cast doubt upon that belief. Could mere mortals truly triumph over such a creature? At long last, the 10 tails had revived. As Madara ceased his assault against Hashirama, he gazed at the 10 tails, which roared defiantly to the heavens, a glimmer of fervor igniting in his eyes. It was time for my resurrection. A slight smirk graced Madara's lips as he addressed Hashirama. You have led this world astray, Hashirama. Allow me to rectify your mistakes. A sense of foreboding surged within Hashirama, prompting him to demand, Madara, what are you planning? You will find out shortly. Madara replied with an enigmatic smile, dispelling his Susanoo and soaring towards the 10 tails. Hashirama immediately pursued him. Madara's speed was astonishing. With a few agile leaps, he reached the summit of the 10 tails' head. Standing beside Obito, a tube protruded from the 10 tails' surface, connecting to the back of Madara's head. Obito cast a sidelong glance at Madara, stating flatly, I wish to commence the infinite Tsukuyomi ritual immediately. That grand illusion requires time to summon the moon, and these nuisances will hinder the process. Madara crossed his arms, retorting, we should first eliminate them with the 10 tails. It will facilitate our endeavors. You merely wish to test the 10 tails' power, don't you? You are as childish as a youngling. Obito remarked, his expression impassive, unable to suppress his disdain. No, you are mistaken. Madara replied with a subtle smile. It is children who act impulsively. Just as the two were conversing, the 10 tails, having revived in its initial form, charged towards the gathered crowd with great strides. It sensed the immense chakra emanating from Naruto and Killer Bee, inciting its fury. It sought to claim it. With a thunderous roar, the colossal form of the 10 tails trampled the earth, causing a cacophony that stirred up clouds of dust, akin to an earthquake. This is not good. The 10 tails is approaching. Everyone be on guard. As the monstrous entity barreled towards them, an acute sense of alarm gripped the hearts of all, their bodies tensing as they readied themselves for battle. Naruto, what shall we do? Gaara glanced at Naruto. I will first test the power of the 10 tails. Naruto leaped into the air, racing towards the creature. Just as he neared the 10 tails, he abruptly halted, his gaze fiercely fixed upon it. From the moment he had crossed into this world, Naruto had known that the 10 tails would awaken one day. That day had finally arrived. Naruto, do you intend to face the 10 tails alone? Madara mocked, observing Naruto with derision. I concede that you possess remarkable talent, and your strength rivals that of me and Hashirama. However, to challenge the 10 tails is to overreach your capabilities. Save your breath, Naruto. Obito's expression remained devoid of emotion as he coldly added, the 10 tails is not something you can contend with at this moment. Let us see. Naruto instantaneously activated Sage Fox mode, clapping his hands together with fervor. Sage Art, my Genmon. With a series of resounding thuds, numerous red torii gates descended from the heavens, pinning the 10 tails' tail and limbs to the ground. Seal its head. The final torii firmly secured the 10 tails' head, pressing it down against the earth. My Genmon. Hashirama's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, that kid Naruto has even mastered my Genmon. Silence enveloped the crowd as they fixated intently on the 10 tails, all eager to discover whether the divine gate could subdue this formidable beast. The 10 tails writhed in a frenzy, momentarily rendered immobile. Were they successful? Had the divine gate truly managed to restrain the 10 tails? A flicker of joy spread among them. Yet, do not celebrate too soon. The situation is far from simple. Hashirama shook his head, expressing his doubts. The power of the 10 tails is astonishingly formidable, and it won't be easily subdued. He sensed that the 10 tails possessed strength far surpassing his own, beyond the capacity of the divine gate to contain. Just as Hashirama had predicted, the 10 tails and limbs abruptly shrank, liberating itself from the divine gate's grasp. It opened its massive maw, gathering energy to form a tailed beast bomb, which it subsequently swallowed whole. With a violent exhale, the 10 tails unleashed the tailed beast bomb, which shot forth like a laser, hurtling towards Naruto at a terrifying speed. Boom! The tailed beast bomb radiated an incandescence that illuminated the entire realm in a blood-red hue. Everything in its path, trees, stones, and hills, was reduced to mere dust. Ultimately, it struck Naruto with tremendous force. Naruto! The crowd gasped in horror. Could Naruto possibly be unharmed? Kushina's heart clenched with anxiety, while Minato's expression grew gravely serious. Madara and Obito stood atop the 10 tails, silently observing the impact on Naruto. Obito's expression was one of numbness, while Madara wore a sneer. However, in the next moment, the mockery vanished from Madara's face, replaced by astonishment and disbelief. This individual was absorbing the tailed beast bomb. Possessing the Rinnegan, Madara had remarkable insight. He witnessed the tailed beast bomb strike Naruto and, astonishingly, saw Naruto absorb every drop of it into his being. How could he accomplish such a feat? An expression of incredulity crossed Madara's face as he immediately turned his gaze to Naruto's eyes. Madara, as if struck by lightning, exclaimed, "The Rinnegan! How does he possess the Rinnegan too?" Indeed, it is the Rinnegan. Obito, with his previously expressionless demeanor, now displayed a trace of disbelief. Naruto actually possesses the Rinnegan? Uzumaki Naruto, where did you acquire the Rinnegan? Madara questioned with a darkened expression. Madara had only one source of pride in his life, the successful awakening of the Rinnegan. This was his most cherished achievement, as even his lifelong rival, Hashirama, had failed to achieve it. Furthermore, since the death of the Sage of Six Paths, for over a millennium, he was the sole individual to have successfully awakened the Rinnegan. Madara certainly had grounds for pride. Yet now, Naruto too had awakened the Rinnegan, transforming it from Madara's exclusive gift. Madara was filled with rage and confusion. He yearned to uncover the truth, to discern the origins of Naruto's Rinnegan. The Rinnegan? What Rinnegan? Did Madara claim that Naruto had also awakened the Rinnegan? What? Is that true? Such words from Madara stunned the allied forces, who collectively turned to gaze at Naruto, only to catch sight of his back. Madara-senpai, do you understand why you were able to awaken the Rinnegan? Naruto countered with a question instead of answering. The Sage of Six Paths, in his pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into two opposing forces, the Senju representing yang and the Uchiha representing yin. Madara replied indifferently. These two conflicting powers interact to give rise to the myriad forms of existence. You are mistaken. Naruto shook his head and smiled. Senpai Madara, the true reason for your awakening is far more intricate than that. Is it? Madara furrowed his brows slightly. The Rinnegan is the eye of the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto replied with a calm smile. And the sage had two sons, Indra and Ashura. Indra inherited the sage's ocular power, making him the progenitor of your Uchiha clan, while Ashura inherited the sage's physical prowess, thus becoming the forefather of the Senju clan. You, Senpai Madara, are the reincarnation of Indra, whereas the first Hokage is the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto shrugged, therefore. The true reason for your awakening lies in the battle at the Valley of the End, where you acquired the flesh and blood of the first Hokage, thereby obtaining Ashura's chakra. The chakra of Ashura, in conjunction with the Indra chakra within you, has culminated in the emergence of the chakra of the Sage of the Six Paths. It is through the influence of this chakra that you have awakened the Rinnegan, not through some fanciful interaction between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Madara narrowed his eyes, waves of turmoil rising within him. Do you think I would believe such things? Despite his words, he found Naruto's assertions to hold a degree of truth, leading him to entertain the notion. Believe it or not, it matters not. Naruto shrugged, declining to elaborate further. Now that pleasantries are behind us, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. Pressing matters? The onlookers were bewildered. Naruto descended to the ground, formed hand seals, and struck the earth with force, summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a thick cloud of mist erupted. Another colossal entity emerged behind Naruto, sending tremors through the bodies of all present. The outer path golem. Madara's pupils constricted sharply, momentarily losing composure. Where did this outer path golem come from? Why is there another one? Madara could scarcely believe his own eyes. Until now, he had only known of one 10 tails, implying the existence of a solitary outer path golem. Yet here, another one had appeared, shattering his understanding and leaving him utterly bewildered. Madara could not help but glance at the 10 tails beneath him. It remained intact, still present. The question arose, from where had Naruto summoned this outer path golem? Another outer path golem? Obito, unable to maintain his stoic facade, gazed incredulously at the behemoth behind Naruto. How could there be yet another outer path golem? Where did Naruto acquire it? The allied forces were equally perplexed. The emergence of one outer path golem had already surpassed their psychological limits, and now another one appeared, defying all logic. What was truly happening? Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and all others fixated their eyes on Naruto. Madara and Obito did the same, their focus unwavering. This matter is quite lengthy to explain, so I shall elaborate later. For now, I will revive the 10 tails. Naruto turned to Minato, smiling. Father, may I borrow the half of the 9 tails within you? With that, Naruto controlled the outer path golem, which exhaled a glowing chakra chain from its mouth. The chakra chains pierced instantaneously into Minato's body, extracting the 9 tails from within. Little ghost, what are you doing? The 9 tails roared in fury. It had been peacefully residing within Minato, enjoying the spectacle, when it suddenly found itself in this predicament. I will temporarily borrow your half for a moment. I promise to release you afterward. The young 9 tails within Naruto immediately sought to calm the 9 tails. Wait, the 9 tails said, momentarily taken aback and half in doubt. Is what you're saying true? Don't deceive me. You are me, and I am you. If I deceive you, I am merely deceiving myself, the 9 tails retorted. Enough of this nonsense. Just cooperate, and you will be released once the war concludes. You must keep your word. The 9 tails chose to trust the young 9 tails, as they were, after all, one and the same. One could not deceive oneself. Relinquishing its resistance, the 9 tails allowed itself to be pulled into the outer path golem, completing the sealing process. As the 9 tails chakra was replenished, the outer path golem opened its eyes, its expression menacing, commencing its revival. Naruto's face lit up with anticipation. After such a long preparation, this day had finally arrived. Before the gathered crowd, Naruto formed a hand sign, invoking the 6 paths 10 tails sealing technique. In an instant, the colossal form of the outer path golem surged into Naruto's body, as if a fledgling bird were returning to its nest. In the blink of an eye, the golem completely entered Naruto, disappearing without a trace. Naruto's body began to transform. His hair gradually turned white, and a sage's robe manifested on his form. 6 black Magatama appeared around his collar, while similar symbols adorned his sleeves, hem, and back. Behind him, 9 truth-seeking orbs materialized, and in his hands, a black 6-path staff emerged. This staff was distinct from the sun staff wielded by Obito and the moon staff held by Madara. Rather, it was a fusion of both, with one end representing the sun and the other the moon, akin to the sage of 6-path staff. In that moment, Naruto achieved his sage transformation. The entire process was seamless, devoid of any hindrances, as if it were a natural progression. Naruto felt the changes within his body. It was powerful, exceedingly powerful. This was not merely an enhancement of strength, speed, defense, or sensory perception. It was a transcendence of his very essence. As if he had been reborn, entirely transformed into another being. It felt as though he had grasped the principles of the universe, able to manipulate the myriad phenomena, and comprehended the profound truths of existence. No wonder Obito believed that after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the allied shinobi forces could never defeat him. Naruto inwardly sighed. Indeed, this transformation could only be fully understood through personal experience. As he meticulously felt the changes within his body, those around him were utterly astonished. What is this? How has Naruto transformed like this? What has happened to him? Is he the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Has Naruto really become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? But wait. Naruto clearly has not gathered all 9-tailed beasts. How has he become the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Indeed, he has only obtained half of the 9 tails. A myriad of emotions, including disbelief, shock, confusion, and perplexity, flooded the hearts of all present. Naruto has transformed into a being akin to the Sage of Six Paths. Madara fixated his gaze on Naruto, astonished that this individual had surpassed him to become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails. Madara's emotions were a complex tapestry of envy, jealousy, astonishment, and a hint of urgency. He understood all too well that Naruto's ascendance to the status of Ten Tails Jinchuriki granted him power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. He was acutely aware that he could not stand against him. To contend with Naruto, he too must become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails and acquire the same strength. Otherwise, once Naruto acclimated to his newfound abilities, it would become increasingly difficult for him to attain that power, for Naruto would undoubtedly intervene. With this thought in mind, Madara cast a glance at Obito beside him, preparing to invoke a jutsu to manipulate him. Suddenly, a truth-seeking orb hurtled toward him, striking his hands and shattering them into fragments, dust swirling about. Dumbfounded, Madara looked up to see the truth-seeking orb flying toward Naruto, hovering behind him. Madara, you wish to control Obito to activate the rebirth technique and aid your resurrection. Naruto mocked, gazing at Madara with derision. And then you expect to absorb the Ten Tails and become its Jinchuriki as well, correct? Do you truly think I would grant you such a wish? Naruto was no fool. He would not languidly allow Madara to transform into a second Sage of Six Paths, as some impetuous youths might do for the sake of creating rivals. Absolutely not. One Sage of Six Paths was more than sufficient in this world. There was no room for a second. Naruto, I am quite curious. Madara's piercing gaze remained fixed on him as he inquired, from where did you acquire your outer path golem? Madara would not easily relinquish his ambitions. Even if Naruto had become the second Sage of Six Paths, far surpassing him, he would not yield. He yearned for true resurrection and to ascend to the status of Sage of Six Paths. Yet, he needed to buy time until his hands healed. Only with restored hands could he continue his machinations. Do you wish to delay time? Then let it be so. Naruto, seeing through Madara's intentions, couldn't help but chuckle derisively. During the 5 Kage Summit, I spoke with Obito. Kaguya is an extraterrestrial being whose purpose is to cultivate the God Tree. Is that not correct? Madara had indeed made such a claim. Obito did not deny it, yet his gaze remained fixed on Naruto. Today, I shall share something different. Naruto turned to Madara, smiling as he said, beyond our world, exists an extraterrestrial race known as the Otsutsuki clan. This clan travels across realms planting God trees to harvest the natural energy of planets, yielding chakra fruits. And the Ten Tails is merely a sapling of the God tree. What? The Ten Tails is a sapling of the God tree? This revelation stirred a tempest within the minds of all present, leaving them stunned and bewildered. In their understanding, the Ten Tails was a colossal amalgamation of chakra, a monstrous entity that brought devastation to the ninja world. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying being was merely a sapling? Naruto, you jest, do you not? Inoki could not contain himself as he looked toward the Ten Tails. Questioning, this creature bears no resemblance to a tree's sapling. You do not comprehend the Ten Tails. Naruto remarked, shaking his head slightly. The Ten Tails manifests in 4 distinct forms, with the divine tree representing its ultimate state. You may inquire with the 8 tails about this. As a tailed beast, the 8 tails should possess the utmost clarity on the matter. The group collectively turned their gaze towards Killer Bee. The 8 tails confirmed Naruto's assertion, stating, Naruto speaks the truth. The divine tree is indeed the final form of the Ten Tails. However, the 8 tails could not ascertain whether the Ten Tails was merely a seedling of the divine tree. Yet, he was unequivocal about the various forms of the Ten Tails. Naruto then directed his attention to Madara, continuing, the Otsutsuki clan is an extensive lineage. They cultivate the fruits of the divine tree across various realms, absorbing the natural energy and chakra of the planets. Do you truly believe there exists but a single Ten Tails in this world? Madara and Obito fell into silence, while the others pondered deeply. Indeed, if Naruto's claims hold true, the Otsutsuki clan must be planting divine trees in numerous locations to harvest chakra fruits, making it implausible for there to be only one Ten Tails. Much like fruit farmers who would not limit themselves to a solitary tree, such a notion is preposterous. Naruto, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your statements? Who is to say you are not merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric? Madara could not refrain from inquiring. Evidence. Naruto gazed at Madara as if he were a fool. Here lie 2 Ten Tails. Is this not evidence enough? While his own Ten Tails was acquired through chance. It was undeniable that another Ten Tails existed within the grasp of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Naruto was currently unaware of the location where Kaguya concealed this Ten Tails. But the existence of two Ten Tails in the shinobi world was an irrefutable fact. Chapter 45. Madara found himself outmaneuvered by the mere Black Zetsu. Rendered speechless, Madara had to concede that Naruto's words indeed held considerable merit. The existence of two Ten Tails served as compelling evidence, at the very least demonstrating that the Ten Tails was not unique. After discussing the relationship between the Ten Tails and the Divine Tree, Naruto continued. Kaguya is also a member of the Otsutsuki clan. Her purpose in the shinobi world was to plant the Divine Tree. As he spoke, he gently tapped his staff, rapidly concentrating chakra to create an image of Kaguya. Upon becoming the host of the Ten Tails, Naruto had instinctively mastered a portion of Yin-Yang release, albeit in incomplete form. Utilizing Yin-Yang release, Naruto could manifest imagined concepts into reality. Furthermore, with the infusion of life energy, he could breathe life into those creations. This is the technique of creation. The nine-tailed beasts originated in such a manner. Although Naruto was not yet capable of achieving this feat due to his incomplete mastery of Yin-Yang release, he could effortlessly conjure an image of Kaguya. Is this Kaguya? The crowd marveled at the image. I have previously stated. Naruto continued. The roots of the Divine Tree will delve deep into the planet, absorbing all natural energy, ultimately leading to the extinction of all life on the planet. If we permit the Divine Tree to continue its consumption, our shinobi world shall transform into a desolate sphere. In such a scenario, Kaguya's two sons, Hagoromo and Hamura, intervened to thwart her. Due to Kaguya consuming the fruit of the God Tree, she became immortal, rendering her impossible to kill and only able to be sealed away. Consequently, Kaguya was sealed by her two sons through the combined technique of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which ultimately transformed into the moon we see today. Naruto gazed up at the moon, sighing. As of now, Kaguya still resides upon the moon. She is immortal, ageless, wielding the ultimate power. To Kaguya, our ninja world is merely a nursery for cultivating the God Tree, and we, the ninjas, are but scattered chakra. The others couldn't help but look up at the sky, awestruck by the moon. It was hard to fathom that the moon was created as a means to seal Kaguya, a product of the infinite Tsukuyomi devised by the Sage of Six Paths. How astonishing! Obito, I previously mentioned that the true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi is to unify scattered chakra. Naruto continued, turning to Obito. And its ultimate objective is to unravel the seal and resurrect Kaguya, is it not? Obito trembled, a look of disbelief crossing his face. The true aim of the infinite Tsukuyomi was to resurrect Kaguya? This contradicted everything he had interpreted from the stone tablet. You did say that, Obito replied. But your statement diverges greatly from the content inscribed on the Uchiha tablet. Indeed, Madara added. The tablet records that the infinite Tsukuyomi is a genjutsu that brings happiness to people, not a means to gather chakra and revive Kaguya. Naruto, you are merely spouting nonsense. Naruto chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. How navi? He conjured a stone from thin air, and with a flick of his thoughts, it crumbled and transformed into a tablet. Naruto extended a finger, inscribing characters upon it, revealing the words Sage of Six Paths. He then brushed his hand across it and continued to write. This time, the Sage of Six Paths morphed into Kaguya Otsutsuki. Observing Naruto's actions, the onlookers, far from foolish, immediately grasped his implication. Naruto, are you suggesting that someone secretly altered the content of that tablet? Kakashi inquired. Precisely. Naruto snapped his fingers and addressed Madara and Obito. That tablet has indeed been tampered with. The original intent of the Sage of Six Paths in leaving that tablet was to warn future generations against reviving the Ten Tails and initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. Otherwise, it would unravel the seal and resurrect Kaguya. Unfortunately, the good intentions of the sage have been maliciously distorted by a rat hiding in the shadows. The infinite Tsukuyomi, intended to revive Kaguya, has been absurdly misrepresented as a genjutsu that brings happiness to the people. So that is how it is. I never imagined the tablet had been altered. I thought so. How could a genjutsu that ensnares everyone in an illusionary world possibly bring happiness? That is utter nonsense. Exactly. It seems utterly implausible. An illusory happiness holds no real significance. If it truly could usher in happiness, the Sage of Six Paths would have activated the infinite Tsukuyomi long ago, rather than waiting until now. Indeed, Given the Sage of Six Paths capabilities, he should have been fully capable of initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. But who altered the tablet? Could it have been Kagaya's remaining followers? That is highly probable. The coalition members found Naruto's words to be exceedingly reasonable. Any individual of sound mind would undoubtedly reject the concept of the infinite Tsukuyomi, which is inherently dubious. Yet, the inscription on the Uchiha stone proclaims that the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring happiness, a glaring contradiction. If the stone has been surreptitiously altered, it would make sense. Naruto, are you suggesting that someone has deliberately tampered with that stone in order to resurrect Kagaya? Obito's gaze bore into Naruto, his emotions teetering on the brink of chaos. His mental state was unraveling once more. During the previous 5 Kage summit, Naruto's words had caused Obito's resolve to shatter, undermining his beliefs. After painstakingly undergoing the transplant of the Rinnegan and rereading the stone, he had managed to reaffirm his convictions and persist with his plan. Now, however, Naruto was audaciously asserting that the stone had been altered. Did this not imply that the plan he had followed all along was merely a flawed script concocted by another? Obito, you have been deceived. Naruto shook his head and sighed, stating, in truth, both you and Madara are merely pawns in someone else's game. Just pieces meant to resurrect Kagaya. And that Uchiha stone is simply a script written for you by another. You have been manipulated. Obito's emotions spiraled out of control as he murmured, so, everything is a fabrication. His convictions were easily swayed, unlike Madara's steadfast will, which was not so easily broken. He sneered at Naruto. Your tale is captivating, but where is the evidence? What proof do you possess to substantiate that the stone has been tampered with? That we have been used? Evidence, you say? A smile crept upon Naruto's lips. The evidence lies right here. With a sudden stomp on the ground, a thunderous roar erupted as the earth exploded like a fountain. A figure emerged from the depths, crashing onto the ground. All eyes turned to the individual, whose body was both black and white. It was Zetsu. Zetsu. Madara frowned at the figure. In a swift motion, Naruto hurled the truth-seeking orbs, which transformed into black rods, pinning Zetsu's body in place, rendering him immobile and unable to escape. You scoundrel! Black Zetsu roared in fury. Now, dear Zetsu, please enlighten everyone. Was what I said previously correct or erroneous? Naruto beamed at Black Zetsu. Everyone turned their gaze toward Black Zetsu in unison. Naruto, are you implying that this creature is the one who altered the Uchiha stone in an attempt to resurrect Kagaya? Inoki inquired. Naruto. Madara scoffed, mocking. Black Zetsu is my creation, a manifestation of my will. To suggest it has tampered with the Uchiha stone is sheer nonsense. Madara had always believed Black Zetsu to be an embodiment of his own will and held this conviction unwaveringly. As Black Zetsu had followed Madara's commands without question since its inception. Over time, Madara had come to regard Black Zetsu entirely as an extension of his own will. You are the type who won't weep until faced with the grave. Naruto dismissed Madara's remarks, turning his attention back to Black Zetsu. You may have deceived Madara, but you cannot deceive me. All your secrets, all your schemes, everything you have orchestrated over the millennia, I am completely aware of. Let me tell you, as long as I exist, you shall never succeed. No, that is incorrect. You have already lost your chance. With a smile, Naruto gazed at Kagaya. Today, I will utterly annihilate you, ensuring your eternal disappearance. The act you directed, the tale of Kagaya's rescue, can now officially conclude. Kagaya fell into total despair. Having lived for millennia, enduring various setbacks, she had remained patient and hidden, her depths unfathomable, her resolve unshakable. Yet, never before had she felt such despair. It was all too sudden. Truly, overwhelmingly sudden. Kagaya could not fathom why she had been exposed. All this time, she had concealed herself in the shadows, plotting and acting in secrecy, never revealing herself to the world. Thus, no one had ever known her true identity, nor had anyone been privy to her secrets or schemes. But in this moment, all her secrets, all her plans, were laid bare by Naruto. Kagaya was exposed to the light for the first time. Her secrets unveiled with such audacity. Kagaya realized that her fate was sealed. She possessed no combat prowess, and her defenses were alarmingly weak. As for Naruto, he had attained the power akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. With but a single finger, he could obliterate her, even with Kagaya's cunning. Her composure shattered completely. She became hysterical. Why? How could you possibly know all of this? Why indeed? After millennia of scheming, Kagaya had never been closer to success. The Rinnegan had been attained, and the 10 tails had been resurrected. All that remained was to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, and her mother, Kaguya, would be fully revived. Yet, Kaguya never anticipated that she would falter at the final step, and in such an inexplicable manner. Kaguya was unwilling to accept this reality. Her admission of such a statement was tantamount to acknowledging her true identity. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically, their gazes fixated upon Kaguya, especially Madara, whose face reflected sheer disbelief. "Kaguya, what are you saying?" he questioned loudly. "Are you implying that everything Naruto just stated is true?" Obito also regained his senses, staring at Kaguya in astonishment. Was she truly the mastermind behind it all? Hee Madara. Kaguya mocked as she looked at him. "Naruto is indeed correct. You have been but a pawn in my game, manipulated effortlessly all along. The stone tablet left by Hagoromo was indeed altered by me. The infinite Tsukuyomi intended to resurrect my mother was transformed into a means to save the Uchiha clan. Unbeknownst to you, the Uchiha have been remarkably cooperative. For millennia, I have repeatedly approached the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura, endeavoring to awaken the Rinnegan. Yet, I faced failure time and again. Merely executing these steps consumed thousands of years. It was only when the reincarnators became you, Madara, and Hashirama, that I finally believed you possessed the capability to achieve it. In truth, you have performed admirably, successfully unlocking the Rinnegan. Subsequently, I deliberately disguised myself as your will, manipulating Toby to initiate the plan for retrieving the tailed beasts. I also facilitated the formation of Akatsuki, guiding them toward war. To enhance combat strength, I intentionally allowed Toby to discover your corpse, providing him with assistance. Hee Madara. You have always been a pawn in my hands. Had it not been for Naruto, you would have remained oblivious until your demise. Listening to Black Zetsu's narrative, everyone felt their scalps tingle, and an icy chill crept up their spines. In pursuit of reviving Kaguya, I have persistently incited the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura over millennia. I did not hesitate to instigate wars, manipulating ninjas, and plunging the entire ninja world into chaos. What a diabolical and sinister scheme. How unnerving it is to realize that such a malevolent presence has been lurking among them. Who would not shudder in fear? Black Zetsu. Madara's composure shattered as he fixated on Black Zetsu, his voice emanating a bone-chilling cold. So, does this mean that the so-called infinite Tsukuyomi, which is supposed to bring happiness to people, is nothing but a complete conspiracy? Indeed, it is a conspiracy. Black Zetsu unabashedly declared. The purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi is to concentrate a vast amount of dispersed chakra to facilitate the resurrection of my mother, Kaguya? It is not the illusion of happiness as you were led to believe. That was a ruse. How laughable that you, Madara, so astute throughout your life, would take such an illusion seriously. You are truly beyond redemption. What about those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi? Toby suddenly inquired. I recall Naruto mentioning that those trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi ultimately transform into white Zetsu. Is that true? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately perked up. Naruto had indeed mentioned this during the 5 Kage summit, but at the time, they were skeptical and hardly believed it. It is true. Black Zetsu openly affirmed. After awakening the Rinnegan in his later years, Madara summoned the Outer Path Golem. He utilized the golem to cultivate Hashirama cells, aiming for immortality, and in the process, inadvertently acquired a certain creature, that being White Zetsu. In reality, White Zetsu was not created by Madara, rather, it originated from individuals who had once been ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi. The God Tree, after a prolonged period of transformation, gradually converts these individuals into White Zetsu. So it is indeed the case. Toby slowly closed his eyes, his heart devoid of doubt. Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Madara trembled with rage, gritting his teeth, his eyes reddening as if they could kill. Madara truly wished to take a life. He held himself in high regard, never considering anyone beneath him except for Hashirama. In his eyes, all others were but ants. Yet who could have imagined that Madara would be so easily manipulated by the insignificant Black Zetsu? Allowing him to toy with him? How could the prideful Madara accept this? This scoundrel. Tsunade glared fiercely at Black Zetsu. For your selfish interests, you would instigate war, treating human lives as mere fodder. You are despicable. The others also glared with fury, wishing to tear Black Zetsu apart to vent their pent-up rage. You ninjas are merely pawns in my hands. Black Zetsu sneered repeatedly. Even the history of ninjas has been crafted by me. Furthermore, If it were not for the two wretched souls, UE and UCUN, the shinobi world would merely be a mother's nursery. Suddenly, a black longsword pierced through Kurizetsu's head, cleaving him in two from top to bottom. Naruto Uzumaki, U. Chapter 46. The Arrival of Other Tsutsuki, continuing Kagaya's former deeds. Kurizetsu roared. Your mission is complete. You may exit now. With a swift motion, Naruto swung the truth-seeking orb sword, reducing Kurizetsu to countless fragments, and then used the truth-seeking orb to incinerate him into nothingness. Kurizetsu was dead. A sigh of relief escaped Naruto's lips. With Kurizetsu's demise, Kagaya's resurrection was utterly hopeless. Next, he could focus on his own development. Although Naruto had reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, he was still far from Kagaya's formidable stature. Kagaya was immortal, unyielding, and eternal, attributes Naruto could never attain. When a century passed, he too would meet his end, just like the Sage of Six Paths. Hence, he still had a long journey ahead. That loathsome creature was finally dead, having stirred storms and incited countless disputes from the shadows. It was a fittingly lenient fate for him. Indeed, for such a malevolent scoundrel, enduring all the tortures of the world would be no injustice. Witnessing Kurizetsu's death, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Kurizetsu could be deemed the mastermind behind the Fourth Great Ninja War, as well as the catalyst for Kagaya's revival. His death signified the end of all conflicts, heralding a true peace for the shinobi world. Now it is your turn. Naruto turned his gaze towards the Ten Tails. Ever since he had become the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, it had remained eerily quiet, much like a quail spotting a cat. This creature, despite its lack of wisdom and low intellect, instinctively sensed fear. However, its silence was of no consequence. Naruto wielded the six-path staff, transforming it into a long sword that he directed straight at the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails, seemingly threatened, let out a low growl and unleashed a tailed beast bomb from its mouth. Quite audacious. Naruto scoffed. Very well. Let me test my current strength on you. He activated his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan and summoned the complete body of Susanoo. Boom. A colossal Susanoo, rivaling the size of the Ten Tails, manifested before everyone. The sight of this Susanoo left all in awe. Is this also Susanoo? Obito's gaze turned somewhat dazed. His complete Susanoo resembled a mountain, yet Naruto's was by no means smaller than the Ten Tails. What astonished Obito the most was that Naruto's Susanoo seemed almost tangible. The armor, long sword, and wings appeared as solid objects, with chakra nearly materializing. Boom. The tailed beast bomb tore through the earth, hurtling towards Susanoo with the force to obliterate everything in its path, as if intent on reducing Susanoo to dust. In the face of such an assault, Naruto merely raised his palm to block the tailed beast bomb. Boom. The once unstoppable tailed beast bomb was halted upon striking Susanoo's right hand. The tempestuous energy ricocheted in all directions, creating a dazzling display of chakra beams that shot forth in every direction. Boom. The peaks were reduced to powder. The earth was torn apart, and the forests were reduced to ashes. The ground trembled violently, and the entire world appeared as if the apocalypse had arrived. Darkness enveloped the sky, rendering the sun and moon devoid of light. The mere residual shockwaves possessed such destructive power. If we were to be inadvertently caught in it, there would be no hope for survival. Everyone, remain vigilant. The battle between the Sage of Six Paths and his mother, Kagaya, must have been of a similar magnitude. Witnessing the devastation wrought by the residual energy of the tailed beast ball, the onlookers turned pale, gripped by fear and trepidation. With one hand shielding against the tailed beast ball, Naruto spread his wings and soared into the air, wielding his sword to deliver a fierce strike downward. After ascending to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto underwent a transformative change in all aspects of his abilities. With the Rinnegan, the Sage of Six Paths body, Six Paths techniques, Yin-Yang release, and the truth-seeking balls at his disposal, each of these powers could easily overpower the Ten Tails. Yet, Naruto chose to rely solely on his most fundamental strength, unleashing a ferocious assault on the Ten Tails. With a decisive slash, the sword came crashing down. In a moment of peril, the Ten Tails instinctively raised its right arm to block, only to have it effortlessly severed. Naruto descended before the Ten Tails, grasping its neck with his left hand and lifting it violently. The Ten Tails thrashed wildly, its remaining 3 legs and 10 tails flailing against Susanoo. Ignoring its struggles, Naruto brazenly thrust his right hand into the Ten Tails' mouth and yanked. A torrent of chakra was forcefully extracted. As this chakra emerged, it split into 9 distinct streams, coalescing into the forms of the 9-tailed beasts. The 8 tails and 9 tails were the smallest, while the 1 tail was slightly larger, and the remaining 6-tailed beasts were roughly the same size. Come forth. Naruto pulled with all his might. The 9-tailed beasts were completely extracted, landing on the ground and transforming into their respective forms. No, there were only 7. The chakra of the 8 tails formed a manta ray, while that of the 9 tails coalesced into a red fox. The tailed beasts. Naruto had astonishingly pulled the 9-tailed beasts from within the 10 tails. It was truly remarkable. Wonderful. With the absence of the tailed beast chakra, the 10 tails was reduced to nothing but an empty shell. Indeed, as the 9-tailed beasts were drawn out, the 10 tails immediately began to shrink, reverting to its outer path golem form. 6 paths, heavenly explosion. Naruto clapped his hands together. The ground shook with a thunderous roar. The outer path golem ascended into the sky. Simultaneously, vast amounts of rock and soil were drawn toward the golem, compressing around it. Boom. In a matter of moments, an immensely massive meteor hovered high above, drifting silently. The spectators stood in awe, their eyes filled with astonishment. Was this the power of the Sage of 6 Paths? It was overwhelmingly potent. It had surpassed our wildest imaginations. Was this how the Sage of 6 Paths sealed Kageyatsuki? It was utterly shocking. The once mighty 10 tails was so easily sealed? Incredible. Hard to believe. Naruto's power was now fully comparable to that of the Sage of 6 Paths. Obito's gaze was intense, revealing an undeniable envy. Obito was a deeply conflicted individual. He despised chakra, as it magnified human conflict and escalated the scale of warfare. Yet he yearned for power. For without it, all would be lost, including those dearest to him. He envisioned the creation of peace, a realm devoid of chakra, where there were no failures, only victors and love. However, he harbored a profound skepticism towards human nature, believing himself to be the key to rectifying the chaos. Thus, he resorted to ruthless means, acting with reckless abandon, instigating war within the ninja world, regarding the lives of ninjas as mere grains of sand. Naruto's earlier words shattered Madara's dreams, leading to a profound collapse in his mindset, leaving him in a state of confusion. Yet, upon witnessing the power Naruto exhibited, Madara suddenly conceived an alternative approach to achieving peace, to possess an absolute strength that transcended the entire ninja world, and then to guide the world with his own will. If I were to wield such power, the entire ninja realm would bow to me, including the 5 great nations. In that case, as the world's guide, I could wholly eradicate war and realize true peace. Unbeknownst to Naruto, his overwhelming defeat of the 10 tails had rekindled Madara's confidence and altered his perspective. After sealing the outer path's golem, Naruto turned his attention to the extracted 9 tails. With a swift motion, he drew in the chakra belonging to the 9 tails, reclaiming it. This chakra, originally consumed by the Gold and Silver brothers, was not abundant, yet it could not be allowed to dissipate into the outside world. Subsequently, Naruto instructed Killer Bee to collect the 8 tails chakra before addressing the 7 tails. You are free now. What are your plans? Are you truly going to spare us? The 7 tails gazed at Naruto in astonishment. They sensed that Naruto, at this moment, was nearly as powerful as the Sage of 6 Paths. Should Naruto choose to confront them, they possessed no means of resistance. As tailed beasts, they were embodiments of chakra. Theoretically, Naruto had no reason to let them go. Absorbing them would only serve to enhance Naruto's strength. What? Do you still wish to be pets, sealed within humans as before? Naruto regarded the tailed beasts with a bemused expression. Of course not. The 2 tails quickly shook her head, her fierce appearance belied by a gentle voice. It is merely that you humans covet our power. I do not believe you would genuinely spare us. It appeared they had suffered greatly at the hands of humans. Losing all trust in them, Naruto shook his head in response. Never mind. Let the 9 tails speak to you. You are more likely to believe his words. With that, Naruto released the 9 tails from within him. The host would perish without the tailed beast, but Naruto would not, for he was the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Losing the 9 tails posed no threat to his life. He set the 9 tails free. Kurama. The tailed beasts immediately turned their gaze toward the 9 tails. Kurama. The others looked on as well, many seeing the true form of the 9 tails for the first time. Hey! Kurama bared his teeth at the tailed beasts, mocking. You were quite the sight earlier, utterly helpless against a mere human. It truly tarnishes our pride as tailed beasts. You insufferable fox, spare us your sarcasm. Shoha, feeling displeased, retorted sharply. Where were you when we were being bullied? Were you not hiding within your Jinchuriki? If you had emerged, you would not have fared any better than us. Kurama, you were too frightened to show yourself all along, yet you have the audacity to mock us? The Four Tails, Sun Wukong, interjected with a huff. However, I must admit, your Jinchuriki possesses remarkable skill. The Four Tails gazed at Naruto, stating, he now reminds me entirely of the old man from back in the day. Of course, Kurama declared with a self-satisfied expression, astonishingly revealing Naruto is, in fact, the reincarnation of the old man. Wait, he is the reincarnation of the old man? Kurama, are you jesting? The tailed beasts were taken aback, and the crowd present shared their disbelief, casting their gazes towards Naruto. This matter is lengthy to explain. I shall elaborate in due time. Kurama, being somewhat prideful, preferred to keep his words at a minimum. In summary, Naruto is unlike any other human. He genuinely regards us tailed beasts as friends. Therefore, you may place your trust in his words. Kurama, are you serious? The tailed beasts were filled with excitement. How dare you question me? Kurama barked irritably. When have I ever deceived you? True enough. You insufferable fox, while prideful and temperamental, your words can still be trusted. Do you wish to fight, you foul raccoon? Do you think I fear you, you foul fox? Enough. Kurama and Shoha, cease your bickering. Do not provide the humans with a spectacle. Observing that the Nine Tails and One Tail had begun to argue again, the Two Tails quickly intervened, urging them to stop. The Nine Tails and One Tail finally quieted down. The Two Tails turned to Naruto and asked gently, Naruto, how do you intend to handle us? The other tailed beasts also looked at him. As the Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails, Naruto had attained power rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. How he chose to address this matter lay entirely in his hands. After this war, I trust that the various ninja villages shall be unlikely to ignite conflict easily. Naruto smiled at the 5 Kages, saying, even in the event of clashes, the tailed beasts must not be involved. Thus, you are free. You may go wherever you wish. I shall ensure that humans are prohibited from disturbing you, allowing you to live peacefully in your preferred places. Correspondingly, you must not harm humans or launch attacks against them. However, if any nefarious individuals covet your power, you retain the right to defend yourselves. At this juncture, Naruto turned to Tsunade and the other 5 Kages, inquiring with a smile, is that agreeable? The 5 Kages exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The first Hokage had, in his time, distributed the tailed beasts with the intention of balancing the strength of each village to prevent the outbreak of war. On Oki's side, yet the result was that the tailed beasts participated in wars, leading to even greater casualties. If it can truly come to pass, as Naruto asserts, that tailed beast shall no longer engage in warfare, I wholeheartedly concur. Hashirama sighed deeply. His original intentions had indeed been such, yet the outcome had not aligned with his wishes. Through this war, the 5 great ninja villages have achieved a preliminary reconciliation and established a degree of camaraderie. Gaara remarked, in the future, should conflict arise, I believe we can surely convene to negotiate. Through negotiation, we can resolve issues and eliminate conflicts, rather than resorting to violent means. Reikage, Tsunade, and Konan wholeheartedly agree. War leaves nothing but chaos in its wake. It has brought no benefits to this world. The 4th Great Ninja War has demonstrated that many problems can indeed be resolved through dialogue. Especially after this war, the major ninja villages have united and forged deep bonds with one another, laying a solid foundation for peace. With the affirmation of the 5 Kage, the tailed beasts were overwhelmed with excitement. How wonderful! We are finally free. Thank you, Naruto Uzumaki. I am returning to the Water Curtain Cave. I have decided to retreat into the forest. Can we truly return to our homeland? It feels surreal, as if we are dreaming. The tailed beasts were filled with joy, sharing their aspirations with one another. Listening to their conversations, everyone could sense the sincerity of these tailed beasts. Their hearts are remarkably pure. They are not as ferocious as humans often imagine, nor do they indiscriminately wreak havoc upon humanity. Their desires are simple, to return home and live in peace. A yearning that is, in fact, more straightforward than that of humans. So it is settled. Naruto nodded with a smile. From now on, you shall reside peacefully in your homeland and refrain from causing trouble. Humanity will not disturb you. The world is vast. and I believe we can coexist harmoniously. Naruto Uzumaki. You are truly a good person. I now see that you are indeed the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths. The resemblance is uncanny. Thank you, Naruto. The tailed beasts expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Naruto. Initially, they did not harbor animosity toward humans due to the influence of the Sage of Six Paths. However, as humans coveted their powers and sought various ways to deal with them and seal them away, the tailed beasts gradually lost patience and began to harbor resentment. Let us live well from now on, but I must remind you all to remain vigilant. Naruto suddenly stated. What is it? The tailed beasts looked at him in confusion. The Otsutsuki clan will not rest easily. Naruto continued slowly. This clan has an inherent affinity for collecting chakra, and in our ninja world, everyone cultivates chakra. With your immense chakra as tailed beasts and my status as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it is not an exaggeration to say that we are a fatal attraction to the Otsutsuki clan. I have a premonition. In the future, other Otsutsuki will descend upon our world, perpetuating the actions of Kaguya from long ago. Chapter 47. At last, I have drawn the chakra of the Nine Tails. What? Other Otsutsuki will descend into the ninja world? Is that even possible? Naruto's words fell like a cold splash of water upon everyone, chilling their hearts. One Otsutsuki Kaguya, or even one Black Zetsu, has already turned the ninja world upside down. How can we withstand a few more Otsutsuki? Naruto, are you serious? Hashirama inquired earnestly. There is no mistake. Naruto shook his head. I have learned through certain channels that the Otsutsuki clan cultivates the god tree to harvest chakra fruits, and they must offer the fruits they collect, as they cannot consume them for themselves. Yet Kaguya shattered this rule, consuming the chakra fruit in secret and ceasing her offerings. If you were among the leaders of the Otsutsuki clan, how would you respond? Naruto retorted. How would we respond? Is that even a question? We would undoubtedly dispatch a team to investigate and subsequently apprehend Kaguya, bringing her back to headquarters for judgment. The expressions of the crowd grew serious, weighed down by a heavy sense of foreboding. If Naruto's words held any truth, the Otsutsuki clan would surely send agents to the ninja world to scrutinize the situation. Such an occurrence would inevitably stir up considerable turmoil. Just the thought of the Otsutsuki clan, filled with beings as formidable as Kaguya, sent chills down everyone's spines. It was evident that the Otsutsuki clan might very well descend upon the ninja world once more, heralding uncontrollable calamities. Naruto spoke slowly. Everyone must remain vigilant. Caution is paramount, and diligence in training is essential. One thing is clear. The great ninja war has concluded. But that does not imply that peace reigns, and we can afford to be complacent. We are likely to face even mightier foes, adversaries that even Kaguya fears. To ensure our own survival, we must devote ourselves to training and strive to become increasingly powerful. The crowd nodded in silence. The joy derived from their victory in the Fourth Great Ninja War had dissipated significantly. The threat of the Otsutsuki clan loomed overhead like a sharp sword, rendering all restless and uneasy. In truth, this world is vast. Naruto gazed up at the starry sky, his eyes deep with contemplation. We can never truly know how many lives the expansive universe harbors, how many races akin to the Otsutsuki it nurtures. Thus, as the strongest in the ninja world, we cannot limit our vision to trivial gains. Today we quarrel over a plot of land, tomorrow over a river, and the day after that we bleed for a mere sum of money. Such pursuits are utterly unnecessary. If one genuinely believes in their capabilities, they should aspire to seize other planets like the Otsutsuki clan, to conquer a planet and reign over it. Now that is true prowess. Squabbling in our own backyards pales in comparison to such ambition. A shiver ran through everyone as they turned their gaze toward the heavens. The dawn was approaching, and the stars shone particularly bright, a tapestry of brilliance across the night sky. Naruto's words had profoundly impacted them. Previously, ninjas had been embroiled in endless conflicts over petty interests within the confines of their territory. In retrospect, why bother? The universe is vast, filled with numerous planets, abundant lands, and plentiful resources. If possible, one would yearn to explore other worlds, for they might unveil a different kind of beauty. Hashirama could not suppress his longing. Indeed, Madara also gazed at the sky. Naruto's words resonated with him deeply, as he suddenly realized how limited his perspective had been. Focusing solely on the ninja world's trifles and perpetually contemplating the infinite Tsukuyomi was, in hindsight, a narrow-minded approach. Just look at Naruto. His vision extends to the vast cosmos, elevating his perspective far beyond his own. Surely, there must be countless other races beyond the Tsutsuki clan? Tobirama felt a surge of curiosity. I truly wish to witness them. With sufficient strength, there will undoubtedly be opportunities. Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination. Naruto harbors no desire to unify the ninja world, showing absolutely no interest in such power. Rather, he yearns for unparalleled strength, aspiring to attain immortality akin to Kagaya. Moreover, Naruto is acutely aware of his status as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, possessing the most immense chakra in the ninja realm. It is inevitable that he will become the primary target of the Otsutsuki clan, a fate that guarantees unrest. Hence, he must elevate his power to a level where he is unafraid of the Otsutsuki. Now, only the two of you remain. Naruto gazes at Obito and Madara. Speaking with a calm demeanor, let us discuss how to deal with you. The others direct their eyes towards Obito and Madara, their gazes filled with animosity and disdain. These two individuals have turned the ninja world upside down, causing immense suffering and the deaths of countless shinobi. The hatred is overwhelming. Madara and Obito fall silent. The former wears a complex expression, while the latter appears numb and bewildered. After years of scheming, they never anticipated such an outcome. Yet they have lost with a sense of reluctant acceptance. Madara sighs deeply, addressing Hashirama. We are alike in our unfulfilled desires. Is it ever so simple? Hashirama responds with a bitter smile. During our lifetimes, the things we could achieve were inherently limited. This is why we must cultivate the next generation, entrusting our dreams to them, allowing them to realize our visions. You remain as naive as ever. Madara exhales deeply, teasingly remarking, perhaps this is indeed the correct path. At this juncture, Madara turns his gaze toward Naruto, stating, Naruto Uzumaki, your vision is broader than mine, your perspective loftier, and your foresight extends further. Losing to someone like you is something I accept wholeheartedly. I merely harbor a tinge of regret. Madara laments, I shall not witness the Otsutsuki clan, nor behold more magnificent vistas. If it is merely this, you need not worry. Naruto smiles softly. When the Otsutsuki clan invades in the future, I can summon you. At that time, you may witness the Otsutsuki clan firsthand, or even engage them in battle. How splendid. Madara shudders with joy, a smile illuminating his face. Thank you. Naruto Uzumaki. As his words fade, a radiant light envelopes Madara, his soul ascending as the dust of his form scatters. Hashirama, farewell. Madara bids his old friend adieu. Madara, farewell. Hashirama gazes affectionately at his companion. Madara casts one last, profound glance at Hashirama before his spirit ascends, disappearing into the heavens. At last, he has perished. Witnessing Madara's disappearance, both the five Kage and the tailed beasts collectively exhale in relief. The pressure exerted by Madara had been overwhelming. Subsequently, they turned their attention to Obito. Kakashi, Minato, and Kushina wear complex expressions of sorrow and regret, feeling a profound sense of grief. There is little to say. Obito's demeanor is vacant, devoid of any spark. Rin was my sole beacon of light. After her death, the world I perceived underwent a cataclysmic transformation, becoming a pitch-black hell. Bearing Madara's name, I traversed the world, and my experiences only reinforced this belief. Even with the Sharingan, I can see nothing, find nothing. I have despaired of this world. After being swayed by Madara, I resolved to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi, to create a new world where Rin could exist. Now even the infinite Tsukuyomi is a mere illusion. I have utterly lost all attachment to this world. Obito said numbly, raising his hands to face Minato and Kushina, slowly uttering, Teacher, it was I who caused your deaths back then. Today, I shall return this life to you. Obito, are you really going to? Kakashi's pupils constricted. He recognized Obito's intention to activate the outer path, Samsara of heavenly life, to resurrect their teacher and Kushina. I have committed too many sins. Stained my hands with too much blood. I cannot face Rin. Obito slowly formed hand seals, his expression vacant. Let me atone for my sins. Just to see Rin once more. If you use that technique, you will die? Kakashi urged softly, you don't have to do this. You can live on and repay your sins. Indeed, Obito, there is no need to resurrect us. Minato added, Naruto has a way to bring us back. You can, Kakashi. Teacher, please do not persuade me. I have no ties left to this world. Obito shook his head. Moreover, my sins are too grave. they cannot be easily atoned for. Kakashi, Minato, and Kushina silently watched, their faces betraying sorrow and desolation. Obito, how did their once cherished friendship come to this? What led to this moment? Outer path, Samsara of heavenly life. As Obito invoked the technique, white smoke enveloped Minato and Kushina. Their bodies, once mere remnants, gradually transformed into flesh and blood, the cracks upon their skin fading away. The eyes of the impure world reincarnation turned into true eyes. Minato and Kushina were completely resurrected. My life has truly been a failure. Obito closed his eyes. The samsara of heavenly life had completely drained the scant chakra remaining within him. His death was inevitable. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, sorrow evident in his eyes. Despite Obito's heinous crimes, Kakashi could never forget this dear friend. They had shared many beautiful memories. With Madara and Obito's deaths, the Fourth Great Ninja War reached a definitive conclusion. However, although the war had ended, it left behind a multitude of post-war issues. The casualties among ninjas, the handling of corpses, and the compensation for the deceased were all pressing matters that needed resolution. Yet, these concerns were of no relevance to Naruto. He now faced two issues to resolve. First, the outer path, Geto statue. Although the tailed beasts had been extracted, the Geto statue of the 10 tails still remained. What should be done with it? Naruto felt conflicted. The Geto statue is the shell of the 10 tails and can also be regarded as Kagaya Otsutsuki's body. If he could eliminate the Geto statue, Kagaya would never be able to resurrect, achieving a permanent solution. However, with Naruto's current strength, he could not completely destroy the Geto statue, so sealing it was the only option. Additionally, there was another method to deal with the Geto statue, to allow the 10 tails to consume it. The 10 tails and the Geto statue are essentially the same entity and could indeed devour the Geto statue. Furthermore, if the 10 tails consumed the Geto statue, it would undoubtedly grow even stronger within Naruto. Yet, Naruto remained apprehensive. Should the outer path golem harbor Kagaya's consciousness, would the 10 tails be tainted upon consuming it? Perhaps it is prudent to wait a while longer. I shall meticulously inspect every facet before allowing the 10 tails to proceed. In any case, the outer path golem must be dealt with. Secondly, the resurrection of the deceased. Prior to the war, I promised many reanimated individuals that, should they contribute during the conflict, I would resurrect them at no cost. Naruto, being a man of his word, will fulfill this promise. However, there is no need to rush. The war has only just concluded, and all matters will be addressed upon our return to the village. A day later, the Ninja Alliance gradually returned to the village hidden in the clouds. While there were no fatalities among the elite forces, countless ninjas perished on the localized battlefields. The Alliance rested in the village hidden in the clouds for 2 days before the 4 great ninja villages departed to return to their respective homes. 2 days hence, the Leaf Ninjas finally arrived back in Konoha. At last, we have returned. When I initially left the village, I never imagined I would return alive, yet here I am, having narrowly escaped death. Thank heavens, I am finally home. I shall indulge in a long sleep and a refreshing bath. It has been days since my last wash, and I am in dire need of it. As the main contingent reached the village entrance, the villagers had been eagerly awaiting their return, brandishing banners and flowers in a jubilant welcome. Welcome home. Welcome back from your triumphant journey. Hokage-sama, welcome back. The returning ninjas received a warm reception from the villagers, transforming the outskirts of Konoha into a sea of joy. The welcome ceremony lasted over an hour before the ninjas dispersed to their respective homes. Naruto's family also returned to their abode in the forest outside the village, accompanied by Jiraiya, Kakashi, Konan, Yahiko, Karen, Suigetsu, and Choji. The war has finally come to an end. Jiraiya stretched his arms, a relaxed smile gracing his face. I can finally travel and gather material. Perverted sage. I advise against such ventures. Naruto teased. Tsunade Nichin would have your head. Do not underestimate her strength. Jiraiya's expression faltered as he remembered he was no longer a bachelor, but rather a man with responsibilities. Ah, what a hassle. Jiraiya lamented. Naruto, this is all your fault. Had you not incited me, I would still be a free man. Despite his words, Jiraiya wore a smug expression, clearly reveling in his newfound situation. Get lost. Naruto waved dismissively, sending Jiraiya tumbling away. Huh, serves you right. Laughter erupted among the group. With smiles and chatter, their joyous reunion continued. Eventually, Konan and Yahiko expressed their intent to depart. Are you returning to the village hidden in the rain? Naruto inquired, furrowing his brow. Yes, Conan nodded, though the war has ended. The village hidden in the rain remains chaotic. The village needs us. Then go back if you must. Naruto replied. I have heard from Tsunade Nichin that the 5 great ninja villages are preparing to establish a new ninja alliance to maintain peace in the ninja world. And your village can join. The previous alliance was merely a temporary arrangement formed by the 5 great ninja villages in response to the 4th Great Ninja War. The new ninja alliance signifies a complete unification of the 5 great villages, creating a more cohesive entity. Collaboration and communication can be strengthened in various aspects, such as the training of ninjas, the Nin exams, and economic exchanges. The establishment of a ninja alliance will undoubtedly forge closer ties among the 5 great ninja villages, significantly reducing tensions. This is undoubtedly a boon for the ninja world. Yes, Conan nodded emphatically, recalling that due to Mai and Nagato's mismanagement, Mangekyō had long remained isolated. Upon returning to the village, we shall actively join the ninja alliance and strive for peace alongside the other ninja villages. Let us do our best, Naruto encouraged, believing that with your efforts, Mangekyō will flourish. Thank you. We are truly grateful, the two expressed solemnly before taking their leave. They had also asked Naruto to revive Nagato. But alas, Nagato, once resurrected through the impure world reincarnation, declined the offer. In his words, he had committed many wrongs in his life, and death was the best repose. Despite Conan and Yahiko's earnest attempts to persuade him, Nagato's resolve was unyielding, and the two could only respect his decision. After Conan and Yahiko departed, Karen, Suigetsu, and Jugo also took their leave, intending to find Sasuke. Ever since the 5 Kage summit, where Sasuke was taken away by Obito after sustaining grave injuries, he had completely vanished. Throughout the entirety of the 4th Great Ninja War, Sasuke did not make an appearance, leaving his fate uncertain. Naruto was perplexed. In the original narrative of the 4th Great Ninja War, Sasuke was a pivotal force in the allied ninja army, combating Obito and Madara, even sealing Kaguya, thus achieving remarkable feats. Why, then, had he completely disappeared in this reality? Where had Obito hidden him? Or was he recuperating somewhere after transplanting Itachi's Mangekyō Sharingan? The questions left him confounded. In the following days, Naruto remained occupied. Numerous souls awaited his revival. First were Hashirama and Tobirama. The brothers had a rather nonchalant view of death, initially planning to return to the Pure Land after the war. However, Tsunade persuaded them otherwise, arguing that the Tsutsuki clan would invade again, and Konoha needed them, as did the ninja world. After much contemplation, influenced by Naruto's prior remarks regarding the Tsutsuki clan, the brothers ultimately decided to be revived. Following them were Kakashi, Asuma, the former CHJR, and the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha had made indelible contributions during this war. Fearless of death as they were in their impure world forms, they led the charge in every battle. Without their frontline presence, the casualty rate among the allied forces would have been considerably higher. True to his promise, Naruto revived them all. The 3rd Hokage and Danzo, along with other Konoha elite, feared a Uchiha uprising that might usurp their dominion. However, Naruto was unperturbed. He feared not even Madara, let alone the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Naruto believed that the Uchiha would not rebel against him, unless they were utterly irrational. Indeed, this proved accurate. The revived Uchiha clan expressed profound gratitude towards Naruto and swore their fealty to him. In essence, they had firmly latched onto Naruto's leg, and not even a divine intervention could compel them to let go. The Uchiha possessed ample reasons to cling to Naruto's side. Firstly, Naruto possesses formidable strength and harbors no aversion towards the Uchiha clan. Who else would he embrace? Furthermore, Naruto has acquired the Sharingan, and the Uchiha regard him as kin, fostering an innate bond. For several consecutive days, Naruto has been resurrecting the deceased. The revival of a multitude of ninjas has propelled the strength of Konoha to unprecedented heights, surpassing any historical benchmarks. Among those revived are Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Kushina, Shumo, Sarutobi Shino, Akimichi Torafu, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, the once vibrant Chihoko, and Hinata Hizashi. Such a force is capable of overturning the entire ninja world. The might of Konoha has reached an unparalleled zenith, far exceeding any era in history. One early morning, Naruto was roused from slumber by the blaring of his alarm clock. A lottery. Ding. Success in the lottery. Congratulations on obtaining Kai by Chakra. Naruto immediately opened his eyes, fully awakening. At last, he has drawn the Kai by Chakra. With a swift motion, Naruto vanished from his room, reappearing in a desolate wilderness. With a thought, a colossal Kai by materialized before him, its stature twice that of the Kai by within Naruto. Yet its eyes were vacant, its gaze dull, resembling a marionette. Clearly, it possessed chakra but lacked consciousness, akin to the 8 portions of tailed beast chakra he had previously drawn. Old man, have you finally drawn my chakra? Chapter 48. Officially assuming the role of Hokage, reorganizing the village. The Kai-Bai burst forth from Naruto's body into the external world. Joyfully gazing at the Kai-Bai chakra, he had drawn it. Naruto formed a hand seal and released the Ten Tails. Upon becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he established a profound bond with it, allowing him to release it externally, a distinction from ordinary Jinchuriki, much like Kaguya. The Ten Tails transformed into the God Tree, rooting itself in the earth to absorb natural energy, while Kaguya moved freely, unaffected. Similarly, Obito could release the Ten Tails, transforming it into the God Tree. Naruto possessed this capability as well. Naruto first extracted the In portion of the Kai-Bai from within the Ten Tails. At last, you've released me. I thought you had forgotten about me. The In Kai-Bai complained. Hey, I could never forget you. The Kai-Bai chuckled. So, how does it feel to stay within the Ten Tails? Curious? Try it for yourself. Huffed the In Kai-Bai, then dove back into the Kai-Bai, merging once more. Boom. The Kai-Bai's form surged, doubling in size, rivaling the adjacent Kai-Bai chakra. 17 years. Finally restored. The Kai-Bai, filled with emotion, reflected on the challenges faced. Since being separated and sealed by Minato 17 years ago, its two halves had been worlds apart. Today, they have finally reunited. It has indeed been a journey. Naruto patted the Kai-Bai's shoulder. From now on, be more mindful. Don't let anyone separate and seal you again. Never. Absolutely not. The Kai-Bai's head shook vigorously. Hee. Naruto controlled the Ten Tails, incorporating the recently acquired complete portion of Kai-Bai chakra into the Ten Tails body. Finalizing the sealing process, the Ten Tails was thus wholly restored. The fully restored Ten Tails witnessed a remarkable surge in its chakra, its aura intensifying significantly. This present form of the Ten Tails embodies its complete essence. Naruto gazed upon his Ten Tails with evident delight. Unlike its predecessors, this Ten Tails possessed no consciousness or thought, existing solely to obey his commands. His will became synonymous with that of the Ten Tails. This aspect surpassed even that of Sage of the Six Paths, Obito, and Madara, who struggled to control the Ten Tails and the tailed beasts. Thus, as the Ten Tails grew stronger, so did Naruto. Following the customs of the Otsutsuki clan, the next step involved planting the Ten Tails into the earth. Subsequently, if the Ten Tails consumed a living member of the Otsutsuki, it could evolve into the true God Tree. Regrettably, members of the Otsutsuki are exceedingly rare. However, Naruto chose not to dwell excessively on this dilemma. The Otsutsuki clan required the cultivation of the Ten Tails to harvest chakra fruits. Yet Naruto possessed a unique advantage. He could draw upon the lottery of fate. Therefore, he lacked a profound obsession with the cultivation of the God Tree. Moreover, he had no intention of planting the God Tree in the ninja world, as that would be tantamount to self-destruction. It held no purpose. Naruto absorbed the Ten Tails within himself and began to familiarize himself with his newfound power. Having entered the realm of the Sage of the Six Paths, he had yet to engage in a genuine battle beyond the straightforward confrontation with the Ten Tails. This was clearly inadequate. As a ninja, one must remain intimately acquainted with their abilities at all times. Firstly, there was the truth-seeking ball, a hallmark of the Sage of the Six Paths. This high-density chakra, infused with the powers of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, could effortlessly unleash forces that transcended bloodline limits and their obsolescence. Furthermore, it could morph into any shape according to his will, facilitating both offense and defense, transforming into a sphere for protection or into blades for attack, capable of causing explosions that obliterated vast expanses of forest in an instant. Its versatility was truly astounding. Secondly, the Rinnegan, as the genuine eye of a sage, undoubtedly belonged to the domain of the Sage of the Six Paths. However, it was an insatiable consumer of chakra, exhibiting an extravagant drain. Although Naruto had previously acquired the Rinnegan, he could not harness its true potential. Yet, upon becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, this issue was effortlessly resolved. With the Ten Tails serving as a reservoir of energy, Naruto's chakra nearly approached infinity, rendering him untroubled by depletion. Now, he could unleash the Rinnegan's true might. Whether utilizing fundamental abilities such as Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, or the unique ocular techniques like Shinjutsu and Tenpinki-ai, he could manifest their full power. Naruto had conducted experiments. Even a mere application of Shinra Tensei could instantaneously decimate a forest, reducing trees to mere dust, a phenomenon bordering on the absurd. Thirdly, the six-path sage body. Upon becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Naruto's physique underwent an automatic evolution into that of the six-path sage body. This body represented an echelon beyond even Hashirama's perfected sage body. Not only did it possess formidable regenerative capabilities and extraordinary vitality, but it also granted immunity to ordinary ninja techniques. In other words, only sage techniques, physical combat, and the powers of the six paths could inflict damage upon the six-path sage body. Conventional jutsu would scarcely leave a mark. Naruto had made attempts. Ordinary fire release, water release, and lightning release inflicted not a shred of damage. This was utterly absurd. It implied that even if Naruto stood still, there were few within the entire ninja world capable of harming him. Ultimately, he resorted to the six-path sage technique. Essentially, the six-path sage technique shares its nature with the sage techniques of Mayaboku Mountain and the Ryuchi Cave. All of them harness the natural energy of one's chakra, condensing it into sage chakra to execute ninjutsu. The distinction lies in the fact that ordinary sage techniques utilize standard chakra natural energy, whereas the six-path sage technique employs six paths chakra natural energy. Six paths chakra is a superior form of energy compared to ordinary chakra, embodying the power of the Ten Tails and the Divine Tree. Thus, the six-path sage technique is significantly more potent than typical sage techniques. Therefore, my current sage mode should rightfully be termed six paths sage mode. With a mere thought, Naruto entered sage mode. He could distinctly feel his physical prowess, reaction speed, and perception abilities surge to unprecedented levels. Remarkably, there were no eyeshadows, and his pupils did not transform into a straight line. This was the epitome of sage mode. When the sage of six paths mastered the sage mode of Mayaboku Mountain, he too lacked eyeshadows and straight pupils. Sage art, flame release, great fire annihilation. Sage art, magnet release, spiraling sphere. The power was exponentially greater than in Sage Fox mode. Naruto marveled at this. The essence of Sage mode lies in amplifying one's abilities by dozens of times through the utilization of natural energy. Thus, the stronger the foundational form, the greater the strength after the amplification of Sage mode. Naruto had reached the level of the six paths, surpassing his previous Super Shadow level by a considerable margin. After the enhancement of Sage mode, his strength had increased even further. What level have I truly attained now? Naruto pondered. With the Rinnegan, the body of the Sage of Six Paths, the complete Six Paths Sage technique, and the immense chakra of the Ten Tails, coupled with the incomplete yin-yang release, my current strength should easily overpower the likes of Obito and Madara in their Six Paths forms, as well as Sasuke in his Six Paths form. The situation with the three-eyed Madara is less certain. He absorbed the Divine Tree and gained Kagaya's power, awakening the Rinne Sharingan. The Rinne Sharingan possesses the formidable abilities of Infinite Tsukuyomi and the God Tree, both of which are challenging to contend with. As for the pinnacle Sage of Six Paths, that remains uncertain. He wields the complete yin-yang release, while mine is lacking. At the very least, I still cannot replicate the level of healing that Six Paths Naruto provided to Kakashi. As for Kagaya, it is best not to dwell on that for now. I certainly cannot contend with that formidable woman. After half a month of relentless practice, Naruto had thoroughly mastered his current powers and developed a clear understanding of his strength. To speak candidly, he could easily dominate the current ninja world, but could not match Kagaya Otsutsuki. Naruto was not anxious. It was nearly impossible for Kagaya to resurrect now that her outer path golem had fallen into his hands. Dingling. Naruto was jolted awake by the alarm clock. System lottery. Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining complete yin-yang release. Complete yin-yang release. In an instant, Naruto's drowsiness vanished. After becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto instinctively mastered the art of yin-yang release, albeit in a fragmented form. This raises an intriguing question. What exactly is yin-yang release? Yin release symbolizes spiritual power, capable of manifesting form from the formless. Conversely, yang release represents physical strength, imbuing the created form with life. The union of both is yin-yang release. This technique possesses the ability to create something from nothing, granting it life. A secret art of the six paths, unparalleled even by Kaguya, the ultimate ninja. The complete yin-yang release embodies the essence of the creator god. Much like Naruto's first words after his resurrection in the original story, I believe I can change everything. This is not mere bravado. It is the truth. After receiving the teachings of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto can indeed harness the full potential of yin-yang release. This is something even Obito, Madara, and the mighty Kaguya cannot achieve, as their versions of yin-yang release are incomplete. Naruto, too, once possessed an incomplete form. However, now it is whole. I genuinely feel that I can change everything now. Naruto gazed at his hands, unable to suppress a murmur. It was an ineffable sensation, indescribable in words, yet wholly achievable. It felt as though it were etched into his very being, a natural instinct. This is the true art of creation, filled with excitement. Naruto could hardly contain his eagerness to experiment. Kurama, I have just mastered the complete art of yin-yang release. Shall we give it a try? Yin-yang release. The slumbering Ninetales opened its drowsy eyes and replied groggily, well, why not try it? Hey, Naruto exclaimed, pulling the Ninetales from within himself. With a gentle nudge from the Six Paths staff, the massive form of the Ninetales swiftly shrank down to human height. Naruto envisioned the appearance of a cat-eared girl he had seen in a past life, and with another tap of the staff, the Ninetales began to transform from within. Its fur vanished, its back straightened, and its claws morphed into hands. Silently, the Ninetales transitioned from a fiery red fox into a delicate cat-eared girl. Soft and adorable, with fluffy fox ears and a tail, a charming and playful face, a slender waist, and a well-proportioned figure that invoked an irresistible urge to embrace and playfully squeeze her. Not bad at all, Naruto observed with satisfaction, admiring his handiwork. Not bad. The Ninetales was now fully awake. It stretched and yawned, looking utterly adorable. What has happened? Why do I look like this? The Ninetales stared in astonishment at its hands, then at its legs, and finally at its bosom. The Ninetales fumed. You old pervert, Six Paths. How could you turn me into this? The Ninetales was infuriated. Although tailed beasts lack gender distinctions, the Ninetales always identified as a male fox, strong, robust, and imposing, embodying power that resonated with its worldview. What was this cat-eared girl nonsense? You scoundrel! How am I supposed to face anyone like this? Change me back. Isn't this delightful? I think it's quite adorable. Naruto chuckled. Those anime-loving old lechers will surely fall in love with you. I don't want their affection. I am a dignified fox spirit. How can I possibly become a woman? Transform me back. The Ninetales exclaimed. Is it really necessary to revert? You now have the freedom to roam. Don't you wish to explore? Naruto gently coaxed. How about savoring some delightful cuisine? Wouldn't you like to experience the human world? Perhaps enjoy a bowl of Ichiraka ramen? The Ninetales swallowed hard, clearly tempted. Venturing out sounds appealing, but in this form, I lack the courage to face others. Then simply reshape your appearance. Naruto chuckled, teasingly. What form do you desire? I shall create it for you. That sounds promising. The Ninetales nodded eagerly, closing its eyes in contemplation. Soon, it had envisioned a new form. Naruto grasped the little hand of the Ninetales, channeling chakra to connect with its thoughts. Seriously, Ninetales, is this truly how you envision a human form? Naruto remarked, somewhat incredulous. What's wrong with it? The Ninetales retorted, eyes wide. Look at these muscles, this stature, this powerful back. What strength? Naruto was at a loss for words, finally managing to utter. Indeed, human aesthetics vary greatly. Enough chatter, just reshape me already. The Ninetales insisted, impatiently. Very well, Naruto replied, feigning exasperation, and proceeded to alter its body according to the Ninetales' imagined appearance. In silence, the delicate feline girl transformed into a robust, muscular man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, an impressive figure reminiscent of a reincarnated warrior. Ah, now that looks handsome, the Ninetales declared, thoroughly pleased with its new form, flexing its arms and striking poses, unable to contain its delight. All right, off you go. Naruto waved dismissively, unable to tolerate the presence of a rough, burly man in his space, despite enjoying the company of the cat-eared girl. Hey, I'm leaving now. The Ninetales chuckled, turning to depart, only to pause and return with a sudden thought. It extended its hand, rubbing its thumb and forefinger together. What does that mean? Are you asking for money? Naruto was momentarily speechless, bemused that even a fox spirit was aware of monetary matters. Hey, how can I venture out without funds? The Ninetales replied with a grin. Come on, old man, I know you have some. Don't be stingy. Naruto retrieved a substantial sum from his storage space, tossing it to the Ninetales. Take this and hurry along. Got it. The Ninetales cheerfully accepted the money and left. Fool. Naruto muttered under his breath as he changed his clothes and got out of bed. He had a meeting at the Hokage building today and needed to prepare himself properly. A formidable sage of the Six Paths could not afford to appear disheveled. Such a reputation was not to be tarnished. Upon exiting his room, he found Kushina preparing breakfast while Minato adjusted his impressive Hokage robes. Naruto, you're up? Minato turned at the sound of Naruto's emergence, a warm smile gracing his face. Hurry and freshen up. 10 minutes later, the family sat down together for breakfast. Kushina busily served Naruto dishes, then inquired, by the way, who was that person who just left? Oh, that was the Ninetales. The Ninetales? Minato's hand trembled slightly. That creature is the Ninetales? How did it end up in such a form? Kushina also looked bewildered. I have just mastered Yin-Yang release and helped it reshape its body, Naruto explained with a smile. Watergate and Kushina exchanged a glance, each reflecting the shock and incredulity in the other's eyes. Father, how is the transition of power with Tsunade going? Naruto interjected, steering the conversation. Tsunade, disinterested in power, had no desire to become Hokage. Thus, following the conclusion of the Great Ninja War, she was eager to abdicate, passing the Hokage title to her successor, which would naturally be Naruto. However, Naruto was not inclined to assume the role of Hokage at this moment, or rather, he lacked the enthusiasm for it, preferring instead for Watergate to take his place. Though Watergate was the fourth Hokage, his tenure was tragically short-lived, lasting less than 3 years. This presented a perfect opportunity for him to reclaim the position. After all, once the third Hokage stepped down, Watergate could certainly resume his duties. Watergate assented to this proposition, with Tsunade wholeheartedly supporting it. In her view, it would be preferable for Naruto to succeed as Hokage. If he was unwilling, then someone else would have to fill the role. Having finally united with Jiraiya, and with both of them not in their youth, they desired to cherish their time together, leaving little room for the responsibilities of Hokage. The villagers harbored no objections either. The fourth Hokage was a hero who had sacrificed himself for the protection of the village, and his return to the position was met with unanimous approval. The transfer of power was nearly complete. Watergate nodded, stating, after today's meeting, I will officially assume the role of Hokage and once again oversee the village. Chapter 49. The Pinnacle of Potential to Awaken the Rinnegan. That sounds splendid. Naruto expressed his satisfaction with the outcome. To celebrate your return as Hokage, let me present you with a gift. A gift? Watergate shook his head. There is no need. Just having our family together is more than enough for me. Watergate was genuinely content, reflecting on the tumultuous Ninetales incident. When Kushina had just given birth and Naruto had only just entered the world, he had helplessly watched his beloved wife perish. Forced to seal the Ninetales within his newborn son, there was no greater sorrow than that. In comparison, his current happiness was profound. What more could he desire? Are you certain you don't want it? Naruto asked with a grin. You've lost the Ninetales. Doesn't that leave you feeling somewhat inadequate? Watergate paused, lost in thought. After losing the Ninetales, his only notable abilities were the Flying Thunder God technique and his incomplete Sage mode. His strength, while sufficient for the position of Hokage, was merely at the pinnacle of the Kage tier and lacked distinction. It was important to note that Konoha was teeming with talent. Setting Naruto aside, there were the first and second Hokages, Uchiha Kagami, Kakashi Hatake, and Uchiha Shisui. Additionally, Kabuto had recently returned to the village. Naruto had appointed him as the director of the orphanage. With so many Kage-level and even above Kage-level shinobi in the village, it felt rather inadequate for him to be Hokage solely at the Kage level. It was not that he feared opposition. With Naruto as his son, no one would dare oppose him. Yet Watergate felt a sense of unease within himself. The ninja who inherits the title of Kage should undoubtedly be the strongest in the village. Watergate was aware that he could not become the strongest, but he also could not afford to be too weak, lest he feel insecure. Naruto, do you have any methods to help me enhance my strength? Watergate asked, somewhat shyly. Of course, I have ways. Naruto smiled faintly and said, "Let us first have our meal, and once we are done, I shall share the news with you." After finishing breakfast, Naruto commenced enhancing Minato's power. "I shall present you with a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan." Drawing inspiration from Sasuke's eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto meticulously crafted an identical pair. This task was not particularly challenging. As long as it was not an item of the 6 paths level, Naruto, who had mastered Yin-Yang release, could create it with ease. The eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, after all, was not classified as a 6 paths item. In other words, anything below the 6 paths tier could be fabricated by Naruto at any time and place. However, creating 6 paths items posed a significant challenge, requiring not only a substantial amount of time, but also a vast expenditure of chakra, rendering it not easily achievable. Thus, Naruto could only bestow upon Minato a pair of eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, but not the Rinnegan, which was indeed a 6 paths item. Upon completing the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, Naruto removed Minato's original eyes and seamlessly implanted the new ones. "Now, I shall grant you a unique sage body." With a flourish of the 6 paths staff, Naruto's chakra bifurcated into Ashura chakra and Indra chakra. The Ashura chakra surged into Minato's left side, while the Indra chakra flowed into his right side. The two distinctly different types of chakra began to transform Minato's body. The Ashura chakra endowed him with a vast reservoir of chakra and robust vitality, while the Indra chakra allowed him to manipulate the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan without hindrance, avoiding any awkward situations akin to Kakashi's. Of course, Naruto could have directly utilized 6 paths chakra to transform Minato's body into that of the 6 paths, but such an endeavor would consume an exorbitant amount of time, chakra, and energy, making it a daunting task. As previously stated, the complexity escalates exponentially when dealing with 6 paths level items. This transformation alone took a full 30 minutes, and depleted a significant portion of 6 paths chakra before it was deemed complete. Exhaling a long breath, Naruto gazed at Minato and inquired, "Father, how do you feel?" "It feels extraordinary," Minato replied, eyes closed as he meticulously sensed the changes within his body. The left side brimmed with vitality, while the right side experienced a continuous influx of chakra surging into his eyes. Opening his eyes, Minato beheld the blood-red, eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, the shape of the pupils identical to Sasuke's. Kushina gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, having witnessed the entire process. She was still taken aback by her husband's acquisition of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Was it truly this simple to obtain the Mangekyō Sharingan? It is a supreme ocular technique that few from the Uchiha clan have ever unlocked. Kushina regarded her son with a mixture of awe and incredulity. "Naruto, how did you accomplish this?" "I merely thought about it and made it happen," Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Is it really that simple?" Kushina's gaze was filled with complexity. "This is Yin-Yang release. It does sound rather mystical." Naruto refrained from elaborating too much. "Simple? Yin-Yang release is something one grasps naturally. Further explanations would be futile. It is akin to quantum physics. Those who comprehend it understand intuitively, while those who do not become increasingly perplexed. The principle remains the same. As for simplicity, it is indeed straightforward for oneself. However, in the grand tapestry of the Naruto universe, apart from the soul state of the Sage of 6 Paths, none can achieve such a feat. Therefore, it is not simple. It is immensely powerful, beyond imagination." Minato, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Naruto, from your perspective, what level do you believe I have attained?" To which Naruto pondered for a moment and replied, "Your left half embodies the Ashura body, while your right half represents the Indra body, complemented by the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Undoubtedly, your strength lies at the pinnacle of the Super Shadow level. Moreover, you possess the potential to awaken the Rinnegan, reaching the zenith of Super Shadow. Next, if you can harmonize the Ashura chakra and Indra chakra within you, it will subsequently lead to the emergence of 6 Paths chakra, and your eternal Mangekyō will gradually transform into the Rinnegan." Without exaggeration, Minato's current physical condition surpasses that of Madara, who had transplanted Hashirama's flesh after the Valley of the End battle. With half of his being as the Ashura body and the other half as the Indra body, the quantities of Ashura chakra and Indra chakra within him are nearly equal. This indicates that Minato can generate a far greater amount of 6 Paths power than Madara, thus shortening the time required to awaken the Rinnegan, unlike Madara, who had to wait until his twilight years to do so. Naruto and Minato arrived at the Hokage office, which was bustling with activity. Present were the 5 Hokages, alongside Jiraiya, Shikaku, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Takemitsu, Uchiha Fugaku, and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. Additionally, there were Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, Hinata, Anko, and Uchiha Shisui among the elite Jonin. Totaling over 100 skilled individuals gathered in Konoha, it was truly an unprecedented assembly of talent and strength. Once the meeting commenced, Tsunade delivered a brief speech announcing her formal retirement and the relinquishment of her duties as Hokage. Following this, Minato addressed the assembly, declaring his intention to resume the management of the village as the 4th Hokage. The crowd erupted in applause, with no dissent to be found. There was no reason to oppose. Since Minato was already a Hokage, his resumption of leadership posed no issues in the absence of the 5th Hokage's willingness to continue. Given that he was reinstating his role as Hokage, no complicated succession ceremony was necessary. This meeting effectively served as the succession event. After the meeting concluded, Naruto departed the Hokage office alongside the 1st Hokage and others, as their presence was no longer required. As they exited together, Hashirama approached Naruto and said, "Naruto, I would like to request your assistance." "Please, Lord First." Naruto smiled at Hashirama. "I wish to break through to a higher realm, yet I lack Indra Chakra. I hope you can help me acquire some." Hashirama scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed rather inappropriate for an elder to ask a junior for help. However, following the 4th Great Ninja War, Hashirama was clear about his upcoming training goal: to merge Indra Chakra, draw out 6 Paths Chakra, and cultivate the 6 Paths Sage Body. Yet, with Madara's demise, Hashirama found himself unable to procure Indra Chakra and could only seek Naruto's assistance. This task, however, was quite simple. With a flick of his hand, Naruto revealed a box in his palm. What could this be? Hashirama wondered. The companions present, including Tobirama, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, gazed curiously at the box in Naruto's hand. "This is Madara's Rinnegan," Naruto declared with a smile. "After Obito's demise, I extracted the Rinnegan from his left eye. Of course, this originally belonged to Madara. Since it's just lying around with me, I might as well transplant it to Lord First." With Obito's death, the Rinnegan, the left eye, naturally fell into Naruto's possession. He had been pondering how to deal with this artifact. Destroying it felt like a waste, considering it was the Rinnegan. Madara had devoted a significant portion of his life to acquiring these eyes, only managing to awaken them in his later years. Keeping it seemed equally wasteful. Now that Hashirama had inquired, Naruto contemplated the idea of gifting it to him. In the entire ninja world, Hashirama was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for the Rinnegan transplant. His sage body was fully developed, capable of sustaining the Rinnegan's considerable chakra demands. Others simply could not match that. Moreover, Hashirama could harness the Rinnegan's innate power to convert his Ashura chakra into 6 Paths Chakra, potentially achieving the 6 Paths Sage Body. This was highly plausible, albeit a lengthy endeavor. Madara's Rinnegan. The crowd turned their gazes toward the eye in Naruto's hand, a collective envy evident in their expressions. The upheavals in the ninja world over the past few decades could largely be traced back to this very Rinnegan. Its power was extraordinary, and no ninja could resist yearning for such might. Madara's eye. Hashirama's face reflected a complex array of emotions as he nodded silently. "Since it is Madara's eye, I am willing to transplant it." Despite their lifelong rivalry, he and Madara shared a rare camaraderie. Merging Madara's eye and living in his stead could serve as a form of consolation for Madara's spirit. Naruto nodded, waving his hand to erase the first left eye before transplanting the Rinnegan in its place. After a brief moment of adjustment, Hashirama swiftly acclimated to the Rinnegan, gasping in awe. Such potent ocular power. Is this truly the Rinnegan? Alas, it is but one. Naruto expressed a hint of regret. The other Rinnegan is with Obito. Who knows where he has concealed it? One eye is sufficient. Hashirama hastily interjected. I feel that this single Rinnegan has significantly enhanced my strength. As long as you're satisfied. Naruto chuckled, refraining from further comments. Naruto, my current strength feels somewhat diminished. Do you have a way to help me enhance it? Jiraiya suddenly inquired. You? Naruto regarded Jiraiya with a hint of annoyance. Stop thinking about the impossible. Focus on mastering Sage Mode first. Jiraiya's expression fell. Come to my house tonight. Naruto communicated through mental transmission, his voice resonating directly within Jiraiya's mind. This form of mental transmission resembled the heart-to-heart technique of the clan in the mountains. essentially a manifestation of yin release. After mastering yin-yang release, Naruto had naturally acquired this ability. He was willing to assist Jiraiya in boosting his power, as their bond was strong, akin to family. Furthermore, having just obtained yin-yang release, Naruto's mind was brimming with ideas he wished to put into practice. However, it cannot be done before such a large audience. The resurrection of the deceased has stirred considerable commotion, prompting many to seek Naruto's assistance in bringing back their loved ones. This overwhelming demand has left Naruto in a state of disarray. Learning from this experience, he resolved to adopt a more discreet approach. The ninja's relentless pursuit of power is indeed fervent. Should the populace become aware that he possesses the ability to enhance their strength, the ensuing chaos would be uncontainable. Naruto also conveyed a message to Kakashi, inviting him to visit later that evening before departing. As night fell, Jiraiya and Kakashi arrived at Naruto's home in succession. Due to the demands of their first day back at work, Minato had yet to return, and Kushina had gone to deliver his dinner. Thus, only Naruto and Hinata remained at home. Naruto contemplated ways to assist Hinata in augmenting her abilities. For Hinata, the most expedient means of enhancement was undoubtedly the awakening of the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan represents the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan, holding a status akin to the Rinnegan, and possesses both destructive and creative powers. Moreover, as a descendant of the Hyuga clan, Hinata's Byakugan has an exceptionally high purity, qualifying her for the awakening of the Tenseigan. However, to awaken the Tenseigan, one requires the unique chakra of the Tsutsuki clan. As a descendant of the Hyuga clan, Hinata inherently possesses the chakra of the Tsutsuki, yet the bloodline of the Tsutsuki is exceedingly thin, rendering their chakra scarce. Consequently, awakening the eye remains unattainable. The optimal solution lies in purifying Hinata's Tsutsuki chakra. To accomplish this, Naruto must first locate the Tsutsuki chakra residing within Hinata. Naruto, have you found it? Hinata inquired softly. Come a little closer, Naruto said, wrapping his arms around Hinata's slender waist and placing her on his lap as he began to search meticulously. In such an intimate position, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled fawn. At 17, she had blossomed into a young woman, and with adulthood approaching next year, her father had promised that once they were of age, a wedding would be held for them. Lost in her thoughts, Hinata was suddenly startled by a series of knocks on the door. Like a frightened deer, she sprang up, darting into Naruto's room and shutting the door behind her. What was that? Naruto wondered, rising to open the door. The visitors were none other than Jiraiya and Kakashi. Hey, Naruto, Jiraiya greeted with a smile. Kakashi, with his lethargic demeanor, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Please, have a seat. Naruto invited them to sit down, not hiding anything, and began assisting them in enhancing their strength. Naruto's method for empowering Jiraiya was straightforward, utilizing Ashura chakra to transform Jiraiya's physique into that of a perfect sage body. The process of this transformation was brief, taking merely 20 minutes to complete. You must continue to cultivate the sage mode, striving to reach its perfected state, Naruto advised. This way, your strength will see a significant enhancement with the perfected sage body. The perfected sage body, also known as the Ashura body, not only contains an immense reservoir of chakra, but is also rich in vitality. With the perfected sage body, Jiraiya's chakra reserves would undoubtedly be abundant. Coupled with sage mode, his combat prowess would soar to the level of the Kage. I understand. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly, filled with confidence for the future. Previously, his chakra capacity had constrained his further training in sage mode. Now, with the perfected sage body, his training in sage mode would surely yield remarkable results. As for you, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto glanced at Kakashi with a smile. Let me first help you restore your Sharingan. Restore the Sharingan? Kakashi was taken aback. How could one restore a Sharingan? Naruto extended his hand, covering Kakashi's right eye. Instantly, Kakashi felt a peculiar energy surge into his right eye, followed by a sharp, needle-like pain. Moments later, the pain dissipated, and Kakashi sensed a remarkable transformation occurring in his right eye. This sensation was all too familiar, ever since he had transplanted Obito's Sharingan into his left eye. He had felt this way for over a decade. He hurried to the mirror. Indeed, his once ordinary right eye had transformed into a Sharingan, a three-tomo Sharingan. Activate. With a thought, the three tomos morphed into a kaleidoscope, the pupil resembling three scythes. Both eyes now possessed the kaleidoscope, and it was Obito's Kimui kaleidoscope. Kakashi could feel that with both Kamui kaleidoscopes combined, his ocular power had reached an astonishing level, more than 10 times stronger than with a single eye. However, the chakra consumption was equally staggering. With his limited chakra reserves, he feared that he would quickly exhaust his chakra. This left Kakashi feeling both elated and troubled. Naruto, this dual kaleidoscope consumes too much chakra. Do not worry. Naruto waved the Rinnegan staff, preparing to modify Kakashi's body just as he had done for Minato. The left side infused with Ashura's chakra and the right side with Indra's chakra. After half an hour of transformation, Kakashi's body was successfully altered. The left side embodied the perfected sage body, while the right side was the Indra body. Give it another try? Naruto gestured to Kakashi. Without needing further prompting, Kakashi already sensed the monumental changes within his body. The left side brimmed with immense chakra and overwhelming vitality, while the right side contained a unique chakra that allowed him to control the Sharingan effortlessly. Activate, deactivate. He could now manipulate it at will. Kakashi was astonished, his expression one of disbelief. Naruto, how did you accomplish this? It's quite a complex story. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Following this transformation, Kakashi-sensei, you can freely deactivate your Sharingan. No longer will you have to worry about it being perpetually active and draining your chakra needlessly. Furthermore, the abundant vitality in your left side will counteract the side effects of the kaleidoscope. This means that no matter how extensively you use it, you need not fear your kaleidoscope losing its light. Obito managed to negate the side effects of his kaleidoscope through the use of Hashirama's cells. His kaleidoscope has never gone blind. Naruto, thank you. Kakashi gazed at Naruto with profound gratitude. Kakashi-sensei, you are too polite. Naruto waved his hand and said, there is one more matter that requires your assistance, Kakashi-sensei. Please summon Gai-sensei. Kakashi paused in surprise. Naruto, are you planning to conduct an experiment? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Naruto's eyes as he responded. I wish to ascertain the extent of strength possessed by Gai-sensei when utilizing the 8th gate of death with his perfected sage body. The potency of the 8th gate varies significantly among individuals. Gai's father, Might Due, a longtime lower ninja, upon opening the 8th gate, transformed the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen into mere shadows of their former selves, leaving them with psychological scars. When Gai opens the 8th gate, he nearly obliterated the Sage of 6 Paths, leading to an early conclusion of the Hokage's saga. While typically at the elite Genin level, Gai's strength surges to that of the Sage of 6 Paths upon opening the 8th gate. This transition from elite Genin to the level of Sage of 6 Paths spans 2 formidable realms, reaching an unprecedented height. Such amplification is truly terrifying. Naruto pondered how immensely powerful Gai, possessing the perfected sage body, would be upon opening the 8th gate. Kakashi nodded in understanding and vanished from the room. He would not refuse such a request. It was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for his dear friend Gai. Shortly thereafter, Kakashi returned with Gai to his home. Kakashi had likely explained the situation to Gai, who appeared quite exhilarated, eagerly gazing at Naruto. Without further ado, Naruto harnessed Ashura's chakra to transform Gai's physique. Due to years of rigorous training, Gai's body was exceptionally robust, making the modification process significantly more time-consuming than it had been for Minato or Kakashi. After a thorough 40 minutes, the transformation was finally complete. Gai was astounded, clenching his fists as he reveled in his newfound strength, stammering, "My body feels remarkably powerful, unprecedentedly strong. I have never felt this powerful before." The strength was undeniable. With a sage body akin to Hashirama's, how could it not be formidable? In essence, Gai's current physique mirrored that of peak Hashirama. The only aspect lacking compared to Hashirama was the wood release Kekkei Genkai and Sage Mode. Otherwise, everything else was on par. With a flourish of his staff, Naruto led everyone deep into the forest to find an open clearing. Gai-sensei, give the 8th gate a try. Naruto encouraged. Taking a deep breath, Gai bellowed, "Open the 1st gate, the gate of opening. Open the 2nd gate, the gate of rest." Gai continued, pushing through to the 5th gate, the gate of closing. At this point, a torrent of vibrant green energy radiated from Gai, a terrifying gust of wind swirling around him like a tornado, uprooting nearby branches and wild grass. The ferocity of the wind compelled Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hinata to instinctively shield their faces. "How do you feel, Gai-sensei?" Naruto inquired. "I feel incredible." Gai's eyes transformed into a brilliant white, his spirit soaring with exhilaration. I sense that I am even more powerful now than when I previously opened the 7th gate, and it feels effortless. Effortless, indeed. Guy could only reach the 8th gate at maximum, and given he had only reached the 5th gate, it was naturally quite manageable. Kakashi, however, was taken aback. This is only the 5th gate, and it surpasses the 7th gate in intensity? Are you certain? Naruto, too, couldn't he help but look on in astonishment. Before, Kai had reached the 7th gate, wielding a power capable of overwhelming even the shadow-level foes, easily overpowering the likes of Kisame. Yet now, merely having opened the 5th gate, he possesses strength that rivals his previous 7th gate form, an astonishing feat. It is well known that the might of the 8 gates of death escalates dramatically with each subsequent gate. In Chapter 52, the ultimate form of the Byakugan is revealed. Teacher Kai, unleash the 7th gate in one breath. With me here, you need not fear injury. The 7th gate, the gate of shock, is opened. A tremendous explosion reverberates through the air. A powerful blue steam erupts from Kai, forming a terrifying tornado that indiscriminately wreaks havoc in all directions. What an intimidating aura. Jiraiya's expression shifts dramatically. This feels no less formidable than Madara's complete Susanoo. Indeed, Kakashi, too, displays a look of astonishment. The pressure emanating from him is certainly comparable to Madara's Susanoo. This aura undeniably signifies peak Super Shadow status. Naruto's eyes gleam with excitement. If I were to open the 8 gates and attack purely with taijutsu, would I be able to match Kagaya's Shinjutsu? Keisoka Geki? Kakashi-sensei, activate your Susanoo and spar with Teacher Kai to test your skills. Having just acquired the dual Mangekyō Sharingan, along with a semi-perfect sage body and Indra's lineage, Kakashi is eager to ascertain his current strength. With a swift motion, Kakashi activates his Mangekyō, and a pale blue chakra resembling flames envelopes his body. This chakra solidifies into bones, veins, and flesh, culminating in the formation of a giant of pale blue hue, manifesting only its upper half, Susanoo's 2nd stage. Naruto observes Kakashi's facial expressions, noting a lack of significant pain. Clearly, the immense vitality inherent in the perfect sage body completely offsets the side effects of the Mangekyō. Such is the might of the sage body. Kakashi, be cautious. Kai erupts in blue steam, akin to a mighty blue beast awakening, vanishing from his original position in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appears before Kakashi, spinning at high velocity, his right leg striking like a whip. Leaf Great Wind. The forceful kick collides with Susanoo, producing a resounding crack as the ribs at its chest shatter, causing a significant portion to collapse. Jiraiya's expression shifts slightly. Such a powerful attack, shattering Susanoo in a single blow. Truly impressive. Next, the stage is entirely dominated by Kai. He moves like a phantom, appearing to the left, then to the right, above, and behind, his speed creating mere afterimages. Even with the Mangekyō Sharingan, Kakashi cannot keep pace with Kai's velocity, relegating him to the status of a mere target. Leaf Great Wind. Leaf Gale. Leaf Rising Rock. Kai's assault descends like a torrential storm upon Susanoo, battering it relentlessly. However, despite Susanoo being shattered time and again, Kakashi manages to restore it promptly. With each successive repair, his Susanoo grows increasingly condensed and larger. This is the effect of Indra's lineage at work. The Indra's chakra continuously surged into Kakashi's brain, enhancing his kaleidoscopic vision. Coupled with the effects of the sage body that mitigated side effects, Kakashi felt little pain. Thus, despite appearing to be in dire straits under Guy's relentless assault, he maintained an air of composure. Their battle persisted for over 10 minutes, concluding only when Guy's stamina began to wane. Remarkably, after unlocking the 7th gate, Guy did not exhibit the usual signs of fatigue and soreness. Instead, he merely heaved heavily, appearing exhausted yet largely unscathed. This weariness dissipated completely after a brief respite. "How do you feel, Guy?" Jiraiya inquired with a smile. "I feel fantastic," Guy exclaimed, revealing a broad, gleaming smile. "My current physique, be it chakra levels, physical strength, or recovery, is truly extraordinary. Although I have opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates, I hardly experience any adverse effects. After this short recovery, I feel as if my body has completely rejuvenated. This is the perfection of the sage body," Naruto remarked. Its immense vitality and recuperative abilities significantly diminish the side effects of the 8 gates. The repercussions of the 8 gates on the body are considerable, often leading to irreversible damage, much like what happened to Lee during the Chunin exams. The harm inflicted by the seventh gate is particularly extreme. A single misstep could result in disability. Therefore, the seventh gate is typically Guy's ultimate technique, rarely utilized unless absolutely necessary. From now on, however, Teacher Guy can treat the seventh gate as a regular technique. Naruto chuckled. You don't have to worry about post-exertion soreness or torn muscles anymore. Guy nodded vigorously. I share the same sentiment. The side effects have indeed been greatly reduced. Haha. Just thinking about being able to employ the seventh gate as a standard offensive move makes my youthful spirit surge. After some more conversation, Kakashi Guy and Jiraiya departed in high spirits. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to examine Hinata, searching for the hidden chakra of the Tsutsuki clan within her. Found it. This is indeed the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan. It bears a striking resemblance to the chakra of the Ten Tails. In the ensuing days, peace returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, and Naruto's life became more relaxed and fulfilling. He assisted Hinata in discovering the Tsutsuki chakra and subsequently transformed the other chakra within her into Tsutsuki chakra. This process led to the awakening of movement within Hinata's Byakugan, an unmistakable sign of the impending activation of the Tenseigan. Naruto advised Hinata to continue refining the Tsutsuki chakra. As time passed, the quantity of Tsutsuki chakra within Hinata increased, and the movements of her Byakugan became more frequent. Naruto also aided Kushina in her transformation, converting her Uzumaki body into the perfect sage body. Given the inherent similarity between the Uzumaki body and the sage body, Kushina's transformation was the most seamless. Regardless of the time expended or the chakra consumed, it far exceeded that of Jiraiya and Guy. Additionally, Naruto assisted Kushina in mastering the wood-release bloodline limit, making her the fourth ninja in Konoha to wield this ability. Beyond these accomplishments, Naruto devoted nearly all his remaining time to rigorous training. At this juncture, he continued to advance his skills. The Sage of Six Paths body, Six Paths techniques, Yin-Yang release, and the truth-seeking orbs, even the Rinnegan, could still be further enhanced. Of course, Naruto never ceased his lottery draws, unyielding in his daily routine. However, by this stage, it became increasingly challenging for him to find items that piqued his interest, and he seldom won anything particularly remarkable. Yet, as time progressed and the frequency of his draws increased, he indeed acquired several valuable items. On the first day following the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto drew his first remarkable item, the Bone of Common Slaughter. This technique, a part of the Bloodline collection, transcends the bloodline limits and eliminations. Once struck by the Bone of Common Slaughter, the body disintegrates gradually within seconds, ultimately turning to ash. Even Yin-Yang release healing proves futile. In other words, this technique guarantees the death of the target upon contact. Evasion is the only means of survival, as it cannot be defended against. 3 months after the war's end, Naruto drew his second remarkable item, the Blue Rinnegan, Otsutsuki Urashiki. The Rinnegan is categorized into 4 colors, purple, red, blue, and yellow. The Rinnegan passed down from the Sage of Six Paths is typically purple, as seen with Madara and Sasuke. In contrast, the Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan primarily consists of red, yellow, and blue variations. The blue Rinnegan Naruto acquired is unique to Otsutsuki Urashiki. Like other Rinnegan, it possesses the fundamental abilities associated with the Rinnegan, as well as its own unique ocular technique, time reversal. The paper crane body flicker technique is also of immense value. Among these capabilities, time reversal is undoubtedly the most formidable, allowing the user to revert to a few seconds prior. For instance, if the current time is 84,356 seconds, by activating time reversal, the user can return to 84,352 seconds. This is remarkably advantageous, holding substantial value in combat. However, a drawback exists. It cannot reverse the user's own time. This means that once injured, one cannot revert to a state prior to the injury to heal. The paper crane body flicker technique is equally invaluable. It enables the user to transform into a red paper crane the moment an attack is received, vanishing from the enemy's sight, after which the user can reappear at will anywhere. This technique serves as a highly advanced version of the substitution technique, making it an exceptional life-saving skill. For months post-war, Naruto drew his third remarkable item, the Yellow Springs of Hades. This too belongs to the Bloodline collection and is a space-time ninjutsu. The user can open a black portal, allowing for free traversal between different spaces. 5 months after the war's conclusion, Naruto drew his fourth remarkable item, the Outer Path Golem. Naruto felt both surprised and unsurprised by this acquisition. The prizes in the lottery have the potential to recur, and such occurrences are not infrequent. From this perspective, drawing a second Outer Path Golem is entirely understandable. However, considering that it is an Outer Path Golem, the very vessel of the Ten Tails, one cannot help but wonder if the system intends for Naruto to become a dual Ten Tails Jinchuriki. The system did not disappoint Naruto. Over the course of nearly a year, he consecutively drew the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, ultimately resurrecting a second Ten Tails. This second Ten Tails posed a dilemma for Naruto, as he already possessed one. Having another felt somewhat excessive. Yet, the thought of relinquishing it was unbearable. Thus, he had no choice but to begrudgingly continue sealing it within himself, thereby becoming a dual Ten Tails Jinchuriki. While Naruto's life did not undergo a significant transformation as a dual Ten Tails Jinchuriki, he still could not attain immortality. Nevertheless, the chakra within him reached unprecedented levels, rivaling even the peak of Kagaya. In addition to the Ten Tails, Naruto also drew several other remarkable items over the year, including various bloodline limits such as Scorch Release, Melt Release, Magnet Release, and Storm Release, among others. Moreover, he acquired the bloodline limit Dust Release, which possesses astonishing power. Especially in Naruto's hands, when wielded through Sage Art, it was capable of catastrophic destruction. Naruto estimated the potency of Sage Art Dust Release, determining its lethality to be on par with the particle style. The distinction lies in the former being an area attack while the latter serves as a single target assault. With a single strike, it could effortlessly reduce a mountain to nothingness, a truly terrifying prospect. Time flew by. 2 years swiftly passed since the Fourth Great Ninja War. During this time, Naruto and Hinata both turned 19. On this particular day, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was splendid. Dressed in formal attire, Naruto's family visited the Hyuga clan, where they were received with great honor. In the spacious reception room, Naruto's family sat opposite the Hyuga family. The Hyuga clan was represented by their patriarch, Hiashi Hyuga, the matriarch, Hisashi Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, and the delicate Hinata. Now 19, Hinata had blossomed into a graceful young woman, fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful. Her gentle and serene demeanor, coupled with a shy disposition, rendered her a true goddess of healing. The two families gathered not for trivial matters, but to discuss the marriage between Naruto and Hinata. In the world of Naruto, marriage is regarded as a solemn affair, especially given the notable statuses of both parties, which places great emphasis on ceremonial etiquette. Of course, Naruto and Hinata need not concern themselves with these matters, as everything was arranged by their parents and elders. Despite this, Naruto felt a tinge of boredom. Hiashi Hyuga, perceptive of this sentiment, suggested that Hinata and Niji take him outside. Hiashi now treated Naruto with great kindness, even harboring a hint of reverence, fearful of neglecting him. "Yes, father." Hinata and Niji replied respectfully, and promptly led Naruto out of the reception room to the backyard. The cherry blossoms in the backyard were on the verge of blooming, their buds ready to unfurl. In just half a month's time, they would be in full blossom. "The rules of your esteemed family are numerous." Naruto tugged at his attire, seeking comfort, for this formal wear felt a trifle restrictive. "Endure it, just a bit longer. Marriage is a significant affair, after all, and this experience comes but once for each person. There will be no opportunity for a second chance." Niji interjected with a hint of sarcasm, only to halt abruptly. "What were you about to say?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "Speak freely. There is no need for hesitation. We will soon be family." Niji cast a glance at Hinata, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "It concerns the caged bird." "Naruto, I heard from Lady Hinata that you possess a method to free the caged bird." "Ah, that matter." Naruto chuckled softly, gently patting Niji's forehead. "That is quite simple." Niji was taken aback. In that instant, he could distinctly feel the caged bird seal embedded in his mind dissipate. It was as though shackles had been removed, burdens cast aside, and he felt an overwhelming sense of liberation. "Naruto," Niji stammered, bowing repeatedly. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do not be so overwhelmed." Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a trifling effort. Niji continued to express his gratitude fervently, but as he regained his composure, a sense of trepidation washed over him. The caged bird seal was a means by which the main family controlled the branch family. His sudden liberation from it would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval. And so it transpired. Not long after Niji's release from the caged bird seal, Hayashi Hyuga hurriedly approached. Following closely behind were Hisashi Hyuga, Minato, Kushina, and Hinata's mother. Upon witnessing this scene, Niji was so startled that he immediately knelt, pressing his forehead to the ground. Niji, what has transpired? Hayashi Hyuga gazed at Niji in astonishment. Clan leader, what on earth is happening? Hisashi Hyuga could not contain his concern, casting a worried glance at his son. Niji, remove your forehead protector, Hayashi commanded softly. After a moment's hesitation, Niji complied, removing the protector to reveal a smooth, unblemished forehead, devoid of any markings. This left Hisashi utterly flabbergasted. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. The caged bird seal had indeed vanished? As anticipated, Hayashi inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. Niji, what on earth has happened? Allow me to clarify. Naruto interjected. I am the one who liberated his caged bird seal. I knew it was you. Hayashi expressed no surprise. In this world, he believed that only Naruto, his esteemed son-in-law, had the ability to accomplish such a feat. Naruto, why did you take such action? Hayashi's demeanor turned grave. Do you realize the calamity your actions will bring upon the Hyuga clan? The caged bird seal is undoubtedly a means of control by the main family over the branch family. There is no doubt about that. Yet, it also serves as a safeguard for the branch family and the Byakugan. Imagine the consequences. Without the caged bird seal, what would become of the Hyuga clan members on missions? Would they not risk losing their eyes? Would they not be abducted as breeding stock? Would they not be captured as experimental subjects? The answer is unequivocally yes. For ordinary shinobi, the Byakugan's power is immensely formidable. Who wouldn't wish to seize it? Yet for the Hyuga clan members, lacking the protection of the caged bird seal, if their strength were insufficient, the Byakugan could become an unbearable burden. Only the bird in the cage can avoid all of this. Naruto is undoubtedly aware of the consequences that releasing the bird in the cage may entail. Yet he remains unfazed. With me around, why fear others coveting the Byakugan? At the very least, the 5 great ninja villages would certainly not dare. Naruto's voice was calm, yet it exuded immense confidence. Hinata Hayashi nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, given Naruto's current reputation and his relationship with the Hyuga clan, who would dare to lay a hand on the Byakugan? Setting aside others, the 5 great ninja villages would certainly refrain from such folly, as it would be an unwise endeavor. As for the smaller ninja villages, there is nothing to worry about. Any who dare to covet the Byakugan would be swiftly dealt with by the Hyuga clan. Hayashi's expression softened as he sighed. Can you protect the Hyuga clan for a moment, but can you ensure their safety forever? You need not worry about that. I have already found a superior bloodline limit for your Hyuga clan. Naruto replied with a gentle smile. What do you mean? Hayashi furrowed his brow, gazing at Naruto. Hinata, show your father. Show what? Hayashi's face was etched with confusion as he looked toward Hinata. In unison, Minato, Kushina, Hayashi, Niji, and Hinata's mother also turned their attention to Hinata. In the next instant, they were all astonished. Hinata's eyes underwent a remarkable transformation. They were no longer the Byakugan, but rather a peculiar shade of blue. The pupils were black at the center, resembling a miniature black hole, surrounded by a dazzling white light. Encircling the white light was a brilliant blue. What is this? Hayashi stared in disbelief at Hinata's eyes. What happened? How have Hinata's eyes changed like this? Hinata's eyes left Minato and Kushina exchanging glances, while Hayashi and Niji, father and son, could hardly conceal their astonishment. The members of the Hyuga clan, from birth to death, had always possessed the Byakugan. The distinction lay in that some clan members could activate the Byakugan while others could not. However, regardless of the situation, the eyes remained Byakugan, and that would never change. As the head of the main branch, Hinata possessed the purest Hyuga bloodline and had inherited the most authentic Byakugan. Throughout her life, her eyes had never changed. How could they suddenly transform like this? Hinata, what on earth is happening with your eyes? Hayashi asked anxiously, his expression grave. Father, please do not worry. My Byakugan has evolved. This is the Rinnegan. Hinata hurriedly explained. Evolved? Rinnegan? The others were left bewildered. Hayashi frowned, perplexed. The Byakugan can evolve? Why have I never heard of this? It is not surprising that you have not heard of it. Naruto chuckled. The Rinnegan is the eye of Kagaya Tsutsuki, and it is the ultimate form of the Byakugan. By the way, Kagaya Tsutsuki is the ancestor of your Hyuga clan. Whether Kagaya's eyes were indeed the Rinnegan, Naruto could not say. but it was a fact that the Rinnegan was the ultimate evolution of the Byakugan. Hayashi was somewhat bewildered. The information Naruto had just shared was overwhelming and unprecedented for him. Is our ancestor Kagaya Tsutsuki? Hayashi could not help but inquire of his brother. I do not know either, Hayashi replied, equally perplexed. He was only aware that the Hyuga clan was an ancient lineage, spanning thousands of years as a prominent family. As for their true ancestor, that was long lost to history. Otsutsuki Yumura? He had never heard of it. No, that was not entirely true. He had heard it mentioned before. Naruto had once spoken of how Yumura, alongside the Sage of Six Paths, sealed away his mother, Kagaya. However, that was the extent of his knowledge. Whether Yumura was indeed the progenitor of the Hyuga clan remained uncertain. Naruto, what on earth is going on? Hinata could no longer restrain her curiosity. Naruto shook his head and briefly introduced Yumura, as well as the origins of the Hyuga clan. Yet, he insisted that this was not of significant importance. Chapter 53. Has the moon been split apart? Boom. A white beam of light struck the dense throng of puppets, reducing them to mere fragments. Naruto shifted his focus, sweeping across the puppet army with relentless vigor. In mere moments, the aerial puppets were vanquished, leaving only the shinobi standing, who utilized the truth-seeking balls for defense. Dust release. Inoki was taken aback, exclaiming, Naruto, you have even mastered my dust release? This technique was his ultimate trump card, known only to him and the second Tsuchikage until now. The fact that Naruto had acquired it gave Inoki the unsettling sensation of having a treasured martial secret exposed. Henceforth, dust release would no longer be the exclusive domain of a Wagakure. Naruto smiled, remarking, your dust release is indeed quite effective for clearing out weaklings. Clearing out weaklings? Inoki's lips twitched in disbelief. The descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, courting death. As Naruto eliminated all the puppets, the shinobi was utterly incensed. He was now the sole survivor on the moon. These puppets were not merely servants or soldiers, but also his companions. How could he tolerate Naruto's audacity in annihilating them? Summoning technique. The shinobi pressed his palms together. The ground trembled violently. In the next moment, a colossal stone statue erupted from the earth, emerging from the depths. This statue depicted only the upper half of a figure resembling Yumura, towering like the Nine Tails. Kurama. Naruto called out indifferently. Leave this to me. The Nine Tails, amidst the crowd, acknowledged with a grunt before lunging toward the great stone statue, its form transforming in the process. Boom. Fiery golden chakra surged forth from the Nine Tails' body, as it morphed into its true form. That creature is the Nine Tails? Gaara exclaimed, astonished. Inoki and Reikage, along with others, stood in stunned silence. During their attendance at the wedding, they had noticed the Nine Tails, who had been indulging without restraint. It was impossible not to pay attention. However, they had thought little of it, assuming the Nine Tails was merely a resurrected fallen leaf ninja. To their surprise, it was indeed the Nine Tails. It is the Nine Tails. Minato chuckled awkwardly. Naruto has reshaped the Nine Tails' body, allowing it to take human form. As the Hokage of Konoha, Minato was well aware of this transformation, having been informed by Naruto himself. Initially, Minato had dispatched Anbu to secretly monitor the Nine Tails, fearing it might cause harm to the village. In the end, it proved to be a needless worry. After becoming human, the Nine Tails had mingled within various entertainment venues. Initially, the culinary delights of establishments such as Yao Ramen and barbecue restaurants captivated the heart. Subsequently, the allure of leisure venues like game halls, casinos, and hot spring inns led to extravagant expenditures. Recently, an obsession with television emerged, culminating in a state of relentless binge-watching in the forest, to the point of neglecting basic needs. Observing this behavior, Watergate decisively ordered the covert surveillance unit to withdraw. To accuse the Nine Tails of jeopardizing the village in such a state of digital addiction would indeed be a grave injustice. If anyone were to undermine the village, the Nine Tails would likely be the first to oppose it. Such a development left Kuratsuchi momentarily astounded. Could a tailed beast truly possess a human form? Gaara couldn't help but exclaim, Naruto's methods are becoming increasingly unfathomable. This is yin-yang release. The Shikaku within him exclaimed. Moreover, only a complete mastery of yin-yang release can achieve this. TSK, this little brat has already evolved to the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, the battle between the Nine Tails and the statue of Yumura had escalated to a fever pitch. The destructive power of the Nine Tails was evidently superior, with its speed and strength far surpassing that of the statue. Time and again, the statue was shattered, yet mysteriously, it consistently reformed itself completely. After a series of fierce confrontations, the Ninetales found its chakra rapidly depleting and its offensive slowing. In stark contrast, the Yomiura statue remained unhurried, leading to the Ninetales gradually being pushed back. What is with this statue? Hashirama furrowed his brow. It keeps regenerating. This is also a capability of the Rinnegan. Naruto replied calmly. Unless that individual is slain, the statue will continue to mend itself. With that, Naruto leapt into the air, advancing towards Otsutsuki Shurin. The wretched descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, perish. Otsutsuki Shurin wasted no time engaging in battle, activating the Rinnegan chakra mode. He extended his right hand, unleashing a barrage of green glowing truth-seeking balls that shot towards Naruto like cannonballs. Naruto deftly summoned one of the truth-seeking balls, flicking it back at the incoming green orbs. The ensuing explosion of black and green truth-seeking balls unleashed a terrifying shockwave, creating a tumultuous whirlwind that swept in all directions. Seizing a truth-seeking ball, Naruto condensed it into a black longsword, aiming a strike at Otsutsuki Shurin. Now unleashing his full power, Naruto's speed was unparalleled. Even Shurin, a fellow sage of six paths, struggled to keep pace. In a moment of peril, Shurin swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, yet his left arm was not spared. With a sickening sound, the sword of truth-seeking balls cleaved through Shurin's left arm, severing it and sending blood splattering. "Ah!" Shurin cried out in agony, his eyes filled with rage. "Wretched descendant of the Sage of Six Paths, I shall see you dead." The intense pain ignited a fury within Shurin. The heir of Otsutsuki Yomiura, he grasped a truth-seeking ball, channeling the Six Paths chakra into it. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The truth-seeking ball transformed into a colossal yellow chakra sword, striking towards Naruto. Has he finally unleashed this technique? Naruto swiftly appeared before the crowd, and the truth-seeking ball expanded, transforming into a shield that stood before them. The Tensigen's ultimate attack, the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion, was a force potent enough to cleave the moon in two. While Naruto stood unperturbed, the people behind him were not so fortunate. A single strike could spell their demise. Therefore, he had to protect them. With a thunderous crash, an immense chakra-infused sword descended from the heavens, striking the truth-seeking ball shield. However, the sword was far too lengthy. In comparison to this colossal blade, the shield Naruto conjured appeared minuscule. As a result, the majority of the chakra blade sliced downwards, cleaving the earth beneath it and creating a deep, bottomless chasm that stretched into darkness. In the next moment, the fissure rapidly expanded, reaching toward the horizon. The entire moon trembled violently, splitting in two and gradually drifting apart. Naruto withdrew the truth-seeking ball shield. As the onlookers opened their eyes and beheld the scene around them, they collectively gasped in shock. The moon had been cleaved in half. How was that even possible? It was utterly unbelievable. Was this the power of the Tensigen? Terrifying. Inconceivable. They had survived? Shinju glared at the crowd with furrowed brows. Chapter 54. If you cannot resurrect the Ten Tails, you shall never truly resurrect. He scoffed. With that single strike, you think you can annihilate us? You overestimate yourself. Naruto laughed derisively, but I must admit, the Tensigen is indeed formidable. Yet, in your hands, it is a waste. He discerned that all of Shinju's strength resided within his Tensigen. While the eye was powerful, Shinju lacked the ability to wield it effectively. The chakra within him was insufficient to fully unleash the Tensigen's potential. It was akin to placing the Rinnegan in the hands of a mere child. What power could one truly harness? Silence, descendant of the Six Path Sins. Shinju abruptly extended his right hand, enveloped in a green chakra glow. A sphere of green light gathered in his palm, hurtling towards Naruto. Running low on chakra, are we? You wish to siphon mine? Naruto scoffed. He was well aware of Shinju's capabilities. This technique not only devoured the enemy's ninjutsu, but also drained their chakra from a distance while piercing their body. Shinju was clearly intent on absorbing Naruto's chakra for his own use. Shinra-tensei. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, unleashing a repulsive force that sent the incoming green sphere hurtling away. Universal pull. Naruto then summoned an unseen force. Shinju's expression changed as he felt an overwhelming gravitational pull tugging at him, drawing him uncontrollably toward Naruto. Damn it! Shinju struggled desperately. But the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion had nearly depleted his chakra, rendering his efforts futile. He was helplessly pulled toward Naruto, who seized him by the neck and activated the Tenseigion's absorption ability. In an instant, the remnants of Shinju's chakra were completely devoured by Naruto. Deprived of his chakra, SH-10 could no longer sustain his rebirth eye, reverting instead to the Byakugan. Naruto activated the yellow spring of Hirabayashi, extracting Hanabi from SH-10's palace. He then removed SH-10's eyes, transplanting them into Hanabi. Rather, it was more accurate to say that he returned them to their rightful owner. SH-10's eyes originally belonged to Hanabi. Naruto subsequently infused Hanabi with the chakra he had absorbed from Waimura. This residual chakra was insufficient for Hanabi to awaken the rebirth eye, yet it significantly expedited the process. With diligent refinement of the Waimura chakra, it would not be long before Hanabi could unlock her rebirth eye. As for SH-10, Naruto encased him in the truth-seeking ball, reducing him to ashes, ensuring his eternal disappearance. All settled, Naruto remarked with a faint smile. "Friends, it is time for us to return." "Is that all?" They marveled. "Naruto, you have grown immensely powerful." The formidable being was effortlessly vanquished. The group expressed their astonishment. SH-10, who had awakened the rebirth eye, was undeniably a master of the Six Paths level. Yet Naruto had dispatched him with such ease, his strength bordering on the absurd. Curiosity among the group swelled. Just how powerful had Naruto become? Naruto activated the yellow spring of Hirabayashi, opening a portal. One by one, they stepped through. As the last to depart, Naruto cast a lingering glance at the moon, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Moments before, when SH-10 had cleaved the moon with the golden wheel rebirth explosion, Naruto had sensed an unusual chakra, one that flickered into existence only to vanish swiftly. Like a fleeting bloom. Was that Kagaya's consciousness? Having ascended to the Six Paths level, Naruto's existence had reached an entirely new echelon, one that transcended mortality and detached from the cycle of life and death. He could oversee the entire shinobi world, perceive the pure land that awaited souls after death, and even summon the deceased back from that realm. In Naruto's vision, Kagaya's consciousness was fragmented into three components. The first, residing within Black Zetsu. Indeed, Black Zetsu was a manifestation of Kagaya's will, materialized through her use of yin-yang release. Thus, it could be said that Black Zetsu was essentially a part of Kagaya's consciousness. This was why, over millennia, it had tirelessly sought to resurrect Kagaya. Resurrecting her meant resurrecting itself. The second component was concealed within the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails and Kagaya were intrinsically linked, and thus it bore a fragment of her consciousness. When the Sage of the Six Paths had divided the Ten Tails, this portion of Kagaya's awareness had dispersed among the Outer Path's demonic statue and the nine-tailed beasts. Therefore, when the Ten Tails was revived in the original narrative, Kagaya's consciousness had already begun to awaken. Later, when the Ten Tails transformed into the God Tree and Naruto severed it, the voice resonating in Madara's mind was Kagaya's, enticing him to absorb the God Tree. The third component remained sealed on the moon. This part represented Kagaya's primary will, having been sealed there by Yui and Waimura using the planetary devastation technique. For millennia, her main consciousness had remained imprisoned on the moon, never departing. Yet it had just escaped. Naruto had just sensed the fleeting aura, which was none other than Kagaya's primary consciousness. With a single stroke, Otsutsuki Shinjirama cleaved the moon in twain, thereby shattering the seal, allowing Kagaya's consciousness to escape. What a predicament! Naruto shook his head and proceeded through the portal. Although Kagaya's consciousness had eluded capture, Naruto felt a slight headache but did not dwell on it. For Kagaya to truly resurrect and regain her peak form, she must gather three fragments of her consciousness. Only then could she activate the infinite Tsukuyomi and reclaim the chakra scattered across the ninja world. However, this was a mere fantasy. Her corporeal shell, the Otsutsuki magic statue, and the Nine Tails were firmly in Naruto's possession. She could not even resurrect the Ten Tails. Without the ability to resurrect the Ten Tails, true resurrection remained an impossibility. The notion of activating the infinite Tsukuyomi to reclaim the dispersed chakra was as absurd as a fevered dream, utterly nonsensical. In summary, Kagaya could not resurrect as she did in the original narrative, unless she could forge a new path or, akin to Peach style, utilize a wedge for reincarnation. Her aspirations were futile. The Otsutsuki clan was indeed a repugnant lineage. They not only possessed lifespans spanning millennia, but could also reincarnate using wedges, transcending death itself. However, whether Kaguya, in her mere spiritual state, could wield a wedge remained uncertain. Thus, there was no need for concern. The invasion by Otsutsuki Shinjirama was merely a minor interlude. The wedding proceeded as planned, unhindered in the slightest. That evening, as the guests departed, Naruto and Hinata returned to their room, sitting opposite each other, their gazes locked. Hinata lowered her eyelids, a delicate blush gracing her fair visage, rendering her more enchanting than the most exquisite flower. "Hinata, you are truly beautiful." Naruto reached out, gently caressing Hinata's face, unable to suppress a soft sigh. "Brother." Hinata took Naruto's hand and pressed it against her cheek, then gently leaned into his embrace. "Brother, please cherish this moment." That night, Naruto and Hinata harmonized like a perfect melody, sharing an extraordinarily delightful evening. For half a month, they remained inseparable, neither venturing outside nor meeting anyone. One was addicted, while the other was devoted. The nuances of their experience were not for outsiders to know. Chapter 55. Infinite Tsukuyomi and the Divine Realm. Time flew by, and a month had swiftly passed. On this day, Naruto found himself once more on the moon. His purpose for this visit was singular: to acquire the two super reincarnation eyes located on the lunar surface. Although Otsutsuki Shinjirama had perished, the two reincarnation eyes crafted by the Otsutsuki branch family remained intact. One was a purple reincarnation eye, and the other was a yellow reincarnation eye. The former was created by members of the Otsutsuki branch family, who contributed their Byakugan, fusing countless Byakugan into one. The branch family utilized this reincarnation eye to annihilate the main family members who advocated for peace. The origins of the yellow reincarnation eye were shrouded in mystery, yet it had been housed within the Feather Village shrine for centuries, receiving veneration and worship from the moon's Otsutsuki clan, possessing the power to propel the moon itself. Naruto sought to attempt the fusion of these two reincarnation eyes. He wished to ascertain whether he could merge them and discover what consequences might ensue from such a union. Naruto is unafraid of failure. Should he falter, it matters not, for he can simply forge another pair of Rinnegan. With Naruto's current prowess, although the creation of the Rinnegan is a formidable task, it is achievable with time dedicated to the endeavor. He first seeks out the purple Rinnegan, which he perceives to be composed of countless Byakugan. The dense assembly of these eyes would undoubtedly instill a sense of dread in those afflicted with trypophobia. Drawing in a deep breath, Naruto activates the Rinnegan, as possessed by Madara, his gaze emanating a terrifying gravitational force that begins to absorb the energy contained within the purple Rinnegan. Lacking self-awareness and devoid of a controller, the purple Rinnegan is merely an inanimate object, offering no resistance whatsoever. As he continues to draw in energy, a steady influx of Rinnegan ocular power and Hayabusa chakra flows into Naruto's eyes. The radiance on the surface of the purple Rinnegan rapidly dims, while the myriad Byakugan that constitute it deflate like punctured balloons, visibly shrinking at an alarming rate. Within mere minutes, the energy and Hayabusa chakra within the purple Rinnegan are nearly exhausted. The countless Byakugan disintegrate into powder, and the purple Rinnegan dissipates, as if it had never existed. Naruto closes his eyes, acutely attuned to the transformation occurring within them. He senses that after absorbing the ocular power and chakra from the Rinnegan, his own Rinnegan undergoes a peculiar metamorphosis. Firstly, its ocular power has significantly intensified. Secondly, there is a stirring within the Rinnegan, akin to something striving to break free from its shell. However, due to insufficient energy, this stirring subsides after a brief period. More absorption is required. Naruto employs the yellow springs of Bizaka and arrives at the Hayabusa shrine, where he discovers the colossal yellow Rinnegan. This Rinnegan is considerably larger than the purple one, containing a far greater reservoir of ocular power. It is evident that this is a superlative Rinnegan, surpassing the purple variant in both quality and rank. However, the surface of this golden Rinnegan is ensorcelled, making it susceptible to chakra absorption. This poses no challenge for Naruto. With a few deft motions, he dispels the sealing jutsu that envelopes the golden Rinnegan. He then resumes his absorption. An unceasing flow of ocular power and chakra inundates Naruto's eyes, continuing to meld with the Rinnegan. The stirring becomes increasingly pronounced, with its frequency escalating. Once this stirring reaches a threshold, the Rinnegan finally completes its metamorphosis, evolving into a wholly new ocular entity. This pair of eyes retains the outline of the purple Rinnegan, yet at its core lies a cerulean pupil. Before him is a breathtaking amalgamation of the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye, a fusion born from their convergence. My eyes now resemble those of the Rinnegan and Sharingan. I shall name it the Rinnegan Rebirth Eye, Naruto murmurs softly. He can discern that the ocular power of the Rinnegan Rebirth Eye has entirely surpassed that of both the Rinnegan and the Rebirth Eye. It represents a lineage that transcends the boundaries of bloodline limits, a culmination of hereditary prowess. This ocular technique is poised to rival the Rinnegan Sharingan possessed by Kaguya. To begin with, the Rinnegan Rebirth Eye not only encompasses all abilities of the Rinnegan and Rebirth Eye, but these capabilities have also been significantly enhanced. For instance, the boundary of the Rinnegan's domain. Previously, the Wheel Tomb could only produce 4 shadows, but now, the number of shadows has astonishingly increased to 8-fold, a complete doubling. It is worth noting that the Wheel Tomb's edge is a formidable tool for overpowering weaker adversaries. The shadows it conjures have minimal effect on those at the 6 paths level, yet they can utterly annihilate those beneath it. In the original narrative, the character Madara merely summoned a single shadow, which was sufficient to obliterate the Nine-Tails beast, rendering it incapable of standing. This demonstrates that this skill is nothing short of divine for dealing with lesser foes. Even the tailed beasts cannot withstand it. Furthermore, consider the space manipulation abilities of the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan can create spatial passages between 2 celestial bodies, albeit at a significantly slow pace, consuming considerable time. Now, this duration has been drastically reduced, enabling the formation of a spatial passage between the Moon and Earth in a remarkably short span. A stable and permanent spatial conduit. Moreover, with the aid of spatial manipulation, Naruto can execute the yellow springs of Biosaka with unparalleled swiftness. With a mere glare, the portal materializes, opening almost instantaneously. This speed far surpasses that of Kaguya activating the yellow springs of Biosaka. As for other abilities, such as Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, the Gold Wheel Rebirth Explosion, the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, the Earth Explosion Stars, and the Heavenly Obstruction Stars, as well as Puppet Creation and Chakra Absorption, all have seen substantial enhancements. Yet, none of this compares to the true marvel that has astonished Naruto. The Rinnegan has bestowed upon him 2 entirely new abilities, Space Exile and Time Stasis. Space Exile allows the opening of an unknown spatial passage, sending targets into the chaotic currents of space. Time Stasis can halt the flow of time in the surrounding area, effectively freezing everything. These 2 abilities are undeniably exceptional, one belonging to the domain of space, and the other to the realm of time. With them, Naruto's combat prowess undoubtedly ascends to an unfathomable echelon. This is only natural, for the Rinnegan is a peer to the ultimate Sharingan, and its new abilities are certainly formidable. It should be noted that the Rinnegan also possesses 2 abilities, Infinite Tsukuyomi and the Divine Realm. Space Storm. With a fierce glare, Naruto distorted the void above the moon, causing it to spiral, forming a spatial vortex akin to Kamui. However, the rotational speed and diameter of this vortex far exceed that of Kamui. The spatial vortex spins with the ferocity of a tornado, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull from its center. Stones, dust, and meteors on the lunar surface are all inexorably drawn towards the vortex's core, coalescing into a fearsome, high-velocity whirlwind, akin to a great whale siphoning water. Even the moon beneath his feet seems to be drawn towards it. This gravitational force is significantly stronger than that of Kaguya's Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, making it exceedingly difficult for even peak super shadows to withstand. Naruto is thoroughly pleased with the might of Space Exile. He dissipates the space storm, and the spatial vortex gradually fades away. Chapter 56. Time Stasis. The stones and dust that had been ensnared lose their gravitational pull, settling down towards the ground under the influence of gravity. Now let us attempt time stasis. A subtle, almost imperceptible wave emanates from Naruto, radiating outward in all directions. In an instant, a bizarre fluctuation enveloped the surface of the moon, casting the entire celestial body into stillness. In that fleeting moment, the moon fell eerily silent. Stones plummeting toward the earth, swirling clouds of dust, and even the moon's own rotation were all halted. This scene resembled the moment when one abruptly pauses a movie, freezing all characters mid-action, their dialogues, battles, and movements suspended in time. It was unsettling yet undeniably real. Amidst this stillness, only Naruto remained unaffected. His thoughts flowed freely, and his body was able to move. The phenomenon of time freezing bore no impact on him. This was nothing short of divine prowess. Naruto couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The power of time truly embodies a higher dimensional force. Unless one can unravel this temporal stasis. Even if Kaguya Otsutsuki were to stand before me, I could easily overpower her without hesitation. He marveled briefly before absorbing the residual ocular power and chakra of his golden Rinnegan. Once he had fully absorbed it, the golden eye disintegrated into dust, leaving Naruto's Rinnegan even more potent. What began as a mere experiment resulted in an unexpected boon, a delightful surprise indeed. It was time to return. With a flick of his hand, a portal materialized within a second. Yomi's Byosaka. Under the influence of the Rinnegan, the powers of this realm were amplified, and the speed was astonishing. Naruto stepped through the portal and vanished. As he did, the temporal stasis automatically lifted, stones resumed their descent, dust continued to swirl, and the moon regained its normal rotational motion. The corrupt and shadowy realm of Konoha had lost its necessity. Let it be obliterated. Upon Naruto's return to Konoha, a chilling, indifferent voice echoed from all directions. Was that Sasuke's voice? Naruto felt a twinge of surprise. Since the 5 Kage summit, after being overwhelmed by the Raikage and the other Kage, Sasuke had been taken away by Obito. He had since vanished for 2 long years, leaving no trace or word of his fate. Had the missing person finally returned? Yet, judging by his demeanor, he appeared far from benevolent. Naruto's gaze instinctively drifted to the sky, his brow furrowing slightly as his expression darkened. 9 colossal meteors loomed in the heavens, a dark mass that obscured even the sky itself. Each meteor was as formidable as the 2 summoned by Madara's 10 tails. These 9 meteors, blotting out the sun, traversed the sky at terrifying speed, hurtling toward Konoha. As they continued their descent, the meteors accelerated ominously, their surfaces igniting with blinding flames. This scene resembled the harbinger of doom, inciting widespread panic. Villagers emerged from their homes, schools, and shops, gazing at the meteors with faces etched in terror and despair. Should these immense meteors strike, they would undoubtedly obliterate the village in an instant, claiming the lives of all within. Mastery from the likes of Minato, Hashirama, Tobirama, Kakashi, and Guy surged forth, each employing their skills to counter the impending calamity. The wood release, true thousand hands technique. With a resounding clap of his hands, Hashirama summoned a colossal statue of the 1,000-handed Buddha, which swung its mighty arms and struck down upon a falling meteor. The thunderous impact echoed as the meteor, overwhelmed by the relentless barrage of the 1,000 hands, was ultimately reduced to mere dust. The 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duinjia was opened. Guy, unleashing the 7th gate, was enveloped in a surge of azure steam, transforming into a streak of light that hurtled toward another meteor. Daytime Tiger. As Guy delivered a powerful punch, the air erupted, forming a tiger-shaped air cannon that collided fiercely with the meteor. With a resounding crash, the meteor split in half, cleaved apart by sheer force. Tobirama and Minato each hurled a flying thunder god kunai, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to teleport 2 meteors away from their impending doom. Kakashi activated his Mangekyō Sharingan, summoning the complete body of Susanoo, and swung his blade toward a meteor. With a swift slicing motion, the meteor was cleaved into 4 fragments. In this moment, the elite warriors of Konohagakure unleashed their most formidable techniques, leaving onlookers in awe and bewilderment. However, four meteors continued their perilous descent toward the village. Mere moments away from impact, the meteors descended with alarming speed, rendering any attempt to halt them futile. Damn it, how infuriating! Hashirama and the others' expressions shifted dramatically as they desperately attempted to intervene, but the meteors were too close. Then time stood still. In the midst of this critical juncture, a clear voice suddenly resonated throughout Konohagakure, echoing in the ears of all. Buzz. Time froze. A brilliant voice reverberated through the village. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The 4 meteors, plummeting at breakneck speed and poised to collide with the village, abruptly came to a halt. Indeed, they had stopped. Suspended in midair, motionless as if someone had pressed the pause button, they remained frozen. Did they just stop? What is happening? What on earth is going on? Expressions of disbelief adorned every face. These meteors were colossal and descended with incredible velocity, carrying unparalleled destructive force. Masters like Hashirama, Kakashi, and Guy could indeed obliterate them with brute strength, but halting the meteors was inconceivable. let alone stopping them suddenly. Such a feat was beyond human capability. Amidst the shock and astonishment of the onlookers, a figure with flowing white hair gradually ascended into the air. Naruto? Naruto has returned? Splendid. Has Naruto truly halted the four meteors? No wonder. Only Naruto could wield such power to suspend them. As they beheld Naruto, a wave of understanding washed over the crowd, accompanied by a collective sigh of relief. What others deemed impossible, Naruto had achieved. He was, after all, the strongest in the ninja world. Space exile. Naruto hovered above the village and snapped his fingers lightly. Buzz. The sky above Konohagakure suddenly warped and began to spin, with a radius of over 1,000 meters caught in the whirl. In an instant, a spatial vortex with a diameter exceeding 1,000 meters materialized, exuding a terrifying gravitational force. What is this? A spatial vortex? A space-time ninjutsu? It bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi's Kamui. The spatial vortex emanated a terrifying gravitational pull, wildly drawing in four meteors. Under Naruto's control, this spatial vortex, akin to the stillness of time, affected only the area above Konoha. Chapter 57. Is your right eye the same as Madara's? Thus, despite the vortex's fearsome force, it did not cause any harm to the village. In the astonished gazes of all Konoha's inhabitants, the four meteors were successively absorbed into the vortex and vanished. As Naruto dispelled the spatial exile, the awe-inspiring vortex dissipated, and the sky returned to clarity. Witnessing this scene, everyone exhaled a long breath of relief. Many timid individuals collapsed onto the ground, feeling weak and unable to stand. Naruto, Hashirama, and others swiftly gathered around. It was truly thanks to you just now. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hashirama's face reflected lingering fear. Given the scale of those four meteors, if they had indeed struck down, they could have effortlessly obliterated Konoha and killed all its citizens. Indeed, I was nearly frightened to death. I thought we were doomed. Guy exclaimed, equally horrified. It was a close call. Tobirama shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Sasuke in the sky, his eyes blazing with fury. This little Uchiha dared to attempt the annihilation of the village. It was simply unforgivable. Hashirama, Minato, Guy, and the others also looked towards the suspended Sasuke, their expressions grim. The village was their collective Achilles heel, a treasure they were determined to protect at all costs. Yet, here was Sasuke, unleashing 9 meteors, intent on utterly destroying Konoha. Truly inconceivable. Kakashi remained silent, his dull eyes listlessly fixed on Sasuke, a flicker of confusion in their depths. Naruto, too, regarded Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke had already activated his complete Susanoo, standing atop its head. The full-body Susanoo signified that he had unlocked the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. However, this was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that Naruto sensed an extraordinarily vast power of the Sage of Six Paths emanating from Sasuke. This power was even greater than that which resided within Hashirama, Minato, and Kakashi. This was rather astonishing. 2 years prior, Hashirama had transplanted Madara's Rinnegan. Utilizing the inherent power of the Rinnegan as a foundation, he transformed his own Ashura Chakra into Six Paths Chakra. After 2 years of conversion, 1/3 of his Ashura Chakra had transformed into the power of Six Paths. Now, Hashirama was undeniably at the Six Paths level. Kakashi and Minato's circumstances were slightly different from Hashirama's, yet fundamentally similar. They possessed half of Ashura's body, half of Indra's body, along with the Mangekyō Sharingan. Over these 2 years, Kakashi and Minato too had been refining the power of Six Paths using Ashura and Indra's chakra. However, due to time constraints, the amount of Six Paths power within them was minimal, insufficient for unlocking the Rinnegan. Yet, their strength had significantly increased compared to 2 years ago. It could be asserted that whether it was Hashirama, Minato, or Kakashi, they all possessed the power of Six Paths. Their ability to achieve this was thanks to Naruto, who had provided them with an extraordinary boost. Only such a boost could make it possible. And what of Sasuke? How is it that he possesses the immense power of the Sage of Six Paths, surpassing even Hashirama, Minato, and Kakashi in just 2 short years? Has he also obtained some form of cheat? If so, from where did it originate? Was it bestowed upon him by the sage? With a swift motion, Sasuke descended from the heavens, riding his Susanoo, and landed before Naruto and the others, his eyes glinting with defiance. Naruto, you have finally made your appearance. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto from head to toe, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. I've heard you've become the Jinchuriki of the Ten-Tails and ascended to the level of the sage. Is this the form of a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki? Sasuke, what on earth has happened to you? Kakashi could no longer contain his bewilderment. Are you aware that your parents and clan have been resurrected? Do you realize they are currently in the village? Are you truly considering killing them as well? And what if they have returned? Sasuke scoffed. I am a solitary avenger. I have no need for any family. My sole purpose in life is to obliterate Konoha and eradicate everyone who resides within it, to thoroughly erase this repulsive, dark, and filthy place from the ninja world. Hearing these words, Kakashi's heart sank completely. He had presumed that Sasuke was unaware of his parents' resurrection and sought revenge against Konoha for Itachi's sake. However, it appeared that was not the case. Sasuke had disregarded even the existence of his parents. What had transpired within him? Sasuke, although you once appeared cold on the surface, you always yearned for family and cared for your friends. Kakashi questioned, struggling to comprehend. How have you transformed into this? It is evident that he has been brainwashed. Naruto remarked calmly. Brainwashed? Everyone was taken aback. Naruto, are you suggesting he has been brainwashed? What exactly is going on? Kakashi pressed for clarity. Naruto chuckled softly. While Sasuke may have had a severe case of the Chinibu syndrome, he still cared for his parents. Now, he seems indifferent to their lives. This is clearly abnormal. Unless I'm mistaken, he must have been brainwashed, and it's highly probable he has fallen victim to the infinite Tsukuyomi. The infinite Tsukuyomi? The group exchanged glances. Indeed. Shirsue's left eye had been lost to the world and remained unfound until now. Kakashi pondered aloud. The question is, who would utilize the infinite Tsukuyomi to control Sasuke? That is a question for Sasuke himself. Naruto shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. He then turned to Sasuke with a gentle smile. Sasuke, it seems you've become quite formidable in our 2 years apart. A great deal can transpire in such a time. Sasuke responded coolly. Naruto, my only objectives now are to destroy Konoha and to defeat you. In the past, I was not your match, but times have changed. I am no longer who I once was. Today, I shall defeat you in a fair fight, proving that I am stronger. As his words echoed, a transformation occurred within Sasuke's eyes. They shifted from the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to the Rinnegan, and astonishingly, both eyes were Rinnegan. Most striking was the left eye, adorned with 6 black tomo, the 6 tomo Rinnegan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Rinnegan. Naruto's gaze sharpened, fixating on Sasuke's eyes. Your right eye is Madara's. Isn't it? You've seen through it. Sasuke replied. Sasuke openly acknowledged that his right eye had indeed been transplanted with Madara's Rinnegan. It was quite unexpected that Madara's right eye would ultimately end up in his possession. Naruto nodded and inquired further. Another question. How did you awaken your left eye? In the original narrative, Sasuke's left eye opened into a Rinnegan due to the bestowed power of Sage of 6 Paths. Yet, in the realm of reality, how did he achieve this awakening? Do you wish to uncover the answer? Then defeat me. Sasuke smirked with pride. The real question is whether you can still defeat me now. After 2 years without a fight, do you think you stand a chance? Very well, I shall indulge you. Naruto shrugged nonchalantly. You are the challenger. I grant you the first strike. Such arrogance. Chapter 58. The rewriting of a 6 Paths Master S will in an instant. Sasuke let out a cold snort, his left hand swiftly grasping, activating the universal pull, which directly propelled Naruto towards him. Naruto, unable to resist, was drawn towards Sasuke as he commanded his Susanoo, swinging his long sword down upon Naruto. Naruto, Minato called out softly. Do not worry, 4th Hokage. Tobirama replied with a faint smile. At Naruto's current strength, he is not a match for Sasuke. Indeed, Minato then recalled his son's prowess and sheepishly remarked, I was overly concerned. Understandable. Boom. The complete form of Susanoo swung its long sword with astonishing might, capable of cleaving a mountain in two. Yet, merely inches from Naruto, the sword came to a halt. A black shield had intercepted the Susanoo's blade, halting its advance entirely. The truth-seeking balls. The onlookers nodded in agreement, fully aware of the formidable power of the truth-seeking balls. This high-density chakra sphere, infused with the essence of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities. Unless faced with sage techniques, taijutsu, or an equivalent 6 Paths power, it was virtually unbreakable. Shatter. Naruto wielded the 6 Paths staff, striking the Susanoo's blade. With a crack, the Susanoo's long sword shattered like glass, fracturing into countless pieces. Such formidable offensive power. Sasuke's expression shifted. With a flick of his right hand, the six-paths staff transformed seamlessly into the Tengu Spear. Naruto swung the Tengu Spear directly at Susanoo. Fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. Sasuke promptly drew back his bow, launching a long arrow of Amaterasu in an attempt to thwart Naruto's Tengu Spear. Alas, it was futile. The Tengu Spear effortlessly sliced through the black flame arrow, striking Susanoo squarely in the chest. With a resounding crack, the bones of Susanoo shattered, and the Tengu Spear continued its arc, ultimately cleaving Susanoo in two. Sasuke could hardly believe his eyes as he gazed at the Tengu Spear. Susanoo had been his most formidable defense, especially augmented by Six Paths power, rendering it unparalleled. Yet, it had been shattered as easily as one would slice through a watermelon, leaving Sasuke in disbelief. 2 years apart, and this is the extent of your strength? It seems you still have much to learn. Naruto teased, flicking his fingers, causing a truth-seeking ball to shoot forth, aimed directly at Sasuke's face. The speed of the truth-seeking orb was extraordinarily swift, and given the close proximity between both parties, Sasuke had no chance to evade it. In a moment of peril, Sasuke activated the power of his left eye. Heavenly Hand power. He exchanged his position with Minato, vanishing from his original spot and appearing in Minato's place. Conversely, Minato found himself at Sasuke's location. This unexpected turn of events astonished everyone. They gazed at the suddenly appearing Sasuke, their expressions shifting dramatically. When had this transpired? What manner of ability is this? Naruto's lips curled into a teasing smirk. Did you think simply switching places would allow you to escape? Yomi Path. Naruto reached out, and a dark void abruptly appeared before Minato, into which the truth-seeking orb plunged and disappeared. Almost simultaneously, the void manifested behind Sasuke, and the previously vanished truth-seeking orb shot forth from it. The orb tore through Susanoo, delivering a crushing blow to Sasuke's chest, sending him hurtling away. Sasuke spat out a mouthful of blood, forcefully ejected from the head of Susanoo. However, Naruto did not relent, snapping his fingers to unleash a barrage of truth-seeking orbs that flew forth like cannonballs, relentlessly striking Sasuke. They struck his chest, his back, his rear, and his shoulders. Poor Sasuke endured the relentless bombardment, unable to evade, escape, or defend himself, only able to emit anguished cries and screams. Lord Naruto, please show mercy. Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly appeared, collapsing to his knees with a loud plea. Behind him, Uchiha Mikoto, her scarf trailing, staggered forward and knelt down as well. Lord Naruto, I beg you spare Sasuke. In another direction, Sakura rushed toward them, pleading for Sasuke as she ran. Kakashi interjected, Fugaku, if Naruto truly intended to kill Sasuke, he would have perished countless times by now. It was evident to all that Naruto had no intention of killing Sasuke. Otherwise, a single truth-seeking orb could have obliterated Sasuke's head, leaving no trace behind. Fugaku and Mikoto were taken aback for a moment. Then their faces lit up with joy as they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Lord Naruto. After delivering a series of blows, Naruto finally ceased his onslaught, retracting the truth-seeking orbs. After enduring this brutal beating, you should now comprehend the disparity between us, Naruto remarked. Although he had not aimed to kill, the punishment was indeed severe. Sasuke's body bore numerous injuries, with several bones fractured. The excruciating pain coursed through him, rendering him incapable of even moving a single finger. Naruto, what was that ability you just used? I thought I had evaded it. Yomi Path. Naruto disclosed without hesitation, it's akin to your Heavenly Hand power. It can be classified as a space-time ninjutsu. I see. Sasuke finally understood, resignedly closing his eyes. If you intend to kill me, do it swiftly. Otherwise, I shall eventually destroy Konoha. You're quite the poisoner. Tobirama scoffed. Naruto, leaving such a person alive is a calamity. Allow me to eliminate him. There's no need for such trouble. Naruto waved his hand, his eyes transforming into the Mangekyō Sharingan of Shursui, and unleashed the Kodoeme Tsukumi upon Sasuke. Though both of Naruto's Mangekyō Sharingan, Shursui and Itachi, were ordinary, under the enhancement of the Six Paths power, they not only retained their luminosity indefinitely, but also exhibited ocular prowess far superior to that of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Consequently, the effects of Kodoeme Tsukumi were truly formidable, especially when both eyes were intact. Regardless of how deeply Sasuke was ensnared, Naruto could effortlessly alter his will. Unlike the Naruto of the original narrative, who would stubbornly persist in persuading Sasuke. This Naruto found no need for such tediousness. A single application of Kotoamatsukami was sufficient. Indeed, Sasuke, ensnared by Kotoamatsukami, experienced a total transformation of his will. Will you still seek to destroy Konoha? Naruto inquired. No, never. Sasuke hastily shook his head. Konoha is my home. It is the place I shall forever protect. Anyone who dares to destroy Konoha is my enemy, and I shall not rest until I have avenged it. Even if I become a specter. The onlookers exchanged glances, both speechless and somewhat astonished. To rewrite the will of a 6-paths-level adept in such a manner was indeed terrifying. Now, tell me about your Rinnegan. Naruto gazed at Sasuke, voicing his inner curiosity. Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, Kakashi, and the others also looked at Sasuke, their eyes filled with intrigue. Just 2 years prior, Sasuke had only awakened his Mangekyō Sharingan. In the brief span of 2 years, it had evolved into a Rinnegan, with one eye being a 6-tomo Rinnegan. Such a rapid advancement could scarcely be described as swift. It was akin to wielding cheat codes, undeniably extraordinary. Sasuke did not conceal anything and recounted the events in detail. After being rescued by Obito, he had undergone the transplantation of Itachi's Mangekyō. During his recuperation post-surgery, Obito and Kabuto manipulated the reanimated army, igniting the Fourth Great Ninja War. Unfortunately, within a mere 2 days, Obito met his demise, bringing the Fourth Great Ninja War to a close. Though Obito did not return, Kaguya did. Kaguya? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Kaguya was slain by Naruto during the Fourth Great Ninja War. He killed her? I was unaware of that. Sasuke shook his head. But I am certain she did not perish, for I have been in her company for the past 2 years. Until a month ago, when she abruptly vanished, leaving no trace. I have no idea where she has gone. The revelation that Kaguya was still alive left Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and the others exchanging bewildered glances. Kaguya was the root of all calamity. They had presumed she had been obliterated by Naruto, only to discover she had survived. How did that abhorrent entity remain alive? She was clearly slain by Naruto. Kai could not restrain his inquiry. She must have left behind a clone. Naruto pondered thoughtfully. Kaguya is a product of yin-yang release, possessing the ability to split. As long as one fragment remains, she will not perish. The one I defeated must have been merely a part, and that fragment does not die. This creature's vitality rivals that of a cockroach. The group was somewhat rendered speechless. Sasuke, you just mentioned that you have been in the company of Kaguya for the past 2 years. Naruto observed Sasuke. Does that imply that Madara's Rinnegan was located with her assistance? Indeed. Sasuke nodded. He assisted me in transplanting the Rinnegan, hoping that I could inherit Madara's will and initiate the infinite Tsukuyami. Indeed. Naruto exclaimed. As long as Kaguya remains alive, Black Zetsu will not cease its machinations, for it is a manifestation of Kaguya's will itself. To save Kaguya is to save oneself. In the absence of Obito and Madara, Sasuke is undoubtedly the optimal choice. While Sasuke may be challenging to manipulate, one must not forget that Shirsue's left eye remains in his possession. As long as he has this Mangekyō Sharingan, Black Zetsu can perpetually employ Kotoamatsukami, continuously altering Sasuke's will. Over the span of 2 years, who knows how many times this fellow has used Kotoamatsukami on Sasuke. What is the condition of your left eye? Naruto inquired again. Your left eye is a 6-tomo Rinnegan, a grade superior to the ordinary Rinnegan. Without immense 6-paths power, it would be impossible to evolve into such a high-level Rinnegan. The others also noted this, harboring similar doubts. Madara had transplanted Hashirama's flesh and spent decades, only awakening the Rinnegan in his later years, and it was merely an ordinary Rinnegan. This illustrates the arduous nature of awakening the Rinnegan. Yet, Sasuke achieved the evolution to a higher-level 6-tomo Rinnegan in a mere 2 years. How did he accomplish this? After a moment of silence, Sasuke revealed a startling piece of information. A month ago, I encountered Kaguya. Kaguya? The group was momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Kaguya? Otsutsuki Kaguya? Hashirama quickly interjected. It must be her. Sasuke affirmed. She manifested in my consciousness and imparted a portion of her power to me. It was this power that enabled my left eye to successfully evolve into a 6-tomo Rinnegan. How can this be? They were incredulous. Isn't Kaguya supposed to be dead? If she hasn't been resurrected, how could she bestow power upon Sasuke? This doesn't add up. The group exchanged glances, struggling to believe. They did not doubt that Kaguya transmitted power to Sasuke. After all, Sasuke had been manipulated by Black Zetsu, becoming a pawn. It was understandable that Kaguya would grant him strength. No, Kaguya's consciousness has been revived. Naruto shook his head. During my last battle with Otsutsuki Shin, his attack cleaved the moon. At that moment, the main consciousness of Kaguya, sealed within the moon, escaped. Kaguya has escaped her seal? How can this be? What do we do now? The group grew anxious. Kaguya is the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of chakra. Her resurrection would yield unimaginable consequences. Do not worry. Noticing the somber expressions of the group, Naruto reassured them with a smile. The Geto Mazo and the Nine Tails are under my control. Kaguya's resurrection is virtually impossible. The group felt slightly relieved. Indeed, following the conclusion of the Fourth Shinobi World War, Naruto had sealed the Geto Mazo, preventing Kaguya from obtaining it. Without the Geto Mazo, her revival is unattainable. Sasuke, do you know where Kaguya has gone? Naruto looked at Sasuke, inquiring. I am uncertain. Sasuke shook his head. After she bestowed her power upon me a month ago, she has not appeared again. Naruto nodded slightly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Did Kaguya also vanish around that time? Indeed. For the past 2 years, Black Zetsu has been by my side. Sasuke affirmed with a nod. However, ever since Kaguya's emergence, Black Zetsu has disappeared and has not reappeared since. It seems this mother-son duo is up to some clandestine scheme again, but it matters little. Naruto remarked. Let them stir up whatever they wish. I am curious to see the magnitude of the chaos they can create. While Naruto remained composed, the others were unable to share his calm. Kaguya, Otsutsuki, and Black Zetsu. One is the progenitor of chakra, the other a schemer of a millennium. Who knows what calamity may arise from their union? A weight of unease settled in their hearts. Is there no way to track them down? Kakashi could not help but inquire. No, there is not. Naruto replied. Kaguya is, after all, on the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Once she decides to hide, she cannot be found. You need not worry. Focus on your training. Strive to reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths before Kaguya reappears. And then we need not fear her. It appears this is the only course of action. The centipede does not die even when it is crushed. Spare us the futile words. Listen to Naruto. Train diligently. Strengthen yourselves, and Kaguya will be but a trivial concern. The group dispersed, and Konoha returned to its tranquil state. Naruto led a fulfilling daily life. In the mornings, he engaged in practical combat with many possible opponents. Hinata, Hashirama, Tobirama, Kakashi, Guy, Sasuke, and even the Nine Tails. Naruto understood the significance of combat experience. Through it, one could integrate various abilities, ensuring one does not end up like Kaguya, possessing immense power, yet lacking in combat wisdom. In the afternoons, he pursued research-oriented training, delving into yin-yang release, new sage techniques, and even utilizing the Rinnegan to develop novel jutsu. While contemplating yin-yang release, a sudden thought struck Naruto. Since the Ten Tails, God Tree, can absorb natural energy and transform it into Six Paths chakra, could one not create a similar life form that converts natural energy into ordinary chakra? Just as plants convert carbon dioxide into oxygen and cows transform grass into milk. If such a life form could truly be created, it would herald an unprecedented revolution for the ninja world. Chapter 60. Konohamaru, let your blood drop upon it. Thus, in the ensuing days, Naruto devoted himself to the creation of this life form. With a complete mastery of yin-yang release, Naruto theoretically could bring this life into existence. Yet, theory alone is insufficient. Practical application poses significant challenges. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. One day, under the guidance of Ebisu, Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi once again accomplished their task of finding a cat. Ebisu-sensei, could you perhaps speak to the fourth Hokage and request a few more challenging missions? Konohamaru complained with a frown. Every day it's either weeding or cat searching. It's so tedious. Do not complain. Ebisu adjusted his glasses with irritation. Since the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, peace has returned to the ninja world, resulting in a significant reduction of high-level missions. In the village, the number of tasks that the elite and intermediate ninjas could undertake had drastically diminished. The likelihood of being assigned higher-level missions seemed almost a distant dream. There was a trace of helplessness in Hibiki's words. Ninjas, too, have livelihoods to sustain and families to support. However, following the restoration of peace in the ninja world, the once common A and B rank missions had significantly decreased. The availability of such tasks was now less than half of what it used to be. This led to a substantial reduction in the income of ninjas, particularly for the elite ones who relied on high-difficulty missions to provide for their households. To compensate for this loss of income, the elite ninjas had no choice but to take on more B and even C rank missions, attempting to offset quality with quantity. Consequently, the B and C rank missions were monopolized by them, leaving the lower-ranked ninjas with only D-ranked tasks to execute. Peace, it seemed, came at a price. Konohamaru felt increasingly disheartened. "Konohamaru, come to my house." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Konohamaru's mind. "Naruto and I?" he exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "I'll be waiting for you at home." The voice resounded once more. Okay, I'm coming." Konohamaru nodded vigorously. "Hibiki-sensei, Naruto and I is looking for me. I must go." "Naruto is looking for you?" Hibiki gasped in astonishment, quickly replaced by a look of envy. "Your relationship with Naruto is truly enviable. But, Konohamaru, what does Naruto want with you?" Hibiki was genuinely envious. The Naruto of now was far from the once feared Nine Tails. He was now the hero of the Leaf, the strongest ninja in the world. A second sage of 6 paths who possessed the power over life and death. Today, whether in the Leaf or throughout the ninja realm, Naruto held an unparalleled status. Countless individuals yearned for a mere glimpse of him, often facing insurmountable challenges to do so. It was said that Elder Tsunade sought to meet Naruto before her passing, hoping to regain her youth, only to be mercilessly turned away. It could be said that in the entire Leaf, aside from the first and second Hokage, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to meet Naruto. That he would summon Konohamaru alone was nothing short of astonishing. "I don't know. I suppose I'll find out when I get there." Konohamaru waved his hand dismissively. "Well then, Hibiki-sensei, farewell. See you tomorrow." "Wait." Hibiki adjusted his glasses, a sheepish smile on his face. "Konohamaru, may I accompany you?" Udon and Moegi gazed at Konohamaru with eager eyes. "Let us go along too." "All right then." The 4 of them hurriedly made their way to Naruto's home. Approaching within 100 meters of Naruto's residence, they encountered a barrier that prevented them from advancing further. This barrier had been set up by Naruto, not to fend off enemies, but to deter fervent villagers and those with ulterior motives. Naruto's ability to wield power over life and death had become widely known, leading to a constant stream of individuals seeking an audience with him. Thus, the barrier was established. "Naruto and I." Just as Konohamaru was about to call out, the barrier rippled like water, and a door silently appeared. "Come in." Naruto's voice resonated from within. "Okay, Naruto and I." Konohamaru, along with Hibiki and the others, stepped through the barrier. A quaint wooden cottage stood amidst the forest, adorned with hammocks, lounge chairs, and tea tables in the yard. Not far away, there lay a 30-square-meter pond, where Naruto reclined on a lounge chair, fishing. The bobber danced upon the surface, and as Naruto lifted his fishing rod, a sizable carp, measuring half a meter, emerged from the water. Konohamaru hurried forward, understanding the moment, and deftly removed the carp, placing it in a nearby basket. He then skillfully rebaited the hook. Naruto cast the line back into the pond and turned, smiling at the 4 members of Team Konohamaru. "I have summoned you. Naturally, I could not afford to delay my arrival upon your beckoning, Naruto and I-san," Konohamaru exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Are you going to teach me some formidable ninjutsu?" Ebisu, Udon, and Moegi gazed at Naruto with a blend of curiosity and admiration. "While I do not possess any ninjutsu, there is indeed something I wish to experiment with," Naruto replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Experiment?" Konohamaru's spirits lifted at the mention, eager to participate. "Naruto and I-san, I am ready to cooperate fully and ensure the experiment proceeds without a hitch." Konohamaru was an ardent fan of Naruto, idolizing him far above any of the previous Hokage. While he might hesitate to be a subject of experimentation under others, he unconditionally agreed when it came to Naruto. Ebisu, upon hearing of Naruto's intention to use Konohamaru for an experiment, instinctively felt the urge to intervene as a teacher. Yet, realizing it was Naruto conducting the experiment, he dismissed his concerns. Without further ado, Naruto, under the expectant gazes of the 4, beckoned toward the distance. From the earth emerged a plump, white radish, seemingly ordinary, yet adorned with numerous roots. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. However, to the astonishment of Konohamaru and his companions, the radish began to scamper towards Naruto, its roots functioning as legs, bounding and leaping with remarkable speed. "Has the radish come to life?" They gasped in disbelief. With a nimble leap, the radish landed on the adjacent coffee table. Konohamaru, let your blood fall upon it. Naruto instructed with a calm smile. Drop my blood? But why, Naruto and I-san? What exactly is this? Konohamaru was utterly perplexed. Just do as I say. Naruto's tone brooked no argument. Reluctantly, Konohamaru complied, biting his finger and letting his blood drip onto the radish. As the crimson droplets seeped into the radish, it became adorned with blood-red sigils that glimmered ominously. However, the markings vanished within seconds, retreating as if they had never existed. In the next moment, the radish leaped into the air and disappeared into Konohamaru's body. Konohamaru. Moegi cried out in alarm. Naruto-sama, what is happening? Ebisu inquired, a hint of panic in his voice. Do not worry. Naruto waved his hand dismissively and turned to Konohamaru. Take a moment to feel it, and then share your experience with me. Understood, Naruto and I-san. Konohamaru nodded, suppressing his inner turmoil as he closed his eyes to concentrate on his sensations. Chapter 61. All the Konoha Jonin have arrived. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face reflecting disbelief. Had he truly discovered something? Naruto smiled and encouraged, try releasing a jutsu. All right. Konohamaru responded with excitement, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Konohamaru expelled a torrent of flames, which erupted into a vast inferno, spreading to over 30 meters in diameter. Is this the Fire Dragon Bullet? Ebisu exclaimed, his eyes nearly popping out. Udon and Moegi were equally astonished, Udon's nose running long and droopy. Is this the jutsu I just unleashed? Konohamaru was equally bewildered, gazing at the flames ahead and then at his own hands, feeling as if he were in a dream. Quite impressive. Naruto nodded with a smile. He had succeeded. In just 3 short months, he had created a life form akin to the Ten Tails. This new entity could absorb natural energy and convert it into ordinary chakra, a monumental blessing for ordinary people. With this, anyone could become a ninja. Subsequently, Naruto spent another 3 months refining and enhancing this life form, amplifying its capabilities. It served 3 primary functions. First, to absorb natural energy. Second, to convert natural energy into ordinary chakra. And third, to merge natural energy and ordinary chakra in an 11:1 ratio to produce Senjutsu chakra. In other words, with this entity, even an ordinary person could condense Senjutsu chakra, mastering the perfect sage mode. Worried about your low chakra levels, making it impossible to cultivate sage mode? Can't sense natural energy to absorb it? Struggling to control natural energy, leading to undesirable transformations? Worry no more. This life form will handle it all for you. For ninjas seeking power, this is undoubtedly an invaluable treasure for enhancing strength. With this, one can instantly master sage mode like Konohamaru, refine Senjutsu chakra, and enhance their combat abilities by dozens of times. Moreover, this enhancement is comprehensive, boosting physical attributes, reaction speed, perception, and ninjutsu all by several folds. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue once this information spreads, inciting bloodshed and envy. Lord Naruto, what exactly was that thing? Ebisu inquired, his expression one of incredulity. He was fully aware of Konohamaru's capabilities, which barely reached the level of a chunin. Under the tutelage of the 3rd Hokage, Konohamaru had indeed excelled in fire style and wind style jutsu, with the Fire Dragon Bullet being one of them. However, Ebisu knew well that Konohamaru's Fire Dragon Bullet was far from powerful, barely a fraction of what had just been unleashed. Yet, that Fire Dragon Bullet had undeniably been cast by Konohamaru. Without a doubt, the unassuming radish was the source of Konohamaru's sudden surge in strength. That was a new invention of mine. Let us just call it a blade tool for now. Naruto smiled faintly, observing, at present, the results appear quite promising and warrant further dissemination. The glint in Ebisu's eyes sparked a sudden excitement within him as he eagerly rubbed his hands together. Lord Naruto, if we are to promote this, might I inquire if it is available for purchase? How much would 1 unit approximately cost? Moegi and Udon gazed at Naruto with eager anticipation, longing to acquire such a remarkable enhancement to their abilities. After a brief contemplation, Naruto replied, "Let me confer with the 4th Hokage before making any decisions." As Ebisu and his companions departed, a sense of disappointment lingered among them, with the exception of Konohamaru. Naruto, however, remained unfazed. The life form he had created would undoubtedly instigate a monumental transformation within the ninja world and the profession of ninjas. It must be utilized judiciously, otherwise, It could lead to significant chaos. That evening, the family gathered for dinner. Naruto succinctly recounted the events of the day. Minato and Kushina stood in stunned silence, aware of their son's formidable prowess, yet utterly astonished by the extent of his capabilities. The creation of life, especially of such an extraordinary nature, was nothing short of divine intervention. However, given the gravity of the situation, Minato refrained from making hasty decisions, opting to convene a meeting the following day for thorough deliberation. After discussions among the successive Hokage and the advisory council, it was concluded that the new life form should initially be introduced to the upper echelons of Jonin. Allowing lower-ranked ninjas to access such power prematurely would not be advisable. For Chunin and Genin, the focus should remain on accumulating practical experience, mastering ninjutsu, and honing their hand-sign speed. Engaging with this life form too soon and wielding powers beyond their current rank would be detrimental. On that day, the Jonin of Konoha convened at the Hokage building. Shikamaru, Kakashi, Asuma, Shinosuke, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Hyuga Hisashi were among those present. All the Jonin who were meant to attend had gathered, including the newly promoted Jonin like Shikamaru, Niji, and Lee. In the large conference room on the third floor of the Hokage building, the Jonin conversed in small groups, their discussions filled with anticipation and hope. Shikamaru, Niji, Tenten, and Sakura clustered together, and even Sasuke was present. Shikamaru, is there any truth to the rumors? Lee leaned closer to Shikamaru, whispering his inquiry. Shikamaru's father, Shikaku, served as the Hokage's advisor and was the second in command of the village's management, trusted by the fourth Hokage to handle various matters. Recently, Shikamaru had begun working at the Hokage building, gaining insight into administrative affairs and becoming well-informed. In comparison, Lee, Niji, and Tenten were regarded as ordinary Jonin. With everyone gathered, including esteemed seniors like Kakashi and Shikaku, there was no room for doubt. Shikamaru chuckled softly. Naruto has truly astonished everyone this time. If what is claimed is indeed accurate, our combat prowess could potentially surge exponentially. Little Lee exclaimed in delight, his round eyes sparkling with excitement. Naruto is truly remarkable. I adore Naruto. His exuberant voice drew the attention of everyone present, causing the crowd to turn their gazes toward him. Although the Xiaoqiang had also attained the rank of Jonin, in comparison to the assembled elite, they were merely juniors. Feeling the weight of the collective stare, Xiaoqiang's expressions shifted to one of embarrassment, and they quickly plastered on friendly smiles. Little Lee, lower your voice. The Hokage is here. At that moment, a member of the Umbu stationed outside the meeting room called out. The atmosphere in the room shifted, and everyone stood up, their faces adorned with reverence as they looked toward the entrance. Watergate and Nara Shikaku strode in, with Watergate donning the Hokage's ceremonial robe, his face illuminated by a gentle, sunny smile that felt like a breath of spring air. Chapter 62. Let them go to the moon. They can do as they please. As Watergate entered, he made his way straight to the podium. Now that everyone is here, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Standing before the assembly, he surveyed the audience and declared, I trust you have all heard about Naruto's recent development of a special tool, the Sage Doll. Indeed, Watergate briefly elucidated the purpose of the Sage Doll, causing waves of astonishment to ripple through the ranks of Jonin present. In recent days, rumors surrounding the Sage Doll had spread like wildfire, and everyone had sought after information, with some even visiting the Hokage building for inquiries. However, while rumors may circulate, the confirmation from the Hokage left the Jonin both shocked and thrilled. The rumors were true. Naruto had indeed created a means for them to master the perfect Sage mode. This revelation was nothing short of exhilarating. I consulted with the previous Hokages, and, after deliberation with the advisory council, we have ultimately decided. Watergate scanned the room and slowly proclaimed, we will first promote the Sage Doll among the Jonin. However, there are a few stipulations. Hokage-sama, what are the stipulations? Asuma Saratobi questioned eagerly. The other Jonin's eyes were alight with fervor as they fixed their gazes upon Watergate, filled with desire and enthusiasm. The humble Sage Doll could potentially grant them mastery over the perfect Sage mode, exponentially enhancing their combat prowess. In light of this, they would accept any conditions. Watergate smiled gently. Firstly, the Sage Doll must be purchased for the sum of 10 million Ryo. Purchased? Only 10 million? That's practically a gift. Upon hearing the purchase requirement, the crowd paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. The sage doll was indeed a tool. Who buys tools without spending money? A single kunai costs several hundred ryo. The necessity of purchasing the sage doll was entirely reasonable. As for the price of 10 million, it was not exorbitant at all. In fact, one might even consider it a bargain. After all, it was an item that enabled mastery of the perfect sage mode, a priceless treasure. And thus any price would be justified. 10 million? That's too cheap. Secondly, each jonin may only purchase one sage doll, and it must be for personal use only. Watergate continued to outline the purchasing conditions. It cannot be resold or given away casually. Lastly, the use of sage techniques within the village is strictly prohibited. The fourth point, Minato articulated all the requirements in one breath. No one opposed them, and everyone expressed enthusiastic support. These stipulations, though numerous, were deemed essential. Without such constraints, chaos would ensue in the village. Subsequently, everyone could register with Jukyu, and after completing the registration, they could return home to gather funds. Within a day, the elite jonin of Konoha were predominantly equipped with a sage doll. Consequently, the following days saw the forest outside the village suffer greatly. Daily, individuals tested their newly acquired sage techniques in the woods, familiarizing themselves with their surging combat prowess, leading even to skirmishes. Countless trees were ravaged, and the villagers voiced their grievances, echoing discontent. That evening, during dinner, Minato lamented at home. "We received yet another complaint letter today?" He sighed in resignation. Why can't these jonin practice their sage techniques further away? You can't really blame them. Kushina interjected, offering her husband a helping of vegetables. Anyone who has just acquired such power cannot be expected to remain subdued. They are merely venting in the forest. And given that they Haven Tea caused a ruckus in the village, they are showing remarkable restraint. Furthermore, she added, we are in a time of peace. The rank and frequency of missions have significantly diminished, leaving the jonin with little to occupy their time. With their sudden surge in strength, if they are not allowed to relieve their pent-up energy in the forest, where else could they go? While her reasoning held merit, the destructive force and noise generated by their sage techniques was excessively overwhelming. Minato shook his head. If this destruction continues, the forest outside the village will be utterly decimated. Kushina frowned slightly, feeling a bit of a headache as well. Yet, there was indeed a solution. Naruto suddenly spoke up. Minato immediately turned to his son, eagerly inquiring, Naruto, do you have a plan? Pray tell. Kushina looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with affection and pride. I have recently been researching space-time ninjutsu and made new progress in establishing spatial pathways. Naruto replied while eating. I can create a stable spatial passage between the village and the moon. If the jonin need to vent, let them go to the moon and indulge as they wish. Minato was taken aback. A stable spatial passage? One that can persist indefinitely? Minato, possessing a high aptitude for space-time ninjutsu, had also dedicated time to research over the past 2 years. He could now use the Flying Thunder God technique to open transit portals between 2 coordinates, achieving effects akin to the realm of Yomi. However, those portals were merely temporary. Forming a stable spatial channel was an impossibility. It was exceedingly challenging. In fact, not just the moon. Naruto nodded. With my current capabilities, establishing stable spatial passages to Mars or Venus is also feasible. It's merely a matter of chakra consumption. The technological landscape of the Naruto world is quite peculiar. They possess computers, televisions, refrigerators, microscopes, closed-circuit monitors, floating cities, and cannons capable of obliterating the moon. Yet, sending messages relies on birds. Bridge construction requires manual labor, and building houses still calls for the application of traditional techniques. It is a veritable amalgamation. Nevertheless, the people of the Naruto world possess a certain cosmic perspective, aware of planets and stars, and familiar with celestial bodies such as the moon, Mars, and Venus. Remarkable indeed. Watergate was somewhat taken aback, and after a brief moment, he nodded. In that case, I must trouble you, Naruto, to create a spatial passage to the moon, allowing them to vent their frustrations there. Indeed, for Naruto, establishing a connection to the moon was a trivial task, easily accomplished with the Rinnegan. The following day, Naruto took merely half a day to open a spatial portal on the first floor of the Hokage building. This portal resembled a door. By stepping through it, one could instantly reach the moon. Watergate and Jiraiya, among others, conducted a test to ensure its safety. Once confirmed, they announced the news, sending the exuberant jonin to the moon. The village of Konoha returned to its tranquil state, as did Naruto's life. Days passed, each filled with opportunities for drawing prizes. Every day brought new rewards. However, for Naruto, having reached this level, the ordinary prizes held little significance. He had drawn several pairs of Mangekyō Sharingan over the past 6 months, including Obito's Kimui. Besides Obito's unique Sharingan, the others were largely inconsequential. He also amassed a plethora of various ninjutsu, countless techniques that indeed enriched Naruto's arsenal but offered little enhancement to his combat prowess. Naturally, with the abundance of trivial rewards, there were occasional gems that stood out, such as the 80-God Vacuum Attack, a technique exclusive to Kagaya Tsutsuki, showcasing extraordinary physical prowess. Each strike wielded power equivalent to that of Guy unleashing the 8th gate in the original narrative. However, aside from the 80-God Vacuum Attack, there were no other noteworthy prizes over the past 6 months, until one particular day half a year later. Ding! A successful draw. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Chakra Fruit, Kagaya. What? Naruto sprang from his bed, exclaiming in surprise. Hinata, who had risen early to prepare breakfast in the kitchen, poked her head out and inquired, Naruto, what's wrong? Nothing. Naruto stifled his excitement and hurried to the Kamui space to retrieve the Chakra Fruit. Goodness! It was over 2 meters in diameter, its surface a striking purple, resembling a colossal onion. Yet, unlike an onion, its surface was adorned with concentric ripples reminiscent of the Rinnegan, wrapped in 2 large leaves akin to those of a cabbage. This was indeed the fruit of the divine tree, Naruto murmured, his eyes filled with an indescribable astonishment. He could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within this fruit, a terrifying amalgamation of power far exceeding that of the Ten Tails, surpassing even his own status as a dual Ten Tails Jinchuriki. This realization sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Prior to obtaining the divine tree fruit, Naruto had surmised that it was an exceptional treasure. After all, the Tsutsuki clan had gone to great lengths, dispatching their kin across the cosmos in search of planets suitable for cultivating the divine tree. Then, he remained there for thousands of years, perhaps even longer. It is evident that the Tsutsuki clan would go to any lengths to obtain a single fruit from the divine tree. However, upon truly acquiring the divine fruit, Naruto realized that it was even more precious than he had ever imagined. Cradling the divine fruit in his hands, an immense desire surged within him, a desire to consume the divine fruit. It was akin to a person who had gone 3 days without food, beholding a perfectly roasted lamb chop, glistening with juices, or like someone parched for 3 days, gazing at a chilled cola. This deep-seated yearning, stemming from the very core of his being, was an instinctual impulse that urged Naruto on, compelling him to devour the divine fruit without delay. What was he waiting for? To eat, of course. The divine fruit was substantial, yet consuming it required no effort at all. As the flesh entered his belly, it transformed into pure energy that spread throughout his limbs, enveloping his organs. This energy carried immense genetic information, which surged into Naruto's body, initiating a purification of his genes. He could feel the useless, excessive, and harmful genetic sequences being swiftly eradicated, while the beneficial, potent, and advantageous sequences were reinforced, awakened, and unlocked. Naruto began to undergo a metamorphosis at the genetic level. With each successive intake of the divine fruit, Naruto's consciousness gradually descended into a state of blissful obscurity. A colossal mass of energy coalesced around him, forming a spherical cocoon of jade that enveloped him entirely. This cocoon resembled a precious stone, appearing like white crystal, shimmering with vibrant colors and exuding a translucent clarity. Time became an enigma. It might have been a fleeting moment or an eternity. Suddenly, a sharp crack resonated through the air. A fissure appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Then came a second and a third, as cracks spread like a tree's branches, covering the entire cocoon. With a resounding shatter, the cocoon exploded into a myriad of crystalline fragments that scattered in every direction. From the chaos emerged a striking figure. He possessed a mane of snow-white hair, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance, exuding warmth akin to jade. His skin was translucent and flawless, resembling the finest white jade. Impeccably clean, devoid of any pores. His visage was extraordinarily handsome, with a face as refined as jade, and a tall, slender form that seemed sculpted to perfection. His muscular lines were harmoniously balanced, neither too lean nor too bulky, showcasing an embodiment of flawlessness. Was this the realm of Kagaya Tsutsuki from ages past? Naruto murmured, indeed. I have transcended the level of the 6 paths, reaching an entirely new echelon. He was acutely aware of his transformation, though he now appeared delicate, with skin as white as jade, seemingly fragile. In reality, his body had been entirely forged from pure chakra. Indestructible, impervious to water and fire, ordinary taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and senjutsu left no trace upon him. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power surging within him, a sensation that he could shatter the very planet beneath his feet with a single blow. Having consumed the divine fruit, a monumental transformation had occurred in every aspect of his being. First and foremost, in his physical form. My current physique has transcended the six-path sage mode, reaching an entirely different realm. Immortal and imperishable, I shall eternally retain my youth. This is the true essence of immortality. No matter the harm inflicted upon me, I am capable of restoration. To defeat me, one must resort to sealing, as no alternative exists. Furthermore, my soul possesses the same undying attributes as my corporeal form, rendering it utterly invincible. Moreover, my chakra reserves have expanded a staggering 10,000-fold compared to before. Even the pinnacle of Kaguya pales in comparison to my might. This is no exaggeration. The divine tree requires millennia to absorb natural energy, culminating in the formation of a single fruit. A millennium spent in this endeavor. One can only fathom the immense chakra contained within that singular divine tree fruit. When juxtaposed with it, the chakra of two tentails seems almost trivial. At last, Naruto lifted his eyelids, and a peculiar crimson eye emerged from the center of his brow, splitting it open. This eye embodies the features of both the Rinnegan and Sharingan, displaying the ripples characteristic of the former alongside the red exterior and tomo of the latter. It is the Rinne Sharingan, identical to the one nestled in Kaguya's brow, both belonging to the lineage of blood inheritance. However, Naruto's Rinne Sharingan possesses a distinct energy, differing from that of Kaguya. Kaguya's Rinne Sharingan wields the powers of infinite Tsukuyomi and Ame-no-Minaka. In contrast, Naruto's Rinne Sharingan grants him the abilities of time reversal and Ame-no-Minaka. Time reversal. This power allows him to revert time to the past, affecting both the external world and his own existence. Such a capability far surpasses the time rewind ability of Otsutsuki Urashiki's Blue Rinnegan. The latter can only rewind external time, limited to mere seconds, and cannot affect the self. In contrast, Naruto's time reversal can rewind both external and internal timelines without temporal constraints. This implies that as long as Naruto's chakra remains abundant, he can continue to reverse time indefinitely until his chakra is depleted. This is extraordinary, akin to possessing an infinite supply of regret elixirs and opportunities for a fresh start. Furthermore, the ability to revert his own timeline means that, unless he is obliterated instantaneously, he can return to his peak state prior to injury. This constitutes a unique form of immortality. Chapter 64. The Otsutsuki clan has finally arrived. In a certain sense, the power of time reversal is even more exaggerated than Naruto's intrinsic immortal constitution. His second ability, Ame-no-Minaka, mirrors Kaguya's in its essence. It can instantaneously force a transition of both himself and others from their current space into another realm, utterly unimpeded. The only distinction lies in the fact that Kaguya's Ame-no-Minaka has been perfected through her creation, whereas Naruto's remains an incomplete framework. The six spaces, including the primordial space, are barren and devoid of substance, requiring Naruto to gradually cultivate them. This enhancement mirrors the transformation he underwent upon becoming the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, marking a significant leap in the hierarchy of life. The current description of my being as a mere sixth tier feels rather inadequate. It necessitates a more fitting expression. I have transcended mortality. Thus let us designate this state as the immortal tier, a title that resonates profoundly. Naruto mused to himself before departing from the realm of Kemui, returning to the sanctuary of his home. How much time has elapsed during my metamorphosis? Naruto pondered, casting his gaze upon his room. Everything within, sheets, bed, furniture, and the photographs adorning the walls, was transformed. The entire ambience of the room had shifted. How long has it been? Naruto closed his eyes, and the entirety of Konoha's circumstances instantly flooded his mind. He was astonished, struggling to comprehend the reality before him. How much time has truly passed? Hurriedly, he exited his room. Konoha had undergone a monumental transformation. Its expanse had multiplied several times over. Dirt roads were now paved with concrete, and humble wooden structures had been replaced by towering concrete edifices. Enormous screens on the facades of these buildings displayed a myriad of images, and trams raced through the village. Have I traversed into Boruto's era? In an instant, Naruto vanished from his spot, reappearing quietly at the site of the Chunin exams. Indeed, Konoha was hosting the Chunin exams today, and they had reached the final stage of individual combat. The arena, reminiscent of a sports complex, was teeming with spectators. The stands were filled with an audience, and at the most prominent position sat the 5 Kage of the great ninja villages. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the 5th Raikage, Darui, the 5th Kazekage, Gaara, the 6th Mizukage, Chojuro, and the 4th Tsuchikage, Kuratsuchi, clad in ceremonial robes and wearing conical hats. The Kage surveyed the entire arena from their elevated perch. Among the crowd were Kakashi, Gai, Shursui, Fugaku, and Hayashi, along with familiar female ninjas such as Hinata, Ino, Sakura, and Tenten, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. The remaining audience consisted of spectators from various villages, nobles, and ninjas alike. At the center of the arena, 2 agile figures were locked in combat. One bore a hairstyle reminiscent of Shikamaru's, while the other was a girl who had activated her Sharingan. The battle was fierce. Naruto quietly appeared in a corner, observing the lively scene, rendered momentarily speechless. Have I truly transformed directly into Boruto's era? Naruto felt somewhat at a loss. He surveyed the surroundings, recognizing many familiar faces alongside an abundance of unfamiliar ones. Among the combatants, one appeared to be Sarada, Sasuke's daughter, while the other was likely Shikadai, Shikamaru's son. Almost all of the new generation were present, including Orochimaru's son Mitsuki, Ino's son Inogen, Choji's daughter Chocho, and Lee's son Metal. Yet where is Boruto? Naruto scanned the area, but found no sign of him. Of course, after my disappearance for over a decade, it would be a miracle for Hinata to have given birth to Boruto alone. Naruto silently scoffed to himself, when suddenly, he sensed something unusual in the sky and instinctively looked up. The heavens quietly split open, rapidly widening, and 2 figures emerged from the rift. One was tall and imposing, while the other was petite and delicate. Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. Otsutsuki. Ah, you have finally arrived. The newcomers were none other than Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Momoshiki perched delicately upon Kinshiki's shoulder, resembling a daughter resting upon her father's. Their appearance instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, as curious gazes turned towards them. Who are these 2 individuals? Do they possess Byakugan? Could they possibly belong to the Hyuga clan? That seems implausible. I know the members of the Hyuga clan, yet I have never encountered these 2. Whispers filled the crowd while the 5 Kage, including Minato and Tobirama, exchanged alarmed glances. They sensed an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanating from Momoshiki and Kinshiki, far surpassing that of Shin. Coupled with their unique attire and the horns adorning their heads, it was evident to them. These 2 were of the Otsutsuki clan. The Otsutsuki had finally arrived. Naruto's prediction had indeed come to fruition. Prepare for battle. With a flurry of movement, figures emerged in the center of the venue, their expressions vigilant as they focused on Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Among them were Hashirama, Tobirama, Uchiha Kagami, Akimichi Choza, Shikaku, Kakashi, Gai, and Fugaku. Minato and the other Kage stood on the elevated platform, their gazes cold and unwavering as they regarded the Otsutsuki above. Are these truly the members of the Otsutsuki clan? Their presence is undeniably formidable. CHJR remarked, his expression grave. These 2 certainly know how to make an entrance, arriving at such a precarious moment. How troublesome. Darui grumbled, frustration etched upon his face. Everyone, maintain order, Minato commanded, emphasizing the importance of ensuring the safety of the numerous spectators present. Understood, the 4 Kage nodded slightly. Facing the vigilant and hostile stares of the audience, Momoshiki smirked derisively. Kinshiki, it seems this crowd of inferior beings is not at all surprised by our arrival. Kinshiki replied impassively, it is likely that Kagaya, the traitor, divulged the information regarding our clan. Indeed, it appears so, Momoshiki nodded. However, there are quite a few people here. Kinshiki, let us clear the area. Yes, Lord Momoshiki. Kinshiki responded and instantly dove downward, plummeting into the venue at an astonishing speed. Boom. The terrifying force of his descent caused the marble floor to shatter, creating a massive crater. Catch! Kinshiki concentrated chakra at his fingertips, igniting it into flames and striking the ground with tremendous force. The resulting shockwave erupted violently, shaking the earth as if an earthquake had occurred. The stands cracked and teetered precariously, while debris rained down upon the audience, plunging the venue into chaos. Protect the civilians. The ninjas present sprang into action. Shinra-tensei. Hashirama waved his right hand, unleashing a repulsive force that sent a portion of the falling debris hurtling away. Kamui. Chapter 65. You, at long last, have chosen to return. Water release. Water collision wave. Leaf great whirlwind. Susanoo. Reversal. The formidable beings swiftly took action, effortlessly shattering bricks and boulders to ensure the safety of the populace. Witnessing this scene, Peach was momentarily astonished. The Rinnegan, the Sharingan, the Byakugan. To his surprise, the ocular techniques of the Tsutsuki clan appeared among this group of inferior beings. Gradually descending from the heavens, Peach halted a few meters above the ground. Are you the descendants of that traitor Kaguya? Peach gazed at Hashirama, Kakashi, and the others. Tell me, where is Kaguya now? She is not here. She has perished. Hashirama responded gravely, his voice low. Have you descended upon earth to avenge her? Tobirama, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered how these two individuals could refer to Kaguya as a traitor, yet still harbor intentions of revenge. Brother, could you refrain from such foolishness? The aliens will mock us. Tobirama admonished with a stern countenance. State your intentions, or do not blame us for being inhospitable. Upon hearing this, Peach erupted into laughter as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke in existence. Jean, did you hear that? This inferior creature dares to threaten us. Are you frightened? He scoffed. How audacious of this ignorant being to threaten the noble Peach. They seek death. Jean, loyal to Peach, was incensed by Tobirama's threat. With a powerful push against the ground, his tall and robust figure transformed into a streak of light, shooting towards Tobirama like a bolt of lightning. The seventh gate of the 8 gates of opening, the shock gate, is now open. Guy bellowed, unleashing a torrent of furious blue chakra that surged forth like a tumultuous sea wave, crashing in all directions. In an instant, Guy vanished, only to reappear abruptly beside Jean, delivering a powerful kick. Leaf Hurricane. The weighty, forceful strike landed heavily on Jean, sending him hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Jean collided with the wall of the spectator area, creating a massive human-shaped dent. For an ordinary individual, withstanding such a blow would likely result in severe injury, if not death. Yet Jean merely spat out a mouthful of blood, extricating himself from the wall with a fierce glare directed at Guy. How dare this worthless inferior being attempt to ambush the illustrious Jean, truly unaware of their own mortality. Wave God. Jean wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as a surge of red chakra erupted from his back, coalescing into a crimson ring. Almost immediately, various weapons manifested within the ring, great swords, steel forks, and sharp blades. Heavenly feather arrows. Jean roared, and these crimson weapons shot forth like cannonballs, hurtling towards Guy. Guy, do not touch those weapons. Kakashi shouted, summoning Susanoo to form a skeletal hand that aimed to swat away the projectiles. However, upon contact, the skeletal hand of Susanoo was pierced as though it were mere tofu against a steel blade. The red weapons continued their relentless trajectory towards Guy. What overwhelming power! Kakashi's pupils constricted as he activated his Mangekyō Sharingan. Kamui. The space surrounding the crimson weapons distorted, transporting several of them into the Kamui dimension. Peach-style gazed at Kakashi, his white eyes narrowing slightly. This fellow possesses quite a remarkable Sharingan, capable of spatial manipulation. However, can you transfer this? Extending his hand, chakra coalesced in his palm, rapidly forming a chakra sphere reminiscent of a tailed beast ball. In an instant, a colossal tailed beast ball, with a diameter exceeding several hundred meters and capable of engulfing the entire Chunin exam venue, materialized above the arena. Damn! As the immense tailed beast ball loomed, a chill ran down the spines of the audience, their hair standing on end, and their scalps tingling with fear. Such a high-density chakra sphere, should it crash down, would surely spell disaster for their survival. Hashirama and the others wore grave expressions, while they were not particularly afraid of such an attack. The sheer number of spectators present posed a grave concern. If this orb were to detonate, countless lives would be lost, and the entire village could be caught in the aftermath, resulting in unimaginable consequences. Brother, can it be absorbed? Tobirama inquired, glancing at Hashirama. The chakra is far too vast. With my Rinnegan, I cannot absorb it in such a short time. Hashirama shook his head. Then it must be transferred. Tobirama drew a kunai, preparing to execute the Flying Thunder God technique to relocate the tailed beast ball. Lowly, inferior beings, perish. Peach Style erupted into a maniacal laugh, swinging his arm forcefully as the tailed beast ball plummeted toward the ground. Flying Thunder God technique. Tobirama was about to act when a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears, causing Hashirama and the others to tremble in shock, realizing an unexpected presence had joined them. Naruto. Their faces lit up with joy. You finally decided to return. It's good to have you back. Everyone, it's been a while. Naruto smiled and nodded at the group before turning his attention to the descending tailed beast ball, activating his devouring ability. With a hum, a terrifying force of absorption emanated from Naruto's palm, voraciously consuming the high-density chakra sphere hurtling toward them. In mere moments, the massive chakra ball was entirely devoured, leaving not a trace behind. Is this the devouring ability of the Rinnegan? Peach Style's pupils constricted as he glared darkly at Naruto. You, a lowly being. Who do you think you are? Otsutsuki Peach Style. Naruto replied, locking eyes with him. I have a few questions for you, and I hope you will answer them truthfully. Lowly being, do you think that by wielding the powers of our Otsutsuki clan, you can stand against me? Peach Style sneered disdainfully. Let me tell you. In the presence of true Otsutsuki, what you possess amounts to nothing. Such arrogance. Naruto scoffed, channeling chakra into his palm before unleashing a powerful punch. A chakra-formed fist tore through the void, crashing down toward Peach Style. 80 God Airstrike. Bang. The speed of the chakra fist was overwhelming, despite Peach Style's Byakugan, which allowed him to perceive its trajectory. He found himself unable to evade it. Boom. The chakra fist struck Peach Style with tremendous force, akin to a hammer striking iron. He let out a muffled groan, blood spilling forth as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Lord Peach Style, Kanshiki exclaimed in shock, darting toward him to catch Peach Style before he crashed to the ground. Master Peach, are you alright? Jean, filled with concern, asked as he supported Peach. Peach spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion growing paler, clearly gravely injured by the blow. However, the ferocity and rage in his eyes burned like an inferno, reaching a boiling point. Despicable lowly creature. Chapter 66. Lowly creature, let go of me. Peach forcefully shoved Jean away, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared at Naruto with fury, exclaiming, I want you dead. Boom. In response, he received another punch. Peach was once again sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. Jean, unable to bear the sight of his master's suffering, roared in anger and charged at Naruto. The red circular ring on his back transformed into a colossal red scythe. With reckless abandon, Jean wielded the massive scythe, aiming to slash Naruto into pieces. Naruto, watch out. The others immediately shouted their warnings. Jean was undoubtedly a master of the Six Paths level, and his attack was equally formidable. They could not afford to be careless. Yet, Naruto merely smiled faintly, extending his right hand and effortlessly grasping the fiercely attacking scythe. What? Jin's face contorted in shock. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Naruto and the scythe he had seized. Was it possible for Naruto to catch such a heavy attack with his bare hands? Absurd. It seemed that after years of absence, Naruto had grown stronger. One could only wonder to what extent he had ascended. Hashirama and the others were equally stunned, gazing at Naruto with incredulity in their eyes. Was this the extent of the Otsutsuki clan's abilities? It was utterly disappointing. Naruto flicked his fingers. A sharp crack echoed as the colossal scythe in Jin's hands shattered into red shards, raining down to the ground. You. Jin's formerly stoic and serious face now bore an expression of disbelief. Are you some kind of monster? Compared to you, your Otsutsuki clan resembles the true monsters. Naruto snorted lightly, delivering another punch. Boom. His fist struck Jin squarely in the face. An explosive force erupted, sending Jin flying once more, embedding him into the wall. Having accomplished this, Naruto paid no further attention to Jin and casually approached Peach, inquiring, Otsutsuki Peach, are you now able to sit down and answer my questions honestly? You vile lowly creature. Peach's expression twisted, humiliation and rage flooding his face as he shouted, Inuzuka Kenmei. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. In the next moment, multiple serpent-bodied monsters with dragon heads burst forth from the earth, roaring as they lunged at Naruto. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, Naruto coldly scoffed. his gaze sweeping over the dragon-headed serpents as he commanded, "Return." A wave of temporal energy enveloped the dragon-headed serpents. In the blink of an eye, the monstrous creatures vanished without a trace. Peach's pupils constricted sharply. What was this ability of Naruto's? Hashirama and the others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Naruto's display. With just a glance, he had made several enormous monsters disappear. Such a feat was simply unfathomable. Time reversal. Peach stared intently at Naruto. The ability to manipulate time is not an uncommon trait among the Tsutsuki clan. As an interstellar race that has cultivated the divine tree for millennia, the Tsutsuki have benefited immensely from it, granting nearly every member the Rinnegan. Beyond its fundamental abilities, the Rinnegan possesses unique powers that vary from individual to individual, with many exhibiting time-related abilities. Take Momoshiki, for instance. His Rinnegan is endowed with two special abilities, the exalted KGSH Rin and the power to freeze time. This time-freezing ability allows him to suspend all time except for his own, akin to a complete halt of temporal flow. Due to his mastery over time, Momoshiki is exceptionally sensitive to temporal fluctuations, swiftly discerning that Naruto's recent technique was indeed time reversal. A correct guess, yet alas, there is no reward for it. Naruto, with an impassive expression, commanded, "Yield and answer my questions honestly, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to face my wrath. You lowly creature. How dare you threaten me?" Momoshiki did not cower before Naruto's abilities. Instead, he became increasingly grotesque and frantic. Die. Time freeze. With a flourish of his right hand, the crimson Rinnegan in his palm radiated temporal energy, instantly freezing the surrounding time. Subsequently, he unleashed several chakra rods from his left hand, aiming to seal Naruto's chakra points. However, as the rods neared Naruto, they inexplicably halted, unable to advance any further. To employ time manipulation in my presence? Momoshiki, your Tsutsuki clan is even more foolish than I had presumed. Naruto seized the opportunity, activating his Shinra Tensei, causing Momoshiki to be uncontrollably drawn towards him. Damn it! Momoshiki struggled fiercely, yet his efforts were in vain. He attempted to use Shinra Tensei to propel himself away, but it proved futile. All his tactics had failed him. Ultimately, Naruto grasped him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly as one would a chick in the claws of an eagle. Release Lord Momoshiki. Kinshiki, witnessing this, extricated himself from the wall, dragging his wounded form towards Naruto. Shinra Tensei. Naruto cast a glance at Kinshiki, and with a burst of power, he sent Kinshiki hurtling back. Swish, swish, swish. Naruto swung his right hand, and multiple chakra rods shot forth, embedding themselves in Kinshiki's body, sealing his chakra. Kinshiki collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. The disparity in power was overwhelming. Whether it was him or the mightier Momoshiki, the chasm between them and Naruto was insurmountable. Release me, you base creature. Momoshiki seemed to anticipate Naruto's next move, his expression shifting dramatically as he struggled with renewed vigor. He placed his hand on Naruto's arm, activating the red Rinnegan in his palm in an attempt to siphon Naruto's chakra. However, before he could draw upon much chakra, an overwhelming tide of his own chakra surged forth instead. Damn it! Momoshiki gasped in horror, desperately trying to redirect the chakra back to himself. But it was futile. Naruto's absorption capabilities far surpassed his own. If his ability to consume chakra is akin to sipping bubble tea through a straw, then Naruto's capacity resembles an unrestrained floodgate. The two are not even in the same league. Within mere breaths, the chakra within Kagaya's body was entirely devoured by Naruto. She immediately wilted, her body sagging in defeat. The Otsutsuki clan is profoundly dependent on chakra. Without it, they are rendered utterly powerless. This is incomparable to the resilience of ninjas. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall resort to force. Naruto activated the human path of his Rinnegan, commencing the retrieval of Kagaya's memories. He was exceedingly curious about the Otsutsuki clan and yearned to comprehend the essence and strength of their race. As Naruto began to delve into her memories, they surged into his mind like a torrential flood. Chapter 67. Kagaya's foolishness. Images and snippets of memories flooded in, and the onlookers, including Hashirama and others, chose to remain silent, recognizing that Naruto was engaged in extracting Kagaya's recollections, insights they too were eager to uncover. What manner of race is the Otsutsuki? Suddenly, a faint sound of slicing air broke the stillness, as a red fishing hook shot towards Naruto with lightning speed. The swiftness of the hook, combined with the assumption that their foe had been subdued, led to a lapse in vigilance. Thus, none noticed the impending danger. In an instant, the hook was before Naruto, its sharp tip poised to pierce his chest. Yet, just as it was about to make contact, the hook inexplicably halted, suspended in midair. A subtle smirk graced Naruto's lips as he traced the fishing line to its master, Otsutsuki Urashiki. Otsutsuki Urashiki's expression transformed in alarm as he prepared to initiate a time reversal, intending to return to a few moments prior. However, before he could activate his ability, his cognitive faculties were abruptly frozen, rendering him incapable of thought. Time itself halted, encasing his consciousness in stillness. Still harboring intentions of a sneak attack? I had already taken note of you. Naruto scoffed coldly, dismissing Urashiki and continuing his exploration of Kagaya's memories. Kagaya had lived for eons, and the vastness of her memories was staggering. Even with Naruto's adept reading skills, it took considerable time for him to fully assimilate her experiences. He found himself profoundly shaken. The Otsutsuki clan was far more formidable than he had anticipated. This race had risen to prominence over thousands of years, their realm spanning countless star systems, teeming with powerful individuals. Their lifestyle bore resemblance to that of nomadic tribes, accompanied by the Ten Tails, as they roamed to cultivate divine trees. Wherever there existed a life-bearing planet suitable for planting these trees, they would settle. Moreover, chakra fruits, even among the Otsutsuki, were coveted treasures. All harvested chakra fruits were required to be surrendered to their headquarters, where they would be refined into elixirs and distributed according to labor. This arrangement implied that even after enduring a wait of millennia for the fruits to ripen, one would still be obligated to relinquish them. Refusal to comply would constitute a severe violation of the Otsutsuki's regulations, with dire consequences awaiting those who defied the order. Upon grasping this revelation, Naruto finally comprehended why Kagaya harbored such an intense fear of the Otsutsuki clan. She had clandestinely consumed the fruit of the divine tree. Should the headquarters discover her transgression, her fate would be nothing short of tragic, likely culminating in severe punishment. Thus, Kagaya felt compelled to create the White Zetsu army to defend against the impending invasion from the Otsutsuki clan. Unbeknownst to her, she was betrayed by her own son. Nevertheless, these considerations paled in comparison to Naruto's primary concern, the formidable beings of the Otsutsuki clan. Their relentless ambition was to incessantly devour chakra fruits, ultimately evolving into deities. Within the Otsutsuki clan, the higher one's status, the greater the allocation of divine tree fruits, consequently enhancing their strength. The most powerful Otsutsuki currently known is Otsutsuki Shibi, a being who perpetually consumes fruits and evolves. Ultimately, he transcended dimensions and the very concept of life and death, having departed from the current realm. All members of the Otsutsuki clan regard Otsutsuki Shibi as their aspirational pinnacle, yearning to surpass mortality as he has. The criteria for measuring strength within the Otsutsuki clan is remarkably straightforward. It is based on the quantity of chakra fruits consumed. The more chakra fruits one devours, the more frequent their evolution, and thus, the greater their power. Memories from Momoshiki reveal to Naruto that, despite the vastness of the Otsutsuki clan, the number of those who have truly consumed chakra fruits is exceedingly scarce. Even guardians like Momoshiki and Kinshiki, who have toiled for millennia cultivating the divine tree, have never consumed an entire chakra fruit. They are only allotted elixirs crafted from the fruits. The notion of consuming a complete chakra fruit is utterly unattainable. To do so clandestinely, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, a being like Kagaya, who has devoured a single chakra fruit, is already considered a master among the Otsutsuki. If one were to consume 2 chakra fruits, they would surpass 99 of their kin. Consuming 3, 4, or even more is exceedingly rare, a true rarity. After all, the legendary Otsutsuki Shibi, who transcended dimensions, had merely consumed 9 high-quality chakra fruits. This illustrates how extraordinarily rare it is for one to have consumed chakra fruits. Even within the Otsutsuki clan, it is no wonder these 3 individuals are so inept. They haven't even tasted a single complete divine tree fruit. Naruto gazed at Momoshiki, whose pallid visage resembled that of a defeated canine, and could not help but shake his head. Tasked with guarding the 10 tails, yet never having consumed a single complete divine tree fruit. How lamentable. According to Momoshiki's memories, he had only ever acquired 1 chakra fruit in his lifetime, which he surrendered. Naruto found it difficult to form an opinion, yet he believed Momoshiki to be rather foolish. Rather than relinquishing the fruit and awaiting his clan's meager offerings of elixirs, he might as well have consumed the chakra fruit himself. Then, accompanied by the 10 tails, he could have severed ties with the Tsutsuki clan and roamed the cosmos freely. Was that not a more delightful prospect? Why live constrained by the whims of the Tsutsuki? Beyond these revelations, Naruto stumbled upon a piece of information that made his heart race. Over 900 years ago, Momoshiki and Kinshiki had planted a divine tree, and in a few more years, its fruits would ripen. With Naruto's current capabilities and knowledge of the spatial coordinates, he could reach that planet within a year or two. If I can consume this fruit, I shall evolve once more, undoubtedly enhancing my strength. I did not anticipate such an unexpected gain. Having acquired the knowledge he sought, Naruto would naturally not spare the lives of the 3 Otsutsuki. He extracted the souls of Momoshiki, Kinshiki, and Urashiki, annihilating them on the spot, thereby eliminating any possibility of reincarnation. Thus, even with the reanimation jutsu, the likes of Kaguya could not save Momoshiki, Kinshiki, or Urashiki. They have completely vanished from this world. Naruto then stored their bodies in his Kamui dimension. Their remains still hold significant value. The Rinnegan can be transplanted to another, while their bodies can be given to Orochimaru for research, serving as a means of resourcefulness. After completing these tasks, Naruto turned to the crowd, who immediately surrounded him. Naruto, you just accessed that guy's memories, right? Did you find any information about the Otsutsuki clan? Who are these 3? Are there any other associates? The inquiries poured forth, revealing a keen interest in Momoshiki, Kinshiki, Urashiki, and the Otsutsuki clan behind them. Just as Naruto was about to respond, a voice filled with sorrow resonated nearby. Naruto. Turning, he saw Hinata leaping down from the stands, rushing toward him, tears streaming down her face. Everyone disperse. Please. Hashirama chuckled. They've finally reunited. Let us not create a disturbance. Chapter 68. Is this still the stern and rigid Hinata Hyuga of yesteryears? The crowd smiled and tactfully stepped aside, allowing Naruto to embrace Hinata. Naruto. Hinata, typically shy due to her strict upbringing, cast aside her reservations in that moment, diving into Naruto's arms and weeping uncontrollably. All the years of worry, longing, and rumors erupted at once. Filled with remorse, Naruto held Hinata tightly and quietly vanished from sight. After their departure, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Who was that? Incredible. He dispatched 3 enemies in no time. You don't even know him? He must be from another village. He is the hero who single-handedly ended the 4th Great Ninja War, the strongest ninja in the world, Uzumaki Naruto. What? He is Uzumaki Naruto. Damn. Uzumaki Naruto is my idol, and I didn't even recognize him. Amazing. Truly remarkable. The atmosphere ignited as the crowd buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing the recent battle. Naruto has countless fans, and many young ninjas today have grown up hearing tales of his legendary exploits. To them, Naruto is an even more legendary figure than Hashirama Senju or Uchiha Madara. Now that they have encountered the real Naruto, how could they not be exhilarated? Naruto, that guy? Sasuke stood on the platform, quietly gazing in the direction Naruto had departed, letting out a deep sigh. Over the years, Sasuke had regarded Naruto as his target, diligently training day after day for over a decade, all in hopes of one day defeating Naruto with his own hands. Sasuke's efforts have borne fruit. He not only successfully ascended to the 6 Paths level, mastering the 6 Paths Sage Body, the Rinnegan, and the 6 Paths Chakra, but also acquired the 6 Paths Sage Techniques, the incomplete Yin-Yang Release, the Truth-Seeking Orbs, and Space-Time Ninjutsu. Naruto, I once believed the chasm between us had narrowed, but it seems to have widened instead. Sasuke sighed deeply, a sense of defeat evident in his eyes. The battle between Naruto and the trio of Tika was brief, yet showcased an extraordinarily exaggerated combat prowess. His formidable physical abilities, enigmatic time manipulation, and the utilization of the Rinnegan far surpassed that of Sasuke. This was merely the tip of the iceberg of Naruto's capabilities. Sasuke remained oblivious to the full extent of Naruto's arsenal. That was truly the most terrifying aspect. Dad, is he really Naruto Uzumaki? Sarada inquired, having approached her father without him noticing, gazing at him with a look of wonder. Sasuke gently acknowledged her with a soft hum, his gaze softening. While he typically bore an indifferent demeanor towards others, he exhibited remarkable tenderness towards his only daughter, a privilege even his wife Sakura did not receive. Naruto Uzumaki is incredible, Sarada exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Dad, you were in the same class as Naruto Uzumaki back in the day. Please share his story with me. Sarada tugged at Sasuke's arm, her face alight with anticipation. All right. Sasuke did not refuse, lifting his gaze to the sky as he delved into the depths of his memories. This is a tale of an underdog's resurgence. At home, in their room, Hinata was surprisingly easy to comfort, especially when Naruto was the one doing the soothing. With just a few words, he managed to pacify her. My dear, don't be upset. This was indeed an accident, and I promise it won't happen again. I'm not angry. Hinata clung tightly to Naruto, holding on with all her strength, fearful that if she loosened her grip, he might vanish once more. I was just worried about you, afraid you might leave me. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, gazing at Naruto with a pleading expression. If you ever need to seclude yourself, please let me know in advance so I can brace myself. Hinata's tears melted Naruto's heart. He enveloped her in his arms, both comforting and reassuring her until she finally calmed down, her tears giving way to a smile. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. After not seeing each other for over a decade, all their longings erupted at that moment. Creak, creak, the bed in their home resonated with soft sounds, harmonizing with Hinata's melodic voice, creating a beautiful symphony that wafted through the forest. For 3 consecutive days, the couple did not step outside. Kushina and Minato, missing their son, visited a few times, only to leave blushing upon hearing the sounds coming from the house. On the 4th day, having indulged in each other's company for long enough, the two finally emerged from their room. Kushina and Minato rushed to their home. Kushina's first words sent Hinata's face into a deep crimson. You two finally emerged. If you hadn't come out soon, I would have had to break down the door. Flustered, Hinata quickly retreated, saying, Dad, Mom, you chat. I'll go get some tea. With a chuckle, Kushina watched Hinata scurry away, but her expression shifted to one of fury as she turned to Naruto, delivering a punch to his arm. You rascal. Disappearing for all these years without a word. Do you intend to drive me to madness? Naruto found himself in a state of helplessness, choosing not to retort. He patiently waited for Kushina to tire of her scolding before slowly offering his explanation. After much discussion, he finally managed to appease her. In truth, she was not genuinely angry. As she berated him, tears began to flow. Ultimately, her worry for Naruto was at the heart of it all. At noon, Kushina and Hinata joined forces to prepare a sumptuous feast for Naruto. Just as they were about to dine, Hayashi arrived with Hanabi. After many years apart, Hayashi appeared noticeably aged, his once lustrous black hair now streaked with silver, and his straight posture slightly hunched, his frame somewhat emaciated. Time had left deep imprints upon him. As people grow older, they often become more sentimental, a sentiment that was particularly evident in Hayashi. Upon seeing Naruto, Hayashi could no longer contain his emotions and began to weep, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing this, Naruto felt a surge of complex emotions. Was this truly the same stern and rigid Hayashi from years past? How merciless time can be. Hanabi had blossomed into a young lady, at 27, the age when a woman possesses her most captivating allure. She sweetly called him brother-in-law, her voice laced with affection. The family gathered around the table, sharing the meal and reminiscing about the years gone by. The atmosphere was wonderfully harmonious. By the way, brother-in-law, I have something to share. Like my sister, I have also awakened the Byakugan, Hanabi proclaimed, her voice brimming with pride as she looked expectantly at Naruto, eager for his praise. Naruto did not disappoint. With a smile, he praised her. Well done. It seems you have worked hard over the years. In truth, even without Hanabi's announcement, Naruto had sensed her awakening at first glance, for she had transformed all the chakra within her into that of the Tsutsuki clan. Given the abundance of Tsutsuki chakra, it was only natural for her to unlock the Byakugan. With Naruto's affirmation, Hanabi's face lit up with joy. Yet, it was not only Hanabi who had undergone transformation. Many had experienced monumental changes in their abilities. For instance, Minato had successfully fused the Asura and Indra chakra within him, manifesting the Six Paths chakra, which allowed his eternal Mangekyō Sharingan to evolve into the Rinnegan, thus entering the realm of Six Paths. Now, Minato possessed not only the Rinnegan but also the Six Paths Sage Body, mastering the techniques of the Six Paths, a true embodiment of that level. Hayashi and Hanabi lingered until the afternoon before taking their leave. No sooner had they exited than Hashirama and the others arrived. After 12 years apart, everyone had changed significantly. Hashirama had successfully ascended to the 6 paths level, possessing a pair of Rinnegan, the 6 paths sage body, and mastery over 6 paths techniques. Tobirama, though lacking the Rinnegan, had also trained to attain the 6 paths body and the associated techniques. Naruto had gifted him a pair of Rinnegan from the Tsutsuki clan. Kakashi had awakened the Rinnegan, developed the 6 paths sage body, and had begun to grasp the techniques of the 6 paths. Among the older generation of Konoha, these three, along with Minato, were the strongest, while the others paled in comparison. They spent a considerable time together, discussing myriad topics, primarily Naruto's experiences over the years and the Tsutsuki clan. After an afternoon of conversation, the group including names such as Sasuke, Sakura, Neji, and Shikamaru gathered in the evening and proceeded to a barbecue restaurant. The 12 of them, all contemporaries, found an abundance of topics to discuss. They reminisced about their school days, shared experiences from their missions together, and reflected on the changes that had transpired over the years. Naruto, feeling a bit perplexed, was confronted by Ino. Look at the rest of us. We've all undergone significant transformations, yet you remain unchanged. This remark deepened Naruto's sense of melancholy. Kiba, with a disgruntled expression, exclaimed, I've become a greasy middle-aged man. While you, Naruto, not only haven't aged, but appear even more youthful. It's utterly disheartening. The sentiment resonated with the others. Among the 12, Neji Lee and Tintin were 33, while the rest were 32. Though still relatively young, the disparity between them and Naruto was stark. Naruto appeared as if he were still in his late teens, making the others feel as though they were seated alongside an uncle. Time has a way of aging us all. Naruto could not help but sigh. However, it's remarkable that after all these years, you've all started families. Sasuke and Sakura were married with a daughter, Sarada. Shikamaru and Temari had a son, Shikadai. Ino ultimately ended up with Sai and had a son named Inogen. Choji found love with Karui from the Hidden Cloud Village, resulting in a daughter named Chocho. Lee married a Kunoichi from the Land of Wind and welcomed a son named Metal Lee. Neji and Tintin tied the knot and had a daughter named Hinata. Kiba married a Kunoichi from the Hidden Mist and had a son named Inuzuka Keiya. Shino partnered with a fellow clan member and had a daughter named Aburame Kinuko. Shikamaru, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, It's been over a decade. It's high time you had your own children, don't you think? Meanwhile, look at you. With a sense of pride, he added, You've been away for over a decade, falling behind us in the family department. Determined, he resolved to put in the effort with Hinata to start a family soon. Indeed, Naruto, all of us from our cohort have children now. You and Hinata must make a concerted effort. Kiba laughed heartily, but even if you try, your child will still be younger than mine. After years of being outshone by you, it's refreshing to have a leg up in this regard. The group chuckled in agreement. Sasuke and Kiba had a point. Sakura smiled and said, Naruto, Hinata, it's time for you both to put in the effort and start a family. Hinata, blushing profusely, lowered her gaze, feeling shy. Content with the prospect of being a devoted wife and mother, she had always admired her friends who had transitioned into parenthood. Yet, without Naruto present, her efforts felt futile. Finally, after yearning for his return, she resolved to conceive Naruto's child at all costs, even if it meant exhausting him in the process. The gathering continued late into the night before they parted ways. Upon returning home, Naruto and Hinata engaged in their evening routines, after which Hinata exhibited a notably proactive demeanor. In the days that followed, the couple shared tender whispers while embracing one another. Hinata, why are you so forward today? Naruto inquired. I wish to have a child. She replied, her earnest desire evident. Is that so? Having a child means dedicating oneself entirely to their care. It can be quite arduous. He remarked. I am unafraid. She declared resolutely. Very well then. Though Naruto had never been particularly enthusiastic about parenthood, his immortal state rendering the decision somewhat inconsequential, he could not deny Hinata's wish. Given their circumstances, they could afford to nurture as many children as they desired. Thus, in the ensuing days, Naruto devoted himself solely to the task of creating life. His determination bore fruit. And 2 months later, Hinata successfully conceived. To ensure her peace of mind throughout her pregnancy, Naruto enlisted the help of 4 childcare nannies to attend to her dietary and daily needs. In his quest to provide an optimal environment for Hinata, he even engineered a unique plant life capable of absorbing natural energy and converting it into 6 paths chakra, which permeated the air. He planted several of these remarkable plants around their home and established a protective barrier. Consequently, the chakra generated by these plants accumulated within the confines of the barrier, creating an exceptionally rich atmosphere. Breathing in this air invigorated the spirit, promoting longevity, health, and a gradual enhancement of strength. As time passed, Hinata's belly grew rounder, and during her pregnancy, Naruto found the opportunity to refine the 6 spaces within the heavenly realm. These spaces included ice and snow, lava, desert, acid sea, supergravity, and the origin sphere. After 9 months, Hinata gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl, inheriting the extraordinary genes of their parents. The children displayed remarkable potential from the moment they entered the world. The elder brother possessed Naruto's Rinnegan, while the younger sister inherited Hinata's Tenseigan. Furthermore, the siblings were born as 6-paths sage bodies, harboring an immense reservoir of 6-paths chakra, making them 6-paths-level from birth. This exceptional beginning far surpassed that of the sage of 6 paths and his brother, elevating them to a status that most ninjas could only aspire to throughout their lives. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. However, some are born in Rome, exemplifying the reality of their situation. Naruto named the children. The brother was called Uzumaki Rishi and the sister, Uzumaki Rihan. Hinata affectionately nicknamed them Bozu for the brother and Sunflower for the sister. As the preeminent ninja in the world, Naruto and Hinata's children were eagerly anticipated during the pregnancy, and after their birth, visitors flocked to marvel at their prodigious gifts. When the children reached 6 months, Naruto bid farewell to Hinata. In Chapter 70, Naruto began another transformation at the genetic level. Following the coordinates provided by the peach style, he set off to collect the fruits of the divine tree cultivated by the peach and gold styles. Time was of the essence, as the chakra fruit was nearing maturity, and he needed to act swiftly to secure it before it fell into the hands of others. Each time the realm of the underworld is summoned, it necessitates the consumption of vast amounts of chakra. Particularly for interstellar journeys, the chakra expenditure is exceedingly extravagant. Even with Naruto's nearly limitless chakra reserves, he finds it somewhat taxing, leaving his body feeling utterly drained. Yet, this does not daunt him. When his chakra is nearly depleted, Naruto employs a technique akin to time reversal, restoring himself to peak condition. He then resumes his journey, repeating this cycle tirelessly. After 9 months, Naruto finally arrives at the planet. This celestial body is a moon of a gas giant, reminiscent of Jupiter's moon Europa or Saturn's moon Titan. Despite being a moon, its diameter surpasses that of Earth, categorizing it as a super-Earth. From the vastness of outer space, one can observe a colossal tree dominating the surface, its canopy sprawling to cover nearly 2/3 of the planet. This magnificent tree renders the planet a vibrant green sphere, teeming with life. However, upon closer inspection, one discovers that the surface has long succumbed to desertification. Rivers, forests, and vegetation have entirely vanished. The entire planet has transformed into a desolate wasteland, devoid of any trace of life. How imposing is this divine tree? Naruto muses. Through the memories of Peach, he learns that this planet was once alive with vitality, lush greenery, and abundant species, boasting a highly favorable ecological environment. Yet, within a mere millennium of the divine tree's planting, the entire planet has morphed into a lifeless sphere. It is truly lamentable. Compared to the reckless overexploitation by Peach and Kin, Kagaya's actions seem at least somewhat more temperate. Shaking his head, Naruto soars towards the divine tree. Having sensed the presence of the chakra fruit, and now feeling an insatiable anticipation. As expected, upon reaching the apex of the divine tree, he spots an enormous purple fruit hovering just above the canopy. Its diameter exceeds 3 meters, resembling the Rinnegan with its concentric ripples. The surface of the fruit radiates an ominous chakra fluctuation, exuding an irresistibly alluring aura. The quality of this chakra fruit far surpasses that of the one I consumed previously. Naruto's gaze burns with intensity. Chakra fruits indeed vary in quality. The younger and healthier the Otsutsuki offering, the stronger their power. And the more abundant the natural energy on the planet, the better the quality of the chakra fruit produced by the divine tree. The fruit before him evidently boasts a quality far superior to the one Naruto had consumed before. His throat constricts as he can no longer suppress his yearning, and he hastens towards the fruit. However, as Naruto approaches, countless vines suddenly shoot towards him, launching an assault. This is the divine tree retaliating. It voraciously devours all life on the planet while fiercely guarding its fruits. Naturally, the divine tree would not permit Naruto to seize its fruit. How foolish. With a cold snort, Naruto's eyes transform into the Rinnegan, and he immediately activates a time-stopping technique. A strange temporal wave spreads forth, rendering the attacking vines motionless in their tracks. Naruto unleashed the yellow spring Hirazaka, suddenly appearing before the divine tree's fruit. The six-path staff quietly materialized in his hand, transforming into a sleek black sword, which he swung at the branch beneath the fruit. With a sharp crack, the branch broke, and the fruit fell. Naruto's Rinnegan activated, and he exclaimed, "Heavenly sovereignty." In an instant, the environment shifted, transporting Naruto and the chakra fruit into the primordial space of the heavenly sovereignty. Success. Gazing at the massive chakra fruit, Naruto exhaled deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. Although he had never truly underestimated the divine tree, the fact that he had secured the fruit filled him with uncontainable joy. This was a premium fruit, a chakra essence painstakingly cultivated over millennia by Kagaya Otsutsuki and Kinshiki. Now it was in his grasp. Let the process begin. Crunch, crunch. Naruto embraced the chakra fruit and devoured it with fervor. Piece by piece, it vanished into him, transforming into pure chakra and vast genetic information, surging into Naruto's being. The genetic coding seeped into his cells, optimizing their genetic structure and fundamentally altering Naruto on a genetic level. The energy radiated outward, providing immense support for the transformation process. Naruto began to undergo a metamorphosis at the genetic level. Soon, a cocoon formed around him, enveloping him entirely, as if he were being reborn. His consciousness sank into a state of blissful oblivion, oblivious to the changes in his body and the passage of time. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he plucked the chakra fruit, the divine tree, furious at its loss, transformed into the Ten Tails, unleashing chaos upon the planet. The earth trembled as mountains crumbled. Deserts erupted with countless craters, and the ground cracked as if the apocalypse had arrived. Fortunately, all life on this planet had long been devoured by the divine tree, leaving it a lifeless husk. No matter how the Ten Tails rampaged, it could only wreak havoc upon a dead world, inflicting no real damage. Time passed, though how much was unknown. In the primordial space, the cocoon encasing Naruto shattered with a thunderous crash, fragments scattering like precious stones. Naruto floated serenely in midair, his eyes closed, expression tranquil, as if in slumber. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. With a brilliant flash, two radiant beams of divine light shot forth from his gaze, piercing the void ahead and creating two dark voids. A sigh escaped Naruto's lips, resonating throughout the primordial space. At last, it was over. He expelled a breath of stale air. At that moment, Naruto's exterior appeared largely unchanged. His flowing white hair, tall stature, and flawless appearance remained intact. Yet, within him, a cataclysmic transformation had occurred. Power. Naruto clenched his fist. An unending torrent of formidable strength surged within him, as if he could obliterate an entire planet with a single punch. Filled with fervor, Naruto dashed out of the stone sphere and into the outside world. With a mighty descent, he plunged towards the earth, swinging his iron fist and striking the planet's surface. With an explosive crack, his immense power erupted at that moment, akin to a celestial body colliding with the earth. Accompanied by a resounding roar, the earth suddenly collapsed, causing the entire planet to shake violently. In the next moment, countless fissures appeared on the surface of the planet, spreading like a dendritic pattern. In the blink of an eye, these cracks enveloped the planet's exterior, forming innumerable crevices and chasms. With a thunderous crash, the chapter titled Tao's demise unfolded, leaving the planet bereft of a master. The magma from the planet's core surged forth through the cracks, erupting into the sky and releasing billowing clouds of smoke. The magma erupted with a deafening roar, mixing with dust as it ascended, resembling colossal chimneys. Yet, Naruto felt the urge for more. He activated his Rinnegan and unleashed a formidable technique. Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. The surging chakra transformed into a colossal chakra sword, aimed at the ground beneath him, slicing through with a thunderous clap. In an instant, the planet was cleaved in two by the Golden Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Once more, Naruto swung the chakra sword, continuing to cleave the planet as if it were a watermelon. With each successive strike, the planet was reduced to hundreds of fragments, scattered in disarray. Haha, exhilarating. Only then did Naruto withdraw the golden wheel rebirth explosion, exhaling in satisfaction, having released his pent-up desires. I, too, possess the power to shatter planets. My combat prowess must rival that of Vegeta's first appearance. Naruto felt an immense joy. Clearly, after consuming the second chakra fruit, both my physical form and strength had ascended to a new level. Moreover, the Rinnegan and Rinne Sharingan, though unchanged in appearance, had undeniably grown stronger. The abilities of the Rinnegan, whether foundational system capabilities or the unique powers of time manipulation and spatial exile, had increased manifold. The Rinne Sharingan, too, had enhanced its foundational abilities, including time reversal, and the divine intervention had received significant fortification. A plethora of other abilities, such as the shared killing of Ashen Bones, the Yellow Springs of Bayusaka, the 80 Gods Vacuum Attack, the Seeking Tao Orb, Yin-Yang Release, and Chakra Volume, had all seen a remarkable augmentation. These transformations can be described as a metamorphosis built upon the foundation of existing powers. A new development was that Naruto had acquired an additional Rinne Sharingan, a golden one. This unique eye was a fusion of the Rinnegan and Sharingan, possessing the 9 Tomo characteristics of the Sharingan along with the ripple features of the Rinnegan, yet in a golden hue. This golden Rinne Sharingan remained in the center of his forehead, not overshadowing the red Rinnegan, but rather existing in a state of interchangeability. In other words, whenever Naruto desired, the Rinne Sharingan on his forehead could alternate between gold and red, sometimes shimmering in gold and at other times in red. Naruto could sense that this golden Rinne Sharingan possessed far greater ocular power than its red counterpart. First, like the red Rinne Sharingan, it encompassed all the foundational abilities of both the Rinnegan and Sharingan. Furthermore, it boasted 2 extraordinary capabilities. First, Spatial Leap. The ability of Spatial Leap, as the name suggests, allows Naruto to traverse any space at will. At first glance, it may appear to overlap with the Flying Thunder God technique and the Yellow Springs Hiryo Slope. However, this is not the case. Spatial Leap does not require the Flying Thunder God technique for mobility, offering far greater convenience. Unlike the Yellow Springs Hiryo Slope, which necessitates the opening of a spatial passage before one can traverse, Spatial Leap allows for direct movement, achieving instantaneous teleportation. The second ability, A Glance of 1,000 Years, is akin to time stasis and temporal reversal, representing a formidable temporal power. Yet it surpasses them. It can accelerate the flow of time, causing the target's temporal rate to increase by millions of times, effectively making hundreds or even thousands of years pass in an instant. This is the essence of A Glance of 1,000 Years. Merely gazing upon you will result in the passage of centuries in a heartbeat. Such a phenomenon is astounding. It is essential to recognize that the lifespan of every being is finite, ranging from mere days to several decades or even centuries. To witness a fleeting glance that equates to the rapid passage of centuries is unimaginable. Which life form can endure such a fate? For humanity, with a fleeting century of existence, a single encounter with A Glance of 1,000 Years would render them mere dust in an instant. Even the Otsutsuki clan, known for their millennia-long lifespans, would succumb after only a few such instances. This capability can annihilate any short-lived race with ease. Even long-lived beings, with lifespans of thousands of years, can be rendered ancient in the blink of an eye. Naruto inhaled sharply. This is truly extraordinary, a potential trump card. Indeed, this is a tremendous gain. Let us assess my current abilities. The Reincarnation Eye, possessing spatial exile and time stasis as unique powers, the Red Rinnegan, with celestial authority and temporal reversal, and the Golden Rinnegan, wielding spatial leap and A Glance of 1,000 Years. Coupled with my nearly limitless chakra and remarkable regenerative capabilities, there are few who could threaten my life. Naruto felt immense satisfaction with his progress, realizing that his arduous journey here had not been in vain. It is time to return. As he activated the spatial leap to depart, he suddenly paused, his gaze falling upon the remnants of a planet. This celestial body had been obliterated by Naruto, leaving behind a myriad of debris, magma, and stones. Amidst the wreckage, a colossal Ten-Tails was struggling in the depths of outer space. Almost forgotten, Naruto murmured, performing a spatial leap to stand before the Ten-Tails. This Ten-Tails had originally been deeply bound to Kaguya, belonging to the Otsutsuki Kaguya. With Kaguya's demise, it had become a masterless entity. The Ten-Tails possesses immense value. Even if I do not intend to use it, it can be cultivated for future endeavors. Subsequently, Naruto confined the Ten Tails within a frozen space and executed a spatial leap towards the ninja realm. Spatial leap facilitates both short-distance instantaneous movement and long-distance transitions. The distinction lies in that longer leaps consume more chakra. With Naruto's current chakra reserves, he can traverse distances of several hundred light years in a single leap. This surpasses the speed of the Yellow Springs Hiryo slope by a considerable margin. Thus, Naruto returned to the shinobi world in a mere 10 days, a stark contrast to the 9 months it took him to arrive. The disparity is indeed remarkable. How much time has passed during my absence? A sense of unease washed over Naruto. The last time he consumed the fruit of the divine tree, the entire metamorphosis spanned a full 12 years. What about this time? He sensed that the duration would undoubtedly be shorter than before, yet not by much. Upon his return to the shinobi world, as Naruto prepared to head back to Konohagakure, he suddenly perceived fierce sounds of combat emanating from the moon. Such a significant clash? Who could be battling? He murmured to himself and promptly leaped towards the source. Upon his arrival, he was astonished to discover that the combatants were none other than old acquaintances, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. This pair of adversaries was engaged in a tumultuous clash, with one wielding a complete Susanoo and the other commanding the great Buddha of the Senju. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The chapter titled Time Reversal unfolds as Madara's Susanoo unleashed a formidable assault, cleaving through a circular mountain with a single strike. However, Hashirama's great Buddha was no less formidable, raining down a flurry of small punches upon Madara. After a relentless barrage, Madara's complete Susanoo faltered first, becoming disheveled and battered. "Hashirama, you have grown stronger than ever," Madara exclaimed, retracting his Susanoo and hovering in midair, a look of vexation and resentment etched upon his face. "Madara, the times have changed. It is not just me, but the entire Konohagakure that has grown stronger," Hashirama proclaimed, standing atop the Buddha's head, his laughter resonating through the air. That monstrous Naruto aside, Tobirama, Minato, Kakashi, Sasuke, Hinata, and Guy have all ascended to the 6 paths level, yet your strength remains stagnant. Trapped in the past, a version of you such as this cannot hope to compete with me. Curse it. Madara clenched his fists, his frustration deepening. Once upon a time, he and Hashirama reigned supreme over the shinobi world, viewing others merely as ants beneath them. Yet in this era, prodigies abound. Even those he once deemed insignificant have now transcended into the realm of 6 paths. This realization left Madara feeling stifled. Yet he could do nothing but accept that this was no longer his epic. "Hashirama, did you summon me from the depths of the earth merely to humiliate me?" Madara scoffed. "Of course not." Hashirama replied with a slight smile, sighing. "On one hand, I wish to see you, my old friend. I have missed you. Get lost." Upon hearing Hashirama's admission, Madara displayed an expression of utter disdain, though his gaze softened slightly. On the other hand, Hashirama continued, looking at Madara with hopeful eyes. "Would you be interested in being revived?" "Revived?" Madara trembled with shock. "You wish to bring me back?" "If you are interested." Hashirama sighed. Konohagakure has flourished over the years, thriving as never before. This should be a cause for celebration. Yet the faces are increasingly unfamiliar, and old friends are dwindling in number. This leaves me feeling out of place in this era, even a profound sense of loneliness. Loneliness is indeed Hashirama's genuine sentiment in this moment. In the past, walking through the village and witnessing the radiant smiles of the villagers had filled him with a sense of fulfillment. However, now, as far as the eye can see, there are only unfamiliar faces and strangers. The world has changed beyond recognition. Hashirama feels an overwhelming sense of loneliness. His relatives and friends have all passed away, leaving only Tobirama and Tsunade. Yet, Tobirama is consumed by his research, spending his days in the lab with Orochimaru. Tsunade and Jiraiya are constantly traversing the world, leaving Hashirama to endure the solitude. How could he not feel lonely? Thus, Hashirama contemplates the idea of reviving Madara. At least they could spar together daily, providing him with some companionship. "Hashirama, it is entirely normal for you to feel lonely, for this is no longer our era." Madara sighs, lamenting, "Our loved ones, friends, subordinates, and even familiar villagers have all vanished. Indeed, this is no longer our time." Hashirama wholeheartedly agrees, finally grasping the meaning behind Naruto's words. Immortality comes at a significant cost. Madara slightly nods and casually inquires, "What is that guy up to now? To what extent has he progressed?" Who knows? Hashirama chuckles bitterly. That lad is a monster. His strength has been increasing dramatically over the years. 6 years ago, before he entered seclusion, I could hardly gauge his depth, and now he is likely even stronger. Truly, he is a remarkable being. Suddenly, a figure materializes. Naruto? Hashirama's face brightens with a surprised smile, excitement bubbling within him as he asks, "You have returned from your seclusion?" 6 years prior, when Naruto departed, he publicly declared he was entering seclusion, and thus he remained for 6 long years. Although not as lengthy as the previous 12 years. It was still a considerable duration, one in which many had almost forgotten about Naruto. Madara also turns to Naruto, attempting to discern the extent of his power. Yet, in Madara's eyes, Naruto appears as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any discernible aura. Madara comprehends that this perception stems from the vast chasm between them. Just how far has this individual progressed? Madara is secretly astonished. Born during the Warring States period, he has encountered countless powerful individuals and prodigies. Yet he considers that he has never encountered a being like Naruto. Naruto nods, smiling as he addresses Hashirama. "First Hokage, are you two sparring here? It's rather dull. So I summoned an old friend for a sparring session. I hope it amuses you." Hashirama responds, a touch embarrassed. "Naruto, after 6 years of seclusion, you must have gained quite a lot, right?" "Fairly well." Naruto nods, his gaze shifting to Madara as he forms a hand sign. "Outer path, Samsara technique." "Samsara technique?" Hashirama is taken aback, his expression shifting as he urgently asks, "Naruto, what are you planning to do?" Hashirama is well aware of the implications of the Samsara technique and realizes that Naruto intends to revive Madara. However, he knows that in doing so, Naruto would be risking his own life. Hashirama cannot believe that Naruto would sacrifice his life for Madara's revival. Their relationship has not yet reached that level. Thus, he is left puzzled by Naruto's intentions. "Naruto Uzumaki, what do you intend to do?" Madara inquires. Without further elaboration, Naruto unleashes a continuous stream of chakra, flowing into Madara's body. A billowing white smoke enveloped Madara's form, swiftly erasing the cracks that marred his skin, rendering it smooth once more. In mere moments, he transformed from a vessel of impure earth into a true corporeal being. Concurrently, the counterfeit Rinnegan in his eyes began to crumble like grains of sand, leaving behind only hollow sockets. Madara had returned to life. Hashirama glanced urgently at Naruto, noting that after the use of the rebirth of the soul technique, Naruto's aura had diminished considerably. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Naruto's energy surged back to its zenith, as if the weakening had never transpired. Hashirama was taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. "Naruto, how did you manage that?" The rebirth of the soul technique is a forbidden art that demands a life in exchange. When the deceased is revived, the caster is meant to perish. Yet, Naruto had defied this immutable law. He had not only survived, but retained his full vigor. It was utterly astonishing. "I have acquired a new ability called Time Rewind, which allows me to revert time to the past," Naruto casually explained. With his myriad of powers, this singular ability was trivial to disclose. Time Rewind. Hashirama instantaneously grasped the entirety of the situation. While the rebirth of the soul technique indeed leads to the caster's demise, death does not occur instantaneously post-casting. Naruto could easily invoke Time Rewind before meeting his end, reverting to a state prior to the casting. This would effectively reverse death. The potency of this ability was astounding. Hashirama was left in utter shock. As long as one does not die instantaneously, it is entirely feasible to reverse time and return to peak condition. Incredible. What a remarkable ability. With such power, it will be exceedingly difficult to meet death. "Thank you, Naruto." Madara expressed his heartfelt gratitude. No one wishes for death, especially a battle-hungry individual like Madara, who yearned for life. While Madara was immensely appreciative of his revival, he was not one to articulate his emotions easily. He merely voiced his thanks, burying his gratitude deep within. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, producing a pair of Rinnegan eyes from his possession. "These eyes are a gift for you." Madara's Rinnegan had been rendered useless, one belonging to Hashirama and the other to Sasuke, leaving him completely blind upon his revival. Since Naruto had an extra pair, he decided to bestow them upon Madara, for they would serve no purpose in his hands. "Thank you." Madara felt an even deeper sense of appreciation. At that moment, an eerie crimson light suddenly enveloped the moon, casting a sanguine hue over the previously dim surface. "What is happening?" Hashirama exclaimed, glancing around to find the moon bathed in a crimson glow, transforming it into a blood moon. Naruto surveyed the surroundings before slowly directing his gaze towards Earth. Someone has activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. What? Hashirama gasped in astonishment. Following Naruto's gaze to Earth, he then witnessed the planet glow with an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a blazing incandescent bulb, radiating a dazzling white light. The resplendent luminescence permeated every corner of the Earth. Land, sea, forests, and even the poles were shrouded in this brilliant glow. Is this the infinite Tsukuyomi? Hashirama had only heard of it by name, never having witnessed it firsthand, leaving him momentarily unable to ascertain its true nature. Ban inserted the eyes of the Rinnegan into his own eye sockets, a flash of green light signifying the completion of the transplant. This was the infinite Tsukuyomi. He gazed at the Earth enveloped in a radiant white light and proclaimed, "The brilliance emitted by the infinite Tsukuyomi will engulf the entire world," drawing all into the illusionary realm crafted by the practitioner. With a furrowed brow, Ban pondered, "I am now curious, who exactly is unleashing the infinite Tsukuyomi? Who but Kagaya Tsutsuki could it be?" The blinding white light enveloped the Earth, possessing an extraordinary penetrative quality that transcended buildings, walls, and even shadows. Under this luminescence, the eyes of all transformed into Rinnegan, subsequently drawing them into a dreamlike world. Vines, akin to serpents, shot forth, ensnaring individuals and cocooning them like silkworms. A similar scene unfolded throughout the ninja world, with only a scant few capable of resisting the allure of the infinite Tsukuyomi. After a considerable duration, the white light emanating from the infinite Tsukuyomi dissipated, and the ninja world returned to its previous state. A colossal and majestic god tree towered above Konoha, its roots sprawling into every corner of the ninja realm, adorned with countless cocoons, those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Beside the god tree floated Kagaya Tsutsuki, her visage strikingly beautiful and dignified, clad in a white garment adorned with black Magatama patterns, exuding an air of regal elegance. Kagaya surveyed the three directions of Konoha, where three Susanoo stood resolutely, obstructing the infinite Tsukuyomi. Could the white light of the infinite Tsukuyomi not penetrate the Susanoo? The voice of Black Zetsu resonated, "Mother, do not concern yourself with them. Reclaiming chakra is paramount." Kagaya inclined her head slightly, urging the god tree to commence its voracious absorption of the ninja's chakra. Streams of chakra surged along the branches of the god tree, swiftly coalescing into an immense torrent, flooding into Kagaya's being. Instantly, the chakra within Kagaya swelled to colossal proportions, emitting a terrifying aura. At that moment, a portal materialized in the sky, and three figures emerged, hovering above Kagaya. They were Naruto, Ban, and Hashirama. "Ban-senpai, you see it, right?" Naruto pointed at Kagaya, inquiring with a smile. Ban, however, wore a somber expression, remaining silent. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto had revealed the true purpose of the infinite Tsukuyomi to him, yet Ban had remained skeptical. At that time, he had been weaker than Naruto, unable to contend, and his failure had been inevitable. Nevertheless, his doubts regarding the true nature of the infinite Tsukuyomi persisted. Now he found himself speechless. As Naruto had stated, the infinite Tsukuyomi was not a technique meant to bring happiness to people, but rather a means to gather scattered chakra. Ban's expression darkened, his blue Rinnegan ablaze with murderous intent. "That woman is Kagaya Tsutsuki?" "Indeed." Naruto nodded. "I will eliminate her." Ban's figure flickered as he soared toward Kagaya. Before he even arrived, his complete Susanoo had already manifested. Shameful abomination, perish. Ban swung the long sword of his Susanoo, cleaving toward Kagaya. Without even a glance at Ban, Kagaya's flawless face revealed not a trace of emotional fluctuation. As the Susanoo's long sword descended with a fierce slash, Kagaya casually extended her right hand and grasped the blade. Almost immediately, the sword began to dissolve rapidly, transforming into a stream of chakra that flowed to the ground. "What?" Madara was taken aback. Having traversed the ninja world for many years, his combat experience was unparalleled, yet he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The Susanoo being melted? Such a notion was utterly unheard of. It was Black Zetsu. A small, shadowy serpent emerged from Kagaya's sleeve, tauntingly remarking, "Madara, you have resurrected once more. Your life is as tenacious as a cockroach." Black Zetsu. Madara seethed, his teeth clenched, fixating on the serpent with a gaze filled with palpable rage and murderous intent. He loathed Black Zetsu. He had scorned all heroes and regarded the world as mere ants, only to be toyed with by Black Zetsu. It was an unspeakable humiliation. Black Zetsu, I swear I will kill you, Madara roared, unleashing the universal pull in an attempt to draw Black Zetsu closer for the kill. But he failed. Foolish Madara, do not waste your energy. Black Zetsu mocked. Before Mother, you are but an ant. Mother, eliminate this ant. Kaguya nodded, her fists clenched, and launched a devastating punch. The force coalesced into countless chakra fists, transforming into an impenetrable rain of blows that rained down upon Madara. 80 Gods vacuum attack. Faced with Kaguya's onslaught, Madara dared not underestimate it. He activated his Susanoo, striving to withstand the attack. Crack! The chakra fist struck the Susanoo, instantly breaching its defenses and scattering it into fragments. A fist continued its trajectory towards Madara, landing a precise blow. Crack! A sharp sound of bones fracturing echoed as Madara coughed up blood, sent flying through the air. Such a terrifying attack. Madara felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, the pain searing through him. However, the agony of his body paled in comparison to the shock within his heart. He stared at Kaguya in disbelief. This woman's strength surpassed all imagination. He vowed he had never encountered such an adversary in his lifetime. Madara, are you alright? Hashirama's figure flickered as he rushed to catch Madara. Just a few broken bones. Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his blue Rinnegan fixed intently on Kaguya. This woman is exceedingly powerful. The progenitor of chakra. How could she not be strong? Hashirama shook his head. We should leave it to Naruto. This enemy is beyond our capability. Chapter 74. No. This is not an illusion. Madara felt a sense of unwillingness. He yearned to defeat Kaguya and personally eliminate Black Zetsu to redeem his honor. Yet, this was clearly a lofty aspiration. The chasm between him and Kaguya was insurmountable, as they were not even in the same dimension. Swish, swish, swish. A dozen figures flew in and halted nearby. Naruto, Lord Hashirama. The newcomers were none other than Minato, Kushina, Hinata, Boruto, Himawari, along with Kakashi and Guy, as well as Sasuke, Sakura, and Sarada. Minato, Kakashi, and Sasuke all possessed Rinnegan and could activate Susanoo. When Kaguya unleashed the infinite Tsukuyomi, they immediately activated their Susanoo to shield against its radiance. Kushina, Hinata, Boruto, Himawari, and Minato gathered for a meal, basking in Minato's protective presence. Sakura and Sarada remained with Sasuke, having evaded the infinite Tsukuyomi. Guy and Kakashi were together, also escaping a dire fate. The group approached Naruto, their faces lighting up with joy. Hinata, particularly overwhelmed, leaped into Naruto's embrace, exclaiming, Naruto, you're back. You're back. Naruto gently stroked Hinata's back, a look of remorse on his face as he replied, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It's all right. Hinata held Naruto tightly, inhaling his familiar scent and feeling the warmth of his chest. How long can you stay home this time? If all goes well, I shouldn't have to leave again. Naruto smiled, adding, from now on, I'll stay by your side until you grow weary of me. I could never tire of you. Never. After a heartfelt moment, Hinata suddenly remembered something and broke free from Naruto's embrace, pulling the two little ones closer. Boruto, Himawari, call him Dad. The little ones, exquisite in their features. With Boruto bearing the Rinnegan and Himawari the Tenseigan, possessed vast chakra that far surpassed that of an average shinobi. They shyly looked at Naruto, whispering, Dad. Good son. Good daughter. Naruto enveloped his children in his arms, showering them with kisses, unable to contain his affection. A wave of love and guilt surged within him. When he had departed, they had been but 6 months old. 6 long years had passed without his presence, leaving him with an immense debt to them. He vowed to cherish every moment moving forward, to make up for the time lost. Hinata, Minato, Kushina, Kakashi, and the others watched the tender reunion between father and children, smiles gracing their faces, while Guy, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears. What a heartwarming scene. It ignited a fiery passion within me, a reminder of youth ablaze. Indeed, what a touching tableau of fatherhood. However, Kaguya's ominous voice echoed, unfortunately, after today, such moments will be lost to you forever. So savor this time while you can. For opportunities like this are fleeting. Arrogance. Guy scoffed, casting a fierce glare at Black Zetsu and Kaguya, and promptly opened the 7th gate of the 8 gates. Blue steam enveloped him, swirling like a tempest. I will be your opponent. Guy dashed forward, lightning fast, towards Kaguya. What incredible speed. Black Zetsu's pupils narrowed. Mother, this insect is a master of taijutsu. Be cautious. As Kaguya raised her hand, a gray bone began to protrude from her palm. With a swift motion, the bone shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at Guy. Leaf, great whirlwind. Guy dismissed the gray bone, spinning rapidly, and unleashed a powerful kick towards it. Just as his leg was about to connect, a portal suddenly appeared before the bone, causing it to vanish into the void. As Kai missed his strike, he glanced at Naruto with confusion, realizing that the portal had undoubtedly been conjured by him. Teacher Kai, this technique is called the bone of mutual slaughter. Naruto elucidated. Once touched by it, the body will disintegrate, decay, and be utterly annihilated. A cold sweat broke out on Kai's brow, and his speech faltered slightly. Naruto, is it truly that exaggerated? The bone of mutual slaughter is a bloodline limit. Even if you have ascended to the 6 paths level, you would still be unable to withstand it. Naruto shook his head. He could discern that through years of arduous training, Kai had perfected his sage body into a 6 paths body. It was not difficult to surmise that Kakashi had likely bestowed his 6 paths chakra upon Kai. With the 6 paths body, Kai could unleash the 7th gate of the 8 gates, granting him overwhelming combat prowess against the 6 paths level. Yet this did not imply he could withstand the bone of mutual slaughter. This woman, Kai shuddered, his eyes filled with caution. It seems I must tread carefully. I must not come into contact with those bones. Let me handle this, Naruto said calmly. Kaguya has fully regained her peak form, possessing an immortal body. Apart from me, none of you can contend with her. Blindly engaging in battle would only result in needless casualties. Very well. Kai, eager to confront a legendary figure like Kaguya, but reluctant to be overwhelmed, recognized that a balanced fight would be far more intriguing than a one-sided thrashing. He tactfully stepped back behind Naruto. Naruto affectionately kissed his children on their faces and smiled. Go to your mother. Wait for your father to finish dealing with the bad guys, and then I'll come to play with you, all right? Okay. The 2 children replied obediently. Returning to their mother, Hinata embraced her children and expressed her concern. Naruto, do take care. Don't worry. Naruto replied with a gentle smile, turning his gaze towards Kaguya. I am quite curious about how you managed to recover. After the moon was cleaved in 2 by Otsutsuki Kaguya, her main consciousness indeed escaped. However, the outer path golem and the 9 tails remained within her, and Naruto sensed that the other tailed beasts were thriving as well. How did Kaguya resurrect? I have nothing to say to someone who does not comprehend the significance of chakra. Kaguya's expression remained impassive, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a machine devoid of feelings. Gradually, she raised her hands, and 2 gray bones emerged from her palms, shooting forth like arrows towards Naruto. As the bone of mutual slaughter hurtled towards him, Naruto remained motionless, activating the yellow springs of Hirazaka. A portal materialized before him, and simultaneously, another portal appeared behind Kaguya. Whoosh! The bone of mutual slaughter entered the portal and emerged from the one behind Kaguya, hurtling back towards her. Kaguya, sensing the impending threat, altered her expression and invoked the heavenly divine technique, pulling everyone into her realm. A wave of scalding heat washed over them, accompanied by an acrid scent of sulfur and dense smoke. The group realized they were plummeting rapidly, with bubbling, boiling magma below. Is this an illusion? No. This is not an illusion. This is a real space. Panic spread across their faces. Daddy! Sarada cried out in terror. Kakashi, Guy, Sakura, and others were all visibly shaken. Below them lay seething magma. Should they fall, they would surely be reduced to ashes. Chapter 76. It turns out to be the power of the dragon vein. Heavenly sovereignty. Naruto snorted coldly. The surrounding environment shifted once more. The boiling magma and the acrid scent of sulfur vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of yellow sand. The group fell to the ground, feeling the solid earth beneath them, and collectively exhaled in relief. They then surveyed their surroundings. Yellow sand. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was dominated by an unending sea of yellow sand. Was this the world of yellow sand? Hashirama, observing the scene, wore a grave expression. What kind of ninjutsu is this, capable of transporting us to such a place in an instant? It must be a highly advanced space-time ninjutsu. Akin to my Kimui, Kakashi remarked. Yet this realm is evidently far superior to my Kimui space. It is a tangible world. Madara, Guy, Sasuke, Minato, Hinata, and others gazed at the surrounding yellow sand, their faces reflecting astonishment. To be transported to such a world in an instant was beyond their wildest imagination. This is heavenly sovereignty, just like infinite Tsukuyomi, a power derived from the Rinne Sharingan. Naruto explained. Kagaya's heavenly sovereignty encompasses 6 authentic realms. These include the lava realm, the ice realm, the yellow sand realm, the acid sea realm, and the frozen realm. Lastly, there is the origin sphere that connects to these 5 realms. Kagaya wields control over heavenly sovereignty, enabling her to instantaneously transfer individuals within her vicinity to other realms. Heavenly sovereignty. Now it makes sense. Upon hearing Naruto's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Kagaya's expression shifted as she coldly remarked, "You possess such extensive knowledge of my heavenly sovereignty." Your heavenly sovereignty? Naruto chuckled. Why not take a moment to truly feel it, and see if this space still belongs to you? Kagaya furrowed her brows and began to sense her surroundings, only to discover that she could not manipulate this space. This revelation astonished her. Within the 6 realms of heavenly sovereignty, she held absolute dominion. The magma, yellow sand, supergravity, and ice within the realm were all under her control. Yet now, she found herself devoid of authority over the surrounding yellow sand, unable even to switch to another realm. What is happening? Kagaya glared coldly at Naruto. What have you done? Naruto smiled leisurely and snapped his fingers. With a whoosh, the environment transformed into another realm. No longer was it an endless expanse of yellow sand, but a frigid domain entirely enveloped in ice and snow. Kagaya's expression shifted dramatically. Naruto, unfazed, snapped his fingers again. With another whoosh, the environment morphed once more, this time revealing the origin sphere, adorned with a yellow-green sky and dark red-striped ground. As Kagaya beheld the shifting realm, realization dawned upon her, and she incredulously exclaimed, "Do you also possess heavenly sovereignty?" You guessed correctly. Naruto's brow suddenly split open, revealing a crimson eye adorned with 9 tomo and rippling waves. The Rinne Sharingan. Kagaya was astounded, gazing incredulously at Naruto. How could you possibly possess the Rinne Sharingan? While she dismissed the existence of the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and even the 6 tomo Rinnegan, the Rinne Sharingan was an entirely different matter. This eye was awakened only after Kagaya consumed the Chakra Fruit, making it impossible for an ordinary person to possess. How could Naruto have it? Had he too consumed the Chakra Fruit? That was inconceivable. Kagaya was utterly convinced that there could not possibly be a second Chakra Fruit in the ninja world. Absolutely impossible. Hashirama Madara and others also turned their gaze towards the 9 tomo on Naruto's forehead. It resembled Kagaya's eye perfectly. Was this the Rinne Sharingan? Surely, it was the highest tier of the Rinnegan, wasn't it? One could only wonder if the Rinne Sharingan possessed any abilities beyond that of the Divine Tree. As everyone felt a profound shock, curiosity also bubbled within them. The Rinnegan was already immensely powerful, so what of the Rinne Sharingan? What formidable powers did it hold? Naruto Uzumaki, from whence did your Rinne Sharingan originate? Black Zetsu questioned with a darkened expression. You, a mere creature lurking in the shadows, dare to question me? What are you? With a flick of his finger, Naruto transformed a Chakra Fruit into a lethal sword that shot towards Black Zetsu, poised to strike. Kagaya let out a soft snort, preparing to unleash the yellow springs of Hirizaka to teleport away the Chakra Sword. However, she soon realized she was immobilized, unable to move or wield any abilities. What was happening? Kagaya was taken aback. In an instant, the Chakra Sword sliced through, severing Kagaya's arm at the root. Her long sleeve and Black Zetsu plummeting from the sky. Mother no! Black Zetsu exclaimed in horror, struggling to return to Kagaya's side. But it could not fly and was powerless against gravity. Universal pull. Naruto grasped with his right hand, a terrifying gravitational force acting upon Black Zetsu, drawing it uncontrollably towards him. Black Zetsu, terrified, screamed at the top of its lungs, "Mother, save me, please." As Kagaya's will incarnate and her own son, Kagaya could not watch him perish. Yet, she remained ensnared, completely unable to move, forced to watch as Black Zetsu fell into Naruto's grasp. Black Zetsu, you have once again fallen into my hands. Naruto gripped Black Zetsu by the neck, a smile gracing his face. Tell me, are you surprised? Is this unexpected? Let me go? Release me at once. Black Zetsu howled in a frenzied voice. You mere ninjas are but a part of my creation. What right do you have to capture me? As Kagaya's will incarnate, Black Zetsu regarded Naruto, Madara, and the other ninjas with disdain. In its eyes, all beings in the ninja world were inferior creatures, mere servants to it and its mother, Kaguya. Naruto, uninterested in engaging in futile banter with Black Zetsu, began to delve into its memories, seeking the details of Kaguya's resurrection. He was deeply curious about how she had returned. As a creature who had lived for millennia, Black Zetsu's memories were indeed vast. After thoroughly reading Black Zetsu's memories for over 10 minutes, Naruto finally uncovered the truth. It turned out she had harnessed the power of the dragon vein. Naruto realized with a sense of clarity. The dragon vein serves as the lifeblood of the Naruto world, harboring an immense reservoir of chakra. When the power of the dragon vein is unleashed, it can transport individuals through time to alternate dimensions. Otsutsuki Kaguya cleaved the moon in two, allowing her primary consciousness to escape, swiftly finding Black Zetsu. Aware that Naruto presides over this era, Black Zetsu recognized that resurrecting his mother would be futile. Consequently, he harnessed the dragon vein's power to transport her to parallel worlds. In that realm, the mother and son duo collected tailed beasts, resurrected the 10 tails, and initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi, ultimately achieving their revival. Upon their resurrection, Kaguya and Black Zetsu could hardly contain their eagerness to return to the ninja world to seek vengeance against Naruto. This set the stage for the ensuing confrontation. Chapter 77 reveals that Kaguya and Naruto are not on the same level. How dare you invade my memories? Black Zetsu glared at Naruto, but Naruto simply flicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground. With a flick of his finger, Naruto transformed the truth-seeking orbs into chakra rods, impaling Black Zetsu and pinning him down. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a pest, easily crushed, yet I intend to let you linger a while longer, Naruto remarked nonchalantly. Open your eyes and witness how I effortlessly dominate your mother. With that, Naruto disregarded Black Zetsu and lifted the time-stopping jutsu that had restrained Kaguya, freeing her. Damn it! Kaguya, now consumed by rage, immediately activated the yellow springs of Hiryu, attempting to escape from Naruto's realm. Upon realizing that Naruto possessed the Genin Sharingan, Kaguya regarded him as an equal. She understood that within Naruto's domain, defeating him was impossible. Her only hope lay in leaving this place and returning to her own realm to challenge him. Kaguya, your Yellow Springs activation has an excessively long prelude, rendering it too sluggish. Naruto scoffed, raising his hand to unleash the 80 Gods airstrike. Just as Kaguya opened the portal, she was struck by Naruto's chakra fist, sending her hurtling away. After consuming a second chakra fruit, Naruto's body, soul, and all abilities experienced a significant enhancement, elevating him to a new echelon, including the 80 Gods airstrike. The chakra fist collided with Kaguya, fracturing her bones, damaging her organs, and causing her to spit blood as her insides were displaced. Kaguya crashed heavily into an iceberg composed of millennia-old ice, shattering it into countless pieces. The iceberg collapsed, burying her beneath its remnants. Incredible. One punch severely injures Kaguya? How formidable is Naruto now? The onlookers were left in awe. Wow, Daddy is so amazing. Boruto and Himawari expressed their admiration, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Mom, Daddy is incredible. Hinata felt a swell of pride, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. Daddy is the strongest. Sarada's mouth fell agape, shock evident in her gaze. Uncle Naruto has grown so powerful. After 6 years apart, she noted his remarkable strength. Sasuke sighed deeply, filled with resignation. Does Naruto have no limits? Ever since he ascended to the 6 paths level, my own training has slowed considerably. Over the years, he has delved into the 6 paths of immortal techniques and the art of yin-yang ninjutsu, honing his mastery of the Taoist jade. His combat skills have become increasingly diverse, and his abilities in various domains have seen remarkable enhancement as he ventures deeper into the realm of the 6 paths. Yet, a qualitative transformation has eluded him. This predicament is not unique to him. Even formidable figures such as Hashirama, Kakashi, and Minato, all of whom stand at the pinnacle of the 6 paths, share this experience. There exists a consensus among them. While the 6 paths level is indeed powerful, it also marks the zenith of ninja cultivation. Upon reaching this echelon, it feels as though one has arrived at a terminus, making further breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. Naruto, however, appears to be an exception. At intervals, he undergoes substantial growth, seemingly devoid of limits. This perplexes and frustrates Sasuke. Does Naruto truly possess no boundaries? With a thunderous roar, the icy mountain shattered, sending shards of ice scattering in all directions. Kaguya emerged from the frozen mass, her gaze seething with fury directed at Naruto. Human. Kaguya was thoroughly incensed. Her long hair unfurled behind her, transforming into an impenetrable shower of arrows that surged towards Naruto. The rabbit hair needle. All of Kaguya's attacks belong to the realm of bloodline limit, and this technique is no exception. The rabbit hair needle, when combined with her Byakugan, can accurately strike an enemy's chakra points, immobilizing them. Yet, as the onslaught of rabbit hair needles descended upon him, Naruto executed a time reversal technique, causing all the needles to vanish without a trace. He then raised his hand to unleash the 80 Gods airstrike. Kaguya was struck once more, spewing blood as she was sent hurtling back towards the icy peak. Naruto did not afford Kaguya another moment of respite. Initiating a spatial leap, he abruptly appeared behind her. 6 paths. Earth Explosion Star. Boom. The Earth Explosion Star is a sealing technique. It not only immobilizes the body but also seizes the consciousness and strips away power, rendering the enemy utterly incapable of resistance. Kaguya's body stiffened as the Genin Sharingan at her forehead began to close, her strength being siphoned away. I have been defeated once again by scattered chakra. Kaguya's heart brimmed with resentment as her consciousness gradually sank, leaving her devoid of any means to fight back. A terrifying gravitational force erupted from Kaguya, causing the earth to shatter, stones to soar, and countless fragments to be drawn towards her. Boom. The stones collided with Kaguya, accumulating in size until they coalesced into a colossal moon that obscured the sky. Onlookers gazed at the lunar spectacle above, swallowing in awe. It is overwhelmingly powerful, truly formidable. Kaguya and Naruto exist on entirely different planes. Just how strong has Naruto become? Kaguya is utterly no match for him. Not merely a rival, but completely dominated. Naruto executed merely 3 moves from beginning to end. Astounding. Everyone was thoroughly astounded by Naruto's prowess. They could scarcely fathom the level he has attained to so effortlessly overpower Kaguya. How could this be? Black Zetsu gazed at the moon above, his heart swelling with boundless resentment and despair. He could not comprehend it. His mother had seemingly regained her full strength, so why was she so easily overpowered by Naruto? What could possibly explain this? Black Zetsu, it is your turn, Naruto proclaimed, gripping Black Zetsu firmly in his grasp. What do you intend to do? Black Zetsu gazed at Naruto in terror. You have toiled for many years. Naruto flicked his fingers, and a Seeker's Jade shot forth, utterly obliterating Black Zetsu into dust. Having accomplished this, Naruto approached the crowd, smiling as he announced, Kaguya has been dealt with. All that remains is to unravel the infinite Tsukuyomi and free everyone. The crowd nodded in agreement, their astonishment lingering in their eyes. Sunflower leaped into Naruto's embrace, her big eyes filled with admiration as she exclaimed, Daddy, you're amazing. Naruto planted a hearty kiss on his daughter's cheek and encouraged her, if you train hard, you can be as formidable as your father. Really? Sunflower asked, brimming with excitement. Absolutely, Naruto affirmed with a smile, but you must put in the effort. I will. I promise to work hard, Sunflower declared, nodding vigorously. I want to be as powerful as Daddy and fight the bad guys just like him. I believe in you, Naruto said, playfully teasing her nose. The onlookers couldn't help but smile at this heartwarming scene. While it remains uncertain whether Sunflower could ever reach her father's level, there is no doubt that her starting point is significantly higher than anyone else's, with limitless potential ahead. By the way, Naruto, how exactly was Kaguya revived? Hashirama suddenly inquired. I recall the Outer Path statue was still in your possession, and the Nine-Tails was wandering around the village. The others also wore puzzled expressions, as Kaguya's resurrection seemed exceedingly mysterious, appearing out of nowhere. Chapter 78, System Upgrade. She utilized the Dragon Vein to traverse other timelines. Naruto briefly elucidated the circumstances surrounding Kaguya's revival, leaving everyone exchanging glances. Is that even possible? Madara's eyes glimmered with intrigue, secretly noting this method. Upon learning the truth behind the infinite Tsukuyomi, Madara lost interest in it. His sole desire now was to enhance his power. Hashirama might have accepted this, but even Minato, Kakashi, and Sasuke, who were his juniors, had attained the 6 paths level, overshadowing him. This left Madara feeling quite frustrated. As Uchiha Madara, how could he languish beneath such individuals? He must elevate his strength. For him, the quickest way to achieve this was undoubtedly to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, thoughts of this world were futile. Instead, he pondered whether he could replicate Kaguya's method. If Kaguya could revive herself through such means, could he not also break through to the 6 paths level? Madara resolved to give it a try. Naruto, I have a question. Sasuke suddenly spoke up. I'm quite curious about what level you have reached now. At this, Madara's attention sharpened, and the myriad thoughts in his mind faded as he turned to Naruto. The others followed suit. Naruto's exhibited combat prowess far surpassed theirs, yet none could ascertain just how powerful he truly was. Kaguya, a being of primordial chakra, had been effortlessly bested by Naruto. Just how strong was he? Sensing the collective curiosity of the crowd, Naruto chuckled. Perhaps 2 tiers above you all. 2 tiers? The crowd trembled with astonishment. Among them, the strongest belonged to the 6 paths tier. If Naruto surpassed the 6 paths level by 2 tiers, just how formidable must he be? The thought was beyond their comprehension. You truly are a monster, Sasuke remarked, feeling somewhat disheartened, though mostly resigned. He had always regarded Naruto as his goal, believing that once he reached the 6 paths level, the gap between them would diminish. However, it now appeared that he had been deluding himself. The distance had not only failed to shrink, but had grown wider. Naruto's rapid progress filled Sasuke with despair, leading him to believe that he would never catch up with Naruto in this lifetime. After a brief conversation in the starting ball space, Naruto led everyone back to the outside world, subsequently releasing them from the infinite Tsukuyomi. For those ensnared by the infinite Tsukuyomi, this calamity, though unprecedented in severity, did not invoke excessive fear. From the moment Kaguya initiated the infinite Tsukuyomi to the instant everyone was drawn into the dream world, everything transpired too abruptly. Many did not have the time to feel fear before they lost consciousness. Consequently, aside from their chakra being nearly depleted, there were no other adverse effects. With the infinite Tsukuyomi lifted, peace returned to the ninja world. Naruto chose not to venture elsewhere, but instead remained at home, cherishing moments with his children and loved ones. During this time, he took the opportunity to dismantle Kaguya, who was sealed within the starting ball space. He separated the 10 tails from her body, erased its consciousness, and ultimately sealed it within himself. This was not the end. Following the same procedure, Naruto also eradicated the consciousness of the 10 tails from Kaguya's alternate form and sealed it within himself. As a result, Naruto now possessed an astonishing 4 10 tails within him, thus becoming the 4 tails Jinchuriki. Moreover, after consuming 2 chakra fruits, the quantity of chakra within him reached extraordinary levels. Ding! Congratulations, host. The energy you have accumulated has met the conditions for a system upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Upon becoming the 4 tails Jinchuriki, the system's signature electronic voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's mind. Upgrade? Naruto was somewhat taken aback. System, you can upgrade too? Why have you never mentioned this before? Host, the system can only upgrade when there is sufficient energy. Do you wish to upgrade? Wait a moment. Naruto interjected. The energy you refer to is my chakra, correct? So, my stored chakra has reached the threshold for your upgrade? Indeed, host. System, if I agree to the upgrade, will you drain all my chakra? Naruto inquired further. Yes, host. Naruto hesitated. Having spent 26 years accumulating his chakra since the age of 12, he was reluctant to part with it all now. However, he did not outright refuse. He understood that he had come this far largely due to the system's assistance. If the system became more powerful after the upgrade, he would ultimately benefit as well. System, what changes will occur after you upgrade? Naruto asked. The functions will be enhanced, and the rewards will be more substantial. The support provided to the host will be significantly greater. Hearing this, Naruto's heart raced. After a moment of determination, he consented. System, proceed with the upgrade. His reasoning for agreeing was simple. The system was deeply intertwined with him. The more potent the system's capabilities, the greater the benefits he would reap as its host. Thus, there was little room for hesitation. Understood, host. In the next moment, Naruto felt the chakra within him surging towards his brain at a terrifying speed. Then, it vanished into thin air. Minutes later, his chakra was nearly depleted, leaving not even a fraction behind. He felt utterly hollow, as an overwhelming dizziness enveloped him, causing his legs to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Damn it, how ruthless. With great effort, Naruto steadied his exhausted body and activated space-time jump, arriving at Lulan, the location of the dragon vein. He desperately needed to replenish his chakra. Deep beneath Lulan, the source of the dragon vein, the entire abyss was enveloped in purple chakra. This vast and seemingly limitless purple chakra served as the energy source for the entire Naruto world. Should the chakra within the dragon vein be detonated, its power would be sufficient to annihilate the very earth. Thus, it had been sealed by the fourth Hokage. The seal posed no challenge for Naruto. With a single space-time jump, he penetrated the seal and entered the barrier. With a swift gesture, Naruto released the 4 tentails. They immediately transformed into colossal beasts, voraciously devouring the chakra within the dragon vein. Naruto did not intend to consume the entire dragon vein, but he urgently needed to absorb a portion of its chakra to restore his strength, as he felt exceedingly weak in his current state. The 4 tentails voraciously consumed the chakra, resembling 4 whirlpools that violently tore at the surrounding energy. The chakra within the dragon vein diminished at a visible rate, quickly reducing by a quarter. That should suffice. Naruto commanded the tentails to cease their absorption and subsequently drew them back into his body. The chakra they had absorbed nourished Naruto, revitalizing his depleted physique. With a satisfied breath, Naruto remarked, "That's better. I've regained about 1% of my chakra." Though this amount was insufficient for him to return to his peak, it was at least a relief from his emptiness. System, when will the upgrade end? Ding. System upgrading Chapter 79, Traversing Worlds. Naruto temporarily abandoned the thought of communicating with the system, deciding to wait until the upgrade was complete. Unexpectedly, this wait extended for a full decade. 10 years, a period neither too long nor too short. For Naruto, it left no marks upon him. He remained as youthful as ever. However, for others, a decade was an exceedingly long time. Konoha. The entire village was enveloped by a massive barrier. This barrier was not a mere defensive one, but rather one that concentrated chakra. Within Konoha, a variety of unique plants flourished. These were creations of Naruto himself, capable of converting natural energy into formless chakra, which then dispersed into the air. Coupled with the barrier's gathering effect, the chakra produced by these plants was entirely concentrated within Konoha, unable to escape into the outside world. Over time, the concentration of chakra within Konoha reached astonishing levels. Villagers no longer needed to generate their own chakra. They could directly absorb the abundant chakra present in the air. Naturally, their strength surged. After a decade, Konoha had birthed a multitude of powerful warriors. In the realm of shinobi, there exist over 100,000 ch-nin, more than 20,000 j-nin, and in excess of 100 kage. The 6 paths level, however, remains relatively unchanged. Such formidable ninjas cannot simply be amassed through the passage of time. External forces must be harnessed. On this particular evening, Naruto's family gathered together for dinner. The passage of time has left indelible marks on all but Naruto. Minato and Kushina, both aged 52 this year, have noticeably aged. Despite being 6 paths level warriors, they cannot defy the natural order. Aging is an inevitable fate. Hinata, at 40, radiates the allure of a mature woman. Her figure supple and rounded. The most noticeable transformations are seen in Boruto and Himawari, who are now 16 and on the cusp of adulthood. Boruto is strikingly handsome, while Himawari embodies innocence and charm. Both siblings have inherited their parents' admirable traits. Boruto is mature and composed, while Himawari is endearingly sweet. "Grandfather, are you planning to abdicate?" Boruto paused his meal, astonished as he gazed at his grandfather. "It is indeed time." Minato nodded, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he looked at Boruto. "I became Hokage at 23, and this year I turned 52, after serving as Hokage for 29 years. It is only fitting to step aside and allow the younger generation to take the reins." "Grandfather has been Hokage for 29 years. Boruto mused, momentarily taken aback. "That is quite a lengthy tenure. But, grandfather, who do you intend to succeed you?" "Father?" Boruto glanced towards Naruto, who was also the focus of Himawari's gaze. In the entirety of Konohagakure, there is no doubt that their father is the most qualified to inherit the title of Hokage. Naruto's strength, experience, achievements, and reputation render him the unequivocal choice for the 6th Hokage. Do not be deceived. He has little interest in the position of Hokage. Minato shot a disapproving glance at Naruto, feeling somewhat disheartened. Over the years, he had contemplated the possibility of Naruto succeeding him, yet Naruto repeatedly declined, showing no inclination towards the role. This left Minato quite troubled. The ideal candidates to inherit the Hokage title, in Minato's view, would undoubtedly be his son or grandson, followed by his disciples, and finally his trusted subordinates. Naturally, Minato hoped to pass the Hokage mantle to his son, Naruto. Yet, with Naruto's lack of interest, Minato ultimately relinquished the notion of his son becoming Hokage. Father truly has no interest in the Hokage position, Himawari observed, unfazed by this revelation. At 16, she is nearly an adult and is well aware of her father's character, which is indeed not suited for the role of Hokage. Over the years, he has devoted himself to accompanying her mother, their bond harmonious and affectionate, showing little regard for village affairs. How could such a father ever aspire to be Hokage? Grandfather, since Dad does not intend to assume the role of Hokage, who do you plan to designate as his successor? Boruto inquired once more. For now, there are two candidates. Minato replied. One is your teacher Konohamaru, and the other is your uncle Shikamaru. Currently, they are the only two viable options. Those two seem suitable. Boruto pondered, feeling somewhat conflicted. Grandfather, who do you intend to choose? Given that his father would not take on the Hokage mantle, Shikamaru and Konohamaru indeed stand as the best candidates. Shikamaru has been a loyal advisor to Hokage Minato, assisting him in managing village matters with great diligence and organization. He is capable of swiftly adapting to the responsibilities of the Hokage. Konohamaru, as the esteemed disciple of his father, possesses the unparalleled strength of a pinnacle super shadow. Over the years, he has been the one to address all matters, great and small, concerning the village. Furthermore, being the grandson of the third Hokage, he is not only of noble lineage but also well suited to inherit the title of Hokage. Grandfather, have you made your decision on whom to choose? Still contemplating. Minato shook his head, suddenly turning to Naruto and asking, Naruto, what are your thoughts? Anything is fine. Just as Naruto was about to speak, he was interrupted by the long-awaited notification from the system. Ding. System upgrade completed. Ding. The system has been upgraded to version 20 and has officially been renamed the Omnipotent God System. Ding. Dear host, thank you for your patience. The Omnipotent God System is at your service. Omnipotent God System? Naruto's spirits soared as he bid farewell to his family and swiftly entered the initial sphere of the system. Finally, you've successfully upgraded. Quickly tell me, what functions do you possess? After waiting for 10 years, Naruto was filled with anticipation. Dear host, this system, in addition to the original lottery function, now includes the ability to traverse worlds. The system's signature electronic voice chimed in. System upgrade completed. You have been granted one free opportunity to traverse worlds. Naruto was exhilarated. Traverse worlds? Does this mean I can visit other realms? Indeed, host. After traversing to another world, can I return to the Naruto world? Naruto inquired further. Every time you travel to a new world, this system will record the spatial coordinates of that realm. The system replied. As long as the host expends a certain amount of energy, you can return at any time. Being able to return is great. Naruto felt relieved. He feared being unable to come back, as he had a wife and children in the Naruto world. Naruto sighed in relief and pressed on with his questions. System, how much energy is typically required to return? Dear host, the energy required is not fixed and depends on the distance between the two worlds. The system explained. In simple terms, the greater the distance between the two worlds, the more energy it will consume, and vice versa. I see. Naruto frowned slightly. The most concerning aspect was the energy requirement being variable. What if his chakra was insufficient for the traverse? Would he be unable to return? After pondering for a moment, he asked, System, what is the specific nature of the next world? Dear host, the traversal to another world is random. Would you like to make a choice? The system responded. Naruto hesitated for a moment and asked, Do I need to traverse immediately after making a selection? Not at all. The host can choose whether to proceed to that world at any time. That's good to know.